How scary can a zombie get when it's, disciplined? This one's name is Jiang Si. His daily routine includes a casual light-year run, a swim race against sharks, and even a little pre-bedtime dance session. Just to be safe. Other zombies are all about brains, and more brains. But this guy only sees protein powder. Jiang Si eventually went bald from the effort, but he got way, way stronger. And he does all of this just because he wants to be friends with humans. The story starts on Doomsday, when Jiang Si was in class and suddenly turned into a zombie. After that, he was just like the others, wandering around in a massive horde. Until one day, humans showed up armed with some serious firepower. They didn't just slaughter Jiang Si's kind, they used some wild tech to turn zombies into perpetual motion engines. Jiang Si didn't get why humans hunted zombies, just like he didn't get why zombies ate people. But to survive, he had to fight. He had to become strong enough to change how humanity saw his kind. But can Jiang Si actually achieve his dream? And what other insane trials will he face on the way? Let's dive in and find out. Beneath a peaceful sunset sky, a train chugs along its tracks, everything seemingly normal. But then its wheels start spinning faster and faster. Down by the tracks, countless people are just milling about. Suddenly, the conductor leans out of the cabin and starts screaming. "Run for your lives, the train's out of control. Even the staff are desperately bailing from the train. This is bad." The people below hear his warning and stare in shock. Then, it's total chaos as they all scramble to get away. Run! In the middle of the pandemonium, a stroller's wheel gets jammed in the train track. The woman struggles with it but can't get it free. "Somebody help me!" But the people who escaped can only yell, "Get out of that dangerous spot." It's too late. The out-of-control train is hurtling straight for the mother. From the back of the terrified crowd, a hooded young man quietly observes everything. Then, when no one's looking, his figure vanishes. Right at the critical moment, the young man appears and smashes the entire front of the train. The insane force derails the cars behind it, causing them to slam into each other in a massive pileup. The woman, holding her crying child, had her eyes squeezed shut. When everything suddenly stopped, she slowly peeked open her eyes. Her vision was blurry, but she could see the straight, strong back of a young man standing right there. A loose stone tumbles to the ground. The young man holds out his hand to help the mother. "Are you okay?" She immediately grabs his arm and answers, "Thank you." The woman and her child both look at their savior. "I'm not." Suddenly, their faces drain of all color in pure terror. The person before them has pale skin, a jaw full of teeth, and deep dark eye sockets looking absolutely monstrous. A piercing scream echoes high into the clear blue sky. The scene shifts to someone's house, with a pair of small yellow shorts hanging outside to dry. The young man stretches after a deep sleep. "My name is Jiang Si." Jiang Si turns to his window and welcomes the beautiful morning sunlight. Jiang as in Jiangxi, Si as in, well, Jiangxi. And his pink, strawberry-patterned pajamas really stand out against his physique. His age is unknown, and so is his time of death. He walks into the bathroom and stares into the mirror. "I have a dream." He shares his deepest desire, a dream to one day befriend humans, a day when he won't be feared and chased away. Jiang Si squeezes toothpaste onto his brush while giving himself a little pep talk. "I'm always trying my best for that goal. The goal might be a bit ambitious, but he believes that as long as he keeps up his personal hygiene, he'll definitely succeed." After he's done brushing, one of his teeth just plops right out into the sink. Jiang Si uses a hook to grab a shirt from up high. To be honest, he's helped people countless times to achieve his dream. One time, an entire plane came crashing down towards a soccer stadium, sending everyone below into a panic. "Run!" The audience in the stands scrambled for higher ground. "This is insane." Suddenly, someone pointed in terror towards the falling plane. "Look, what is that?" What was it? The entire plane was just stopped, hovering strangely in midair. Jiang Si was the one holding it up, leaving everyone below with their jaws on the floor. Another time, a huge fire broke out in a high-rise, terrifying the residents. "It's a fire! My child! My child is inside!" So Jiang Si just sprinted into the blaze and came back out carrying a bunch of kids, scaring the living daylights out of the firefighters who saw him. He grabs a towel, remembering the old days before he had this chiseled body. "I just remember a strange aura appearing in the city." It was a summer day. The apocalypse arrived, and the zombie plague broke out. He slowly recounts the events. "I was sitting in class at school. After the outbreak, anyone who didn't escape in time got bitten, becoming just another ordinary zombie. They went absolutely nuts, biting each other into a zombie apocalypse. Little by little, they overran the whole city, turning it into a total wasteland. And yeah, we're talking your basic, super generic, brain-eating zombies. And our boy Jiang Si? He was just awkwardly shuffling around in the horde like a total doofus, a brain-dead private just following the herd. And that's when the humans showed up. rocking a piping hot, six-barreled minigun no less. These were military dudes, all bulging biceps and locked and loaded. They didn't bother with negotiations, just shoved their fire sticks right in the zombies' faces. All the weak-sauce zombies like him got a bullet to the brain. Total massacre. The even dumber ones? They got dragged off to become high-class lab rats. Oh, but it gets wilder. They didn't just turn them into lamp oil, they invented a perpetual zombie motion engine for infinite power. And there was our boy Jiang Si, lying on his sad little cot, actually having a thought. His one brain cell fired up. Why do zombies eat people? And why do people have to destroy zombies? To survive, he decided he needed a serious glow-up. So he marched himself into a gym and started training. Day one of his new, disciplined life. His first bench press nearly sent his soul to the afterlife, but the man was persistent. Every single day was a grind, running, swimming, and jumping rope. To really crank up the intensity, Jiang Si even used a shark as a training partner. With this new hardcore lifestyle, he said goodbye to meat forever. His diet was simple, but he was dead serious about fueling his body. The menu? Egg whites every single day. Even at home, the workouts never stopped. No matter how tired he was, nighttime meant one thing: aerobics. And then, one day, it happened. He was covered in rock-hard muscle. He'd done it. He checked himself out a chiseled six-pack, totally unbeatable, so he threw on some low-key threads and headed back to the city. Fusing his newfound brains and brawn, he began to blend into human society. Humanity had bounced back, making it the perfect time to go undercover. To change humanity's opinion on zombies, he started helping people out, constantly. He tried his best to be a model zombie citizen, polite, well-mannered, and law-abiding. And here he is, just hanging up his laundry. Jiang Si opens his fridge to find an empty box. Bummer. Food's out. Guess a trip to the grocery store is in order. Time to head out. The sun was shining bright, beaming down from above the rooftops. Inside a convenience store, a cheerful employee greets a regular. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, here for another big order?" she asks with a friendly smile. Doesn't that mask get uncomfortable wearing it all day? Jiang Si, holding a few cartons of eggs, just shakes his head. Nah, not really. Outside, the truck's getting loaded up with a mountain of eggs. Everyone's helping Boss Jiang get these things loaded up and ready to go. He's just happily chatting with the clerk, totally oblivious to the two guys outside, a young dude and an old-timer, secretly watching his every move. The younger guy turns to his partner. "Captain, that's our guy, isn't it?" The old man narrows his eyes, his gaze locked on him. "Yep. Today's the day we rip that mask off and see who he really is." Through the binoculars, the spy gets a crystal-clear view of Jiang Si just doomade, waving goodbye to the store staff. He glances down at a paper in his hand and lets out a sigh. Man, a goose on a wanted poster again. The poster shows a masked zombie with a terrifying triple S rank. The young spy, camera in hand, gets curious. "Captain, you think a guy like that could really be the Superman who lifted a whole airplane? Or maybe the media just made it all up?" The captain keeps his eyes peeled. "It's possible." But then the old-timer doubles down, absolutely certain. Nah, it's definitely fake. He's just finished saying that when both of them let out a massive scream, their eyes bugging right out of their skulls. Because there's Jiang Si, casually lifting the entire truck with two hands. He glances up at the sky, getting ready for something. The ground cracks under his feet as he launches himself, and just like that, our boy shoots straight into the sky like a rocket. The two spies are just frozen, absolutely speechless. Is this some kind of joke? Up in orbit, Jiang Si is carrying the truck across an entire continent. He touches down in a place that's heavily fortified, blocked off by massive fences. The sky above is dark. Other zombies wander aimlessly through the ruined streets. A little kid tugs on his mom's sleeve, whining, "I'm so hungry." She just calms him down. Just a little longer. But then, Jiang Si arrives, touching down with enough force to shake the very ground. The impact shakes the whole area. He gently sets down the cargo truck, and all the zombies gasp in awe. The Great King has returned. Suddenly, a little zombie kid walks right up to him with a question. "Oh, King, you're so fast and strong. Why not just drive a car like the humans do?" Jiang Si's answer probably flew right over their heads. "I don't have a license. This whole district is just desolate, shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. This is his domain, a sanctuary he created to keep his people safe from humans. And he's got one simple rule. His residents eat eggs instead of people." He puts a hand on his hip and asks the kid, "So where's Agu and his crew?" The boy just points. "They're over in that busted old hotel." So, Jiang Si casually strolls up and opens his apartment door. And who's waiting for him? Two werewolf-looking triple S rank zombie bosses. Meet Amal, another triple S level threat, and next to him, the musclehead's Akam, also a triple S zombie boss. Oh, we're not done. there's Agu, triple S, the short but terrifying-looking Aku, triple S. And finally, the most well-dressed of the bunch, Xiao Hei, who is, you guessed it, a triple S rank zombie boss. The second they see him, they all snap into perfect formation and shout, "Welcome, our great king!" Jiang Si just walks past Agu and slaps a piece of paper on his chest. "Agu, you're on the humans wanted list again." And the big guy just honestly admits his mistake. "Sorry, my king. My body just moves on its own whenever I see humans." Then he goes over to his personal throne and sits down, which is just an old sofa in the middle of a dump. That's when Xiao Hei speaks up. "Although our zombie territory is expanding infinitely, we've already had to move capitals several times just to avoid people." Aku raises his chainsaw and says aggressively, "Boss, just let us off the leash. Let us get to work. It's been so long since I've seen blood, my chainsaw is getting rusty." But of course, Jiang Si forbids it. What do you even know? Humans are terrifying, and right on cue, a massive engine roars from above. What is that noise? A fighter jet is screaming through the sky on a direct path toward them. On board, a very well-equipped woman is impatiently waiting for something. That would be Xu Ling, standing on the deck of the airship with a grim look, arms crossed as she surveys the scene below. "Choppa," she says, looking at a coordinate display in front of her. An officer reports in, "Director, all equipment is normal. Everything is ready. We can act." Inside the massive ship lies a special package, as she quietly asks where her relatives are. Deep inside that ship is an activated nuclear warhead, with a timer set to go off in just 20 minutes. Jiang Si is still just lounging in his base when he looks up in surprise. That girl, however, flashes a satisfied smile. "Excellent." Then in an instant, her face twists into pure, unfiltered hatred. "Come and get it, you disgusting zombies." That jet is now close enough for them to finally spot it. The second he sees it, Aku roars. "It's humans!" He's practically itching for a fight, begging Jiang Si, "Boss, let me go chop him up." But his leader personally steps in to stop him. "No. You guys lose control around humans. Get the civilians out of here first." And the look on his face is dead serious as he makes his decision. "I'll go check it out." Meanwhile, Ziling is on the comms with her people. "Ground team, do you copy?" 3 transport trucks full of people are driving down a rocky road. They have only 20 minutes to find any survivors. They're fully armed and armored, following the director's orders. After 20 minutes, they are to immediately withdraw. A soldier gives a short reply. "Understood." A man holding a sword steps out from the back of the airship. "Xiao Wu, pay attention. Be ready for orders at any time. Be prepared for a zombie boss to appear." And not gonna lie, the guy looks ridiculously cool just floating in the sky, illuminated by the dawn light. After getting his orders, Xiao Wu quickly replies, "Understood." And behind his mask, you can see his mouth curl into a smirk. "Don't you worry, Director. The moment a boss appears, I will personally mince them into pieces. Down in the city, the zombies are drawn to that light and start swarming." At the exact same time, some kind of doctor is watching all this happen on a bigger, more detailed screen. A kid with a bowl cut pushes up his glasses and smiles with amusement. He seems to be from the Academy for Extraordinary People, and he's quite interested in this whole situation, so he grins. "Well then, let's play a little game with them." A red button is slammed down hard, and instantly a cage full of normal people is dropped from above, despite their desperate screams. "Help us! Somebody save us!" The zombies see the living humans and rush forward like a tidal wave. The soldiers below quickly get their orders over the comms. "Squad A, pay attention. Survivors spotted. Move in to provide support." The commander nods, confirming the order. They set up their machine guns on bipods and begin to open fire with countless rounds. Hu is in the middle of the fight when she suddenly stops, seeing a strange phenomenon. Holy crap, why isn't that one zombie dying? 2 small zombies are cowering in fear, hugging each other in the middle of the dense gunfire. Jiang Si stands in front of them, raising both his hands to shield them from the storm of bullets. A sniper takes direct aim at him and mutters, "Nothing is immortal. If it is, then your caliber just isn't big enough." This next bullet is much larger and travels a long way to their location. Then, just a few seconds later, it explodes, and a massive fireball erupts. Thick white smoke pours out everywhere, quickly hiding the figures inside. Suddenly, a soldier runs up and shows them a piece of paper. Sir, did we just shoot the wrong guy?" "I think that's the superpowered guy who's been showing up lately." Inside is a picture of Jiang Si lifting an airplane, the guy in the zombie mask who's always helping people. The other man snatches it and just screams, "We shot the wrong guy." But Jiang Si's body is still perfectly intact after that attack. He just calmly turns his head to look at the airship as if nothing happened. Ziling now sees a red warning zone appear on the map, and she immediately dispatches the man from the tail of the ship. "Xiao Wu, a zombie boss has appeared in Sector B." He replies coolly, "Message received. Just leave it to me." Model. And so, Xiao Wu takes a swan dive off the building, totally casual. Meanwhile, Doctor Jie Ming stares blankly at his fancy monitor while his minions furiously type away. It looks like the heroes are evacuating civilians. Guess you can't write them off completely. Jie Ming whispers a classic villain line, "Let's add a little more." Excitement. His lackey flashes that signature evil anime smirk, complete with the glasses glint. Message received. Outside, the zombie horde is still raging. Then one of the zombies starts acting funky, its face literally tearing itself apart. Suddenly, its arm bulks up with some seriously out-of-control muscles. This little zombie's massive growth spurt turns it into a hulking, ferocious monster. Elsewhere, our boy Jiang Si feels a strange disturbance in the force. The mutated zombie lets out a piercing roar, while Xiao Wu is still enjoying his freefall from the sky. A call crackles over the radio to the soldiers on the ground. "All squads, listen up. Zombie boss has appeared in Sector B." Xiao Xiao immediately responds, "Roger that, we're on our way." But then their captain just up and bolts, leaving her totally confused and shouting after him. Jiang Si is just staring, completely lost. So the captain grabs him and yanks him to safety at the last second, pulling him right out of the zombie horde. Xiao Xiao and her teammate can only gawk in astonishment as the captain roughly tosses him into the back of a truck. He then barks at the driver, "Floor it! What are you waiting for? A medal." Their truck peels out, does a few donuts for style, and speeds away. After that mess, they finally settle into a steady cruise down an empty road. That's when Xiao Xiao decides to break the silence. "You're that masked guy who helps people, right? I've got to know, why do you always wear the mask?" Jiang Si gets all flustered, stammering for an answer. Back at the fight, other soldiers lower their guns, wondering, what's it trying to do? The mutant zombie just grabs a nearby bus and casually lifts it into the air. And then it hurls the entire bus right at them, shocking the whole squad. But lucky for them, Xiao Wu makes his grand entrance in a flash of light. The bus is sliced clean in half, splitting apart as he strikes a ridiculously cool pose with his sword. The two halves of the bus skid for a few more meters before finally grinding to a stop. The soldiers see him and start cheering. "It's Xiao Wu from the Blade Society Academy. We actually have a chance now." Xiao Wu whips out a second sword, stands tall, and declares, "Get the civilians to safety. I'll handle this." Xiao Xiao and her team are evacuating the locals, one by one, when her captain asks a nearby soldier for a status report. The soldier reports, "A zombie boss spawned, but Xiao Wu from the Blade Society is here." Jiang Si looks down the road, and a sense of familiarity hits him. That's Juju's voice. Xiao Xiao is still busy with crowd control, yelling, "Don't push, we're not zombies," when she suddenly remembers something and turns around. But he's gone. She's left standing there, totally bewildered, asking, "Where did the masked guy go?" Back to the main event. Xiao Wu is calmly facing off against the monster. "Hurts, huh?" The zombie just roars back, its dark mouth gaping wide. With a loud whoosh, it charges its enemy, practically vibrating with pure rage. Xiao Wu smoothly draws his blade, zips past the monster with a slash, and sheathes his sword with elegant flair. A total anime moment. "I'll put you out of your misery." His silhouette blurs, a testament to his insanely fast attack. In a split second, a net of countless crisscrossing slash marks appears on the monster. Xiao Wu slides to a halt, raising his perfectly clean sword high. The monster's huge body takes the fatal blows and freezes solid. Then it explodes in a gruesome spectacle, blackening the entire area around it. What's left of the zombie collapses to the ground with a heavy thud as Xiao Wu casually sheathes his sword again. He seems pretty satisfied with his handiwork. All done, time to clock out early. Just then, Jiang Si's footsteps get closer. He immediately notices the movement, a surprised look crossing his face. Jiang Si's small frame momentarily confuses him. A zombie? Meanwhile, the monster's other half, now completely severed, can't regenerate. But only Jiang Si looks on with deep sadness at his friend's corpse. Up on the airship, they're cheerfully broadcasting the good news. News just in. Xiao Wu has eliminated the zombie boss. Xu Ling smiles. "Excellent work. He'll get top honors for this." Down in the city, Jiang Si's voice is low as he comforts the fallen corpse of his friend. "It's not your fault. I'm sorry. We lost control." Xiao Wu overhears this and is instantly triggered. He slashes out without thinking. As far as he's concerned, Jiang Si is just being reckless. Zombies must die. The operator stares at her screen and screams, "Wait! We've detected a new zombie boss underground." Her colleague just sighs. "Are there still more?" The guy next to her, however, is super calm. "What's the panic? Don't worry, Xiao Wu is there. Taking it down will be a piece of cake." But this time she frowns in disbelief. Xiao Wu is gone. Hearing that, Ziling immediately whips around in shock. "What?" And yeah, gone is an understatement. Xiao Wu's face is a total mess of bruises and blood. He's been stripped and strung up on a lamppost for all to see. She continues speaking, a hint of fear in her voice. Xiao Wu's life force is dropping fast, he's been critically injured. The calm guy is suddenly just as shocked as they are, especially since the civilian evacuation isn't even done yet. This crazy turn of events makes Ziling freeze for a moment to think, and the more she thinks, the angrier she gets, letting out a furious huff. She doesn't hesitate. One moment Ziling is in the ship, the next she's a blur, diving straight down and leaving everyone on board completely stunned. The director on the ship frantically types on his screen and yells, "Director, you're being too reckless, we haven't even finished preparing." But Ziling just impatiently snaps back. "I want to see for myself just how tough this thing is." From high in the sky, a tiny flash of white light appears. Down below, Jiang Si turns his head, his attention caught. In an instant, Ziling is right on top of him, drawing her sword. The dude is just standing there, jaw dropped, more surprised that a girl got this close than ready to fight back. But then the blade shatters. In a single moment, it turns into a worthless pile of scrap metal. Ziling's eyes go wide, staring at the bizarre phenomenon right in front of her hair still whipping back from the speed of her attack. Jiang Si just looks at the girl who landed next to him with her broken sword, a giant question mark on his face. She's breaking out in a cold sweat. What the heck was that? Ziling immediately leaps back to a safe distance. Up on the airship, the operator radios the director to check on her. "Director, going in alone like that makes it hard for us to provide backup. Are you okay?" Even after that major shock, Ziling is all tough talk. "What could happen to me?" Meanwhile, Jiang Si awkwardly holds his hands up, trying to make peace. He tries to explain, "I already apologized," but to her that just makes him more suspicious. It can talk too? What a total freak. If that's how he wants to play it, she pulls out another sword. This one has a blood-red inscription etched onto its blade. Ziling runs her fingers across the polished surface, preparing for her next move. Jiang Si gets a little flustered seeing her ready to attack again. "Hey, I wasn't finished talking." But she's already lunging forward. "Go tell it to the King of Hell." Left with no other option, our boy has to quickly leap out of the way. Ziling swings her sword but only manages to hit Jiang Si's shadow. She reacts instantly, dashing away to reset. This time she does a backflip, aiming for a surprise attack. In Jiang Si's vision, the whole world turns upside down, with only her staring him down with pure killing intent. She spins around, unleashing a massive area of effect attack that sweeps across the entire street. The crimson slash cuts through everything from concrete to lampposts like butter. But Jiang Si? He just casually leans back and dodges it. But Ziling isn't done yet, launching another slash that cuts clean through several of the city's skyscrapers. He just stares blankly at the sky, not taking this seriously at all. This, of course, makes Ziling even more furious. "You freak! How dare you mock me?" She vanishes into thin air again. At the same time, soldiers finally arrive and start carrying Xiao Wu away. "Hurry up!" The poor guy is still in shock, foaming at the mouth, forcing the soldiers to frantically fan his face. The crew on the airship urgently calls out, "Director, all civilians have been evacuated. Come back now." They're desperately trying to reach her. "Director, do you copy?" But right now, Ziling and Jiang Si are locked in a completely lopsided chase, zipping all over the city. And he looks like he's having the time of his life, bouncing around the rooftops. He even strikes a hip-hop pose. The director grips her sword and glares. "Are you just gonna keep running, you little punk?" They dive down into a narrow alley between two tall buildings. As he's free-falling, Jiang Si innocently asks, "Should I just wait here for you to slice me up?" After saying that, he jumps back onto a roof and kicks off a car to launch himself away. Ziling clicks her tongue and sheathes her sword. This time she focuses, channeling all her power into her legs. Second stage blade charge. Engines hidden in her calves pop open, venting white steam. She is cranking the system up to maximum capacity. The lights on her gear flip from green to a furious, pulsing red. She launches herself in a straight line from the rooftop. Jiang Si is still just floating in midair, completely clueless. In a matter of seconds, Ziling appears right behind him. Gritting her teeth, she swings down with a massively powerful slash, pouring all her rage into the attack. After the strike, she lands safely on the ground. Jiang Si, however, plummets and hits the dirt like a sack of salt. Ziling sheathes her sword and says sternly, "It's done." She then taps her earpiece to report, "Mission accomplished." "All right, we're coming down to get you." Meanwhile, one of Jie Ming's subordinates gives him a report. "Sir, they've evacuated all the civilians." A wicked grin spread across his face. "Don't we have a spy on the inside?" Miles away, Jie Ming gave the quiet order. Meanwhile, the evacuated civilians were already throwing a massive party. "Our chief is the best!" they cheered. But up on the flight deck, the mood was way less festive. The pilot glanced over at his co-pilot, a little uneasy. The mystery man next to him flipped up a red button's cover and slammed it without hesitation, making the pilot shriek. "What are you doing?" A massive bomb on the ship's hull immediately started its countdown. Then it was released, dropping like a stone toward the city below. The people on the boat were still cheering, laughing their heads off. Finally, they could go home. But the two pilots had already caught the saboteur and were screaming into the radio. "Hold your horses! We have a spy! The warhead has been launched!" The entire crowd just froze, letting that info buffer. Then their eyes went wide, and their jaws hit the floor in absolute shock. Ziling, down on the ground, heard the panicked broadcast. "Chief, are you hearing this? We've got a spy. The warhead is away. You need to get back now." She finally looked up at the sky, completely stunned. What? The huge warhead aimed straight for the city and just kept on falling. The girl's voice crackled over the ship's comms. "All hands, brace for impact. Open the bay doors. Try to lose altitude so the chief can jump." Ziling tried to fire her boot jets, but nothing happened. She looked at the pathetic puff of smoke coming from her feet. What's going on? The crew was screaming at her from the ship. "Chief, aren't you coming? We're out of time." She wanted to, but could only grit her teeth. "My legs are stuck." Ziling slumped to the ground, her eyes landing on Jiang Si's body, still half buried in the concrete. "I used up all my power stomping that last freak." Ziling tried to check her gear, only to realize how screwed she was. Damn it, did I forget to charge this thing? Suddenly, her danger sense went haywire, and she whipped her head around. Who's there? Jiang Si, who had somehow gotten out of the ground, was now right in her face. The chief was then dragged away, completely helpless. Jiang Si swung her around like a human lasso as she screamed her head off. "You!" And with that, he yeeted her straight up into the sky. Ziling landed perfectly on the ship's tail. Her subordinates immediately rushed over to the chief. They surrounded her, fussing over her constantly. "Are you all right? Quick, help the chief!" But the only thing on her mind right now was the freak, Jiang Si too. That warhead was now getting dangerously close to his city. It was black, shiny, and terrifyingly huge. He just stood on the street below, staring up. Then Jiang Si gritted his teeth and planted his foot. The ground cracked and shattered from the force of the zombie's jump. He let out a puff of hot air from his mouth for an extra boost of power. Almost all of his strength was now focused into this one insane vertical launch. The missile screamed down as it usually would, but meeting it was Jiang Si, rocketing up from the city. He stretched out his hand to meet it. His bare hand stopped the warhead, crumpling more than half of the giant missile. Ziling and everyone on the ship deck screamed in shock. What the? Jie Ming and his underlings were also glued to the screen, completely fascinated. The soldier Fanning Xiaowu, and even Captain Xiao Xiao, stared with wide eyes. A massive explosion ripped through the sky, powerful enough to destroy everything. The insane pressure and deafening sound sent Ziling and the other regular humans staggering. From outside the Earth, you could even see the giant mushroom cloud from that bomb. After it had done its job, the chief just stared blankly. Fire mixed with smoke, lighting up an entire section of the city. The old, ruined buildings were almost completely buried in that pile of ash and embers. She grimaced, shocked, maybe even waiting for some kind of miracle. Down below was just a cloud of dirt and rock. A single foot stepped calmly onto the ground. Jiang Si had only gotten his clothes burned off. His ridiculously ripped body was just fine. He even scratched his butt and mumbled. Guess that didn't do much. He just calmly scratched his own butt. After seeing that whole display, Jie Ming turned around to bail. His subordinate, however, was still staring at the monitor. Weird. Why is there still something moving in the middle of a nuclear explosion? Dr. Jie Ming didn't seem surprised or interested. This isn't the first or last time we'll fight those academy freaks. If not this time, there's always the next. The underling didn't argue. Understood. Back on the academy team's helicopter, the entrance ramp was already sealed. Ziling sat in a corner, lost in deep thought. Her colleagues could only stare from a distance. What's wrong with the chief? The other guy gave him a knowing look. Think about it. You spend your life fighting zombies, then get saved by one. How would you feel? A girl with a data pad then walked up. "Chief, I think you've got this wrong." She shoves the phone right in Ziling's face, adding, "This guy is definitely not a zombie. The face on the screen is clearly Jiang Si. Guess the chief doesn't exactly keep up with the news. He's that masked guy who cosplays as a zombie, and he's been making all sorts of noise in our society lately." Chief Ziling's hands tighten, shattering the device into tiny pieces. The next morning, a bright sun rises on a deceptively peaceful day. But anyone out on the streets today is staring at something so weird they're practically frozen in place. Everywhere this guy walks, he leaves a trail of pure shock, sending the whole district into a low-key panic. He ducks into a phone booth to make a call. "Hello?" A Jew rattles off into the phone. "Boss, don't worry, we all evacuated safely. Most of us are fine, we're just scouting for our next spot." A calm voice replies on the other end. "Got it. Once everyone is settled, I'll come find you." Outside his apartment building, life just goes on as usual, completely oblivious. Jiang Si makes it back to his apartment wearing nothing but a pair of torn pants. Luckily for him, no one's around. He mumbles the password, unlocks the door, and punches it in 741, 7474741. Meanwhile, at the academy, someone finds something. Chief, you need to see this, now. The two of them stare at the screen just as Jiang Si, miles away, suddenly turns to face them. The chief and the girl's faces drop. They are absolutely stunned. Our boy, completely unaware he's being spied on, just casually strolls into his house. He throws on a workout video to get hyped for some weightlifting. All right, everyone, follow me. Arms up, knees up. On his desk sits a framed photo of him with his rowdy crew, looking like a happy, dysfunctional family. Jiang Si cracks a small smile and thinks to himself, I wonder if they've settled in okay. I'll be back soon. And then, bam! Ziling kicks his door clean off its hinges, making him scream. She marches in with her goon squad and starts barking orders. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, pack it all. Every pot, pan, and piece of scrap metal gets taken. Her team immediately fans out, clearing out Jiang Si's entire apartment. Yes, ma'am! Hey, who are you people? He yells from the floor, completely panicking. What do you think you're doing? A single white sheet of paper is shoved in the young man's face. Ziling stands over him and introduces herself. We're from the Academy for Extraordinary People, and just so you know, you've been accepted. She says it like a death sentence, not an invitation. Starting today, you are a member of our academy. Then she points at him and nods to one of the men in black beside her. The guy immediately walks over and yanks a bewildered Jiang Si to his feet. Wait a second. He struggles, but it's completely useless. What are you doing? Can zombies even go to school? You're a human. Why pretend to be a zombie? Take him away. And just like that, Ziling drags him and all his worldly possessions out of the building. His stuff is loaded into a truck while a huge crowd gathers to watch the sudden commotion. Xiao Xiao stands beside her boss. She asks nervously, Chief, the Academy's admission process is incredibly strict. Recruiting someone like this on our own seems not okay. Besides, Academy housing is assigned by labor contribution. He won't even have a place to stay. Ziling watches her crew for a moment, then makes a sharp, final decision. He can stay with me for now. The men in black are total pros, urging each other on. Hurry, hurry, get all this stuff inside. Yeah, put it in the bedroom. In just one day, everything is perfectly set up, and they get out of there fast. All right, we're done here. Two of them bow deeply to their boss as the whole team files out and leaves. And now Jiang Si, half naked in his shorts, is kneeling opposite Ziling, totally lost. He's sweating bullets, dripping with pure anxiety. The chief just stares at him in silence for a long, awkward moment. To break the tension, Jiang Si finally squeaks out, So, I'm staying here now? Where do I sleep? Ziling's response is ice cold. Where else? Her face darkens into a pretty clear threat. What's the matter, you want to sleep with me? The poor guy panics, waving his hands frantically. No, I wasn't thinking that at all. He can't help but picture it in his head. A zombie. Sleeping with a human? This world has officially gone insane. The chief continues, You'll sleep in the guest room next door. Jiang Si, looking timid again, quietly decides to reveal his big secret. Actually, you're all wrong about me. I'm not human. Ziling suddenly reaches down, grabs her own weird-looking leg, and hoists it up. He's way too curious not to look. And then she just unhooks the entire joint, making him jump out of his skin. Your leg! Ziling does the same thing to the other one and replies, I cut them off myself. Got a problem with that? The guy shakes his head so fast he might get whiplash. No problem at all. She frowns, clearly not wanting to talk about it, but decides to anyway. The story takes us to a house completely engulfed in flames. When I was little, a zombie plague broke out in my village. Two crazed zombies lunge at the little girl, who freezes in terror. My parents turned into zombies, and they bit my legs. Her tiny hands could only grip a kitchen knife. To keep on living, I didn't just cut off my own two legs. The kid's tears streamed down his face, but he still had to bring the blade down on his own zombified parents. As she told the story, she shot him a death glare. That's why I hate zombies, and I kill every single one I see. Whatever Jiang Si was about to say, he wisely swallowed it. After she finished her tragic tale, she asked, What were you about to say? The poor guy waved his hands frantically. Nothing. I didn't say a thing, you didn't hear a thing. To avoid getting impaled on the spot, he quickly changed the subject. So, about that Academy for the Extraordinary. A question right in her wheelhouse. Her tone softened as she began to explain. It's a special academy that trains people to deal with zombies. Their main building is ridiculously modern, with some wild architecture. It's been over 1,000 years since the zombie outbreak nearly ended the world. 2 centuries after the apocalypse, our ancestors built this school to keep humanity going. And the students there? Every single one is described as either a genius or an absolute monster. It's a school totally dedicated to solving the zombie problem, cranking out all kinds of talented specialists. Hearing her talk, something clicked for Jiang Si. 2 centuries after the outbreak. Wait, I remember turning into a zombie right when it all started. He just sat there, frozen, processing a shocking new fact about himself. Am I 1,000 years old? Jiang Si was warned. Register tomorrow. I got you in through a back channel. A brilliant thought popped into his head. Is it possible to just not go? As if she read his mind, she added another little warning. Don't even think about skipping. This isn't your average school. If you register and don't show up, they launch a full investigation. She then rolled away in her wheelchair. By the way, my name is Ziling. Xiao will take you tomorrow. You two knew each other back in the day. Jiang Si was completely lost. We knew each other? He racked his brain. Who the heck is Xiao? Turns out, it's the girl with the high pigtails making him feel all confused. There she was, standing in front of the school with an air of unshakable, powerful confidence. The entrance was huge, with words carved into the surrounding architecture. Xiao cheerfully waved him over. Hello, Mr. Mask. Doing good? Jiang Si just stared back blankly with one question. And you are? Who, exactly? The girl immediately yelled to jog his memory. We met before during that incident with the explosion-proof vehicle. He finally remembered her. As a tiny little kid. She gritted her teeth trying to stay composed. Xiao, you have to build a good relationship with your future classmate. He's an idiot. He's a total idiot. After that little pep talk, Xiao gave up arguing and just walked ahead. Let's get inside. We have a test soon. Jiang Si stopped in his tracks. A test? They entered a massive courtyard, currently empty except for them. He nudged Xiao's arm, asking, This school has an entrance exam? She looked at him like he was dense. Of course it does. What school doesn't have a test? They give you 1 week of basic zombie slaying training, and then they test you. She even remembered some key facts. For example, the world record for the 100-meter dash is 9.58 seconds. She used that to explain things to Jiang Si. To pass, you have to run it in 9.57 seconds. He just nodded along, finally getting it. Ah, so that's what they mean by extraordinary. As they climbed the stairs, she asked him, So what did you think this place was? Jiang Si shrugged and replied, Honestly, I thought it was a mental hospital. A bright red banner with bold white letters hung on a massive white wall up ahead. Down in the courtyard were thousands of recruits, all looking dead serious. You were either some kind of genius or came from a powerful family. They casually blended into the crowd. We're here. Xiao immediately climbed onto Jiang Si's shoulders to get a better look. Damn it, I can't see anything from here. The guy in front of them suddenly spun around to insult them. Shut your mouths, trash like you belongs in the back. With her fiery personality, she shot right back at him. Who are you calling aggressive? Jiang Si just looked up at the sky and muttered, I'm so confused. I've lifted airplanes in the human zone several times. I shouldn't even have to be here. She gave him a patient reply. You're overthinking it. A lot of people in this academy can lift airplanes. This place is a top-secret school founded by the government. The staff here are all classified, and she added one more important detail. Also, people here don't watch the news. Just then, a man with one leg missing approached. Everyone, quiet down. He let out a few coughs to clear his throat. Then, Chen Shen stood sternly on the high platform and spoke. Greetings, everyone. I am your examiner for this event. You may call me Education Team Leader, Chen Shen. First up was the standard welcome speech. It's been 800 years since the school was founded. In that time, we have trained all sorts of geniuses. To defend against the Zombie King's attack, our ancestors even split a great mountain in half. He got straight to the Academy's requirements. I don't expect you to surpass our predecessors. I only need you to. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cut him off. Excuse me, sir. Team Leader Shen. Jang too timidly raised his hand. I have a question. What if there are zombies hiding among us at this school? Tran then shot back. Simple. We dismember them into 8 pieces and hang their heads on the school gate as a warning to everyone. Oh, and castration too. The kid didn't quite get that last part. Castration? The examiner just grinned. We chop off their little birds, son. An image of a banana getting sliced flashed in Jang Tu's mind, and his face went completely pale. After that short, horrifying speech, the morning sun was still shining, bright and cheerful as ever. The referee stood to the side, giving the signal for the 100-meter dash. Jang Tu, still flustered, got into position like everyone else. The starting pistol fired. The ref had barely finished speaking before the entire group of students blasted past, creating a wind that nearly knocked him over. One absolute unit blew past even Jiang 2, confidently taking the lead of the pack. They lapped the school grounds dozens of times until the signal was given. No Tam Hook, 100 meters in 3 seconds. Pass. That guy screeched to a halt the second he hit his mark, while Jiang Tu just kept running, staring blankly. For the next round, the staff brought out a ton of scarecrows. Next up, marksmanship. Tran then stood right behind him and boomed. Shooting is the most basic skill for fighting zombies. Get good, and you eat them. If not, they eat you. Just like that, his heart was thrown into chaos, swept away by this sudden rush of events. 1 minute he's a normal guy, the next he's dragged to this psycho school to learn how to fight zombies, with daily training on top of zombie theory classes. A slender, pale arm next to him picked up a pistol. Hugh put on a blindfold and still managed to fire off a storm of bullets, instantly nailing every single one of the flying scarecrows right in the head. She took off her blindfold with a smug, satisfied smile on her face. Hugh, shooting test passed. Jiang Tu's jaw, meanwhile, had dropped to the floor. He glanced over at some lunatic screaming while grabbing a scarecrow's body. Sweat poured off Jiang Tu as Tran then continued to run the show under the hot sun. Next up was the shot put. Some people strained to lift the weights while others looked bored. 80 meters is a pass. Over 100 meters is honors. The students started their throws. Begin. Depending on the person, their shot either made it past the white line or it didn't. 20 passes, 1 failure. Tran then yelled out, "Next group." Jiang Tu tried his best to act normal while running on the track, and that's how he wound up at this place, full of certified psychos. To avoid drawing attention, he tried to keep his power under control, but the examiner, Tranthan, had been watching him the whole time. He was holding a file in his hand. Jiang Tu. Height 182, weight 72 kilograms. 100-meter sprint, 9.57 seconds. Everything was just average, but team leader Dao Tu Lang said this kid was strong. He looked up again, thinking, is this kid seriously messing with me? The sky above was still blue. The next guy leaned his entire body back, preparing for a javelin throw. Then he launched it into the air. Begin. The sharp javelin cut through the air, heading straight for its target. It pierced a scarecrow, taking it along for the ride. Even Jiang Tu was shocked. After skewering 3 or 4 more scarecrows, the javelin's flight path didn't stop. It slammed right into a distant road sign. People on the street looked up, completely baffled. Tran then clicked his stopwatch and announced, 32 kilometers on target. The thrower walked back to the group as Jiang Tu stepped up. Ngo Tom Hook, javelin throw, passed. Next, Ngo Tom Hook, arrogant as ever, shot a sideways glance at Jiang Tu. He also picked up his javelin, leaning back to mimic the same pose everyone else did. But this time, Tran Than suddenly yelled out, "Hold on!" The other students all turned to look, drawn by his voice. The examiner walked over and addressed him directly. "Your name is Jiang Tu, right? Team leader Dao Tu Lang recommended you, didn't she?" he asked, holding up a tablet and questioning him. "She said you were strong, but your results are all just barely passing. Do you actually have the skill, or are you trying to play me?" The crowd was staring at them with curious faces. Suddenly, Tran Than brought up their earlier conversation, making Jiang Tu flinch. "You were the one who asked me that question before, weren't you? Everyone else here is dying to show off what they can do." He leaned in close to his face and whispered, making him tremble. "Could it be that you're a zombie?" In a total panic, he started frantically waving his hands to deny it. No, I'm human, I swear." Tran then tossed the thin tablet at him. "Good. Then I want to see all of your strength." He walked back to his spot and spoke. "I'm not asking you to throw it 32 kilometers like the kid before you. If you can manage 3 kilometers, just 1/10 of his power, you'll pass." His eyes were wide, giving him a final warning. "The big cheese keeps laying it on thick. If you don't have the skills to back up your lies to the Blade team leader, I'll have you charged with espionage and tortured." And just like that, Jiang Si zipped his lips. But inside his head, a debate was raging. "Man, I don't remember much. But aren't these the same Academy clowns who hunted me down a while back?" He was not about to become some human oil lamp or a perpetual motion machine for these guys. So Jiang Si just figured, hey, I'll just throw it as far as I can. Then came the real question. How in the world am I still alive today? Wu Shen crossed his arms, just waiting for the guy he underestimated to make a fool of himself. Hugh, meanwhile, was watching him intently. Jiang Si took a deep, powerful stance and gently raised the sharp javelin. He opened his mouth, sucking in a huge breath, remembering the brutal training that pushed him this far. Suddenly, a fire ignited in Jiang Si's eyes. Memories of being a scrawny, weak kid flashed before him. But now he could shatter the ground with a single stomp. The world around Jiang Si blurred from pure speed. Wu Shen, who was acting all cool and mighty a second ago, now looked like he'd just seen a ghost. With every ounce of his power, Jiang Si let it fly. The spear shot straight out of the atmosphere, blasting right through a satellite. It kept going at light speed, smashing a few more for good measure, before finally landing on the surface of the moon. Down on the ground, the other students were sent flying as if a hurricane just hit. Jiang Si stood his ground, even as the earth behind him was completely torn apart. Chen Shen's jaw dropped as he whispered, "No freaking way." The moon hung silently in its orbit, same as always. But then a single beam of light flashed right in its center. A massive, perfectly round hole was punched clean through, revealing a tiny earth on the other side. Jiang Si's eyes still blazed with power, his muscles straining against his shirt. A few of the unluckier students started raining back down from the sky. Jiang Si's body was still leaned forward from the throw, surrounded by a cloud of white vapor. He slowly looked up, and the moon seemed to stare right back, as if demanding an explanation. A moment later, the young man finally cooled down, just standing there stunned. Chen Shen and the others were still in shock just looking at him. Hu, however, ran over, absolutely ecstatic. "Did you see that?" The divine instructor was speechless. "Then wow, you're so strong." Before she urgently asked, "How far did you just throw that thing?" Jiang Si just scratched his head and said, "I have no idea. To be honest, I just kind of threw it at the sky." Meanwhile, a massive chunk of the moon, now a meteorite, was drifting aimlessly through the void of space. That hole in the moon was definitely not healing anytime soon, leaving a permanent window with a great view of Earth. Jiang Si held up his info sheet and asked, "The test is over. Can I go home now?" Hu was floored. "Go home? Are you kidding me? From now on, you belong to the team leader." She said it with all the dramatic flair she could manage. "Do you even know how powerful the team leader is?" Of course, Jiang Si didn't, and a giant question mark just appeared over his head. So Hu began to describe the absolutely terrifying reputation of Ziling. Let's use the Blade Group's leader, Ziling, as an example. She doesn't just command an army, she can call in tanks, jets, and artillery on a whim. She even has clearance to use nuclear warheads. And the woman herself? Just sitting by a window, calmly looking over the city. She manages a massive city of 35 million people. The official city president is just a tool she uses to manage daily life. She's the real one in charge. Jiang Si barely even blinked after hearing all this. "Okay, so I get my own city. Cool." After a bit more small talk, they moved on to a new place called the Biotech Group. The place was covered in test tubes and weird chemicals. "Where is this?" The energetic Hu was more than happy to give him the tour. "This is the Biotech Group. They research weapons for us. You can also just call it the logistics department." Jiang Si's attention was suddenly drawn to a happy family photo sitting on a desk nearby. "That's Dr. Jie Ming. We call him the Minister of Logistics. He used to be the head of the Biotech Group. After his wife died, he threw himself into his work, trying to complete her dying wish. He became obsessed with using humans and zombies to conduct illegal biological research. It got so twisted that the Academy eventually disowned him, putting out a kill-on-sight order for his capture. Inside the lab, another girl was working. "Hey, you two, is this a new student? Hu, did you pass the test?" Hu shot back with a huge smile. "I sure did." Since Jiang Si didn't know anyone here, he wondered who she was. Hu quickly explained, "She's an orphan Dr. Jie Ming raised. She's the team leader's representative now." The girl pulled out a chair and got right down to business. "Come on over. What kind of gear do you two need?" Hu immediately burst out with excitement. "I need a suit that can carry way more weapons." She's already picturing its wacky mechanics in her head, preferably the kind that can carry a giant weapon somewhere. Discreet. And the professor just rolls with that insane request. Looks like Hu is officially joining the gun squad. I mean, duh. She says she came to this school to follow her heart. As for the other student, the prof just waits patiently. Zhang Tu steps forward and points at himself. "You mean me? Huh?" The second she sees him, she screams so hard her glasses fly off. "Oh my god, a zombie!" Heel forces a laugh and tries to explain. "You're mistaken, ma'am. He's not a zombie. He's just wearing a zombie mask." The professor just screams right back at her. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Or are your eyes just for decoration? That is clearly a zombie." Heel, bless her heart, tries again with wide, innocent eyes. "I'm not lying, I swear. I even saw his real face earlier." The professor nervously adjusts her glasses, still looking terrified. "For real? All right, I'll trust you just this once." After all that, our boy is just standing there frozen like a statue. She finally calms down and asks, "Jang too, any weapon requests?" He immediately brightens up, replying, "Nope, I don't have any requests at all. Except, I always seem to end up naked after a mission, so a set of indestructible clothes would be amazing." The professor's brain just about short circuits from sheer confusion. She's already got her computer fired up for the job. Right. One wants to carry more weapons and one wants to not be naked. Got it. A wooden sign hangs over a sliding door, clearly marking this as the headquarters for the Sword Association. Inside, Xiao Wu is still shirtless, sitting bolt upright and perfectly still. Across from him, a girl is lounging with a totally relaxed vibe. Xiao Wu begins his story, saying the guy he fought was insanely strong. He remembers the moment he charged straight in. The second I rushed him, my world just went black. Next thing I know, he had me hung up on a utility pole like a wet towel. The girl casually lowers a book from her face. So your team leader lost, huh? Xiao Wu looks absolutely petrified. I have a feeling our leader is no match for him. Hearing this, the girl finally stands, placing her notebook on the table. She walks right up to Xiao Wu, her gorgeous and charming face leaning in close as she speaks. What's his name? Lan Qi asks, then flashes a gentle smile that makes poor Xiao Wu blush bright red. Then she turns to leave, telling him he can go. This mysterious woman is none other than Lan Qi, the leader of the sword group. Her relationship with Ziling isn't exactly friendly. She's the longtime rival of the Blade Group's leader. To recruit people, neither of them will hesitate to play dirty. Why all the drama? Because the city managed by the Blade Group has exactly one more citizen than the city run by the Sword Group. That's right, one single person. The sword leader is so mad about it, she's probably considered having a baby just to even the score. Xiao Wu quickly makes his exit, silently wishing the new target good luck. You're gonna need it, Jiang Tu. Back at the academy, class is already in full swing. The teacher is pointing at the blackboard, explaining how to catch zombies using something other than human bait. Turns out, they also really love to eat chicken eggs. The main strategy is using that weird craving and their weak heads to build effective traps. Jiang Tu is furiously taking notes while Hiu curiously peeks over his shoulder. What are you doing? She asks. Still writing. He answers, I'm copying this down to tell everyone in my house. She raises an eyebrow, totally confused. Everyone in your... Just then, the school's PA system blares, interrupting the lesson. Attention, all students. Everyone in the class immediately looks up at the ceiling to listen. All first-year students, please assemble in the gymnasium. I repeat, all first-year students to the gymnasium. Hill can't help but say, that's weird, didn't we already do this? Right after that, the students in the room quickly start heading over to the gymnasium area. Inside the massive empty court, a huge crowd of students has already formed a large group. And of course, Jiang Tu and Hiu are just strolling through the crowd, each holding an ice cream. What is going on with these two? Ziling suddenly appears before them with a warning. Quiet down. I vouched for you two, so don't cause me any trouble. This is a very important assembly. But the clever Hiu just has to turn and ask, Jiang Tu, how can you even eat with that mask on? While he's panicking and trying to explain, someone not too far away is watching them. Lan Qi is observing him intently as her subordinate shares his thoughts. Leader, that's him? He doesn't seem very smart. And he doesn't look all that tough either. But her interest hasn't faded one bit. You can leave first. I'm gonna go say hello. The man just bows in response. Yes, ma'am. At that moment, the doors to the gymnasium swing open for the final arrival. A single man strides forward, followed by countless other figures. They're revealed to be modern robots, with a more human-like person walking among them. Without hesitation, all the students bow low in unison, greeting the Director General. Hiu grabs Jiang Tu's head and shoves it down. What are you doing? Bow your head, quickly! That's the leader of the Mecha-Life faction! The group passes through the crowd, walking right by the two new students. The Director General stops, glaring at Lan Qi. What are you doing here? Don't bother me, she says, all friendly-like, then dips. Fair enough. But her subordinate is seriously confused. Team leader Jiang Si is right there. Why aren't we going to see him? What if he just runs off? But Lan Qi just raises an eyebrow. Compared to Jiang Si, the general manager is way more important. I only respect the strong. And with that, the big boss himself puts a hand on Ziling's shoulder, impressed. Good work. She just nods. All in a day's work. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is holding his melting ice cream cone and has a thought. This feels weird. Is Ziling from the Blade team actually into him? But Xiao is already one step ahead. Are you jealous? He asks, completely clueless. I'm eating an egg. My man completely forgot everything Xiao had just told him. Is the general manager really that big a deal? She asks, patiently starting the story over. You remember that photo I showed you? See, the general manager isn't exactly your average human being. He's the last survivor of a series of twisted experiments by Doctor Jie Ming's bioscience team. Out of countless test subjects, he was the only one to make it out alive. This entire modern city we're standing in? Yeah. The general manager built it single-handedly. After Doctor Jie Ming became a wanted criminal, he founded the Mecha-Life group. Thanks to his sheer power, the city's population exploded to 50 million people. The people live happy, peaceful lives under his protection. Or so the story goes. In the 10 years he's been in charge, not a single zombie has been spotted. If even one zombie hair showed up, he'd personally wipe it from existence. Jiang Si is just frozen, too stunned to even think of another question. The general manager stands on a high platform, his voice booming down. I'll be brief. You're all first years, but you're the best of the best. I need a favor. The students immediately snap to attention. The crowd is settled, so he gives an order to the robot beside him. Show the image. Its eye projects a red beam, just like a high-tech movie projector. And behind the general manager appears the beaten-up face of a very familiar guy. This is a spy we caught a few months back. He launched a nuclear warhead on his own and nearly vaporized one of our team leaders. Jiang Si is fuming. That's the guy who tried to nuke ME. The crowd erupts and whispers this guy should be flayed alive. Turns out he's the right-hand man of Doctor Jie Ming, the head of the bioscience team. His zombie minions apparently lose all control the second they see a human, and that's when it finally clicks for our hero. The zombie apocalypse was over a long time ago. This is all just humans fighting each other now. Xiao totally agrees with him. Yep. And then she sighs. Bored. People get crazy when they have full stomachs. The general manager continues laying out their problem. We've tried to make him reveal where Doctor Jie Ming is hiding, but nothing has worked. Students from the 2nd to the 5th years have all tried, and they all failed. Let's just say they've tried every torture method in the book, but the guy is a mess and still won't talk. The general manager's voice is ice cold. We've tried everything, he won't break. I trust that you all are talented people from different regions. So, whoever can make him open his mouth and give up team leader Jie Ming's location, he says, hands casually tucked in his pockets. I will personally make that person a vice team leader. The power-hungry students absolutely lose their minds. What? A first year getting a sweet gig like that? Are you kidding me? Hands shoot up everywhere. I'll do it. I'll go. He just points them towards a secret interrogation room in the back. Good luck. The sky outside is quiet, not a cloud in sight. 2 hours pass in a flash, and some muscle-bound dude is still trying to get the prisoner worked up. After 2 grueling hours, the first years had tried every trick in the book. They started with normal interrogation, but things quickly went off the rails. One guy was literally burning funeral incense for the spy. Another was banging a gong by his ear to rupture his eardrums, and there was even a monk chanting for his enlightenment. Ziling just covers her face, absolutely mortified. Xiao, who smartly sat this one out, looks to Jiang Si. So, you think you can make him talk? The guy next to her gives a rock-solid answer. I can make him sing. Xiao is completely shocked. Seriously? And then she enthusiastically shoots her hand into the air, trying to get everyone's attention. Over here, my friend can make him talk. The general manager glances their way and nods. Then please, invite your friend over. Jiang Si starts walking forward, while Xiao is suddenly confused. Wait, didn't he prefer to keep a low profile? What's up with this? He walks right past the intense glares of Lan Qi and her subordinate. Jiang Si has his own reasons for doing this. The zombies under his command are obedient, but keep losing control. He's hoping this human prisoner might actually have some answers. Then he opens the door to the interrogation room. The spy, face bruised and swollen, just scoffs. Oh, look, another one. He won't even face him, just turns his head away. Jiang Si stands over him, looking down in complete silence. The spy looks totally bored. Is this all your academy has? Sending little kids after me? Just give up, I'm not selling out Min. Then, Jiang Si's hand flashes out in a blur. On that skinny arm, a tiny red line appears. The guy stares down, confused, before bursting into laughter like it's the funniest joke he's ever heard. Are you trying to tickle me? Put some muscle into it. Even my girlfriend's punishments are scarier than this. This little scratch is like a mosquito bite. But Jiang Si isn't laughing. He just says, stand up. And just like that, the spy's body forces him to sit up. The faces of Ziling, Xiao, and the director are a priceless mix of shock and disbelief. Zooming in on that tiny red cut, you can see something seriously weird is going on just beneath the skin. The viruses Jiang Si planted are already multiplying, spreading like wildfire through the guy's bloodstream. His brain starts changing color as the infection takes hold. In an instant, his face goes completely blank. Now, the real interrogation begins. What's your name? He answers like a robot. My name is Xiao Kai. Xiao has to shout to get her shock out. Team leader, he can actually control people's minds. Jiang Si faces the newly programmed Xiao Kai. You're Doctor Jie Ming's right-hand man. You know everything, don't you? The guy answers like an obedient dog. Yes, I know most of what goes on. Now for the million-dollar question. The zombies in the city were always docile. Why did they suddenly lose control? And just like that, the brainwashed spy starts spilling all the secrets. Because Min released a drug over the city. When the zombies smell it, they go berserk and he can control them. The normal zombies had no idea what was happening. They just looked around confused before transforming into huge, aggressive monsters. We ordered them to attack humans so we could get combat data on the superpowered individuals. Jiang Si listens, his face grim. Why would you do all that? Shao Kai parrots his master's insane logic. Min told me he was doing something great for the world. He told us to use the zombies to slaughter people so he could collect combat data on the gifted. Lan Chi and the kid next to her just stare, their jaws on the floor as they listen to this insane conversation. Where is Doctor Jie Ming now? 500 meters underground, in the ruins of City H. With all questions answered, Jiang Si gives one last order. Turn around. What Jiang Si says next isn't for human ears, he speaks in the language of the dead. You people are truly disgusting. I've injected a suicide virus into your brain. His voice is ice cold. You can take care of the rest. Under his control, Shao Kai obediently agrees. Yes. Meanwhile, 500 meters below the ruins of City H, in the hidden lab where Jie Ming is holed up, his nerdy, glasses-wearing subordinate rushes over to report. Boss Min, we have reliable info. The spy talked. Our position has probably been exposed. Jie Ming, looking like a mess, just stands there with his arms crossed, thinking. Then he calmly replies, It's fine, just do what needs to be done. It's good if they come find us. His lackey freaks out. But you'll be in danger. These guys are tough. Jie Ming just turns towards a faint blue light glowing behind him. Don't worry, the experiment is almost complete anyway. With a look of pure satisfaction, he admires the thing in the giant test tube. Perfect timing. Floating inside is something that looks disturbingly like a human brain, suspended in liquid. Let them witness this great moment, the birth of a completely new species. As he's monologuing, Jiang Si pushes open the door and walks out. The students all look at him, their faces filled with a new kind of fear. Wherever he walks, they scramble to get out of his way. A clear circle forms around Jiang Si as everyone backs off, whispering. Even Ziling doesn't dare approach, just watching from a distance. But Lan Chi just smirks, clearly enjoying the chaos, as the students' trembling voices fill the air. He can control people's minds. A slow, deliberate clap echoes, followed by a voice of approval. Well done. The director still recognizes talent. The new generation is truly full of hidden dragons. A first-year student, no less. He turns to Jiang Si. I keep my word about that vice captain position. Follow me. Let's get you registered. Jiang Si asks, but what about Dr. Jie Ming? The director just shrugs. No rush, we're looking for him too. Lan Chi's eyes narrow as she watches them go. The director and his squad of robots just look way too suspicious. Lan Chi's subordinate voices his own doubts. You need to register for a vice captain position? That's all she needed to hear. Follow them. See what's going on. Outside a derelict factory on the city's edge, a cold, miserable rain pours from the sky. They walk along the soaked pavement. Standing out in the downpour, Jiang Si finally gets the feeling that something isn't right. He stops and looks around, finally asking the man in front of him, Where are we? Didn't you say you were taking me to register and then to find Dr. Jie Ming? The chief stops dead in his tracks and asks, Hey zombie, since when did you learn how to talk? So Jiang Tu just points to himself like, You talking to me? Then he spins around, a massive cannon already primed and ready. Yeah, I'm talking to you. A blast of pure fire erupts and scores a direct hit on Jiang Tu's head. Lam Ki's subordinate immediately yanks her down to cover. Team leader, be careful. The kid is totally freaking out. Ma'am, are you okay? She carefully peeks back up. What's gonna happen to me? That's the chief's cannon. It's 10,000 degrees hot. It can melt literally anything. After that insane shot, a wisp of white smoke curls from the chief's cannon. They might be idiots, but I'm not. His cannon morphs back into a hand as he mutters, What are the academy guards even doing, letting some weirdo just wander in? And there stands Jiang Tu in the middle of the courtyard, his entire upper body just gone. Everyone knows a zombie's weakness is its head. You destroy the head, they stop moving. Simple. The chief even says politely, Sorry, zombie, this really isn't the place for you to be. But the next second, bam, a hand flashes out of nowhere, grabs him by the throat, and just launches him. The chief's whole body gets slammed into a building down the street. He's in total shock, not even processing what's happening as his throat gets crushed. His personal robot squad instantly appears to provide backup, blasting the same molten cannonballs at their master's attacker. The shots bombard the area, kicking up a massive explosion, and yet, not a single one hits Jiang Tu, who even manages to casually snatch a robot out of the air. A shadow suddenly leaps from the thick smoke. The chief slides across the ground, struggling to get his balance back. He grits his teeth, staring forward in complete disbelief. What? There's a figure standing right in the middle of the smoke. Jiang Tu is just casually dismantling his robots, turning them into a pile of scrap. Is that even possible? He's still completely headless, but now he's holding the head of a robot. Lam Ki's subordinate just stares, wide-eyed. No freaking way. Then our boy moves, stretching out a hand as he lunges forward. The chief frantically leans back to dodge. Jiang Tu keeps swinging, forcing him to retreat, so the chief quickly morphs his arm back into a cannon. He fires off a massive energy blast, but Jiang Tu just casually ducks under it. He's completely baffled. What the? How is he still this fast without a head? While the chief is still trying to figure that out, Jiang Tu unloads a series of kicks. They break apart as the chief leaps backward to make some space. Lam Ki's subordinate is worried the chief is in trouble, but she just calmly says he's only now getting serious. The chief's face goes dark. Like, seriously dark. When these two guys fight, they go all out best to keep some distance. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is just growing a new layer of skin over his neck stump. His face slowly reforms, piece by piece. He lets out a small sigh of relief as his vision returns. The kid watching is even more horrified now. Team leader, look, his head, it grew back. And Jiang Tu just patiently tries to reason with the guy. Let's talk. I don't want to hurt you. The chief just scowls at him with pure contempt. The chief grabs the side of his own cloak. Are you trying to control my thoughts? Then he dramatically throws the whole cloak off. What a show-off. He screams out a command, summoning a squad of way more advanced robots, model ones. They swarm from all sides and dive bomb straight at the chief, crashing into him with a deafening series of metallic impacts. Jiang Tu just waits, curious to see what happens when the smoke clears. Lam Ki and her partner have moved to a higher, safer spot to watch. Down below, the chief's body has been fully upgraded into a combat mech. He introduces himself. I am a machine. And with all his new toys equipped, he charges. I never negotiate with zombies. The chief's first attack is a brutal knee straight to Jiang Tu's chin. Consider it an honor to witness my true form. Jiang Tu's body is sent flying, but the chief is already rocketing ahead to intercept him. Jiang Tu does a flip in midair as the chief plants his feet to power up. Then he unleashes a devastating punch straight to his gut. The blow sends him soaring high into the sky. The two onlookers are absolutely stunned by this insane fight. He leaps up to meet Jiang Tu in the air and then starts a relentless flurry of punches, sending them both ricocheting across the sky. Jiang Tu doesn't even bother to fight back, just taking the insane barrage of blows. After wailing on him for a while, the chief decides it's time for a new weapon. He smashes him down toward the ground to set up the final blow. Jiang Tu slams into the concrete street and bounces like a basketball. The chief lands right on top of him, cracking the entire road. The chief's red visor glows. Zombie. He crosses his arms over his chest. You must die. His body begins to bulge as he gathers an insane amount of energy. Then he roars, firing his ultimate death cannon straight from his chest. Lam Kai flinched from the sheer force of it. That last blast just kept getting bigger, wiping out everything in its path. Chunks of steel and streetlights went flying. The area in front of him was now just a smoking, empty crater. The chief gasped for air, thinking, this has to be it, right? He's got to be dead. But then, a single heavy footstep echoed. He looked up in total shock. Jiang Si arched his entire body towards the sky and let out a roar that literally shook the ground. Lam Kai and her subordinate just covered their heads, unable to even open their eyes. What in the world is he doing now? Even the chief's glasses cracked from the pressure. Jiang Si's face was changing, looking more unhinged, but somehow more human. The two agents stared at the bizarre sight. What is happening? After his little evolution, he slowly turned around. The chief started to tremble. What? What on earth is that thing? He now stood taller, looking more like a full-grown adult. The entire aura around Jiang Si felt different. Above them, the clouds began swirling into a massive vortex. And there stood Jiang Si in his new form, a solitary figure amidst the complete and utter devastation. All over the city, black clouds swirled into a cyclone that blocked out the sun. Hugh stared out her window, stunned. Everyone, look over there. What's wrong with the sky? Lam Kai and her subordinate were also panicking. Team leader, we are in so much trouble. Down below, ordinary citizens stepped out into the streets to see what was happening. Worry was plastered on every single face. What is going on? What happened? I've never seen clouds make that shape before. The chief kept a very safe distance, waiting for Jiang Si's next move. Then, he gritted his teeth. You damn human. I already gave you a chance to negotiate. The chief was still trying to process everything. What? Jiang Si's voice was practically demonic now. Now you're going to tell me. He smirked, then uttered the words, how do you want to die? Lam Kai's subordinate screamed his whole personality had just flipped. She sensed that things were about to get worse and quickly turned. No, this is bad. The two of them immediately leaped to higher ground. Stop trying to explain it. Just run from here, now. The chief muttered to himself. In all my years, not a single creature has ever made me feel death this closely. He then roared, "What the hell are you?" He yelled out, trying to bluff his way through and challenged Jiang Si to another zombie duel. Meanwhile, the other two were jumping across rooftops, running for the nearest shelter. The young guy was still completely in shock. I've read every history book in the academy, and I've never seen that species of zombie. Lam Kai felt the exact same way. I've never seen it either. He was starting to feel relieved, saying, "We've run this far, we should be safe now, right?" Famous last words. A beam of light shot right past them, nearly vaporizing them on the spot. The two were left hanging in midair, terrified, as the fight moved to a new district. As for the chief, he now had 4 broken limbs and was stuck directly into a wall. Jiang Si stood calmly in front of him. With what little strength he had left, the chief tried calling for robots number 2, 3, and 4. Immediately, a squad of robots leaped in from all directions. Jiang Si simply raised one hand. A massive explosion erupted on the rooftop, lighting up the entire area like it was daytime. 3 figures went rolling across a roof, coughing violently. The chief, though almost completely helpless, still gritted his teeth and lectured Lam Kai. "Everyone has a responsibility to deal with the undead." She immediately yelled back, "You're the one who started a fight with him in the first place." The two of them then split up, flying off in different directions. Jiang Si was down on the street, waiting for something. He suddenly dropped low and raised one arm high into the air. A woman's intuition kicked in, and Lam Kai watched with a growing sense of dread. This was a bad feeling, and just as she feared, he plunged his entire arm deep into the ground. The whole city shook from a massive tremor. Lam Kai, who was gliding just above the street, suddenly realized something was off. She felt like she was getting closer and closer to the ground. The terrified girl turned back. What is he doing? With one hand, Jiang Si was forcefully lifting the entire chunk of earth. The chief, still flying, suddenly crashed into a flat surface. Jiang Si had lifted over half the city, turning it into a giant wall. The citizens in the remaining part of town stared with wide eyes. This unbelievable sight left them completely speechless. "Mom, what is happening?" Hu was too shocked to even speak. The entire new district was being flipped up. Before her, the whole city was thrown into chaos, lifted into massive pieces. After doing that, Jiang Si stood still for a moment, then shot off with incredible speed to catch someone. The chief was slammed straight into the wall by his arm. Cracks ran from the bottom all the way to the top of the landmass. Jiang Si let out a small, satisfied smile. He held the chief in his hand high above the city and asked him, "Can you feel it now?" His absolute power left the android in his hand completely unable to resist. He taunted him again. "You were right. Androids are hard to control." The chief winced as he was squeezed tighter. "But you're a conscious being, so you must have a brain, right?" He let out a low groan of pure agony. Jiang Tu's little viruses get to work, spreading through the bloodstream and crawling right into the chief's brain. And just like that, he starts scrolling through the guy's memories. 2 shadowy figures appear, and then boom, both of them are lying in a pool of blood. Yep, another dead parent's backstory. The scene shifts to some psycho doctor playing Frankenstein with him, pulling him apart and slapping on metal parts. Seriously, no part of this guy's body is factory standard anymore. But honestly, Jiang Tu couldn't look more bored. A life like this is even more pointless than a zombie's, and way more painful than death, so he just lets go, dropping the chief's body. Consider it a mercy killing, pal. Down below, Lam Kai snags a lamppost and manages to break his fall. She looks up, her face a mask of total shock. He can read memories too? A second later, Jiang Tu vanishes into thin air as the sky abruptly shifts to night. A sliver of a moon hangs overhead, lighting up the scene of Jiang Tu frantically jamming stuff into a suitcase. Oh crap, I blew it. I couldn't control my emotions again. Even he's terrified of what just happened. I'm supposed to be one of the good zombies, for crying out loud. With his luggage in hand, he makes a break for it. Later, humans, but he barely makes it to the hallway when a familiar voice cuts through the air. "And where do you think you're going?" Jiang Tu freezes, heart pounding with dread. What do I do? I really don't want to silence her permanently, but feeling cornered, he steels himself to do what's necessary. "Sorry about this." But surprise, when he turns around, there's just a piece of paper being held out to him. Huh? Ziling is holding his official license. "Deputy Chief Jang, your documents have arrived. As of today, you are the official Deputy Chief of the Academy for Irregulars." Our boy just stands there holding it, blinking like an idiot. Huh? He even has to ask, did the chief really stamp this? That's right. Ziling says, already turning to leave. He quickly asks, "Did he say anything else?" She pauses, looking back. "He said you're human," and with that, she opens her door and slips inside. "Good luck with everything." If you can make it to team leader, you'll be able to do whatever you want. Meanwhile, the chief is laid up at home with Lam Kai tending to his wounds, and she is absolutely furious about his decision. What? You're still going to use him? Don't you realize he's a zombie? The chief, wrapped head to toe in bandages, can only whisper a reply. Whether he's a zombie or a human doesn't matter. To capture Doctor Jie Ming, we need his power. Lam Kai is still trying to warn him. Jiang Tu is incredibly dangerous when he loses control, but the chief is as calm as ever. It's fine. How are the arrangements coming along? She confirms everything is ready to go. The chief's eyes narrow with fierce determination as he growls. This time, we absolutely must take care of Dr. Jie Ming. Cut to somewhere else, a city of buildings perched right over a raging sea under a blazing sun. Inside a wrecked apartment, frantic voices echo. Brothers, we've got reliable intel. Our great king has been captured by the humans. A Jew is practically vibrating with rage. Our king is our spiritual anchor. Our anchor is gone. So what are we supposed to do now? The other zombies start chanting, mouths agape, destroy the humans, save the great king. But Xiao He tries to be the voice of reason. Does the king need saving? All he wants to do is kill humans. A Gu pipes up. So we're not going to stop him? Xiao He states the obvious. Besides the king himself, nobody can stop him. Now we're on a ship so massive it has its own runway, cruising smoothly on the water. The chief is all patched up and standing in the control room. Listen up, everyone. This is Central Command. We only get one shot at this. We must capture Dr. Jie Ming at any cost. They arrive at a location filled with abandoned buildings that look suspiciously new. Xiao Xiao tags along with Jiang Tu, buzzing with excitement. So this is the enemy's turf. Wow, the city is still in pretty good shape. A thunderous stomp echoes as soldiers snap into perfect formation, reporting that the 56th Army is fully assembled. Jiang Tu just stares, completely bewildered, as the soldiers start barking orders at each other before bowing in unison. We salute the great Deputy Chief Jang. A representative steps forward and bellows, "We are the 56th Army from Central Sector 4. From this day forward, we follow only the orders of Deputy Chief Jang Tu." He just stands there, dumbfounded, as they continue. The 56th Army has a total of 120,000 men. We await your inspection. So now, apparently, he's in command of a gazillion soldiers and a fleet of tanks. He quickly leans over to the commander. So, you guys will do anything I say, right? The guy replies with dead seriousness. Yes. Okay, so if I told you to go die, would you actually do it? Without a second's hesitation, the guy pulls out a grenade. An order from Deputy Chief Jang is an order from God. I am so honored. Jiang Tu completely panics. Hey, I was joking. It was just a joke. He snatches the grenade and chucks it a safe distance away. Then he lets out a huge sigh of relief. Note to self, don't play stupid games. Perched on the barrel of a tank, some guy in a skin-tight suit scoffs with disdain. So he's just some useless punk. Deputy Chief Jiang, huh? And here I thought it was some kind of important position. Jiang Tu and Xiao Xiao both look up to see who's talking all that smack. These two clowns land and immediately start running their mouths. Seriously? A strategic point this vital, and they send one useless scrub to guard it. Both of them are decked out in some serious-looking steel plate armor. We're from the Invincible Steel Academy, here to coordinate with you Superhuman Academy types. And right away, Hugh knew exactly who they were. Wait, isn't that the Steel Sword Squad from Invincible Steel Academy? Led by Vice Chief Bong, no less. Meanwhile, back on the base ship, things were just as tense. The other chief is over there, flexing with two swords in one hand. So, this was your screw-up, and yet Command called us in to help? Helping is one thing, but I gotta say, I don't get it. You guys made a total rookie, a vice chief, and then had him guard a spot this important? Lam Kai snaps right back. Chief Kwang, you're here to assist, not to talk trash. Outsiders don't get a say in how my academy appoints its student council members. They finally get back to the actual plan. All right, let's get this straight. We'll be in charge of going into the city to make the arrest. You're responsible for locking down the escape routes from the outside. The northern part of the city is a mess. The roads are huge. So why send one little rookie vice chief to guard it? The Hero Academy's chief just deadpans, because he could turn you into paste. This guy still doesn't get it, looking smug as ever. Big words. I'm way stronger than you, Chief Tan. Whatever. I already sent my squad leaders for backup, so you guys can just sit tight. Elsewhere, Kiet Min and his assistant are gearing up for a fight. His subordinate reports, Min, they've completely surrounded the city. Kiet Min gives a simple order, release the zombies. The guy smashes the red button, opening the floodgates for the horde. Roger that. But on the surveillance monitor, he spots something off. What the heck is that thing mixed in with ACU? A rain of bullets tears through the city, shredding the low-level zombies. Chief Bong and the vice chief just cleaned up a pathetic bunch. No challenge at all. Right. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is holding up a severed zombie limb. Are these my people? Hu just whistles and turns away. Shh, I didn't hear a thing. The ever-so-cocky Chief Bong then makes him an offer. You're Vice Chief Jang, right? Yeah, we don't need you here. Just leave it to us, you can go home. He even gestures dismissively while spewing his insults. The little chicken should be sitting at the kids' table. Hu fires back for Jiang Tu. You're the chicken, can you just shut up? The guy's face darkens as he threatens her, sending Hu scrambling for cover. You think you have a say in this? Suddenly, a set of footsteps echoes nearby, sounding suspiciously human. A CU stomps forward, lugging his gas can, looking absolutely menacing. Jiang Tu, not sensing the danger, is just surprised. A coup, what are you doing here? Back in the lab, Kiat Min's assistant is freaking out, laughing manically. What kind of species is this? Every single stat is maxed out, it's perfect. He's never seen a boss-level entity like this before. He immediately jams a lever forward, escalating the fight. Let's go, I can't wait anymore. Flashback to 2 hours earlier. It's just a Siu and one tiny zombie standing in the street. Everyone was talking a big game before, but in the end, not a single one showed up. Some brothers they turned out to be. The other zombie shoves the gas can at him. This is the gas you wanted. Whatever you do with it has nothing to do with me. And with that, he's gone. I'm not about to disobey the great king's orders. I'm heading back. Good luck to you. Aku just roars in frustration. He holds the gas can, looking way too optimistic. It'll be fine as long as the king doesn't find out. His warrior spirit raging, ACU decides to go it alone. Pathetic coward. I can slaughter all of humanity by myself. Just then, one of Kiat Min's test tubes drops from above and shatters on him. What is that smell? An alert goes off in the lab, registering new species. Back in the present, they're facing off. The area is dead, silent, and a single shadow is stalking toward them. Jiang Tu keeps asking, Aku, is that really you? While Hu is terrified. What the hell is that? Aku's chainsaw rips the gas can open. Then he starts chugging the gasoline, a massive amount straight from the can. The yellow liquid pours down his chest as he swallows. Hu is horrified. He's drinking gasoline. Meanwhile, Aku grabs the starter cord on his chainsaw. He tenses his entire body, muscles bulging, and rips the cord to start it. A CU throws his head back like a rabid wolf, his mouth wide open, unleashing a horrifying zombie shriek. Hu and the others frantically cover their ears. Windows on the nearby buildings shatter from the intense pressure. Jiang Tu is the only one unfazed while the others are writhing in pain. The ground itself is torn apart, and a girl like Hu stands no chance she's sent flying. She lies on the pavement in absolute terror. Oh my god, what on earth is that thing? A CU is still completely out of control, itching for a fight. Damn humans, come and play with me. Chief Bong just bares his teeth in a grin. Finally, someone interesting shows up. Nearly went deaf though, but Jang Tu grabs Hu's hand and starts pulling her away. Fall back, now. The confused girl looks over her shoulder. Why are we running? We have team leader level fighters with us. His answer sends a chill down her spine. We can't kill him. A CU stood there, fully recharged and ready to party. Meanwhile, Hu was hearing something utterly unbelievable. What? Is this a joke? Jiang Tu made it crystal clear. I'm not kidding. Aku just tilted his head back and roared with laughter. He's 100% immortal. The team leader shot them a look and sneered. Trash is just trash. Runs faster than an airplane, though. The deputy, Trui, steps up to take charge. Captain Bong, leave this boss to me. Then the genius proceeds to naively stroll right up to ACU. Captain Bong was still smugly barking out orders when his deputy's body came flying right back at him. Remember to leave a little life in him for me to enjoy. And boom, the deputy slams into a tank, making the whole thing shudder. The captain stared in shock, completely oblivious to the shadow right in his face. What? His deputy was already foaming at the mouth, out cold. By the time he turned his head, it was already too late. Aku's fist was cocked and loaded, ready to send this clown flying. How do you want to die? The captain grimaced, trying to fight back, while Jiang Tu, Hu, and their commander were panting on the rooftop. Down below, a CU was happily smashing the steel guy all over the city, wrecking buildings as he went. The guy in the lab just burst out laughing. What is this? He's way too strong. Captain Bong couldn't even touch a Q with that incredible speed. Damn it, I'm not that easy. Oh, really? Because while he was talking tough, the zombie was already spinning him around like a top. The steel guy faceplants hard into the pavement. A CU follows up by kicking Captain Bong's face, launching him like a soccer ball. Deputy Trui, who was still busy puking, gets slammed into by his own flying captain. In a blink, Aceu was there, pinning him down with a single leg as a sharp saw blade whirred to life. The captain could only grit his teeth in terror. What? Luckily, he managed to block the blade with his steel armor. The three on the roof watched nervously as Hugh grew more anxious. This is bad. Captain Bong can't hold on for much longer. Accused laughter grew louder and louder, making the captain strain to resist. I'm a team leader. How can I lose to this thing? His face hardened, as if coming up with a brilliant strategy, and then he threw his dignity away and started sobbing. Mommy, I don't want to die. Save me. Watching through binoculars, Jiang Tu and Hugh were at a complete loss for words. Please, somebody save me. Kiat Min's subordinate was loving this. The mighty human academy, brought to this. But the three on the roof couldn't make a move. Hugh lowered her binoculars. Is he going to kill everyone here? The commander was also on edge. Deputy Jang, what should we do? Jang too was already thinking ahead. If he got involved, his cover would be completely blown. After a moment, he turned to Hugh and said, You go fight him. The girl practically screamed in response. Deputy Jang, are you blind? Didn't you see what that monster did? Captain Bong was no match? You want me to become its next meal? Jiang Tu didn't care and just gave her an order. Give me your hand. Then he bit down hard on her arm, making Hugh thrash in a panic. He released her, and she could only stare in shock at the bite mark on her arm. She'd seen this kind of thing before and immediately grabbed her arm. Are you trying to control my brain like that snake guy did? He replied. I'm not that boring. His words were cryptic as he went right back to watching the show. Go easy on him, now. Captain Bong was crying his eyes out, begging, AQ, Mommy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please just spare me. The louder he wailed, the more excited Aku got, inching the saw closer. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from behind them. Hey, saw freak, this guy's boring. A CU spun around, surprised to hear a truly psycho laugh. Who's there? A pair of sneakers stepped onto the pavement. The person was dragging a six-barreled cannon, scraping it along the ground and kicking up sparks. Hugh appeared with a huge grin and eyes as deep and hungry as a zombie's. Come play with me. Deep inside Hugh's body, her cells were moving freely. And then, suddenly, they began to mutate. The cells broke down, their genetic structure almost completely destroyed. But they reformed, creating an entirely new genetic sequence. After being transformed by Jiang Tu's bite, Hugh held her weapon and let out a crazed laugh. ACU watched her, a spark of interest in his eyes. Captain Bong recognized her and managed to speak through his tears. The girl from before. Now, all of AQ's attention was focused on her as he asked, You want to play with me? He continued to taunt her. Who the hell are you? A completely changed Hugh just flashed a savage smile. You're all talk. With that, she didn't miss a beat before firing back. And who do you think you are? After her comeback, she hefted her weapon and let out a wild scream. Enough talking, let's go. The gun in her hand erupted, unleashing a storm of bullets at AQ. Time to eat some lead! Every single bullet from Hugh's gun screamed directly towards him. She seemed to be having an absolute blast, laughing hysterically while she fired away. A CU effortlessly dodged the massive spray of bullets, but Captain Bong, he could only hide behind the monster, crying and praying for his life. For Aju, it's like he's staring into the abyss of pure terror. Meanwhile, the squad leader gets dragged to safety by his buddy. Run for it! Turns out Hugh was just casually hanging upside down in the sky, as one does. While airborne, she pulls the pins on 2 grenades, shoves them both in his mouth, and then just elegantly flips away. Consider this an appetizer. The moment her feet hit the ground, her little presents go off with a massive boom. But plot twist, 2 grenades to the face didn't even leave a scratch. Aju just strolls out of the smoke, laughing his head off, not feeling a thing. So, while he's still laughing, he immediately takes several bullets straight to the face before he can even blink. Hugh, casually chewing on a shell casing, looks absolutely thrilled. That felt great. The soldier next to Jiang Tu just shivers and asks his boss, Vice Chief Jang, what did you just do? To which he calmly replies, just modifying Hugh's genes a little. He then falls silent for a moment, focusing intently on her DNA, thinking, she can definitely become even more powerful. Meanwhile, Aju, after taking all those bullets to the face, finally manages to mumble, ouch, that really hurts. She seems to have gone completely berserk, laughing hysterically. I absolutely love this feeling. Seeing how terrifying she is, the squad leader and his buddy just hug each other, trembling and on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Aju snaps back to it, revs up his chainsaw arm, and charges at her. She easily dodges his pathetic attack, stomps his arm to the ground, and then sends him flying with a kick. That one kick from her hurt so bad Aju almost spit out his own teeth. He loses all control, rolling for dozens of yards. He just keeps on tumbling, head scraping the ground with his butt in the air. Just one kick from Hugh, and he's still rolling and rolling. The squad leader watches from the side, absolutely horrified by her display. She's clearly this strong, but she was acting so weak just a minute ago. His teammate totally agrees. Seriously? Is she insane? And then, out of nowhere, her weapon changes into something completely different. The Truth Cannon RPG. Up on the roof, Jiang, who's been watching this whole time, suddenly looks a little surprised. Aju finally smacks into a warehouse wall and stops rolling. That hurts so much. Coincidentally, he landed right next to a bunch of gas cans, so he grabs one and starts chugging. After downing the gasoline, Aju is fully recovered and yells, "Let's continue." Hugh isn't the least bit afraid and just responds with a wild, crazy laugh. Fine by me. The squad leader and his buddy are crying their eyes out. Oh no, she's a total lunatic. And with that, Hugh fires the first rocket straight towards Aju. But before the rocket can even get close, it's sliced in half. Then, moving at an impossible speed, he zips past Hugh, slashing her as he lands far away. Just like that, Hugh's body is cut in half. Blood sprays everywhere as her torso separates from her legs. Seeing this, the two soldiers scream out in panic and despair. It's all over. Aju, thinking he's already won, gets super cocky and shouts, "I have an immortal body. You can't kill me, so don't even bother trying." Back with Jang, his face suddenly darkens as he clenches his fist, and then Hugh's body begins to heal as if nothing ever happened. Her body just starts to stitch itself back together right before his eyes. Aju is so shocked by this, he starts sweating buckets, his jaw wide open. What? Across from him, Hugh starts to talk about being immortal. Her voice is completely unhinged and ecstatic as she laughs and says, "Sorry, me too." Her body is now perfectly and completely reattached. The squad leader and his buddy are even more terrified this time and just let out a massive scream. After a vicious showdown between Hugh and Aju, the area is completely wrecked, with smoke and dust clouding the entire scene. Even though they're scared, the squad leader and his buddy can't help but watch the fight and react to everything. After Jiang gave her the gift of immortality, she's gotten even crazier, laughing and saying, "Bring it on, let's go." The squad leader and his buddy scream in terror, "What kind of human is she?" Then the two of them panic and start running for their lives. These people are all total psychos. Somebody save me. Aju is also getting scared by this and hesitantly asks a question. What is this? Who's supposed to be the Jiang Si? Meanwhile, Jiang casually watches the intense battle below with binoculars, while the soldier beside him is still shaking. He's actually a little surprised himself and can't help but comment, "I never expected Hugh to be this powerful after the gene mutation." He then continues to analyze her current physical condition. But right now, her bones are completely shattered. He analyzes with a bit of tension, and all of her muscles have been torn apart. Even though she can use gene recombination, she can still feel the pain of being sliced at the waist. Then he says urgently, "We need to end this now." His face is dark and full of anger as he says, "Aju, you disobeyed my order to stay inside the house, so don't blame me for having to beat you up again." Immediately after, Hugh's body suddenly overflows with even more power than before, followed by a few savage laughs. And then suddenly, she's on him, moving at lightning speed and catching ACU completely off guard. Before he can finish his sentence, he eats a nasty punch to the face, followed by another shot right to the gut. He gets sent flying, and she's right there to meet him. Xiao appears from behind, slamming her weapon straight down on his head. She just keeps attacking, wave after wave, giving him absolutely no chance to fight back. Then ACU hits the ground hard, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. At this point, he's pretty much lost all ability to fight, trying to mumble something. But before he can, he just eats more punches to the head. She lifts her weapon, only to bring it crashing back down on his head again. Every time ACU manages to lift his head, he gets smashed back down, letting out a few pathetic yelps of pain. That's when he finally breaks and starts begging for his life. "Don't hit me. Please stop. I surrender." With tears welling in his eyes, he looks absolutely pitiful. "I'll go home now, just stop. I'm going home right now." Jiang Si watches his underling's pathetic display from a distance, saying nothing. Even the four-eyed guy over here is speechless. Hearing Q's constant begging, Xiao actually starts to lower her weapon. She was going to spare him, but the second her weapon is down, the little snake throws a cheap shot right at her face. She gets knocked back so hard she crashes right into her two teammates who were busy running away. Jiang Si sees his minion sucker punch and just loses it, cursing Q's name. Then he yells over at Xiao. "You actually fell for that?" he screams, getting more urgent. "Why did you let your guard down? The moment you relax, you're right back where you started." And where she once stood, there's now just a cloud of dust. She painfully leans against the other two and trembles, saying, I didn't know." ACU sees she's back to her normal human self and starts gloating. "So you were using some kind of combat drug, huh?" Guess the effects wore off. Then he waves his chainsaw arm, taunting her confidently. In your next life, try not to believe what a dead man says. Four Eyes is watching through a monitor, laughing excitedly. What kind of zombie is this? So strong. He has a hidden skill and a passive for sneak attacks. This is top tier. Jiang Si just facepalms with a heavy sigh, completely fed up. Four Eyes seems to be having a blast, laughing and slamming the table. Now, slice them all up. It's over. On the screen, you can see Xiao Xiao and the others in a total panic. Help me, I don't want to die. Then another screen cuts to a Q's insane, maniacal grin. But just then, Four Eyes notices something strange on the monitor. He looks over at Jiang Si's screen and is a little surprised. Another one. A new figure stands perfectly still, facing him down. Four Eyes just gives a sly grin. No problem. With your power, nobody is a match for you. Bring it on. Over here, a CU seems to sense the immense power of this newcomer and begins to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Si's face is dark and cold as he calls out his name, Aku. Then he slowly asks, "Do you remember me?" The three panicked friends immediately calm down and watch. Four Eyes, on the other hand, is totally confused why ACU isn't moving. "Why aren't you moving? Smash him for me!" But a CU still can't move a muscle, just whimpering in response to the question. "Didn't I tell you to stay home? Explain to me why you are here." He starts to remember a past report from his subordinate about some zombie king named Aishu Wang causing trouble. He wanted him as an underling. Back then, hearing the report, he just laughed and asked, what kind of moron said that? In the past, when they first met, he could only force a sarcastic smile. "So it's you." He even made fun of him. "You don't look human, but you don't look like a zombie either." Then, with an incredibly punchable face, he challenged, "You look weak as a snail. Why would I ever serve you?" Back in the present. The three stooges are totally lost, asking each other questions. What are they talking about? I have no idea. Wait, I think he just peed his pants. And yep, ACU is so scared he's literally wetting himself. His face is completely blank as he trembles in fear. And that puddle around his feet just keeps getting bigger. Four Eyes is absolutely furious, mashing buttons on his console. "What are you doing? Hit him." Over here you can't see Jiang Si's face, but you can feel the icy aura coming off him. Aku is still frozen in place, sweating bullets. Suddenly, he remembers that other time. The last time he had to face this guy. But he was in a different form. Back then, his face was being crushed by a single hand, so painful it forced him to squeak out a little sorry. Jiang Si pretended not to hear him and asked, "What was that?" From below, his subordinate yelled out in panic for his king, Aku. Jiang Si just smiled, a terrifying grin, and said to him, "Why'd you stop talking?" His deathly eyes stared right through him as he spoke slowly. "So, you want to tell me what makes you so special?" The guy's eyes practically popped out of his skull, followed by a lovely trail of snot. Just then, a furious voice screamed into his earpiece, "What the hell are you doing?" The four-eyed guy was losing it, yelling, "Don't be scared. Aren't you supposed to be immortal?" But ACU had zero interest in fighting right now. See, what Four Eyes didn't know was his minion was having some serious flashbacks. A CU was reliving the good old days when he, an immortal being, was sliced up like sushi and hung from a tree for a few hundred years. Four Eyes, completely ignoring the fact a CU was on the verge of tears, just kept frantically mashing the big red button in front of him. "Crush him! Now, crush him for me!" At that moment, a CU finally screamed back with a defiant, "No!" And boom! Four Eyes' entire control panel explodes. A CU just curls up and bolts, yelling, "I'm not fighting him." "You fight him yourself." This whole scene just leaves Four Eyes standing there, jaw completely on the floor. The three team leaders and their buddies saw the whole thing and were rendered completely silent. Over here, Jiang Si had the exact same reaction. Honestly, nobody knew what to say about that pathetic escape. And Four Eyes, bless his heart, still thought he had a Q on a leash, absolutely fuming about his little rebellion. Damn it, first time one's ever broken my control. But he wasn't about to give up, already planning to send in another zombie. Whatever, I've got other puppets. Just watch how I'm gonna take you all down. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his shoulder. A voice says, "All right, it's time to give up on this whole plan." He turns to see Ming, who reminds our villain of one little thing. They're already downstairs. Just then, a massive chopper rips through the sky. A few familiar faces are inside, and a voice calls out, "Team leaders, we've arrived." Lan Qi, sitting inside, glances over at Xiao Kai and asks with a scowl, "Hey, your precious leader Ming is down there, isn't he?" He answers, face all bruised, "Yeah. 6 floors, 11,000 square meters total." She hears this and just loses it. "What? Over 10,000 square meters and just one entrance? We'll be searching forever." But then someone pipes up. It's Leader Jiang, standing at the chopper's edge, sword already drawn. With a seriously intense look, he declares, faced with absolute power, brute force solves everything. And then he's gone. He literally just swan dives out of the helicopter. Lan Chi is stunned, yelling, "You absolute meathead!" Leader Jiang plummets down at light speed, his sword aimed at the ground, spinning like a top. His entire body becomes a human drill, and he has the nerve to flash a reassuring smile back at Lan Chi. "Don't worry about it." Then he smashes into the ground, causing a massive explosion that kicks up a storm of dust. The impact speed was so insane it left a giant, desolate crater in the ground. Deep inside the crater, he calmly sheathes his sword. See? Way faster than taking the stairs. Lan Chi just watches, completely speechless and thinking, "What an absolute moron." She then turns to everyone else in the chopper. "Do any of you guys ever think, what if it's a trap?" The chief just hears this and says, completely deadpan, "Against absolute power, schemes are useless." And with that, he also jumps, doing a picture-perfect main character flip on his way down. "Just leave the second line of defense to us." Lan Chi can't believe it. She absolutely loses it, screaming, "Is there anything else in your heads besides raw power?" So, after the army infiltrates Doctor Jie Ming's base, they immediately start sweeping the area for any clues. A soldier cautiously kicks a door wide open, yelling out, "You're surrounded!" But after a full sweep, the reports start coming in. Reporting to Leader Jiang, Sector 1 is completely clear. Leader Qin gets the exact same news. "Reporting, sir, Sector 2 is also empty." Leader Jiang hears this and frowns. "Don't tell me they already got away." But the chief standing beside him immediately shuts that down. "No way. I've locked down every route out of this city, land, sea, and air." He declares with absolute certainty. Not even a mosquito could have flown out of here. Meanwhile, Lan Chi and Ziling are still stuck on the surface, clearly not in a rush to dive in like the other two knuckleheads. Lan Chi is getting seriously ticked off, shaking her fist. "Why are we stuck on guard duty up here anyway? They get to have all the fun while we wait?" "The two of us aren't any weaker." The poor guy in black she's yelling at frantically tries to explain. "Model." Team leader Lan Chi, "Cool your jets. Their levels are way too high for this." Lan Chi just scoffs, cursing them under her breath. The scene then zips to a high vantage point, on top of some random building. Turns out, Dr. Jie Ming's crew didn't actually run away. Nope, they're just posted up on the roof, plotting their next move. Just then, their four-eyed lackey speaks up. "Boss, they're inside." Jie Ming hears the report and immediately gives the order. "Plan A, it is." Meanwhile, Captain Jiang inside the base discovers a ridiculously large test tube. And attached to it, a very strange piece of paper. He rips the note off, looking at it suspiciously. What in the world is this? He then reads the ridiculously obvious bait written on it. Warning, zombie king inside. Extremely dangerous. Real men will open. Not wasting a single second, he orders his soldier to just blow the thing sky high. "Blow it up for me, now." The soldier immediately grabs a gas can to carry out the order. "Yes, sir." But the director rushes in, trying to stop the chaos. "Wait, we're here to capture people, not cause more trouble." Over on the roof, Four Eyes reports the situation back to his boss. They're scared. Jie Ming states flatly, "Plan B." With that, he holds up a very suspicious-looking red button. Instantly, a timer inside the base hits 0, and a deafening alarm blares through the halls. The director finally realizes there's a bomb in the base and completely freaks out. What? Before anyone can even blink, the bomb detonates right in Captain Jiang's face. Any soldiers who couldn't escape are instantly incinerated by the massive fireball. Debris and shrapnel fly everywhere. The director, standing at a distance, is mostly unharmed, calmly shielding his face. Captain Jiang, who took the full force of the blast, just scoffs. "You call that a trap?" The four-eyed villain observes the aftermath and reports back to Jie Ming. "Boss, he opened it." Realizing his plan worked perfectly, Jie Ming lets out a sinister chuckle. That chuckle quickly turns into a full-blown maniacal laugh as he declares, "Today, humanity will finally be extinct." Pretty tough talk coming from a guy wearing strawberry print boxers. Let's all welcome the great new species. Finally, he flashes a dangerous smile and speaks to his secret weapon. "Now kill all the humans. Even me." Back inside the base, the smoke and dust from the explosion begins to clear. Captain Jiang and the director stare in absolute shock at the figure in the smoke. As the haze thins, a grotesque, gray-skinned arm comes into view. And at last, the legendary zombie king makes his grand entrance, in the form of a toddler with a pacifier in his mouth. The director and his men just stare, with massive question marks floating over their heads. In the end, it's the director who thinks clearly, putting a hand out to stop the enraged Captain Jiang from charging forward. "Careful, it's not the ones who look fierce you should fear, but the ones who look like harmless children." He gives his advice while eyeing the monster. "You can just tell this thing is bad news." I've seen this trick a million times. But nothing stops the furious captain, who charges forward, unleashing his first attack on the zombie king. Demon Blade Slash. The attack is so fast, no one even sees the baby dodge before it's standing right on the captain's head. Seeing this, the director is completely shaken. "I knew it," he screams, before ordering everyone to fall back. "Everyone, run! Full retreat now." His soldiers, being extremely obedient, immediately ditch their superiors and book it. Meanwhile, Captain Jiang is furious about having a baby on his head and quickly spins around. He then swings his sword upward, slicing the creature right through the middle. The zombie king is instantly chopped in half. But shockingly, instead of dying, it just splits into two identical babies doing handstands. Captain Jiang and the director are left completely speechless by this turn of events. The two zombie kings casually suck on their pacifiers for a moment, before horrifically merging back into one. After reforming, the zombie king just stands there, perfectly still, not making another move. With their plan complete, Doctor Jie Ming's group prepares to make their exit. Four Eyes turns and gives the order to the others. "The zombie is out. Let's use this chance to escape." His people hear him and immediately obey. In a desolate, empty part of the city, a massive, dense horde of zombies suddenly erupts like a tidal wave. Lan Chi and her two companions, standing on the ground, suddenly spot the approaching zombie swarm. The man in black totally panics, shouting, "Damn it, there are way too many of them." While holding a snack, the guy frantically announces, "I'll set up the defenses now." But Lan Chi stops him cold. "No need, stand back." As she speaks, she undoes her hair bun and says with total confidence, "I'm just getting warmed up." When it comes to the pros, you let a professional handle it. Facing down a horde of disgusting zombies, she unsheathes her sword without a second thought. Lam Kai holds her weapon with absolute confidence, ready to take them all on. And then, in a flash, she's moving. She flips through the air, kicking one zombie square in the jaw. Lam Kai then unleashes a whirlwind of attacks, a kick here, an elbow there, and a few quick stabs to cleanly wipe out the entire first wave. Just like that, the entire group gets sent flying into the air. She then uses a tree trunk as a springboard, launching herself high with its elastic recoil. In one leap, she soars into the sky. The guy in black, who still hasn't finished his snack, is so stunned by her performance his jaw almost hits the floor. A few streaks of light flash across the sky, way too fast to follow. Then, Lam Kai's sword comes hurtling down from above, embedding itself deep into the ground. She uses the sturdy blade as a perfect landing spot, and all around them, pieces of rotten zombie meat begin to rain from the sky. A few choice pieces land right in the man in black's snack bowl, but he's too busy being absolutely floored by Lam Kai's skills to even notice. By the time he finally looks down at his plate, he finds his unfinished meal has magically transformed into beautifully arranged slices of rotten zombie flesh. Seeing this masterpiece, he turns to her and shouts in pure admiration, "Team leader Lam Kai, you're magnificent!" Lam Kai just strikes a cool pose and says coldly, "Thinking of using the chaos to escape? Not a chance." The four-eyed guy just starts screaming insults. This witch just released a horde of zombies, and she already took care of them all. But it seems he's not giving up, still fiddling with his machine to release another wave. "Damn it, just you wait. If only I had that chainsaw zombie from before, this would be a different story." The newly released zombies run wild, scrambling everywhere in search of food. Suddenly, two familiar figures appear in a corner. It's Xiaohei and Agu. Agu turns to Xiaohei and says, "You gotta keep this whole zombie wearing a gas mask thing a secret." Hearing this request, he just casually replies, "Don't worry, my lips are sealed." He then pulls out a portrait of Aju and shows it to a random zombie passing by. "Hey buddy, have you seen this zombie?" Carries a chainsaw. The zombie, annoyed at being bothered for no reason, smacks the picture out of his hand and stomps off. Xiaohei glares after the grumpy zombie and mutters, "These foreign zombies are so savage." Suddenly, Agu appears behind him, whispering a light reminder. "Xiaohei, I'm afraid if we don't find Aju, we're both gonna get our butts kicked." Hearing this, he starts sweating bullets but tries to play it cool. "Don't stress, we'll find him." The scene shifts to inside the underground base, where the zombie king has appeared. Team leader Da Jiang and the director are completely stunned into silence by its terrifying power. The zombie king spreads its arms wide, gesturing towards them in a taunting challenge. "Let's keep playing." The director immediately concludes, "It's mocking you." Hearing that, Da Jiang is practically steaming with rage. He rushes forward, throwing a flurry of attacks at it, screaming, "Mock this!" But the creature easily dodges every single blow. Finally, he waits for the perfect moment when it reveals an opening. He swings his sword, slicing clean through its torso and cutting the zombie king in two, but it just pulls its old trick, splitting into two bodies and leaping backward, out of his attack range. And just like before, the two halves merge back into one, looking as cheerful as ever. having failed to take it down twice. Team leader Da Jiang curses. Damn it, stop running if you've got guts. He tells it seriously, let's have a proper fight. The zombie king seems affected by his words because it stops sucking on its pacifier. Its body slowly begins to transform, its hair and arms grow longer, and its chest begins to expand. And then, its body morphs into that of a fully grown young woman. The two men witnessing this whole spectacle are completely shocked. The zombie king just went from a pacifier-sucking toddler to a girl with an absolutely insane hourglass figure. Team leader Da Jiang and the director, jaws on the floor, shout in unison, "What the?" The zombie king's body finally completes its transformation. The director stammers, completely at a loss for words. What is this? After finishing her transformation, the zombie king leisurely sits on a table and answers Da Jiang's earlier challenge. All right, the now very alluring zombie king gives them a tempting look and says, "What's wrong? Come and play with me." Team leader Da Jiang doesn't seem fazed by her new look at all, replying fiercely, "Looks like I'll have to slice you into ribbons." With that, he charges forward, swinging his blade for a double slash. But just as his sword gets close, it stopped cold, leaving him in total shock. His powerful technique was effortlessly blocked by the zombie king with a single finger. Would you look at that? The ridiculously sharp sword can't even put a single scratch on her. Team leader Kwang Dai is absolutely fuming over this, gritting his teeth in frustration. Cursing, he turns and yells to his boss, "Get over here and help me!" The general commander hears the plea for help and just lets out a bitter sigh before taking off his cloak and going full-on robot mode. Model number 1. Before he even throws a punch, she slams a knee right into his head. A direct hit like that completely catches him off guard, sending the guy flying. That one knee kick from the zombie queen literally launches him out of the underground base. A goo, just chilling next to Xiao He, suddenly hears a scream from far away. What was that sound? Over on the other side, Lan Chi and Ziling heard it too. The dude flies up from underground, smashes through the roof of some random skyscraper, and then crashes to the ground, tumbling a few times. And in a hilarious twist of fate, he lands right in front of Agu and Xiao He, who are just frozen. What the heck? Agu, bless his heart, naively asks. He looks like he's dying. Should we, save him? But Xiao He answers with true professional zombie ethics. Are you crazy? We're zombies, dude. All while the general commander lies defeated at their feet, just groaning pitifully. And right on cue, more ominous smoke and the lovely sound of destruction start pouring out of the underground base. Suddenly, another projectile shoots out of the base and smashes through a different building. Lan Chi realizes the human missile was team leader Kwang Dai and calls out in pure shock. Ziling urgently asks, "What is going on?" Team leader Kwang Dai, looking like he's about to fall apart, coughs a few times, then shakily says, "Look, over there." Lan Chi and Ziling look where his shaky finger is pointing, completely lost. What in the world is over there? The two of them turn to face the direction of the zombie queen, and then they spot her, the silhouette of a girl in the distance, just yawning her head off. Yeah, this fight with the zombie queen isn't exactly going well. So while one group is in a life-or-death battle, Jiang Si's crew is having a relaxing 5-star barbecue. Xiao Xiao happily hums to herself while waiting for the food. I love grilled chicken wings. Grilled chicken wings are my absolute favorite. Then she picks up a skewer and casually remarks, I've seen grilled chicken and grilled duck before, but this is my first time seeing grilled eggs. Jiang Si, cool as ever, just replies, I like eggs. The club team leader suddenly does a complete 180, respectfully offering him tea. Team leader Jiang, please drink. He takes a sip and makes a casual comment. This tea is a little bitter. The guy immediately goes into full-blown drama mode, spinning around to yell, which idiot made this tea? Get a plane and fly in the premium Zatine tea from the south, now. Suddenly, some strange sounds echo from the distance. Everyone's attention snaps to the noise. Xiao Xiao, mid-chew, just asks, what's that sound? And we cut back to the absolutely brutal fight with the zombie queen. She's looking totally chill, even cracking a little amused smirk. Then she stands up straight with a grim look on her face. Looks like she's finally ready to get serious. Ziling watches the zombie queen from across the way and says slowly, there's something weird about this zombie. This is going to be big trouble, isn't it? With that, she readies her sword and gives Lan Chi a look. Now is not the time to argue. Let's cooperate. Her response is blunt. You don't need to tell me. Across from them, the zombie queen's face darkens as she slowly stalks toward them. Xiao Xiao, sitting next to Jiang Si, finally speaks up. Those noises from underground have been going on for a while. It's way too close. Without saying a word, he quickly gets up and starts walking towards the source of the sound. Let's go check it out. Meanwhile, Lan Chi makes her move, quickly throwing her sword at the zombie queen. Her sword flies with incredible speed, actually managing to slice the queen's face. Ziling rushes in to attack, but the queen reacts in a flash and kicks her square in the chin. Ziling gets sent flying backward, letting out a sharp cry of pain. The zombie queen actually gives her a compliment, commendable speed, but even as she's being launched, Ziling manages to regain her composure. She then teleports at lightning speed, appearing right in front of the queen. She spins with a kick aimed right at her face, but the zombie queen blocks it. Too bad, not strong enough. Ziling clicks her tongue, annoyed that her attack failed. She then backflips away, putting some distance between them. At that very moment, Lan Chi appears out of nowhere, slashing at the queen several times. But the zombie queen is ridiculously agile, dodging every single one of her sword strikes with ease. It seems team leader Kwang Dai has recovered some strength, now standing opposite the battlefield where the two girls are fighting. He clutches his arm, gritting his teeth. Hang on, just a little longer. Then he stands up straight and says slowly, "Give me 2 minutes." And with that, he gives a single command, "Backup engine." And just like that, the team leader's body is encased in some seriously flashy armor. The zombie king sees this whole transformation and cracks a smile. Now this is interesting. The guy suddenly looks way bigger, and you gotta admit, that new suit of armor makes him look incredibly cool. And what's a cool suit without accessories? 2 massive swords just appeared right on his hips. Finally, his power-up sequence is complete, and this shiny new getup is called the First Line Heart of the Undead. Over on the other side, Ziling is still putting up a fight, calling out from the smoke, "Don't you dare look down on us." Then she and Lan Chi burst out of the white haze, rushing him from both sides and attacking at the same time. Lan Chi is clearly still furious, screaming at him, "Who the hell do you think you're looking at?" Seeing the two of them charge, the zombie king doesn't even flinch, just slowly sticks out this ridiculously long tongue. Lan Chi and Ziling see it and scream in shock. What the heck? The zombie king's body is transforming yet again. He balloons in size, and these weird sharp spikes sprout from his back. He suddenly slams a massive hand down, shattering the ground. Both Lan Chi and Ziling are sent flying from the impact. The zombie king has transformed into a new, huge, and insanely muscular form. After his transformation is complete, he lets out a huge laugh, aimed right at the armored team leader. After seeing the zombie king's little wardrobe change, he's not even surprised anymore and just says, "Bring it on." The two girls get sent flying, slamming into the street and nearby buildings. At this point, they're both seriously injured and completely exhausted. Ziling is trembling a little as she asks, "What is that thing?" She can't help but be terrified by the zombie king's monstrous new form. The zombie king starts walking, each heavy footstep pounding the ground as he heads for the team leader. But our guy doesn't show a single shred of fear as he walks forward to meet him. The monster opens his mouth and says, "One move will decide the fate of humanity." Right after that, they both throw a punch. Just looking at the massive difference in the size of their fists, you can pretty much tell how this lopsided battle is going to end. The two fists slam into each other with all their might, and the massive energy from the impact blows away everything around them. Even from a distance, Lan Chi and Ziling get caught in the shockwave and are sent flying. Over on the other side, Jiang Si and Xiao Xiao were approaching the sound, only to be completely stunned by the massive explosion. Through the thick dust and smoke where you can't see a thing, the silhouette of a winner and a loser slowly starts to appear. And the loser in this fight is, of course, the armored team leader. The entire upper half of his body has been almost completely vaporized. After his victory, the zombie king declares, "You lose, human." But the guy is unbelievably stubborn, managing to choke out a reply, "No, I haven't lost." The zombie king is pretty much out of patience at this point, telling him, "It seems you won't learn until you're staring at your own coffin." The bright sun shines down on the brutal battlefield. It's at this moment that Jiang Si and his crew finally arrive at the scene of the explosion. Xiao Xiao stares with wide eyes and asks, "This is the place?" The team leader following behind them asks, "What happened here?" Jiang Si sniffs the air and says quietly, "That's a familiar scent." He watches from a distance as the now enormous zombie king threatens the injured team leader. "It seems unless I show you power that can destroy the world, you won't be afraid." Hearing this, our guy is completely shocked. "What?" The king suddenly gets excited and yells, "Let's go one more time!" Then, his body suddenly twists and shrinks down several sizes, finally returning to his normal body shape, but still radiating the intense aura of a true powerhouse as he asks, "How's this?" Lan Chi and Ziling's jaws hit the floor seeing him transform again. Meanwhile, Doctor Jie Ming has been observing the entire battle. Suddenly, the guy with glasses says urgently, "Brother Ming, we can no longer analyze him." But he just smiles, completely fascinated, and replies, "This is the true Corpse King." Suddenly, the zombie king looks behind him and says mysteriously, "It seems we don't have to fight anymore." But the team leader, even with one arm, is still raring to go and charges forward. In your dreams. Over here, Lan Chi and Ziling move in from the front and back, attacking him at the same time. He doesn't even flinch and just gives a small smile. You know, sneak attacks are just plain wrong. Then he raises his hand and gently flicks a single finger. That one little flick sends the team leader reeling back. The combined attack from all three is easily broken, shattering like sharp pieces of glass raining down. The backlash hits the two girls, making them cough in pain. Both of them are blasted into the air, tumbling down right toward Jiang Qi's group. Coincidentally, he's there to catch both of them, giving them a safe landing. Hu's group, watching from behind, could not believe their eyes. Jaws on the floor. Hugh panics, immediately shouting, "Team Leader Lam, Team Leader Tu Lang, are you two okay? What just happened?" Seeing their own leader get rocked, Team Leader Bong and his guys started freaking out. "Commander Kang, are you still alive?" The guy struggles to answer from the ground. "Not dead yet. I can still fight." The zombie king hears this and just scoffs, taunting the poor dude. "Oh? I spared your life and you're still talking tough?" Tu Lang, cradled in his arms, fights through the pain to warn him. He's the newest zombie king, a creation of Doctor Jie Ming. Get out of here." Hugh can only whimper in fear from the sidelines, but Lam Kai, somehow still conscious, urges them on. Run. Instead of attacking, the zombie king just points at Jiang Tu's crew and gives a simple order. Dinner time. And right on cue, a massive horde of low-level zombies swarms out of nowhere, following his command. Team leader Bong and his squad see this undead army and absolutely lose their minds with panic. "We are so screwed. Where did all these zombies come from?" Lam Kai, slung over his shoulder, winces in pain and pushes him. "Fall back, Jiang Tu. We can't all die here." The grunts charge forward, claws out, moving impossibly fast toward them. Meanwhile, Dr. Jie Ming is just loving this, laughing his head off at his creation's success. Now this is the power of a zombie king. Then suddenly, Jiang Tu just drops Lam Kai and Tu Lang. Lam Kai's eyes go wide with confusion, and just like that, Jiang Tu gets dead serious. In a stone-cold voice, he roars one command: "Get lost!" The zombies hear him and slam on the brakes, absolutely terrified. They just stand there, frozen, surrounding him but not daring to take another step. You can hear their stomachs growling, but they're so scared their legs have turned to jelly. They're not moving an inch. The zombie king, watching from the side, saw that whole exchange go down clear as day, and for the first time he actually looked surprised. "Wait, what? Who are you?" A thin wisp of smoke starts rising from Jiang Tu's face as it begins to change. His expression darkens as he speaks. "You're the zombie king?" His foot presses down on a terrified zombie groveling on the ground. He looks back at him and asks, "Then what does that make me?" In the city where this transformed zombie king Dr. Jie Ming's little science project appeared, not a single living soul remains. Jiang Tu stands calmly in the heart of the city, his foot still planted on that trembling zombie. Meanwhile, Hugh and a soldier are helping Lam Kai and Tu Lang, getting them somewhere safer. Commander Kang, after his showdown with the zombie king, is missing an entire arm. He's just sitting there, too weak to move. The smoke keeps rising from Jiang Tu's face, his features shifting and changing with it. He turns his attention back to the transformed zombie king and asks, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" He stands there, looking down on him from a pile of low-level zombies. The king is speechless, stunned that he could control the horde so easily. A cold smile spreads across his face as he looks down. "Are you deaf?" Commander Kang sees Jiang Tu's completely changed face and shouts out in shock. "What the hell is that?" Hugh is just as stunned. Is that what he really looks like? But the zombie king just smirks. Well, so you're one of us." Commander Kang, who apparently still has a lot of energy, turns and screams at Tu Lang. "The Academy for the Gifted! Are you people insane? You let a zombie become your vice commander." Tu Lang just scoffs at him. "None of your business." And so the stage is set, him versus the zombie king, one looking up, the other down from a zombie tower. The king finally speaks again, his tone sounding almost like a negotiation. "I propose that only the one left standing gets to be called the zombie king. That sounds reasonable enough, so Jiang Tu accepts." "I agree." He gives a provocative smile and says, "Then bring it on." Jiang Tu's expression turns absolutely vicious. "Gladly." The second the words are out, the king lunges forward and throws a punch right at his face, but the blow does absolutely nothing, earning him a little jab. "Did you forget to eat breakfast?" The king is absolutely furious. Before he can retort, Jiang Tu slams a fist right into his gut. This single punch sends a shockwave that launches nearby zombies everywhere. "See? Told you to eat something first?" Hugh, who's holding on to Tu Lang, sees this and screams in absolute terror. The bodies of low-level zombies are sent flying right past her face. The zombie king yells out in pain before he's launched hundreds of meters away, and he just keeps on flying and flying. This one punch literally sends him across the continent and straight out to sea. People down at the seaport suddenly spot something rocketing toward them and immediately start running for their lives. What is that? Run! He slams right into the side of a ship, leaving a massive crack in the hull. He slams into the massive ship with so much force it nearly capsizes. The transformed zombie king actually lets out a pathetic groan from the hit. Kiet Min and his four-eyed pal just stand there, their jaws completely on the floor. What was that? Turns out the attacker is a Jiang Si. A huge shockwave erupts from the ocean, and the zombie just grins, actually impressed by our hero's toughness. Four Eyes starts panicking to Kiet Min, saying the guy appeared from nowhere and their systems can't even analyze him. Hearing this, he has no idea what to do. So naturally, the zombie king dives underwater and starts bench pressing the entire ship. He aims right for our hero and just yeets the whole boat. Hugh sees a flying ship and understandably starts screaming her head off. What in the world is that? Tu Lang gets a clear look at the incoming vessel and starts to panic. A submarine! A ship that huge was just casually tossed from the ocean right into the heart of the city. He flashes a wicked smile and yells out, "Sorry, I'm full." The ship's impact absolutely obliterates the road, leaving nothing but rubble. At this point, Hugh is so terrified she can't even stand, just collapsing onto the ground. Jian Nan says, "I think you two should find somewhere else to fight." Meanwhile, the chief has A Cow and Tu Hack glued to his side. A Cow watches his boss furiously welding something. Finally, he steps in and stops him. "Stop welding." Tu Hack asks, confused, "What's wrong?" He just points, warning him the chief isn't as safe as he thinks and things are just as bad over there. He's absolutely furious, grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath. These two idiots. They removed the parts you're not supposed to, and welded shut the ones that needed removing. A Cow then calmly says to Tu Hack, "That's the aura of a king." Back at the main event, after the zombie king threw the ship at Jiang 2, something suddenly burst straight through the hull from below. And there he is, completely unharmed, pulling off a graceful little flip in midair like it's nothing. Of course, he doesn't forget to taunt him. "Hey there!" Hugh cries out, shocked that he's okay. The transformed zombie king is also completely stunned watching him. Then he suddenly explodes forward at an incredible speed. Up in the air, Jang 2 is holding a rope. He casually loops it over the zombie's neck and replies, "All right then." From high above, he grips the rope tightly, treating this whole insane situation like a game. Team leader Kwang Dai watches this unfold, completely stunned, and asks himself, "Is that really a Jiangxi?" Gripping the rope, he dives straight down, shouting, "Let's see where you run to this time," and just like that, the monster is yanked backward by his neck. After pulling him in close, he immediately lifts his leg and delivers a kick straight to the face. His face completely caves in from the blow, and once again, he gets sent flying back up into the sky. The zombie king is getting totally dominated and clicks his tongue in frustration. He grabs the rope on his neck and says, "This thing." Then he starts pulling on it, adding, "I know this too." Thinking he's about to counterattack, our hero just snaps the rope instantly. "No, my foot." But instead of fighting, the zombie just bolts in the complete opposite direction. He dives down so fast, he sends the entire ship flying. The team leaders trying to help each other get knocked around too. Jiang Tu, meanwhile, is just calmly standing on a red pillar, watching with interest before launching a move to stop him. Now he's furious for getting caught and tries to play it off, claiming he just wanted a more spacious area and wasn't running at all. As soon as the words leave his mouth, our hero smacks him so hard he goes flying into the ocean. He hits the water with so much force that he literally skips across the surface. Our guy follows, landing on a nearby ship. The people nearby see the two of them appear and start to panic. What weird thing just flew over? "I don't know, I think it was people." Standing on the ship, he looks down into the deep water and asks, "You just really like breaking stuff, huh?" When the crowd gets a clear look at him, they scream and scatter. "A Jiangxi! He's a Jiangxi! Run! Get out of here!" Hearing his question, the villain just talks trash back. "None of your business. Why don't you try breaking something if you're so tough?" The chief is watching this whole battle unfold, stammering, at a total loss for words. Turns out a Cow is holding him up by his head for a better view. He turns to Tu Hack and says urgently, "We have to get out of this place immediately. I know Jiang Tu is powerful, but I understand Dr. Min Kiet better. He's been humanity's only research genius for centuries. Any single one of his research projects can turn a normal person into an absolute overlord. If we don't leave right now, we're not going to get another chance." But his words don't scare the other guy, who just tells him off. "Shut your mouth, human, and watch closely." The chief hears this and has no idea what he could possibly mean. Teo Hawk just smiles with absolute confidence and says with reverence, "No one is a match for the king." Then he adds, "Not even the gods can compare." The chief just stares at him, totally confused. Gods? Just then, our hero's figure on the ship flashes and vanishes without a trace. The zombie king flips upside down, hanging with his head pointed toward the ground. He panics a little when our hero vanishes, only to reappear right in his face with a deathly glare. The king's face contorts in shock. His speed! It's gotten faster! Famous last words before eating a nasty right hook. This one punch sends him flying straight into the sky. He's literally outside the atmosphere, groaning, when another surprise makes him scream. What is that? Oh, nothing much. Just an entire battleship Jiang Si yeeted into outer space, aimed right for him. The ship hurtles toward him with terrifying speed, closing in for a direct hit. He doesn't even have time to dodge. They slam straight into the moon, cracking a massive chunk off its surface. Down below, Xiao Xiao's crew watch the moon literally break apart, their jaws hitting the floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is just chilling on a life raft, having the time of his life. The ship is now a permanent fixture on the moon. Xiao Xiao, unsure how to even react, mutters sarcastically. All right, no need to run anymore. Nowhere to run to anyway. But the zombie king is somehow not down for the count. He clings to the moon, growling. It's not over. Then, with every last ounce of his strength, he lets out a roar and shoves the battleship off his body. The massive ship is pushed away as he rockets down from the moon. This isn't finished. What are you smirking at? Jiang Si watches this cosmic temper tantrum from afar and just lets out a cold little scoff. He just stands there, totally calm, watching him plummet. Then, he cracks a huge grin and gets into position. With one massive leap, he launches himself onto the ship floating in space. Looking crazier than ever, he gives chase, yelling, "Let's keep going!" And so the pursuit begins, from the vacuum of space right back down to Earth. They crash near a nuclear reactor, where the zombie king punches the entire thing into the air. Try this on for size. The nuclear reactor soars into the sky, beginning to glow like it's about to detonate. Down below, Xiao Xiao's team collectively loses it. Oh great, now there's a nuclear bomb blooming in the atmosphere. The blast expands toward the coast, causing the ocean to surge uncontrollably, before finally exploding over the planet. Xiao Xiao and the others desperately dive for cover under some heavy steel plates. When the nuclear fireball finally fades, only thick clouds of dust remain. And Jiang Si, landing gently without a single scratch. His opponent lands on another ship some distance away, clicking his tongue in pure frustration. Okay, so maybe he has no injuries, but the rips in his clothes prove that Nuke was no joke. Still, Jiang Si is laughing. What's wrong? Not gonna continue? A hit like that just tickles. The king is so furious he's literally grinding his teeth. What did you say? Jiang Si just stares back at him, his eyes fixed on the ship where the king is standing. After barely surviving the blast, Xiao Xiao's crew is sprawled everywhere. She quickly checks on everyone around her. Is everyone okay? She asks, before looking up in terror. Is it finally over? Not even close. The zombie king powers up yet again, roaring. This isn't the end. Then he summons a gigantic arm and decides to negotiate? We are the same kind. I have a proposal. His expression is dead serious. If neither of us can defeat the other, why don't we cooperate? As he says this, he uses that massive arm to shove Jiang Si away. Let's destroy this world together. The arm sends him flying back into the city. The king is completely delusional, shouting his grand plan. Afterwards, we each take half. No one gets in the other's way. Jiang Si slams into a skyscraper, causing the entire building to explode. Xiao Xiao screams at the sight. The king retracts his arm and asks, "So, what do you say to my offer, brother?" But of course, he still couldn't even hurt him. Jiang Si lets out a dark laugh and gives a cold reply. I have no interest in destroying the world, he says, pausing. And another thing. The scene cuts to Xiao He and the others. The commander still looks completely shell-shocked, stammering, This is just impossible. He spins around to Xiao He and pleads, I'm serious, we should really just run. Seeing him stay put, the commander desperately tries to explain. I know Jiang Si is strong when he transforms, but that thing is not weak. We should save our strength, find a weakness, and then take out the zombie king. Xiao He has had enough. He scowls and orders, shut up. The commander is immediately silenced by the command. Then a confident smirk spreads across Xiao He's face. Who told you our king can only transform once? The commander's brain practically short-circuits as he screams, What? Over here. Jiang Tu's face was pure ice as he brought up that little offer to team up. Then he just dropped a line full of absolute disrespect. You think you're worthy? Jiang Tu's voice echoed from the crumbling rooftop, each of them owning half the scene. How are you even saying that? The chief's jaw dropped, stunned to see him completely unharmed. His eyes flashed a deadly red as he kept talking smack. Only complete newbies run around screaming about destroying or ruling the world. Down below, Xiao Xiao was totally lost in the sauce, asking, "What are they even talking about up there?" When the team leader heard her, he just answered honestly, "No idea, way too far." The transformed zombie king heard that and looked absolutely furious, grinding his teeth with a growl. But our guy didn't care one bit how he felt. He was too busy wanting to teach him a lesson, growling. "Seems like a rookie like you won't get it until you've been disciplined." And just like that, his body started steaming up again as another transformation kicked in. He flexed so hard, rocks shattered, and his clothes started ripping apart. Finally, he unleashed his power, completely changing his entire body. Xiao Xiao's crew down below saw this new transformation and were completely, utterly speechless. Jiang too reappeared with a totally different look, not a zombie, not a monster, but looking more like a normal human. When the group got a clear look at his new form, their eyes practically bulged out of their heads. What the heck is this? The guy now looks like a regular person just chilling on a rooftop. His eyes were dark and cold as he glanced off in one direction, and his opponent felt that terrifying presence instantly. This new vibe was so intense it made him scream out loud. "What?" Over with Xiao He, Agu, and the chief, it was dead silent. The chief's face was grim, not saying another word. Suddenly, Agu smacked the chief so hard with his giant hand that snot went flying. Agu yelled at him, "Hey, snap out of it, you idiot." Then he grabbed the chief's head and held it up, saying, "Look for yourself." The more the chief saw, the more he freaked out, breaking into a cold sweat. He heard Agu continue with total reverence. "Look upon our god." Suddenly, Jiang Tu lifted his foot, stepping onto a jagged piece of rock on the edge. He struck an insanely heroic pose, his eyes still locked on the transformed zombie king. Ziling saw his current state and said, completely shocked, he transformed again, but this time it's different from the Ti-Vuong form. The scientist, Kirtman Lamki, added, "He looks more and more human." The chief just stood there trembling and stuttering. This is even crazier than before. Seeing his completely human appearance, he wondered in fear, is this even possible? Just then, raindrops started to fall from the sky. Ziling's expression changed as she said, "It's raining?" The transformed zombie king was seething with frustration and yelled at him, "Damn it, what the hell kind of monster are you?" Then he teleported right in front of him, raising a fist and screaming, "Are you human, or are you one of the living dead?" He threw a massive punch at Jiang Tu, like he was trying to end him with this one single blow. But our guy's face didn't change at all as he stared back calmly. Then, the raindrops just stopped in midair. Turns out, he was the one controlling all of it. In the next instant, his opponent's body was sliced into pieces. All the raindrops that were frozen in the air suddenly shot straight back up into the sky. Everyone else got sucked up into the air right along with them. Xiao Xiao finally realized who was behind this and screamed in pure shock. Rain flowing backward? Can a zombie even do something like that? Even a massive ship weighing thousands of tons was getting pulled up. Not only that, but every single fish, big or small, was also getting yanked into the sky. The moment he stopped controlling the rain, Xiao Xiao and all the other creatures that got sucked up came crashing back down. Over here, the zombie king was just a limbless torso, totally helpless. Jiang Tu glared at him and said, "I'm your daddy." From space, a massive vortex could be seen swirling over that exact spot on Earth. Xiao Xiao saw the bizarre phenomenon in the atmosphere and was absolutely terrified. Is that a super hurricane? Lam Qi and Ziling, who had been sucked up earlier, now came falling down. Fish of all kinds were now raining down around Jiang Tu, all pulled from the ocean by his power. Ziling, lying on the ground, looked up at him and struggled to say, "A zombie can have this kind of power?" A massive whale came crashing down onto a skyscraper, just like everyone else. From a distance, Dr. Kirtman was stunned, and his four-eyed subordinate screamed in terror. What was that, a whale? The transformed zombie king lay on the ground, looking up at him helplessly. "Damn it, is this for real?" Four Eyes turned to Kirtman and asked, "Boss, have you ever seen a zombie king like this?" Stuttering in fear, he blurts out, "No, never. I've never seen anything like it." But suddenly, the zombie king transforms, pushing himself off the ground with immense force and declaring, "Restore!" His hands regenerate, bone first, then flesh. With both arms back, he's still running his mouth. "What good is any of this gonna do you? I can't hurt you, but what about you, huh?" He roars, absolutely seething with rage. "The life force of a zombie king is eternal. Even if you chop me into a million pieces, I'll just put myself back together." Jiang Si, however, doesn't look worried in the slightest, offering only a calm little "oh." Then, with a flick of his wrist, an invisible force yanks the king toward him. What? And just like that, his neck is caught firmly in Jiang Si's hand. The transformed zombie king writhes in agony, struggling helplessly in our hero's grip. That's when Jiang Si's voice drops to an icy tone. You seem to misunderstand the concept of death, he continues. Destroying someone isn't just about destroying the body. Hearing this, the king gasps. But Jiang Si just stares back with zero warmth in his eyes. Meeting that gaze, the king suddenly screams, a sound of pure, unexplainable torment. It's like a terrifying hypnotic power lurks deep within our hero's eyes. Massive starships appear in the void of space, but are they human, or do they belong to some other alien force? Then, somewhere in the vast ocean, deadly whirlpools begin to form one after another. The zombie king is clearly suffering through some kind of extreme torture, managing only a few choked-out cries. The image of a massive ship appears again. A figure in epic-looking armor steps out, his voice deep, the Ancients. And with that, soldiers pour out of the ship, following their orders. Kill, the one in red armor commands. Encircle and kill. Mission 1351, Sixth Extinction of Human Civilization. This time, we exterminate. And there, a familiar silhouette stands in the middle of the churning ocean, ready to launch into action. The transformed zombie king's eyes roll back in his head. He's on the verge of losing consciousness for good. One by one, the starships begin to explode. Inside, their crews scream in terror. He transformed again! Help us, save us! The long-haired man's eyes give off a single, chilling flash. The zombie king sees him clearly and lets out a long, terrified shriek as a single blood-red eye appears from the darkness. And just like that, all strength leaves his body. He goes limp, his eyes turning a lifeless, milky white. The transformed zombie king hangs completely powerless in Jiang Si's grasp. Down below, Xiao Xiao has no idea what's happening and calls out, "What's going on?" Ziling can't help but wonder too. Is it over? Jiang Si finally lets go. The zombie king's body plummets from the rooftop in a dead freefall, hitting the ground below without so much as a twitch. He looks completely and utterly defeated. No signs of life, just empty, pitch-black eye sockets staring at nothing. The director sees this from his command post, completely baffled by what just happened. What's wrong? Why did he suddenly stop moving? Xiao He casually replies, he was probably scared unconscious by the king's third form. The director can't believe what he's hearing and yells, "What did you say, scared to death?" Over on his end, Doctor Jie Ming is just as stunned, muttering to himself, How? How is this possible? The four-eyed guy sees his zombie king is done for and starts panicking. Turns out, they had an escape helicopter ready just in case. "Brother Ming!" The four-eyed guy yells in a panic. He grabs Ji Ming, speaking urgently. "Their coastal air defenses are down. We have to leave now, or we're not getting out of here." But whoops, he turns around and runs smack into a rock-solid chest, freezing on the spot. Seeing our hero appear from nowhere, they all scramble back in terror. The four-eyed guy and his crew scream out in disbelief. "Jiangxi! We never showed our faces. How could he know we exist?" But our guy just stares at Dr. Jie Ming's crew with a perfectly calm expression. Four Eyes and his buddies are now just a trembling heap on the floor, crying out, "Mommy!" Jiangxi doesn't even bother looking at the pathetic display. "Are you going to surrender?" he asks flatly. "Or would you rather go meet your king?" Then he adds a little threat. "I'll give you 1 second to think about it." Without wasting a breath, they all throw their hands up. "We surrender. We confess." Ji Ming is absolutely furious, but there's nothing he can do. All he can manage is a bitter damn it, while Jiangxi just watches them in silence. And so, it seems everything is finally over. Dr. Jie Ming, a man who should have been executed on sight, was captured alive by Jiang Si. As they're being loaded onto a vehicle, Ziling notices the hero's strange expression and asks Xiao Xiao, "What's wrong with him?" When asked, she answered honestly. She had no idea. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu finally transformed back to normal. He brooded for a moment, then whined, "Turning into that is way too scary. I'm a good-natured zombie, you know?" At that moment, Ziling looked at Xiao Xiao and basically said, "You go check on him." But after seeing his terrifying form, Xiao Xiao was completely traumatized. "You think she was in any shape to go chat?" "Nope, not happening. I'm scared. You saw how terrifying he can get, right?" Giving her zero time to run, Ziling physically pushed her forward, sweetening the deal. "Go now, and I'll make you Jiang Tu's vice captain." Xiao Xiao reluctantly approached him, stuttering, Jiang Tu, are you all right? Let's go." He abruptly stood up, making her jump out of her skin in sheer terror. He stated flatly, "I'm hungry." And after a beat, he calmly added, "I need some clothes that aren't shredded." At that point, Xiao Xiao finally relaxed a bit, telling herself, "All right, he doesn't seem to be in attack mode." She then fell into step beside him, asking, "By the way, Jiang Tu, do you even remember what you just did?" He answered with surprising honesty, "Yeah, I remember, but it's all a blur." He then thought it over more carefully. "I have no concept of time in that state. I've probably thrashed a few weirdos like him in the past." Xiao Xiao, completely lost, could only make a confused sound. He didn't explain any further, just said flatly, "Whatever, he was too weak, I don't remember." And in a prisoner transport van, a wicked laugh suddenly rang out. The guy with the glasses, seeing Jie Ming's creepy laugh, had to ask, "What's wrong with you, Ming?" He wasn't worried about his own fate in the slightest. All he could do was marvel, Jiang too. I never knew such a powerful species existed. He was ecstatic, already secretly forming a new plan. I will definitely get your genes to create a species even more powerful than you. And just like that, the fierce battle against the transformed zombie king ended, restoring peace to the human world once again. And so, the zombie created by Doctor Jie Ming was basically scared to death by Jang too. Jie Ming's chapter was coming to a close. As for our hero, he was standing in a secure room, surrounded by shadowy figures. One of them spoke up, asking him, "Jiang Tu, do you have any problem with becoming the team leader?" He responded nonchalantly, "None." The mysterious figures continued their speech. "Okay, but becoming a team leader isn't just about pure strength. In addition to protecting the city, you also have to manage it." After saying that, the person didn't forget to add, "If the population doesn't hit the tens of millions mark within the given time, you'll be dismissed." Finishing his little speech, the man asked for his opinion. "What's your vision for the city? Which one do you want?" He just smiled humbly, scratching his head. "Just give me H City, you know? The one where Dr. Jie Ming was captured." Hearing this, the man was shocked and shot back. "What? That's an empty city, a total ghost town. If you want to raise chickens, you at least need some eggs." He got more and more worked up, his voice rising. "If you don't have eggs, you need fertilized cells. There's nobody there. So how are you going to grow it? If the population doesn't meet the target, your team leader title is gone." But he remained completely unshaken by the man's passionate advice, insisting with total resolve, "Nope, I want it." Seeing how determined he was, the man finally relented. All right, fine." In the end, he was approved for the team leader position, officially taking charge of managing H City from now on. A blonde with an eye patch saw his appointment letter and started cursing furiously. The Academy of Superhumans. Where did they dig up this moron? Even when someone tried to hold her back, she couldn't stop ranting. He turns down a good city for a ghost town? How is he supposed to develop anything? Meanwhile, Ziling was completely helpless over his friend's decision, just sighing with his head in his hands. A while after that brutal battle took place in H City, the area was now completely under his control. As team leader, Jang Tu expanded his forces to 4 whole legions to protect the city. A truly historic moment was about to be born. Because the citizens of H City were none other than the gentle, homeless zombies. Just then, a little zombie child's voice piped up. "Mommy, our new home is amazing!" Another little zombie boy pointed and shouted, "Mom, look over there! It's a human!" The soldiers, following his orders, had come to H City to keep the peace, creating a historical image for the ages, the human army protecting zombies during their move. High above, Jiang Tu proudly gazed down upon his city. Xiao He stepped up to give him a progress report. "Reporting, my king. Per your request, all the zombie citizens have now moved in," he replied, his face emotionless. "Good." The soldiers suddenly snapped to attention in perfect unison. A small zombie standing nearby was so scared by this that it screamed its head off. It ran back to its mother, asking nervously, "Mommy, are they going to hit us with their fire sticks?" The soldiers then responded in a completely serious tone. "An order from team leader Jiang Tu is an order from God himself. His citizens are our citizens. We must protect everyone and ensure a safe move." The zombie heard this and started sweating bullets, completely at a loss for words. A Mao, all hyped up, blurts out, "All right, now we've got our own city." He just casually lays out his thoughts while walking. He figures, sometimes you don't actually need war to help your people prosper. His followers totally eat this up. A cow cheerfully replies, "Yes, sir." Then a cow remembers a Q and decides to ask, "Oh right, my king, what about a Q? He's been strung up for months." But the king just casually waves a hand. "Just let him hang." The scene then shifts to this absolutely massive, imposing building. This is the Jiang Si City Hall, and yup, there's a Q, limbs stretched out and dangling from the rooftop. He's miserably crying his eyes out, sobbing and admitting he was wrong. I was wrong," he pleads pathetically. "I'm about to turn into a dried-up corpse. I'll listen next time, I swear." And just like that, Season 1 of Mr. Jiangxi ends on a note of peace and laughter. Thanks to our hero, even the Jiangxi can live happy lives now. A zombie mom holds her child up, smiling, "Quick, thank the great king. We have a home now." Season 2 of Mr. Jiangxi promises to bring even more surprises and excitement. Then, out of nowhere, Ziling appears. Some invisible force sends her flying into a wall behind her as she screams in pain. Just like that, Ziling is slammed down. ending up in a pile of rubble. She coughs painfully a few times, then struggles to look up at her opponent, her face a mask of complete disbelief. This is happening too? Across from her is Hugh, now transformed by the genes of Jiang Si. She's rocking an absolutely monstrous gun on her shoulder and letting out a wild, happy laugh. The battle between Hugh and Ziling is getting intense. Ziling, covered in wounds, struggles to her feet, saying, "What is this? It's like she's a completely different person." Hugh, influenced by Jiang Si's genes, has gone full zombie mode, letting out a few crazed laughs. Then, she speaks with pure insanity in her voice. "Senior Ziling, I can still fight." But Ziling isn't giving up, instantly getting up and teleporting. In a flash, she vanishes, reappearing right behind Hugh. Before she can even make a move, Hugh's head snaps a full 180 degrees to stare at her. This totally freaky move startles Ziling so much she lets out a curse. Damn it, caught off guard, she loses her balance and falls. She catches herself with her hands, questioning all her life choices. Is this thing even human? Suddenly her expression changes. Hugh, with zero humanity left, terrifyingly raises her weapon to bring it crashing down. Ziling somersaults back a few meters to dodge, then frantically avoids the hail of bullets Hugh unleashes on her. Hugh's face twists as she screams manically, "Senior Ziling, can I be the team leader?" The empty shell casings from every bullet she fires litter the ground around her. Hugh laughs like a complete maniac, unloading clip after clip in her direction. After dodging the bullet storm, Ziling leaps onto a nearby wall. She bounces off the wall, using it to build up some serious momentum. She glances up at Hugh and clicks her tongue. Instantly, Ziling launches herself straight at her opponent. "All right, let's see what you've really got." Hugh isn't worried at all, just letting out a little huff as she starts manipulating the cells inside her body. At the same time, Ziling unleashes her attack, the horizontal blade slash. But her razor-sharp sword strikes don't leave even a single scratch on Hugh. She turns around and taunts, "If you don't get serious, how can I go all out?" Ziling doesn't hold back, raising her sword high and swinging down. The blow instantly slices Hugh in half, but she doesn't panic at all, just keeps on laughing cheerfully. Ziling is completely shocked that she just stood there and took the hit. Why didn't she dodge? A second later, she's screaming in panic at Hugh's insane healing ability. What the hell is this? After fully regenerating, Hugh acts like nothing happened and just keeps smiling. A terrified Ziling quickly jumps back. She's still terrified, wondering to herself, this is way too much. What did Jiang Si do to her? Hugh just gives her a confident, provoking look. "So, can I be the team leader now?" And with that, she raises a fist and charges straight for Ziling. The punch lands square on her, catching her completely off guard. Ziling is sent smashing into a wall, coughing in pain. She looks grimly at Hugh and says, "All right, it's over." At that moment, white steam rises from Hugh's body as she transforms back. Now herself again, she asks frantically, "Senior Ziling, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that." Ziling ignores her apologies and gets straight to the point. "After Jiang Si bit you, did you turn into a Jiangshi?" She just brushes it off, saying, "No way, didn't we do a full body scan in the lab yesterday? Every cell is normal, even my genes haven't changed." But Tulung isn't buying it, pressing her for details. "So, you turning your head 180 degrees, and healing after being sliced in half? What's up with that?" Heel answers with incredible honesty, "I don't know, I just do it now, feels totally fine." And as if that wasn't enough, she continues to explain. "If I'm feeling down, a couple of stimulant shots make me even tougher. And so far, no weird side effects." After explaining everything, she cheerfully calls out to her senior, Tulung. Tulung is just speechless after that explanation, staying quiet for a moment. Seriously, what is wrong with this girl? Then, she abruptly stands up and pushes her aside. "Move." Heel, completely lost, quickly asks, "Senior, where are you going?" Watching her hurried figure, Heel is just beyond confused, asking, "What's wrong with Senior Tulung?" Tulung just snaps back coldly, "Leave me alone." Her subordinate, worried, chimes in, "Team leader, where are you going?" Without even pausing, Tulung replies directly, "To Hot City." She immediately hops on a plane and takes off for the city that Jiang Tu now controls. The flight ends as they touch down in Hot City. Tulung bolts from the plane without waiting for her subordinate, making him rush to call after her. "Team leader Tulung, wait for me." The scene then cuts to the city hall of Hot, where Jiang Tu holds his office. Right now, he's in the middle of a meeting with his crew, seriously reading from a paper in his hands. A Mao, manager of the Thon Hoa district. A Cam, chief of the city police. A Long, head of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Finally, he gets to Teo Huck. And Teo Huck. Hearing his name, the guy shoots to his feet and shouts that he's present. He casually appoints Teo Huck, director of the city's finance bureau. From now on, you're in charge of all the money. Taking the appointment paper, he solemnly swears an oath, vowing to protect every single coin in Jiangtu's treasury until death. Suddenly, the meeting room door is thrown open. It's Tu Long, panting and clearly in a massive hurry. Jiangtu is surprisingly happy to see her, smiling as he asks, Tu Long, is something wrong? She doesn't say a word and just rushes straight toward him. Seeing her frantic state, he just casually remarks, "Perfect timing, I was just about to report to you." But before he can say more, she shoves her hand right into his throat. "Open up." Suddenly getting his head grabbed and mouth forced open, Jiangtu is understandably confused as hell. And just like that, his teeth come down, biting hard into her slender arm. Mission accomplished. She immediately says her goodbyes and rushes off. "Okay, I'm done. You can continue." After leaving the meeting room, her pace slows to a casual stroll. Her subordinate finally catches up, panting, "Team Leader Tu Long, you're too fast." Then, with a worried look, he reminds her, "Team Leader Tu Long, did you forget that Spy can control people? Why would you just let him bite you, and he's not done yet? You're so noble. What if he controls you and makes you do unspeakable things?" Tu Long's expression is rock solid as she slowly says, "A power this immense that can reattach a severed body. This kind of immortality." Then she just blurts out her reckless conclusion. "He can do whatever he wants. I'd even do a striptease in the town square if he asked." Meanwhile, Jiangtu is left scratching his head, completely baffled by what just happened. After the brutal battle with the transformed zombie king, peace has finally returned to Hot City. And so, Jiangtu took over the city, began reforms, and assigned jobs to his underlings. The city started running like normal. Hat City, like any other, started holding all sorts of commercial and business activities. You've got zombie clothing stores, with a very enthusiastic zombie saleswoman welcoming customers at the door. Welcome! And of course, a zombie barbershop, because even the undead in this city want to look clean and presentable. There's even zombie real estate, with undead construction workers busy building new high-rises. And you can't forget the zombie real estate agents. They're also working hard, trying to find some talented new clients. Come on down, special prices on new homes. Free interior decoration included. Not only that, but Hat City even has a zombie driving school. If there are laws, the zombies have to follow them and get a license. Candidate number 54. Candidate number 54. The examiner looks at the zombie who can't tell the driver's seat from the passenger seat. "What are you doing in the passenger seat?" The scene shifts to Jiangtu, standing atop a skyscraper, looking out over his brand new city. Our guy is just soaking it all in, coffee in hand, enjoying the city. Hey, even a zombie king deserves a little downtime. But of course, the peace can't last. Elsewhere, his personal file is in someone's hands. A woman with long blonde hair and a seriously cool eye patch frowns at the page. "Jiang Si," she says, weak. No backbone at all. Out in the wild, he's just some random dude. Her subordinate brings her coffee, adding that he has no idea why the academy made this guy a team leader. "Supervisor Chen, didn't you hear what the head of the Steel Academy said? It's about this very thing." The subordinate asks, but Supervisor Chen just scoffs. The academies are always at each other's throats. It's Tuesday. Slandering each other is basically a hobby. What haven't we seen before? She takes a sip, then adds, "But they don't need to slander him. I already don't like this Jiang Si guy. A team leader with absolutely zero personality." She hesitates, and as for whether he's a real zombie or not, Supervisor Chen crushes the paper in her hand. "Let's go find out." Cut to the coldest part of the planet, the Arctic. A lone helicopter slices through the frigid air. At the same time, a massive ship appears just off the coast, breaking through the ice. A young-looking guy walks up to a man with silver hair. "Dr. Strange, welcome, sir." The so-called Dr. Strange gets right to it. "I heard you found the remains of an ancient human here." The kid confirms it. A perfectly preserved mummy, estimated to be 1,000 years old. Then he starts rambling off what he knows. "We were on a scientific expedition when we found it, buried 500 meters under the ice. We're trying to lift it with the crane now." The doctor's eyes light up. He warns them, "Remember, do not damage the remains." He says slowly, "If this is a real ancient human, it will be the greatest discovery in history." Below them, massive cranes begin hauling up a huge chunk of ice. A foreman is shouting directions at the crew. "Careful now, bring it up slow and easy." Dr. Strange lights a cigarette, full of anticipation. Hopefully this will revolutionize our understanding of ancient history. But in the distance, a group of mysterious figures in thick fur coats watch silently. The lead archaeologist looks over at the operation, confessing, "As the head of this team, I've never been this nervous in my life." The man below keeps waving his hands, guiding the massive payload. That's it, easy does it. Set it down gently." The mysterious block of ice is slowly lowered to the ground, and inside that huge chunk of ice, you can just make out a figure. It's a desiccated body with dark skin and white hair that goes all the way down to its waist. Doctor Strange stares, completely stunned by the sight. It looks like this? Suddenly, a terrifying shadow appears right behind the young scientist. A hand clamps over his mouth. The figure opens its own mouth, impossibly wide, and sinks its teeth right into the kid's neck. The doctor screams, "Who are you people? You're not with our crew!" The other scientists are slaughtered in seconds. Doctor Strange is kicked to the ground, crying out in pain. Then, the leader orders his men to use the doctor as a sacrifice. They attack him, and as he screams for help, the attacker just says, "Relax, we only want your blood." A man with long, unnatural blue hair stares intently at the scene unfolding before him. Next to him, a brown-haired woman smiles with glee, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. The massive block of ice finally crashes completely onto the ground. The figures in fur coats immediately start smashing the ice block. As the body is revealed, a strange white mist pours out from it. The body inside the ice begins to change, its skin becoming smooth and full of life. As she steps out of the ice, the brown-haired woman approaches and drapes a cloak over her. Then, all the mysterious figures kneel before her, respectfully greeting the Demon King. They worshipfully wish her eternal youth. But the woman, the Demon King, just looks on with an ice-cold expression. She has only one question. Dressed in just thin pants and the fur cloak, she asks with pure hatred, "Is that fool named Jiang still alive?" Her followers look absolutely terrified. The blue-haired man gets on his knees, head bowed. "Your Majesty, Jiang Si is still alive. 1,000 years have passed, and he's living quite well." Sweat pours down his face as he nervously looks up at her. "I remember. After he destroyed human civilization last time, how now he's living with them? And rebuilding his own race?" A handmaiden rushes to her side to steady her. "My queen, be careful." Xiao Hong's eyes narrowed as she spat out each word. "Jiang Si." She glared at Wu Ding, her voice dropping to an icy whisper. "This time, I'm not letting you go." Meanwhile, in a sprawling city filled with skyscrapers and high-tech wonders lies Guangzhou Province, the academy capital. Jiang Si was just trying to enjoy his tea when a voice shattered the peace. "Your Majesty, you have a phone call." A crowd stands around, all serious faces and deep thoughts. Meanwhile, inside, some poor soul on a bed is screaming bloody murder, sending the doctor into a full-blown panic. Zilang's eyes go wide with confusion. "What is that? I've never seen anything like it." From behind him, Lan Qi adds, looking just as lost, "It doesn't look like a Jiangxi." The patient's eyes are glowing blood red. He's roaring, thrashing violently against the chains binding his hands and feet. Two terrified doctors huddle together, finally spitting out the details. Apparently, this guy was part of an archaeological team from the next province. Found in the Arctic, no less. And our own team leader? Vanished right along with them. The weird part? He's supposed to be a normal human who somehow injured two of our team leaders during his capture. Xiao Xiao watches Ziling observing the chaos and sighs. "Looks like we have to call in an expert." Just then, a car pulls up, flanked by two guards. Jiang Si steps out of the car. Everyone immediately snaps into two lines, shouting in unison. "Welcome, team leader Jiang Si." The lights flare on as he's escorted into a private room. Inside, all eyes turn to Jiang Si. Team leader Ingarnk walks up, extending a hand. "Hello there." He smiles, introducing himself. "I'm team leader Ingarn from the Quangkan Academy." Then he gets right down to business. "So, you captured Doctor Jie Ming?" Jiang Si just laughs and says, "Hello." And with that, he walks right past the guy. Team leader Ingarn smirks, dripping with contempt. What a lowlife. Actually working with humans, just to get half the job done. A guy with brown hair and yellow glasses sneers nearby. He looks so weak. Why is he even a team leader here? Team leader Kwang Dai, standing next to him, silently agrees. Inviting this guy here is basically a death wish. Suddenly, the guy looks around. Wait, where's team leader Kwang Dai? Turns out he's hiding outside the room, shaking in his boots. "I knew I should have just stayed home," he whimpers. Back in the room, a terrifying growl echoes from the patient. Seeing Jiang Si walk in, the doctor immediately begs for help. "Jiang Si, look at this guy. Do you have any idea what kind of monster this is?" Our hero's deadpan response. "I don't even know how old I am. You want me to identify this?" Jiang Si reaches out and touches the bite mark on the patient's neck. A flicker of surprise crosses his eyes. Ziling and the others walk in. "Jiang Si, did you find something?" The man on the bed just keeps growling. Jiang Si slowly removes his hand from the man's neck, and just like that, the patient shuts his mouth and stares at him in utter confusion. A grin spreads across Jiang Si's face. "Interesting. A member of the Blood Clan. His body erupts with powerful magic. A massive force explodes from him, sending everyone flying. The patient on the bed recoils, tears of fear welling in his eyes. Jiang Si's voice is pure ice. I thought your kind was already extinct. The sheer force of his magic blasts the entire group away. Team leader Ngarnk slams painfully into a wall. The guy with the yellow glasses struggles to sit up. What just happened? Why did team leader Jiang suddenly go berserk? Ngarnja's face is pure rage. What is he doing? Ziling and Xiao Xiao are just huddled on the floor. Jiang Si glares at the terrified man on the bed. Interesting. I was sure I killed every last one of you. He lets out a terrifying smile, grabbing the man by the throat. So, since you're here, tell me, where is the Zhu Xiaohong who loves to poison me? The guy starts bawling his eyes out. I don't know anything. Please don't ask me. I only just turned into a vampire yesterday. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Jiang Si tightens his grip, and the man dissolves into a cloud of smoke. Team leader Ngarn is sweating buckets, totally stunned. Did that weakling just do that? No way. Guangdai is practically having a heart attack. I told you. I should have just stayed home. Jiang Si, meanwhile, looks completely unfazed. Ziling and Xiao Xiao rush over to him. What was that, Jiang Si? Did you find out anything? Ziling gets right in his face, demanding answers. What was that you said earlier? About a blood clan? He just warns them. Be careful when you go out these next few days. Jiang Si's face becomes deadly serious. Ziling and Xiao Xiao just stare at him, wide-eyed. Then he just grins and scratches his head. Actually, I forgot. The two of them collapse to the floor in unison. Oh, come on. Later, back at the main tower, Ziling is still complaining. When you go into that mode, can't you try to be a little more normal? He just looks innocent. But I really did forget. Jiang Si flails his arms around. I'll remember next time. Ngarn just mutters under his breath. What a total loser. Suddenly, Jiang Si whips his head around. He locks eyes with them, and both Ngarn and the guy with the glasses immediately look away, totally flustered. Rain pours down on the city as a new voice speaks up. Great King Xiaohong, this is our new home. Staring up at the cobwebs hanging from the ceiling, Lan Ling asks nervously, Will you be comfortable staying here? So get this. Xiaohong and her sidekick are slumped against a wall in the rain, looking absolutely miserable, when a single coin clinks on the pavement. Some snooty guy just has to open his mouth. I thought the capital was supposed to be well managed? Why are there beggars here? His servant freaks out. My lord, don't mind the humans. But Lam Lin's eyes go wide at the sight of the coin and he lunges for it. Money, money! Xiaohong just scowls. Then she furiously throws a can at the wall and screams, If we're this pathetic, why did you even summon me? The attendant next to Xiaohong bursts into tears, completely devastated. My king, do you have any idea how we've lived for the last 1,000 years? Cue the dramatic flashback to the insane battle between Xiaohong and Jiang Si. She continues, After your great war with Jiang Si, you were beaten into a literal husk. We watched it all happen. The female attendant is on the ground, frantically biting a handkerchief as she keeps the tragic tale going. Then, to survive, he wiped out our entire race. Wiping her eyes, she says, We only escaped by playing dead. A terrifying vision of Jiang Si flashes in her mind. She trembles. Under his shadow, we couldn't show our faces for 1,000 years. She and Lam Lin were just hiding behind a wall, terrified of everything and everyone. No matter where we went in the world, human or zombie if we saw them, we took the long way around. The more she talks, the more she cries, her voice catching in her throat. We haven't left this alley in 1,000 years, and Lam Lin is turning into an idiot. Xiaohong just stares into space and mutters, Then summoning me was useless. She leans back against the wall, brooding over the whole pathetic situation. I'm no match for him. Right now, I'm not even worthy of clipping his toenails. But Lam Lin looks at her and says, My king, you're wrong. The reason we resurrected you is because we got some major intel. His expression gets dead serious. We found someone who can make you invincible. The attendant chimes in. That's right, someone who can make you unbeatable. Xiaohong shoots him a look, her voice like ice. Who? Lam Lin just pulls out a newspaper and shows it to her. Cut to Jiang Si and his crew, staring grimly at the recently captured Doctor Jie Ming and his cronies. He asks coldly, Why not just take him out right now? Xu Ling answers seriously, We can't yet. He planted a ton of spies among us. We have to find them all. Plus, there's his anti-human research. We need to find and destroy every last bit of it. Jiang Si shoots back. And what if he escapes? Team leader Ngarn just crosses his arms and laughs. Cocky much? How could he? He's tied up that tight. There's no way he can run. He struts forward, then looks back, dripping with arrogance. Since team leader Jiang made the catch, allow me to give you the grand tour. From a helicopter, they see a massive plane stretching out below, covered in tightly packed buildings. A voiceover kicks in. This is the prison the capital built just for us. I hollowed out the entire mountain, 3,000 meters deep, inside a base lit by a single hole, surrounded by dudes with cannons. He continues. A total of 1,500 floors and 100,000 soldiers. Jiang Si looks absolutely stunned from inside the elevator as team leader Ngarn's voice continues the tour. Even this elevator takes 30 minutes to reach the bottom floor. Anti-aircraft, guns, lasers, bazookas, they have every heavy weapon imaginable. And then there's the army of soldiers. The leader adds, and this is just the appetizer. Some guy in a mask with a glowing red sash speaks up. Every 100 floors is guarded by a team leader. There are 30 team leaders and 2 chief commanders. Jiang Si is speechless. Team leader Ngarn smirks, looking ahead. With this level of defense, how could he possibly get away? Below them, the prisoner is chained to a huge pillar. The leader smugly adds, we also planted a detonator for good measure. Dr. Jie Ming is strapped to a bomb with the force of 10,000 tons of TNT. If anyone gets close, the whole place goes sky high. Team leader Ngarn crosses his arms, his face the very definition of overconfidence. So even if he manages to escape, he's still dying and taking us with him. Jiang Si breaks out in a cold sweat. Ngarn keeps going, even a god could only collect the bodies. Suddenly, Jiang Si just laughs, turns, and bolts out of there. Seeing this level of human insanity, Jiang Si in his normal form is just dripping with nervous sweat. You guys are nuts. Well, good luck with the big boom. I'm out of here. Elsewhere, a hand holds a tablet streaming the whole prison tour. At the same time, back in that small alley, Xiao Hong's entire crew freezes, their eyes wide with horror. The mood darkens instantly. Lam Lin says, my king. They also installed a self-destruct device. She absolutely explodes with rage. These cruel, wicked humans. Team leader Ngarn lights a cigarette, then looks over at Xu Ling. I forgot to tell you, Supervisor Chen is in team leader Jiang City for an inspection. You didn't give your boyfriend a heads up? Her face twisted in annoyance as she glared at him. Get lost. You're the one who's his boyfriend. So why in the world are you telling me all this? He leaned against a nearby rock, casually dropping a bombshell. Chief Jiang snitched to Supervisor Chen that team leader Jiang is a zombie and even built a whole zombie city. I honestly couldn't care less if Jiang Si is a zombie or not. The team leader's eyes slid over to Ziling as he continued smugly. I only acknowledge the strong. She shot him a cold look and let out a sigh. In a massive city bustling with people, Jiang Si strolled along with a huge grin, turning heads everywhere he went. This human city is so glamorous. Dr. Kiet Min was speechless, probably because he was tied to a giant pillar. Inside, someone silently pushed a food cart past them. Dr. Kiet Min's chained-up subordinate was bawling his eyes out. Dude, we are so screwed. But this guy wasn't scared at all, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Jiang Si, I swear I will get my hands on your genes. Hearing this, his lackey immediately started to freak out. Dr. Min, what are you talking about? We're about to be executed. He just smirked, absolutely certain of himself. No way, they won't kill us before they get their hands on my research. Before I was caught, I had someone hide the files in a place that even I don't know. Dr. Kiet Min snarled through his teeth. Those fools are keeping me alive, and they will regret it. His subordinate just looked totally baffled. Jiang Si is way too strong. Forget getting his genes. The real problem is how to research a being even stronger than him. Dr. Kiet Min, ever the confident one, just shrugged. All we need is a powerful vessel, one that can contain Jiang Si's genes, and my work will be complete. His subordinate anxiously protested, Stop talking about research. This is the most secure prison in the world. How could we escape? We're just a couple of normal guys. Dr. Kiet Min's face wrinkled in thought as the guy with the food cart drew closer to them. A man stood next to a robot, its engine humming to life. The smart food delivery bot was ready. With a beep, the machine gently offered food to Dr. Kiet Min's mouth. His subordinate saw this and panicked, shouting, Dr. Min! But the doctor simply started chewing his food. He was actually enjoying it. Turns out, he had a listening device hidden in one of his teeth. He sat in grim silence. Outside, another man stood deep in thought, speaking into a device. Where is the new zombie king being held? The man replied respectfully, Sir, he's in the body laboratory on the 200th floor, currently under the watch of 2 chiefs. On the other end, an unconscious vampire was lying on a bed as someone responded. Understood. Follow my orders and guard our vessel. Meanwhile, Jiang Si casually walked down the street, glancing at his phone screen. Ziling put the phone to her ear and started talking. I've got something to tell you. Jiang Si listened intently to every word. Chief Jiang ratted you out to Supervisor Chen, saying you built a city of zombies. Now Supervisor Chen is on his way to inspect your city. He's already en route. We see Supervisor Chen in a car, arms crossed and looking deadly serious. Ziling rushed to explain. Supervisor Chen is our province's official auditor. He's in charge of investigating team leaders. If he finds out this is real, he'll strip you of your title on the spot. Sweat started dripping down his face as he weakly argued. But I'm actually human. Jiang Si was sweating buckets as Ziling laid into him. Don't pretend I don't know what's in your city. You know perfectly well who you are. Gotta go. She hung up. He stood there, frozen. Then he threw his hands in the air and screamed, I'm so dead. He was completely freaking out. What do I do? What do I do? Jiang Si stopped short when something caught his eye. He squinted, staring hard at a cosmetics store. Sunlight beat down from above. Supervisor Chen's subordinate respectfully opened the car door. Supervisor Chen. He gestured to a waiting aircraft. The plane to Hat City has been prepared and is ready for departure. She looked straight ahead, gave a cold little huff, and then spoke. Anyone without character doesn't deserve to be a team leader. This Jiang guy has to go. Suddenly, cars began falling from the sky, and Xiaohei could only stare in shock. The vehicles slammed into the ground in front of a giant building. Jiang Si landed softly amid the chaos. Xiaohei was totally lost. Bro, what is happening, Great King? Jiang Si rushed over to him and explained, Supervisor Chen is coming to inspect our city. Quick, pass all this stuff out. Tell the zombie citizens to get in disguise. If Supervisor Chen finds out we're zombies, he'll take the city from us. The moment Jiang Si finished speaking, another guy was already barking orders. A Gu to District D, a Lang to District C. Let's go. High above, a guy carrying a hover car stopped dead in his tracks when he heard the shout. If you don't want to go back to living in a pile of rubble, you better watch your facial expressions. The others in the sky also paused, listening intently. Every person to their assigned area. Move, move, move. Agu held a lipstick, confused, as he watched Xiaohei apply powder. Is this really gonna work? With eyes wide and head tilted back, he struggles to put on his contact lenses before making the announcement. The big boss must have his reasons for this, one of Jiang Si's men declares with a wave. He gave the order. If you don't want to go back to living under the overpass, get over here and get your supplies. Everyone defending the city gets a cut. A little zombie kid curiously asks, Mommy, what are they doing? His mother calmly explains. The big boss ordered us to pretend to be human. A zombie girl, already dusting her face with powder, approaches his two underlings. Can I get one of those kits? Am I doing this right? The little zombie boy just clutches his mom's leg. Mommy, I want some too. The stunningly beautiful zombie girl turns with a lipstick in hand, making her kid's eyes pop. Not so fast, honey, mommy's not done. Just then, a Mao strolls in. We're back. Agu and Xiaohei follow, their faces an absolute disaster of smeared makeup. A Lang and a Mao are floored. Holy crap, you guys are finished already? Agu's makeup is a total train wreck. He just yells back, Leave me alone, a Lang asks, completely lost. So, what are we supposed to do? Xiaohei chimes in with fake sympathy. Looks like you guys drew the short straw. He then proceeds to slap a collar on both a Lang and a Mao, turning them into pets, before wondering aloud. Supervisor Chen should be here any minute now, but where is she? The two of them start growling. Xiaohei, we're all the same rank. Why do WE have to be the pets? Xiaohei just shrugs and shoots back. Weren't you guys someone's pets when you were still alive? As they look up at a plane crossing the sky, one of Supervisor Chen's men looks ahead and says excitedly, Good thing Supervisor Chen is so farsighted, she had us take the train instead. Supervisor Chen walks ahead, her voice cold as ice. Even an idiot knows Guang Prefecture doesn't have many team leaders. The news of our arrival was definitely leaked. It's best to take the long way around and start our inspection from the lowest class of citizens. That's how we'll find clues about Jiang Si. Her two subordinates start whispering behind her back. Why does Supervisor Chen hate Jiang Si so much? The guy's a total weakling. The other one adds, Dude, besides the minister, Supervisor Chen looks down on everyone. She's got a problem with the whole world. Supervisor Chen suddenly stops. The guy next to him panics. Keep your voice down, man. What if she hears you? She frowns, turns her head and snaps at them, her voice dripping with annoyance. I heard everything. So what if I have a problem with him? A voice echoes in Supervisor Chen's head, making her expression turn even uglier. Ever since the minister stepped down, any cat or dog can become a team leader. An image of the magnificent minister appears in her mind as the voice continues. Only a talent like the minister can lead humanity to prosperity. That dominant aura, that absolute self-confidence, that's what makes a true leader. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is just casually enjoying a meal in his room, completely unbothered by the chaos outside. All right, let's start the investigation, Supervisor Chen says sternly, before walking off with her lackeys. Her two subordinates look around and start chatting. It's been a while since the minister went on an expedition. He's got to be coming back soon. Meanwhile, Xiao He, a Gu, a Lang, and a Mao just wait in silence. He finds it strange. Why isn't she here yet? Logically, Supervisor Chen should have arrived by now. A Gu replies, she's probably close. Just wait. One of Supervisor Chen's men spots a shop and heads inside. Excuse me, old-timer, can I ask you a question? He looks around, confused. Sir, why do you only sell things like eggs? The shopkeeper nervously turns away, forcing a smile. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Nope, can't hear a thing. The subordinate is baffled. Is this guy deaf and mute or what? Outside, another agent is also gathering intel. Excuse me, after team leader Jiang Si took over the city, did he oppress any of you? The man thumps his chest proudly. Not at all. Our big boss is the best. Not only did he give us a place to live, but he also gives us free eggs every month. Suddenly, the man's arm drops to the ground, shocking them both. Supervisor Chen's agent stares as the dismembered hand waves at him from the dirt. He completely freaks out and screams, "Hey buddy, you dropped your arm!" The man frantically picks it up and starts running. My mom's calling me for dinner. It's just a prosthetic, don't worry about it. Supervisor Chen's agents are now sweating buckets. She furiously stomps her foot on the ground and snaps, "Damn it! This place is full of lunatics. Today I learned that humans can be just as idiotic as zombies." Supervisor Chen clenches her fists, gritting her teeth. Damn it all, that bastard Jiang Si. Did he build an entire city just for crazy people? She turns back and points at the agent who was gathering intel. Write this down for me. This is the official document on how to handle team leader Jiang Si. Her subordinate immediately snaps to attention. Yes, ma'am. All while clouds drift peacefully across the sky. Jiang Si is sitting alone, just laughing to himself, which makes his men super nervous. What's wrong with team leader Jiang Si? A Gu comes closer and asks, what happened? The subordinate replies, I have no idea. After team leader Jiang Si finished eating, he just became like this, muttering nonsense and shaking all over. He's stunned when he hears about Jiang Si's condition from the guy. A Gu grabs the subordinate by his collar and yells, wait a minute, what did you feed the big boss? The terrified guy stammers, I don't know. When the team leader got back, he said he was hungry. The subordinate remembers the plate of food and finally blurts out, we made him fried eggs with chili peppers. Chili fried eggs? A Gu asks nervously. We're screwed. The big boss can't eat this. But his buddy has no idea what's going on. And what if he does eat it? Jiang Si, still sitting by the glass door, has a wicked glint in his eyes and a creepy smile to match. The guy rushes to explain, it's like his super stimulant. He'll go on a violent rampage that lasts a whole month. Meanwhile, the little black suits are just waiting around. He puts the phone to his ear. Hello? A Gu's panicked voice comes through the line. Xiao He, we have a major problem. The big boss ate the chili fried eggs. This is bad. Xiao He is floored, yelling, what? But I hid all the chili peppers. His friend sounds hopeless. I don't know how they found them. What are we gonna do? He just gives up. Telling me is useless. I have no idea either. A cam, seeing Xiao He's total confusion, chimes in, hey Xiao He, you think the boss is gonna wipe out the entire inspection team? Xiao He winces, stammering. Probably, yeah. Fluffy clouds drift by as Supervisor Chen barks out an order. Let's move. Nothing else to investigate here. Check another spot. Then she looks up and freezes. A truck is literally falling from the sky, slamming into the ground and cracking it open. Supervisor Chen lets out a terrified scream. Jiang Si lands on the truck with a massive impact. She and her subordinates hit the deck, stuttering. What just happened? Is that a truck? He smirks, a sinister smile on his face as he speaks. Supervisor Chen, I'll be your tour guide for the day. Her subordinates start to pick themselves up, totally bewildered. What was that? Who the heck is that guy? They ask. Jiang Si stands on the truck, looking down at Supervisor Chen, his face dark and menacing. She stammers, who are you? He smirks, a playful glint in his eyes. You forgot already? I'm Jiang Si, the one you've all been looking for. Supervisor Chen's subordinate is stunned. Her jaw drops in pure shock. What? Another one asks in a panic. You're Jiang Si? Supervisor Chen shoots to her feet. I remember you looking different. Jiang Si lands on the ground with that same creepy grin. I took off my mask, he says. She backs away nervously as he walks closer. Wait. Don't come any closer. Jiang Si snaps his fingers and speaks. Supervisor Chen, you came all this way, so I prepared a few welcome gifts for you. Canned chili fried eggs, please accept them. His goons suddenly appear, each holding out a bowl of eggs. Jiang Si gets right in Supervisor Chen's face. We don't eat people, she just frowns. What? Then he grabs her and lifts her up. Jiang Si crouches down, then springs up, saying, how can you investigate in the suburbs? Let's find somewhere a little more lively. He flies up, taking a screaming Supervisor Chen with him. Her two subordinates can only watch in horror. Supervisor Chen! Oh my god! Supervisor Chen's mouth hangs open as he carries her higher and higher into the sky. One guy gawks. Dude, he jumped so high. The other one hails a cab. Stop staring and let's go. Follow them. Xiao Hei spots them high above. Supervisor Chen is over there, a cam adds. The big boss is with her. Let's go. Supervisor Chen is just dangling in midair, screaming her head off. Jiang Si picks a nearby building and touches down. He stands on the roof and holds her up high. Look, he says, giving her a little shake. This is my city, over 2 million square kilometers, and we're about to expand. He glances into the glass windows of a nearby office. We've got high-level office workers, publicly listed companies. He then gestures to the zombies building another skyscraper. And a construction industry. Whatever industry you need, we have it. Plus over 1,000 job openings. We could bring hundreds of billions in tax revenue to Guangzhou. Then he yanks her off the building again, making her burst into tears. I get it. Just put me down. Jiang Si drags Supervisor Chen along. Let's talk about public safety. He pulls her over to a traffic light. We always follow the law. Traffic safety is key. No violators here. A truck driver sees him and nearly has a heart attack. The driver sits in his truck, terrified, as Jiang Si just strolls by. Oh no, a leg cramp, he says casually. Anyway, if we do have any violators. He then kicks the truck, sending it flying as Supervisor Chen screams. The car soars through the air. On the other side of the street, her subordinates arrive and quickly pay the taxi driver. Their eyes go wide as they see the truck smash into a skyscraper. Xiao Hei flies over, pulling the driver out of the wreck. Supervisor Chen is speechless. You killed someone. Jiang Si's voice turns cold. Not at all, he explains. When my people show up, they all have special skills. No innocent resident will die on our watch. The intersection is empty as her two men run up. Supervisor Chen? Jiang Si casually tosses her over to them. Her two subordinates catch her. Jiang Si walks towards Xiao Hei's group. I know why Supervisor Chen is here. Let her go today, no matter the outcome. They all stand there, watching him in silence. Jiang Si glances back at them, his voice low and threatening. Who dares to stop me from opening this city? The truck is still smoking, wedged in the building. If you've lived long enough, you can try. Model. Supervisor Tran's crew was absolutely losing it. On a totally empty street, one of them pipes up. Xiao Guang stammers, dude, let's just go. I can't feel my legs. Is this seriously the power a human can have? He glances at Jiang Tu, still terrified. Compared to the minister? This guy is even less human. And of course, Jiang Tu just flashes this wicked grin. Xiao Guang's sweating buckets, like, who called this guy weak? I'm gonna kill him. Jiang Tu starts to walk off. We're done here. I'm not feeding you guys, so beat it before I change my mind. But then, Supervisor Tran chimes in. Hold on a second. Sweat is just pouring down her face, but she manages to say it. Your city management skills are great, I'll give you that. But a leader needs combat power too. Jiang Tu freezes. A cow is confused. Xiao Hei is shocked. A cam is baffled. Basically, the whole crew is just completely stunned. She keeps pushing, frowning. A leader needs the power to actually protect their own city. And I don't see that power in you. His guys literally rush over to shut her up, leaving her totally bewildered. Jiang Tu just stands there, his voice dangerously low. Oh, really? He turns his head, flashing this truly sinister smile at her. You want to see my real power? His crew starts trembling, and she has no idea why. Jiang Tu just says, fine. Next thing you know, the bright sun is beating down on them at a beach. A cow is standing there, super anxious. I've got a really bad feeling about this. The tension is thick. Supervisor Tran and her people are completely lost. Why did you bring us here? His shadow stretches across the water, looking seriously ominous. She's still confused. A cow suddenly calls out, Supervisor Tran. Then he basically says, whatever happens next is on you, not us. And just like that, Supervisor Tran starts to panic. Wait, what? She stammers, totally shocked. Jiang Tu just shoots a look over at Supervisor Tran. Everyone's eyes are glued to him. She's thinking, what on earth is he doing? Suddenly, rocks and dust start lifting off the ground, freaking out her subordinate. What the? The rocks are flying. Jiang Tu clenches his fist, eyes narrowed to slits. He just stands there, staring ahead, as Supervisor Tran's crew starts screaming in absolute shock. What is that thing? He doesn't even move as a massive wave rises up and smashes against the rocks in front of them. Then Jiang Tu's voice booms out, stop, and he just stands there, completely calm, while everyone else is freaking out. Her two subordinates are panicking. The whole vibe just shifted. What is he trying to pull? Then a massive force slams into them and they scream. The ground erupts, sending debris flying everywhere. A cow grabs one of her subordinates to keep him from flying off. The pressure wave slams Supervisor Tran into the ground. She and Xiao Guang can only sit there, totally stunned, staring ahead. Xiao Guang looks around, completely bewildered. Where did your team leader go? Then a cow pulls a huge telescope out of nowhere and sets it up. Supervisor Tran looks through it, and her jaw hits the floor. She's seeing Saturn clear as day, just hanging out in the void. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu looks up and she's just like, wait, is this even possible? His expression gets intense, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. The view zooms in on Saturn, and suddenly another planet just appears right next to it. A planet millions of miles away from Earth. Supervisor Tran's crew completely loses their minds. Holy crap, that's insane. Are you even human? They scream. Jiang Tu raises his arm, clenching his hand into a fist. He winds it back, building up an insane amount of power, and then he throws an absolute haymaker straight up. Everyone, including his own crew, screams, "We're so dead!" He doesn't even flinch. A cow roars, "Everyone get back!" A massive gust of wind smacks Supervisor Tran right in the face. The ocean itself rockets into the sky, sending a flood toward the city. A cow struggles to block it while her team just screams. Back at headquarters, Ziling and Xiao Xiao get thrown across the room. What is going on? She asks from the floor. Warning alarms are blaring everywhere. Level 12 tsunami warning. Repeat, a level 12 tsunami warning is in effect. They look towards the open doors just as a massive wave slams into the city. They both scream, "What is that? Did the apocalypse come early?" Ziling and Xiao Xiao are just speechless. The alarm blares on, a level 12 tsunami threatening the very existence of humanity. A massive barrier wall shoots up, activating the level 1 defense plan. The wave smashes against the shield and holds. Jiang Tu soars up, then lands right in the middle of the chaos. His face is terrifyingly calm. Have you seen enough now? The water churns violently behind him. Supervisor Tran just collapses to the ground, completely broken. Jiang Tu stands there, calmly watching the massive wave raging behind them, all while the sun shines brightly in the sky. Jiang Tu's crew just watches as a taxi speeds away. Inside, Supervisor Tran and her team are sweating, absolutely terrified. Monster. He's not human. Even a real monster isn't that terrifying. As the car speeds away, Jiang Tu's group slowly fades from view. Gu starts to panic. Did we go a little too far? Are they gonna take the city back? Xiao He is sweating buckets, but tries to play it cool. Nah, I doubt it. Down below, a massive plain stretches out, with a gigantic crater punched right in the middle. And so, after coming back from that, Supervisor Chen was, well, let's just say he wasn't exactly all there anymore. He basically just gave a silent thumbs up to the city Jiang Si was running in that other reality. Deep beneath the prison lab holding Doctor Jie Ming, a guy with red-tinted glasses watches the zombie king, who's currently tied to a bed. This Jiang Si guy is a real monster, the doctor chimes in. I have no idea how he managed to take this thing down. He stares at the powerless zombie and then adds, shouldn't we be more impressed with Doctor Jie Ming? The man created a creature this terrifying. The doctor adds, damn that Jie Ming. Was he trying to create a god or something? The guy with the glasses muses, if Dr. Jie Ming had actually worked for humanity, he would have been one of the greats. The doctor wonders, hey, stop thinking about that. You think there's a chance he's not even dead? Red Glasses immediately shuts him down impossible. There were no signs of life. A spy, who basically materialized out of thin air, dumps some kind of liquid into a nearby glass of water. And our two geniuses just keep chatting, totally oblivious to his presence. Suddenly, Dr. Jie Ming's voice rings out in the spy's ear. Do exactly as I say. Fuse the CHL-47 with the base solution. The spy follows his instructions, mixing two chemicals at a 71 ratio. Turns out the zombie king was only unconscious, his body is still intact, meaning there's a chance to bring him back. The moment Dr. Jie Ming finishes speaking, the spy fills up a massive syringe, just looking for the perfect opportunity to inject the new zombie king. The guy with the red glasses turns to leave, calling over his shoulder, I'm going on patrol. The spy scoffs. What's there to patrol 3,000 meters underground? He turns back to the zombie king and, without hesitation, jams the needle right into him, leaving the doctor and the other guy completely stunned. The liquid starts pumping in. Red Glasses sends the spy flying into a wall and screams, what the hell did you do? The zombie king's eyes snap wide open. A massive explosion rocks the room, and everyone in the lab starts screaming. Outside, team leader Ingarn stares in shock. What was that? Alarms start blaring. Warning! Warning! As the dust settles, the zombie king stands up, clenches his fist, and glares at them all. Dr. Jie Ming issues a command, making an offer. Kill every last one of them. Get me out, and I'll make you stronger than Jiang Si. High above, a plane approaches the base. Someone casually kicks the door right off its hinges, sending it tumbling through the air. Naturally, everyone on the plane starts screaming their heads off. A voice orders, "Nobody move, cooperate, and you won't be harmed." One of the hijackers walks up to the cockpit and shoves a gun against the pilot's head. "Don't try any funny business. We'll let you go when we're done." The plane flies onward, filled with terror. That's when Xiao Hong appears at the open doorway. She strolls past some guy and calls back. They set up alerts for hundreds of miles around. This was our only way in. One of her subordinates answers, "Your Majesty." They've attached a self-destruct device to Doctor Jie Ming. "Perhaps we should form a more detailed plan." Xiao Hong just frowns. "Unnecessary. It's a simple human trick. If I can't handle a small problem like this, how could I ever be your king?" One by one, her soldiers jump from the plane, shouting into the wind. The only way to deal with violence is with even more violence. They dive straight into the base, roaring, "Kill them all!" A voice suddenly cries out, making the team leaders freeze. "Quick! Look up!" Team leader Ingarn frantically barks orders. "It's a prison break. Set up defensive positions now." As the invaders drop from the sky, soldiers open fire, but every single bullet is effortlessly dodged. A team leader tries to calm the chaos. "Everyone, don't panic. We have 30 team leaders. They can't possibly win." The scene in the prison becomes absolute bedlam. Chief Tong is completely lost. What's happening? It's a prison break, dude." Xiao Hong arrogantly crosses her arms while looking at a map of the base. She's currently on floor 1, with team leader Ingarn and the others 320 meters below. 500 meters deeper is the chief's level. At 2,990 meters is the zombie king. And finally, 3,000 meters down, Doctor Jie Ming. Down on the 3,000-meter level, red glasses get smashed into a wall. He can only watch, stunned, as the zombie king walks right past him. The zombie king faces Doctor Jie Ming and says, "I hate you. Do you really think I'm here to save you? Between you and Jiang Si, your death is much more important." He smirks. His subordinate is floored. "What?" Doctor Jie Ming's voice becomes a threatening growl. "You had one fight with Jiang Si. Now you think you're the most powerful being in the world? I made you. I may be a normal human, but I'm the one who decides if you live or if you die. Trying to act tough in front of me? You're still just a kid." The zombie king grits his teeth. "What?" He glares back, his eyes burning with fury. "But don't you worry. Once you fulfill my dream, I'll take care of myself." The zombie king said, his hand on his chin dripping with scorn. "When you humans go crazy, you're 1,000 times more terrifying than any other creature. You can make me as strong as Jiang Si. Are you for real?" Dr. Jie Ming's eyes narrowed as he spoke with grim determination. "I guarantee it. I'm a man of my word." Looking down from above the base, the chief faced off against a prison escapee. Over by Captain Ingarn's squad, another escapee charged forward as screams filled the air. The captain raised his weapon, growling, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" Xiao Hong's crew just stared them down, their eyes cold as ice. She strode towards the captains and cut right to the chase. "I'm not here to waste time with you," Xiao Hong sized them up. "You have two options. Hand over Dr. Jie Ming and live. Refuse, and you'll witness the true extent of my power." Furious, Captain Ingarn charged at her with a pipe, shouting, "In your dreams!" Xiao Hong's face just twisted in annoyance. The other captains roared, rushing to attack her all at once. "Where do you think you are? Demanding we release someone?" The sounds of battle erupted throughout the entire base. Down on floor 3,000, a severed robotic arm hit the ground. The chief collapsed, struggling to ask, "What? What just happened?" Captain Ingarn was just as confused. "I didn't see a thing." The soldiers started freaking out. "Oh my God!" They raised their guns, aiming at Xiao Hong. "Shoot! Hurry up and shoot!" She just watched them calmly. The soldiers unloaded their clips, showering her with bullets. But to Xiao Hong, the rounds might as well have been raindrops. She stood there defiantly, taking every single bullet head on. One of Xiao Hong's lackeys sneered, "Is this pathetic level of tech all you've got?" A loud explosion rocked Dr. Jie Ming's prison cell. At the same time, one of the doctor's men helped him up, looking confused. "Weren't we told it would explode on contact? So why are we perfectly fine right now?" He explained with a dark tone. "After the power was cut, 2 wires were left exposed. No machine is ever truly perfect." The zombie king stepped forward. Dr. Jie Ming's subordinate watched him, whispering, "Boss, he's already crazy strong. Do we really need to make him even stronger?" With his ego, "I'm afraid it'll cause more problems. But we don't have a better vessel than him." The zombie king suddenly froze, his eyes locked on the scene ahead. In front of him were bodies strewn across the floor and the one-armed chief gritting his teeth. Dr. Jie Ming's subordinate's eyes went wide. What? What in the world happened here? As the smoke cleared, Xiao Hong was still standing, completely unharmed. Her gaze fell upon them. My dearest Doctor Jie Ming. Xiao Hong's voice was a mocking purr. Someone who couldn't even touch a hair on Jiang Si's second form is unworthy of being your vessel. Both the doctor and his man were stunned. The zombie king's brow furrowed at her condescending words. Xiao Hong continued with an offer. Why don't you study my body instead? What do you say? She stood there waiting for his answer. The zombie king just burst out laughing. Interesting. Are you saying you're stronger than me? The tension in the air became so thick you could cut it with a knife. Xiao Hong's challenge was blunt. Oh, not just a little stronger. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try. In a flash, he lunged right at her. Xiao Hong simply met his charge with a fist straight to the face. The doctor and his lackey were speechless. Xiao Hong's own men were stunned. Her fist was still right where it had landed. The captain's jaws were on the floor. A massive surge of magic erupted from Xiao Hong's punch. The zombie king was sent flying. His body smashed clean through a thick, reinforced wall. A huge crack spiderwebbed across the surface where he made impact. He gritted his teeth in pure rage. This power felt just like Jiang Si's. Damn it, so this was possible too. The zombie king suddenly spotted the bomb mounted in front of him, and he crouched down to gather his strength. He then shot up, flying straight for it. He roared, "You're all dying with me!" The doctor's subordinate panicked. "That's a nuclear reactor! What are you trying to do?" Xiao Hong just stood there, calmly watching the zombie king's little tantrum. The chief's eyes went wide. This is bad. He swung his arm back and punched the bomb with full force. His own man screamed, "I knew this freak couldn't be trusted." The bombs in Doctor Jie Ming's former cell began to detonate. Xiao Hong watched the chaos unfold, then simply raised her hand. She extended her hand to channel her magic. One by one, the bombs simply went out. A moment later, they had been restored to their original state. The zombie king was frozen in a mix of shock and fury. The doctor's subordinate was baffled. What? The chief and captain just stared, mouths agape. The bomb's housing was then crushed into a ball of scrap metal and came crashing down, and it landed right on top of the zombie king. He was pinned underneath, crushed in agony. Everyone stared in disbelief at the pile of wreckage that was once the zombie king. Xiao Hong scoffed. "And you call that pathetic power fit for a king?" She raised her hand, and his body was instantly pulled through the air toward her. She grabbed him by the throat, lifted him up, and asked with chilling coldness, "How exactly did Jiang Si handle you?" He grits his teeth, seething. "What?" But Xiao Hong just tightens her grip on the zombie king's throat, making his face twist. Her sharp eyes lock right onto his. And then, Xiao Hong steps right into the zombie king's mind, sending him into a full-blown panic. He stammers, "You, people," suddenly flashing back to Jiang Si and speaking in pure terror. "You belong to the previous civilization." The zombie king absolutely loses it. Xiao Hong just squeezes harder, her voice a low growl. "Good that you know." Her eyes narrow, looking sharp enough to kill. And with that, Xiao Hong unceremoniously hurls the beaten zombie king to the ground. He collapses in a heap. She casually glances down at the zombie king crumpled on the floor. A sudden silence falls as he just lies there, completely motionless. The poor zombie king just got revived, only to be scared half to death by Xiao Hong. The chief and his team leader can only stare, wide-eyed, as Dr. Jie Ming's subordinate breaks out in a cold sweat. She turns her gaze to him and says, "My dearest Dr. Jie Ming." With a hand on her hip, Xiao Hong asks with pure arrogance, "So, am I qualified to be your vessel now?" She watches Dr. Jie Ming, waiting for his answer. The guy is stunned for a second, then a sly smirk spreads across Dr. Jie Ming's face as he immediately agrees. Meanwhile, back in Jiang Si's city, Ziling rushes past Agu, shouting, "Get out of my way, this is an emergency." He nervously tries to stop her. "You can't, team leader Zai. Now is not the time to see the great king." But she's just confused. "It's urgent. I don't have a choice. Take me to your boss now." Agu gets goosebumps. "No way. It's too dangerous." Now Ziling is really puzzled. "Dangerous? I have no idea what you're talking about." She shoves the door open, rushing in. "Jiang Si, this is bad. I have terrible news." Jiang Si, a wine glass in hand, turns to look at Ziling. She's completely startled. "What?" Ziling asks, bewildered. When? When did you start living like this?" He just flashes a terrifying grin. "Changing my lifestyle once in a while is pretty fun. What did you need me for?" She frowns and cuts to the chase. Dr. Jie Ming has escaped. Jiang Si doesn't look the least bit surprised. "I knew you worthless grunts were no match for Xiao Hong." Ziling is shocked, but that just happened 10 minutes ago. He just grins and explains, "Xiao Hong used her bloodline power. I felt it. She's lost." "Bloodline power?" Ziling turns to leave in a rush. "I have to report this." But Jiang Si grabs her arm, stopping her. Now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's been a while since I've peacefully coexisted with a human. Why don't we have a meal? I'll give you a tour of my city. She's completely stunned by his offer. Ziling yanks her arm away, shouting, "Don't even think about it. Is this how you give someone a city tour? Don't think I don't know what you did to Supervisor Chen." Jiang Si is totally unfazed by her words, just calmly taking a sip of his drink. She starts walking away, calling back over her shoulder. "I don't have time to play with you right now. This is urgent. I have to go." "Hey now," he calls after her. Jiang Si grins wickedly. "Don't you want to learn how to use my bloodline power?" Ziling stops dead in her tracks, whipping around with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Wow, what? Your bloodline power?" He gives her a deeply sinister smile. A panicked Ziling stumbles back, forcing a reply. "All right then. I guess one date couldn't hurt." At the hospital, doctors are frantically wheeling the team leader's gurneys into the ER. "Make way! Emergency!" One doctor shouts. "We've still got a pulse." A doctor sees the chief on the gurney, trying to say something. He leans in close. "What is it? What are you saying?" He struggles to speak, his voice weak. Get the minister." At Dr. Jie Ming's lab. Back at the lab, Xiao Hong sits calmly on a chair while Dr. Jie Ming leans on the table, totally amazed. "This is incredible. First time I've ever seen such a freakish body. This is completely unscientific." Lan Ning coldly warns them, "Hey, don't just experiment randomly. His genes are important, so don't you dare ruin the king's body." His subordinate just crosses his arms confidently. "Relax. Trust in Dr. Jie Ming's research. He's the most intelligent man in all of humanity." Dr. Jie Ming frowns. "We had a successful case before, but that's only because Jiang Si brought it to us herself. Even though your king isn't human, with me here, it's no problem. All we're missing now are Jiang Si's genes." Lan Ning breaks out in a sweat. "Are you seriously telling us to go pluck a hair from Jiang Si or something?" The doctor calls back from a distance. "I'm not stupid enough to send you guys on a suicide mission." Xiao Hong's two underlings look at each other. One of them asks, "So what are we supposed to do?" Jiang Si won't just hand them over. Xiao Hong watches the entire exchange with a calm expression. Dr. Jie Ming's apprentice just laughs and starts digging through his pockets. He pulls out a vial of liquid. "A trivial matter like this won't stop us." Xiao Hong's two lackeys stare, completely dumbfounded. "No way. How did you guys manage to do that?" Dr. Jie Ming pours the liquid into a test tube. Apparently, someone had already gotten Jiang Si's genes to test if a body could become a zombie. He continues, "I had my subordinate get her blood. Her men are stunned. Humans. So damn devious." Dr. Kiet Min grins at his disciple and adds, "Sometimes you can actually trust a spy." With that, he says, "All right, let's get this started." Night in the big city, and a poor restaurant chef is completely baffled by Tu Lang's absolutely bizarre attitude. She finally puts two and two together. "So that's it. Your power doesn't even have a name, does it? What if you can't change back? Are there side effects?" Jiang Tu doesn't answer. He just flashes this ridiculously arrogant smirk. Tu Lang immediately demands that he start talking. And poof. He suddenly snaps back to normal, looking totally clueless. She explodes, grabbing his collar and screaming, "Couldn't you at least wait until you finished explaining? You're changing back now? I ditched a ton of important stuff for our date, and you pull this? You are so irresponsible." Tu Lang shakes him like a rag doll, yelling, "Change back for me! Hurry up!" But Jiang Tu? He just speaks calmly. "Nope, I didn't force you to come," he says. "You came on your own." She roars, turning to the chef. "Where are your chili peppers? Bring me a kilogram." The panicked chef replies, "Minister Xiao He destroyed all the peppers in the city." Cut to a hospital, 2 months later. Lam Kai Dan, arms crossed, tells the patient, "You know, this is the second time I've had to visit you in the hospital." The chief, weak in his hospital bed, asks, "Before I passed out, I told you all to send a message. Did you do it?" She reassures him, "Relax. I got the news and broadcast it via satellite immediately. I even marked it as an emergency." He says nothing. Lam Kai leans back, annoyed. "You guys are totally useless. So many of you, a voice-activated nuke, and you still let some girl pull off a prison break." The chief immediately starts to explain. This enemy was on another level. The bomb went off, I swear, but she somehow compressed the explosion. It's like she's not from this era. Her voice turns grim. "I understand. I've sent the message. The minister has probably received it by now." Sunlight streams down on the city, but deep underground in a place filled with machines, a voice echoes in awe. "I can't believe there's an entire city down here. Their civilization must have been advanced. It's a shame it's all just ruins now." Another person replies, "I get it." Just then, someone rushes in yelling, "Minister, we have an emergency situation." The minister is silently observing everything. His eyes are completely locked on a withered corpse sitting right in front of him. He doesn't even blink. A man rushes up from behind the minister with an urgent report. Sir, it's an emergency. The Dr. Jie Ming we just captured has already escaped. The subordinate then follows his boss's gaze and gasps. Wait, is that? The guy is just stunned, speechless. Looking at the corpse, the minister replies, yes, the body of an ancient one. He continues, the entire body has 134 bone fractures, like it was crushed by some kind of monster. His subordinate is too shocked to even speak. The minister sounds almost sad. The scary part is, all its tissue was incinerated, which is why it hasn't rotted after 1,000 years. It's just an empty shell now, completely worthless for research. The subordinate marvels. It looks like a massive war happened here. Man, with tech this advanced, that monster must have been insane. The minister looks around, then asks, there's nothing left here for us. What were you saying before? His subordinate immediately gets back on topic. The Academy of Superhumans recruited a pretty strong team leader. He's the one who captured Dr. Jie Ming. He glances at the minister, but we don't know how Dr. Jie Ming was rescued. Most of our team leaders are badly hurt, so headquarters is extremely vulnerable right now. The minister steps forward and orders, let's go. But his subordinate spots something on the ground. What is this? He brushes away the sand, revealing an object underneath. Suddenly, the minister freezes as a small drone floats up and scans everyone's face. What is that thing? The minister says, shocked. Two of his men are also scanned and just stand there, completely frozen. Suddenly, a fully cloaked figure appears opposite the minister. One of his men exclaims, it's been broken for 1,000 years and it still works? The shadow of the cloaked figure appears beneath the withered corpse, and a voice speaks out. This is the first time I've seen a human with such a powerful body. The minister's subordinate quickly shouts out, Sir, be careful! The minister is totally calm. What's the panic? It's just a hologram. The projection stares right through him. The ancient figure makes him an offer. I can make you even more powerful, if you just swear to protect human civilization. All this time, the dried-up corpse just sits there on its throne above the hologram. The minister replies with respect, Senior, I don't need that. I just want to understand the ancients. Why were you all wiped out? A projection screen appears above the head of the cloaked, shadowy figure. He and his men look up, totally confused, as Jiang Si's face appears on screen. Is this picture a joke? His subordinate asks, dumbfounded, as the Ancient One begins his story. Over 1,000 years ago, the Earth didn't just have 2 continents like it does now. A different version of Earth appears. At that time, Earth was divided into 7 continents and 8 oceans, with over 100 incredibly prosperous nations. Many people invested in creating machines to make humanity stronger. We gathered all the resources we could. Mankind launched countless machines into the cosmos. But did we truly conquer the stars? We forged a mighty robot, our science reaching heights never seen before. Then, a massive explosion ripped through space. Back then, we dominated the aliens. Their technology was like an ant trying to fight a boot. Our boot. That monster floating in the sky, the beasts underground. Yeah, they were basically a joke to us. But the ancients were stumped by one thing, the Jiang Si, the one problem we could never solve. The minister's aide had to ask, but why? The ancient hologram pointed a shaky finger at an image of Jiang Si, and every single eye in the room snapped to the screen. The aide whispered to his boss, Sir, you think he's pulling our leg? This guy looks like he has 0 attack power. But the minister shot back. The ancients don't joke about this. Don't you get it? The aide realized the Jiang Si had been around since they were born. You're right. Another subordinate added. All those academies we built were to fight the Jiang Si, and even though we've always had the upper hand, we could never fully wipe them out. Is it because of this guy? The minister faced the hologram, Ancestor. How do we handle such a terrifying creature? The ancient projection crackled. My time is almost up. I'm just a memory, uploaded to an AI before I died. Back then, we only cared about knowledge and technology. However, your generation took a completely different path. It turns out physical training can also reach incredible new heights. And that, he said, is what has given me hope. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the air. The ancient continued. When something emerges from that hole, your physical power, plus the wisdom of the ancients, a shimmering gauntlet appeared. You can definitely win. The minister was stunned. This was ancient technology. The ancient's voice was serious. Remember this, no matter what other race appears in this world, only the Jiang Si are humanity's greatest enemy. The minister ordered his subordinate to retrieve the gauntlet, then offered a sincere thanks. Thank you, Ancestor. We will not disappoint you. The hologram retreated into a dried-up corpse. The minister gave it one last look and said, Let's go. These devices are useless now. His subordinate asked, So, are we going to find the guy from that video clip? He walked forward. First, we deal with Dr. Jie Ming. The minister paused, lost in thought. This world is so vast. Finding one specific Jiang Si is like searching for a needle in a haystack. The clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. Ziling ended a call. Okay, I know. She turned to Jiang Si. The minister's coming back. He's called a meeting for all staff. You have to go too. He was surprised. Me? Jiang Si wondered internally. The minister, he asked. Who's that? In a lab, sometime later, Dr. Jie Ming stared eagerly into a green tube. Just a little more. Almost there. Just a little bit more. A huge, excited grin spread across his face. It's a success! Xiao Hong was submerged in the green liquid. Outside, her two lackeys were waiting around. Lan Ling sadly looked at the single coin he'd been given. Our clan is down to its last coin. Han Chi Liang said, as the grand butler of the blood clan, I work 10 jobs a day, and I still can't feed you people. I had to beg to get this last coin. Lan Ling started crying. I just want to die. A subordinate leaned in and whispered in his ear, Don't be sad. Did you forget who we are? We have skills. Let's start a little side business. He mumbled back miserably. Stop messing around. What kind of side business? The guy replied, How about we rob a bank? I spotted one on the way here. The people move so slowly. They're like snails. It took half an hour just to get a ticket. He saw a bank teller force a smile. He'd never seen a bank so horribly inefficient. The subordinate insisted, With our abilities, we can be done in 10 seconds. As long as we're fast enough, not even a missile could catch us. He laid out the plan. Amazing Lan Ling. Grab the money and run. With our speed, I guarantee you everything will be okay. He let out a cunning, thrilled laugh. Perfect. The sprawling city was full of modern tech. At the Guangzhou provincial headquarters, a subordinate entered and reported, Minister, sir, the team leaders have all arrived. We can begin the meeting. The minister quickly put on a mask. A convoy of cars sped down the road. Jiang Si and Ziling got out of a car with the other team leaders. Elsewhere, Xiao Hong was still soaking in the green liquid. A man wearing a pig mask stood across from a bank. At the same time, somewhere else, Lan Ling and his subordinate were looking around as a car drove past them. He complained when he saw the car stop so sluggishly. A voice called out from inside, Mr. Lan Ling, we can depart. Lan Ling held a gun with a pig mask on his head. So, how are things looking? No mistakes. The dude in the passenger seat twists around, mask already on, his voice dead serious. Relax, I scoped it out. This place has the fewest people. Bank robbery is what we do for a living. Meanwhile, on a nearby skyscraper, Xiao He sips his tea, calmly listening to a subordinate's report. Minister Xiao He, the February financial report is in. Down below, Lam Lin and his buddies step out of the car. Showtime. They swagger toward the bank's entrance, blissfully unaware this is the People's Bank, run by the one and only Jang Tu. The subordinate finishes his report for Xiao He, confirming this month's grand total is 435.6 billion yuan. He glances over at his men, considering it. Run the numbers again. There can be no errors. As Jiang Tu's right-hand man, we can't let the city be short even a single dollar. His subordinate immediately replies, Understood, sir. Lam Lin and his partner storm in, shouting, Nobody move, behave yourselves. He grabs stacks of cash, laughing like a maniac. We're rich! From his perch, Xiao He spots a plume of smoke in the distance, a flicker of curiosity on his face. What's going on over there? With the money secured, Lam Lin and his guy bolt for the getaway car, ready to leave their dog's life behind. At the same time, the subordinate frantically reports in. This is bad, Minister Xiao He. The bank is being robbed. Hearing this, Xiao He's calm shatters. What? The getaway car peels out. Lam Lin clutches the cash with a huge grin, thinking he's finally made it. But his happy moment freezes when a menacing voice calls out his name, Lam Lin. He pales, sticking his head out the window. Who called me? Wait a second. This feeling. From high above, Xiao He glares down at Lam Lin's car, sweat pouring down his face in sheer terror. It clicks. Lam Lin grabs his lackey's collar and screams, You absolute idiot, which bank did you rob? The guy trembles and stammers. I don't know. He frantically pulls out a notebook to check the name. The Jiangtu People's Bank. The color drains from Lam Lin's face. He cautiously sticks his sweat-drenched head out the window to look at Xiao He. Lam Lin lets out a terrified scream as Xiao He's furious face rushes toward him. Xiao He descends like an avenging god, scattering tiny particles from his hands. Lam Lin and his driver, both with jaws on the floor, let out a shriek of pure horror. He frantically orders the driver, Drive! What are you waiting for? An award. That's Jiang Tu's most mysterious subordinate from 800 AD. Xiao He's voice is ice. I don't care what you and your queen are planning. If you want to live, he charges, fist raised, then roars one word. Return. Xiao Hei's eyes glow red with rage as he screams, "Give me back the money, now!" He channels all his power into a punch straight into the ground, and everything just explodes. Xiao Hei's punch is so insane it rattles an entire office building, and even sends cars flying straight into the air. People inside the building are tossed around, having no clue what is happening. A whole bunch of cars are now just floating. The driver peeks out, his fear momentarily replaced by awe. That's crazy powerful. Lam Lin is equally stunned. What was that? The driver grabs the steering wheel, suddenly furious. Boss, the money we stole won't even cover the repairs for your car. He glances out the window again with a sigh of defeat. We're screwed. The guy's lost his mind. After that earth-shattering punch, Xiao Hei just stands there, looking up at the sky. Lam Lin, seeing things are going south fast, orders his crew to scatter. Go back and tell the great king we messed up. Bad. With that, he leaps out of the car, shouting, "I'll hold him off." Right on cue, his entire crew bails from the car, scattering in every direction. Xiao Hei sees this and declares, no one is running away. Lam Lin still tries to maintain some swagger. Perfect timing. We're both just butlers. I was curious to see how strong you really are. Then his eyes fall on something, and he freezes in complete shock. In a flash, Xiao Hei is there, driving an elbow right into Lam Lin's face, taunting him, "As if you deserve to be on my level." He grunts in pain, only to get another punch from Xiao Hei for his trouble. The driver sees his partner getting absolutely demolished and turns back to shout, "Lam Lin," when something hits him, forcing out a scream. Turns out, Xiao Hei is now chasing him. The driver floors it, screaming bloody murder. "Somebody help me!" Cut to the Guangzhou headquarters, where the main hall is packed with people. The minister appears, flanked by his subordinates, as a respectful murmur ripples through the crowd. "Greetings, minister." He addresses the entire assembly. "I'm aware of Dr. Jie Ming's prison break, but before that, I have another important announcement." The minister turns his head and gives a slight nod towards a subordinate, who begins to retrieve something. He pulls out a golden arm with a brilliant blue gem embedded in the center. The head general looks on, puzzled. What is this? A team leader hazards a guess. The golden right hand. The minister decides to end the suspense and introduce the mysterious arm. This is a piece of ancient science and technology. Two guys in the front row are shocked. What? Others in the crowd murmur in confusion. Ziling and Lan Qi's eyes go wide with astonishment. The rest of the crowd just stares at the arm, wondering what the hell is going on. The minister starts his story, claiming he unearthed this little artifact deep inside an underground canyon. The moment he grabbed it, all records of the ancient world just vanished. The hot-headed team leader finds this absolutely hysterical. He figures with ancient tech that annoying Doctor Jie Ming and his flashy female sidekick would be totally insignificant. Am I right, Chief Chin? But the minister shuts him down, saying this weapon is meant for a completely different enemy. And so, the detailed explanation continued. According to a hologram from the ancients, there's a monster on Earth that wiped out their entire civilization, causing the disconnect in history. Hearing this, the chief can only stutter, "A monster?" Ziling is not buying it for a second. "Minister, is this some kind of joke? The entire ancient human race was wiped out by a monster that terrifying right here on Earth?" The minister replies, completely serious. "That's right. The ancients said this monster is incredibly dangerous, a civilization-ending threat. They were warning us to be careful." Ziling is still bewildered. It's real? A monster like that actually exists? So where is it now? The minister has no clue, but he doesn't forget to warn them to stay on high alert. "No idea. The ancients didn't say much. It could be anywhere in the world. We must be cautious." And right then, Jiang Si finally speaks up. "So how exactly are we supposed to use this thing?" The minister just holds up his hand to show him. "They didn't say, but it looks simple enough. You just wear it and press the middle button." Then he and Jiang Si stare hopefully at the golden arm. "Then it's simple. We have to find this monster and eliminate the threat for good." But then, he suddenly freezes. The minister looks down, his expression turning to pure shock. He freezes up again, looking like he wants to say something. Jiang Si just looks up at him with a strange, forced smile. Nobody gets what's happening until the minister suddenly yells, "Oh crap!" He lunges forward, desperately trying to grab that precious golden arm. The chief and team leader are frantically looking around, while Jiang Si stands there, completely emotionless. From above, Lan Ling's body hurtles down at an insane speed. He slams directly into the building, triggering a massive boom. The shockwave sends Ziling stumbling backward. Lan Qi frowns, wondering, what in the world just flew past? Meanwhile, Lan Ling has crash-landed right in their meeting hall. He skids across the floor so fast he leaves a trail of smoke. Ziling gets up, covering her nose from the dust and asking herself a question. What is going on? Where Lan Ling landed, there's nothing but a thick cloud of smoke and dust, with no sign of him. Turns out, he's completely buried under a massive pile of rubble. The scene then cuts to a perfectly clear blue sky. The sun is shining brightly, as if it's just another ordinary day. But back inside the main hall, Xiao He has just landed. Looking from the outside, there's now a gaping hole in the headquarters, courtesy of Lan Ling getting knocked straight through it. Xiao He stands up straight, puffing his chest out proudly. A bruised Lan Ling can only whimper out a few weak words. "My king, save me." The crowd around them starts whispering. "Who is that guy? Never seen him." But Ziling's eyes widen in shock. She recognizes him. This is one of Jiang Si's underlings. Jiang Si finally steps forward, his attention focused on the one person nobody else saw. Xiao He, an underling, immediately rushes to the minister with a report. "Sir, he's a Jiang Si." Xiao He stands on a high ledge of the building, looking down, as a swarm of people from the hall rushes out to attack him. The hot-headed team leader screams in fury. "You damn Jiang Si, you've got some serious nerve. Do you know where you are?" Xiao He just yells right back, "Stay out of my way," before landing a brutal kick straight to the leader's face. Xiao He's feet hit the ground, and he immediately follows up with a powerful gut punch to the chief. More enemies swarm in from all sides, trying to surround Xiao He. The stubborn team leader attacks again and just gets himself thrown off the building. Jiang Da also gets beaten down by Xiao He, flattened under a pile of rock, barely able to speak. What is this thing?" The other team leaders try to gang up on him but just get absolutely thrashed, leaving them to complain. "Why are we the ones getting beaten up? We're team leaders, for crying out loud. Why do we always get these monster-level opponents?" Witnessing so many people get completely wrecked, Ziling and Xiao Xiao can only stare in absolute stunned silence. Even Xiao Xiao has to admire Xiao He's raw power. This guy, he's on a whole other level than that chainsaw dude from before. The hot-headed leader and Lan Ling are just lying on the ground in a pathetic heap. Meanwhile, Xiao He has flown into the air, releasing strange, tiny particles. He raises his hand, ready to strike a final blow, and utters one word: "Die." Xiao Xiao jumps back. "Crap, what is this stuff?" Ziling frantically throws up her hand to stop them. "Don't touch it!" At that moment, Jiang Si charges in, fist aimed at Xiao He. He lands a picture-perfect punch right in Xiao He's stomach, an incredibly powerful blow that connects dead center. He coughs in pain, while the sheer force of the blow sends everyone else in the hall flying backward. Ziling lands safely, but Xiao Xiao smacks right into a wall. The subordinate sees this and immediately panics. "Minister, that team leader's power." The minister calmly replies, "I see it." He then straps on a golden arm, his voice betraying a hint of unease. The team leaders are nothing but ants in front of him. The ancients were right. He's much stronger than I ever imagined. Jiang Si lands with Xiao He in tow. Xiao He coughs weakly, looking up to ask, "My king, why are you here?" Jiang Si coldly states, "You can't kill them." At that moment, the minister unleashes crackling lightning from his golden arm. Jiang Si glances at him and explains to Xiao He, "This is the team leader's headquarters. They're the city-level authority for us." He sees something and lets out a curious hum. A black crescent appears, and the sun itself starts turning dark. The subordinate turns and screams out in a panic. "Minister!" The minister, just as confused, replies, "It wasn't me." Ziling then utters, "A total solar eclipse." Lan Ling and the chief are just as shocked, their jaws hanging wide open. Everyone stares up at the sky, wondering how broad daylight suddenly turned into twilight. The sun is completely devoured, leaving only a few faint rays of light around the edge. A citizen in the crowd speaks up, "What's going on?" And just then, Xiao Hong appears, floating in the sky. Someone below spots her and yells, "Look, someone's flying up there. And why did the sky suddenly go black?" The minister also looks out, his eyes locked on Xiao Hong. Ziling, completely baffled, wonders aloud, "Who is she?" The chief recognizes her instantly and shouts, "It's that woman!" Hearing this, Ziling can't help but glance his way. Xiao Hong lands, her eyes glowing a brilliant red with a sinister smile. She walks with pure arrogance, declaring, "I am invincible now." On the other side, Xiao Hong's allies quickly land as well. Lan Ling's men cry out in worry, "Brother Lan Ling!" Lan Ling is currently pinned under a massive rock, crying and begging for help. "Help me!" His men immediately order their subordinates to attack and save their boss. With a unified roar, they all charge forward. But nope, the minister hits both of them at the same time, right in the stomach. The blow sends them flying clean out of the building. Across the way, Xiao Hong watches the smoke billow from the headquarters. She just stands there silently, her eyes fixed on the scene, clearly plotting something. The minister turns to his subordinate with urgent instructions. "Things are about to get chaotic. Lead the citizens out of the city. Just leave this place to me." The subordinate quickly acknowledges the order. Seeing the minister interfere, Xiao Hong speaks with a cold tone. Humans should not meddle in others' affairs. Like a flash, he rushes forward and lands a direct punch on her face. Xiao Hong just grunts in annoyance, then spins and delivers a powerful kick from below. The three girls watching the show are stunned, exclaiming, "How is she so strong? Is this for real?" Meanwhile, where Jiang Si and Xiao He are, it's completely quiet. Xiao He stammers nervously, "My king, they're fighting." Jiang Si just spreads his arms wide and casually replies, "It has nothing to do with us." A huge explosion erupts in the city, sending clouds of smoke everywhere. The sun slowly reappears as the darkness finally passes, leaving bright sunlight once more. The minister lands hard on one key. Then he looks up and makes a threat. "I'll deal with you first," and then Jiang Si. Nearby, Xiao Hong scoffs at him. "How arrogant," Lan Chi mutters. The minister starts to raise his golden arm, preparing to attack again. He thrusts his arm forward, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning. He proudly declares, "One move will decide this battle." Xiao Hong's hair flows in the wind as she calmly replies, "Fine." Jiang Si, still clueless, just stands there dumbfounded with Xiao He. Xiao Hong leaps high into the air, pointing at the minister and declaring with resolve, "My thoughts exactly." She charges at him with incredible light speed. She's so fast, the naked eye can only see a streak of fire. Getting close to the minister, Xiao Hong cocks back her fist. He raises his golden arm to counter her attack, lunging forward with all his might. The two powerful attacks collide, creating a massive earthquake that makes Xiao Xiao and Lan Chi stumble and scream. Xiao Hong shatters every single one of the minister's fingers. The destructive force from their battle is so strong that the car windows on the street below are shattered to pieces. In the furious storm, a scream is heard as someone is sent flying into a neighboring building, causing another huge explosion. The minister is bent over, coughing with difficulty, his arm completely shattered. Xiao Hong stands with her hands on her hips, looking completely unfazed by the fight. The minister clutches his destroyed golden arm, his face filled with pure frustration. "Damn it. So much for ancient technology, it's all for show." His subordinate beside him voices his own disappointment. "If I knew, I would have fought myself." But even Xiao Hong seems impressed by the minister's power, offering a bit of praise. "1,000 years have passed, and you're the strongest human I've ever met. If you'd been born back then with this tech, who knows who would have died." Then, with a totally fake look of pity, she teleports away. Such a shame. Xiao Hong shoves the minister against a wall, fist raised, screaming at him to open his eyes, and that's when Ziling descends from the sky like a literal god. She gets into her fighting stance, staff at the ready, and in a flash, boom, Xiao Hong is already on the rooftop. From the next building over, she stares down her opponent and declares, "You messed with the wrong person." Xiao Hong just squints and yells, demanding to know who she is. "Who are you?" Ziling, with zero hesitation, draws her sword and boasts, "I'm your opponent." Her eyes glow red, a cunning smirk playing on her lips. Inside, Lam Kai sees this and totally freaks out. "What is that?" Even Xiao Hong is stunned, unable to believe it. "What?" Lam Lin's lackeys just stare at the sky, completely terrified. Lam Lin's brother appears out of nowhere and yanks the guy away. Seconds later, a massive explosion erupts right where he was standing. Hu grabs him by the head, her eyes a freakish swirl of red and black. The guy stammers in absolute terror. "What? What is this?" Xiao Hong just glances over and scoffs. Hyo glares back, still holding the goon by his collar while he's still trying to act tough. "Don't you dare get arrogant." And just like that, the entire area goes dead silent. All three of them, Xiao Hong, Ziling, and Hu, are locked in a tense standoff. Ziling stands there, her mind racing, probably calculating 100 different battle plans. Ziling stands tall, sword ready, prepared for anything. The minister looks over, completely caught off guard, and lets out a gasp. A bewildered Lam Kai just blurts out, "Ziling?" The chief, still clueless, asks, "She just fainted. What did I miss?" The team leader is just as confused, feeling like something is seriously wrong. Meanwhile, Hu grabs Lam Lin's minion by the collar and starts cursing him out. "Damn it, don't you look down on me." The girl shoves her arm away, then backflips a few times to make a run for it. Hu whips her head around, searching. Lam Lin's goon, still acting tough, sneers, "I'm not some weakling. You think I'm that easy to bully?" Hu just gives a contemptuous laugh and replies, "Then prove it." The girl immediately leaps high into the air, charging straight for Hu. But Hu's reflexes are insane. She delivers a straight kick from below, catching her chin and flipping her backward, saying, "Is that all you've got?" Lam Lin's goon can only let out a grunt of pain. Hu then crouches low to the ground, taking a feral wolf-like stance with a terrifying grin. She lunges forward like a bolt of lightning towards Lam Lin's minion, and Hugh serves her a brutal punch right to the face. The people watching from the office are completely blown away. Is Hugh really this incredible? Lam Lin's minion is on the ground, hands planted, and cursing. You piece of trash! She sticks one hand out, kicks both legs to the sky, and starts spinning. She looks up, gasping for a breath. Blood flicks from Lam Lin's subordinate's hand as she screams, "Crimson Spirit Clone!" And suddenly, dozens of identical copies of Lam Lin's subordinate appear out of thin air. Hugh watches from a distance, recognizing it as a cheap illusion. Ignoring the fakes, she charges in and lands a perfect kick right in the real one's gut. Instantly, all the copies vanish. She screams, "Disappear!" as they fade. Lam Lin's goon gets hit with a devastating kick and can't help but cry out in shock. Is this girl even human? Across the way, Xiao Hong unleashes a slash with her bare hand, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Ziling responds by spinning her sword in a series of circles before thrusting it straight out. From a standstill, she lets loose an invisible sword strike that slices the entire building behind her clean in half. The force of the cut was so fast and powerful that the top halves of the buildings just slid right off, as people inside screamed in pure terror. Back in the office, everyone is thrown off balance. Someone can't hold back their shock, yelling, "She's strong, way too strong!" Even the chief is in awe of Ziling's unbelievable power. Is Ziling really this powerful? Something's wrong. In this state, she seems like a totally different person. Witnessing this, Xiao Hong suddenly understands. So that's how it is. She props a foot on some rubble and tells Ziling to stay out of it. So you were enhanced too. Too bad you're not the one I'm looking for. I want to find Jiang Si and wash away my past humiliation. Xiao Hong closes her eyes, then snaps them open with a razor-sharp glare. Her entire body darkens, radiating a terrifying, demonic aura, but she calmly tries to convince Ziling to leave one last time. I've waited for this moment for 1,000 years. My strength can crush you easily. You are no match for me. I suggest you leave and stay out of my way. Inside the office, everyone's jaw has officially hit the floor. Ziling doesn't even flinch, acting as if she couldn't care less about Xiao Hong's threats. Then she finally speaks, firing back at Xiao Hong. You're right, I'm not as strong as you. Even if I used a stimulant, I still couldn't win. But I refuse to let you beat him using that thing. She raises a hand to her face, a knowing grin spreading as she says, "Let me show you something cool." Xiao Hong just furrows her brow, confused. Cool? Tu Long digs her nails into her own face, her eyes glowing a demonic red as she cracks a twisted smile and says, "Second form." And just like that, her skin begins to harden into stone. Lam Ki, seeing all this, finally blurts out the obvious question. Hold on, what is she even doing? Tu Long just flicks her hand down. Across from her, Teal Hong's face is a perfect picture of annoyance, clearly wondering what kind of game this is. And just like that, a massive, swirling pink vortex rips open right in front of Teal Hong. A huge gust of wind from the vortex blasts through the office, making everyone scream and shield their faces. Teal Hong's eyes just go wide. By now, Tu Long's face has totally transformed. It's gray and cracked, her teeth are a jagged mess, and she's now sporting 4 long white horns on her head. Outside, a hazy smoke starts billowing out from the office building's windows. Everyone inside gets a look at Tu Long's new form, and their jaws drop so hard they nearly unhinge. Even Teal Hong herself is stunned by this, stammering in disbelief, while Jang Tu and Teal Huck watch from afar, thoroughly impressed. Heel stops beating up on Lam Lin's guys for a second to observe. Oh, so she can change forms. This just seems to tick Teal Hong off even more. She then lowers her head, seeming to ponder something as her voice drops to a whisper. Again and again. But Tu Long cuts her off mid-brood, taunting. Having a moment of reflection? I think we're past the point of pointless chatter. A hand unleashes a red rod. Whoa, when did Teo Hong even dash over to Tu Long? She somersaults through the air, diving down at her opponent. Tu Long instantly draws her sword as Teal Hong unleashes a massive red blade, saying, "You're right." She brings the sword crashing down, screaming, "Only the weak need to talk so much." Tu Long raises her own blade and begins her chant. She delivers a clean slice before finishing her incantation, Crimson Blade Slash. A cut appears across Teal Hong's neck. For a second, she looks terrified and turns to run. Lam Lin's goons scream as a spiderweb pattern covers the blood-red sky. Tiny red specks, maybe cells, begin zipping around at an impossible speed. Tu Long holds her pose, bent over with her sword out, looking like she just delivered a world-ending final attack. Everyone watching is completely speechless. Lam Lin's underlings just start bawling their eyes out in despair. "My king!" they cry. Tu Long, however, calmly straightens up, her 2 feet planted firmly on the ground. Inside the office, one of the soldiers radios in the news. Team leader Tu Long has completely shredded her cells. The director refuses to believe it. A joke. Is this some kind of joke? Lam Ki just lets out a little scoff. The minister on the floor is still unable to speak. Tu Lung finally turns her head and calls out, "You're not that pathetic. Are you planning a sneak attack?" A single strand of DNA materializes. Then, streams of red begin to pour down from the sky. It splatters onto the ground all around Tu Lung, forming a swirling vortex of blood right above her head like a fan. An arm thrusts out, and it's nothing but raw bone and muscle. The skin has been completely stripped away. Someone lands hard, planting a hand on the ground. It's Teo Hong, and she stands up, completely naked. One of the squad leaders just stares in horror, asking himself, are either of these two even human? Jiang Tu sees exactly where this is headed. He knows Teo Hong is about to go berserk, so he and Teo Huck promptly leave to find a new observation spot. Tu Lung, seeing that Teo Hong isn't dead, lets out an impressed sigh. That tactless guy said you were a monster from 1,000 years ago. I guess you really can't be measured by normal standards. Across the way, the minister sees something and screams. What? Lam Lin also jumps up, shouting in fury. That bastard Jiang Tu. At that moment, Jiang Tu is flying away on Teo Huck, shouting, "It's dangerous. Get out of here." Meanwhile, Teo Hong just stands there, her face hidden in shadow. Tu Lung stares at her opponent, not daring to let her guard down for a single second. Teo Hong raises one hand toward the sky, and everything goes dark. She's clearly preparing a new attack, as ominous dark clouds begin to swirl above. Teo Hong looks up, her eyes burning with pure hatred as she snarls, "This isn't over yet." Seeing this, Tu Lung just gets into her fighting stance, sword at the ready. Fine by her. Right then, two dark figures land on a nearby building as a voice says, "This place is safe." Anyone could guess it's just Jiang Tu and Teo Huck finding a new spot to watch the show. At the same time, Lam Ki and another person fly over to them. She yells out to Jiang Tu. A figure suddenly shoots high into the air at blinding speed. Teo Hung grabs her red sword and starts running through some sword forms. She then unleashes a barrage of slashes, carving a spiderweb of cuts across the face of the opposite building. And then, the inevitable happens. The building crumbles into pieces. Tu Lung has to quickly leap to another rooftop as the one she's on collapses beneath her. The moment she lands, the new building is also sliced in half. Fed up, Tu Lung charges straight at Teo Hong to fight her head on. She swings her massive sword in a powerful arc straight for Tu Lung's face, who immediately throws up her hands to block. And then she dives, sword first, straight down. People on the ground are absolutely losing their minds. Even Jiang Si, our resident busybody, can't help but gasp. From way up here, Ziling's sword slash literally scarred the entire city like it cracked the whole place in half. Xiao Hong plummets through the sky, totally off balance. She whips around with an annoyed grunt and strikes a pose midair. Lan Qi, watching from below, just can't believe her eyes. Seriously, how is this possible? I mean, after the absolute beatdown Ziling just dished out, you'd think Xiao Hong would be toast. But nope, she's totally fine, not even a scratch. Meanwhile, the minister is having his own little crisis, trying to yank this golden glove off his hand, but it's totally stuck. What is going on? This glove won't come off. Just then, a white blur zips in from another rooftop. Ziling does this creepy spider crawl across the glass, and in a flash, Xiao Hong charges right at her. She gets her balance back and immediately kicks Ziling in the face, screaming, "Your second form can't do anything to me." Then she leaps high into the air. A figure rockets forward. Xiao Hong strikes a battle pose as a deep red aura flares up around her every move. She shoves her palm forward with a massive energy blast, and of course, the director and captain are just standing there gawking like it's a movie. Xiao Hong lands a huge blast right in Ziling's gut, slamming her into the skyscraper and shattering the glass. Then she hits her again, just ragdolling her against the building, leaving a perfect Ziling-shaped crater in the glass. Lan Qi just gasps, her jaw on the floor. Ziling is plastered to the window, head slumped over, totally still. Suddenly, that golden glove zaps the minister with a massive jolt of electricity. He's furious and confused, yelling, "What the heck is wrong with this glove?" A voice echoes out, "I'll be borrowing your body for a bit." Then, this swirling energy engulfs the panicking minister. "You! Who are you?" he stammers. "No, this is impossible." And then poof, a mysterious dude in a black cloak appears right in front of him and says, "An ancient one." The minister's brilliant response? Huh? Meanwhile, Ziling has been straight up impaled by a sword, but she just weakly says, "You're right." Xiao Hong watches from a distance, hanging on every word. Xiao Hong's eyes go wide. Then Ziling just casually yanks the sword right out of her own gut and says, "I can't do anything to you." And with that, she just leaps down, landing and bracing herself with the sword. Ziling stands there, completely unharmed, like she wasn't just impaled seconds ago, but you can't do anything to me either. Seeing this miraculous recovery, Lan Chi immediately turns on Jiang Si, grabbing his collar and shaking him like a rag doll while whining. I want that too! Don't think I don't know what you did! Jiang Si just awkwardly tries to calm her down. Hey, no need to get violent! Over at the skyscraper, strange smoke starts swirling around the building in a massive spiral. Jiang Si hears a loud bang and snaps his head toward the noise. Ziling looks over in surprise. Even Xiao Hong pauses to see what's up. The director looks up, asking the obvious. What was that sound? Oh, just a giant golden being stepping onto the planet. A massive hand emerges from space and just touches down. A booming laugh echoes like thunder. I am alive again, it roars, as a colossal leg stomps down on the planet. Naturally, this causes a bit of chaos down on the streets. Traffic immediately grinds to a halt. And what do people do? They stick their heads out their windows and start yelling at each other, of course. Don't cut me off, you did it first. Yeah, so what? All while everyone else on the street is just staring up at the sky, completely stunned. The skyscraper Jiang Si is standing on gets completely obliterated, shattering into a million pieces. Lan Chi, naturally, starts screaming her head off. Jiang Si has no clue what's going on, but he just watches the rubble fall around him. The guy just stands there, calmly observing the chaos. And then he's off, effortlessly hopping across the falling chunks of debris like it's a video game. He snags the captain, the director, and a startled Lan Chi. Before she can even react, he yeets her to safety and then leaps out of the wreckage himself. A giant golden hand looms over him, casting a massive shadow. Then, in one swift motion, it snatches Jiang Si right out of the air. And now we see it. A titan in golden armor, standing in space, literally bigger than the entire planet. Xiao Hong is so shaken she has to drop to one knee just to keep her balance. Even Ziling gets knocked back. Meanwhile, the giant just stands there in space, looking all thoughtful for some reason. Jiang Si, trapped in its palm, is screaming his head off, Hey, what do you want with me? And the black cloak dude shows up again, saying, Sorry for using you, kid. He continues with the classic line, For the sake of humanity, your sacrifice is totally worth it. And slowly, a brilliant golden light completely swallows the minister. The people Jiang Si rescued are now huddled together on another rooftop, just watching. The captain is frozen stiff with fear, stammering, What? Is that thing? Everyone else looks on, completely terrified. And just like that, the minister has fully transformed into the giant golden titan, now floating there right next to the earth. Everyone just stares up, jaws on the floor, completely in awe. Even Ziling is shocked to see what the minister's become. Jang too is trying to hold back the minister's finger with both hands, and a plane is just casually flying by. That jet looks like a tiny toy next to the minister, which really gives you a sense of how absurdly huge this guy is. The passengers inside are just staring out, completely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, Jang too is putting every ounce of his being into not becoming a human pancake under that finger. From a distance, Ziling and Xiao Hong charge toward the giant minister at the same time. When they see each other, they start yelling that it's none of the other's business. They both throw a kick at the giant, but get stopped cold by a shield he throws up. A bolt of lightning flashes, and the next thing you know, Ziling is wrapped up tight in golden ropes. And over on the other side, Xiao Hong gets the exact same treatment. The minister's body, it turns out, has been hijacked by some kind of Iron Man. He starts monologuing, telling them to stop getting in the way. Humans, we've been studying Jiangtu's genes for centuries. He then unleashes a tirade of insults at the two women. And yet you two took it like some kind of energy drink and attacked me. Back to Jang too. He's still struggling against the two fingers trying to crush him. You'd think he was totally done for, with absolutely no way out. But then Jiang Tu shifts into his second form, looks up, and flashes a wickedly clever smile. He twists his body, grabs the minister's finger, and wrenches it so hard the giant's entire arm twists with it. The behemoth looks down, genuinely surprised, just as a figure zips up onto his body like a bolt of lightning. If you look closer, you can see Jiang Tu scrambling up his arm. He's moving at the speed of light, easily dashing up the minister's arm like it's a freeway. The giant tries to swat him off his own shoulder. The minister spreads his arms wide, his voice dripping with satisfaction. 1,000 years. I have finally gotten what I've waited for. Xiao Hong's eyes go wide in utter shock as she lets out a weak cry. Ziling, on the other hand, is just frozen stiff watching this unfold. The tiny Jiang Tu uses both hands to hoist the giant minister's arm up and shouts out a challenge. Well, what are you waiting for? Time for round 2. The giant replies, Hurry up and show me your true nature. After a tense silence, a pair of fiercely determined eyes stare straight ahead. As the minister lifts his heavy arm off Jiang Tu's back, our hero snaps into an attack stance. Xiao Hong looks over, completely horrified, as the minister's eyes begin to glow a fiery red. He raises his hand high like he's about to destroy everything, but instead of attacking, he just yells at Jiang Tu, "Are you looking down on me? You damn monster!" Jiang Tu just glares back at him with daggers in his eyes. Lan Qi, watching from the side, stammers in absolute terror. What is this?" Without saying a word, Jiang Tu rockets forward. The minister grunts in surprise as the circuits inside him start colliding, and suddenly, a whole swarm of other combat robots pour out. The general watches, amazed. "This is ancient science and technology," Kuang Dai chimes in. "So why do I feel like I'm the one who's outdated here?" Jiang Tu doesn't hesitate for a second, diving straight into the fight. He soars over the head of each robot, slamming his foot into them one by one. Jiang Tu goes on a rampage, punching, kicking, attacking, and blocking every single enemy. A second later, he literally rips a robot in half, but as soon as one is down, more robots land to take its place. The minister glances at his own shoulder and sees a swarm of tiny robots scrambling up him like a colony of ants. Every single one of them is just radiating pure killing intent. He roars, "This isn't over yet!" Jiang Tu raises his fist, ready for a serious fight. With a single spin, he sends a wave of robots flying away in a cyclone. The robot army is thrown into total chaos. Seeing his minions get absolutely wrecked, the minister smashes his fists together in pure rage. "Is that still not enough to make you fight for real? You're still underestimating me." And right on cue, more giant robots that look exactly like him descend to Earth from another universe. Everyone freaks out, screaming in terrified disbelief. This is just insane. The massive robots immediately close in and surround Jiang Tu. The ancient being begins to speak. The final night before the dawn. Even Jiang Tu seems curious, listening intently to every word. "I saw it all." The minister reveals in a rage, "This isn't your true form." Xiao Hong, still tied up, hears this and her eyes nearly pop out of her head. Everyone on the ground, including Lan Qi, is completely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor. While Jiang Tu is distracted, the minister swings his massive fist right at him. In front of that colossal fist, he looks unbelievably small, like an ant trying to take on an elephant. The punch creates a massive shockwave that hits everyone on the ground. People, cars, everything on the street shakes violently. Everything is launched into the air, all the vehicles sent flying, creating a scene of absolute, horrifying chaos. The Ancient One screams in anger, "Look at what your masterpiece has become." The minister trembles as he asks, "Do you really have to destroy it?" But the Ancient One doesn't care, roaring with insane conviction, "Shut up, it must be destroyed." And with that, he attacks, slamming his fist straight into the planet. Even the onlookers down below were staring, their jaws completely dropped in shock. And now, this ancient being was digging its hands into the globe, as the giant slammed his own fist down onto the Earth's surface. But from between the minister's fingers, Jiang Tu zipped out, screaming with pure, unadulterated hatred. Jiang Tu had to get off this planet. He leaped out and started scrambling upwards. Moving at the speed of light, he scaled the minister's entire body, all the way to his shoulder. People watching through binoculars nearly dislocated their jaws. Jiang Tu launched himself, moving so fast through the air that even the minister couldn't track him. Out in space, the giant robot was just floating there in front of the Earth. The ancient being started to speak, saying, "I've read his file. After he became a team leader, he wasn't as cruel as you claim." He continued, "The city he managed was better than any city run by us humans, not only paying taxes but also thriving. Looking down at the peaceful, happy life on the planet, the ancient being was absolutely sure he never harmed a single human." Jiang Tu watched from above, remembering all the times he helped people. Like that time he carried an old lady across the street. The ancient being added, "He's even helped us many times. Why can't we just coexist?" But the robot wasn't having it, yelling back, "Shut up!" A massive explosion erupted from the robot, but the ancient being kept trying to reason with him. Why couldn't they just live in peace? But the minister just pointed at Jiang Tu and spat, "But look at him." A cunning smile spread across our guy's face as he shot back, "And you think we can live in peace like this?" That's when the minister finally lost it, screaming his convictions. "Zombies are supposed to be a weak race. Our normal bombers can wipe them out, but I have no idea where this freak came from." From a distance, Jiang Tu gazed at his beloved planet, his arrogant expression never wavering. "Our lives and deaths all depend on whether he's having a good or bad day." The minister raised his hand, vowing with a stubborn, vicious will, "I will not allow such a creature from another race to exist." Everyone watched as his armor began to crack and shatter, followed by a furious roar that he had to be killed. The minister's armor was instantly replaced with a brand new, gleaming golden set. It looked way cooler than the old one, not to mention he was now holding a gigantic golden sword. The crowd gasped divine punishment. Suddenly, countless clones of the giant robot appeared from nowhere, each one holding the exact same battle-ready sword. These clones spread out, surrounding the Earth and plunging their swords right through the planet's crust. Vicious bolts of lightning erupted everywhere. Jiang Tu dodged the attack, leaping away and teleporting to another spot. Seeing this, the minister let out a frustrated grunt. He trembled, muttering, "Power." His eyes were cold, filled with an unyielding defiance. Jiang Tu stood quietly, analyzing the situation with a calm voice. Sometimes, being bigger doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger. The minister was surprised, and frankly, pretty confused. Then Jiang Tu held out his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, all of the minister's clones shattered into a million tiny pieces. A chain of explosions wrapped around the entire planet, hugging its surface. The shockwave even reached the people below, knocking everyone off balance. Lam Kai yelled out an urgent warning. "This place isn't safe anymore. All team leaders, help evacuate the citizens." The onlookers who were just watching from the rooftops scattered in every direction. The squad leaders shouted, splitting up to get everyone to safety. By now, Jang Tu had closed the distance, planting a solid punch right in the giant minister's face, making him grunt in pain. Then, a waterfall of fire rained down from above. The minister was engulfed in flames before plummeting downwards. Being so massive, his impact sent ocean water surging like a deep-sea earthquake. Jang Tu landed safely and soundly back on the ground. He crouched down and, with his bare hands, started pulling the earth apart. The ancient being stumbled in the air, cursing hopelessly. "Damn it!" On the ground, everyone was scrambling. Lam Kai shouted orders. "Team leaders, spread out! Evacuate those who have trouble moving." Lam Kai was running for her life, carrying a newborn baby in her arms, as people screamed, "Run for it!" Then, she looked down and saw the ground slowly cracking apart beneath her feet. Lam Kai was terrified, not understanding what was happening. Turns out, it was Jiang Tu in the distance, literally tearing the continent apart with his bare hands. Everyone just froze, stunned. Even the team captain couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jiang Tu just kept pulling the earth in two. Lam Kai clutched the baby and screamed in terror. "Again?" yelled Chief Tong, stumbling. "What is this?" another guy whispered, guessing. "A magnitude 20 earthquake?" The fissure Jiang Tu created just kept getting wider and wider. He didn't stop. And just like that, he rips the planet open like a sheet of paper. From high above, the city watches as a bottomless gorge splits the earth like a fresh wound. Everyone watching this absolutely loses their minds, screaming in terror. Hundreds of kilometers of land, torn right in two. A single trembling hand reaches out from the edge of the abyss. Game over. How could any living thing possibly do this? You could literally see this giant crack from space. No, seriously, from space. Meanwhile, someone's holding on to Lam Kai, who nearly fell right into that pit. He's yelling at her to hang on, but Lam Kai just stares past him, her eyes wide with shock. Over in the distance, a robot dude is plummeting to his doom. Then boom, Jiang Si appears and slams a fist straight into his stomach. A massive explosion rocks the sky, blanketing everything in dust and rubble. The minister staggers to his feet amidst the ruins, coughing his lungs out. The mask on his face begins to crack apart as he laughs. "You see that, kid? This is my destructive power." But then he glances aside, completely speechless. The ocean begins to churn, swelling up like it's about to unleash a tsunami. Because Jiang Si has just transformed into his fourth freaking form. The robot sees this, and furious electricity just crackles around him. He's totally stunned. What in the world is that thing? Meanwhile, Ziling is perched on a giant metal shard on the ocean. She looks up at our boy and just lets out a surprised huff. Beside her, Xiao Hong is just as floored, stuttering out, "I've never seen." This is Jiang Si. The robot is still frozen, solid, completely unable to process this insane situation. And then, a slow, satisfied laugh bubbles up from his chest. "That's right. That's the face. I saw this face right before the dawn was lost." Across the way, Jiang Si rockets into the sky, kicking up a massive dust cloud. He lands on a towering cliff, staring down at the chaos. Seeing his boss go full monster mode, Xiao He stammers out. Is he insane? He floors it, speeding away so fast the car almost flips over. That ancient dude is toast. "I'm out of here." The ancient one soars into the air, laughing maniacally as brutal, aggressive lightning arcs around his entire body. After all this time, this is the moment I've been waiting for. "Kid, that tough body of yours is in for a world of hurt." Jiang Si just stands there, head down, completely silent. Then he slowly raises his hand toward the ancient one. An invisible, violent force slams into the man's gut, making him grunt in agony. Jiang Si slowly closes his fist, and from a distance, that invisible power crushes the ancient one like a tin can, forcing a scream of pure pain. The ancient soul inside the minister's body feels every bit of that agony and screams out, "What is this?" A pillar of light shoots to the heavens like a tower, shrouded in smoke. The giant robot body cracks apart, and he shouts in pure terror, "No." Before shattering completely, he only has time for a few final desperate words. Why? Why am I so strong, yet I still can't beat him? He falls through the air, a massive hole blown straight through his stomach. The people below watch through binoculars, tears streaming down their faces. The minister, he's dead. Xiaohei panics. My king, you can't kill the human minister. Jiang Si just raises a hand and snaps his fingers. And deep inside the minister's body, his DNA sequence starts rewriting itself. The hole in his chest seals up, muscle fibers weaving back together. At the same time, Jiang Si lands softly on the ground, bathed in twilight. Then Jiang Si just points a finger. Another hole opens in the minister's chest, muscles swirling like blades, and his heart is ripped right out. The crowd watching through their binoculars just screams in absolute horror. Xiao Hong leaps up, completely unable to believe what just happened. Beside her, Lan Ling is so terrified she's crying her eyes out. Oh wow, even Ziling is impressed, muttering, "You can even do that?" After having his heart ripped out, the wound on the minister just heals instantly. He looks down at his own body and screams, "What?" Something flashes past his face, leaving him stunned before he can even think to react. In the dead silence, Jiang Si raises a hand. The minister is flipped upside down and plummets, grunting in pure frustration. From a distance, Jiang Si calmly watches the minister fall, his own expression completely unbothered. And in that exact moment, the human minister understood why the ancients were so desperate to kill this man. He looks at Jiang Si's fourth form with pure terror, because even after winning, Jiang Si just stands there, motionless. Everyone on the rooftop who witnessed the whole thing is just as silent, completely frozen in place. They slowly lower their binoculars, their faces still numb with shock from the brutal fight. Far out on the ocean, something hits the water with a huge splash. Then a loud shout echoes out, "Jiang Si!" Turns out it was Ziling. And just like that, she drops from the sky, immediately side-eyeing something over there. Guess who's in front of her? Jang too. And he's back to his default settings. Bald head, creepy dark eyes. He just scratches his head and gives a goofy laugh. "Hey, Ziling, that you? So, that bloodline power treating you well?" Seeing Jiang Tu totally unharmed, Ziling lets out a huge sigh of relief. "Thanks to you, I guess." You'd think she'd be thrilled he's alive. Think again. The very next second, she goes completely berserk, screaming, "Our house is gone!" And she keeps right on blaming Jang Tu. Why didn't you just say you could handle him yourself? Was all this effort really necessary? The ground is literally split in half, pure chaos everywhere from their little brawl. And Jiang Tu, he just scratches his head and says, "Well, I didn't want to freak anybody out." Oh, and of course, behind a rock, you've got Xiao Hong and Lan Ling doing some high-stakes eavesdropping. Down below, this little incident shifted the southern continent by 130 kilometers. It also kinda messed with the planet's climate and created the world's deepest ocean trench. Whoops! Flash forward 2 months later, and humanity is deep in reconstruction mode, fixing up all the buildings that got trashed in the war. Thanks to a mass evacuation before the fight, human casualties were surprisingly low. A few cities, however, were completely wiped off the map. Naturally, the Jiangtu Architecture Association is handling all the rebuilding. We cut to some minister in his office, looking over a digital report with a very serious face. On the report screen, a detailed breakdown of Jang Tu and all his various transformation modes. You can practically see the gears turning in the minister's head. The big question is, why did the ancient humans want to destroy Jang Tu so badly? Faced with this terrifying power, what's a government official supposed to do? Just then, Supervisor Chen walks in. "Minister, you called for me?" The minister asks him to do a few small errands, like go to the supermarket and buy a few cartons of eggs. Very official business. He turns away, looks dramatically out the window and mutters, "I want to visit the newly appointed director of City H." Meanwhile, at the Vampire City Phase 2 construction site, things are progressing. Lan Ling is there, tapping a wooden stick and yelling at the workers, "Move it! I paid you people to work, not to be lazy." His henchwoman, still covered in bandages from the last fight, shoots him a look. Lan Ling, where did you get all this money anyway?" For some reason, Lan Ling suddenly can't seem to form a coherent sentence. He just mumbles to himself. Watching from a window high above is Xiao Hei, sipping a cup of coffee with a very satisfied expression. A voice cuts in, "Xiao Hei, aren't those guys our enemies? Why on earth are we loaning them money?" He just takes another sip of coffee and calmly replies, "The great king said no fighting. Besides, this keeps them too busy to think about the money in our bank." Xiao Hei cracks a wicked, calculating smile. Might as well become their loan shark and make them work for us instead. By his calculations, they'll be working as his indentured servants for at least 300,000 years. Agu is just stunned into silence. Lang stands nearby, thinking to himself, what a vicious capitalist. Over there, Lanling turns to ask his subordinate, so where's the great king? She just replies, I don't know, probably in his room. Inside that dark and lonely room, Xiao Hong sits all by herself on the floor. She's got her head down, hugging her knees, looking completely miserable. Her mind is just a total mess. Chaos. The queen never imagined Jiang Tu had another form. She drugged him and launched a sneak attack, but it was useless against even a fraction of his power. She remembered the moment Jiang Tu shifted into his fourth form. Seeing Jiang Tu's new form, like some god of death, the queen had to admit she could never defeat him in this lifetime. Xiao Hong bites her lip so hard she draws blood, a single, bitter tear rolling down her cheek. Jiang Tu stands on the roof of a tall building, pensively looking down at the world below. Cut to an industrial plant, packed with complicated high-tech machinery, all of it dumping toxic wastewater. A blue-haired man, one of Doctor Jie Ming's subordinates, finishes reading a paper and yells, Brother Ming, it's him! Beside the door, a figure of unknown shape is slumped on the ground, head bowed. Across from him is the incredibly arrogant Doctor Jie Ming himself. He looks grim, the light glinting dangerously off his glasses. Jie Ming's voice cuts through the air. Jiang Tu, I will never forgive you, even if I die. Just then, an alarm clock starts ringing so violently it bounces right off the table. Annoyed that his sleep was disturbed, Jiang Tu slams his hand down, completely shattering the clock. Inside the quiet bedroom, someone was sleeping soundly. Jiang Tu bolts upright, wearing an absolutely adorable set of pajamas. I'm Jiang Tu. First thing he does after waking up, he opens the fridge to see if there's anything to eat. Your typical Jiangxi of unknown age who doesn't even know when he died. Jiang Tu cracks an egg right into his mouth. I only remember that it was a summer day. Inside the classroom, a Jiangxi suddenly appeared, causing everyone to panic. Right in the middle of class, I turned into a Jiangxi, and right after that, Jiang Tu officially joined the Jiangxi Club. So this guy started out as your average run-of-the-mill zombie, just kind of following the horde wherever it went. Then, the zombies got a genius idea workout sessions. They'd chase bait on a stick, all to avoid being captured and turned into lamp oil by humans. Yeah, to avoid becoming some guy's perpetual motion machine, our boys started hitting the gym. They even learned to lift weights, skipped the human flesh, and started chugging protein shakes. And wouldn't you know it, he actually got swole. Jiang Si had transformed into a ridiculously strong dude with unmatched power. He stood on a cliff thinking, yeah, I'm pretty much invincible. His fists clenched, his face dark with rage. The wind blew his hat off, revealing a smug, satisfied grin on his undead face. Then suddenly, his face shifts back, looking completely human once more. Next up is his fourth form, a jacked-up version of himself with long black hair that goes down to his knees. This was his strongest form, the ultimate proof of all his hard work and insane effort over the years. Jiang Si remembered all the fights, all the people he had to hurt with his own hands. He was sick of war, so for peace, he decided to help humanity. After working tirelessly to help mankind solve all their little problems, the whole new Zombie King incident actually changed how humans saw the undead. Up in the sky, a blimp flew by, dropping a banner. Finally, our guy had a city to call his own. But snap back to reality, Jiang Si is just at home in his pajamas. As he's about to brush his teeth, it hits him. I think I'm way too strong. Humans are probably terrified of me, which is why they'd do anything to destroy me. The doorbell rings, a single finger pressing the button. He cracks the door open just a tiny bit and asks, who is it? Turns out it's Ziling, and she immediately puts her hands on her hips, looking annoyed. What are you doing? What kind of leader are you? I've been waiting for 2 hours. Jiang Si just slams the door in her face, barely getting out, almost done, before the scene cuts to an academy. A huge crowd has already gathered inside the place for a ceremony. The person on stage announces loudly, a new year begins. We've all witnessed the growth of this academy. We are living in dangerous times, but this era also gives us countless opportunities and challenges. The person hosting the event is none other than Lan Qi. She gestures toward the side of the stage to introduce someone. This year, Jiang Si will lead our academy to a prosperous future. Jiang Si shyly walks out. Lan Qi shouts respectfully, please welcome our new headmaster. The moment the crowd below sees him, they all start chanting in unison, greetings, headmaster. All eyes were on Jiang Si as he stood awkwardly in the spotlight. He scratches his head, trying to think of something official to say. Good morning. You guys hungry? I brought some eggs. The crowd just stared back, completely deadpan after that incredibly lame speech. And just like that, Jiang Si replaced the previous leader and became the new headmaster. The former headmaster's underling turns to his boss and says, the team leader has been replaced. The bitter ex-leader grits his teeth and snaps back. Shut up. You think you could beat him? Meanwhile, in the minister's office, he's just sitting there sipping some water. Supervisor Chen frantically shoves people out of her way, screaming, "Move it! This is an emergency!" Someone sees her and asks with concern, "What's wrong, Supervisor Chen? Why are you panicking?" She stops, fumbling in her purse for something while stammering. It's a huge deal." Supervisor Chen holds out a mobile device towards the minister to deliver the news. "The president is calling." Hearing that, the minister jolts, completely startled. He snatches the phone and stands up straight, trying to compose himself for the call. He frantically explains the situation and makes a solemn promise about the future. "I was just about to report to you, sir." "Yes, I understand. Everything happened so suddenly I didn't have time to report. I wasn't hiding anything, I swear. I will complete your orders, Mr. President." Supervisor Chen, unable to contain her curiosity, peeks from behind him and asks, "What is it, Minister?" The minister replies, "It's about the ancient people. The whole world probably knows by now." She was confused, wondering how the information spread so fast. How is that possible? We were so careful to keep it a secret. The minister drops the phone on his desk and continues. How could they not know? Something this big? The other side of the planet probably knows already. Supervisor Chen picks up the phone and reads the news reports. According to northern news outlets, a fierce battle broke out in the south, seemingly involving ancient people. The minister calmly adds, "On top of that, the exchange conference is about to begin. A lot of things are happening at once." He then turns to Supervisor Chen and asks, "Where's the stuff I asked you to buy?" She holds up 2 plastic bags. "Right here." The scene then shifts back to Jiang Si's house in Ha City on a beautiful sunny day. The minister is already waiting at his front door, holding a bag of eggs, Jiang Si's absolute favorite thing in the world. Before ringing the doorbell, the minister did some quick mental math if he made the kid chief. Then doing his duties should be no problem at all. Satisfied, he finally decided to press the button. But before he could, the door swung open to reveal a girl's face. It was Ziling. As she opened it wider, she revealed a super cute and kinda risque cat girl maid outfit. Seeing Ziling dressed up like that, the minister jumped back and yelled, "What the? You're Ziling? And what's with this getup? Don't tell me, you two?" She, of course, was just as shocked as he was. Realizing he had the wrong idea, she rushed to explain, "Minister, sir, it's a misunderstanding. It's not what you're thinking." Just then, Lan Chi also stepped out, holding 2 plates of cake and wearing the exact same maid outfit as Ziling. Seeing him, she chirped, "Oh, hello, Minister." Seeing Lan Chi and the maid squad too felt like a lightning bolt to the face, and the minister trembled with indignation. "Jiang Si just got promoted, and you two pull a stunt like this right in front of me? I have no choice but to report this. Are you really taking it this far?" Suddenly, Lan Chi looked down, saw something, and screamed, dropping both plates of cake. The minister felt betrayed, his disappointment with the two of them hitting an all-time high. He turned to leave in a huff, making an excuse. "I have an urgent matter. I must return to headquarters." Seeing him get it all wrong, Ziling and Lan Chi shouted in unison, "Minister, it's a huge misunderstanding. We're just celebrating that jerk's promotion, and we're wearing this because we lost a game." The minister stopped, his curiosity piqued. "What was that? You're coming to a meeting dressed like this? I've never seen you wear anything like this before." Blushing, Ziling pointed inside and told him, "If you don't believe us, just go see for yourself." Inside, Jiang Si was playing cards with Xiao Xiao, who was also in a maid costume. Oh, and Chief Song was there too. He held his cards with a tense expression, thinking, "This time, I'm definitely going to defeat you." Jiang Si. He drew a red card from Jiang Si's hand, making him yell out as if his weak spot had just been exposed. Over on the side hung a banner that read, "Chief Jiang Si's first time." Below it, a team leader was shooting off massive firework knives, yelling that anyone who didn't show up was fired. Witnessing this absolutely ridiculous scene, the minister was just completely flustered and bewildered. Right in front of him, a storm of fruits and vegetables flew through the air, followed by countless slashes in the blink of an eye. Turns out, it was team leader Kung Dar, using his sword to prep vegetables. And the final dish? It looked incredibly delicious. Kung Dar held up 2 plates of food, yelling excitedly, "The sushi is here!" Suddenly, he glanced to the side, and his eyes locked with the minister's. The minister just stood there, speechless, unsure what to even say. Kung Dar panicked and immediately tried to explain, "Minister, it's not what you think. I'm not this kind of person. Jiang Si forced me to do it." The minister just calmly raised a hand to his mouth, trying to look composed as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Then, regaining his authority, he addressed everyone with a stern voice. "Since everyone is already here, this saves me the trouble of calling a meeting. Let's begin. I want to discuss an urgent matter with all of you." With that, the minister took a seat and joined the festivities. Jiang Si looked at him and asked, "Aren't you the leader of all humanity?" The minister simply replied, "No." Seeing Kung Dar bustling around in an apron bringing food, the minister turned to him and said, "Thank you." He touched the armored horns on his helmet and began his explanation. Each region has several provinces, stretching for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The whole crew huddled together, staring intently at the minister. He surprisingly removed his faceplate and said, "I'm just the governor of Guangzhou province." He looked at the shocked crowd of gossips and asked, "What's with you guys?" They all immediately snapped their heads away, pretending to be casual. Nothing. The minister then got down to business. "Jiang Si, I need you to explain this to me. This world has two continents, meaning only two nations. One is country A, the other is country B. We live in country A." He then launched into a long speech about how the two nations used to cooperate to kill zombies, but later, conflicts arose, and they began competing for influence to keep the peace. They hold an eternal friendship exchange conference, but really, peace is just maintained by military might. The tension is all because their governments are different. Country A has a federal system with a strong economy, while Country B is a monarchy with a powerful military. Both want to change the other and unite humanity. And even though Country A usually loses in direct confrontations, thanks to their brilliant president, the country has never been conquered. The whole history lesson just left Jiang Si confused. "What's an exchange conference?" Ziling quickly jumped in to clarify. "It's like a school sports festival, but on a global scale. You could also think of it as a worldwide military drill held once every 4 years. Last time, we were the champions." Jiang Si heard this and just shrugged. "That's it? So boring." Lan Chi leaned back in her chair, gazing into the distance with a sigh. "Last time, in the zombie-slaying category alone, just one of our states killed 8 million of them. It was unbelievable. Hearing about some insane zombie-killing record, our resident zombie Jiang Si nearly jumps out of his skin, yelling, 'Say what now?' Lan Chi just side-eyes him with a reminder, 'You're the director,' which means you have to participate this time." Hearing that, Jiang Si starts shaking in his boots, thinking, "Does this woman seriously think I'm human or something?" The minister nearby decides to jump in and calm everyone down. "Relax, we won't have a category like that. We're not looking to humiliate ourselves." But Jiang Si is still totally lost, asking, "Monarchy? Federation? What's all that?" Absolute confusion. And with that, we cut to a white plane flying high above the city. A figure walks into an office building and announces their arrival. "Sir, you called for us. This is the capital of Nation B." The desk is covered in documents, photos, and reports on the ancient beings who attacked Earth a few months ago. A man sits in a chair, his back turned to the door. He doesn't even glance at them, just gruffly says, "Grab the photos on the table and take a look. They're from Nation A." "Yes, sir," she replies, grabbing a picture of giant robots with their swords plunged deep into the planet's surface. The two women looking at the file are the Yao twin sisters. The one with black hair is older, the one with brown is younger. Both of them stare at the unbelievable photo. Yao Ji looks at the colossal robots and it clicks. This is ancient technology. The mysterious man sets down his coffee cup and finally lays out the details. Intelligence suspects Nation A already has this technology in their grasp. Once they have that power, our nation is in big trouble. He continues, telling the Yao sisters that the president of Nation A will be visiting the country next month. "You two are my best operatives. Your sister's business has nothing to do with you." He raises his coffee cup, his tone cold and final. "I called you here to get to the bottom of this whole mess." The man finally reveals a full brown beard as he speaks. "Regarding your sister joining that armed rebellion, the king was very much against it, but you two can relax. Just handle this mission perfectly, and I'll put in a good word for your sister with the royal family." Both sisters shout in unison, "Yes, Mr. Prime Minister." Meanwhile, the sky outside grows dark and gloomy. We cut to a science lab where a voice announces, "The CH-47 solution is ready. We can begin injection at any time." And there's Jie Ming, arms crossed, observing the situation with a whole lot of unearned confidence. His blue-haired subordinate is frantically working the controls. "Connected to device 1, 2, and 3, please respond." Another scientist yanks a huge electrical lever and reports connection to device 3. Inside the lab is an ancient being, sitting buck naked on an electric chair. Finally, the blue-haired guy speaks up. "All right, Boss Ming, we're ready." Jie Ming replies with a satisfied smirk. "Excellent." But his blue-haired lackey has a question. "Boss Ming, this ancient being is over 1,000 years old. It's basically a fossil. Can we actually bring him back to life?" Jie Ming doesn't even hesitate, arrogantly declaring for all to hear, "In the world of biology, there is nothing I cannot do." He then gives the cold command, "Begin." The other scientist slams the lever all the way down. Instantly, a scream so loud it could tear the sky apart echoes in agony. The blue-haired guy asks in amazement, "Is he really coming back to life?" He remembers the giant robot from the last battle, thinking that reviving such a powerful being would be a true miracle. Back inside the laboratory, the ancient being is getting absolutely fried by continuous waves of electricity. This terrifying magical energy shakes the entire lab, sending dust billowing from the ground. Everyone watching is frozen in shock as the ancient being keeps getting zapped. Through the thick clouds of dust, someone starts to cough. Blue Hair lets out a happy laugh, thinking it's over. But when he looks at the chair, it's not an ancient being, it's a bald, shirtless old man. Not knowing where this dude came from, the blue-haired guy screams in complete panic. What the hell? His mind is just spinning, totally confused. Where did the ancient being go? The blue-haired guy immediately runs into the lab. He grabs the bald uncle by the collar and starts shaking him. Where is the ancient being? Tell me, who are you? The bald uncle, with tears streaming down his face, trembles and cries out, I am the ancient being, don't kill me. The blue-haired guy shoves the photo of the giant robot in his face and just loses it. Are you kidding me? You used to look this awesome and you're telling me your true form is this? The bald uncle looks, finally realizing, oh yeah, I am that guy. He quickly explains the situation. I'm just a doctor. I have no fighting skills. What's wrong with a mech designer making himself look cool? Jie Ming has been watching this entire disaster from behind the glass this whole time. He can't hide his disappointment and lets out a sigh. Just as Jie Ming turns to leave, the ancient being calls out to him. Hey, you. We're both human, aren't we? So are we gonna talk or what? He turns his head, curious, his glasses giving off that classic mysterious anime glint. The air goes dead silent. Nobody says a word, and even Green Hair is just staring, completely lost. After a solid deer in the headlights moment, Kiet Min finally pipes up. So, what did you want to talk about? The Ancient One gets right to it. Our starting points may be different, but our objectives are exactly the same. We should cooperate. Kiet Min, completely unimpressed, just turns his back and walks away. His reason? You were already defeated by Jang too. I thought you'd be a stronger vessel than that vampire, but I was wrong. I have research to do, so don't waste my time. The Ancient One fires back, recalling his old zombie experiments. We've been studying Jiang Tu's genes for 1,000 years. Your methods are flawed. It's not Jiang Tu's current strength that's scary, it's his unlimited potential for growth. Kiet Min is visibly confused, so the Ancient One puffs up his chest and declares, right now we are the two most intelligent people in the world. He sizes up Kiet Min, breaking down the situation. You're a genius in biology, and you even have Jiang Tu's genes. The Ancient One continues, and I possess technology that is second to none. So, why don't we just create a new Jiang Tu? As soon as he says it, all three of them just freeze, totally shocked by the insane proposal. The green-haired guy is the first to snap, screaming, excuse me, what? The Ancient One calmly asks back, so, what do you say? Kiet Min thinks it over for all of half a second, then sticks out his hand. I'm in. And just like that, the two most devious minds on the planet agree to cooperate. A match made in hell. Meanwhile, all you can hear is Green Hair screaming from inside the lab. What? You're making that guy the president's bodyguard? And with that, we cut to the inside of Jiang Tu's house. After a heated discussion, Tu Lang slams the table. What? Has the minister lost his mind? Make him the president's bodyguard? She glares at Jiang Tu, ranting. He could assassinate the president. Our boy just points to himself, completely baffled. The minister gets serious, his voice low. I have no choice. The state visit is approaching fast. Nation B is unstable, and they know about the Ancient One. I'm afraid they'll pull a reckless move. Lam Kai just listens intently, totally speechless. The minister pushes himself to his feet, making the final call. Then it's decided. The president has ordered us to select top masters from every province as bodyguards. He looks at Jiang Tu, laying on the persuasion. Don't you want to blend in with human high society? With a presidential order, no one will ever dare to question your identity again. The minister turns away from them dramatically. However, you cannot reveal your identity just yet. A zombie on the government payroll would cause a massive public outcry. From now on, all team leaders in Guangzhou will answer to you. As a precaution, I'm authorizing you to bring two of your most powerful assistants. Finally, he just tries to rally the troops. Let's all do our best. Don't bring shame to Guangzhou. A little time passes, and we cut to Jiang Tu's office. At this moment, Xiao He and the other top lieutenants are all gathered and waiting. Jiang Tu sits on his desk facing them, and he immediately makes the announcement. The provincial governor has issued a directive. We're going to be the president's bodyguards. I can bring two people. Who wants to come with me? Complete and total silence. No one is exactly jumping at the offer. Xiao He is the first to speak up, but only to offer a flimsy excuse to get out of it. It's the end of the year. I have to deal with taxes, Great King. I'm busy. A cow is also quick to pass on the offer. Me too, Great King. The security in several districts needs my attention. A Cam chimes in, yeah, same here. But a Lang and AQ have a totally different reaction. Those two are practically buzzing with excitement and ready for action. We're totally free, Great King, we can go. Let's show the humans what we're really made of. Now that's the attitude he was looking for. Jiang too is pleased and gives them his praise. A Lang, a Ku, I like you two. A short time later, Jiang Tu is walking a Lang and a Ku outside, on leashes. The two henchmen look pretty awkward and not very confident, and right in front of them is Tu Lang and Lam Kai's group. Lam Kai looks at the two massive beasts in front of her and gushes. Aw, such cute puppies. Then she crouches down, wiggling her fingers and calling out, "Here, doggy!" A CU feels his entire existence has been insulted and roars right in Lam Kai's face. Are you talking to me like that? You want me to bite your head off? Lam Kai jumps back, startled, and immediately gets into a defensive stance. She trembles, stammering, The dog is talking. Tu Long walks over, puts a hand on her shoulder and explains, these are Jiang Tu's underlings. Then Tu Long crosses her arms and gets down to business. Follow me, the president wants to see you. Their shadowy guide then leads them to some kind of factory. Inside the factory, a few people are already standing by, waiting for them. A girl in a pink dress sees Jiang Tu's group arrive. Look, the people from Guangchao's Academy for Abnormals are here. A guy wearing a mask then steps forward to talk. Took you long enough? I thought you guys were going to abandon the mission. Guess I was wrong. This guy struts right up to Jang Tu, dripping with condescension, and he just doesn't get it. The masked goon gets right in his face, questioning why the Academy replaced General Tan with some nameless punk. And why does the president trust anyone from Guangchao so much? He boasts that guys from his state are way tougher, claiming he could wreck 10 dudes just like him. He doesn't even finish his rant before bam, a fist slams right into his face. The masked dude goes flying, crashing with a mini explosion. And yup, it was Jiang Tu. He just stands there and asks, sorry, what were you saying? Meanwhile, Tu Lang just facepalms, totally over this drama. The other two goons on his team just stare, completely stunned. Lam Kai, on the other hand, just lets out a smug little chuckle as the scene cuts to an office. Now, Jiang Tu is standing before the president of Country A. The president turns and coldly asks, You're Jiang Tu? Jiang Tu stands at attention, trying not to choke. The tension in here is thick. The president continues, The minister of Guangzhou says you're strong enough to be my bodyguard. With a sly grin, the president then asks, So if things get dangerous, can you actually keep me safe? Jiang Tu just scratches his head, answering honestly, Danger isn't really a problem for me. At that, the president just bursts out laughing. Henry, that minister from Guangzhou is so confident. All right then, I'll put my trust in you. Outside, a plane soars through the clear sky. But down below, in the ruins of a city outside Country B, a lone figure sits amongst the rubble, revealing a pair of pale, slender legs. She's a stunningly beautiful woman, with an almost arrogant air about her. She's rocking a captivating black dress, just chilling, when someone suddenly calls out, Big sis! She turns and stands up. The person who called her a thap holds out some gear, saying, Your equipment is ready. With a hand on his chest, he reports that the zombie army is fully prepared and waiting. She straps on the gear and starts walking. A thap, good work. You can rest. I'll take it from here. All around them, zombies roam the desolate city streets. She breaks the silence, asking, A thap, why do humans fight so endlessly in such a beautiful world? Watching a man and a zombie fighting together, a thap gives a strange reply, I'm not human. But then he adds, perhaps it's because of resources. Below them, a massive zombie horde is gathering. The woman steps forward to gaze upon them, answering her own question. No, she says, I believe it's because of selfishness. Then she raises her voice to address the entire army. Brothers, I'm sure you've all heard the news. The president of Country A is coming to visit. Our mission is to eliminate that son of a bitch. A Gu and another young man listen, completely focused. Many have asked why we do this, ever since the zombie outbreak first began. I admit, this has caused humanity a lot of trouble, but the truth is, zombies are not man's true enemy. She speaks of the past, how zombies were nothing against human science and technology. 100 years ago, they figured out how to control us, she says, posing a question. So why are they building armies to wipe us all out now? She then answers with pure fury in her voice, It's a conspiracy! Country A and Country B are hiding the fact that zombies can have their own consciousness. Exterminating us is just an excuse for their own power struggles. Thinking of the innocent victims, she says, so many good people have no idea this is happening, and countless families have been torn apart. Countless conscious zombies die by their guns, she declares, drawing a parallel between their suffering and humanity's. The truth proves that humans and zombies can actually be friends. At her words, the entire army roars as one, vowing to eliminate the presidents and tell the world the truth. Seeing their unwavering resolve, the woman falls silent, lost in thought. Everyone there, human and zombie alike, raises a hand, united in their cause. We can live in peace. But cut back to the plane, where Lam Ki, Tu Lang, and Jiang Tu are just bored out of their minds. A live broadcast plays on the TV. Dear viewers, the exchange conference you've all been waiting for is about to begin. A cheerful reporter announces, the president of country A will begin his 7-day state visit starting today. Large crowds have gathered here. A country B news channel reports from the scene, while other channels buzz with the same news. Over on country A's news, our president will arrive at the hotel today and will meet with the prime minister of country B tomorrow. A young boy named Tu Chi is glued to the screen. His parent tells him, Tu Chi, eat your food. Why are you watching the news? But he's super curious. I just want to see what the president of country A looks like. Tu Chi's dad watches skeptically. Seems a bit flashy, doesn't it? They call it a friendly meeting, but who knows what shady deals are being made. His mom just sighs. Our country is so weak. But Tu Chi cheerfully replies, the audience knows everything. As the plane streaks across the sky, it has already left their airspace, and that's when the Du sisters appear. The younger one asks impatiently, what about that mission the prime minister gave us? But the older sister just calmly replies, security comes first. We can't have the president of country A running into trouble the moment he lands. The younger one glances over, asking, so, are you going to handle this personally? The older sister coolly answers, knowing her, she'll have it sorted before the plane even touches down. At the bustling airport, a guy from the zombie squad stands with a discreetly dressed companion. He speaks with total confidence. It's all set. I guarantee the president of country A will lose his head. His partner, a Thap, suddenly feels a wave of dizziness and then just collapses to the ground. The first guy panics. What's wrong with you? He's clearly worried. A Thap, where does it hurt? This is no time for jokes. A Thap answers, there's something on that plane. It's giving me a familiar, terrifying feeling. We see a young man's silhouette as the guy helps a Thap up and reports on his radio. It's nothing. A Thap's just feeling a bit sick. He weakly insists. Just stick to the plan. The plane is landing as a reporter broadcasts live to all the viewers at home, gesturing towards the aircraft and the surrounding crowd. The plane is about to touch down at our capital's airport, where the governor of HD State is waiting to greet him. As the plane lands, everyone is formally welcoming the president, and the reporter is all smiles. Let's all give a warm welcome to peace itself. Then, she glances at her notes as the plane door opens. The president of country A has arrived. A man in a sharp black suit appears, but with a hood pulled over his head. It's Jiang Tu. The moment a Tap sees him, he grabs the radio in a total panic. Danger! Abort the mission! Abort the mission now! A Zhao, the sniper, hears the signal from a Tap. You idiot, can't you feel it? He asks, completely confused. What? He explains that he's wearing a consciousness enhancer to improve his aim. A woman hearing this signal jumps to her feet. He's what? She yells into her mic, trying to warn everyone. All units fall back! That guy is not the president of country A. As Jiang Tu appears, dozens of cameras flash, and television crews broadcast his every move live. Tu Chi's family is completely stunned. Who is this guy? He sits in a corner, just as baffled. Families all over the country are equally confused. And just like that, Jiang Tu made his very first appearance before the eyes of the entire world. What's going to happen to Jiang Tu, now caught between all these powerful forces? His image appears on the Yao sisters' screen. They're just as confused as everyone else. The younger sister asks, who is this? Is he even on the president's official escort list? Lead bodyguard Jiang Tu. Why does he seem so strange? On the plane, the minister praises Jiang Tu over the comms. Excellent work, Jiang Tu. This is exactly the effect we wanted. You're the human shield. Let's see if anyone's dumb enough to shoot. He grumpily replies, Minister, you never used to be like this, sending a subordinate out to be a bullet shield. The minister casually answers, well, it's not like you can die, anyway. As Jiang Tu stands there, he gets another order. Oh right, scan the area. After the real president steps out, he stands right in the sniper's blind spot. Our boy is completely exasperated. I can literally catch your missiles with my bare hands. Just to dodge a bullet? Do we really need all this drama? As everyone watches expectantly, the minister encourages him to just deal with it. The president's a normal guy, not tough like us. The reporter announces, their president is deplaning now. The president of country A steps out of the aircraft. He waves with a bright smile to the welcoming crowd. A warm welcome. Welcome to our country, Mr. President. The airport absolutely erupts with noise. You've traveled a long way, so we've prepared a hotel for you. We can discuss business tomorrow. The visit kicks off. An ambassador stands before the president and gestures, "This is the governor of HD State. He's in charge of this reception." Tu Lang walks up next to Jiang Tu and says, "Stay focused." The woman watching the screen gets a strange feeling. Was that oppressive feeling from before just my imagination? Jiang Tu just stands there silently. On the screen, nothing seems to be happening, and the younger Yao sister is getting impatient. This is weird. Why hasn't she made her move yet? "I don't know," her sister replies, before turning to her. "It looks like it's our turn now." It seems she missed the perfect opportunity for the assassination. The monitor cuts to the president of country A declaring, "I've arranged our transport, complete with listening devices. As soon as they mention the ancient ones, we'll know everything. During this 7-day visit, time is on our side." His words make them both fall silent. At the airport, the governor of HD State enthusiastically says, "We've prepared vehicles for you, Mr. President," but he's politely turned down. "No need to go to such trouble. We have our own transport." Jiang Tu gets an order from the minister to put the president in a different car. Then he pulls out a device, disconnects a wire, and presses a button. Meanwhile, the Yao sisters are still debating. The younger one asks, "Don't they have their own bodyguards? Should we still be handling security?" The woman just holds her lollipop and asks a simple question. How much faith do they really have in Country A's power? Glancing at the screen, she goes, "Remember Ziling and Lanqi from that last little meetup? They got absolutely wrecked. This lady's totally underestimating them. Says no matter how fancy their security is, their country is just weak, plain and simple." But their little chat gets cut short by some guy screaming from the back, "They're not in our vehicle, they got into a different car." And just like that, her cool demeanor shatters. "What?" She snatches the mic, desperate for answers. "Which car is their president in? Tell me now. Hello? Hello?" But the guy on the other end is panicking. He reports they've got a jammer and the connection is gone. This, of course, sends her into a rage. She slams her fist on the table. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Jiang Si, Ziling, and Lanqi move in. 2 cars, ready and waiting. On the minister's command, they split off, heading in different directions. The plan is officially in motion. The plan? Jiang Si takes the president through an underground route back to the hotel. He's even got a ridiculously detailed map laid out for them. Orders are clear. From this moment on, no one gets near the president. Ziling and Lanqi? They're the decoys, taking the original route to draw all the heat. Back with our villainess, she's still reeling from that little surprise. Her subordinate, a Zhao, keeps buzzing her on the radio, asking for the next move. "Big sis, what are our orders? Do we proceed?" But she just speaks into the mic, "Listen up, there's someone strange in that group." "I'm ordering everyone to stand down," she commands. Too bad for her, a Zhao's comms are already cut. He can't hear a single word. "Hello? So, are we killing them or not? What is this junk?" He glares at his sniper rifle, then this other gun, and just straight up kicks them away. Seriously? With his kind of power, why would he ever need some piece of junk like this? Assassination? Nah, just rush in and smash everything. He then pulls out a knife, a wicked grin on his face. "Don't you worry, big sis." So a Jiao, full of himself, decides to go solo. "Just wait, I'll wipe them all out and come back for my reward." Meanwhile, the minister's aide is getting curious. "Sir, they're in the car and safe. Why are we still jamming the signals?" But the minister, who seems to see everything, just calmly replies, "Everyone has their own agenda. You think they're truly safe? Their country has its own nasty underground organization to worry about." So Jiang Si is riding shotgun when suddenly, the president of country A, just chilling in the back, decides to speak up. "Chief Jiang Si, you're one of those. Jiang Si, aren't you?" And yeah, Jiang Si is a little taken aback by that. The president doesn't even wait for an answer. "You're going to protect me, right?" Jiang Si's response is just a single word, "I will." Hearing this, the president just laughs. "Interesting. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Just one more thing, though. You're not going to just wake up one day and decide to kill us all to take over the world, are you?" Jiang Si, completely unfazed, just says, "Not interested." The driver, meanwhile, is just trying to focus on the road while sweating buckets listening to this insane conversation. The villainous's lookouts report in. "Big sis, we can't get a hold of a Zhao." And suddenly, she doesn't look so smug anymore. One of her guys, Atah, figures it out. The convoy must have a jammer. The dude next to him? He just says he's gonna go jack a car. The Yao sisters are also scrambling into action, a really bad feeling washing over them. "Get to the convoy, now." And all this is happening as the city center looks deceptively peaceful. The decoy convoy rolls on, flanked by elite soldiers lining the streets, trying to keep things secure. Keyword, trying. Suddenly, Lanqi, riding with Ziling, feels something's off. She peeks out the window. What's that noise? It's a Jiao, dropping out of the sky and screaming. Everybody stop! And then bam, a massive collision. Just like that, a Jiao's entrance throws everything into total chaos. Lan Qi and Ziling are both thrown from the car, completely stunned. Ziling, totally bewildered, can only think, what the heck is happening? And then a Jiao emerges from the smoke and dust of the crash, looking like an absolute nightmare. Lan Qi, horrified, just stammers, "What is that thing?" But then, something comes flying down from a nearby rooftop at insane speed. It's the Yao sisters, arriving just in the nick of time. The older sister screams, "Ziling, Lan Qi, this guy is seriously dangerous." That's when a Jiao speaks up. "You foreigners from halfway across the world." He casually raises his knife, making a bold declaration. "I'm gonna show you the power of a country B Jiangxi." Then he lets out a breath, practically radiating energy. Hearing this, Lan Qi is just confused. A Jiangxi? But the older Yao sister instantly recognizes him. It's the Jiangxi boss who works for her leader. A Jiao raises a hand, and suddenly, thick black oil begins to form on it. He swings his arm, slinging the oil out in a wide arc. Then he flicks a lighter and shouts, "Attack!" Lan Qi just stares, completely bewildered. What? A Jiao ignites the oil slick, sending a massive wall of fire hurtling right at her. The younger Yao sister can only watch in absolute shock. The fireball tears towards Ziling and Lan Qi with insane destructive force, but they manage to leap out of the way just in time. The younger Yao sister screams a warning. "Don't let that fire touch you. You can't put it out." Ziling, completely lost, just asks, "Yao Xiao Shu? Yao Xiao Yu? Why are you guys here?" Lan Qi sees how wide the flames are spreading, gritting her teeth in pure frustration. This is bad. Elsewhere, perched on a city building, Ata and his partner get a new order from Big Sis. "You will drag a Jiao back here. We've missed our window." A Jiao going rogue gives the president of Country B all the leverage they need. Ata simply responds, "Understood. Big Sis, I'm heading over," Se says, brushing off some other guy. "No need to help. I'm all good." All while Jiang Si just chills in the car. Se and his buddy get out and spot a car. But hold on, our boy is staring at something with laser focus. Jiang Si is just staring him down from inside the car, which totally freaks Se out. And what's that? A freaking sword is rocketing towards them. It's aimed right for Dao's face. Oh yeah, that's Lan Qi's blade, no doubt about it. And boom, there she is, swords and all, walking up to him like, "Who do you think you're underestimating?" His response? He pulls out some little gadget, lights it up, and just yeets it at her. "Oh, really?" He smirks as the thing flies through the air. It explodes in a massive cloud of dust. She's caught completely off guard, coughing her lungs out. But before the smoke even settles, Ao is already on the attack. Ao gets right in her face, slashing with a knife. Zero hesitation. A horrified Ziling can only scream out, "Lan Qi!" The Yao sisters are totally stunned. See, they were warned to be careful. Lan Qi gets sent flying, and this dude is already poised for round 2. "Next," he says. Jiao has already taken her down. She's a total mess, slumped against the car. Ziling is in a full-blown panic, shouting for Lan Qi. The Yao sisters? Yeah, they're already looking for the exit. But then, out of nowhere, a storm of swords completely surrounds Jiao. 2 figures appear to help Ziling, telling her, "Get your president out of here. You dare attack with that pathetic power level? Go get Lan Qi some help. You might still have time to save her." They each pull out a sword. "Well, Sis did say we might have to use force eventually. The boss doesn't want to kill you, so we suggest you leave. Now." He just gets angrier, pointing right back at them. "Are you kidding me?" He scoffs, raising his knife. "If you weren't the boss's actual sisters, I would have diced you up for sale ages ago. But fine, you little brats. Guess I'll have to teach you a lesson on her behalf." Jiao starts flexing his power. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he says, as a pool of black oil spreads around him. Then he says one name, Thidu, which makes Ziling and the Yao sisters just stare in total confusion. Dao's lighter drops into the oil, and whoosh! The whole thing goes up in flames, leaving Ziling absolutely stunned. The oil slick ignites, creating a wall of fire around Dao. His head, his hands, everything is blazing. When the initial blast fades, you realize it's not the oil that's on fire anymore. It's Dao himself. He stands there in this freaky new form, his head and hands literally burning. The Yao sisters, quite reasonably, just scream their heads off. He just transforms right in front of them like it's nothing. The younger sister gasps. "He can transform?" Her sister is just stunned. "What?" All while Ziling remains silent. Her face turns terrifyingly dark and quiet. Jiao just taunts them. "What's the matter? Never seen this before?" I was going easy on you out of respect for your sister. Did you really think you were all that? Then one of them notices Ziling still hasn't left with Lan Chi. Why are you guys still here? She asks, just as her own body starts to change. But as she gets ready to fight, a new voice calls out, Ziling, get back. It's Lan Chi and she's literally floating now. You already had your moment in the spotlight. The Yao sisters and even Ah Jiao are completely floored by this. Now, it's my turn, she announces, rising up with Ziling, ready to go. Her face has morphed into a terrifying skull. The Yao sisters lose their minds, screaming, what in the world is that? Lan Chi holds her weapon like an absolute queen and says, let me get a taste of that power. Let's see how strong the division chief's jealousy really is. Then Ziling's face also turns into a horned skull. Fine by me, she says, drawing her blade. Let's make this quick. No more wasting time. Meanwhile, the Yao sisters are still trying to process what is happening. Since when are you guys not human anymore? Ah, Jiao is just as confused. What is going on here? Why do I feel a connection? No, that can't be right. Lan Chi raises her sword, taunting him. Well, what are you waiting for? Weren't you the one who wanted to wipe us all out? He attacks with a huge grin. Big words. All right then, wish granted. A whole part of the city is now on fire thanks to Ah Jiao. He just waves his arms, unleashing flames in every single direction. He creates a massive fireball and launches it forward. Lan Chi doesn't even dodge. She stands her ground, opens her mouth, and straight up swallows the whole thing. The younger Yao sister is just staring at this, completely mind blown. What? She just ate it! The aftershock knocks her back. But Ah Jiao? He just looks amused. Now this is interesting. Lan Chi closes the distance in a literal flash. Then, she plants a kick right in his face, completely catching him off guard. How is that? Impossible. The kick was so powerful it sent him stumbling, but he just barely manages to catch himself with his hands. Suddenly, he gets a call from the big boss. Ah, go, do you read me? But he's way too distracted by Lan Chi's insane power. Was that kick even human? The big boss is screaming now. Answer me if you can hear me. Ah, go, couldn't care less. I'm busy, he replies. Hearing this, Lan Chi just starts laughing. Elsewhere, in a safe building, it's completely quiet. Just then, Jiang Tu gets a call from the minister. Turns out, Ziling and Lan Chi are in a little bit of trouble. He confirms the line is secure. Is the president safe? Jiang Tu replies, he's arrived. The minister gives the order, get over to Ziling and see what's happening. Jiang Tu asks carefully, and everything is secure on my end? The minister's reply, this is our turf, it's airtight. And then, he just hangs up. With his orders in hand, Jiang Tu starts to move. All right, I'm on my way. Meanwhile, Lan Chi is just standing silently on top of a demolished car, and just before this, Xiao Xiao was literally resting inside a test tube. She frantically steps out, asking, Lan Chi, what are you doing? But Lan Chi, holding a sketchy-looking syringe, just says, I don't care. It's all about her rivalry with Ziling. How can she be a team leader and still outshine me? I refuse to let that happen. Xiao Xiao sees her spiraling and tries to talk her down, saying the stuff in that needle hasn't even been fully tested. She doesn't know the side effects, but Lan Chi tells her to shut up and immediately starts injecting the substance into her own arm. The solution flows into her system. She grits her teeth through the pain, and then total transformation. She just stands there, completely motionless. Seeing this, Ziling warns her, Lan Chi, control your emotions. But of course, a Jiao just laughs. Now this is getting interesting. The Yao sisters snap their heads around to look at him. Lan Chi opens her mouth and just starts inhaling the fire he created. So he doubles down, creating a whole fire tornado, smugly telling her to burn. But she just blasts it all back, screaming, right back at you. And here's the kicker, Lan Chi unleashes way more fire than she absorbed. This leaves everyone completely floored. What? A Jiao gets buried in the flames, screaming in pure agony. He cannot believe this is actually happening. No, this can't be real. The second the flames vanish, Lan Chi is standing right in his face. The younger Yao sister is speechless. Did she really just fire that back? In a flash, Lan Chi kicks a Jiao straight into the pavement. Her kick is so absurdly strong it shatters the concrete, sending him deep underground. Lan Chi just smirks. Now this feels amazing. A Jiao claws his way out of the crater, absolutely livid. Amazing my butt, what the hell even are you? Ziling yells from the sidelines, Lan Chi, control your emotions. You're going to lose your mind and go completely berserk. The younger Yao sister is stunned. Lan Chi's face becomes utterly terrifying as her mouth twists into a horrifying grin. I want to eat him. The Yao sisters just stare at Lan Chi, completely horrified. She's lost all control, and now she's going after a Jiao. Eat me? He's totally speechless for a second, before shouting in fury, wait, who's the real monster here? Suddenly, he gets a comms signal from his superior. A Jiao, abort the mission now. She warns him that something terrifying is rushing to his location. Look up. Something is hurtling through the sky at an insane speed. And yup, it's Jang too. He slams down from above, creating a massive impact that kicks up dust everywhere. Slowly, the smoke begins to clear. A Jiao is still trying to be tough. No, I'm not backing down. We haven't finished this. Then a Gui appears behind him, clapping a hand on his shoulder. A Gui immediately starts dragging a Jiao away. We're going. Lan Chi sees this and roars. No one is leaving. You'll die here. As he's being pulled away, he's still complaining, hey, a Gui, we haven't even decided who won yet. A Gui just sounds exhausted. If we keep this up, you're gonna get yourself killed. But Lan Chi isn't letting them go, unleashing a colossal blast of power. A Jiao sees how massive it is and panics. What? What is that? The attack splits, homing in on them from every angle. Seeing that things are looking bad, a Gui throws out his hand to teleport them. Lan Chi's massive attack slams straight into a building, but a Gui's power fails him. Shocked, he just says, what? The Yao sisters can't believe their eyes either. What was that? Some kind of tech? The force of Lan Chi's blast sends them flying backwards. They hit the ground in a panic. What? We're so screwed. There's no way out of this. The damaged building is now collapsing right on top of the two girls. Ziling can only yell, it's not good. She's out of control. Her energy is past critical. Xiao Yu squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for the end. But in that exact moment, something happens that changes everything. Feeling nothing, she opens her eyes. And there's Jiang too, standing right in front of them, having literally split the falling building in two. They're safe, but completely battered and confused. What? What just happened? Xiao Yu stares at Jiang too. He's silent, then slowly turns to face her. By now, his face has already returned to normal. Xiao Yu is just stunned, staring up at Jiang tu. He looks down at her, not saying a single word. Meanwhile, Lan Chi is still on a rampage, attacking everything. Jiang tu glances over at her, and Xiao Yu's eyes follow. He calmly holds a hand out in front of him. But Lan Chi, completely lost in her rage, doesn't even notice him as she charges. Then you just see Jiang tu's fist fly. He lands a clean punch right on Lan Chi's face, shattering the horrifying bone mask that covered it. And just like that, the rage monster powered down. Seeing this, the Yao sisters promptly freaked out. What the heck? Jiang tu just stared coolly at Lam Kai as the bone mask covering his face vanished, leaving her to gasp out his name in shock. Lam Chi just shuts her eyes, looking like she's about to totally pass out. The Yao sisters watch the whole scene unfold, but when they look at Jiang Si Bam, he's back in full-on zombie mode. Yeah, they're just a little confused. Tu Lang rushed over to support Lam Kai, reminding her she was supposed to control her emotions. Her brilliant excuse? She got a little too excited. Hu Vu literally rubbed her eyes, trying to process what she just saw. Are my eyes broken or something? Did I really just see a hot guy? But nope. Hu Tuyet beside her confirmed it. She saw him too. They both started questioning their sanity. Like, are we hallucinating the same thing? It had to be a trick, an illusion. Or maybe one of them wondered, we're just desperately thirsty for some eye candy. Hu Vu was not having it. No way, she snapped. But Hu Tuyet just stared at Jiang Tu, wondering who on earth this guy was. He said something to Lam Kai and Tu Lang, who just replied, yes, sir. Hu Tuyet asked her sister, you've studied Country A forever? You ever seen him? Her sister, just as curious, admitted she'd never heard of him. Meanwhile, his crew started piling into a car ready to bounce. Hu Tuyet watched them leave, totally convinced. They definitely have some kind of ancient, high-tech power. She started muttering under her breath. Damn it, how else could they be so freaking strong? We didn't even get to make a move. They made us look like total weaklings. Just then, Hu Vu's phone rang. Bosses, their president just arrived at the hotel. She immediately put the mission on hold. Forget all that. Their president's here, we've been played. Let's head back to HQ and figure this out. Then she barked out an order. Tu-Cat, listen up. I want you to investigate what that guy in the hat is doing in Country A. Tu-Cat got the message, loud and clear. Elsewhere, a Kuei dragged a Jiao to a rooftop, landing so abruptly a Jiao face-planted on the ground with a yelp. He jumped up, furious. A Kuei, what was that for? I wasn't finished fighting. A Kuei shot back without missing a beat. Shut it, if I hadn't pulled you out of there, you'd be totally dead right now. Then, calming down a bit, a Kuei explained, forget that mystery guy for a second. We missed our window for the assassination, and I think I feel two strange auras. Two very powerful zombie bosses have just entered our territory. A Jiao's jaw practically hit the floor. Meanwhile, a plane descended from the sky. On board, a Lang and a Mao were chilling in, the pet carriers. Yeah, really. After landing, a Mao started growling from inside his cage. A hand suddenly reached in and grabbed him by the collar. It was Lam Kai, leaning in close with a threat. You better pipe down. If you blow our cover, I'm telling the big boss everything. That did it. He instantly pictured himself getting strung up, and the thought alone was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Overwhelmed with anxiety for his future, he just looked up at the sky and let out a pathetic bark. When the Yao sisters saw Lam Kai and Tu Lang leading a Lang and a Mao out, they were baffled. Your, pets are very unique. Tu Lang forced a smile. They sure are. While Lam Kai just stared off into the distance. Seeing a Mao, the sisters felt defeated as the older one shook Tu Lang's hand. Is that everything? She asked. That's everything, Tu Lang replied. The sister then announced, the official visit begins in 2 days. Pleasure doing business with you. After that, the four of them went their separate ways. The younger sister eyed Lam Kai and Tu Lang with a thoughtful look. Those two girls are sharp, she said. They're never going to reveal the source of their power to us. The older sister sighed. There's only one way then. Has the expert we invited arrived yet? The younger glanced at her watch. He should be here by now. 2 days later, under a clear blue sky, the president of Country A began his official 7-day visit. A female reporter from Country B was on the scene, looking as confident as ever. Good morning, viewers. The president of Country A has just arrived at our nation's largest shopping center. The camera panned over a massive, bustling crowd. He's here to survey our business models, and we might just see a massive deal get signed today. The camera zoomed in on the ambassador of Country B greeting the president of Country A. Everyone was all smiles. Later, he'd visit some tech companies, and this afternoon, he's scheduled to meet the Black Queen. All around them, people were snapping photos like crazy. In a much more serious meeting room, a voice declared, I am here for a roundtable conference with your Prime Minister to negotiate our cultural exchange. By the time the meeting finally wrapped up, it was already late into the night. Tu Lang trailed after Jiang Tu, sighing dramatically. I'm so over this. Finally, this state visit is almost done. It's a good thing we're just on security detail, or this would be even more exhausting. Over with the Yao sisters, Jiang Tu's face was on their monitor. The younger sister asked, Are you absolutely sure you saw him turn into a handsome guy? The older one didn't hesitate. Positive, there's no way I was mistaken. Just then, a door opened behind them and a man walked in. The Prime Minister sent me to coordinate with you two. The younger sister just casually gestured him in. Minister, he got straight to the point. So, whose memories do you need me to take? Model. A woman stares at a screen with Jiang Si's face plastered on it. All right, here's the deal with this guy, she begins. The welcome party's over, and we're running out of time. This dude's a complete mystery from Country A. She looks right at him. She's basically saying, We've got squat on him, but I bet my lunch money he's connected to some ancient beings. Another guy just laughs. Got it. This is my jam, I can do anything. Then Minister Kui whips out a can, sprays himself and yells, Disguise! A puff of super dramatic white smoke surrounds him. Once it clears, poof, he's a completely different person. He's now the spitting image of Country A's president, asking, So, how'd I do? Look legit? The Yao sisters are all smug, clearly counting on this guy. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is just waiting for Ziling at a vending machine as she hands him a drink. Holding her own drink, she gets curious. You know, sometimes I gotta ask, just how old are you, really? He gets all awkward, saying he doesn't know. He forgot. So Ziling starts guessing 800 years, 1,000, 2,000. Then she just tosses her can and walks off, saying, Whatever, this is pointless. You don't even know your own age. He just stands there, holding his drink and mumbling, Okay, I'm gonna go sleep now. Elsewhere, some kid and this A-Shi guy are creeping behind a wall. Dude, are you sure about this? He nervously replies, I just have to be sure who that guy was. He definitely wasn't human, that's for sure. He reaches the end of the wall, looking totally lost. And then bam, Jiang Si's back is right in front of a Shi, and yeah, he totally jumps. He looks at the guy and feels this crazy, scary power inside him, basically giving him the death glare without even turning around. She immediately flips out, grabs the kid and bolts. Nope, not good. I'm out, run. The kid is just like, huh? What is happening? Jiang Si is just strolling down a hallway when his phone rings. He picks up, and it's Ziling's voice on the line. It's Ziling. The president wants to see you. He's confused. Weren't you asleep? Surprise, it's actually Xiao Yu faking her voice. Whatever, just get over here. The president is waiting. We're in room 614. Lam Chi walks into the room, and Ziling is like, Lam Chi, what are you doing here? She said the president summoned us. Then, a hand reaches for a doorknob. The one opening the door is, of course, Jiang Si. Minister Kui, still in his president costume, sees him and says, Ah, you made it. Perfect timing. I have a few questions for you. Back with the girls, Ziling is frantically trying to reach Jiang Si. Lam Chi asks her, "Any luck?" "Nope," she replies. Xiao Yu smirks proudly. "Yeah, we can jam signals too. We're about to find out everything about that power source." So Lam Chi and Ziling walk into another room, and what do they find? A Lang and a Mao just chilling in a cage like good little boys. The real president of Country A is just casually playing video games. Ziling announces, "Mr. President, you called for us?" His epic response? "I have to pee." He then says a bunch of stuff that leaves them completely frozen. Now they're just standing outside the bathroom, staring at the little stick figures on the door. Ziling gets a little worried. Is it cool if we just don't go in there with him?" The other girl is totally chill about it. "This is our turf, what's gonna happen? Inside the bathroom, though? Oh, just that kid and a she again." The kid, still confused, asks, "A she, if you brought me all the way here, why did you bail so hard earlier?" He replies, "I just needed to be sure, and see if there was an opportunity." The kid is not buying it. An opportunity for what? Didn't you literally just say there was a super scary dude here? We missed our shot. And right on cue, the president of Country A waltzes in, whistling. He parks himself right next to them to do his business, then glances over at A-Shi and says cheerfully, "Hey man, not bad." The girls on guard duty outside are getting fidgety because he's taking forever. Meanwhile, a corner of the building has been completely blown out. Suddenly, the kid and A-Shi come flying out of the hole, carrying the freaking president and laughing their heads off. She is ecstatic. Is this for real? They're practically giddy with joy. We totally hit the jackpot. With their prize in hand, she and the kid start parkouring across rooftops, trying to get back to base as fast as they possibly can. They're totally gloating. Never expected this bonus prize. They're gonna have to respect us now. Back outside, Lam Chi and Ziling hear the commotion. What was that noise? The two of them awkwardly peek into the men's restroom. Lam Chi wonders, what is the president doing to make so much noise? But then they both just freeze, staring at the giant, gaping hole that used to be the bathroom wall. And once reality finally sinks in, they absolutely lose it and start screaming. Alarms blare everywhere. Everyone is scrambling to respond to the alert. "Attention everyone, the president is missing. Initiate a full lockdown now. We have to find him before the media finds out. Notify Country B this happened on their watch. They better help pull security footage." Lam Chi and Ziling are panicking inside the president's room. One of them is on the phone, desperately trying to call Jiang Si again and again. "Hello? Did you get a hold of Director Jiang Si yet?" Lam Chi replies, "Still nothing. No clue where he is." And that just makes the other girl furious. Lam Kai wants to transform and search, but gets stopped in her tracks. "Hold up, did you forget what happened last time? You almost couldn't change back." Ziling lays it out plain without Jiang Si. She'd eat everyone here. She holds up her hand to explain, saying even she can't control it 100%. "Let's not become a threat to the president's life, okay? We can't use our genes unless it's an emergency." Lam Kai, totally lost, asks, "So what do we do now? Why are they just sitting there, not even reacting?" Then the two girls appear before A Mao and A Lang's cage, making the pair extremely anxious. Lam Kai looks over at Tu Lang, asking, "Are you serious right now?" She crouches down, dangling the key from Country A's president. "This belongs to your boss. Can you find him?" A Mao just grunts, "Let me out first." After being released, the two sit on a bench while Lam Kai whispers, "Tu Lang, they're not dogs. You really think they can track him?" Suddenly, a Lang grabs the collar on a Mao's neck and starts yanking him upwards, much to the complete and utter shock of Lam Kai and Tu Lang. A Lang then proceeds to just hurl a Mao straight into the wall. The impact absolutely demolishes that side of the room. Both girls cover their eyes from the massive cloud of dust. A Lang looks up at the hole he made, cheering, "We're free!" He gets into a sprinter stance, bending his knees to build up power. And then he launches himself outside at incredible speed, yelling, "Leave it to us!" The soldiers below are completely engulfed by the dust cloud a Lang created, coughing their lungs out. Through the haze, a stunned Tu Lang asks, "What was that?" Lam Kai figures it's no different than when they transform. A blur is shooting across the sky. A Thap and the young man with him look on in total disbelief. A Mao is rocketing towards them, yelling a warning, "If you don't want to die, hand him over." A Thap sees this and starts freaking out. He screams, realizing that damn Country A is raising freaking zombie kings. A Thap and the kid immediately start scrambling, telling each other to just run back to headquarters. A Lang and a Mao give chase right behind them, shouting that they're dead meat. Meanwhile, Tu Lang's crew is finally making a move. Lam Kai asks what the plan is. She gives the signal to chase them. The two take off, but Tu Lang is amazed, exclaiming that they're way too fast. A fuming Lam Kai complains that having all this power is useless if you can't use it. All three groups, Lam Kai's, a Mao's, and a Thap's, are now moving at top speed. They are all literally flying through the sky. Back at a ruined district, a scream attracts the attention of nearby zombies. Get out of my way! Athap and the young man land in a hurry. Ajao and Akei approach them, and Ajao looks shocked. Athap? Akei immediately recognizes the other person. Wait a sec, that's the president! Athap frantically yells, Stop standing there! 2 psychos are chasing us! Just as he says that, A, Mao, and A Lang land right behind them. This development leaves the local zombies completely speechless. What? They all start grouping up. As the gathered zombies stare down a Mao and a Lang, a voice asks, The zombie bosses from Country A? A Mao steps forward and makes his declaration, Hand over the man and there won't be a fight. We're dealing with foreign zombies here. Be careful, one warns. Akei immediately challenges him on his statement. Our 2 countries haven't even started a human war, and we're fighting already? As a zombie leader, why are you helping humans? A Mao fires right back, retorting, Me? Look at yourselves. You're living peacefully with humans right now, aren't you? Athap and the young man stay silent as he continues. What right do you have to judge me? But Akei immediately argues back that he's doing it for the future survival of all zombies, calling it a grand plan. Hearing this, a Mao just bursts out laughing. Flashback time. A lone figure walks across a barren wasteland toward the sun. A Mao remembers. My past life was just like that of an ordinary bird. Back then, he was just one bird in a huge flock, helping humans clean up their trash and their dead. He recalls their daily work. They caught prey, killed insects, and helped reduce the spread of disease. But he always wondered why, in their stories, humans turned them into pests, into something terrifying and cruel. A Mao realized he didn't hate humans for their prejudice, but out of pure jealousy, he wanted to be human. Watching people walk and talk and laugh together, he always wished for it, to have their legs, their awareness, their intelligence to become a superior being. But then a hail of bullets from a gun wiped out hundreds of the birds. Now I'm one of the few left, and I'll be killed by humans too. But that's when Jiang Tu appeared. He knelt down, curiously lifting a heavy stone slab. In a world this broken, how could anything still be alive? He looked at Alang with pity, saying, A shame. The lower body and wings are gone. He gently picked the creature up. From now on, I'll call you Alang. Then he took him along and began to teach him. Alang, you must remember this. Hatred and destruction will never solve the problem. Even now, he remembers the feeling of being cared for inside Tu Long's pocket. Back in the present, a Mao smirks and boldly declares, The truth is, our plan is far greater. Seeing his attitude, Akei realizes that it looks like negotiations are officially over. Just then, Lam Kai and Tu Lang finally catch up, panting, You guys run way too fast. Ajao has already transformed and armed himself, ready for a fight. Akei, why waste time talking? This isn't their turf. Don't underestimate Country B's zombies. But now a Mao is also beginning to change. Lam Kai and Tu Long stare, baffled, as his face transforms, his features becoming noticeably softer. He remembers the moment Ziling held him gently in her hand. I told you, she said, you can be a human or anything else. Whatever you decide is right is right. Back in the present, his body morphs into a human. I'm not here to negotiate, he declares. The 2 girls see this new form of a Mao and just scream their heads off. And bam, a Mao appears in human form. Lam Kai holds her head, baffled. What in the world is that? Ziling freaks out, screaming, Isn't that the scroll? Akei is also completely stunned. What? Of course, A.G. Dao next to them starts mocking him, a broken-winged bird dreaming of being human. A Mao just gives him a silent, cold glare. He throws his hands forward, ready for a fight, and yells, What's with the arrogant look? He immediately unleashes a scorching blast, a massive wave of heat aimed right at a Mao. Having fought him before, Lam Kai shouts a warning, Be careful, you 2. This guy is trouble. Athap whips up a massive tornado that barrels straight for a Mao, but he just casually sidesteps it. The tornado misses a Mao but doesn't disappear. It turns into a massive whirlwind. It swirls around, the insane wind pressure hitting Ziling and Lam Kai hard. Ziling sizes up the chaos and makes a decision, telling Lam Kai, We need to get out of here. Leave this to them. We'll go find the president. Right on cue, a Jiao emerges from the flames, launching a fiery fist straight at a Mao. A Mao plants his feet firmly and drives a decisive punch straight into a Jiao's gut. This leaves Lam Kai, Ziling, Aguai, and Athap totally stunned. What was that? A Ji Dao cries out in pain as a Mao sends him flying dozens of meters away. A Gui stares at a Mao in absolute terror. This guy's attack power is insane. Without wasting a second, a Mao heads straight for the zombie horde. The zombies are too slow to react, just staring blankly. A Mao forms 3 massive claws. With one swipe, they slice a ruined building into 3 perfect sections. This move takes out countless zombies in the horde. Agui then looks over toward a cloud of rising smoke. There's a Zhao, back to his normal form, just sprawled out on the ground. Agui is stunned. What kind of monster is he? And with that, the two girls spring into action. A Mao drains all of a Zhao's fire, absorbing it right into his hand. Realizing he can't fight this guy alone, Agui draws a knife and barks an order. Country B zombies, listen up. All of you, charge. Get rid of those two. He starts running, throws his knife, and yells, jagged dagger. A swarm of daggers flies straight toward a Mao, but he just stands there, unmoving. He then rushes toward a Mao, trying to stab him, but gets blocked. A Mao gives him a casual glance, then sends him flying with a devastating blast. Agui's dagger shatters into pieces just from the force of a Mao's power. He's totally shocked by this. What? And that insane power was generated just by a Mao using his two arms. It looks like it took him almost no effort at all. While scouting, Lam Kai and Ziling find who they're looking for. Ziling shouts, "Found the president!" A Thap hears her, realizing they've been spotted, and turns around. Seeing this, Agui signals to intercept them. A horde of zombies immediately swarms the two girls, but something else grabs their attention, and it's not the zombies. It's a Lang, sitting on top of a towering pillar, and then, a massive pair of wings starts sprouting from his back. Alang's hand grows to a freakishly large size. With one swing, that massive hand completely demolishes several buildings. At this point, Alang has transformed into a full-on giant monster. He swats the zombies, sending them screaming into the sky. Seeing this new version of Alang, Lam Kai and Ziling are just completely shell-shocked, their mouths wide open. Alang puts one foot on a huge building, then decisively crushes it into nothing but dust. Agui sees this and screams in terror. No way! That's an ancient aberrant form! Lam Kai and Ziling are completely agitated, pointing at Alang and just screaming. Are you kidding me? If you're this monstrously strong, why were you in a cage? I thought you guys were released because you weren't a threat. How is this any different from when we transform? You better not lay a hand on the president. Alang stands proudly in the middle of the city. He's so enormous, the young man and Athap only have to look up to see him. The second Athap lays eyes on him. He panics, recognizing the legendary aberrant form. He shoves the president of Country A into the young man's arms and gives him specific instructions. You take this guy to the boss. I'm going to back them up and activate the consciousness-enhancing device. He can see that Alang, in this form, is basically unbeatable. It's the only way to make them stronger. Otherwise, every last one of the Country B zombies could die, and they still wouldn't stand a chance. Agui, realizing they're getting crushed, says, "Damn it, how is there an ancient monster in this day and age?" And then something moves with incredible speed, right towards Alang's eye. Of course, it's a Mao who's just appeared on the giant's body. Seeing their ridiculous powers, Agui states the obvious, these aren't your average zombie bosses. The young man frantically carries the president of Country A to his boss, gasping for breath. Big sis, there are two monsters out there, she coolly replies. I saw everything. He holds out the president, saying, here's the president of Country A. She just snaps at him, then just kill the guy, why are you giving him to me? But he immediately makes an excuse and takes off running. Agui and Athap are in big trouble, I've got to go back them up. Athap tries to rush over to Agui, moving as fast as he can to provide support. The young man, now in front of the device, impatiently asks, how high do I crank this thing? Overdose the consciousness boost and they become primal zombies. Ata gets his reply. Whatever, just open it. The consciousness boost hits, and Akwe suddenly just roars. The other zombies follow suit, rising up with a new resolve to kick out these intruders. A Mao, watching from above, just scoffs. Human technology? So that's their big play. Pathetic for a bunch of nobodies. Alang unleashes his claws and attacks. He ignores everything. They serve only one master, and this mess isn't part of the plan. He swings his arm in a wide arc, and just like that, dozens of zombies go flying. That one swing was so powerful it tore up a corner of the city, destroying everything. Zombies and rubble flew everywhere. Lam Kai and Ziling scream, caught in the blast. The tech bros who boosted the zombies are just speechless. Didn't we boost their consciousness? The terrified kid asks. One move, and they were all gone. Akwe roars in fury, damn you. He lunges at a Mao, but gets blocked and slammed to the ground with zero effort. The impact leaves Akwe seriously injured, coughing hard. Chapter 88. A Mao shows zero mercy and instantly drops Akwe. Ata is on his way to help. Out of options, the kid cranks the consciousness enhancer to its highest level. Damn it, gotta hold on. Ata tunnels towards Alang. Alang glances down, surprised. The kid's power-up is finally kicking in. Ata feels the transformation and lets out a roar. Instantly, he becomes a giant monster just like Alang. Then he stands up, defiant. Alang watches silently as a Ta appears before him. Alang actually sounds interested. A kindred. A Ta doesn't wait, lunging right at him. A Mao observes from above. Suddenly, a Kuei staggers up, facing him. A Kuei raises a fist and yells, "You guys are so strong!" He's furious, demanding an answer. "Why help the humans? We're your kind." Poised for a fight, he replies to a Kuei, "That's a question I can't answer. My order. Retrieve the human president." He then punches a Kuei square in the face. A Kuei stumbles back, crying out in pain. Using his last bit of strength, a Kuei asks, "We just wanted our race to survive. Is that so wrong?" A Ta is using all his might to hold Alang, screaming, "It's not over. You are not welcome here." But Alang is unmoved. His reply leaves a Ta completely stunned. "If you don't hand over the president," Alang says calmly, "you will all die here." Then he grabs a Ta's throat, making him scream. Ziling and Lam Kai are just stunned. Alang gathers power into his hand and attacks a Ta with it. The kid screams, "A Ta!" Alang smashes him into the ground in a cloud of dust. Alang effortlessly lifts him by the neck. Lam Ki and Ziling are just stunned by the two massive monsters. Choking, a Ta struggles to speak. With that kind of power, why would you let humans control you? Destructive power, and you choose to be a human's dog. Alang's reply, "Who says I don't want to destroy them?" Alang remembers his past. "I was just a kid from the Shapeshifter clan. We weren't just mindless corpses. We had consciousness and food. We just wanted our own land to live on. Then the modern mechs arrived, and so did the damn humans. They leveled everything with their technology. They used their advanced technology to destroy my home. Just because we were different, they slaughtered all of my elders." Alang was just a kid, always forced to hide. His parents tucked him into the rubble, protecting him from the human hunt. Back then, Alang had to witness things no child ever should. Humans called us monsters, but what were they to us? I saw them kill my family. In that moment, I hated humans more than anything. I wanted revenge. But mostly, I hated how weak and pathetic I was. Alang peeked out from the rocks. A robot stood outside, reporting, "All monsters have been eliminated. No more shape-shifting zombies on Earth." Then it approaches Alang. "Incorrect. There's one more." Alang backed away terrified, just as I thought I was done for. Someone appeared, attacking the robot to protect Alang. Just when Alang thought he was a goner, another one of his kind shows up to save the day. Alang just sits back, watching this new guy with total awe. Alang peeks out from behind a rock to get a better look. That's when we see him another Jiang Si. The look on his face says it all, like he just found his new savior. And there's Jiang Si, standing tall in a form that looks way too human for Alang's taste. What a weird-looking ally. But this guy single-handedly took on an entire squad of robots. We see him facing down the whole human army all by himself. Word on the comms is bad. The ground forces are completely annihilated. With the ground war over, the submarine fleet starts launching a relentless barrage of cannon fire. Their commander just screams, "Hey, he's looking right at us. Use every weapon from the ground, sea, and air now." This guy, Jang too, can control the freaking ocean. We're witnessing his one-man war against all of humanity. With a single wave of his hand, he completely trashes all their high-tech weapons. He sends a massive wave to intercept every last cannonball. The water completely smothers the cannonball's momentum, rendering them totally useless. Then the sea swells up, towering over their battleships. The waves crash down, sinking the entire fleet one by one. They frantically report the situation. The naval army has been totally wiped out, so they fire the orbital electron laser. A massive beam shoots from a warship. Jiang Tu just watches it, unimpressed. The beam tears across continents, racing towards him at insane speeds. He doesn't even flinch. The laser creates an absolutely enormous explosion. The soldiers are stunned. What? Jiang Tu is still standing there, completely unharmed, while the weapon itself is destroyed. Seriously scary power, when a laser that can vaporize zombie cells is just a fancy light show to him. Jiang Tu is perfectly fine, not a scratch on him. Then, a huge, hazy figure appears through the smoke and dust. A massive, powerful mech pilot, sword in hand. This is humanity's strongest warrior. The thing humanity was so proud of couldn't even stand up to one of his moves. Yeah, Jiang Tu defeated him without even trying. He did exactly what Alang always wanted to do. One by one, the mechs, the pilots, and the soldiers are all getting wrecked. And that's when you see it, the look of pure terror finally spreading across humanity's faces. Alang can live underwater, so he feels pretty lucky to have survived that century-defining battle. Earth is now a wasteland, but other creatures weren't so fortunate. This one guy destroyed all of human civilization, which of course also included every living thing on the planet. Everything just disappeared. That battle left the Earth's surface barren, vaporized most life, and shattered the continents. There used to be over 100, now only 2 remain. Alang looks at Jiang Tu and knows he could never do something like that. He knows Jiang Tu's hatred for humans is just as deep as his own. Earth is now desolate and silent, but seeing a world without any living things brings him no joy, no satisfaction from his revenge. Alang saw it in his eyes, crawling out from under a pile of rubble to watch him. Jiang Tu had transformed into his zombie form, his empty eyes filled with a deep loneliness. He walks over and picks up his coat. Alang just hides behind a huge rock, spying on him. Jiang Tu puts on the coat, slowly pulls up the hood, and silently walks away. Suddenly, Jiang Tu just stops in his tracks. Alang, who is following him, hides behind a boulder. He watches as Jiang Tu kneels down, finding a living creature under the rubble, its lower body and wings gone. He lifts the creature up and decides to name it. From now on, I'll call you Alang. And so, Alang always followed Jiang Tu, remembering what his big brother once said. Hate and destruction don't solve anything. As long as we don't threaten humans, we can achieve our grand plan. Back in the present, Alang continues. What I'm saying is, he grabs Athap by the throat and asks, do you understand? This bizarre act leaves Tu Lang and Lam Ki utterly bewildered. When Athap doesn't answer, he just throws him. Athap goes flying into a nearby building. Athap leans against the wall, muttering, lies! He doesn't believe anyone that powerful could exist. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is with the fake president. Suddenly the man panics, saying, help me! His face darkens, then he sneezes and transforms back into Minister Thoi, coughing up black smoke. The Yao sisters see him crying for help and rush over, shouting, hey, what did you see with your hypnosis? Answer us. Why did you change back? Minister Thoi just collapses, stammering, he. Foaming at the mouth, he vaguely says, he killed all my ancestors. Hu Vu impatiently yells, what are you saying? Speak clearly! The man just asks for an ambulance. Hu Tuyet rushes to open the door, saying, stop shouting and help him. Jiang Tu just stands there, completely silent and motionless. He cluelessly scratches his head, fell asleep. Looking at the empty chair, he wonders, where's the president? By now, the Yao sisters are rushing the unconscious Minister Toi to the medics. They're yelling, hurry up, doctors, save him, don't die. If you're going to die, at least tell us everything first. Suddenly, Jiang Tu gets a call from the minister. Can you hear me? Answer me, can you hear me? After finally getting through, the voice says, finally, I reached you. The president has been captured. Jiang Tu is confused. But the president was just here with me. The minister is shocked. What? The president was captured half an hour ago. Hearing this, Jiang Tu goes silent, and then the wall of the room he's in explodes. With incredible speed, he zips away. Meanwhile, at a hospital ER, the two Yao sisters stand outside, nervously asking about someone's condition. Doctor, what's the situation? The doctor's response is blunt, not good. Shui says she'd be happy if he could just talk, but her brother says that's way too much to ask. Just being alive is a miracle at this point. Then the doctor casually informs them about the minister's real condition. He's a vegetable. Don't even dream about him talking ever again. Just like that, their hopes are completely crushed. Elsewhere, a badly injured Athap confronts Alang, calling him a liar. If a Jiangxi that powerful exists, why are our lives so miserable? You said he destroyed humanity, so explain all these survivors. Alang calmly shoots back. You should probably ask the humans that they seem to have a serious death wish. Then he jumps up, screaming, if you want the president, you'll have to get through me. And with that, the whole Jiangxi mob starts to riot. Lam Kai sees this and panics. They've gone insane. After hearing Athap's words, Alang confirms it. You said it, so you can all just disappear. Immediately, Alang lets out a roar, unleashing a power source way bigger than anything they'd seen before. Mao is just confused by this. What now? Ziling and Lam Kai are stunned, screaming. Did you forget why we're here? Agui just looks terrified. What is this? A younger guy, seeing they can't win, suggests they surrender. Stop fighting, we'll hand him over. Athap just stares at him, stunned. A hand extends, pointing straight at Alang. Agui is shocked by the sight. What in the world? The massive power Alang had just gathered instantly vanishes. Athap's eyes go wide. What? Jiang Si has appeared, stopping the battle. He stands right over Athap's head. Seeing him, Athap falls silent with fear as Jiang Si calmly says, stop. The horde of Jiangxi, who were charging madly forward, all freeze in their tracks and begin to tremble. Sitting on the ground, Athap is also completely terrified, his eyes wide with shock. Jiang Si stares into the distance for a moment, then turns to the Jiangxi horde. Every single one of them is shocked to see him. Their legs instinctively give out as they kneel, bowing their heads in unison. We greet our king. Lam Kai is stunned by the sudden silence. Alang speaks up proudly. Now you see, don't you? Athap just keeps staring, his eyes wide open. What? He looks at Jiang Si, full of doubt. This is one of us? Seeing his terrifying power, he's even more confused. Is he some kind of ancestor? Jiang Si cuts right to the chase. Where is the human president? Terrified, the guy stutters out the answer. In the basement, left of the gate, inside the command room. After getting the information, he immediately heads for the new location. Agui, still kneeling from pure instinct, watches him go and thinks, what was that? The pressure from that one guy was worse than facing those other two. In the command room, the big sister of the Jiangxi horde aims her gun at the president of Country A. I never show mercy to my enemies. Rest in peace. Her finger tightens on the trigger, but in that exact moment, the president of Country A speaks up. Wait, you're the leader of the rebel group from Country B, aren't you? She listens silently as he continues. I never expected a woman. You're as good as any man, but she's still as tough as nails. You think complimenting me will save you from this? It won't. Seeing that his flattery failed, he quickly changes his strategy and makes a different offer. Wait, I have intelligence on ancient human technology. Aren't you interested in that? And those words definitely got her excited. Ancient humans. She immediately rips the bag off his head. She threatens him with all her authority. You better be clear about what you say. My patience is limited. The president of Country A begins to speak. You must know Country B is doing this because Country A discovered ancient ruins, and we were unlucky enough to fight them. Though we only defeated one, their advanced technology is still out there. Country B is just trying to squeeze us for info on the ancients. After that, he uses his words to try and persuade her. You're wasting all this effort so we can destroy each other. Why not let me go? I'll tell you about the ancients, and you can handle them yourself. But she realizes she's not getting any useful info. She loses her patience and screams, You dare stall for time? Do you think I'm an idiot? And she immediately pulls the trigger. A gunshot rings out, but the bullet goes off course because she was suddenly stopped by her own Jiangxi, leaving her completely stunned. What? What are you doing? Seeing them holding her back, she demands, I raised you, I gave you consciousness, why are you stopping me? They drag her before someone. Looking up, she sees Jiang Si standing majestically right in front of her. She screams in pure shock. You! Jiang Si shows no expression, remaining completely silent. And then, the zombies swarmed their own leader, pinning her flat on the ground. Chapter 92, two of her own undead minions slam their boss down hard, forcing a scream out of her. Gritting her teeth, she growls, Damn it, let go! Before demanding, Who in the world are you? Jiang Si just glances at her with a smirk and says, Well, I didn't expect the leader of the Country B zombies to be a human girl. How interesting. But I have no interest in your leader, and you are not allowed to kill that person. Her plan totally exposed, she freaks out and screams, What? And just then, the president of Country A strolls in. Oh, Chief Jang, you're here. Seeing this, her face falls and she just starts wailing. Stop them! We have no hope if you don't. Let me go! But the zombie's totally blank expressions just made her panic even harder. Looking at the zombie before her, the boss lady of Country B's undead stared, muttering, Why is there no reaction? Is it being controlled? Is the consciousness enhancer useless too? As if realizing something, she frantically looked up at him. Jiang Si coolly shot back. Let her go after we leave. We're civilized zombies, you know. We don't do random killing. And the scene cuts to a shot of towering mountains outside. Ziling and Lan Chi see him and rush over. Mr. President, are you okay? You scared us to death. He just smiles back. I'm perfectly fine. The president of Country A just chatted happily, saying he didn't expect a bathroom break to cause all this. My apologies. Think of it as a little field trip. How weird. Jiang Si thought to himself that he'd just been talking with the guy. How did he get over here so fast? Could it be that human presidents have superpowers? Guess you really can't underestimate them. Meanwhile, the other two looked completely over it, forced to listen to his endless chatter. And so, the president's little tour of the zombie base came to an end. After, bodyguard Jiang Si escorted the president back to his hotel. Elsewhere, a Mao turns around and says, You guys got lucky. That sentence made a Gui jump in surprise. Then he lets out a cold, bitter huff, clearly not over it, and on the other side, a Lang just slowly walks forward. After his adventure to Country B's zombie base, the president of Country A had one final day. The people of Country B welcomed him with open arms. They showered him with tons of gifts to show just how much they adored him. After mingling with the public, the president was set to fly home. But his security team couldn't relax. After that close call, they were on him 24/7. Because of this, Jiang Si had a Mao and a Lang with him, all three seriously scanning for any suspicious activity. The trio looked so intimidating that a little kid couldn't help but yell out, Mommy, look at the cute puppies. A Mao and a Lang were absolutely speechless at being called cute. At the same time, somewhere else, the Yao twin sisters knelt on the ground, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. We failed our mission. After speaking, they looked up in despair at the plane soaring through the blue sky. 1 month later, Lan Qi and Ziling are in the middle of a sparring session. She gives serious instructions: breathe in deep, tighten your upper abs. Ziling didn't just explain it, she showed Lan Qi exactly how it's done. She explained how to focus power into your palms, but Lan Qi on the other side was looking extremely annoyed by the whole thing. She roars, "That's enough, I can't wait anymore." Then she launches herself into the air like a cannonball. Seeing this, Ziling drops into her fighting stance. Lan Qi yells excitedly, "Let's begin!" Her booming voice made Xiao Xiao, who had just entered, jump out of her skin. Then the two of them began clashing like a couple of bullets. Lan Qi, in the middle of her attack, yelled out how awesome this felt, while Xiao Xiao on the sidelines was worried sick. "Lan Qi, control your emotions." Then she turned to yell at an observer. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and log the combat data before and after the transformation." He panics and stammers back. Yes. By now, the fight between Lan Qi and Ziling had reached its climax, with both unleashing a non-stop barrage of attacks. However, a simple leg hook from Ziling brought the fight to a screeching halt. The surprise kick left Lan Qi stunned for a solid few seconds. Just as she was about to deliver another kick, Lan Qi performed a perfect somersault. The moment Lan Qi went upside down, Ziling's kick was already there. But with a hook kick of her own, Lan Qi slammed her foot right into Ziling's chin. After that thunderous kick, she had to flip back 3 or 4 times to keep her balance. They were really fighting as if to the death. Xiao Xiao's eyes went wide as she screamed, "Stop fighting, we have all the data." Hearing that, Ziling, who was about to charge, only paused for a second before lunging forward with a flurry of punches. Lan Qi didn't back down and punched right back. They kept wailing on each other like that until the force of their combined power blew them both away. Ziling was thrown right next to a sword and quickly bent down to regain her balance. Xiao Xiao just looked more and more terrified. Just then, Lan Qi suddenly grabbed her own sword, then got a running start and leaped up, preparing to slash Ziling down. That insane attack immediately got everyone's attention, and a moment later, there was a deafening explosion. Xiao Xiao was knocked off balance by the shockwave and immediately yelled, "Release the tranquilizer gas, now!" The man, after seeing their monstrous power, just stared wide-eyed and stammered back, right." A whole rack of nozzles immediately appeared, rapidly spraying out clouds of gas. Ziling landed on the ground, grumbling as she held her broken sword. With her busted sword in hand, Lam Kai rockets forward. And Xiao Xiao's face? Pure, unadulterated shock. Lam Kai doesn't hold back and rushes in, the two girls clashing with some seriously over-the-top, world-breaking force. But this epic showdown doesn't have a winner yet. This thing is a total stalemate, with both sides evenly matched. She finally taps out, gasping for air while blood drips onto the ground. And Xiao Xiao? She's busy analyzing the data. The stats show her transformed power is over 20 times stronger than before, stronger than even Xiao Xiao herself. It seems connected to their original strength. Looks like there's no way she can beat these two. Ziling and Lam Kai stumble out, completely exhausted. Xiao Xiao tries to explain, "Okay, but I'm super curious. A minute ago, you two stabbed each other through the heart. But you weren't transformed, and you still healed. I can't do that. To be blunt, you two aren't exactly human anymore." Lam Kai rips the datapad out of her hand, her eyes widening in absolute disbelief and horror. "What? This is the price for having this kind of power?" she asks. "And my healing speed is godlike. How are we not human?" Ziling, however, just asks with an icy coldness. "We have our own consciousness and bodies, unlike those mindless monsters. So what's the difference? I thought only the mindless ones were zombies." She replies with a bit of hesitation, but Ziling makes a firm, unwavering decision. "Right now, I have to study the emotion control device. I have an exchange meeting coming up, and I don't want to lose control and hurt people. And after that little visit to Country B, everyone gets a rare, short vacation." On the table are Jiang Si's favorite eggs. He enjoys them with a happy, secretive little smile. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He's totally confused. Who could that be? Turns out it's Ziling. "The president needs you to come with me. Right now." Elsewhere, we see the shadow of Doctor Jie Ming, who's clearly about to do something villainous. And yep, that's one evil smile. "Drink up." The ancient being pours a glowing liquid from one test tube into another. His subordinate is completely lost. "Aren't you a mecha engineer? What is this? You're acting more like a biologist than we are." He stares at the dissolving liquid and replies, "This is nanotech liquid metal. How could the garbage metals on Earth possibly support the Empire's science? The body itself has to be strong enough to handle high-level power." The poor henchman is completely terrified. The liquid slowly begins to dissolve and evaporate before his eyes. The Ancient One adds, "This liquid metal will be everywhere, and it will become whatever form the user wants. Its hardness rivals an entire planet." He shivers and replies, "That's insane. Earth has something like this? A single gram of it can apparently grow forever." The subordinate can't help but exclaim in shock, "Incredible. Better than us. Did you really have things like this in the ancient times? It's hard to imagine how your science and technology could have been so ridiculously advanced back then." He says it like it's obvious. "It's because we were too advanced. We lived like a bunch of useless bums, relying on AI for everything. Artificial intelligence turned everyone into giant babies." The ancient being looks toward Jiang Si on the battlefield with a hint of reluctant admiration. "We pushed our technology to its absolute maximum strength, and we still couldn't defeat him." The henchman asks a very critical question. If he's that strong, can we even defeat him? How do you people have someone like Jiang Si? His expression turns dark. "Who told you Jiang Si was a creature of our generation?" The guy is floored. He reveals that Jiang Si was the very first human to become a zombie. His subordinate looks completely disgusted. What? He recalls that this guy lived among humans on Earth for way longer than they could ever imagine. The subordinate is shocked. "You mean there was another civilization before you?" The Ancient One just smirks. "Of course. Allow me to tell you some history. Back in ancient Earth, he describes their past of hard labor, just like any other civilization. We also started from agriculture. We all began by farming the land. So when did that man start acting so strange? Then one day, a corpse pond exploded, and a farmer became a zombie. War broke out, and in the flow of time, we became just like you. The zombies were attacked with brutal force, and every weapon in their arsenal was used to deal with them. And in the days that followed, to completely eliminate this creature, we evolved down a different path. They searched endlessly. We didn't have strong bodies like the later generations, so we always relied on technology. And then, after 1,000 years passed, their technology took a massive leap forward. Their efforts had finally paid off. During that process, they also discovered a secret that would shake the heavens. The cells running through their genes. Humans become zombies because of a virus that's always been in their bodies. They don't just transform on their own." The powerful image of Jiang Si appears in his mind. When we studied the origin of human civilization, we realized something truly terrifying. Apparently, this guy has lived through entire civilizations. His subordinate starts sweating bullets just hearing the story. The old man says helplessly, "He was the first human to ever become a zombie. His makeup is incredibly complex. We don't understand a thing about him. One of his genes just stopped evolving. But we did discover 6 human civilizations existed before us. Throughout all that time, the rise and fall of every single one of those civilizations was connected to him." The old man says it so casually. "He's destroyed more than just one civilization, you know." Hearing that, the other guy starts screaming in pure terror. Doctor Jie Ming, eavesdropping from a corner, puts it all together. Jiang Si is way more ancient than they ever imagined. The old man's face doesn't even flinch. "You all know this. The old-timers researched day and night and found a bug in the system. It terrified us. Back then, he worked non-stop, desperately pushing technology to its absolute limit. He imagines the sight of Jiang Si walking all alone across a desolate desert. Wherever he appeared, not a single human would be found within a 500-kilometer radius. They studied his patterns and his genetic code relentlessly for years." The subordinate stares blankly at the monitor, which shows the silhouette of Jiang Si standing atop a pile of rubble. "We pushed our technology as far as it could possibly go. We figured no matter how strong he was still just a carbon-based life form unable to surpass the speed of light." He continues with regret. "Sadly, we failed in humanity's final moments. To ensure our survival, we buried fertilized human cells deep within the earth." I don't need to tell you what happened next. A bewildered Jie Ming just repeats, "Buried fertilized cells in the ground." Now he's shaking with fury, demanding, "Are you telling me our entire generation hatched from those fertilized eggs?" The green-haired guy is speechless, frozen solid like a statue. The Ancient One quickly waves his hands to explain things to Jie Ming. "Calm down. We also raised several hundred men and women to let them reproduce on their own." Jie Ming immediately calms himself, listening intently to the old man's justification. "After several thousand years, the genes have long since changed. We never expected a genius like you to appear. This is the greatness of humanity." But he'd heard enough. He turns his back and says coldly, "Okay, I'm done with your nonsense. I've already handled things over here. Come and see." Jiming points to a lab machine inside the room, where a zombie is strapped to a chair, serving as a test subject. The green-haired guy looks a little disappointed. "Is that all it is?" Jiaming calmly explains, "It's just a prototype. I put Jiang Si's genes into a body, but I haven't given it consciousness yet. That part is up to you." The Ancient One gives a little hum. "Right." He picks up a vial and explains, "We just need to inject these nanometals into him, and then we'll have a machine version of Jiang Si." The Ancient One analyzes the zombie in the test chamber. It will have an immortal body made of nanometals combined with Jiang Si's genes. It'll be indistinguishable from the real thing. The green-haired guy hears this and screams in panic. Wait, are we actually making a copy of Jiang Si? He throws his arms out, confronting them. Have you two completely forgotten what his goals are? He wants to live peacefully with humans. What if we make a clone who thinks the same way? He'll just turn around and kill us. Jie Ming immediately shoots back. Then we won't give him his current consciousness. We should still be careful, the Ancient One says cautiously. With my knowledge of Jiang Si, we can only give him the mindset from the previous era. Our cowardly green-haired friend is still freaking out. And what exactly was his mindset back then? What if he wants to team up with the real Jiang Si? All our work would be for nothing. The Ancient One just says plainly, no idea. We don't know what he was thinking, but we do know that if he saw a human, he killed it. End of story. At that, the green-haired guy jumps in shock. Huh? But Jie Ming, ever the cool customer, just says, whatever. It's already made. Let's just see what happens. Cut to the scene at the seaport, where ships and planes are departing all at once. Something catches Jiang Si's eye, making him look slightly surprised. He scans the area and asks Ziling, why'd you bring me to the port? Aren't we going to the office? She replies without a care. See for yourself. Right in front of Jiang Si is an enormous ship, packed with modern and heavy-duty weapons. You could definitely call it a warship. The president of Country A turns his head, letting out a little gasp when he sees Jiang Si. As the ship draws closer, he gets a better view and throws his arms wide in an ecstatic welcome. And look who it is, Minister Jiang Si himself. The president immediately tackles him in a hug, just gushing with thanks. You saved me, man. It's so good. Country A has a powerhouse like you. Then the president slings an arm around Jiang Si's shoulder like they're old war buddies. To show my gratitude, I got you a huge gift. Name it cash, women. I can get it all. If not, I've got something else in mind. How about Ziling and Lan Qi? Then he points off into the distance with a big, generous laugh, saying, but I get the feeling Director Jiang isn't into that stuff. Don't worry, if you don't like it, I've got something else. Where President A is pointing, a bunch of high-end warships. He makes the offer to Jiang Si, how about I gift you a whole naval fleet, 4 aircraft carriers and 60 military ships of all types. He laughs, totally ready to make a deal with Jiang Si. Starting today, you're the director of VR Super. Half the fate of Country A is in your hands now, so don't screw us over, okay? Holy crap. Ziling is standing there, totally at a loss for words. Talk about putting way too much trust in someone. Jiang Si just casually goes, oh? Seeing his lukewarm reaction, Ziling just has to jump in. What do you mean, oh? It's not like I've ever seen a navy before. Besides the minister, the other team leader's power is stuck to the city and the army. President A gestures to his soldiers and barks an order. Salute your officer! All the soldiers snap to attention, shouting in unison. Greetings, Director Jiang. Hey. Other soldiers immediately bust out the trumpets and drums, making a huge racket. President A then gives this super grand introduction. These are the naval advisors I've chosen, picked from the best, all to help you train the Navy. Fireworks suddenly shoot from the side of the ship. Banners everywhere, super dramatic. President A then belts out a booming announcement. To the water, let's celebrate Director Jiang's new post. Meanwhile, in another part of the sea, a similar fleet is setting sail. On board is the big boss of Country B's zombie horde. And they haven't even really started, but she's already tearing into her subordinates. Lose the attitude. I didn't spend a mountain of cash hiring you guys just to sit around and do nothing. A Zhao and a Gui keep their heads down, not daring to say a word. Xiao Hong crosses his arms, clearly annoyed with the boss lady. Seeing his big bro getting pissed, Lan Ling quickly tries to smooth things over. Great King, please calm down, let's talk this through. Then he turns to the boss, asking, so, what exactly did you call us here for? The big sister doesn't even bother to look back at him, but she lays out her plan clear as day. The joint exchange between Country A and Country B is about to happen, and they'll be showing off their firepower at sea. I want you to infiltrate their ranks and make them kill each other. Can you do it? Lan Ling, smelling a massive payday, just grins and gets straight to the point. Of course we can. The real question is, how much are you paying? The big sister just holds up 3 fingers, 3,000 tons of gold. Glancing at Xiao Hong's scowling face, she orders Lan Ling, and while you're at it, tell your great king to wipe that look off his face. The second he heard the word money, his eyes lit up. Lan Ling quickly turns to try and persuade Xiao Hong. My king, please calm down. Did you forget about the debt we're in? That idiot Dahe slapped us with a 40% interest rate. It'll take us hundreds of years to pay that off. The moment he finishes, Xiao Hong storms towards the big boss. A Jiao immediately throws out an arm to stop him, demanding, what do you think you're doing? Please maintain a minimum distance of 5 meters from our boss. Xiao Hong just scoffs back with attitude. What's the matter? Scared I'm gonna bite your precious leader's head off? But a Zhao stands his ground, trying to reason with him. We're very sensitive to ancient creatures right now. Please, keep your distance. All right, the big sister finally speaks up. Everyone back off. Xiao Hong gets right in her face, his voice dripping with arrogance. Listen here, human girl. I don't care what you want. Right now, besides the few people I can't beat, no one can touch me. But if you want my help, it's gonna cost you extra. The big sister keeps her request short and simple. Just make them start a civil war. Xiao Hong's reply? Okay, and with their little discussion over, their ship continues its journey. The poor vampire king. The high and mighty Xiao Hong, forced to work a job because of some loan sharks. And just like that, the exchange between Country A and Country B is about to begin. The city is exploding with fireworks like it's a national holiday. Inside the TV station, two announcers are excitedly getting things started. Welcome, dear viewers, to the Country B live broadcast room. The exchange between our two nations is about to begin. Although this exchange has been a tradition for decades, please allow me to explain a few things for our new viewers. Ever since civilization began, we've been tormented by zombies, right up until we managed to escape into the cities. A female reporter is also on duty at the port, giving updates. Because of this, we've poured everything into developing military hardware to protect ourselves. Though our two countries are far apart, we are one people, so every 4 years we hold this friendly exchange. Citizens all over the nation are glued to their TVs. The event will take place at sea and will be broadcast live to the entire world. Massive screens on skyscrapers are all showing the same event. The announcers' voices echo everywhere. This year's theme is Island Conquest, with the goal of demonstrating each country's military might to the world. The lively broadcast also echoes across the seaport. And to show off our cutting-edge military tech capable of protecting everyone, our studio will now connect to our field reporter in Country A. The scene cuts to a coastline. Alright, so the top brass from Country A are on a remote island with Country B's top lieutenants, and the other departments are finally showing up. This whole friendly exchange is just about to kick off. On today's schedule is a simple volleyball match, and look at this, a girl in a seriously hot swimsuit is stretching out. And who is it? None other than our girl, Ziling. Every guy in the audience is just gawking, their eyes practically popping out as they cheer. Oh yeah, someone's already whipping out a camera for some shots. The whole island is buzzing. Meanwhile, Lan Chi has changed into a killer yellow two-piece. But she's just ice cold, glaring at everyone around her before letting out a little huff. The Yao twin sisters are also prepping, but not without a little reminder. Even if this is just an act, we better not lose. Got it? Then you've got Jiang Si, shirtless in shorts, standing wide-legged like a total doofus. Lan Chi, however, looks fierce in a white swimsuit with her hands on her hips. Gang Da is just looking over the lineup of girls with a massive, goofy grin on his face. The last few years were a total snooze fest. The only good part is when these two teams of girls go at it. But the audience is now buzzing about. Jiang Si? Who is that scrawny-looking dude? The leader for today's event? And what's up with that weird zombie hat he's wearing? I think he was on the president's security team before looked weak as heck. Jiang Si, meanwhile, is just wondering how Ziling's leg healed. The chief explains. The biology team leader made her a prosthetic leg. Just then, the referee bellows out an announcement for everyone. The battle begins, and Lan Chi serves up the very first ball. As the ref explains that it'll be two-person teams, Ziling launches herself into the air, arm cocked back to absolutely smash the ball. The referee continues hyping up the competition. Folks at the scene, you're in for a real treat. Get ready to see the raw physical power of Country B's officers and Country A's leaders. This volleyball, by the way, weighs 48 kilograms. A normal person couldn't even lift it, let alone play a game with it. Of course, the guys in the crowd immediately whip out binoculars, practically drooling. Ziling's powerful serve rockets right at the older Yao sister, who completely fails to receive it and just eats sand. The younger Yao sister leaps up, absolutely furious, and screams, "Are you serious?" as she prepares to strike. She smashes the ball with everything she's got, but her eyes suddenly freeze. On the other side is Lan Chi, zeroing in on the ball and yelling, "Die!" The two of them just keep screaming, "Get lost," back and forth at each other. Suddenly, the ball comes hurtling towards Jiang Si, but he dodges it with ridiculous ease. The spectators below can't help but gasp in shock. Wait a minute, wasn't this supposed to be an act? Dai, watching from the side, also clocks Jiang Si's special ability as the crowd goes wild. Out, Dai announces. Country A gets a point. Continue. The loud call startles Jiang Si like a slap to the face, making him jump. He sprints forward, then for some reason turns his head and grins. And for that little moment of carelessness, he takes a volleyball directly to the face. Seeing Jiang Si get absolutely wrecked, the crowd roars with excitement. Hey, that one was out too! The ref crosses his arms, calling for the next team. Lan Chi feels her team is getting a raw deal and shouts, "Damn it, that clearly hit one of your players." The ref just rolls his eyes, completely over it. It's these two teams, every single year. If I actually let you two fight, this whole exchange would be over way too soon. Ni, now intrigued, lowers her glasses to watch the match. All eyes are now on Jiang Si, who is just holding the ball without making a move. Ni carefully warns, Dai, be careful not to get discovered. Jiang Si just stands there, frozen, gripping the ball with a look of pure rage. Dai stares him down, anxiously waiting for the slightest movement. Ni watches with an arrogant air. Dai glances to the side, about to speak. Then she speaks up to reassure Ni. Don't worry. The war between us and him was dozens of centuries ago. There's no way he remembers. Dai looks over at Jiang Si, who's trying to dodge the ball but just keeps getting hit. He looks like a complete clown, and she scoffs. Look at him. Then her eyes narrow seriously. Form 1 looks like a total moron. If you only saw this form, you'd never guess he becomes an absolute nightmare after he transforms. Hiding in Country B for so long, I can't believe we found him here. It's my first time seeing the real deal. But Dai quickly cuts her off. This isn't the time for a reunion. Dai remembers something, her eyes filling with hatred as she says, danger. That painful memory is still seared into my mind. She recalls a missile launching into the sky as she continues. He brought nothing but absolute despair. Everyone on the ship crowded the round windows, staring back at Earth, that suffocating, breathless feeling, the pain of being forced to leave their home. The rocket slowly ascended, pulling away from Earth, just flying off towards some strange, distant planet. The more Dai talks, the more upset she gets, biting her lip as she starts to cry. I can never, ever forget that memory. On the other side, Taishan is gritting his teeth in fury watching Jiang Si. Dai calmly tells him, get a hold of yourself. He grumbled but choked it down, answering, yes. Meanwhile, Ni couldn't help but sneak a curious glance at Hia's crew. Perched on Taisun's arm, Diep reminded him of their actual mission. Remember, we're not here to 1v1 him. A reckless move will cost you dearly. And I really don't want to get stranded here alone. Right on cue, Ni started walking over to them. From her spot on Taisun's shoulder, Diep leaned down to give her instructions. If you're not planning on sleeping, then I'm going to get some rest. You stay here and keep watch and maintain your distance from Jang 2. Before leaving, Diep hammered the point home one last time. Remember, the most important thing right now is to figure out Jiang 2's true strength. Across the way, Jiang 2 seemed to overhear them and shot a quick glance in their direction. And scene changed to the Kiat Min Science Laboratory. Some ancient-looking dude held up a newly finished tablet, clearly impressed with himself. Design's done. Guess I'm a better programmer, despite the major hair loss. That's when Green Hair decided to speak up. I'm just a little curious. This ancient person you mentioned a second ago. Realizing his slip-up, the guy flinched and corrected himself. No, wait. The green-haired dude just stared, his interest officially piqued. This even more ancient human civilization. What did they look like? But even Mr. Ancient couldn't give a straight answer, getting all mysterious and vague. Unfortunately, I have no idea. At least my generation left behind some records for you people. But they left nothing at all, which made us think we were the first generation for the longest time. Meanwhile, outside at the seaport, the place is buzzing with warships, and the entire fleet begins to move forward. Up above, helicopters are flying right alongside them. Inside one, a news reporter is already filming and broadcasting. To all our viewers, the joint exchange between the two nations is about to begin. I'm flying high above a branch of Country A's enormous fleet. We promise to bring you coverage of the entire process, and cut to inside the control room. A zombie soldier's voice cuts through. Big bro. A familiar figure turns around and yep, it's Jiang 2. This time, he's rocking a seriously majestic general's uniform. At the harbor, massive fleets of ships are lined up in tight formation. Jiang 2 grabs a pair of binoculars, carefully taking in the situation outside. As the fleet sails out to sea, it turns out that after just a few months of training, our boy Jiang 2 now has his very own naval fleet. Through his special training, the zombies under Jiang 2's command have mastered all the skills needed to operate aircraft carriers. One zombie is on deck guiding a ship, while another has been assigned as a helicopter pilot, knowing exactly how to fly and coordinate in battle. They've also got the skills to launch land, sea, and air assaults. The people of Country B have absolutely no idea what's coming. A zombie signalman leans down, guiding a fighter jet. Their own anti-zombie military now has an entire zombie fleet mixed right in with it. Finally, the plane takes off. You gotta wonder how that reporter from Country B would react if she knew zombies were flying fighter jets right over her head. A little later, the plane and the fleet are just floating out in the middle of the vast open ocean. And look who's here too. Tu Lang stands there, staring out at the horizon like a total boss. A zombie captain brings a hat over to Tu Lang. Team Leader Tulong, the higher-ups have assigned you to General Jiang Tu's fleet. Here are your official appointment papers. Then there's Lam Kai. Team Leader Lam Kai, you may now depart. The zombie captain hands her a similar hat. Team Leader Lam Kai, this is your military uniform. But Lam Kai just shuts him down with a shockingly good reason. Team leaders aren't required to wear uniforms. Just then, a loud announcement blares across the fleet. We are currently aboard the fleet of General Jiang Tu from Country A, in the central region of the sea. This time, Country A has deployed its entire navy, totaling 3 fleets. The reporter is still excitedly explaining the mission, to fight over an island. All this is to test the adaptability and coordination skills between the human team leaders and their officers. All fleets have disabled their satellite communication and navigation systems, forcing them to use only radio to communicate. The planes and ships are all moving forward along the same route. Team number 1 consists of Jiang Tu, Tu Lang, and Lam Kai. The reporter then starts introducing the lineup. Country A's first team is Jiang Tu's fleet, led by Navy number 2. The second group features Minister Tong and Dai Quang. The reporter continues, Minister Tran is leading Navy number 2, also known as the Invincible Steel Fleet. Team 3 is Minister Truong with 2 tough-looking henchmen and the, grilled sausage fleet of Navy number 3. On the other side are the Yao twin sisters and another guy. For Country B, we have Fleet number 1 with Officer Ban Ho and the Yao sisters. Team 5 is made up of 3 girls in police uniforms, commanding the 2nd Naval Fleet under Lieutenant Colonel Hung Hoa. Team 6 includes Colonel Ho, Diep Diep, Ni Ai, and Tai Sun, along with Colonel Ho's 3rd Naval Fleet. This whole thing is being broadcast on a giant screen in the city center. It's such a shame we can't interview any of the fleet commanders directly. Looks like everyone is dead serious about winning this thing. The fleets are all refusing interviews. Gotta keep those military secrets safe. So, she just points her mic at Jiang Tu and totally makes something up. But don't worry, the captain of Country A's 2nd Fleet is super friendly. He agrees to answer any and all questions from the public. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is just scratching his head like a lost puppy. The female reporter shoves the mic in his face and asks, what major advantages do Country A's fleets have? Who do you think will win? As a commander, Jiang Tu spits out the most ridiculous, troll-worthy answer imaginable. I think everyone should just stop fighting, you know? Be peaceful, finish this quickly, and go home for dinner. Even people watching the news at home heard that and thought, is this dude an idiot? The reporter then turns to Tu Lang, asking what advantages his fleet has to win, just like his buddy. Tu Lang's answer was just as pathetic. He figures if he can keep his fleet from sailing into a river by mistake, that's already a win. The reporter is just stunned, silent. Suddenly, Lam Kai's eyes narrow as he says seriously, I have a bad feeling about this. The fleet set sail with a loud shout. Let's begin. First up is the red-bottom ship of Country B's Fleet number 1. Dewtree watches from outside, complaining about how boring this island-grabbing contest is. The last zombie-killing competition was way more straightforward and intense. Her sister crosses her arms and asks sternly, Fleet number 3 has 2 new female lieutenants. Do you know them? The older sister replies, Nope. Heard they were corporals for a long time and just got a special promotion recently. She glances over at Colonel Ho's group, wondering what's so special about them. Suddenly, Tai Sun starts sniffing the air. Diep Diep notices him and asks with concern, Tai Sun, what's wrong? He just replies, it's nothing. The warship is sailing normally, but Tai Sun senses something is off. He reveals a very tough opponent is coming this way. Tu Hong is also on the ship, casually crossing her legs and enjoying the view. Chapter 99. Hearing Tai Sun, Diep Diep looks up, a little surprised. Tough? Ni Ai has to ask again, Little Tai Sun, you feel they're tough too? He slowly reveals the truth. Her creation might be like mine. We could belong to the same species. He's looking at Tu Hong sitting there all smug, but Tai Sun is thinking something completely different. But for some reason, I can also feel her aura is incredibly weak. Diep Diep turns in shock. What? Same as you? Tai Sun patiently explains. With an aura that weak, she'll probably disappear before long. The scene shifts to a green island, sitting all alone in the middle of the ocean. Somewhere on an island in the Atlantic Ocean, a helicopter has already arrived. The bow of a ship is also approaching that same island. A voice comes over the comms. Lieutenant General Hung Hoa, we have reached the target island. Country A is on our left. A subordinate looks through his binoculars, then turns to report. Lieutenant General, the exchange has begun. Hearing this, Lieutenant Hung Hoa immediately gives the order to fire. A massive shell is instantly launched from her fleet's warship. On the enemy ship, chaos erupts as the vessel rocks violently. An announcement blares over the speakers. Captain, Country B's 2nd Fleet has opened fire on us. The captain, caught by surprise, can only curse to vent his frustration. Damn it, those bastards from Country B. An announcement goes out. Country A has lost a destroyer, -3 points. A soldier looks down at the deck, now covered in a red liquid, and screams. The chaos on another ship is just as bad. A soldier shouts, "Captain Tran, they're fighting!" Kwang Dai, who was just watching, scoffs. Are the captain's close-range cannons just for show? The captain just calmly looks through his binoculars and says, "They're too close." The reporter in the helicopter sees this, and his jaw nearly hits the floor as he announces, "Did you all see that, folks? The impatient people of Country B have made the first move. Every citizen back on the mainland is glued to the events unfolding out at sea." The male reporter continues his commentary. The match isn't just about capturing the island, there's also a point system. Whoever has more points can also win. We always adhere to the principle of friendship first, competition second, and beating each other to a pulp. Although we're taking precautions against injuring innocents, and the cannonballs have been replaced with giant fireworks, but we're really hoping to see the president of Country A and the general of Country B in a close-quarters fistfight. The crowd watching goes absolutely wild, cheering and shouting, "Go on, tear them apart!" The reporter keeps going, "Folks, it's time to test the teamwork of Country A's president and Country B's general." The captain furiously gives an urgent order. "Full-scale counterattack, now, for me!" His subordinate quickly spins the ship's wheel as ordered, turning it hard to starboard. The enemy ship is still firing relentlessly, sending massive plumes of water into the air. A subordinate with glasses raises his binoculars to look, then screams in terror. "No way, it's a human army." The captain roars in fury. "Fire, for me." His fingers start hammering the keyboard so fast his subordinate freaks out. "Minister Tran, stop! The console is about to start smoking!" Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Hung Hoa's ship is unleashing a non-stop, brutal assault. "Finish every last one of them for me. Lieutenant General, aren't we here to capture the island?" "Capture my butt. Wipe out their army, and the island's ours by default." Seeing the chaos, Kwang Dai asks nervously, "Should we help them?" If this keeps up, the minister's fleet is definitely going to lose. But the minister just replies, completely calm, "What's the rush? Just go around them." The minister then breaks down the situation. The first team to land gets 40 points. Let those two idiots fight it out here, while we just sneak right past. It's a classic snatch and grab. Kwang Dai's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. One terrified subordinate with glasses stammers out a warning. The human army. Hung Hoa's ship just keeps firing, showing no signs of stopping. But then one of the minister's men reports some bad news. "Sir, we're almost out of shells." Hearing this, the minister snaps, "Move aside. If you want to catch the bandit, you have to get the leader first." And then a strange round object is launched from the minister's ship as his subordinate screams in panic. "Minister!" Lieutenant Colonel Hung Hoa sees something flying towards her ship but has no clue what it is. She quickly reports, "Lieutenant General, we have an incoming object." Suddenly, the minister's back begins to swell, ripping his shirt completely open. His muscle transformation is a success. His clothes are shredded to pieces, leaving him stark naked as he leaps into the air, absolutely ecstatic. The man flexes his muscles, hard. Over on Hung Hoa's ship, the crew sees this utterly shameless man exposing everything, and they all just clutch their heads and scream in unison. The reporter in the helicopter is so shocked by this horrifying spectacle that his eyes and nose just start running. Even soldiers watching from afar through binoculars are not safe from this fate. Every spectator in the stands is completely glued to the giant screen broadcasting the minister. Their faces are frozen, with drool and tears streaming from their eyes and mouths. It's clear his signature, naked fury attack has a devastating effect on the enemy. The reporter violently rubs his eyes and tries to regain his composure. Apologies, viewers. After all these years, how does it still burn the eyes? Hung Hoa furiously crushes her phone, shouting, "That monster!" Her subordinate fearfully calls out her name. That's it. In a fit of pure rage, Hung Hoa launches herself straight at the minister's ship. "Get lost, you disgusting pervert." While he's busy flexing in the nude, she flies in and plants a kick right in his face. Hung Hoa's high heel slams into him, nearly caving the minister's face in. Seeing this twist, the reporter gets his confidence back, announcing with excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, the duel between generals we've all been waiting for has finally begun." The crowd goes absolutely wild, cheering for her. "Get him! Beat him to a pulp!" From high above, the roar from the ships echoes across the waves. "Let's make some noise and cheer them on." Kwang Dai, still looking through his binoculars, shouts out, "Minister, look to our right!" The younger Yao sister's eyes fill with tears as she trembles in confusion. But the older sister stares intently. "That's Country A's first fleet. Don't tell me they're also?" She sees what's happening and screams out, "This is bad! They're trying to steal our prize. The first fleet to the island gets 40 points. Kwang Dai and the younger Yao sister have the same idea. I'll send men to stop them, but the minister immediately rejects it. No need. The older Yao sister already has another plan. It's too late to intercept them now. With that many heavy ships, they'll just create a disturbance anyway. At that moment, their ship lurches forward as the older Yao sister roars a command. Fine, then we'll just have to outrun them. Full speed ahead. At the same time, a green-haired dude on the island is frantically banging on a door. It's an emergency, Dr. Jimin. The human army is heading right for us. A panicked Kiat Min spins around, totally baffled. What? He grabs a pair of binoculars and quietly scans the area around Dr. Jimin's peaceful-looking station. Through his scope, he sees a huge beach with two boats racing parallel to each other. A furious squad leader Kwang Dai slams the ship's lever all the way forward. Useless fools! They dare race me? They'll be eating my wake. I never lose. The ship then tears across the ocean at lightning speed. But on the other boat, the Yao twin sisters are just as fired up. Damn it, I have never lost a race in my life. Punch it, forward now. Dr. Kiat Min can only watch and scream in fury. Son of a... His disciple turns and asks, "You think they've spotted us?" The guy scoffs. No way. The hiding spot I picked is totally foolproof. This little patch of land, not even a few hundred square meters, is basically no man's land. Who would ever pay attention to a place like this? Meanwhile, in an office somewhere, a voice cuts through the silence. So, what are your thoughts on the upcoming exchange conference? The Prime Minister of Country B, standing next to Country A's president, lifts his teacup. So, where should we hold this little exchange event? He glances at the world map. Don't even think about suggesting my country. I had to clean up your mess last time, so you can forget about it. Country B's Prime Minister sips his tea. Well, if you don't want to host it, I definitely don't want to host it either. He points to a tiny island on the map. Then let's just pick this spot. The rights to annex this little rock are still undecided. We've already carved up the rest of the planet. This is the only piece left. The map zooms in on the island. The two leaders clink their cups. How about this? Whoever wins the competition gets the island. The president of country. A laughs heartily. The deal is done. Elsewhere, Dr. Kiat Min furiously slams his hand on a table. Unbelievable. He furiously demands, "Are you finished yet or what?" An ancient-looking man frantically types away on a keyboard. Just a second, hold on, I'm still writing the sequence. A Jiang Si sits inside a pod, still missing an arm that needs to be attached. Up above, helicopters fill the sky. A reporter inside one of them is hyping up the event with wild excitement. Viewers are glued to their TVs as the two nations' fleets gather. Ni Ai and her group stand in silence, listening to the broadcast. At last, Country B's Grand Admiral has arrived. The whole city watches on giant screens, exclaiming that the real show is about to begin. The reporter leans out of the chopper, confused. Wait a second. Where is Country A's second fleet? The helicopter flies right past a lone ship where Tu Lang is drifting dangerously close to a massive iceberg. This is weird. She gets goosebumps, hugging herself and stuttering, "So cold. What in the world is this place?" Lam Kai, shivering beside the captain, shouts, "Helmsman, figure out where we are!" The captain sweats bullets, replying, "We're about to hit an iceberg." Hugh, trying to warm up by a fire, says helplessly, "Exactly. Is this the North Pole or the South Pole? I told you guys not to let the zombies drive." Meanwhile, Jiang Tu holds a teacup, his face drenched in sweat. "We're lost." And boom, the ship smashes right into the iceberg. Tu Lang grits her teeth, fighting to keep her balance. The captain reports, "Captain Tu Lang, we've hit an iceberg." Tu Lang just screams back, "Jiang Tu, I can see the fish from here." Lam Kai grips the railing for dear life, yelling, "Where on earth did you steer this ship?" Jiang Tu is dead silent, sweat pouring down like rain. As it turns out, they're on the other side of the Arctic, half a world away from the actual event in the Antarctic. Jiang Tu just flashes a goofy grin at Tu Lang's complaints. "Jiang Tu, seriously, where did you take us?" Lam Kai is ranting on the other end. "You're the fleet commander. How do you even run things?" she yells. "Can you try being the least bit reliable?" She shouts into the phone, "The satellite connection is down. Don't you know how to use a simple compass?" "So what do we do now?" he asks, completely lost, making Tu Lang's brow furrow in annoyance. "Maybe we should just rest and withdraw from the competition." Meanwhile, a helicopter flies over the actual island, where a fierce battle is raging. The reporter's voice booms with excitement. It's started. The main pillars of both nations have begun their fight. Lieutenant Colonel Hung Hoa falls into the sea, her eyes wide as she stares at what's in front of her. A completely naked man appears right before her. She lets out an ear-splitting scream as the sun shines down on the beach. Dr. Kiat Min raises his binoculars, watching as the sea churns violently, splashing water everywhere. As the reporter's enthusiastic voice echoes, a Jiangxi team leader opens his mouth with determination. Folks, the fleets are racing toward the small island. Who will be the first to claim the 40 points? The Yao twin sisters grit their teeth, piloting their vessel forward. Dr. Jie Ming is absolutely furious. Come on then, you pathetic excuse for an army. He whips around to the old man. You need to come up with something too. Stop just burying your head in that code. The ancient man looks exhausted, sighing. Don't you have tons of zombie prototypes? Go check the trash for leftover nanometals or something. For a guy like you, making some new high-tech creature shouldn't be that difficult, right? Dr. Jie Ming's disciple starts rummaging through everything. I'll find it. He pulls out a small vial. Found it! Jie Ming snatches the vial away. On screen, his Jiangxi are wiping out the human soldiers. He mutters, Do you take me for a fool? He says darkly, I'm not going down that easily. Out on the beach, a small island suddenly appears. Lam Lin looks through binoculars. My king, they're fighting. We can use this chaos to our advantage. Xiao Hong gives the order to fire. A single bullet flies from their ship. Diep is shocked. Niai is confused. Tai Sun looks pensive. He suddenly gestures with his hand. The enemy ship crashes into a huge rock, shaking violently. The rock then explodes. Colonel Ho is enraged. Live ammunition. You country of bastards are playing for real? Load me up. We're returning fire with live rounds. Lam Lin begins to sweat nervously. My king, they have an expert on their side. A massive figure approaches Colonel Ho. Tai Sun orders their ship to move forward, clenching his fist. To hell with that, I'm the supreme commander here. You two lieutenants will follow my orders. Tai Sun just casually lifts Colonel Ho into the air, who immediately starts flailing like a fish. The guy's face goes pale. Whoa, that's some serious grip. I'm a general from Country B. Who in the world are you people? Lam Nin starts freaking out. Boss, we're about to crash. We snuck into Country A's fleet. We can't get caught. Tai Sun silently keeps holding the colonel up. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong and Niai are just like, ram them. Just ram them. Xiao Hong's boat surges forward. Niai's crew guns it too. Oh, the commentator is loving this. He's getting antsy. Yep, both sides are losing their patience. Country A's Fleet 3 versus Country B's Fleet 3, and neither will back down. Get ready for a spectacular Pacific kiss, folks. This year's cultural exchange is definitely shaping up to be more exciting than the last one. While all this chaos is going down, Jiang Si and Dianran are just fishing with a zombie as the two ships get dangerously close. Lam Lin's jaw is on the floor. We're gonna hit. Colonel Ho is so terrified he's actually drooling. Xiao Hong charges, and Tai Sun leaps right after her. She winds up and unleashes a massive force with a single kick. Tai Sun sails clean over Xiao Hong's boat. She whips around, stunned, as he totally nails the superhero landing. The entire ship groans and water explodes everywhere. Lam Lin just screams, Who even is this guy? Xiao Hong's underlings just scoff in a corner. And the commentator is back. Folks, the fight between the subordinates is just as epic. Some ridiculously jacked lieutenant from Country B just flipped an entire warship from Country A with one kick. Xiao Hong's hands start to glow, conjuring a massive magic whirlpool right under the enemy ship. Tai Sun gets into his fighting stance. She glares as he clasps his hands, and a giant boulder materializes, trapping her completely. The commentator is sweating bullets. Is this really the kind of power a subordinate is supposed to have? The entire city is glued to the jumbo screens, and literally everyone is completely speechless. The commentator frantically flips through his notes. Okay, Lieutenant Tai Sun is on the list of competitors, but this naked girl from Country A? Yeah, there's absolutely nothing about her in here. Meanwhile, Lam Din and the Yao twins are totally freaking out. A general runs up to his superior. Minister, we have a problem. Something strange is going on over on the island. He peers through binoculars, asking what's up. Oh, nothing. Just a giant monster crushing trees and charging straight for them. The minister is stunned. Doctor Jie Ming, however, looks ready for a fight. Bring it on, you fools. And Jiang Si? Still fishing. Squad leader Jiang Dai just stares, baffled. What the heck is on that island? Is this part of the exercise? Suddenly, the minister orders a full retreat. The officer looks baffled. From the cockpit, one of the Yao twins calls out. Hey, they're slowing down. Her sister shouts back from outside. What did you say? I can't hear you. The monster grabs a boulder and just yeets it across the water, smashing directly into the cockpit where the Yao twins are. The twin sisters scream from inside a massive fireball. Squad leader Jiang Dai's jaw hits the floor. Minister, the enemy ship just blew up. He grabs the railing, completely bewildered. It actually exploded? So this friendly exchange is for real. And if it is, they're going way overboard. Dr. Jie Ming just stands there, pondering. The commentator is in shock. What is happening? The lead warship for Country B just exploded. This drill is way too realistic. He grinds out every single word, just, die, for me. Meanwhile, in a massive office, Country B's prime minister answers a call. Hello? Was this little project you're doing? The president of Country A immediately shoots back. Are you kidding? I wish I was that good. Besides, you're the one who picked this location. The minister gives the order. Launch a full counterattack. Neither president is going to let their toys get broken. There's an enemy active on the island. And on a giant iceberg, Jiang Si is still just fishing with the zombie. He finally turns, hey, where'd Ziling and Lan Chi go? The zombie, Niwu, just replies, dunno, they were right here. Turns out, Ziling and Lan Chi are on a ship in the middle of a massive ocean. She clenches her fist, absolutely furious. Damn it, this event is only once every 4 years. Do you know how long I've waited? I was finally going to get my revenge with these new weapons, and this moron brings us all the way to Antarctica. The exchange hasn't even started, and it's already over for us. The zombie ship captain looks pretty nervous. Captain, without a fuel ship, we're totally stuck. Ziling screams right in his face. Shut up! You are completely useless. I would rather die than give up. Figure something out. Even if we have to swim, we are getting back to that competition. A zombie starts beating a drum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zombies on both sides start rowing frantically. The banner just says, row. Meanwhile, some guy dressed in ancient robes laughs maniacally at a computer. It's a success. My research is finally complete. Dr. Jie Ming's apprentice edges closer, whispering nervously, hey, don't you dare revive him right here. The doctor just glances at him. Relax, I'm not an idiot. I've already aimed him and the device out towards the open sea. And we get a shot of Jang 2's crew, looking absolutely epic as they face off against Little Hong's group in a major coastal city. Guancanalio Island, Atlantic Ocean. A Zhao lights a cigarette. Wonder how those mercs we hired are doing. A Kuei takes a drag from his own cigarette. Should be about done by now. But then he squints, spotting something weird. Whoa, we've got a problem. What is that thing? A Zhao asks, confused. What in the world? A huge device emerges from the sand. A hand reaches out, fingers digging in as it forces the strange machine open from the inside. Ano and Akue's jaws drop as a pair of glowing red eyes appears. Elsewhere, Little Hack is writing something when his pen suddenly snaps in half. He stares at the broken pen, stunned. The sound of frantic footsteps echoes as a cow and a lang rush in, speaking at the same time. Hey, Little Hack, what happened? The Great King is acting weird. Little Hack just frowns, whipping his head around. A Cam looks totally terrified. The Great King. He. And there he is, a shadowy, horrifying figure with razor-sharp teeth. Back with a Zhao and a key, they nervously watch the device smoke. And then, a figure steps out with a smug, wicked grin. A Zhao and a Kuei are completely floored. What? The Great King stands still for a second before suddenly dashing across the sand at insane speed. Some old guy watching on a monitor slams his hand down in excitement. It worked. Come on, let's see what you've really got. He gets right up in A Zhao and a Kuei's faces. The king closes the distance in a flash, making a Kuei scream, who is this guy? The Great King's follower just laughs maniacally as he faces a Zhao. And then the king grabs a Zhao in a tight hug and bursts into tears. I'm so happy to see you guys. Thank God you're all still alive. A G is just frozen, having absolutely no clue what is happening right now. The old guy monitoring them is literally pulling his hair out. What the hell is going on? A Zhao struggles. Hey, who are you? Let go of me. Dr. Jie Ming and his crew can only watch, completely speechless, as the Great King clings to a Zhao's leg, sobbing, I finally found other living beings. I was so lonely. A K has no words, just none. A Zhao tries to drag his leg away. Let me go. Dr. Jie Ming is furious. He's a failure. The old guy immediately tries to run damage control. Wait, don't get worked up. There must be a glitch somewhere in the system. The Great King finally calms down. So, sorry about that. I was a bit rude. He shakes a Zhao's hand. Hi, I'm Jang too. A Zhao's eyes go wide. You're a zombie, he replies. Yep. Glad you're all still alive. Saves me the trouble of resurrecting you. A Zhao scratches his head, confused. Resurrecting? A Kuei looks at a device on his wrist. I just scanned him with my consciousness enhancer. He's definitely a zombie. A Zhao points at the Great King, still trying to process it. This is so weird. Why do you look like this? Jiang Tu just looks back. Me? He raises a hand dramatically towards the sun, then grabs his other wrist. You mean this? Oh, it's nothing. He puts a hand on his head and laughs. Sometimes even I don't know what I'm going to look like. A Kuei and a Zhao just stare at him, utterly speechless. From a distance, a Thap shouts at them. Hey, stop chatting. Big Sis is calling us back. The plan was a success. We need to get out of here now. A Jiao quickly says goodbye to the zombie king. We've got to go. This isn't our territory, so definitely don't wander around, okay? A helicopter lifts off from the island. The Big Sis of the zombie crew glances over. What were you two doing back there? A G answers awkwardly. We ran into a very interesting guy. Down below, the great king is still waving. He puts his hands on his hips, feeling great. All right, feeling good. Let's go check out another spot. Dr. Jie Ming shoves a gun against the old man's head. You idiot. You failed. I trusted you with everything. I poured my entire research budget into your project, and this is what you give me? Just die. His apprentice just smiles nervously in the background. The chopper soars high above the ships on the ocean. The great king enters the city, standing between two massive skyscrapers. People on the streets stare and whisper, Look, look, who is that guy? He looks so strange. They break out in a cold sweat just looking at him. He growls one word, menacingly. Humans. The helicopter continues its flight. A Kuei looks over at his friend. What are you thinking about? A Jiao replies thoughtfully. That interesting zombie from before. I wish we brought him with us. He looks out the window, continuing, he's so small and weak. I hope he doesn't get himself killed by the humans. The great king raises his hands, striking a pose totally ready for a fight. Dr. Jie Ming's team freezes in pure shock as he slams a hand down, and bam, a beam of light from the heavens smashes the ground to bits. Their jaws are on the floor. Cars and people are just floating around. A Jiao peeks out of her chopper window, understandably freaking out at the sight. Suddenly, their helicopter gets rocked hard, and they all start screaming. A whole demolition derby of floating cars is smashing right into them. A Jiao and a Kuei get thrown to the side, screaming, What was that, an earthquake? The zombie big boss barks out an order. Keep this chopper steady. A Kuei nervously asks, A Jiao, what in the world is happening out there? A Jiao and a Kuei stare ahead in a panic as the helicopter skims just above the ocean, flying straight toward the massive city. Dr. Jie Ming's team is just frozen. The zombie king barely moved, and the entire city got ripped to shreds. Inside their ride, a Jiao and a Kuei can only stare, jaws on the floor, as the king stands up, with cars and people raining down behind it. Even the leader of the B-country zombies can't hide the absolute shock on her face. On a boat, Lao Chi is screaming his lungs out, Get moving! Crawl if you have to! Just get to that exchange meeting! The zombie sailors around him are losing it. Chairman Lam Ki, we have a problem. Look to the southwest, now. He turns, and it's a familiar sight. Half the dang ground has been ripped up into a giant wall. Tulung and Lam Kio both just let out a massive, Huh! Meanwhile, Chu Tielhong is struggling inside a giant stone hand. In this world, besides the Jiang Si clan, who could possibly be my rival? Who are you people? Diep just smiles back. Take a guess. Tielhong is not impressed at all. You think this pathetic trick can control me? The guy with his hair covering his eyes flinches as she shatters the stone restraints with a wave of her hand and drops to the ground. The tall man reports back to Diep. She's a little bit stronger than I expected. Tielhong confronts them. Who are you people anyway? Diep, always ready for a fight, gives the order, Tiel Tai-sun, go get her. Her subordinate immediately responds, as you command. But Ni steps in to stop her. All right, now's not the time to see whose underling is stronger. She says with a friendly tone, we don't have any bad intentions. We just want to know where your master is. We need to talk to her. Tielhong just scowls. What are you talking about? I don't understand a thing. Diep lets out a laugh. Interesting, so you're totally clueless. You don't seriously believe that something like a vampire actually exists on this planet, do you? Are you some kind of leftover from that era? Beside her, Tiu Thai-son explains to his master. Based on the timeline, she should have been gone long ago. Even if her master used cultivation to keep her alive, she shouldn't be this powerful. Tielhong's patience is wearing thin. The boss over there talks like she knows me so well. But on the other side, Tio Thai-son is still carefully analyzing everything, which surprises Diep. Some kind of gene in her body could grant her eternal life. Ni cuts in. We are from a much older human civilization. Our mission here is to investigate the true power of Jiang too. So, since you've lived on Earth for so long, could you tell us where the master who created you is now? But those words just make the demon queen angrier. Blah blah blah, I don't get it, and besides, I hate humans. She glares right at Diep. However, you, their leader, you've successfully sparked my will to fight. She's actually surprised by this. What? Tio Thai-son quickly moves to protect his master. Be careful, she's serious now. Suddenly, a deafening sound freezes all four of them in their tracks. What's going on? From the boat, they can see a massive piece of land flipped upside down in the sky. Tielhong's jaw drops, and Diep looks just as shocked. Ni completely loses her calm composure. What? What is that? The news helicopter above is still broadcasting live. Folks, the exchange is really heating up. The reporter shouts into his mic, narrating the chaos. Right now, the competition between both sides is at its most intense, but his voice cracks in horror as he sees the bizarre sight. Wanko Kano Island. The entire island just appeared right in front of everyone who was nearby. Chief Kung Dar clutches his backpack and stammers. Minister. Even the two guys clinging to a lifebuoy are in awe. Hung Hoa, who is busy trying to drown some other guy, is completely shell-shocked. The zombie king lifts a foot, making the whole world shake. A super-fast aircraft suddenly launches from the ground. The plane tries to push forward but gets pinched by the two sides of the island. Left, right, they are way too close to the towering walls of Earth, and everyone inside is freaking out. Get us higher, now! A Zhao and a Kuei yell again. Look, it's one of those things from before. A strange object suddenly shoots straight up into the air. They get a clear view of the massive king's back. A Zhao's mouth hangs open as its head turns, and then, with a massive bang, its body explodes. Its face, once dark around the eyes and nostrils, turns a ghostly white as a red light flashes. Its jaw unhinges wide. In the blink of an eye, the king evolves into its second form. A Zhao and a Kuei just cling to each other and scream. What? What is that thing? The zombie big sister leans on the doorframe, sweating absolute bullets. And here comes the big bad, making a grand entrance by crashing into the city and cracking the pavement like an eggshell. Everyone on the plane, zombie and human alike, was completely caught off guard. And what's this? The zombie king himself emerges from the smoke, looking totally ripped. Ajia and Akwe just about jumped out of their skins, completely tongue-tied as a shockwave blasted the city, sending everything flying. The two zombies frantically grabbed their big sis. This plane was definitely not going to last much longer. What is happening? Protect Big Sis! But with the plane breaking apart around them, nobody could hear a thing. What? I can't hear you! Akwe screamed as the other guy with horns got casually sucked into a vortex. I said, protect Big Sis. Oh dear lord. Below them, a huge crater opened up, gathering some seriously bad vibe energy. Meanwhile, Ziling and Lan Chi were still speechless from the last disaster. Then a massive suction force hit, and the girls screamed helplessly. What now? A blinding light erupted from the sea, right where that ship full of weirdos was floating. Both girls were just completely floored. Ajia's crew, meanwhile, was struggling against the immense pressure. Everything on Earth got swallowed by that light, plunging straight into total and utter chaos. The king just stood there under the scorching sun, right in the center of the crater, surrounded by plumes of white smoke. The king opens his mouth, letting out a bizarre roar. Meanwhile, that ship is getting rocked by some major shockwaves. What? What just happened? Diep stammered. Ni tried to check their location, but God Kano Island was just gone. Just then, Xiao Taishan muttered a name, Jiang Si. All around the king was nothing but flat, empty earth, not a soul in sight. In an instant, Gordon Kano Island had been completely leveled. At least 30 million people just vanished, vaporized. TV news reporters were quick to break the story. We have an emergency news bulletin. Golden Kano Island, the largest continent of Country B, suddenly disappeared 20 minutes ago. Their voices echoed through the city. Tens of millions of people were missing. Viewers at home were absolutely stunned. What is this? What happened? Miraculously, one little news helicopter somehow survived the massive blast. We're sending reporters to the scene now, said the bald reporter, ever the professional. My God, what in the world happened here? Curiosity got the better of them. Quick, let's get a closer look. Big Sis's zombie crew had finally landed, with one huge zombie acting as her personal bodyguard. A Zhao and Akwe were flattened on the ground, trembling as they faced the king. Bro, buddy, what are you doing? He turned and growled one simple phrase, despicable humans. Both of them shut their mouths, real fast. The horned zombie hid behind a rock, but the king sniffed the air. Still a human left? They're not all dead? Big Sis's mouth was covered to keep her quiet. A Zhao quickly waved his hands. You're mistaken. How could there be any humans here? You must be smelling me. I've been, interacting with humans all year. Real smooth. Behind him, a trembling Kui whispered to his bro, protect Big Sis at all costs. He nodded. The king's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force grabbed a Zhao, lifting him into the air. So, you live with humans? A Zhao tried to play it cool. Aren't we brothers? But the king's reply was cold. I can kill you and just make new zombies. Akwe nearly collapsed seeing that. Yep, his personality had definitely taken a turn. Staring at this being of absolute power only made him more terrified. Why did he turn out like this? Though terrified, Akwe still spoke up. You're overthinking it. As a zombie, why would I ever team up with humans? The king replied, prove it. Each word dripped with menace. South-southwest, near Wankano Island. There's a city with 70 million people. Hearing that, the king's eyes flared crimson. He shot straight up, completely ignoring Ajiao down below. Poor zombie Ajiao was left dazed on the ground as the king crossed entire continents to reach his new target. Even though he was free, he was still trembling. What an absolutely crushing presence. They quickly regrouped. Big sis, are you all right? Luckily, I'm a genius. And hey, the news chopper spotted them. Look, people down below. The chopper landed. Their leader sat up and said, we have to find a way to stop him. Our whole purpose is to coexist with humans. We can't let him ruin everything. Ajiao was not on board with that plan. Big sis, are you kidding me? Did you not just see what that guy did? The king was still rocketing across the sky. Is there any creature on this planet that could possibly stop him? The Earth's surface flashed from his speed. I give it less than half an hour before he slaughters every last human. Reporters and soldiers immediately raise their guns as they see them, while the girl, who happens to be a zombie, tries to approach. While everyone's just standing there stunned, she grabs the camera directly. Everybody, listen to me. The zombie queen tries to warn the city about a terrifying new monster who is slaughtering humans left and right. She begs everyone to run and hide, saying it's their only chance. But some guy watching just gets annoyed and switches it off. Is she crazy? Why is everyone on TV such an idiot? His city, of course, is perfectly peaceful under the warm sun. The young man props his phone on a stand and speaks cheerfully. Hey, director, our livestream viewers just jumped by another 100,000. He laughs, absolutely thrilled. Before them, a beautiful girl is gently twirling in the wind. The chat is blowing up. See? I told you that official meeting was going to be boring. This guy is waving his arms around, insisting that watching a pretty girl's livestream is the only way to live. Looks like I've found my people. Let's steal some of the spotlight from that boring conference, shall we? He grabs a bottle of cosmetics and starts his pitch. Everyone, this is a specialty from our city and country bee whitening cream. And today, it's not $9.98, not even $2.98. As he speaks, he points the camera back at the girl. Today, you can take it home for just $98. Don't you want yourself or your wife to be as beautiful as this little fairy? But just then, their own personal apocalypse, the Great King, arrives. So buy it now. The director turns, completely baffled. What? Suddenly, the ground erupts, throwing all three of them into the air. The guy is sprawled on the ground, totally confused. Who are you? His buddy keeps the phone steady on its stand, capturing the whole scene. The beautiful girl is also panicking. Who are you? What do you want? A sharp, clawed hand reaches out towards her, and with a gentle push from the Great King, poof, her upper body just vanishes. Blood splatters everywhere as the live chat explodes in shock. The director finally realizes the danger and starts screaming. Keep filming, Gudao, get down. But a second later, he's gone too. Help! Somebody help me! The Great King grabs the director's shirt but doesn't kill him yet. You. Then he starts dragging him across the ground towards a cliff. And the phone? It's still right there, recording everything. The Great King flicks his finger, creating a tiny ball of energy, which is more than enough to shock the poor human. The Zombie King holds the director with one hand and the ball of energy with the other. The phone, propped up behind a light, is still filming every single second. Back in an office, Agu and Xiaohei realize what's happening. Xiaohei, that's your power. Agu states his theory. He's really the Great King. The citizens are still totally lost. What's going on? Did they change the channel? What is this? I think that's N City and Country B screens all over the city now display the Great King's broadcast thanks to his power. Who is that guy? Then, he releases the energy ball down the cliff face. The Great King gives a powerful flick, sending the human behind him swaying. The people down below immediately sense something strange. All across their city, countless people suddenly start turning into dust. What? They try to run, but it's useless. Don't touch the little black particles. And then, the Great King clenches his fist. Energy erupts from the ground, wiping out everything in its path. Then, a massive explosion erupts, turning the sky blood red. Nearby cities fall into complete chaos. What the hell is that? Those little black particles he just released. What are they? Even the people who were there earlier are horrified. At this point, hiding is useless. The ship carrying Xiao Hong and the other humans continues to drift on the water. Xiao Taishan tries to make peace. Let's stop here. Right now, you're no match for me, so don't make things harder on yourself. But Deep Diep blurts out, we have to stop him. We can't let him kill all the humans. One of Xiao Hong's subordinates just returned. Great King, the one destroying the city, just used Xiao Hei's skill. It's definitely Jiang Si. Xiao Taishan makes another offer to her. How about we go together? In Jiang Si's current state, after he finishes off the humans, he'll be coming for you next. Her subordinate waits for a reply. Great king. With no other choice, she agrees to go and see for herself. Just then, a loud voice echoes around the island. This is an emergency announcement. A terrifying madman is randomly slaughtering humans on Continent B. After careful consideration by the presidents of both nations, the exchange meeting is temporarily cancelled. Both countries declare that all combat personnel are to enter a state of emergency. A zombie sailor holds his phone, nervously saying, Xu Ling quickly gives orders to her people. Cancel the exchange meeting. Get me a helicopter. We're flying to Continent B. I repeat, the entire nation is now on level 1 combat readiness. The other group's helicopter takes off immediately. The four of them, who clearly can't stand each other, sit quietly inside, listening to the news. According to reporters, the previous disappearance of Gankano Island is also connected to this mysterious person. Alright, let's get the stats. In just 3 minutes, this lunatic slaughtered nearly 100 million people. Meanwhile, Tai's son just casually puts on his headphones, tuning out a question from behind him. The question was simple enough: if you guys are ancient humans, I'm just a little curious. Xiao Hong's subordinate wanted to know, why does Jiang Si hate people so much? Even Xiao Hong herself leaned in, wanting to hear the answer. Ni calmly replied, Oh, we just murdered his family and all his followers. All while giant King Jiang Si continued his city-wide temper tantrum. Panic screams filled the air through the monitors. Some director guy was just blabbering on, begging for someone to save him. And just like that, he gets taken out right on camera. The great king just lets out a huge laugh and leaps into the air. Everyone else is officially terrified. What's he going to do now? But Jie Ming's ancient scientists? They're hugging each other with joy. We did it! But then one of them calmed down, adjusted his glasses and asked, Wait a minute, wasn't your whole purpose the future of humanity? So why help us? The old man just chuckled and tapped on his computer. What do you know, kid? I think it's time to say hello. The ancient then pulls a mic to his mouth and begins. Hello, to all the people of the world. Allow me to introduce myself. His face flickers onto a skyscraper's giant screen. I'm the ancient human you've all been thinking and whispering about. I'm not here for anything else, really. I just want to show you all a short video first. And then footage appears Jiang Si fighting off monsters, a battle so intense it goes into outer space. He grabs one warrior who screams in absolute terror. The ancient proudly narrates, He's the zombie who destroyed our civilization. He also wiped out generation after generation of mankind, which is why our evolution got totally derailed. Everyone watching is just stunned, speechless, while the glitchy screen continues to blast out crystal clear audio. And he is still living on Earth to this day, always walking among us. A drone tries to get closer to the Great King, but he spots it instantly, which is why we researched a creature that could actually compete with him. Some kid sitting in his room is just frozen, totally in shock. Other people in their homes had to stop everything they were doing just to listen. Their scientists are already at work, but don't you worry. I've already sent people to bury human eggs and embryos deep underground. The Great King reaches out his hand. Millions of years from now, humanity will still be humanity. Then he crushes the drone. We've already lived through the destruction of our civilization. Sooner or later, it'll be your turn. The Great King holds the busted device in his hand, looking thoughtful. For the sake of humanity's development, go say goodbye to your families. Then the screen cuts to black. While there's still time, I am proud of everyone's contribution to mankind. That little broadcast sent people into a desperate panic, scrambling for their lives. Save us! Even Jiang Si, wherever he was, seemed startled. He was sharply dressed, sitting on a thick sheet of ice. The Great King had just wiped out another city, making it look just like his charming hometown. 2 reporters are just sweating buckets, completely in shock. According to incomplete statistics, several cities have been destroyed, and hundreds of millions have vanished. The situation is chaotic. All over the world, riots and looting have broken out. Countless people are storming banks, and social order is collapsing. Soldiers try to fight back with weapons and tear gas. But with the world ending, who even cares anymore? Instead, citizens are raising signs for freedom and screaming their heads off. The entire globe has descended into chaos. Their president tries to rally them, pleading, Everyone, please don't give up. We still have hope. Our 2 nations have the strongest leaders and generals who can definitely eliminate him. And his supporters cheer him on. Yeah, we're not pushovers. Kill him. Unbelievably, their attitude was firm. Some people just refused to give up. Xiao Hong's helicopter arrives back on their version of Earth. This place. Ni is the first one to step out. What happened? The people on the ground rush to question them. The professionals are here. Are you with the General Exchange Association? Where's your boss? She answers plainly. He isn't coming anymore. Tai-sun suddenly remembers what he did before, and his face darkens. They seem that afraid? She wondered. What is going on? A massive wall has been erected here, separating the two areas. That's our city G. He slaughtered the entire city. In order to stop him from going to destroy another city, we sent in generals and thousands of soldiers to stop him. We don't know what happened. Ni suggests, let us go inside. But a soldier quickly stopped her. You're only captains. Going in there is a death sentence. Just wait for your superiors. Tai Sun appears, looking seriously annoyed. You talk too much. We're going in with them. Just then, Ziling and Lan Qi jump down from the helicopter, and the two soldiers rush over to ask them. We're Ziling, she says, introducing them both. We're from Country A's 2nd Fleet. Just happened to be in the neighborhood, you know. At this, everyone's spirits lift. Awesome, it's Country A's chairman. That dude's on the same level as our own top general. On command, the soldiers get to work on the barrier, opening up the security perimeter. Ziling spots Xiao Hong and is completely stunned. What are you doing here? Xiao Hong's reply is, pure ice, passing through. Is that a problem? Funny, I wanted to ask why your big boss is going completely berserk. But Ziling just plays dumb, acting totally clueless. Diep looks over, totally curious if they know each other. Xiao Hong explains they fought once. Ni walks in and asks some guy in a hat why reporters are even there. He just lets out a little chuckle. With so many generals and chairmen around, of course we aren't scared. She asks, how many of you made it inside? The reporter just balls his fist, looking way too confident. Over 100 top generals, nearly 1,000 lieutenant generals. With this many pros, we can definitely take that thing down. Ziling just raises an eyebrow, thinking, 100 chairmen and 1,000 vice chairmen? Country B really does go big or go home. Lan Qi is the first one to see the horror show inside. Stop talking, she gasps. Everybody, just look. In front of them is a literal mountain of bodies, vice generals and generals all piled up. Everyone is just speechless. The only survivor is unconscious, face down on the floor. The Great King is dragging him by one leg like he's taking out the trash. He hears a weird noise and casually turns his head to check it out. Ziling and Lan Qi both flinch under that terrifying gaze as the sky fills with more helicopters. Fresh troops have arrived, landing fast. Country B's top generals make their grand entrance. One of them announces, anyone below the rank of Archgeneral, pull out of combat, leave this to us. Ziling is just shocked. So many high-level combat personnel all in one place. They walk right past her with a reminder. Number 1 gave the order. Below Archgeneral, get out. That mountain of bodies might just get a little taller with all this bravado. That goes for you guys from Country A, too. Don't cause any more trouble. The Great King casually sits on a throne of defeated enemies, waiting for new challengers. The scene cuts to Lan Qi, smashed into some rubble, one side of her face shattered, revealing her true form. Back with Jiang Zi's crew, Agu is watching the chaos on a screen and speaks up. That's the Great King's 4th form. Xiao He, standing next to him, seems unsure. The aura is identical. It has to be the king, right? He needs guidance. Xiao He, the Great King isn't here, so you're in charge. Are we supposed to try and stop him? The decision is all his. Xiao He starts sweating. If that really is the Great King, then I follow every one of his decisions. I mean, it's not like our boss hasn't pulled this kind of stunt before. A Cam, standing nearby, has no objections. I agree. Agu doesn't protest either. I agree as well. But when it's a Mao's turn, he throws his hand up and shouts, well, we don't agree. He points at the small computer screen, yelling, do you guys seriously think that's the Great King? Are you kidding me right now? On the screen is a seriously high-tech robot. He's just a shell using the Great King's genes for a new body. A Mao continues trying to reason with them. Do you have any idea what our king sacrificed for the sake of peace? This kind of random slaughter. Our king would never do this again. In his mind, he sees the real Jiang Si mature and immensely powerful. Our king is pursuing a higher truth now, something way more noble than this tin-plated monster. Cut to a Ling, who's quietly thinking over what a Mao just said. A Lang's memory was spot on. Elsewhere, the real Jiang Si stands perfectly still, silent, holding a piece of fabric. It's just a metal monster, not their true king. The scene then shifts to a dry, scorching desert, baking under a relentless sun. A girl appears, crawling miserably across the ground, her hand reaching out, Tai Tai Shan. The robot from the monitor now stands before the president of Country A. Disappointing, it says, casually rubbing its wrist like it's bored. What a waste of my time. I even changed into this form to play with you. My original state could have crushed you all instantly. The president of Country A stands there, his face grim, completely and utterly stunned. A second later, he collapses to the ground, motionless. The robot's armor shifts from white to black. This is like bullying children. So boring. He makes a chilling, arrogant announcement. After I've killed every single human, I'll come back and play with all of you. Jaws dropped all over the city as everyone stared up at the sky. All those heroes who volunteered to fight? Yeah, they're currently kissing the pavement, completely drained. And there goes the big black monster, launching itself forward like a missile. And get this, it's actually laughing, a nasty, mocking laugh. Down below, Xiao Hong struggles to stand, thinking, curse it. Sorry, Diep. I'm totally useless. Next to him, Ziling is a walking wound, thinking, no way. We couldn't even block a single hit? Lam Lin races over to help the woman up, desperately calling for the Great King. Meanwhile, all the way in Antarctica, Jiang Si feels something and glances over just as a loud call echoes beside him. Great King! Great King! Jiang Si, sitting nearby, yells excitedly, Great King, we got a bite! At that exact same moment, on the other side of the globe, a chain of explosions erupts, wiping out countless lives. The emergency broadcasts blare nonstop. To our viewers around the world, we are facing an unprecedented threat. Only 30 minutes have passed, and thousands of cities have already been annihilated. This is the relentless, insane rampage of that mysterious figure. His next target is a new city, located at 30 degrees north latitude. Gu takes one look and realizes that's their city. The scene cuts to the city's sprawling, peaceful suburbs. A monster cloaked in black stares down intently. Seeing this, Mao roars. Are you guys just gonna stand there and watch the Great King City get destroyed? He stands his ground, his voice ringing with determination. If you won't go, we will. Gu turns to look at Xiao He. Xiao He sighs to himself. Man, he thinks, they're all still so young and naive. Cut to Ling. Now in his giant form, standing over the city as a radio broadcast plays. To people across the world, today is destined to be a day of sorrow. The camera pans over to a refugee zone, completely packed with people of all ages. Over half of humanity has already been killed. A young couple holds each other in fear, as a terrified baby starts to wail. This is the most catastrophic disaster we humans have ever faced, but the monster looking down is just amused. Humans and zombies living together. How interesting. Mao transforms, appearing alongside a squad of elite soldiers to form a defensive line. Great King, have you forgotten us? This is your city. But the monster's reply is ice cold. Who are you? I don't know you. The president's voice continues to drone on. Nearby, Ziling is struggling to get up. I am the president of country A, speaking to all of humanity at this very moment. The president's speech tries to rally them. As long as we turn our hearts to the light, we will not go extinct. Suddenly, someone in the shelter spots the screen. Hey, look! Mao shouts in disbelief. What? He immediately charges forward. Damn it! The monster roars in pure annoyance. Get lost! The sonic boom is so powerful it sends Mao flying backward, smashing him into a roof and causing a massive tremor. As the president's voice continues, Jiang Si appears on the scene, looking impossibly cool. With smoke and dust billowing around him, he moves toward the light as the scene shifts to a rooftop somewhere. The city-wide announcement now has a much graver, harsher tone. In the face of disaster, we are all equal. We have no time to mourn the dead. The people look on, stunned. All we can do now is not lose our will to live. The entire population, shocked and terrified, turns their attention to the announcement, their eyes following the source of the sound. Even President A looks a little panicked. On the TV, the broadcast shows Mao and his squad being utterly defeated. All of a sudden, someone appears beside Mao and puts a hand on his shoulder. He whips his head around, shocked to see who it is. The giant Ling, ever since changing form, begins to unleash a barrage of energy beams. A moment later, he's hit square in the face by something incredibly powerful, sending him crashing to the ground. The black monster stands on his chest, laughing. How fun. Over by Mao's position, Jiang Si suddenly appears out of thin air. The Great King stares forward with a grim face, not saying a word. Then he gives his order to Mao, evacuate the people in the city, fall back, I'll handle this. He doesn't hesitate for a second, flying off immediately. Yes, sir. The monster watches this unfold with a quiet chuckle. One more thing, Xiao He, are you still there? Kill every last one of them. Hearing his name called, Xiao He starts to fidget nervously. I'm here. Gu, standing next to him, puts his complete faith in his friend. Xiao He, our lives are in your hands, man. But then Jiang Si, his face dark, barks a command with crystal clarity. Xiao He, evacuate the civilians. His brow furrows in complete confusion, but he accepts the order. Xiao He leads his team out from their post, shouting, let's go. So, who is Xiao He supposed to listen to? He makes his choice, yelling, evacuate the civilians. The monster just lets out a condescending, dismissive laugh. Meanwhile, the news crews are still diligently reporting from the scene. To our viewers, we have been chasing this machine all the way to the city's border. We don't know why the great leader of Country A is so interested. Suddenly, Ah Ling lets out a wild laugh as a beam shoots from his eyes straight into the sky. It rockets straight for the cloaked monster, but he seems to dodge the attack with almost zero effort. The people in the rescue zone all scream in terror. Everyone shuts their eyes to avoid the flying dust. The black monster charges forward, slamming into some kind of base and sending debris flying everywhere. Ziling stares blankly ahead while everyone else ducks their heads in fear. It's over. The woman holding the baby slowly opens her eyes, peeking out to see what happened. And just like that, Jiang Tuhian appears out of nowhere, casually blocking the monster's attack. The entire crowd just stares, completely stunned. The monster itself seemed a little confused. But it only got to look tough for about 3 seconds before Jiang Tu grabbed it by the face. With a single toss, he slammed its head into the ground, shattering the pavement, then launched the beast straight through a skyscraper. The creature tore through the company's wall at insane speed and didn't even stop, just kept tumbling deeper inside the building. A second later, a white blur shoots out of that same building. Over in the refugee area, everyone is sweating, glued to the show. Who even is this guy? The monster, fresh off getting its butt kicked, decides to charge right back in, totally clueless. The exact moment the monster came crashing down, Jiang Tufi shot up to meet it, one plummeting, one soaring, on a perfect collision course. Jiang Tu balled up his fist, let out a huge grin, and slammed a punch right into the monster's face. Everyone who witnessed it screamed in pure disbelief. Jiang Tu, meanwhile, just smiled. So satisfying. The creature plummeted back to Earth at ludicrous speed. And our boy? He just smirked, already winding up for round 2. Jiang Tu took a powerful stance, making the very ground crack. High above, in outer space, a dark figure was watching. The great king looked down from orbit, smiling with amusement. This was like watching a fight with himself. Down below, the civilians were in a panic. Who was this guy in the uniform? Jiang Tu just crouched down, grinning, clearly planning something. Far away, Xiao He and his team were rushing, shouting as they pulled civilians away. Everyone from the next city, evacuate! This place is dangerous! Then, someone in the crowd pointed and yelled, I remember him now. He's the bodyguard for the president of Country A. He's the current captain of Country A's second fleet. And just like that, news helicopters swarmed the sky to get the story. To all our viewers, a heroic warrior from Country A is single-handedly fighting this monster. Xiao He looked back in horror, frozen, stiff, and breaking out in a cold sweat. Up in space, the great king started to move, followed by a flash of light. A streak of fire suddenly appeared, hurtling down from the sky. Down below, Jiang Tu took off, rocketing straight toward the point of impact. The great king wasn't about to be outdone. The two rivals raced each other as the fireball blazed a path downward. They both met in midair, and time itself seemed to freeze. Every single person watching had their jaw on the floor. The great king took a deep breath. Jiang Tu let one out, and at the exact same time, they both punched each other square in the face. He sent the king flying down, but Jiang Tu was blown backwards himself. The civilians watching were sweating, their nerves shot. The great king clenched his fist, readying another strike. Jiang Tu was already in position, aiming for his target. They both swung at the same time. Boom! A massive explosion erupted on the ground, and the shockwave was so huge it rumbled through the entire city. Buildings began to collapse one after another. Absolutely nothing could withstand that incredible pressure. The sound of crying suddenly cut through the chaos. It was Aceu, flying with the debris of a collapsing building, sobbing his eyes out. He wasn't making any sense. Even the citizens in the safe zones were just staring, absolutely stunned by this level of power. Team leader Kwang's eyes were wide with disbelief. Minister, that Jiang Tu guy and the monster are fighting now. So what should we do? The minister didn't say a word. He just pointed into the distance and ordered, That small island looks suspicious. I want you to attack it. The minister then saw Ziling getting up from the ground and said, Ziling, you're not dead yet? Not dead. Could use some help, she groaned, aching all over. I know. Meanwhile, the ancient people and Doctor Jie Ming's disciples were cheering. Fight, kill him! Turning back to the civilians, the realization was finally hitting them. He really is the president's bodyguard from back then. An image of a super cool Jiang Tu appeared as they watched the fight on a TV screen. But the TV only showed dust and rubble, leaving them wondering why, back at the fight, Jiang Tu was transforming into a genuine human again, with a totally different face. The great king in front of him sat motionless, the rocks behind him completely shattered as he slumped on the ground. And the entire population erupted in joyous cheers, not even caring who he was or what he looked like anymore. Everyone in the shelter was screaming with joy at the TV. He's helping us! He is our champion! Even the people who saw it in person couldn't stop shouting, "Go on! Take that monster down!" Jang too stood there majestically, basking in the roar of the crowd. Even people at home were celebrating like crazy. At that moment, people all over the country were ecstatic. He looked down coldly. "You said you were like me? You're not even close." Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from a building in the distance. Jiang Tu just casually flicked it away with one hand. The force was so insane that the beam shot all the way out into space. Boom! A terrifyingly huge explosion lit up the Earth's surface. People on the other side of the planet, just going about their day, had to cover their faces from the blinding, burning light. The crowd that witnessed it was just frozen, sweating, completely speechless. Did he just casually swat a nuclear warhead out of the air? Model. Is that even something a human can do? Well, apparently he did it. I'm not blind. He just stands there, completely emotionless, bathed in this epic heroic light. The beam came from a building that now has a giant hole in it, and from that hole, a few fingers appear. A huge chunk of rock starts to move. Then, the Demon King, in his brand new form, slowly emerges from the rubble. The crowd freaks out. He transformed again. Just then, a figure shoots out from that same building. Jiang Tu lands a clean punch right to his face. But the king isn't taking it, and immediately throws one right back at him. They're moving so fast they're practically teleporting. Jiang Tu throws a punch and the king casually blocks it with just one finger. Jiang Tu glances up, a little surprised. From that single finger, the king gathers power, his entire hand lighting up. Across from him, Jiang Tu's form blurs as he's hit by a blinding flash of light. The crowd in the distance panics, backing away. He leans back, planting his feet to stay balanced as golden beams of light cage him in. The light from the king's hand intensifies. The ancient people and Jie Ming's disciples start cheering like crazy. That's it! Before he can react, just in case his head grows back, finish him! Make him vanish from existence! A continent-piercing beam shoots out, crossing multiple countries. The people back at base are just stunned. He's been vaporized, not even a speck left. The ancient ones and their followers erupt in cheers, hugging each other. Mission accomplished. Guess he was too busy looking cool to transform again, huh? But wait. Cut back to the battle zone, and zoom in. Tiny green particles are just floating there. Everyone watching this just collapses, breaking down into tears. It's over. It's all over. Out in space, those same tiny particles are appearing all across the galaxy. 10 million fire particles to be exact. And back on Earth, they're still here, floating around like tiny cells. They start to link up, forming a dual-colored gene strand. Over with the celebrating duo, the party stops. They just stare as an arm bone materializes from that strand. Red and blue strands of energy swirl around it, weaving together. What is happening? Emerging from the dust cloud is a complete human body, flesh and bone. Dr. Jie Ming's crew are all bug-eyed, screaming, "What is that thing?" Even the regenerating Jiang Tu glances down at the field reporters, who can't help but scream their heads off. What is going on? A camera drone moves in for a closer look. Back at the base, everyone leaps to their feet in shock. Out in space, a faint light just streaked by. Suddenly, the two buildings in front of the Demon King have been pierced by something, leaving massive holes. The witnesses on scene are just gaping in disbelief. Is that even human anymore? Jiang Tu is still regenerating mid-air. The king looks up, staring intently at him. And just like that, Jiang Tu is completely reformed, looking like nothing even happened. The Demon King just stands there, motionless, staring without a word. The people watching still can't keep up. Hold on, why does he look so familiar? The Ancient Ones and the doctor's team leap to their feet. He can actually regenerate? All while Jiang Tu is still putting himself back together. A citizen screams, making the connection that's the ancient person from the video. The crowd hears it and completely loses their minds. That kid at home is sweating, realizing he's the one who wiped out the previous civilization. Jiang Tu confidently steps out from the surrounding smoke and mist. Back at base, the crew is a mess, everyone crying for different reasons. No, it can't be. Both sides are monsters. What are we supposed to do now? Who's going to save us? And hey, a pair of pants conveniently materializes on him. Ziling and Lan Qi rush over. Yep, Jiang Tu's secret is officially out. The minister says, Dr. Jie Ming has to be on that small island. It's very likely they're the ones who created this machine. He leaps down, landing right in front of the Demon King. Jiang Tu glares up at him, his eyes ice cold. The king still hasn't moved an inch. Suddenly, the onlookers jump back in terror. Jiang Tu shoots forward like a terrifying wild beast. A gust of wind is the only warning the king gets before bam. A powerful punch slams right into his gut. The city folk are screaming their heads off in pure panic. Boom! A massive explosion of scorching fire shatters everything nearby. A beam of red light erupts from the broken ground, rocketing into the sky. Everyone watching feels their hearts leap out of their chests. That beam of light curves through the air, completely obliterating every building in its path. With a little cough, the Great King takes off at an insane speed, blasting past Earth and straight through the moon. Unable to stop, he punches a hole through Saturn at light speed, just one man on a mission to break the cosmos. He pinballs from one planet to the next, basically doing a victory lap around the solar system. The king smashes into the last planet, cracking it clean in half, while everyone on Earth just stares, jaws on the floor. Ni-Ai's eyes went wide, sweating bullets as she cried out, "Oh God, what even is that thing?" From that orange planet, a tiny flash of light appears. Then, a massive dark shadow looms behind Earth. From way out on the moon, we see Jang Si, just standing there. He stares at the sky, then suddenly launches himself upwards with insane force. The Great King gets blasted clear through a planet, and he actually looks surprised by what he sees up ahead. And boom, Jang Si appears right in front of him, fist already swinging. The king, completely powerless, gets rocked in the face. As he's falling, he fires a pathetic little beam of light. Jang Si easily sidesteps the attack. The king crashes down, taking massive damage. Ni-Ai struggles to get up, deciding it's time to get the heck out of this nightmare. Yeah, if they stick around any longer, they're definitely gonna die here. Jiang Si looks confused for a second, then glances back to see a beam of light shooting into the sky. On some random planet, the king is flying clockwise while Jiang Si goes counterclockwise. They meet, and Jiang Si's immediate reaction is to just start swinging. But suddenly, the king teleports away, vanishing completely. This leaves our boy looking around totally confused. Annoyed, he turns his head and sees something crash down right in front of Ni-Ai, making her scream. Ni-Ai is startled, whipping around to see Jang Si floating in the air, right in her face. Over on the other side, the king somehow manages to get back up with an angry snort. He slams the ground, and suddenly, a whole mob of people appears in the sky. They're screaming with this crazed excitement, looking less human and more like wild animals. Ni-Ai is completely terrified, screaming, "They're alive again!" The king's resurrected minions are all glowing with a sinister red energy. They're making hissing sounds, covered in red streaks, and look completely mindless. Ni-Ai is trembling, looking around frantically. Turns out, some helpers hiding behind a giant rock are also shaking in their boots. Oh my God, the dead generals are back from the grave. He's got an army of mechanical zombies. Jiang Si just flicks his hand to the side, and a cloud of misty white dust appears. They're standing in a destroyed city, a total wasteland. And now, tiny green particles begin to float through the air. From those particles, skeletons start to form. Then they grow into a horde of zombies, each one with a different muscular build. The camera crew is just stunned, silent. Again and again, they're left with absolutely nothing to say. A complete zombie army now stands assembled. The people in the shelter can only stare, a dead silence falling over them. And then the spell breaks, and they all start screaming and grabbing their heads. The king is somehow still standing, ready to fight. Jiang Si glares at him as dust and smoke billow around them. The folks at the base are so shocked they're having a meltdown. Oh God, my mom, dad, aunts, and uncles all just turned into zombies. Tu Lang whips his head around with a gasp. He clenches his fist, his expression turning dark. The zombies Jiang Si created begin to change shape, steaming. Their faces morph into terrifying, smiling white skulls. Lam Kai and Tu Lang scream in horror at the sight. The zombies have evolved to a whole new level and are now marching forward. Lam Kai and Tu Lang are freaking out, exclaiming, "He has this ability? This is just like our second transformation state." Jiang Si points forward, and from space, a barrage of white lasers rains down on the battlefield. On the other side, the king's minions finally charge forward to fight. Jiang Si's crew starts tearing them apart, punching and kicking the king's zombies until they shatter into red fragments. Every one of Jiang Si's monsters has a unique fighting style. One just punches faces, while another gleefully rips enemies in half. One delivers a clean knockout blow, while another uses powerful knee strikes to take down the zombie fodder. One monster even toys with its opponent, lightly tapping its head. This is a totally one-sided massacre with zero resistance. The king watches from below, annoyed. Seeing how useless his grunts are, he personally flies straight at Jiang Si. The two of them clash in mid-air, perfectly matched. The king actually yells out that this is getting interesting. They collide again, creating a massive explosion that expands in every direction. Tu Lang and Lam Kai are nearby, trying to shield themselves. Holy crap, the shockwave reached all the way over here. Far from the island battlefield, a fleet of small aircraft observes as a voice comes over the comms. If they don't finish this soon, they'll take the whole world with them. Earth is no longer a suitable home for these two. We need to get to that island immediately. Dr. Jie Ming and his powerful subordinates are all shouting orders. What are you doing in that plane? Get down there and kill him for me. Go, go, go. The human army is on the island. You want to go to jail? The ancient guy spins around in a panic, looking at Dr. Jie Ming. What? The doctor screams, fall back now. Meanwhile, team leader Gang Da is in full combat mode, busy taking out the trash. And the doctor's crew? They're frantically burning all their research files before their ride shows up on the island. The ancient dude sees the plane, snatches up the last of the papers, and makes a mad dash for it. You're here, damn it. Aren't you supposed to be stopping that Jiang Si machine? Dr. Jie Ming yells at the pilot to get in the air. He's getting real impatient now, screaming, what are you doing? I told you to take off. They all look outside to see Lan Chi literally holding the plane down. She looks way stronger now, with glowing red eyes and white marks on her face. The whole crew is completely terrified. Weren't you people on the front lines? How did you get here? She gives the plane a little nudge, and poof, the whole thing explodes with the bad guys inside. And just like that, the sun is shining again. Dr. Jie Ming and his cronies are all tied up, forced to watch their shredded research papers rain down on them. Ziling grabs the ancient one by his collar. You're supposed to be an ancient. I saw that mecha and thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just a bald fake, huh? She presses him hard for answers. You did all of this. Now tell me, how do we end this fight? But he's terrified, playing dumb. What are you even talking about? I don't know anything. Meanwhile, the Jiang Si and Great King fight is still raging. So, I'll ask again, how does this end? The ancient guy gets lifted off his feet and finally gives up. It can't be stopped. An energy source that massive. No one can stop it. But Ziling isn't buying it, her grip tightening. You're lying, you have to have an escape plan. Now, Lan Chi steps in, looking suspiciously calm. Ziling, put him down. I have a way to make him talk. He gets tossed to the ground with a yelp. The old man panics as Lan Chi gets closer. What do you want? She just flicks her hand in his direction. His sleeve rips just a little. And suddenly, the ancient guy's eyes glow a creepy shade of blue. Ziling is shocked and looks at Lan Chi. You can do this too? She looks back and says, so can you, just not for very long. Dr. Jie Ming hears this from the sidelines, stunned. What? His lackey perfectly echoes his confusion right beside him. Lan Chi begins her interrogation. Is there any way to end this battle? The mind-controlled man has to answer truthfully. Yes, in that case over there is a nanomachine terminal. Press the button, and the nanomaterial that makes up Jiang Si will vanish. What he's talking about is a rectangular device with a big, shiny red button right on top. Without those nanomachines, Mecha Jiang Si will just fall apart. Ziling immediately opens the case and finds it. This is it, right? The hypnosis suddenly wears off, and he screams in horror. What? You people. But Lan Chi gives him a look that says, shut up. Ziling keeps messing with the device, saying, seriously, your research is kind of impressive. Back at the fight, Jiang Si and the Great King are locked in a tense stare-down, neither one making a move. And up above them, it looks like their underlings are still beating the crap out of each other. Jiang Si gives the king a death glare. Ziling slams the button, thinking, I never thought I was this strong. The Great King sees that look and for the first time feels a terrifying, overwhelming threat. So this is what that pressure feels like to everyone else. I get it now. Ziling then realizes the button did nothing. Why isn't it working? The ancient guy is equally shocked. What? Impossible. He can't exist without a physical vessel. The Great King prepares his next attack, muttering, so, we have an audience. Ziling and the Ancient One look at the monitor, their faces a perfect picture of shock. This can't be happening. He mashes the button again and again. My nanomachines are state-of-the-art. The Great King begins to transform for another attack, his body crackling as bolts of lightning erupt from him. It's all heading straight for Jiang Si. Ziling's jaw drops. Didn't you say he couldn't survive without his machine body? That weird green genetic code appears again, and this time it's changing, stretching out and moving on its own. Ni and the commentator are nearly blown away by the force, but Jiang Si is completely unfazed, staring back with wide, shocked eyes. Back in the shelter, everyone watching the monitor collectively forgot how to breathe. Rippling six-pack abs emerge as the smoke clears, revealing someone. Tu Lang and the Ancient One just stare, jaws on the floor. And there he is, the Great King, grinning like a maniac in his new fifth form, a full-on mecha version of Jiang Si. Sorry, but you're a little too close, audience. Ni and her cameraman finally snap out of it and just start screaming. The king smirks confidently. I can live without a vessel. Tu Lang's group jumps up, shouting in disbelief. He glances back, looking amused. This just makes Ni scream louder for a hero. Seriously, what kind of final boss did our ancestors even fight? As the smoke clears, his fifth form is revealed in all its glory. When faced with power beyond human comprehension, Where is humanity supposed to go from here? Tu Lang can't believe it. This is way too over the top. Even Jiang Si's minions are complaining. He grins, absolutely loving this. The king then taunts Jiang Si. My original body, why don't you join in? Niai is just about having a heart attack. My god. Jiang Si just stands there on high, watching silently. She and the cameraman are stuck in the middle, crying, why did we run into the crossfire? Save us. His minions stare down the great king, then with a massive roar, they all charge forward at once. He just laughs and bellows at them. Get lost. And with that one word, all the monsters just explode. They scream in agony for a split second, and then vanish without a trace, as if they never even existed. Niai's crew is just staring, mouths wide open, totally speechless. Poof. All of Jiang Si's monster minions are gone. He glances back at them with a smug, contemptuous grin. Xiao He, a Gu, and a Lang are sweating buckets. Oh no, he looks exactly like the Great King. Xiao He yells desperately, Great King, stop fighting. If you keep this up, there won't be any humans left. Jiang Si barely moves a muscle, shifting his stance on the rock. He stares right at the king and slowly raises his hand. The civilians brace themselves. He slowly brings a hand to his face, then looks up at the sky with this dark expression. Tu Lang is horrified, recognizing what he's doing. Jiang Si's hair moves, revealing wicked red stripes across his handsome face. Tu Lang and Lan Qi are completely stunned, their mouths just hanging open in awe. That dark expression combined with the red stripes, he looks impossibly cool and radiates pure power. The team leader and the minister just stare upwards, stunned. A massive, swirling red vortex now covers the entire sky. A flash of red light shoots down, right on Jiang Si. He begins to float upwards with the beam as the citizens scream. From space, one side of the Earth is being covered by a blood-red substance pouring down. It spreads until the entire planet turns from blue to a terrifying red. On the ground, the red tide drowns everyone below. It's blood. This is blood. From space, Earth and the sun are way too close. Red tendrils are now reaching for the sun. The people on the ground just look up and scream, the sun, the sun! The planet the Great King destroyed earlier is also turning red, linked by the same tendrils. One by one, all the planets in the system turn red, connected by these crimson streams. The ancient ones just stare, absolutely baffled. The Earth. The whole Earth is stained red. The minister and his team can only watch, completely frozen. The Great King, however, is loving it. Tu Lang and Lan Qi stare at Jiang Si. His hair has turned completely white. Niai's group is sweating, silent, barely daring to breathe. Jiang Si's new form, white hair and red markings, glares ahead. The king just laughs. I don't remember this. A tall, silver-haired figure now floats in the sky above all the desolate rubble. Jiang Si's form has changed. His hair is white, his body more defined, as he glares forward. But I have this form. The robot-looking guy on the sidelines is just frozen, jaw dropped. The cameraman, Huang Hun, collapses next to Ni-ai, whimpering. Monster. Tears well up in her eyes. She's speechless. The host next to her just begs, his voice trembling. Spare us. Please spare us. Jiang Si now has more patterns on his face, radiating an ice-cold, dangerous aura. The citizens below who witness this are completely shell-shocked, unable to even process what's happening. The Great King laughs. Explain a little. If you want me gone, at least give me a reason. Thunder cracks as Jiang Si finally speaks. After destroying humanity's Iron Age civilization, he researched it on his own. But the king cuts him off. I get it. As expected of my original self. With a wicked grin and a tattered coat, this guy actually thought he stood a chance. Meanwhile, Jiang Si's face was a thundercloud of pure, unadulterated, no, you can't. The big boss laughs and charges forward, but then he glances up, suddenly getting that classic oh crap feeling. Jiang Si just stands there, calmly raising one hand. The attacker freezes mid-charge, on high alert, screaming, what is this? And right on cue, a massive energy beam erupts from Jiang Si, heading straight for him. The Great King just smirked, totally unfazed. Then he started shrinking. Or maybe the world was just getting bigger? I can see the entire Earth in all its spherical glory. Suddenly, a flash of red power barrels towards the planet. Ziling and Lan Qi absolutely lose it, screaming their heads off like the world is ending. Which, to be fair, it might be. And there's Jiang Si, casually holding a tiny little Earth in his palm. All the people below are just staring, completely dazed by this insane display of power. What even is that? Somebody help! All they see is Jiang Si holding some tiny, round thing in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenches his fist and just crushes the mini-planet. The crowd below stares, jaws on the floor, before letting out a massive scream. The Great King's face goes dark, his eyes wide with shock. Just like that, the creepy, blood-red sky flashes back to a calm, peaceful blue. All the poor folks who just witnessed that are now collapsed on the ground, sweating buckets. What in the world just happened? Everyone's dizzy, their heads are spinning. Hey, look over there! It's the reporter and her cameraman passed out cold on the ground. And somehow, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Si is now holding the great king by the throat. Ziling just stares, sweating and completely baffled. Seriously, what did he just do? Lan Qi is stunned. But we're all perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Jiang Si lifts the guy into the air by his neck. The great king starts laughing, praising him like crazy. Amazing. All while Jiang Si is flying around, holding the guy's disembodied upper torso. The news crew and the reporter have wisely hit the deck, safely watching the drama unfold from the ground. Ziling can't believe his eyes, thinking he's seeing things. Did he just distort space itself? Lan Qi clutches his chest, completely freaking out. It felt like we were being crushed. The great king is still smiling somehow. You know, deep down I can feel it. You still kind of hate humanity, don't you? Jiang Si just glares at him. You did this on purpose. The villain actually looks a little offended now. That's right, I was perfectly happy inside your body. Why would you just give me to someone else? A bombshell of information for a very confused Ziling and Lan Qi. The great king continues his sob story. I was perfectly content in your body, you know. Never even thought about escaping. Xiao Xiao's jaw drops hearing this. He goes on. But the moment you handed me over to her crew, you should have known today was coming. He flashes back to scenes of her mowing down enemies with a massive machine gun. Thanks to your authorization, I helped these useless humans gain power nobody could even dream of. He's talking about how he powered up Ziling this whole time. From boosting Ziling to giving Lan Qi his own insane strength, he claims none of it happened without Jiang Si's permission. And with that, the great king starts to fade away, a grin plastered on his face. You know human nature. They'll bleed and kill each other for a taste of this power. He recalls the Ancient Ones and Jie Ming's men cheering like mad. This is your jealousy talking. That guy started laughing, totally ecstatic. It's a success. Jiang Si just listens as he continues. Without your permission, who could possibly control me? Meanwhile, some old dude is still stubbornly mashing a button. Why aren't the nanomachines working? The great king lays it all out, because I'm just a single gene inside your body. He was born from Jiang Si's own blood, his destiny already sealed from the start. The moment I was free, the first thing I did was my duty. The battle ends, leaving a city of ruins. No plants, no animals, not a single building left standing. This wasteland. You think I did this? Take a good look at this destroyed world. The great king throws his head back and laughs, ready to annihilate all of civilization. Jiang Si silently stares back at him. It was you. Deep down inside, a part of you still despises humanity. He squeezes tighter, but the villain just smiles. I'm just following orders. Ziling and Lan Qi are still frozen in the exact same pose, just watching this psychodrama unfold. The crowd below overhears this, and everyone just short-circuits. Oh my god, he's literally having a conversation with his own genes. Jiang Si has had enough. Are you finished yet? The great king just smirks back. Are you sure you want me to be? He keeps on talking, ignoring the hand crushing his throat. The camera pans out to a silent, peaceful-looking Earth, living up to its name as the Blue Marble. I slaughtered billions of people. More than half of humanity is just done. The villain continues his tempting speech. You went through all this trouble to save the world, but do you really think they'll be grateful? They'll fear you. Then they'll plot against you behind your back. Why not just finish the job properly and kill them all? Jiang Si's face darkens as he flatly refuses. The villain seems amused. So, besides turning the dead into zombies, what else can you possibly do? Jiang Si's expression turns terrifyingly serious. I can bring them all back to life. Hearing this, the great king's eyes light up with pure, manic excitement. And just like that, Jiang Si slices a long gash right down his own chest. He shoves his hand straight into his body, grabs his own heart, and pulls it out without a single flicker of emotion. Down below, everyone who sees this recoils in absolute horror. Jiang Si yanks his heart free from his body, and suddenly, it begins to glow. He holds it high, flying into the sky. Then he crushes his own heart in his hand, sending brilliant beams of light shooting out in every direction. That light explodes outwards, flying through space to cover the entire planet. It reaches every last corner of the Earth. Anyone who died here popped right back into existence, completely healed. The resurrected crowd just stared, jaws on the floor. Right in front of them, another guy was regenerating. We're talking human legs with a pure white skeleton for a torso. People immediately whipped out their phones, snapping pictures while watching this dude slowly rebuild his entire body. A green-haired girl appeared, perfectly fine, but looking around utterly bewildered. Ziling, Lanqi, and Dayi's group watched in disbelief. Each of those red shrouds was a person, and they were all coming back. Dai materialized again, still sitting in the same spot, and asked blankly, "Wait, weren't we all dead?" The whole resurrected squad just stared at each other, stunned and confused. And across the city, every other person who died was having the exact same thought. Tied up and defeated, Dr. Jie Ming's crew could only watch in horror. Is this even possible? Jiang Si, full of swagger, just had to taunt him. So, how about that? The great king finally snapped out of his own daze. He let out that same old smile, but this time it felt warm. With one last look of satisfaction, he vanished for good. Okay, I'm impressed. Ziling was still trying to process everything that had just happened so ridiculously fast. Jiang Si held the great king's gene in his hand, thinking, "You can rest easy now." And then he vanished too, ending the battle once and for all. Suddenly, the minister and the team leader appeared beside Ziling. "Ziling, we've got Dr. Jie Ming under control." She quickly passed the controller to the team leader. "You watch them. We're heading to the front lines to see what's going on." The two of them immediately blasted off in a rush. Elsewhere, Jiang Si was staring at the gene in his hand, lost in thought. Just like that, he clenched his fist. He always assumed the robot Jiang Si was some grand scheme, but the truth? It was just a piece of his own hatred for humanity. Jiang Si had created his very own copy. He remembered the clone's smile and his words. The gene was right. The one who wanted to destroy humanity was, in the end, himself. Not wanting to be alone anymore, he pulled a red, heart-like object from thin air and held it high for the heavens to see. Jiang Si activated his never-before-seen sixth form, intending to save every single living creature on Earth. He crushed it, and in doing so, crushed his own heart. In a flash, he rocketed into the sky and disappeared. That shard of hatred for humanity within his heart, along with the gene itself, vanished, completing his own salvation. 2 hours later, a pair of light streaks flew toward the battlefield. Ziling and Lanqi appeared, slowly descending to the ground. Both of them stared ahead, their eyes wide with shock, completely unable to say a word. In front of them stood a bald, silhouetted figure. They ran towards him together. "Hey, why is he just standing there, not moving? That was seriously terrifying a minute ago. Was this that skeleton version of Jiang Si? Oh no, is he actually dead?" He didn't respond, just stood there completely still. They crept closer. Ziling asked, "Are you okay?" Lanqi just had to ask, "I'm just wondering, without a heart, are you going to turn into a normal zombie?" Jiang Si returned to normal, smiling cheerfully. "Nope, a new one will just form," he said, gesturing to his chest. She was so over it. All that worry was a complete waste. She wanted to strangle him, but then again, she knew she'd lose the fight. They both shouted in frustration, "Can't you just finish a battle in one go for once? How is our president supposed to defend you like this?" Jiang Si huddled in a corner, muttering, "I forgot." Then, he noticed his hand. "What is that?" From behind, Ziling guessed, "Nanomachines?" Tiny black particles dotted his hand, and they seemed to really like him. He just smiled and closed his fist around them. Who knows, maybe something interesting will happen with these later. And so, time passed. After that absolutely brutal battle, the city and its buildings seemed to have been rebuilt anew. The world was finally peaceful, just like everyone had always dreamed. And so, the world welcomed a brief period of peace. But with Jiang Si's secret out, what was next for humanity? A bunch of Jiang Si's followers appeared, carrying something together and chanting. They marched forward and planted a pole in the ground. A Jew appeared, suspended between two poles, crying his eyes out. Looks like he was still dangling from the top of a skyscraper. The scene shifts to the president of country A sitting on a plane. Ziling stood before him. "Mr. President, you called for us?" He was reading a newspaper article about Jiang Si and asked without looking up, "Where is Jiang Si now?" She admitted she didn't know his whereabouts. He hadn't shown up for work since the incident. The president put the paper aside. "The way things have developed, society now has a massive problem." Their plane continued through the sky, the atmosphere inside heavy and serious. Elsewhere, Dr. Jie Ming's group was being transported to prison. The president thought to himself, society is about to be split right down the middle. The scene cuts to a massive skyscraper. Dr. Jie Ming's door swings open. "Dr. Jie Ming, you have to see this, and what a sight it is." The streets are an absolute madhouse, packed with people holding signs and screaming their heads off. They're all chanting protest slogans. "Dr. Jie Ming is the savior of humanity. Dr. Jie Ming is innocent." The whole mob is roaring, demanding freedom for humanity's hope. One of Jie Ming's men peeks out, thinking, "So the bad guys are good now, and the good guys are bad?" Jie Ming, just sitting in his car, flashes a grin at the chaos as his subordinate continues. "Dr. Jie Ming, you've basically become a religion to them, And with that, the scene cuts to a dark underground pipe. See, while the robot version of Jiang Si saved the world, humanity isn't exactly grateful to the real one. They're terrified of him. You've got monks on their knees, praying and burning incense like it's the end of the world. A dark wave of fear is sweeping across society. Even people who never pray are suddenly putting their hands together. They're furious but too scared to speak up. Meanwhile, another group is literally building statues to Jiang Si, worshipping his raw power. They claim he's the final stage of human evolution, a literal god. This, they believe, is humanity's ultimate destiny. The scene cuts back to the pipeline, just as the good guys start worshipping the bad guy. And the bad guys worship the good guy. A society this messed up is heading straight for a massive breakdown. While the outside world descends into unsolvable chaos, we find Jiang Si in his pajamas, sprawled on the floor, casually playing video games. On the TV is some kind of fighting game, with the title Debt Database. Jiang Si is totally in the zone, mashing buttons. Just then, Xiaohei walks in to report on the situation. My king, human society is acting a little strange right now. Jiang Si looks up, totally lost, before breaking into a smile. Oh, Xiaohei, you're here. What's up? Xiaohei just points outside. There are a couple of jerks here to see you. The camera then pans over to the living room. These so-called jerks are A Zhao and A Gui, two zombies from Country B. They're sitting there, nervously sipping water. After changing his clothes, Jiang Si casually strolls out. So, who was looking for me? They both practically jump out of their skin. Oh, it's you guys. I remember you. What can I do for you? A Gui and a Zhao just exchange a worried look, and then they both drop to their knees, pleading, Great King, we seek your protection. In space, a transparent vessel appears, followed by a news broadcast. At 2:20 p.m., the joint government of countries A and B passed the Jiang Si Management Act. According to the government, the entire moon will be transformed into a nanometal structure designed to be his personal prison. A team of astronauts is already on the lunar surface, busy assembling the massive facility. The announcement states the extremely dangerous individual, Jiang Si, will be imprisoned for life to ensure the survival of human civilization. Oh, the irony. A triangular logo with a volcano symbol and the word SABE flashes on a red background. On the moon, a small floating sphere appears, operated by SABE. This SABE is a special enforcement bureau created by the two countries just for this bill. The scene then cuts back to a peaceful city on Earth. Suddenly, the sky is filled with fighter jets as soldiers begin climbing into tanks. A whole column of tanks rolls forward in a perfectly straight, intimidating line. With jets above and tanks below, the military advance is a huge show of force. A Gui watches from a rooftop with binoculars. Great, the army surrounding us just got bigger. Are they seriously bringing in the entire world's elite forces for this? A Zhao's hands ignite with flames, his anger fueled by humanity's fear. It seems all the conscious zombies in the world have flocked to City H. Good thing we were smart enough to seek refuge with the king. Suddenly, a meat skewer appears, using his fire as a personal grill. Turns out, some random kid is just sitting next to them, casually cooking skewers on the roof. An awkward silence fills the air. In the background, a guy named Ata is just hanging laundry. A Zhao speaks up. You're right. And with the price of real estate in City H, we couldn't even afford this rooftop. If we let Big Sis sleep in a sewer like those vampires, it would be way too embarrassing. Right on cue, we see their big sister chilling in a nearby hammock, sipping a Coca-Cola. She shakes the can. Humans are terrified of Jiang Si's power, but they don't have the guts to fight him directly, so they just take it out on regular zombies instead. Our choice to come here was definitely the right one. Suddenly, a Gui shouts through his binoculars, Big Sis, we've got a problem. Through the lens, he sees a line of angry humans glaring at them. He thinks, oh crap, the humans are actually making their move. They're screaming with pure conviction, the law is now in effect. Jiang Si must be brought to justice today. Big Sister looks on, shocked. For real? Are these people idiots? Are they actually trying to get the entire human race completely wiped out? On some random rooftop, Ziling appears, looking ready to pounce. And just like that, poof, she's a blur, gone in a flash. She zips up the skyscraper, zigzagging like a bolt of lightning while some minister below yells for the show to begin. Her purple eyes flash with pure confidence as a beam of light rockets into the sky. And look who shows up. A Mao, the Yao twin sisters, and their squad leader Jiang Dai have arrived. A Lang leaps down from on high. As Ziling streaks across the city, her eyes suddenly go wide in shock. Something comes flying right at Ziling, but she dodges it with ease. Turns out it's Xiao Xiao, rocking a massive gun with a huge explosion for a backdrop. Her eyes glow red as she cackles, feeding another ammo belt into her weapon. A storm of bullets flies right at Ziling, forcing her to run for cover. Chairman Ziling, You brought quite the party with you, making such a scene. How about you and I have a little fight? Ziling glances back, finally getting a good look at her over-the-top attacker. Xiao Xiao, and behind her, a chain of massive explosions just keeps on going. Keep dodging, Ziling. Let me remind you all who actually saved this world. Ziling leaps forward, getting right in Xiao Xiao's face. The two of them immediately clash in a seriously brutal fight. But Xiao Xiao slips up and takes a solid hit to the chest. She quickly retreats, landing on the ground to make some space while Ziling tracks her every move. She then starts transforming into her power form, her voice a clear warning. Xiao Xiao. The survival of civilization is on the line. I don't have time to mess around with you here. Xiao Xiao ignores her own arm twisting out of shape when, suddenly, two figures dive out of the sky, yelling. She whips around just in time to see a massive crash slam onto the rooftop. And just like that, Xiao Xiao is pinned to the ground, gritting her teeth in total frustration. She glances behind her and figures it out. It's the huge, brawny Agudu who just dropped from the sky to take her down. He's one of Jiang Si's men. She freezes for a second, then turns her head and looks up. A whole squad of people who want to capture Jiang Si have her completely surrounded. Don't move. We'd rather not have any unnecessary casualties. Back on the rooftop where Agu landed, the area has cleared out, with only a few people left. Agan is on the roof, holding a captured and tied up A Mao, while the Yao sisters report that they've taken down Jiang Si's boss-level zombie underling. Elsewhere, Lan Qi has captured A Lang Ni Chong, reporting that Phase 1 of the combat mission is complete. A Mao sees all this and flips out. You people, you betrayed the Great King again! Then Xiao He shows up, coolly adjusting his collar. Right now, this world is dealing with border wars every single day. Siding with the humans and leader Jiang Dai to enforce this new law is the only way to achieve the Great King's vision. The scene cuts to a TV screen flashing the word defeat. And there's Jiang Si, totally bummed that he lost his game. Yeah, he's just chillin', eating chips, and drinking Coke while playing video games. So how did things get this out of hand? Maybe I should just delete the save file and start over. Flashback to a few months ago, to a meeting between Jiang Si's crew, Ziling, and Xiao Xiao. This was about the Jiang Si management bill, months before it was put into action. Alright, does everyone remember the plan? Let me run through this one more time. Ziling takes charge, laying out the details. When I storm the central city building, a Lang, you appear on my left. A Mao, you pop up on my right. And over on the side, Xiao Xiao is seriously studying an actual script. Just as I'm about to reach the main building, Xiao Xiao, you'll come out and try to stop me. Then you'll get taken down by Xiao Hei's crew, and you have lines, so don't mess them up. She sits there practicing, sweating absolute bullets. The other team, Lan Qi and leader Jiang Dai, are standing by. Ziling gets on the comms, ordering a test on Jiang Si's prison. Form 1, standard attack. And out of nowhere, Jiang Si himself appears, winding up for a massive punch. He gets a dead serious look on his face and pulls back. Bam! Jiang Si's fist connects, and whatever he hit completely shatters. Ziling hears the massive boom and whips around in shock, just as a powerful force blasts through the room, sending everyone flying. Ziling gets thrown across the room, coughing hard. She pushes herself up, desperately trying to see what just happened. It was Jiang Si. He'd blown away an entire wall of the base with a single punch. Ziling and Lan Qi stare in absolute horror. The camera pulls back all the way to space, revealing a massive trench carved straight across the planet's surface. Jiang Si, meanwhile, is totally pleased with himself. That punch felt pretty good. Looks like you guys finally mastered that ancient nanometal tech. He looks confidently at some test rocks out on the water, saying, using a material this tough to restrain me will definitely erase humanity's fear of me. The minister and Xiao Xiao just watch, looking so unbelievably done with this situation. Ziling absolutely loses it, slamming her hand down. You're delusional. There's no way that could ever restrain you. The minister just chimes in. Forget erasing fear. If a video of that got out, it would just cause an even bigger crisis. But Jiang Si sees no problem, his confidence leaving Ziling speechless. No problem. We just need to build the walls 1,000 kilometers thick. The moon? Oh yeah. Its surface area is just about perfect for this. She just tunes him out, announcing that her crew will help change humanity's mind about zombies. At some point, Jiang Si's minion struck a dramatic six-pointed star pose. And just like that, it's showtime. The Jiang Si Management Act is a go. Ziling reports live for the Special Bureau, and everything is proceeding smoothly. The capture device arrives by plane, hovering ominously. Everyone at home is glued to their TV screens, absolutely floored. This isn't just any old trap, it's the special Type A Jiang Si containment unit. This high-tech masterpiece, born from human and ancient civilizations, was waiting patiently in the sky. Some poor guy stares blankly at the chaos on TV. Meanwhile, Xiao He and the boys are snapping selfies while capturing dissenters. This containment unit is battle-tested, they say, completely indestructible, or so they claim. This act is the first step toward peace between humans and zombies. And Jiang Si? He's at home watching his crew's selfie tour on the news. He finds it pretty amusing, actually. He never knew Xiao Hei's crew had such a flair for the dramatic. Then again, their acting looks a little too real. And back at his place, some books just appeared on the floor. The titles? Jiang Si's Guide to the Attention Economy. To save humanity, he must debut as an idol. He opens a black box. As soon as he's captured, the next phase of his image makeover plan can begin. Jiang Si slams the box shut. Everything is absolutely perfect. He's all ready to go. Cheng Zhuang is even cheerfully packing her bags with all the essentials for her little trip to prison. Up on the plane, the so-called human heroes are laughing. The people of Country A are such cowards. Our tech is unbeatable. The guy just laughs, completely wrapped up in his own ignorant worldview. Jiang Si is totally isolated, so coexistence is a joke, right? Oh, how naive. The idiots from Country B have absolutely no idea what is about to happen to them. The plane flies on, with a Jew still tied to the top, witnessing everything. He's crying his eyes out, worried he'll turn into human jerky. When will the king finally let me down? He stops crying and freezes. A missile is heading straight for him. Better to eliminate this so-called threat while they can. It screams toward a Jew, packing some seriously lethal power. The missile slams into a skyscraper, punching a hole clean through from one side to the other. The shockwave snaps a Jew's ropes. He's free. For a glorious second, he's overjoyed, until he realizes the problem. He's just hanging in midair, frantically kicking his feet. Sorry, I didn't mean to escape. The earth exploded. A Jew turns, confused, and sees Xiao He in front of the press. Please rest assured, we zombies will stand with humanity. We will capture our king and bring Jiang Si to justice. A Jew is absolutely furious. You're betraying the great king? Suddenly, Ziling's voice cuts in. Who gave you permission to open fire? I said no shooting. You guys from Country B must have sausage for brains. The girl tied up next to her whispers a reminder. Hey, we're on a live stream. Ziling's entire demeanor changes in a flash. What I meant to say is, our two nations are friends. The scene cuts to some rocks rolling near someone's feet. And there's Jiang Si watching this whole train wreck on a screen in some deserted place, completely silent. He casually catches the massive shell fired by the Country B team. Looks like Ziling is having a tough time. He cracks open a soda. Jiang Si was never our enemy, she says. Our use of force is only to demonstrate our resolve to protect human civilization. Jiang Si is pleased. Just a minor, unexpected incident. It won't affect the smooth execution of his plan. Ziling is still on TV. We are confident that this situation will ultimately be resolved peacefully. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area. A Jew charges in, saw in hand, ready to get revenge for his master. Jiang Si crushes his soda can, spraying it all over his face, and the sky just lights up with explosions. The human heroes land as Ziling instructed. This attack is just as she predicted. A Jew stands there, watching them. A second later, he sends another soldier flying. That poor guy looks absolutely demolished. A Gu, carrying someone, asks, Is a Jew fighting for real? Did the great king give him some special orders or something? Xiao He carefully replies, Don't act rashly. The king must have a deep, profound reason for doing this. Jiang Si flinches, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh crap, a Jew was tied up there for so long, I forgot to tell him about the plan. A Jew is fuming as he gets ready. We swore to lead the zombies to prosperity. Why would you betray our king? He grabs a huge iron bar, ripping it loose. It's because of these humans. Then he fires up his saw to make a few adjustments. All right, if that's how they want to play. This hunk of iron, it's now a chain. And his plan is simple. Kill every last one of them. Xiao Hei's crew immediately starts to panic. Oh crap, a coup is going for broke. Somebody stop him, now. And just like that, the real explosions begin. The base of the building erupts, and even the planes in the sky have no chance of escaping. The sky just keeps blowing up. Anywhere there's a person, boom, a massive explosion. The jets are basically just sitting ducks up there. The pilots are absolutely losing their minds, screaming as the plane carrying the entire prison starts to plummet from the sky. One pilot is so panicked, he's literally hanging out the door. Then Jiang Si swoops in, catching the prison with raw power. And then he turns with glowing red eyes and a truly terrifying grin. Meanwhile, ACU is just standing there when something smacks him right on the head. Then, a massive explosion just erupts. The blast sends everything, flying tanks, guards, you name it. Lan Chi just throws up an arm to brace for the impact. Ziling can only stare in absolute shock. There, in the middle of all the wreckage, stands Jiang Si, He's back in his second evolution form. The soldiers are shaking in their boots, aiming their guns right at him. But Jiang Si? He just smirks, daring them. Well, what are you waiting for? His expression is pure mockery. Come on, arrest me. And then, a little while later, Jiang Si is getting his mugshot taken. Plan to capture Jiang Si? Successful! Then the scene shifts to the Sabi Special Forces headquarters, giving us a wide shot of a rocket pad. Yep, they're about to launch this thing to the moon as a voice chimes in. Date: X month X, year 201. Time: 10 to 10. On the launch platform, this is a day that will go down in human history. Of course, a massive crowd of reporters is swarming the place, desperate for a scoop. A reporter yells out, "Can Jiang Si truly be trusted to follow the law?" In response, Xiaohei stands above them all, arms wide, and declares, "We stand firmly on the side of humanity. The law itself will become the cage that binds Jiang Si, and the right to watch over him belongs to every single soul on this planet. Peace and stability, that's the shared dream of both humans and zombies." And with that mic drop, he turns his back and heads inside. Agu holds the door for him, a perfect assist, as reporters shout from behind, "Hey, wait, don't go, I have more questions." But inside, Jiang Si is just staring at the rocket system as his crew Xiaohei, Agu, and Akam make their grand, super cool entrance. And 1 second later, that whole cool guy act vanishes. They're all sweating bullets, looking totally busted. They get real serious. "Great King, please spare us. We had to put on a show for the crowd outside. We didn't mean to be disrespectful." Jiang Si just turns around, casually snaps his handcuffs, and smiles. "No worries, no worries. So, how was my performance this time? Didn't I seem super weak and friendly?" Just then, Xiao Xiao pops up, holding up a screen with a deadpan expression. "Oh yeah, super weak. And on that screen, total devastation. Smoke, rubble everywhere, and a massive crater cracked right through the middle of it all. As the smoke in the video clears, a pile of rocks seems to speak, its voice echoing, 'What are you even doing out there? Make your move.' Then, Jiang Si, in his second form, kicks Aku hard with a wicked laugh. 'What? Cat got your tongue?' Ziling and the guards who saw it were scrambling to get away. Xiao Xiao holds the video right up to his face, completely expressionless. 'You were just so friendly. We're all so lucky. Lucky that you didn't just wipe us all out. Seriously.' After seeing this, she says, 'How many people do you think will actually believe you were captured?' Jiang Si starts sweating buckets, forcing a laugh. 'Whoops. Just a minor incident, probably not a big deal, right?' That's when Ziling steps forward, her tone suddenly serious. 'We all know exactly how powerful you are. The sheer sense of pressure you put on humanity. It's simply too much. This whole charade was staged to help people regain their hope, to make them believe that they actually have some way of controlling you. The launch pad is ready. Everything is set to go without a hitch. So, step 1 is officially complete. The next stage will be on the moon.' She glances over at the rocket. 'All personnel for the next phase of the plan are already in position. We're using the moon prison as the set for a massive live-action zombie reality show. We're going to broadcast your life to the entire world.' Xiaohei holds up a tablet displaying Operation, Build the Jiang Si Fan Club, and smirks with total confidence. 'Don't you worry, Great King. We've already mobilized all of our followers to be your official cheer squad. This guy's thought of everything. I've put together the most powerful PR team in history. I guarantee you won't have a single anti-fan.' But Jiang Si isn't buying it. 'No way. That's impossible. There's no way to exist in human society without getting haters.' Xiaohei just smirks. 'Don't you worry about that. I've got my own methods.' And cut 2. Some random citizen already talking trash about him on the street, not to mention the shadowy figure stalking his every move. 'My team is professional,' Xiaohei insists, as Agu grumbles behind him. 'Xiaohei, dial back that I'm gonna murder someone, look on your face.' Meanwhile, Ziling coolly tucks her hair back. 'And as your guard, I'll be going into the prison with you.' The other 2 guys are completely stunned, blushing like crazy. But Jiang Si just laughs. 'Welcome aboard, I'll be in your care then.' They shake on it, a happy new partnership. But of course, the real fear always comes from the unknown. 'Once they get to know you,' she says, 'they'll see you're just like us.' But suddenly, she stumbles, dizzy, unable to even finish her sentence. He then effortlessly lifts the girl, kneels down like a total boss, and grabs his suitcase. Without a word, Jiang Si rockets into the sky, and from that missile silo, something bright follows him, soaring straight into space without any resistance. Just as Ziling finally manages to get a normal sentence out, a huge impact craters the surface of the moon. Something has arrived. Ziling's jaw drops in absolute horror, and then she promptly faceplants right into the lunar soil. Jiang Si, on the other hand, lands perfectly with all his personal belongings intact. 'We're here,' he says, taking in the view. Wow. It's been a long time since the Great Annihilation civilization saw a spectacle like this. Talk about nostalgic. Before him lies a network of incredibly advanced and sharp tech. Jiang Si glances to his side. Ziling is glaring at him, hand outstretched in a gesture that's part challenge, part get over here right now. Seeing this, he slowly walks toward her. Right, he remembers sound doesn't travel in a vacuum. She grabs his head, staring straight into his eyes, their faces inches apart. Ziling clutches his shirt, screaming in fury, and then just yanks him down onto the moon. Are you completely insane? Are you trying to get me killed? Don't we have a perfectly good spaceship to land on the moon? Jiang Si asks, sweating and scratching his head in confusion. Isn't this way much more convenient? If you don't like it, I can just take you back. Ziling just stares at him, wide-eyed and horrified, her hands on her face. She throws a full-blown tantrum, stomping her feet and yelling, "Don't bother, you might as well just kill me right here and now." Suddenly, Jiang Si notices something up ahead. Ziling follows his gaze and says, "They're almost here." He curiously asks, "Who?" "Your roommates," Ziling says calmly, as a rocket plane hybrid comes screaming towards them. "Don't worry," she adds, "they're your roommates." The craft itself is sealed tight without a single gap, looking super friendly, of course. Inside the rocket, a bunch of stone-faced individuals in full combat gear are glaring out. Yep, every single one of them looks like a real easygoing, talented bunch. An announcement echoes inside the ship. Jiang Si has entered the moon prison, activating all prison defense systems. Imprisonment complete. Repeating, imprisonment of Jiang Si is complete. Just then, the president of country A and the prime minister of country B walk in, as laughter echoes from a cage-like device. An ancient being trapped inside is sneering at them. "You people don't actually think you can hold him just because you learned to use my nanometal, do you? Are your brains filled with water?" The president of country A stops, silently staring him down. The ancient, completely unafraid, just keeps running his mouth with unrepentant glee. 9 minutes and 17 seconds, he sing-songs. 1,000 kilometers of nanometal will only hold him for that long. And that's based on his power when he destroyed my civilization. He's only gotten stronger since then. The president finally speaks. "We don't intend to control Jiang Si." He glances at the ancient, revealing the kicker. The moon prison plan was his own idea. The ancient being freezes, his expression shifting as he falls silent. The president turns away, continuing, "We only use this plan to verify our mastery of ancient technology. And as it turns out, whether it's space travel or planetary terraforming, none of it is difficult for us anymore." The prime minister of country B hands something to the Ye family's twin sisters. "If Jiang Si ever loses control, this moon prison will buy us just enough time to get to the starships." He laughs, slamming his foot on a table and shouting, "Because I never want to see that bastard king's face again in this lifetime." The prime minister looks up at Jiang Si's cheerful, smiling face on the massive screen. "We're taking the flame of humanity into the sea of stars, saying a final farewell to that monster." Hearing this, the ancient being erupts in joyful laughter. "So they're just running away. But why didn't you people ever consider that we also had the technology for interstellar migration? Why didn't we run instead of waiting for extinction?" The two Ye sisters shoot him an annoyed glare. The ancient seriously recalls asking his mother as a child, "Mom, what are all the adults doing?" Back then, his mother picked him up, smiled, and explained, "We'll be able to find a new home very soon. We'll finally be able to leave this godforsaken place." Back in the present, aboard the fleet, an announcement rings out again. The fleet has left the solar system, entering the border of the Milky Way. Distance from Milky Way increasing, entering hyperspace travel. The scientists burst into tears of joy, hugging each other. "It's so good! We can finally leave that terrible place. We don't have to see that monster anymore." And then, suddenly an explosion rips through one of the ships. The third fleet hits something, an unknown energy field, and the escape pods are instantly obliterated as their hulls just peel away. The crew can only watch in horror. "What was that? What just happened? Somebody, please explain." And right in front of them, a brand new planet starts assembling itself out of giant rectangular blocks. "Captain, you need to see this. What is that thing?" Explosions echo through space. "Report, the third fleet has been completely annihilated." Inside, they're freaking out. What in the world are these giant crystal-like objects? Its force field is so massive it covers the entire solar system, and yeah, this definitely wasn't made by nature. The warships just keep popping one after another, caught in the unknown field, their shields useless. The third fleet is gone. The explosions chain react, growing and spreading. Even ships that weren't hit get caught in the blast wave and go up in flames. "Confirmed. Fourth Fleet, you're on navigation duty now." Meanwhile, the crew on the last ship gets roasted alive, screaming, "Ignore it. Keep pushing. We can definitely break through." And with those famous last words, the final warship blows up. When that happens, we'll detonate Earth to completely wipe out Jiang 2 and avenge the fallen. Solid plan, guys. Report. Anomaly detected in the sector ahead. The scene cuts to a well-dressed man with long, flowing hair. A bunch of researchers see him and their jaws hit the floor. It's him! Confirmed. That's the person floating out there. Yep, it's a person, all dressed in black. It's hard to make out more than a silhouette standing before that brand new planet. Miss Dew stares in total shock, while the ancient being's eyes widen as he analyzes the situation. In a flash, we lost the entire fleet. Then, Ground Command picks up one final transmission. It's from that creature again. All he says is, patrol around Heaven's prison is complete. Jiang 2's current changes are not related to a breakthrough. Then, these weird white tendrils appear out of nowhere. I've successfully erased the emergent stain. The surviving crews are still alive, but they look like something has drained all the color right out of them. The scene shifts to a city, just in time for a massive explosion to rock a skyscraper. Debris rains down on the streets below. Ni-ai and Diep bow respectfully. We greet you, Lord Divine Envoy. The guy they're bowing to, he's just chilling with his feet up. Varro appears, smiling as he stares ahead. Ni-ai is sweating buckets as she delivers her report. We unexpectedly discovered a surviving compatriot here. She lived with Jiang 2 for thousands of years and knows his current state best. Diep calls out to the Taishan god, who steps forward. Yes, and we cut to the Demon Queen, who's struggling against some kind of attack. She grinds her teeth in annoyance. A compatriot to you, lunatics? I don't think so. I don't have time to play crazy with you people. The Demon Queen powerfully shatters the massive rocks holding her and gets to her feet. A low-level species. The Demon Queen looks down and realizes she's standing in a pool of blood and human bones. Varro speaks from afar. Perhaps you've truly been away from civilization for too long. Some things require me to help you remember. He smirks, resting his hand on his forehead. Varro sits there radiating power, with the Demon Queen standing a long way opposite him. She grimaces and spits out a mouthful of blood. The Demon Queen struggles to her feet. For example, Varro is suddenly standing right in front of her. The behavior of a weakling like you. He uses his power, creating a thick fog around them. Submit to the god's representative, to the civilization of the god's era. I am here! Scene change to the campus of the Abnormal Human Academy as something flashes across the sky. Varro and the Demon Queen slowly descend to the ground. As they land, a voice rings out, Lord Divine Envoy, this is the Abnormal Human Academy. Diep introduces the location from behind them. Our compatriot said this was the place. The Demon Queen's hands are bound as he magically lifts her into the air. Weren't you looking for information on Jiang 2? She says flatly, the information is right in front of you. Go get it. She looks up. But they are very strong, the supreme power of this era. I advise you to be careful. Plan this out. Varro glares, furious. Shut your mouth. You weakling don't even know where your own host is. You don't get to teach me anything. A streak of blue light zips into the room, and super thin threads materialize in the air, creating a net-like trap. Team leader Kwang Dai appears, unleashing a series of masterful and incredibly powerful slashes. Slices of meat fall from midair, landing as two beautiful plates of salmon sashimi. Inside the academy, it seems everyone is celebrating. Balloons pop, revealing a banner that reads, Congratulations, Jiang 2, on leaving Earth. The team leader joyfully skips along, holding the 2 plates of fresh sashimi. Sashimi's here, top-grade sashimi, and lots of it, enough for everyone to eat their fill. Someone comments, he may be a Jiang Si, but he helped us deal with the unbeatable Doctor Jie Ming. And he helps keep the tides back, so our city doesn't even need high walls. Jiang 2 helped us so much, and we're just going to celebrate him going to prison? How messed up is that? The guy across from him, holding a kebab, says, obviously we know Jiang 2 isn't evil. Then he spreads his arms, getting all philosophical. The problem is, with Jiang 2 off Earth, I feel insanely relaxed. I think my chronic anxiety is finally clearing up. Even just thinking about him is enough to give me nightmares. The other guy stares down at his skewer, lost in thought. Well, at this point, we can only hope the president's plan actually works. The man in the red hat looks up into the mist. He suddenly jolts, spinning around and searching the area. He cocks his gun, getting ready. Who's sneaking around? Show yourself. But Varro, looking absolutely terrifying, appears and gently touches the gun, and poof, it explodes. Varro flashes a grin. So, this is the Academy for Abnormal Humans? Humanity's strongest fighting force, huh? He looks them over, deciding they're too weak to even be called stains. The girl on the ground struggles to stand. Damn it. When did he get here? All of a sudden, the squad leader lunges from behind with a massive punch, but Varro just smirks and turns. Varro blocks the attack effortlessly and sends it right back. The squad leader freaks out, muttering, "No way, is this a fake?" He just glares and another guy explodes into pieces. Bodies and blood now cover the ground. The squad leader stares in shock as blood wells up from the floor. The red liquid spreads, getting darker and darker. The scene is the same, but now the entire floor is slick with something that looks like blood. Those balloons over there are catching fire, suddenly morphing into a horde of floating, flaming skulls. And there he is. Red Hat Guy is taking off his cap, yelling, "Hey, you boring clown, don't you dare underestimate humans." Nano Ironheart Type 1. He's starting to transform, and something new is taking shape. He's getting buffer, his muscles expanding like crazy, his body warps, he throws his arm up, and suddenly it turns into a giant blackbird's leg. Vero just smirks, clearly enjoying the show. His Nano Ironheart Type 1 transformation is now complete. The tough squad leader stares in awe at the ancient nano-alloy technology. "Chairman Steelbone, you planning to lie there all day?" The other leader groans, "I don't need your concern." Suddenly, a massive sphinx-like hand descends upon them. The nosy squad leader is engulfed in a cloud of dust. When it clears, a giant monster appears, also a Nano Ironheart Type 1. "Let's go. Time to test out this new nano-alloy body." He roars in anger. "The two of you stole the nano-alloy. Couldn't you have invited me?" The tiger beast shoots laser beams in every direction. From a distance, Red Hat Guy takes aim, ready to fire his own beam of light. Beside him, the other transformed squad leader is also powered up, just waiting for the command. They both fire, their beams combining into one massive blast. Vero just raises a hand and casually stops it. 1,000 years, and you people are still the same. He flashes a wicked grin, looking down on them. Vero then points a single finger right at his enemies. Out of nowhere, a giant hand appears, grabbing the tiger. The squad leader is held tight, forced back into his human form. Varo flicks his wrist, deflecting their power. Red Hat Guy is no match either. He gets blown away, transforming back into a human. The whole area falls completely silent. The guy in the red hat is on his knees, totally exhausted. He looks up to hear Vero say, 1,000 years ago, you needed a spaceship for an attack like that. I guess you've made some progress." Deep Diep stands nearby, watching and reporting everything. "Lord Emissary, they are not the same ancient civilization fleet that you destroyed back then. The current civilization focuses on individual combat power, as we reported." Varo seems bored. "Oh, is that right? Doesn't matter. It's totally normal for stains breeding in this cage to be annihilated by Jang 2 at any moment." The tough squad leader finally finds his voice. "Who the hell are you? Jang 2, you know him." Vero spreads his arms with a theatrical smile. "Know him? You could say that. I'm the one who exiled him, the one who sealed him away. And now I've returned from the Sea of Stars to finish off that demon for good and wipe out disgusting stains like you while I'm at it." Deep Diep gasps, pointing frantically. "Lord Vero, the one behind you, got away." Vero's eyes widen. "Wait, is someone missing?" Red Hat Guy is gone. One of them actually escaped to call for backup. He had to report what was happening here. Varo holds out his hand. "Useless." A voice echoes from nowhere. "They may have escaped my hand, but they cannot escape their doom. You pathetic creatures may call me." Just then, a giant hand from an ancient god civilization appears. Vero turns back, squeezing his eyes shut. As he points his finger, boom, another person explodes. Something huge and horrifying falls to the ground with a sickening thud. As the blood on the floor fades away, Vero approaches the Demon King, a low-level species. Didn't she say this academy had intel on Jiang Si? Yes, and if you find it, I'll conveniently forget that your little attack on the academy was a warning shot to humanity. She seethed internally. Useless. She knew this bunch was worthless, but she never imagined they'd be this pathetic. The team leaders knocked out cold on the floor. And here she was, planning to use the chaos to make a run for it. Well, this bunch of losers couldn't even last a single round, and their leader is out cold. Looks like this requires some actual long-term planning. Diep's face lit up as she shouted with glee, "I found it! We finally found the intelligence on Jung 2! The Demon King just smirked at that. "See? I told you. So dangerous." Varo took the stack of papers from her. "What is this?" Diep replied. "You'll have to see for yourself." In his hands was a book detailing an idle TV series called Jang 2 Goes to Prison. Diep hits a button, starting the program. "Welcome, everyone, to the massive live reality show featuring the one and only Jang 2. This was supposedly the most watched reality show on the planet, with viewership ratings breaking 100 billion. On screen, a host was talking about the moon. We will use a global live stream to expose everything to you all, and we guarantee there will be absolutely no fake edits or cuts. So these guys are watching a show about a moon prison where the SAR Special Law Bureau has dumped all 8,000 of the world's top supercriminals. This time, we will be live streaming for you from the true land of crime. Everyone watching was filled with shock and disbelief, completely captivated by the news. On the screen, Jiang Si sat with a few inmates who looked less than friendly, and since they'd been locked up for so long, they were totally cut off from outside news. They had no idea they might be picking a fight with the official spokesman for the SABE. Xiaohe declared that even under these extreme circumstances, Jiang Si could still coexist peacefully with other people. Back on the moon, Jiang Si was just standing in the food line. "Ma'am, sorry to bother you, but can I get an extra egg? I'm trying to bulk up." A TV camera followed his every move, with a stream of not-so-nice comments scrolling across the screen. The more Vero watched, the angrier he got, veins popping on his forehead. Diep proudly held up her phone. "Divine Messenger, sir. We've already posted 1,000 slanderous comments about Jang too. Don't you worry. We are working hard to take down the enemies of our divine race." He shot her a warning glance. "Quiet. I'm thinking." Varro stared intently at the TV, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu received a full spoonful and happily accepted it. "Thank you, ma'am." In the control room, Ziling was barking orders. "Team 1, fix the lighting. Team 2, what on earth are you doing? Can't you see Jiang Tu doesn't have his makeup on yet?" She was practically hysterical. "Are you all deaf?" The camera quickly panned to another character. The makeup team was ordered in for a touch-up. Jiang Tu, mid-meal, was suddenly swarmed by them and just stood motionless while they worked. Vero's expression grew darker and darker. How could this be? Calm down. It can't possibly be this good. He remembered the real Jiang Tu, a ruthless demon who could casually destroy the entire world. The devious face of Jiang Tu in his fifth form appeared in his mind. Someone like that caring about human feelings? He hated humanity and wanted to kill everyone on Earth. Varro pondered if 1,000 years of isolation had driven him insane. He paused as a realization suddenly dawned on him. Varro jumped up excitedly, having found a suitable reason. "I understand now. Jiang Tu must be trying to probe the secrets of the human soul. He's using these lowly specks of dirt to decipher the origin of our divine civilization's power and authority. That's right, his ultimate goal is still to break through the barrier we created. He'd destroy a civilization and wait 1,000 years just to set this all up." He calmly sat back down, in awe. "So terrifying and so cunning." "Jiang Tu," Varro said with a sinister smile, "you are truly a worthy old enemy of mine. But now that I've figured you out, do you really think I'll let you get your way?" He slammed his hand on his chair. "Time to send my regards." Far beyond the Earth, in the vast expanse of space, countless satellites floated, quietly operating. Somewhere on a ship, a large blond man gritted his teeth as he walked, holding a tray of food and looking for a place to sit. Jiang Tu was eating happily, trailed by the Hong Hu film crew. Suddenly, the man slammed his food tray down right in front of him. Ziling's eyes shot over to the scene. The man sat down, covered in wounds with blood trickling from his eye, and offered a smiling greeting. "It really has been a long time." The scene then cuts to outside the moon base. A crowd of reporters was gathered outside, surrounding the entire base. "This is your station's special correspondent, reporting to you live from the scene. It's day 3, and everything here remains as calm as ever." Xiaohe and his crew watched intently. They were all holding beers, toasting and celebrating like there was no tomorrow. The party was getting absolutely wild. The global livestream has been going for 3 days, one cheered, and no one has started a conflict with the Great King. The talk on Earth is also great. The plan is going even better than we thought. But back on the moon, the atmosphere was the exact opposite of the party. A pile of unconscious people lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Ziling turned away, looking completely annoyed. "I already educated these prisoners beforehand. As long as they don't actively look for trouble. With Jiang Tu's personality, how could he possibly start a conflict?" Just then, a guard slammed the door open, shouting, "Director Ziling, we have an emergency!" Meanwhile, with Jiang Tu, Varro's pulling a classic possession move on some poor schmuck. With a psycho grin, he pops up, "Jiang Tu, remember us?" But Jiang Tu is totally zoned out, mid-meal. "Seriously?" Varro is just floored by this total lack of respect. He sneers, "Oh, stop playing dumb. Time for a test." And bam! He forces his new puppet to throw a massive punch, lunging forward. Seriously, just how weak are you now? The possessed dude's biceps swell up as he unleashes a haymaker right at him. But Jiang Tu doesn't even flinch. He just stands there and effortlessly catches the dude's arm, stopping it cold. Get this, Jiang Tu stops the punch with a pair of chopsticks. The guy's frozen, shaking, and then, red alerts. Special warning, special warning. Instantly, automated turrets pop out, locking on. The system flags a target with violent tendencies. Even the satellites outside turn red. locking down the entire prison facility from orbit. And of course, the self-destruct sequence starts. Violent threat not neutralized. The countdown is on 3 minutes. Down on Earth, everyone just freezes solid. Wait, it's really about to blow up? Laser sights pop out from every weapon, painting a target all over him, right down to his feet. The lasers cover him completely, 0 blind spots. Yep, he's got guns on him from every angle, all for gently stopping a punch. Varro finally confirms his theory and lets out a huge laugh. So Jiang 2 won't just slaughter everyone? How fun. The other inmates are sweating bullets, trying to play peacemaker. Come on, bosses, just drop it, please. Let's all just get along. Varro laughs maniacally from inside his meat puppet. Jiang 2, is this what you get for living peacefully with humans? He's totally baiting him. These pathetic sheep will always be terrified of you, and that fear will just make them repeat the same mistakes as that old machine civilization. Your history of wiping out civilizations will just happen all over again. Jiang 2 claps excitedly. Oh, I finally get it. So this is a prison fight, huh? He thinks for a sec, then it clicks. Oh, right, I remember now. They told me exactly how to handle this. Ziling had taught him a few ways to deal with this. Jiang 2 runs through the options. The dumb approach, the violent approach, the calm approach, and the sneaky approach. Or don't handle it at all. I got it. He shifts into his third form, turning to face his opponent. His crew goes from cheering to total panic. Oh no, the boss is getting serious. I'm letting a Jew's crew out. Prepare for war. Jiang 2 just stares silently at the guy. Meanwhile, Ziling is screaming orders at the top of his lungs. Shut down that idiotic self-destruct system right now. As he says this, Jiang 2 slowly advances on his foe. Target threat level exceeds maximum. Per the agreement, smart system auto-engaging. But Varro, still feeling untouchable, just keeps mocking him through the puppet. See? Just a demon who only knows how to destroy. Let's have my little puppet here fight you. So go on, smash him to bits. Let humanity see the real monster you are. He freezes mid-sentence. His eyes go wide, staring straight ahead. His expression flips to pure terror, sweat pouring down his face as a giant Jiang 2 looms over him, reaching down. Varro's panicking the puppet's own will is fighting him. Don't. He just gently puts a hand on the guy's shoulder. A wisp of energy flows out, and Varro's spirit is just gone. The man snaps back to his senses as Jiang 2 asks softly, "Feeling calmer now?" Dead silence fills the room. Jiang 2 glances over at another inmate, who is so terrified he practically runs out of his own pants. "Mommy, help me!" Varro stares at his monitor, stunned. Is this for real? The guy actually broke his control just by being terrified? He looks up, suddenly sensing something else is here. Varro's spirit is still lingering nearby. Pest. Jiang 2 gives a sharp flick of his hand. Varro's eyes pop open in pure, unfiltered shock. A flash of light erupts from the moon's surface, and it's rocketing towards Earth with insane speed and power. Xiao Hong is stunned. Diep's jaw hits the floor. Tai Sun is just completely bewildered. Varro puts his hands on his hips, smirking. Ni-Ai's eyes bulge as Varro raises a hand, and a crushing pressure descends, slamming them flat against the ground. What's going on? This pressure. Over here, Jiang 2 shifts back to normal and pops his hat on. The system announces, target's hostile intent has disappeared. Alert cancelled. He cheers as the witnesses shrink back in fear. Problem solved. Back with Varro, the place is a wreck, and every single one of his subordinates is knocked out flat. He stares at his hand, the one he used to block that force. It's sizzling, steam rising from the burn. Varro can only stare in admiration, so that demon isn't weak at all. Why would he refuse to turn on the humans even after being challenged like that? He clenches his fist. I see. He's definitely planning to make these trembling little worms his devoted followers. So this guy, New 2, is challenging our divine messenger for power, and oh, our boy is absolutely not having any of it. Varro's face goes all dark and stormy as he gives the order. His agents on Earth are to wreck humanity's trust in Jiang Si, because when backup arrives, his divine army is going to turn this entire galaxy into cosmic dust. Ni-Ai and Diep snap to attention. Yes, Lord Divine Messenger. In a flash, Varro just disappears. He's off to the moon to personally run interference until his reinforcements can get here. The Demon King Jiang Si is genuinely surprised. He just left? Well, looks like there's no need to run away now. Ni-Ai turns to explain. The Divine Messenger's main target is Jiang Si. Of course he wasn't going to hang around here on Earth. She slips her coat on, warning them. Attacking the non-human academy, you know the humans are going to notice that pretty quickly. In her opinion, Jiang Si's crew, plus all those super tech-enhanced humans, are not exactly going to be a walk in the park. Our cool guy Demon King makes a confident proposal. Why not just serve me? I promise I'll let you guys live. She recalls Varro's absolutely unhinged expression, thinking that Psycho is definitely getting wiped out by Jiang Si. And hey, she could use some new minions. Ni just scoffs. The humans won't find anything. Go check out the battlefield if you don't believe me. The Demon King, who clearly doesn't get it and doesn't care, just walks out the door, only to see the completely shattered walls magically fixing themselves. And all the people from the academy who had vanished? They're starting to reappear, good as new. Turns out, everything from battle damage to people who were literally killed can be restored just by imagining it. The Demon King inspects the scene, finally getting it, making imagination a reality. This is the power of their divine-era civilization. That tough team leader is just lying there unconscious, without a single scratch. So, until this entire civilization gets wiped out, they won't even realize they've been attacked at all. The team leader is perfectly resurrected, and the whole group is fine, as if nothing scary happened, a mercy from the divine messenger, apparently. Then, the guy wakes up. He opens his eyes to see Diep and Taishan Shen standing there. You see, we use gods too. Gods born from imagination, for combat. For instance, little Taishan here is my own personal mind god. Then she smirks. Weren't you born the same way? Magic dragon? Asks the Demon King, confused. So you're saying I'm just a figment of your dumb imaginations? Ni steps up. Believe it or not, doesn't matter. But if the divine messenger thinks you're planning to snitch to the humans, she powers up with lightning, her intentions clear. Then we can't just let you walk out of here today. The scene cuts to the peaceful city outskirts, where some people are hanging out by a giant crater. A little blue-haired girl is climbing on their car, striking a pose for a photo shoot. Yes, that's the pose. Great, one more. The photographer calls out from a distance. Jiang Si saved us. One of them cheers. This publicity campaign for him has to be our absolute best work. Suddenly, a pitch-black hand shoots out and grabs his ankle. The guy lets out a startled scream and whips around. Who is that? Behind him, a giant hand appears and gives a little wave. They stare down, utterly bewildered, at a man with no arms or legs dragging himself forward. Please, take me to the Guangzhou Special Law Bureau. The divine messenger ponders that the greatest power in the vast sea of stars is actually hidden within the mind. Red streams of light gather around him. He knows imagination is the spark that ignites this awesome power. He gets lost in thought. With this power, they created countless gods, becoming a divine civilization that walked among true deities. It's also how they imprisoned the primordial demon on their homeworld. He thinks this while floating mid-air, his eyes glowing fiercely. In the long eons that followed, they journeyed across the universe, conquering entire star systems. But they never, ever let their guard down against the demon. And now he sees that demon in normal pajamas, pretending he wants to live peacefully with humanity. The messenger's face twists with rage. A flame ignites in his hand. And I, divine messenger Varro, could never let you succeed. He launches that flame across the way, hitting a large man who is just lying in bed. The man screams in agony as Varro boasts, I will make this weak civilization see your true, terrifying, and oh-so-boring face right now. Someone's jaw just hits the floor. Jiang Si is just happily waiting in line when he accidentally bumps into that same large man, who immediately gets furious. The guy glares and shouts, Don't cut in line! For his troubles, he gets a slap that sends his face right into the wall. Jiang Si casually strolls on by. Rushing to line up for the washroom this early, a little courtesy would be nice. Can't we be a little more civilized? The pathetic-looking guy stammers an apology, and even the divine messenger seems a bit shaken by this. I mean, I'm going to expose your true face. Soon. Definitely. The following week, our guy is just cheerfully singing to himself in the mirror, sleeping early, waking up early, and feeling totally refreshed. Model. Over in prison, Jang too is living his absolute best life with a strict daily routine, working out, and generally having a blast. He's even cheerfully racing the other inmates. The divine envoy sees this and is, predictably, furious. He conjures up some angry fire magic, passing it to two of his goons with a new command. On my order, go and take care of Jiang too. The crowd starts to move on his word, and our boy, of course, immediately clocks the situation. Jiang too takes off at light speed, sending bodies flying everywhere. Then it's off to the gym for his daily workout. Man, the training facilities in this place are seriously amazing. The envoy, not taking the loss well, screams, keep attacking Jiang too until everyone turns against him. His mind-controlled minions get ready to swarm him, but then they freeze, staring in awe as he lifts a weight literally bigger than his own body. They start to tremble, suddenly not so keen on attacking him anymore. The envoy shrieks, Get up, all of you, go! One of them actually asks, Are we really supposed to fight him? Meanwhile, Jang Tu casually announces, All right, warm-up's over, time for some light exercise. He then switches over to playing a round of pickleball. Naturally, he's a total pro, stunning everyone. No matter the sport, there's always a partner for him. The folks here are just so friendly. His two playmates are drenched in sweat, looking completely exhausted. While his partners are totally wiped, Jiang too is still full of energy and has even made a bunch of new friends. What a peaceful and fulfilling day. The envoy, however, is losing his mind, screaming he's been attacked this many times. Shouldn't he be showing his crazy, terrifying side by now? You never used to be like this. Elsewhere, Tu-Lang casually sits in a chair and answers her phone. Hugh, what is it? Hugh quickly replies, President Tu-Lang, has anything unusual been happening at the Moon prison? She calmly answers, everything on our end is completely normal. In fact, the number of troublemaking inmates seems to have dropped. She then tells her, we got intel that someone went there to cause trouble for Jiang too. She glances at him doing stretches in the distance. Cause trouble for Jiang too, she asks? Did someone develop a death wish? A worried Hugh exclaims. You see? I told you all we didn't need to worry about Jiang tu's situation. The minister then adds, but the fact that we were attacked is very real. She is seen standing with several other robots. On a medical bed, machines are scanning a young man. Lam Kai asks him about the investigation results from the non-human academy. The minister replies, the department head went there himself with his people, but so far they haven't detected anything out of the ordinary. Bubbles float everywhere as the department head walks towards the extraordinary human academy. Inside, past some grand red ribbons, a red-banded figure and the team leader look up in surprise. The headmaster pulls back a curtain and opens the room's door. He walks over and pinches the team leader's face, which feels surprisingly normal. There is absolutely no sign of him ever being attacked. The team leader rubs his head. Headmaster, what's with the sudden inspection? The headmaster looks around, then gets on his phone. I've checked it out. There are no signs of an attack at the academy. He continues as he walks. Aren't you all just overthinking things? Maybe President Tan just went outside and fell down on his own? Suddenly, Tu Hong appears, floating silently right above his head. She phases right through his body, making him feel a strange chill, before landing hard on the ground in front of the clueless headmaster. The headmaster, knowing nothing, continues. A wasted trip, all this needless worry. She's furious, thinking, is this guy blind? How could he not see this? Ni-Ai's voice cuts in. It's useless. I have already pulled you into my mental illusion. Ni-Ai, dressed rather glamorously, states plainly, no matter what you do, no one on the outside will notice, even if you kill him. Deep's face darkens. I don't understand why you would oppose us. No matter who your master is, you should still be one of our kind. Tu Hong scoffs, nonsense. I am the queen of the blood clan, not some product of imagination, and I certainly do not have a master. Tai Sun explains, Master, this ridiculous creature's mind is completely deaf to your words. Release me so I can break her bones, then she won't be able to ruin our plans. Diep forces a smile, trying to remain calm. Big guy, you only caught me last time because I was careless. Tu Hong's eyes glow with a terrifying light. Now watch me crush you. An aide speaks to the headmaster. Sir, we should be going. Just then a loud noise echoes. Tai Sun charges Tu Hong. She counters with a kick, sending him rocketing downward faster than the naked eye can follow. He was aiming for the spot where she stood. Their impact creates a massive explosion. Ni-Ai looks annoyed. We've wasted too much time. My illusion is on the verge of collapsing. I've raised this illusion to its maximum level to protect you, allowing Tai Sun to go all out on her. Tai Sun throws a punch at Tu Hong. She dodges his attack. Tai Sun raises his arms to guard against her blows. She lands a punch that sends him flying upward. He gets slammed hard against the wall. Little Hong just smirks, getting ready to deliver some grade A trash talk. Deep raises her tattooed arm, totally done with this conversation. She's pissed, and the ink literally flies off her skin, swirling around her hand. All right, no more games. Time to show you what a real god actually looks like. Pieces of rock suddenly start sticking to the guy from Tai Sun as Diep begins her chant. I imagine the earth shaking, mountains echoing, lava freezing, and peaks shattering the sky. His entire hand gets completely swallowed by the rocks. The stones creep down his legs, gathering faster and faster, burying Tai Sun piece by piece. She's using magic to suck all the nearby rocks onto him. My god descends, and just like that, a giant foot appears. Little Hong can only stare as Diep turns Tai Sun into a rock golem 100 times his size. She's so proud of herself. His name is the Echoing Terror of the Ancient Mountains, and this thing is looming right over Little Hong. Deep floats above them all smug. Turns out a god's power is based on the imagination of their representative. A masterless stray like you could never be a match for the Tai Sun god. But she's getting annoyed by all the talk and charges forward. Diep freaks out and screams, Tai Sun god, crush her! The golem winds up its massive stone fist, ready to bring it down. but she doesn't even hesitate, meeting his giant fist with her own hand. Still, Little Hong looks like she's having a hard time. She's clearly at a disadvantage here. The force of their clash creates a massive explosion, and Little Hong screams, nearly out of power. Tai Sun, however, is totally fine and throws another punch. She quickly uses her magic hand to start healing. Little Hong manages to dodge the punch just in time. She uses her hands as a pivot, spinning right on top of his giant knuckles. Anyone can see she's losing this fight badly. You can even hear her grunting with the effort. Tai Sun's eyes glow bright red, and a new attack hits his arm. Earth Core Eruption! Diep shouts. He smashes his fist into the ground, shaking everything. Huge, sharp spikes erupt from the ground right behind him. Little Hong is in serious trouble, caught right in the attack's path. A spike impales her in the hip, and another one goes straight through her back. Her thigh is pierced, blood gushing out, and her arm gets stabbed in a brutal attack. Tai Sun now looks like a walking pincushion with no face. Little Hong groans in agony, bleeding heavily from all the wounds. Deep sneers. Don't think regenerating makes you so special. These spikes will drain your divine power until you're just a puddle of blood. She gives the command, and Little Hong's vision darkens. Beg for forgiveness now, while you still can. Or when your remaining power runs out, she threatens, you will completely disappear. But Little Hong just scoffs, and suddenly, the spikes retract. Deep is stunned. They're gone already? Ni screams out, Deep, be careful! And then something slashes across her neck. Little Hong had moved like a flash. Diep clutches her throat, screaming in pain as she falls from the sky. Little Hong lands on a spike as the ground shakes with a loud thud. Ni is annoyed. Diep, you were too careless. But Little Hong is having a blast, so you so-called gods can get hurt and bleed after all, huh? Diep curses her from the ground as Ni uses her power to heal the wound. If I'd been a second slower, you would be dead. Thung Thai, restore. Diep's body slowly recovers as she grits her teeth, furious. Who knew a wild god without a master had this much power? But Diep still doesn't seem impressed. Now is not the time to talk about this. She has no master to supply her power. She can't last long, she yells. Ni is already closing her eyes, I imagine. She opens her eyes again, but her pupils are gone. A bright light glows over her head, bells ring some kind of time magic. She chants a spell, all things return to their desire for peace, and suddenly, a furry gray hand appears. My god, descend. Ni has created a new monster. Its eyes are bright and clear, and it has a very mischievous look on its face. She introduces it. Its name is the hyperactive monk of daily serenity. Little Hong is just staring, completely shocked. Diep commands, Tai Sun God. He bursts up from the ground, his hand so enormous it completely blocks the window of a nearby airplane. 2 passengers are frozen, staring out the window. All the other passengers are freaking out. Ni scowls, sinking dream illusion. Daily serenity obeys its master and suddenly leaps into the air, followed by streaks of light. A magical aura envelops the entire plane. The passengers on board rub their eyes, and a young man looks totally bewildered. Was there nothing there? The guy with reddish-brown hair asks, Are we seeing things? Meanwhile, Little Hong is trying to use her own magic. Daily Serenity looks over and aims its massive hand right for her. Little Hong prepares to block it, but it suddenly vanishes, leaving her stunned. She's just floating in the air, wondering where that huge thing went. Tai Sun abruptly attacks her. It's so fast she has no time to react and just screams. His fist slammed into Xiao Hong, sending her face first into Mount Tai God. Then something zipped by at the speed of light. Turns out it was Diep and Ri Chang, scrambling up Mount Tai like it was a jungle gym. Diep raged. This girl was a masterless spirit. How was she still standing? Just how powerful was she before all this? Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was already beaten, lying in the water. Ni screamed, Impossible! She swears the girl's aura was incredibly weak last time, and after nearly 1,000 years on Earth, she should have faded into nothing by now. Ri Chang spoke, his voice calm and steady. I can feel an unknown energy in her body, keeping her alive, which made its original owner absolutely furious. Why? Xiao Hong laid in the water as her blood spread out, a strange green glow emanating from her chest. Inside her very cells, her hormones were all turning green. Ri Chang stated this plainly to Xiao Hong's hate-filled face. Lucky for us, she can't actually use that power. Otherwise, we would all be dead right here. She flew up, shouting. The water at her feet had turned blood red. So, you all like hiding in illusions, do you? Xiao Hong's words made everyone panic. Diep gasped. It's raining. She stared at the red drops falling from the sky. On closer inspection, she realized it was blood. Xiao Hong calmed herself, gathering what power she had left. Her voice was low, her expression pure fury. In that case, let me send you all to hell in one go. The drops of blood began to circle above her head as she glared at them with utter contempt. Deep was terrified. Are you kidding me? Xiao Hong gestured with her arm, commanding the blood droplets. The drops shot forward like lightning, catching the two girls completely by surprise. They screamed, but it was too late. The blood spears were about to hit them when Ri Chang realized the danger. This is bad. She's completely lost it. She's channeling all of her divine power. Just then, Mount Tai God appeared, looking none too pleased. Diep shrieked at him. Mount Tai God, you have to stop her! He raised his hands, preparing for battle as he reached out towards Xiao Hong. She just opened her mouth and let out a ferocious roar. Seeing her chance, Xiao Hong attacked with everything she had left. The two clashed in a savage, brutal fight. It was like Xiao Hong was back at 100%, slamming her power right into Diep. Niao got blasted by Xiao Hong's attack too. Niai screamed, ordering a full-scale illusion, and Ri Chang immediately obeyed. It didn't make much of a difference. Xiao Hong's power smashed right through their defenses anyway. Mount Tai and she fought to a standstill until he collapsed from exhaustion, reverting to his original form. Xiao Hong staggered back to keep her balance. A massive explosion tore through the area, kicking up a storm of smoke, dust, and rock that rained down on the nearby skyscrapers. All over the city, people just stared with their jaws on the floor, wondering what in the world was going on. Mount Tai staggered forward, his pants torn to shreds. He was an absolute wreck, clothes tattered, still smoking from the blast. Niai, battered and bruised, gave a final command. Ri Chang, reverse the time. Diep supported her. Niai, are you okay? She winced in pain. Sorry, I can't bring little Mount Tai back with us. The Blood Clan's attack was too powerful. The best I could do was return us to our normal states. My spirit power is totally depleted. I can't even maintain my own existence anymore, she thought to herself. Good thing I'm just the power supply. As long as I'm okay, my spirit form will recover. Diep was freaking out. You're joking, right? How could Chu Xiao Hong unleash an attack that powerful when she isn't even a proper host for a high god? Niai answered calmly, because she was betting her life on it. She explained to Diep that without a host, Xiao Hong burned through everything she had in that final attack against Mount Tai. And yup, Xiao Hong heard every word. With her clothes in tatters, Xiao Hong gave them a thumbs down. She smirked, completely satisfied. This time, I win. Suddenly, something flew past. Niai spun around and saw a figure floating in the air, a completely naked man. Niai and Diep were absolutely stunned. The frizzy-haired dude looked down and roared. So you're the cause of all this. Now, feel the passion of humanity. The girl screamed. What the heck is that thing? Mount Tai moved to intercept him, but got his rock armor shattered for his trouble. He was still trying to shield them. Niai panicked. This is bad. Once my spirit energy is gone, the illusion world will disappear. Don't get tangled up with this pervert. Let's get out of here. Seriously, who wants to fight that guy? If only little Mount Tai hadn't used up so much of his strength just now. Diep barks out an order. Little Tai Sun, make this pervert disappear from my sight, now. But Tai Sun and Fuzzyhead are already trading blows, and he lands a solid punch to the jaw. The guy yelps, looking at him with a whole new kind of respect. But Fuzzyhead is quick, seizing the moment to grab his arm. He actually stops Tai Sun cold, yelling for a timeout. Suddenly, a red light slices through the sky. It's a helicopter dropping off Hugh with something. She's having the time of her life, yelling, "This is so much fun." Hugh whips out her weapon, blasting a rainbow-colored beam that blows the top right off a skyscraper. Dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Diep and Niai are totally panicking, while Tai Sun just grunts through the pain. A bloody mess. The minister just stands there, arms crossed, like a disappointed dad. You're all under arrest for threatening humanity. Just give up already. Diep's worried these are Nation A's top fighters, after all, and they probably got their hands on some ancient tech, making them way stronger than in training. Niai is fuming. Did their friend Xiao Hong really blow herself up just to get these guys' attention? Seriously, what was the point of all that? Suddenly, a strand of DNA materializes out of thin air, and yeah, you guessed it, it's Xiao Hong's. Then there she is, floating in the sky with a green aura, acting all casual. Oh, getting turned to dust? It was just a strong move. What's the big deal? Niai completely loses it, screaming that it's impossible without a host body. How in the world can you come back after your entire existence just got deleted? Niai's eyes are wide with shock. A host body? Please, Xiao Hong scoffs. I don't need that junk. Then she drops the bomb. I'm the vampire queen who fought Jiang Si for 1,000 years. You can practically see the smug thoughts forming in her head. Showing off with Jiang Si's genes feels amazing. She thinks, maybe I'll go get some more. Meanwhile, all the way out in a prison on the moon, A peppy girl is hosting a TV show starring Jiang Si. She's bubbling with excitement, while Jiang Si just gives a happy little wave to the camera. Welcome, everybody, to the world's very first criminal variety show. Let's hear it for Run, Prisoner. Mr. Jiang Si, time to run. The MC announces that after 2 weeks of tryouts, the show is officially on. The broadcast is going out live, worldwide, and even some totally exhausted dudes in pink ballet skirts are listening in. His face is plastered on huge outdoor screens, and yeah, everyone's stopping to watch the madness unfold. The MC shouts for everyone to vote for their favorite contestant, then Jiang Si hits the stage, and she's beaming. And now, give it up for Jiang Si. But lurking nearby, the divine envoy is radiating a sinister red aura. He glares at a piece of paper that reads, "To avoid destroying humanity, you must debut as an idol." He crushes it in his fist. How dare they ignore me? He's seething. I've had my mind-controlled prisoners attacking Jiang Si constantly, day and night, and it didn't even come close to ticking him off. The MC announces Jiang Si made it to the next round, and the envoy is just sick with jealousy. What's he even doing? Playing this little peace game with everyone. Then he cracks this terrifying smile, magic gathering in his hand. Fine, I'll just have to deal with this myself. He starts powering up, streaks of red energy whipping all around him. Wiping away some sweat, Jiang Si asks, "Ziling, how was my performance?" She calmly replies, "The audience loved it. Even without the bonus votes from your friends, you're still ranked super high." Ziling adjusts her glasses. "The most important thing is that humanity's overall opinion of you has massively improved." He just scratches his head, smiling. "Worth it. All that practice paid off. Looks like if things keep going this smoothly, my retirement dream is about to come true." Just then, a male MC shouts, "Contestant Jiang Si, get ready for round 2, the prisoner's meal challenge." He starts walking over, all smiles, but then he just stops cold. Jiang Si stares up at the sky, lost in thought, his fists clenched tight. The MC has to repeat himself. Contestant Jiang Si?" Ziling puts a hand on his shoulder. "If you don't go on stage now, you're out." She looks at him gently. "Stop spacing out. Go do your job, I'll handle things here." The MC is getting impatient. "Contestant Jiang Si," he finally snaps out of it. "I'm coming." As he leaves, Ziling thinks, hand on her chin. Meanwhile, the divine envoy is weaving his magic, conjuring up some seriously horrifying skulls within the energy. They're heading for the moon, and it seems Ziling senses them coming because she immediately draws her sword. She leaps off the lunar surface to fight them, and wow, this girl can move, slicing through the red energy blasts with perfect skill. The envoy looks annoyed. Ziling sheathes her sword behind her back. "So that call from Xiao Xiao earlier, she was warning me about you, wasn't she?" He lets out a scornful laugh. "A pathetic mortal who doesn't know her place dares to raise a blade against a god? Big mistake." Ziling furiously throws her sword at him. He dodges, but it still manages to slice off a chunk of his hair. She takes off her face shield, her expression turning deadly serious. "I don't care who you are, a god or a demon." The left side of her face transforms, her eye turns black and red, a strange white marking appearing on her cheek. "I will not let anyone ruin this plan." She glares at his silhouette, backlit by the sun, her thoughts racing. This is how we survive in this era. The envoy just scoffs, screaming, "Childish!" Then, after a moment, a twisted grin spreads across his face. "Fine, whatever," he says, casually taking off his glasses. "You're going to die here anyway. Let me show you how a true divine civilization fights." And just like that, the envoy's eyes begin to warp into something monstrous. The blood moon, a perfect mirror for the fears lurking inside people's hearts. Ziling watches in horror as the top half of his face twists into a disgusting monster. The girl just stares, her eyes wide with utter disbelief at what's unfolding before her. And just like that, he creates a blood moon reflection monster, the mythological form of Vero. Meanwhile, inside the SAEB Special Bureau, people file in to see Diep tied up, her face a swollen mess. Her response? "Go ahead, just kill me." A guy with frizzy hair looks down on her. Xiao He asks, "Is she the one who attacked the Academy of Extraordinary Humans?" The minister warns, "Don't underestimate her. We had to deploy our entire elite force just to defeat the behemoth she summoned, and we barely managed to capture her." He adds that another target, a white-haired man, escaped with serious injuries. And now Lam Kai is teaming up with the vampire queen to hunt him down, while Xiao Hong and Lam Kai speed off on a bike. Xiao Hong says with determination, "The blood essence is nearby. Let's search one more time. I will take this place back." Xiao He holds up his hands to prevent any, human panic. We zombies can't exactly fight in battle. However, he offers, when it comes to interrogation, "I might be able to provide some assistance." Deep overhears and shouts, "Bring it on. No matter the humiliation or torture, I will never submit. In another room, Xiao Xiao is just sorting through some papers. She blankly hands a stack to Xiao He. No need for that. She was quite cooperative, told us her background, number of allies, fighting style, and objectives. Xiao He gives her a confused look. Then they both stare at Diep. So who exactly was that I'd rather die performance for? Diep tearfully explains. To gather intelligence, we studied a lot of your human books. Even after being captured, a hero remains defiant, enduring the enemy's shame and torture. Isn't that your standard protocol? Xiao Xiao's face is a mask. I am genuinely curious what kind of books you've been reading. She shoves the file into Xiao Hei's hands. This is the information we collected. See for yourself. He scans the pages the divine era, using imagination to summon gods to come and purge the world. Diep, looking pathetic, whines. So you see, we basically had no reason to hide anything from you. We were just being kind, letting you all face annihilation in blissful ignorance. She regains her composure. After all, mortals can't resist destruction from the gods. Xiao Xiao folds her arms, unimpressed. The gods, you say? Are they stronger than Jiang Si? She scoffs. Jiang Si? The divine envoy himself went to the moon to personally deal with him. She points upwards. Just take one look and you'll know. Nobody pays her any mind. Xiao Xiao turns on the TV. The TV screen flickers to life, showing Jiang Si's show. Welcome everyone to the global reality TV hit, Run Jiang Si. The prisoners watch as the MC introduces a dish made from contestant Jiang Si's seventh egg. Let's all look forward to his next amazing performance. At the SA Special Bureau, the minister announces that there are no abnormalities at the moon prison. Even the broadcast is proceeding normally. Xiao Xiao wonders, that guy you mentioned, Varro, did Jiang Si already take care of him? Diep screams, impossible. Xiao He looks up. Nope, a fight has started. The minister asks, where do you see that? All the surveillance cameras are clear of any combat. He just points up. Everyone looks at the moon. They see something red approaching fast. It's Ziling, fighting with all her might. Huge, long red rays attack her, but her reflexes are lightning fast. The massive monster flexes, its body expanding. The divine envoy rises from within it, a sinister, satisfied look on his face. Using Jiang Si's virus to infect his underlings. Huh? It's barely adequate for my subordinate's combat power. Ziling watches it grow larger and larger. Her own face now completely deformed, she asks him, what kind of character is this? Even the latest nano-weapons can't slice through his summoned monsters. She grips her weapon, magic swirling around it. On the ground, Xiao Xiao shouts into the comms. Ziling, this is Xiao Xiao. Don't get bogged down with that monster. The creature attacks again as she answers her friend. Easy for you to say. This massive tentacle is seriously annoying, and I can't shake it off at all. Xiao Xiao responds urgently. A satellite has locked onto its position. Just create some distance, and the moon prison's defense system can attack. She's inside the satellite, ordering it to reverse its orbit. The satellite swings around the moon. She shouts to Ziling, so get out of there. It'll only take a few seconds. Ziling, still fighting, says, there's no other way. I have to try this move. A green gene sequence appears. Jiang Si's gene integration, is complete. Zilang's face begins to crack. Forcing Jiang Si's gene to multiply in my body will lead to my own body's collapse. She stays calm. For a few seconds, the divine envoy is freaking out. It's not a virus, no. She's got some of Jiang Si's genes in her system. Her face starts to warp into a whole nother shape, and let's just say it's way scarier than before. The envoy loses his cool and starts prepping his magic. You know, I was originally going to let you scum from the prison have a nice, painless death. But now that you've stooped so low as to embrace that demon's genes, well, things have changed. He conjures up a nasty-looking red orb, totally losing his composure while standing on his pet monster and shouting. I present the Blood Moon Mirror Technique. Iron fire forges soldiers, and the moon illuminates the heavens. He pumps his power into the beast, and its whole body lights up. Its target? Yep, you guessed it, the moon. The monster creates a massive magic circle, then shoots off towards its target at the speed of light. The beast slams into the moon, triggering a horrifying explosion. Tulang rockets over, shouting, I will not let this stage be destroyed. She pushes herself to the limit, flying as fast as she can. Her face is pure rage as chunks of rock and debris slam into her. Tulang barely has time to think. Too strong, before she's hit and sent plummeting down. Civilians see the blast and scream, the moon! Is the sun burning it up? So, does this mean we don't get a Mid-Autumn Festival anymore? Q-Cat reports in, the moon prison's defense systems have been completely destroyed. Hugh starts to panic. Damn it, Tulang, can you hear me? The minister is losing it too. Are you kidding me? That guy is using the sun itself as a weapon. A cow runs up asking, "Hack, what's happening?" My side shows that the surveillance cameras on the moon are destroyed. Just now, an attack pierced 1,000 kilometers of nanometal, hitting the prison at the moon's core directly. Hack is way too calm about this. What's the rush? Look, the moon isn't totally gone. The blast hit the special ward, which took everyone by surprise. Outside the special ward, it's nothing but swirling smoke and dust. The prisoners inside are absolutely screaming their heads off. Jiang Si transforms into his other form, flying up to catch Tu Lang. Hu is still trying the comms. "Chief Tu Lang, this is Hu. Answer if you can hear me." She forces her eyes open and sees him, gasping, "You." Jiang Si sets her down gently and says, "You should rest now. This little brat," he says seriously. He grabs her by the shirt, his eyes fixed on the sky. Tu Lang is just frozen, a mix of shock and fear. "I'll handle this." In this universe, thousands of years ago, because of Jiang Si, we were forced to leave our homeland, beginning a long, long exile in the Sea of Stars. Endless machines drift through the vastness of space. During this time, our divine civilization witnessed countless wonders in the cosmos. Our imagination became our reality, and that imagination became our power. The divine envoy stands before the blazing sun, certain that the power of his civilization is far beyond anything Jiang Si could possibly understand. He glares down from on high, and Jiang Si just stares right back, his face a mask of pure hatred. The envoy raises his hand to command his beast, saying, "Jiang Si, didn't you want to lock yourself away in this little prison?" The monster lets out a massive roar, then let it all burn to ash inside. His monster bursts into flames. Back on Earth, an announcement is broadcast to all of humanity. Emergency announcement. The abnormal phenomena on the moon have been confirmed as an attack on us by an extremely powerful alien civilization. The monster's power has already obliterated nearly half of the entire moon. The people inside the special ward are panicking in pure terror. The envoy raises his hand and commands, "Moon Beast," as a beam of light shines down. The beam slams directly into the moon, blowing off the entire outer surface. This explosion is way bigger, and the fire is spreading to the special ward. Everyone inside is scrambling for their lives. "It's too hot. We're going to die. I'd rather just be executed." The broadcast director shouts, "Activate all cameras. Activate all surrounding satellites." Tu Lang, exhausted, forces the words out, "Keep the live broadcast going. This time, we have to let people see Jiang Si fighting to protect humanity." The news anchor is already in tears over this massive crisis. Jiang Si is facing down these powerful invaders all by himself. A legendary battle is about to begin. The envoy's beast attacks, firing a massive red beam. Jiang Si doesn't even move, and the attack completely misses him. The magic blast just fizzles into smoke and dust. Jiang Si starts to launch forward, arm outstretched, ready for a counterattack. He moves in a flash, so fast you can't even track him, and unleashes a green beam that slams straight into the monster. The divine envoy is stunned. He sees Jiang Si's power tear right through his monster, hitting him with a devastating blow. The divine envoy lets out a howl of pain, soaring back with pure bravado. But too late, Jiang Si already punched a massive hole right through the monster's chest. Blood starts pouring from the envoy as its body trembles. It glares at him, grinding its teeth in fury while Jiang Si casually holds its heart in his hand. The envoy screams, "A demon! You'll always be a demon, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Your bloodthirsty nature can't be changed." Jiang Si just tosses the heart back at him. "Here, you drop this." He slaps a hand on his chest and screams, "Stop him!" The monster's eyes glow, ready for action, and our hero just phases right through it, leaving the divine messenger completely shook. Then, poof, he's right in the guy's personal space. Surprise! Jiang Si grabs his face like a stress ball. The messenger tries to squirm free, but nope, it's smackdown time. He gets slammed into the ground so hard it kicks up a cloud of debris. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the universe, on the total opposite side of Earth, sits humanity's super-secret escape base, tucked away in some random mountains in Country B, a top-secret facility in the middle of a barren desert. This is the peak of human tech, a massive spaceship that can fit 30,000 people for a little trip across the cosmos. On screen, some ancient being scoffs, a meaningless struggle. But fine, I guess I'll help upgrade your pathetic, backward technology a little. Dr. Jie Ming eyes a vial of liquid. This little cocktail is designed to put everyone in a deep sleep for the space ride, keeping their vitals stable. For humans, time is the biggest hurdle in space travel. It's not immortality, but it's the next best thing to hitting a cosmic pause button. The Prime Minister of Country B sips his water, looking thoughtful. "As long as we can get out of here. I'm totally fine with unleashing the lunatics who almost destroyed the world to do it. No regrets." The blonde guy next to him adds, "Besides, We're on good terms with Jiang Si now. Humanity is perfectly safe. He then turns and walks off, oozing dramatic irony. Jiang Si is just chilling on the moon. Nothing is wrong. We have plenty of time to bust some super criminals out of their prisons. Just then, the Yao twin sisters run in, panting. Not good. The astronomy stations just blasted an alarm. They're saying they saw a massive flash of light from stars being annihilated by Jiang Si with his bare hands. The Prime Minister says nothing. One of the sisters screams, trying to push past him. My sister even helped. Don't stop me. I am leaving this entire galaxy right now. I am not spending one more day in this busted place. The two girls yell, Prime Minister, that monster is weakening. It's on fire, and its tentacles are bleeding out everywhere. Jiang Si looks down at the tattered divine messenger on the ground and begins powering down to his normal form. He pulls up his hood and says, Sorry, went a little hard there. I've got stuff to do. The messenger can barely move, a giant hole now gaping where his heart was. Glad you had fun. Go on, I'm busy here. Hearing the sarcasm, Jiang Si actually stops and turns around. The messenger, face down in the dirt, begins his villain monologue. I have seen your power countless times in our civilization's oldest legends. He struggles to speak. For thousands of years, we've studied your power, your form, your personality, your fighting style. Endless research. He coughs, trying and failing to stand, but only when you face it for real. Do you realize you're even more terrifying than the craziest myths and the most extreme data we ever recorded? We totally lowballed it. And just like that, the hole in his chest begins to regenerate. A new heart beats, growing larger by the second. Jiang Si just looks curious. Hey, you're not trying to run away yet? He glances up, and suddenly there's a swirling vortex of smoke above his head. The smoke tornado dives right into the first monster's body. The messenger himself has vanished, but his voice booms out. The monster transforms into something new as the messenger's voice echoes from inside it. I was made specifically to hunt beings like you. Its new face is absolutely disgusting. As the feed is broadcast back on Earth, everyone is glued to their screens. A woman named Diep speaks up. After Ziling announced the invasion of the great god, the whole world fell into chaos. Another woman smirks with satisfaction. Our Lord ordered us to create chaos. But look at this situation. I don't even have to lift a finger. The mere sight of a god is enough to shatter your fragile civilization and cue the global panic, with people screaming, aliens are going to destroy the world. We're all gonna die, one guy yells, while another curly-haired dude happily loots a store. Awesome! No more work! Then, a breaking news alert flashes on screen. The alien invader threatening our world was just killed by Jiang Si with a single punch. The battle lasted a whole 2 minutes and 37 seconds. The world is at peace once again. How delightful. The curly-haired looter looks devastated. It's over? An official calmly waves his hands. All right, people, show's over. Disperse. Two guys nearby immediately start making plans for a barbecue. Meanwhile, our failed looter gets on the phone with his boss. Yeah, boss, I can come back for overtime. Watching this, Diep screams in frustration. They're back to normal already? What is wrong with your civilization? Her friend, Hugh, just looks pleased. With Jiang Si around, world-ending catastrophes are basically a regular Tuesday. What kind of crazy stuff haven't we seen? There's no way that Divine Messenger was actually killed in a second, right? Someone named Agu speaks up. I don't know, the moon camera feed is just solid red. It's probably broken. Should I try hitting it? Xiao He gets serious. The fight isn't over. Right now, the moon is giving me a very dangerous feeling. Back on the moon, Jiang Si's face darkens. Xiao He continues. It feels even more dangerous than the vibe our own great king usually gives off. The monster's entire body bursts into flames. Not missing a beat, Jiang Si draws his sword, ready for round 2. Jiang Si hurls the sword, but the monster just ducks to dodge it. Then it stands perfectly still, charging up some kind of spell. The monster closes in on Jiang Si. Bad move. With lightning-fast reflexes, he lands a solid punch, then grabs the beast by the head. Jiang Si snaps its head downward, ripping off one of its arms in the process. And for good measure, he tears off the other one too. He yanks off its flaming arm without breaking a sweat. The fire on the severed limb just fizzles out. The monster tries to shrink itself to escape him. Then suddenly, Jiang Si vanishes, leaving the beast absolutely furious. Turns out, he's just taking a super-speed jog around the entire moon. He rockets back toward the monster and delivers a punch so vicious it doesn't even have time to react before it's sent flying off the moon. It plummets down so fast it looks less like a monster and more like a meteor about to give Earth a very bad day. The monster slams into the planet, and yeah, the impact zone is not having a good time at all. A news anchor's voice cuts in. Emergency broadcast from outside the city. The alien invasion is not over yet. Jiang Si's battle has now reached Earth, so we advise all citizens to begin praying immediately. The monster's landing triggers a tidal wave higher than the buildings, slamming into the city as a horrified film crew watches, jaws on the floor. Jiang Si's voice echoes, "I shall become the moon and seize the heavens." Below, the monster is already back on its feet. It's now standing beneath a colossal water vortex. He continues, "The sky will split, the seas will turn to blood, and the world of man will fall." And Jiang Si? He's just floating up there, hands in his pockets, watching the chaos unfold on Earth. He looks down and smirks like a total psycho. "So that's how it is," he says. "I remember who you two are now." Meanwhile, the monster is desperately trying to escape the tornado. It unleashes a beam of light that slices the entire vortex clean in two. That looked way too easy. The beam shoots up towards Jiang Si, who dodges at the last second. The moon, however, wasn't so lucky it gets split right down the middle, one half destroyed. Down on Earth, everyone just looks up at the shattered moon, completely and utterly speechless. The moon was torn apart so effortlessly. Jiang Si turns to look back at the damage, and he is not amused. He simply utters, "Thousand-faced moon." The monster seems to be regenerating. His voice rings out again. Purgatory ascends, and suddenly, a horrifying entity appears, a giant eye surrounded by mouths. The eye's color is just bizarre as it rises from the ocean. People on Earth can only stare at the colossal eyeball, so massive that airplanes fly right past it. It watches as Jiang Si and the monster, Varro, zip around like missiles attacking each other. Jiang Si throws a punch, but Varro easily blocks it with a shield. The two of them keep clashing relentlessly. But the monster seems to be losing steam, retreating to another floating rock. His body starts growing larger as he taunts him. "Show me your real strength." Suddenly, Varro sprouts several more arms. "Your power can't even scratch this mythic body I fused with the moon beast. But this sword I stole, forged from heavenly fire, can completely nullify your regeneration." A tiny spark of his fire flies at Jiang Si, who looks completely unimpressed. "Seriously? Is Varro pulling out even more weapons? Every single one of my abilities was designed to counter you. I've been training for thousands of years," and with that, he lunges forward. Jiang Si effortlessly dodges every single one of his attacks. But the Divine Envoy's power just keeps on climbing. "For years, we traveled the cosmos, gaining the strength to finally face you, thousand-faced moon." The giant eye he summoned closes in on the moon. He screams, "Swallow everything." The colossal eye shoots out its tendrils and successfully snags Jiang Si. Jiang Si struggles to break free, but the eye just opens wider, its tendrils dragging him right into that massive eyeball. It drops him into the pupil, a strange mix of light green and pale pink. He immediately begins to sink. Caught off guard, Jiang Si is officially submerged. He falls deeper into the eye's interior, a space filled with dark red and countless smaller red eyes. When Jiang Si finally hits the bottom, he sees a lone figure slowly rising up to meet him. The creature's form slowly shifts. "Welcome to my soul, the thousand-faced moon. It looks human, except it has no skin or flesh. For years, we traveled the universe, gaining the strength to finally oppose you." The monster boasts, "This place was formed from the collected greed and desires of an entire planet. It grants me the power to seize and to dominate." All around them, thousands of mouths begin to move, and every eye stares directly at him. He hangs on the monster's every word. Because once you fall in, there's absolutely no getting out. The entity speaks, "You weren't like this when you wiped out our civilization. Come on, show me that symbol of death and hatred you carry." The giant eye starts sucking up pieces of the moon, and just like that, the moon is gone. Down on Earth, people are freaking out. The moon's gone. The news anchor on screen screams it again. "Breaking news. Today's global forecast. A destructive meteor shower. So unless you have a death wish, maybe stay indoors." The meteors come crashing down, but Earth is ready to fight back with its own arsenal. Rows and rows of weaponized vehicles are lined up, ready to go. The minister clenches his fist in determination. All major meteors over Guangzhou have been successfully stopped. Meanwhile, a mother and her child cling to each other, looking utterly pathetic. Agu lifts a massive rock and declares, "As for the city, we can still try to protect it. The real problem is, if those two big shots keep fighting like this, the world itself won't survive." More and more meteors plummet into the ocean. Over on the moon, the Special Law Bureau is in serious trouble, completely shrouded in smoke. An agent lies on a broken piece of the moon as an emergency broadcast blares out. Multiple prisoners have escaped from the moon prison, requesting immediate action, now. The bureau members wearing breathing masks are getting dragged away while screaming, "Are you kidding me? Do I look like I want to escape? Lock me back up. Where are the guards? Come and save me." But our news anchor, still holding her mic even now. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moon has been completely annihilated. And while we're alive for now, death isn't too far behind." Ziling grabs her hand and starts running. "Everyone hang in there. Jiang Si will deal with the enemy soon." She closes her eyes, needing to use Jiang Si's gen again, at least just to get back on her feet. That giant eyeball drifts closer to the Special Law Bureau, sending everyone inside into a panic. Two young men trapped inside are screaming, "Does a trial really need to be this loud? Somebody help!" Ziling's group is about to be sucked into the colossal eye. She's completely drained, unable to resist. Suddenly, a flash of green light, it's Jiang Si. He flies down, casting his magic on the creature. He grabs Ziling, then snags the news anchor by her collar, and even pulls up the floating young man beside them. Jiang Si and the other three land on a moon fragment. He's literally covered in flames, terrifying everyone. But the enemy from before resurfaces, morphing back into his form. "You still have time to worry about others while fighting me?" His body, wreathed in fire, slowly twists into a monstrous shape. "You're the one who forced me to do this. Now pay the price for your selfish arrogance." The monster glares into the distance as Jiang Si drops the others and yells, "You annoying pest, isn't this what you wanted to see? Fine, if you want to see the anchor and that civilian panic so badly." His face darkens as he clenches his fists. "Then I'll give you a real good look." Ziling, completely confused, just watches him quietly. Jiang Si's hair slowly bleeds from black to white, until in a moment, it's completely stark white. A sharp, wicked smile spreads across his face, making everyone scream in shock. The anchor gasps. "Isn't that the monster that killed half the..." Countless monsters float amidst the galaxy, surrounding the divine civilization's pantheon. Elsewhere, in a place of lavish palaces under a blood-red sky, Shukai sits on a throne of power. The divine messenger Vero kneels. High Priest Walla pays his respects to the divine throne. Shukai's voice rings out, "Walla, you annihilated a primitive planet, devouring the souls of its civilization to empower your mind. Is this true?" Vero raises his glowing, magical hand. "Yes, Your Majesty, divine throne. I consumed the fear and despair of billions of lives, and it took me hundreds of years to digest it all, allowing my spirit, the thousand-faced moon, to completely transform." Vero stares at the crimson magic, a skull swirling within. "Before that, I spent over 1,000 years studying every record of Jiang Si. I honed my combat skills specifically to counter him." He then angrily crushes the orb of light. "Now, I possess power equal to Jiang Si's strongest form." Shukai sits there, utterly silent. After a moment, his eyes narrow. "Well, if you're so confident, then go. I grant you permission to be my clan's vanguard of vengeance." Varo places a hand over his heart, his face now covered in terrifying cracks. "As you command, I will absolutely defeat Jiang Si." Back on the moon, Jiang Si is choking the monster Varo created. It gurgles, impossible, as it tries to fight back. Jiang Si gives a satisfied smirk. "What are you so shocked about? I am your nightmare. Have you forgotten what happened 1,000 years ago? Who was the one that ran like a dog, tail between its legs?" The monster, clearly provoked, roars, "I am a genius among high priests. I spent 1,000 sleepless years training to defeat you. I have so many counter abilities I haven't even used yet. I can't possibly lose this easily." It begins to mutate, growing even larger. Ziling shouts in alarm. "The sea of blood is starting to boil." She says nervously, "This is bad. He's going to self-destruct. You still keeping your cool through all this?" Jiang Si's hand clamps down on the monster's throat, making its body fluids spray everywhere. Seizing the moment, Jiang Si slams the creature down hard. The anchor and Ziling are caught in the shockwave. Smoke billows up as the thing oozes even more goo. This whole mess makes its many mouths roar in fury, and the giant eye looks like it's about to shatter. People on Earth hear the noise, clutching their heads and screaming. Our guy just tore off the monster's head, leaving only its body. But suddenly, it just sprouts 2 new arms. "I haven't lost yet," the monster says, sounding exhausted. "You can't kill me." It boasts, "My life and mind are one with the thousand-faced moon. As long as it exists, more monsters, just like it, begin crawling out of the ground. I can be revived countless times." As they swarm, he just calmly cracks his knuckles, looking amused. "You lot, the ones who killed my disciple and ran away, you actually dare to come back? Then I'll just have to crush you and this big planet piece by piece and relive the joy of destroying your civilization." Just as I thought, it sneers. "The ones you care about most are your disciples." The monster pictures his previous appearance, and even his current powerful form. He lets out a chillingly satisfied laugh as the monster recalls a shadowy figure sitting tanly under a sharp blade. "It was only after we dealt with your disciple that you were even born." A naked woman appears, her back pierced with nails. It taunts Jiang Si with a twisted grin. "So you see, you can't kill me, because the last woman who challenged me also fell into the thousand-faced moon." Ziling and the others, now controlled by the giant eye's tentacles, continue the speech. "Her consciousness is now completely fused with my mind. impossible to separate. I can feel the extremely pure Jiang Si genes inside her body. She's your disciple too, isn't she? Jiang Si's anger finally boils over as he raises a hand. She is my friend. It seems one civilization destroyed wasn't enough of a lesson for you. He throws a punch right through the air, aiming for the creature up ahead. Too bad. The monster teleports right behind him. Well now, friend, this is getting interesting. The other monsters start closing in, gloating. You care so much for these lowly creatures, don't you? How amusing. It laughs. All humans on this world, listen well. The monster shrieks like a maniac. The blood moon in your sky will crash into this world in 1 minute, and your tiny ant-like civilization will be completely wiped out. The people on the ground scatter, screaming, "Help us! It's the end of the world!" On the other side of the planet, a satellite prepares for launch. The Prime Minister of Country B demands to get on the satellite, but the twin Yao sisters block his path. "Get me on there. I'm an elite, the future of humanity." One of the sisters asks, "Prime Minister, sir, shouldn't Queen Elizabeth board the ship first?" Queen Elizabeth just stands there completely stunned. The monsters taunt Jiang Si. "Come on, Jiang Si, kill me! You'll be able to save the pathetic civilization below." The little eyes and mouths are busy mocking someone, but in a flash, the thousand-faced moon is annihilated. Tentacles are wrapped tightly around Ziling's waist, causing her immense pain. The monster declares, "Your friend's consciousness will be drowned in the despair of billions of lost souls. Not even your genes can bring her back." That massive, terrifying eye just keeps getting closer and closer to Earth. The monster roars, "Stop pretending, Jiang Si." Jiang Si clenches his fists, listening silently. "You're a demon who would destroy our civilization for one measly disciple. How could you possibly care about humanity?" Then, in a blur, he moves with unbelievable speed, flying right out of the giant eye. Jiang Si grins, preparing a punch aimed right at the colossal eyeball. The eye doesn't even have time to react. The smaller mouths and eyes scream in absolute panicked terror. The other monsters are losing their minds. Ziling is finally free from the tentacles. Jiang Si's punch connects, shattering the giant eye into a million pieces. Realizing what's happened, they fly far away from him. It looks like that one really hurt. Jiang Si just stands there, watching them. The monster reforms to its old shape, still laughing. "Jiang Si, you killed your own friend. What will you destroy for revenge this time?" He remains perfectly calm. This destruction form is only for combat. It really can't be helped. The monster had no clue what he was talking about. Then suddenly, its eyes shot wide open in complete and utter shock. And that's because our boy here was about to get a major upgrade. Time for a new look. Yeah, his eyes were definitely different now. Jiang Si had officially transformed. The monster was equal parts stunned and terrified as he reached out with a darkened expression. Meanwhile, 3 balls of fire were just spinning around. The show's host, now just a disembodied head, was floating there looking totally spaced out. That other poor dude was only a torso. Ziling was still in one piece, but she was unconscious and, not wearing any clothes. Blue flames flickered all around them. The monster still couldn't believe what it was seeing. Like, why? I've never seen this form before. It got so scared it shattered into tiny pieces. They tried to escape, but it was too late. The moon was already broken. After the epic battle between Jiang Si and Nola ended, the global catastrophe was handled, then Jiang Si just casually repaired the moon. Not only was Ziling resurrected by Jiang Si, but even the moon in the sky was fully restored. Planes dropped leaflets celebrating his achievements. Once again, Jiang Si showed all of humanity just how terrifying his power really was. Up in space, everyone was left to deal with the aftermath and clean up the mess from the fight. A few days later, they were moving giant rocks around, but this time without any drama. Everyone quickly went back to their normal lives. The show host was also perfectly fine, her voice echoing from the familiar screen, announcing her idol system program. The weekly Wednesday live broadcast ended perfectly. Jiang Si won by a landslide, becoming the undisputed legendary idol for the entire nation. Over at the Special Law Bureau, they were watching on TV too. The people there were celebrating their glorious victory. They even hung up a red banner that read, "Zombie Idol Project. A perfect success." Everyone set off small fireworks. A Gu, a Lang, a Cam, a Mao, and Xiao He all sang "Long Live the Great King" together. So, humanity finally accepted their great king. It must have been his heroic pose while fighting for mankind that really won them over. Xiao Xiao, however, was unimpressed. If it hadn't been for Nagoa Law, our plan wouldn't have gone nearly this well. A robot brought a cake over to her. She just said, "Thanks, guys." The robot also offered a piece to Dai Dai. She shot it down. "I don't need it. Don't talk to me. I want some quiet." The minister stood by, holding papers. Turns out Country B had sent an official document to Jiang Si through diplomatic channels. This news instantly killed the mood. He announced that because Country B's prime minister ran off with the elites and all the money, the nation was now in total chaos. His guards flew up, holding a yellow banner, declaring, "Even dogs wouldn't live on a planet that has Jiang Si." Ouch. "Well, goodbye to you, sir," Xiaohe said, reading the message. He continued awkwardly, "Queen Elizabeth of Country B would like to invite your great king to the empire to become the new prime minister." The frizzy-haired dude with a broken arm walked over. "Hasn't Country B always been dedicated to eliminating zombies? Actually, our president just said if your great king wants the job, he'll immediately step down and give it to Jiang Si." Agu shouted, "Wait, humanity is accepting this way too easily. Last time they were having global riots and fleeing everywhere." As the moon's fragments began to reassemble, the truth became clear. The power Jiang Si unleashed was so immense it crushed any will to oppose him. With a dark expression, Jiang Si raised his hand toward the moon to reshape it, and said, "Absolutely nothing. He just used his magic to restore the moon to its original state." A mom walked her son down the street, completely unfazed. The whole human race just didn't care anymore. A cam asked, "I guess this counts as peaceful coexistence? Is the great king's wish finally fulfilled?" Xiaohe replied, "Yeah, let's just say it is." The minister crossed his arms. "So where is Jiang Si?" Xiao Xiao explained. Resurrecting Ziling came with a few side effects. Jiang Si is trying to figure out a way to treat her, and right on cue, a huge explosion erupted from the ocean. Ziling flew out of the explosion. She dodged a few more smaller blasts without breaking a sweat. Jiang Si was testing his magic again. During combat, you must use all your power to strengthen your body to balance the mental force of 1 billion people in your consciousness. More and more explosions erupted from under the water. She stood on the surface, ready for anything. She drew her sword, her expression changing completely. She used magic to make water droplets float all around her, her hair rising with them. Ziling stood motionless for a moment as a red eye opened on her forehead. Some kind of spell was taking aim at her. She immediately took off, running across the surface of the water and closing the distance between them. Jiang Si looked at her. "It's still not enough. You need to unlock my genes one step further to strengthen your body to handle your current mental power." New marks appeared on her face as Jiang Si's genes fully activated. Her entire appearance shifted into something else. Her eyes turned pitch black, dark spots appeared on her cheeks, and she gritted her teeth so hard that veins bulged on her face. He just had to ask, "Still failing?" Big mistake. She suddenly arches back, lets out a scream, and red magic starts whipping violently all around her. Those crimson streaks of light converge, forging a brand new sword. Tu Lang snatches it and immediately swings it right down at Zhang Tu's shoulder. He blocks it easily. "Your spiritual power is completely out of control. You'll just slash at anything. Looks like we're calling it a day." Then he just shatters the sword. He pauses for a beat fourth form. Zhang Tu then gives her a light chop on the head, telling her to chill out. Another explosion rocks the ocean. Over at the Special Affairs Bureau, the minister and Xiao Xiao suddenly turn to see who just walked in. It's Jiang Si, carrying a soaked and exhausted Ziling in his arms. And of course, he greets them with a cheerful smile. "So, today's treatment session is officially over." A little later, in the med bay, Xiao Xiao is drying Ziling's hair with a hairdryer. She asks her, "Another failure, huh?" Blushing on the bed, she admits it's the same old story. The moment she tries to fully channel Jiang Si's core energy, her body just starts to break down, unable to contain the psychic power. The minister explains the core issue to everyone. When Wala was revived, she left behind the pure psychic energy of billions of people, and it's completely fused with Ziling's consciousness. He continues, if she can't strengthen her body to the level of a boss-tier Jiangxi, she is sooner or later going to explode. Oh, and if she explodes? She'll take the entire Earth with her, turning it into one giant cosmic donut. Imagining Earth blowing up into a donut, the minister and his colleague just bow their heads in despair. "For the sake of humanity, please just try a little harder. We're counting on you." But Ziling is not exactly thrilled about the plan to strengthen her body. Her training basically means getting beat up by Jiang Si every single day. "You guys aren't the ones getting hit," she snaps. Jiang Si raises a hand. "Actually, I have another idea." He opens up his own skull, about to pull something out. If strengthening her body isn't working, why not try controlling the psychic energy with a method from the divine civilization? He thinks he saw how they trained, but it was so long ago he can't quite remember. And then he pulls out his own brain, shocking everyone to their core. "I'll use my brain to squeeze out a dream world for you, and then guide you back to that era to study." Jiang Si closes his skull, scratches his head, and asks, "Is there a problem with this plan?" Everyone immediately screams right in his face, "That's a brain! You can't just casually take that thing out!" Meanwhile, at a grand palace under a crimson sky, the home of the divine civilization, a shivering Ni hugs herself. Dai was captured, and I've been hunted relentlessly. I barely managed to get this chance to report to you, sir. Lord Throne, I beg for your help. The door behind her is inscribed, Second Throne, Wang Zikai. He sits on his throne and asks, why are you reporting? Where is Wala? Hesitantly, Ni brings up a system interface on her arm. The divine messenger Wala confronted Jiang Si and was killed. Her remains are now drifting throughout the solar system. This is all the combat data I could record. Zikai stares at the screen and just scoffs. That idiot. He saw a little bit of data and got arrogant, thinking he could actually take on Jiang Si. He reaped what he sowed. The third throne appears, her voice cutting in. He's still the same as ever. If he wanted to, he could manifest even stronger forms. Her door reads, Third Throne, I Leah. Ni hesitates. Lord Thrones. According to my observations during this time, it seems Jiang Si really does want to coexist peacefully with humanity. Is he truly still a threat to the entire world? Zikai lets out a soft laugh. Peacefully, after everything that's happened, then he thinks to himself, oh, Jiang Si, you were cast aside just like the rest of us. And then we see another door. It reads, First Throne, Jiang Si. And his only thought is, what now? The scene immediately cuts to the corpse bar, filled with the sounds of cheerful chaos. Jiang Si's crew walks in, and he lets out a huge laugh. What a high tolerance, he yells, pouring beer directly onto his own brain. Jiang Si chuckles to the group. Not bad, right? Just what you'd expect from my big brain. Then he yells to the bartenders. 2 more rounds, boys. The two hustle to pour the beer. No problem, great king. Ziling just watches, completely bewildered. Is he seriously getting his own brain drunk? He just smiles and raises his glass. Look, it's been a long time, and I don't remember much. On the other hand, after a few drinks, the dream memories get a whole lot clearer. The minister recalls seeing him exercising, then crosses his arms and speaks up. So you mean you can't just have a normal dream like everyone else? Of course not, he replies. Normally, I drink milk and exercise before bed. Guarantees I sleep straight through till morning. No dreams. Then Jiang Si starts to recall a time. Well, there was this one time I was delirious. When I finally woke up, it felt like I'd just crashed headfirst into a volcano. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao is speechless. She has a very bad feeling that the next step is going to be incredibly dangerous. Is it too late for me to leave now? The minister immediately grabs her by the head. What a shame. Nope, we're here to record all the relevant data, remember? She just freezes up at his words. He then dumps the rest of the beer down with a nasty gurgle. He cheerfully announces, all right, we're good. My brain is just about drunk enough now. Jiang Si starts digging through memories. Ah, this is from my birthday party with all my little brothers. So nostalgic. And here's another one. This is me beating up some idiot who got drunk and caused a scene. The next memory is of the ocean. And this one is of him accidentally sinking an entire continent during a fight. The 3 of them were completely speechless, probably thinking, did we just see something we weren't supposed to? But our guy just cheerfully shouts, found it! Turns out it's a memory from the age of God's civilization, and Jiang Si is more than happy to show everyone the highlight reel. Back then, the world was a desolate wasteland, an apocalypse full of zombies everywhere you looked. Humans were forced to live in these isolated shelters, and let's just say they weren't exactly as buff as you guys. Technology was basically non-existent, but humanity's spiritual power was off the charts. The whole place was super gloomy, though. Everyone was bickering. Stop messing around and go home to your mom. Over here, someone's arguing, don't light fires in the street. I'm just trying to stay warm. Get off my back. He continues his story, explaining that superpowered people were incredibly rare, which was a problem, with monsters roaming the streets. A kid screams, Mom, what is that thing? It's huge. Is that some kind of new mutant? But back then, most of the creatures were brainless. The zombie king, on the other hand, absolutely terrifying. Damn it. Everyone hide now. When it came to fighting them, humans didn't stand a chance. The scene was pure chaos. Their shelters became battlefields, and everything was destroyed. So, the people of that era gathered their elite forces and formed what they called hero squads. Jiang Si slowly explains their job was to hunt down and eliminate these zombie kings. Meanwhile, the streets are a monster-infested nightmare. Then, a guy named Wang Zikai drops in, landing like a total action hero. So cool. This is where my memories of that time really begin. It all started when I ran into a squad just like that one. This young man looks up, his eyes glowing red, and a second later he's screaming his head off, run! Everybody, just run! I told you so! The dragon zombie king here is no joke, and you guys just had to raid its territory for treasure. And there they go. 3 members of the so-called hero squad, running for their lives from the tyrant dragon zombie king. It was the prophet, he said, to find all the museums here. The guy in the lead shouts back. I meant this is where legendary people with great destinies meet. Alia hears this and asks, confused, isn't that just a museum? Then Wang Zikai shows up, pointing ahead. The grand prize for their epic quest was a single zombie with some serious brain issues. While this crew is busy chatting, Jiang Si finally runs up, totally out of breath. He's looking around bewildered. Where are they? Where'd the zombies go? Couldn't you guys have given me a lift? The beautiful Cam Nin just stares at him, absolutely terrified. Why is this zombie running away with us? He's still bugging her. Seriously, where is the zombie, anyway? Just then, a tyrant dragon king sees its chance in all the confusion and attacks the group from behind. Wang Zikai spots it and freaks out, yelling at the top of his lungs, Cam Lin, look out! A moment later, the tyrant dragon zombie king unleashes an attack right at him and Cam Lin. She just looks back, frozen in fear. A second later, boom! The power behind that attack was just terrifying. It sent the entire superhero squad flying hard into a wall. Wang Zikai just screams her name in panic. Cam Lin! The mood suddenly gets real grim, real fast. Cam Lin, huh? Suddenly, the prophet realizes something is off. Just then, a huge explosion erupts right in front of them. The tyrant dragon king goes dead silent, then glares at the group with absolute fury. Ilia stares in shock at Jiang Si, the zombie. The other guy looks just as surprised. This is totally unbelievable. He's standing in front of Cam Lin, shielding her. He actually saved a human. Back in the present, he laughs. Oh yeah, I remember now. Man, what a nostalgic trip. And here this guy is just cracking up while rewatching his own dramatic past. He shows another memory, this one of him yelling, It's so hot! My fingers are totally getting roasted! Shuling watches him, thinking, so Jiang Si had human friends in another era. Is he just reminiscing about his old buddies? He points to another memory orb and keeps going, oh yeah, and I remember this guy too. This one was crazy powerful. Jiang Si points right at the tyrant dragon zombie king. The zombies from that era were seriously strong. Me? I was just a normal, insignificant guy among hundreds of thousands of other zombies there. The three listeners just about had a system crash. Hundreds of thousands of beings stronger than Jiang Si? What in the actual hell? Life must have been insane for humans back then. He just smiles and keeps talking. The time has been set. The dream is about to begin right here. Xiao Xiao looks at him, totally confused. Didn't you literally just show it to us already? Jiang Si just points at the orb and explains, our goal is for Ziling to learn how to control spiritual power from the civilization of the divine age. So how is she supposed to learn any of that just by watching a video? She nods in agreement. Yeah, watching it like this, I have absolutely no clue how they did it, Xiao Xiao nods. He then reaches his hand out towards the orb. Besides, in a dream, he moves closer to the sphere. You have to put someone in a completely different situation for it to work. The three of them just stared, jaws on the floor, absolutely speechless. A chaotic memory flashes by someone leaps from above, locking onto two targets standing right there. Tu Lang lands safely behind him, completely stunned. Wait, did I actually just jump into a dream? He turns to calm her down, which only startles her more. Don't worry, I've replaced my dream self. Your job is to be the random superpower user who helps her friends. Zhang Tu stares ahead as the Tyrant Dragon Zombie King charges straight for the crowd. The Tyrant Dragon Zombie King is attacking. Get ready to fight, he shouts, snapping into a combat stance. He remembers that the first time his team fought this thing, they barely scraped by with a win. So yeah, no room for carelessness. She gives a small nod. Got it. He then rushes toward the monster, yelling out instructions. I'll stop it. The rest of you find a way to attack. Vuong Tu Kai looks on, surprised to see Jiang Tu taking the lead. That zombie guy. Whatever. He then summons a golden sword and declares angrily, let's deal with this tyrant dragon zombie king first, and talk later. Below, his teammates roar in perfect unison, ready for the fight. By now, he's closed the distance with the beast, winding up a punch. Jiang Tu just grins. Well, look who it is. We meet again, old friend. A second later, his fist connects, and the tyrant dragon zombie king is instantly obliterated into a million pieces. The entire squad just stares, mouths wide open, at this insane display of power. But then, he realizes something is very wrong. He looks at the monster he just annihilated, completely bewildered. Where's the super tough enemy I remember from my dream? Jiang Tu had just taken out the tyrant dragon zombie king with a single punch, and his team, totally freaking out. One punch, the zombie king was gone in a flash. What kind of monster is this guy? Jiang Tu looks at his own fist, thinking, did I get that wrong? How did it just explode like that? His memory kicks in. Oh, I remember now. Back in the day, it took our whole team's combined strength just to barely kill this thing. The skeptical guy chimes in, that was thousands of years ago. Are you so sure you were that much stronger back then? Jiang Tu shakes his head at Tu Lang and tries to explain. No, that's not it. He continues. Even though I've kept up my training and eaten a balanced diet, to unleash my real power, he smiles. I have to transform into a new form, and naturally my personality changes a little bit with it. Jiang Tu remembers his old black-haired self-training relentlessly. He scratches his head, adding, but in my current form, my strength isn't that different from how I was back then. That giant dragon thing got wrecked in one hit. Was it just messing with me? He just turns and walks away, done thinking about it. Anyway, after all that fighting and near-death experiences together, I know who my real comrades were. Meanwhile, Cam Lin is crawling on the ground. Help! Help me! He excitedly tells the girl that they were all incredibly powerful espers, and he just wanted to tag along for the adventure. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to Cam Lin desperately crawling for help. And just in time, she's finally rescued by Vuong Tu Kai. Jiang Tu is still rambling excitedly. You just have to learn how to use your full spiritual power. She looks surprised, then points at the group and says, if you mean those guys are your comrades. He turns around to see them all sprinting away at top speed. He yells in panic as she finishes his sentence. They've already run for the hills. Jiang Tu is floored watching his comrades disappear. The scene shifts to a forest, and Vuong Tu Kai's voice cuts in. Let's stop here. The group gasps for air, relieved. That monster didn't follow us. I think we actually escaped. The man with glasses sighs in complete exhaustion. What in the world was that thing? An S-class tyrant dragon zombie king got turned to dust by one punch. Sweat pouring down his face, he adds. His power is way beyond anything recorded about the Guardian Kings. Cam Lin speaks up. But I don't think he meant any harm. He even saved me. Ngai Li A stands up. Whatever. The important thing is we all made it out of there safely. Then she just collapses onto the ground, sighing. Let's rest here for the night and continue the mission tomorrow. The guy suggests, all right, we should set up a camp first. Everyone, let's get to it. A moment later, he's at a complete loss for words. He sees the other three just lying around and starts yelling, why are you guys sleeping already? Am I supposed to make dinner all by myself? The girl just groans back, I'm so tired, I don't want to move. He turns to Tian Chi, who quickly points to his notebook. I need to record what happened in today's battle. Finally, he looks over at Cam Lin, who just lets out a weary sigh. Ugh, I seriously can't even stand up. Tu Lang, watching from the sidelines, tells Jiang Tu that this whole crew looks interesting. Jiang Tu just nods. Turns out, our boy lacks experience fighting in a team, so he couldn't get in. He just flashes them a smile. No big deal. Their job is to rescue the nearby 9th stronghold. Then Jiang Tu recalls Thao Fat absolutely wrecking 3 of Bao Viem's cities. He clenches his fist, all fired up. This would be a perfect chance to get some of that sweet team combat experience. The girl gives him a totally deadpan look. You stay put. Don't go scaring them off. Suddenly, the young man senses something. Jiang Tu immediately yells out, who's there? From the bushes, the girl whispers, wait, we got spotted already? He fires back. The guy in the glasses, Tian Chi, his detection skills are totally busted. The guy immediately stands up. There's movement. Hearing that, his friend drops the firewood and nods. Jiang Tu gets a bad feeling and looks down at a leaf that's mysteriously burning. In a flash, he's on his feet, screaming. It's the Bao Viem Corpse King. Everyone, be careful. Damn it, why do we always run into him when we're running on fumes? The team snaps into formation, staring into the pitch-black void ahead of them. Then, a single eye appears on a face full of razor-sharp teeth. This one-eyed freak flashes them a truly horrifying grin. The demon doesn't waste a second, immediately blasting a huge wave of fire right at the group. Ngai Lie clenches her fist in anger. Guess we have to go all out. She hurls a ball of green energy, yelling, bring it on! The demon just smirks at this. Oh, you can actually block that? Not too shabby. More streams of green energy fly toward it. He ducks through the flames, furious. Damn it, I can't let them spot me. The demon raises its massive, sharp hand, and in 1 second slams it down, shattering the green energy attack. Cam Lin starts trembling. Did that not even leave a scratch on him? The one-eyed demon grins. Nope, not good enough. You guys are just too strong. Then it unleashes even more fire, causing the whole group to panic. Ngai Li A curses under her breath. Damn it, this guy is seriously powerful. Cam Nin agrees. It's okay. Vuong Tu Kai is still moving towards the objective. We've done our job as a diversion. He leaps down from above, aiming straight for the Demon King's head and letting out a massive battle cry. Die! He slams his foot down hard on the Demon King's head. The kick is so powerful it cracks the very ground beneath them. He squeezes his eyes shut, putting everything into it, then peeks open to see if it worked. The one-eyed demon is completely unharmed and starts mocking him. You dare challenge me with this little power? Realizing this isn't good, he immediately jumps back in a panic. How is that still not enough to beat it? It lets out a crazed laugh. A bunch of useless trash. All of you will become ash for me. But suddenly, Jiang 2 appears right in its face. The perfect moment to strike. The demon is stunned. This kid, what do you want? He gives it a quick stab, thinking to himself, this time I need to control my strength. Don't want to cause a huge scene. The group sees him and is totally shocked. It's that weird zombie from before. Has he been following us this whole time? The monster is furious, clenching its fist. Get lost or I'll kill you along with them. He notices a crack forming on its body and thinks, time to show some goodwill to the others. So he speaks up. This Bao VM king is incredibly strong. He turns to the group. Please, allow me to fight alongside you. The crack on its body widens. The monster screams, you shameless pest, didn't you hear what I said? But before it can finish its sentence, it crumbles into dust right in front of them. The entire group is just completely speechless. A moment later, all four of them are kneeling at Jiang 2's feet, shouting, Great zombie lord, spare us. He just cries back in frustration. I just wanted to be your teammate, you guys. Meanwhile, Vuong Tu Kai is hiding behind a hill, waiting for the right time. A giant monster foot slams down nearby, startling him. He looks up at a colossal boar. This mission is to scout the Liao Nya Corpse King. He raises his watch, confirming the target. Suddenly, a figure leaps down from above, taking the giant monster completely by surprise. He gives the signal, go. Immediately, Tian Qi and Nai Lai jump out to attack the beast. The two of them unload on the giant boar with everything they have. But their attacks barely seem to tickle it. All of a sudden, tendrils of energy shoot out and bind the creature's massive legs together. Seeing his chance while it's tied up, he immediately charges forward with his sword drawn. He slashes again and again, but his sword just scrapes against its hide, doing absolutely no damage. He hits the ground, safe and fast, then immediately whips his head around in total disbelief. Because that giant monster, it just opens its mouth and shatters the magical binds they'd set up. Its massive foot smashes into the earth, and the beast just charges forward, ready to attack. He screams a warning, it's coming this way. Just then, a figure steps right in front of him. It's Tu Lang, calm as can be, standing in its path. Leave it to me, she says, coolly watching the monster barrel towards her. She whips out her sword to block its advance, shouting a challenge. Bring it on. Her sword looks like a toothpick next to its massive tusk. A massive crash echoes through the area. Right now, she's gritting her teeth, just trying to endure. The sheer force of the impact pushes her back several feet. Holding the line, she thinks with a hint of worry this kind of power is honestly terrifying. Is this really the strength of a medieval guardian king? It feels like every single one of them is just as strong as Jiang 2's lackeys. Seeing an opening, our guy leaps into the air, aiming to hit the beast from behind. He glances back at Ngai Lai A, asking, are you ready yet? She just nods back. Do you even have to ask? The second he gives the order, they both surge forward with everything they've got. Go! A critical blow slams right into the giant pig monster's head. The look in the monster's eyes seems to say it's not quite ready to accept this outcome. But in the end, the team logs it out of existence. The two heroes leap down, sticking a perfect landing. He pants. Mission complete. We finally handled it. You guys aren't hurt, are you? Ngai Lia claps a hand on Tu Lang's shoulder. I can't believe you faced a guardian king head-on. Bringing you on the team was the best choice we made. She just laughs. You flatter me. All jokes aside though, how has no one ever heard of a strength-type Esper this powerful before? It's so weird. She just gives a vague smile, saying, maybe I'm just a little luckier than most. Suddenly, Tian Qi realizes something is off. Jiang 2 spins around, shouting a warning to the group. Watch out! On your right! Another ferocious guardian king charges in, making him scream in panic. There's a second one. Everybody, get back! This guardian king is seriously enraged, and it's rushing them at top speed. Its massive feet are just pulverizing the ground. You can see the pure, wicked intent in its eyes. It screeches to a halt, preparing to pivot towards the group. Seeing the situation, he curses. Damn it, this one already found us. Its sense of smell is way too sharp. Ngai Lai A quickly says, so they're twin corpse kings. No wonder the hero squad sent before all lost contact. That last battle took a huge toll on our stamina, if we have to fight again. Jiang 2 also chimes in. This is going to be extremely difficult. Just then, Vuong Tu Kai steps forward. All of you, go. He looks back heroically. You guys get out of here. I'll stay and hold it off. Just as the Corpse King is about to reach them, Jiang 2 drops down from above. Mr. Hero is still going on. I have one more chance to use my speed to stop it. Jiang 2 just smiles, gives him a little tap, then happily winds up another fist. But the guy just keeps on talking. Hurry and run. It's the only option we have left. The two girls are just speechless. Ngai Lie points behind him. Sorry to interrupt, but you might want to look behind you. A powerful gust of wind blasts past, whipping everyone's hair around. She just waves her hand. You know what? Never mind. Tu Lang looks at Jang too, thinking that with him around, she truly doesn't know whether she should feel reassured or even more worried. The scene shifts to a headquarters base where an announcement echoes. Hero Squad 23, reconnaissance mission complete and returning to base. Vuong Tu Kai and Ngai Li. A step forward, and a voice announces their credentials. S-Class Esper. Vuong Tu Kai. S-Class Esper. Ngai Li A. Following them are two others. A-Class Esper, Tian Chi. B-Class Esper, Cam Lin. Over here, Jiang Tu and Tu Lang are walking behind them, along with two other staff members. A brilliant yellow light suddenly appears, surprising the two. A voice booms. Thank you for your service to human civilization. The announcement continues over the Grand Hall. Welcome back to the Esper Association. Nai Lie says happily, we're finally home. Vuong Tu Kai gives a nod. All right, wait a second. I'll take you two to meet our leader. He just nods back eagerly. Great, awesome. Then we'll be in your care, he says cheerfully while they walk. That was one seriously wild and powerful adventure. Tu Lang moves closer to whisper something in his ear. Even though you and I fought with Jian Hu back in the day, I still haven't learned to use spiritual power to release my abilities like they can. She just sighed and said, so, along this entire path, I've basically had to rely on my own physical strength. He just casually explained, well, yeah, you're a strength type awakened. That's why I wanted you guys to check out the Awakened Association. Jiang Tu stretched out his arms, taking it all in. This was the biggest human shelter in the entire wasteland. All the research and evaluation of psychic abilities for the Awakened happened right here. She peeks behind her, seeing two dudes talking, then looks away only to lock eyes with a bald guy staring right back. She slowly starts talking to him, saying this whole place feels a little too familiar, like their old academy. But she's got a point about Jiang Si just waltzing in here. Is that really okay? She remembers he had to sneak in disguised as some masked King Nahu before. He just chuckles, ready to explain. In the civilized era, I had no experience living with humans, which, yeah, caused more than a few problems. He tells her about the time he was strung up on a cross, almost burned alive as an invading zombie. He recalls that luckily, some guy named Wang Zikai put his life on the line to vouch for him. Only then did humans finally accept him as a superpowered zombie. He smiles at the memory, and after that, they began their epic quest to conquer the Genesis Guardian. Jiang Si grins, thinking about how they finally crushed the primordial demon that started the apocalypse and became heroes. The thought makes him happy. They're all his most trusted teammates, after all. So when it comes to dealing with people in this era, he can just leave it to them. No problem. And then bam. He hits a protective barrier that stops him cold. Elisha explains, sorry, your power display was terrifying, so we had to report it. Wang Zikai crosses his arms. Knowing you were just wandering around the city, well, the old guys back at headquarters nearly had a collective heart attack. The seer adds, but we'll also tell the association you helped humanity during the war. Gan Ning just nods and cries, sorry, so sorry, so sorry. From outside the barrier, she adds her 2 cents. It seems one-shotting the Guardian King didn't build team spirit, it just terrified everyone. He looks down at his hand, confused. I didn't mean to, he complains. This new Corpse King was just so fragile he shattered on impact, and with that, he flops dramatically onto the ground. He shouts, there's no other way. This memory is a failure, so let's start over and make a new one for you. This time, we'll begin from the moment you met Wang Zikai and the others. Jiang Si just clasps his hands and sighs. No way around it. Then his eyes flutter open, see her, and he bolts upright, startling her. Awake! The two just freeze for 5 seconds straight. Then he immediately lies back down, saying, nope, that was wrong, let's do it again. She's completely speechless as he does it again, popping right back up and shouting, awake! She's had enough. What in the world are you doing? He scratches his face, confused. Tiny problem. I don't think I can actually wake up. That makes her furious at Jiang Si. But then she realizes something is seriously wrong and lets out a massive scream. Hey, 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 her shouts echo everywhere. We've been trapped here for thousands of years. This isn't a tiny problem. Back in reality, a bar is packed with people. Someone walks up and orders, hello, 1 glass of corpse wine, please. Just a moment. The 2 ministers just stand there, totally speechless. One of the ministers speaks up. The moment Jiang Si started dreaming, they both just vanished. Is this supposed to be normal? Xiao Xiao replies, because it's Jiang Si's memory, I feel like whatever happens is totally reasonable. Hearing this, he just nods. Makes sense. He points to the giant brain in the tank as they talk. Are these strange patterns appearing on Jiang Si's brain also normal? Suddenly, the brain does something weird, making both of them jump back in alarm. And right on cue, a massive crack splits the sky open. People start to panic, yelling, "What's happening now?" Next thing you know, two innocent people get yanked straight into the air. Everyone else is being sucked in, screaming, "We're being pulled in." Over here, the minister and Xiao Xiao are also getting pulled up. He shouts in surprise, "Hey, we're being pulled in too." "Is this normal too?" he yells. She just screams, "Help!" A cam jumps down. Just as I thought. A zombie horde this big means there's a Corpse King Lord controlling them. He continues, "All Agu has to do is solo the Corpse King, and he'll become the new controller of this whole zombie mob." Xiao Xiao looks worried. Can he handle that alone? According to Jiang Si, the Corpse Kings of this era are incredibly strong. He just laughs. "Don't worry, it's just a Corpse King. When I was with the Superpowered Association, I did this kind of thing all the time." Meanwhile, Jiang Zi is clutching his head, having a full-blown meltdown. Humans are so scary. What if they torture me? Maybe I should just destroy the entire world? But if I do that and still don't wake up, it'll be even more of a hassle. Ziling tries to calm him down. "I think it might not be that bad." Suddenly, footsteps and a voice cuts in. "You're the strange zombie from the report? The one with a friendly attitude towards humans?" That sends him right back into a panic, holding his head. This is it, he thinks. I'm about to get tortured. Then the security officer speaks up. "Greta." A woman with crossed arms walked up, saying coldly, "I'm Security Officer Greta, here to conduct your evaluation." But Jang too just lit up with a huge grin. "Is that a Jew from this era? Awesome. She's one of ours." He practically yelled with joy. "A Jew, come on, hurry up and let me out. I remember you used to be a big deal in the association," he said, starting his crazy act. "Wait, first, can you get me a nice room to stay in? And maybe prep some food while you're at it." Tulang just stared, absolutely speechless, as he kept going, "Oh, and about Tulang's school, you gotta sort that out too." By now she was furious, but he wouldn't shut up. "A Jew. Hey, a Jew, you listening? A Jew. Answer me if you can hear me in there." She slammed her fist on the door, making Jung Tu jump, before yelling, "Who do you think you are, acting so familiar with me?" He looked so surprised as she continued chewing him out. "Who gave you permission to call me by my nickname? Do you have a death wish?" She looked at him, mind racing. A Jew, she suddenly realized who he was from before, and was completely stunned. "Wait, you're telling me this is Aju?" The scene cuts to a massive arena, where the crowd is absolutely roaring. "Welcome, all of our outstanding awakened. Without your tireless efforts, humanity would never know the stable life we have now." The president of the Awakened Association stood on the platform and declared, "I have called you here today for a matter of great importance." He then announced, "I, Ta Lai, the Supreme President of the Awakened Association, hereby make this declaration." The image then shifted to a giant monster chained up on the stage. 3 shelters were destroyed, causing tens of thousands of casualties. "And this," he continued, "is the Corpse King Lu Bai, the killer of 17 awakened." He pointed right at the creature chained on the stage, which had been successfully captured. He then introduced his son. "Next, he will be executed by my own son, Roth, to demonstrate the association's courage and resolve to destroy all zombies." The guy stepped forward with a grin. "Now, allow me to show everyone the overwhelming power of the awakened." He then pulled out his sword, yelling, "Condense, my awesome power!" He drew his sword with all the grace of a cooked noodle, then leaped towards the giant and screamed, "Pay for your crimes, you fiend!" The crowd on the stands immediately went wild, cheering. "That's it? Just slash him to pieces." A second later, total silence. His slashes on the Corpse King Lu Bi did absolutely nothing, not even a scratch. It looked like he was playing with a pet, happily hacking away. "Take this." His dad had to jump in and do some damage control. What a sturdy body you have." "Well then, just keep at it." From the stands, Wang Zikai scoffed, completely disgusted. "What a bunch of useless hacks. Is this boring sideshow all they're good for?" Ngai Lai added her 2 cents. Cam Nin then spoke up. "The association said they had to do this to boost morale, so capturing it alive was a must." Tianchi sounded completely over it. "There's nothing we can do. Our hero squad just has to risk our lives fighting, while the old fossils in charge play politics with their kids." Down below, the guy was still making a fool of himself, attacking the Corpse King. "How's that? You feel that?" At this point, the Corpse King had had enough. It moved a single finger, and with a mighty roar, shattered its restraints. The guy's face turned green with fear, snot dripping from his nose. The monster immediately raised its giant hand to crush him, but just then, Greta jumped out to protect him. A massive shockwave erupted. The real fight was about to begin. The monster swung its massive fist at her, but she stood her ground, perfectly calm, before unleashing a flurry of slashes. It clasped its hands together, raising them high above. Then it jumped towards her. intending to flatten her completely. She just stood there calmly and rotated her sword. Suddenly, something wrapped itself around the monster's leg. In the next moment, a green energy field engulfed its entire body, much to its surprise. And then, her sword shot forward like a missile. Her blade came down with absolute, deadly precision. Just like that, her sword dealt a fatal blow, ending it all. She casually caught the blade as it returned. She stood there as the Corpse King shattered into 100 pieces. Ta Lai quickly announced, "The Corpse King has been executed!" The crowd, watching from above, went absolutely wild. Everyone roared at the top of their lungs, "Victory to the Association!" In the back, Jiang Tu and Tu Lang listened as the crowd chanted on and on, "Long live, long live, long live." She turns to Jiang Si, asking how a gorgeous girl becomes a zombie looking like, well, a goo. Seriously, what in the world did he do to her? He just grins and explains. Agu apparently chose his current look after humans executed him, claiming it was way cuter this way. She was utterly speechless. Yeah, their taste in aesthetics is definitely broken. Meanwhile, Roth is losing his mind, screaming that they're all useless idiots who can't even secure a cage properly. He almost got hurt! The guy shot a glare his way. "Guards, bring me another target for execution." Then he pointed straight at Jang Tu. "That one. Jang Tu. On behalf of the Ability Association, I sentence you to death, effective immediately." Before our hero could even process that, 2 guards rushed over to grab him. He just stared back, dumbfounded. "Me?" The villain snapped back in a rage. "Yes, you. Don't even think about running." Wang Zikai, seeing this, jumped in. "Wait a minute. We only asked the association to look into Jiang Tu's safety." Hamlin chimed in. "Exactly. He helped us, so why is he suddenly being executed on the spot?" Greta, standing next to the villain, spoke up. "That's right. I investigated it myself. Although Jiang Tu's behavior was a bit strange, he definitely didn't attack anyone." The villain just smirked cruelly. A zombie helping humans? As the sword came at him, our hero dodged the attack. He aimed his blade at Jiang Tu, gloating, "I'll only believe he's not a threat if he obediently lets me kill him." "Up above," his father added. "He's right." He looked down with pure evil in his eyes, ready to have security execute Jiang Tu if he dared to resist. Hearing that, the girl looked up at the old man. Meanwhile, Wang Zikai's furious group stormed back down, cursing them out. "This is absurd. To prove his innocence, Jiang Tu has to just stand there and get hit? We have to report this. Jiang Tu, you have to hold on. What a bunch of absolute jerks." The guy swung his sword toward our hero with a huge laugh. "Time to die. Perish under my magnificent attack." And then he followed it up with pure glee. "Just die already," he yelled, only to get smacked so hard it sent him flying. He just laid there, getting slapped silly while Wang Zikai watched in horror. "Oh boy, this is bad." Our hero realized what he just did and froze, thinking, "I slapped him before I even knew what was happening. Wait, this dude is still alive? I thought anyone the Zombie King touched turned to dust." The guy used his last bit of strength to point at him. "Guards, where are the guards? Get over here and help me kill him." From the stands above, thousands of people leaped down towards him, shouting, "Kill him! Avenge the young master! Charge!" Jiang Tu, seeing the mob, panicked and yelled, Hey, don't you guys come over here." Meanwhile, somewhere outside, a little girl told her mom, "Mommy, look, someone's flying over there. So cool, right?" Back inside, he casually slammed one of the attackers into the ground. A strange smile on his face, he had transformed into a completely different form. He thought to himself, "Just as I suspected. In this memory world, only zombies can be instantly obliterated by me." He stood there, still thinking. The ability users, however, were normal. They didn't disintegrate on contact. Behind him, the crowd immediately charged forward for a sneak attack. "Everyone grab your weapons! This guy is not going to be easy." He just looked up at them and let out an amused laugh. "Well, this is a relief. Now I can finally cut loose and cause some real chaos." A moment later, Wang Zikai's crew jumped down. They begged him to stop, knowing these idiots were about to get themselves killed by Jiang Tu. Greta shouted, "All of you, stop right now!" She stood there, exuding authority. "Are you all still refusing to listen?" The sheer pressure she gave off sent the crowd collapsing to the ground in pain. "Ow, that hurts. You scared me to death. I thought today was it." She calmly continued. "Even when attacked, Jiang Tu didn't kill anyone. That alone should be enough to prove that he is friendly." The villain, getting hauled away on a stretcher, was still screaming insults. "Be more gentle. You useless bunch of trash." She turned back and continued, "As a member of the association's security, I hope the president will reconsider the verdict against Jiang Tu." Her words echoed all the way up to where the old man was standing. He slowly began to speak. "If a security officer is willing to vouch for him, then for now, let him join Wang Zikai's squad." Ziling heard this and smiled. "That's fantastic. Looks like Agu's words actually had an effect." He clenched his fist, celebrating. We've successfully reclaimed our status as a hero squad. Next step, we take her to the Ability Academy to find those study materials. But before the team could celebrate, the old man spoke again. And at the same time, I order Wang Zikai's squad to immediately head north to carry out the Purple Territory subjugation mission. The group heard this and just stared in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You're basically sending us to our deaths, she asked him, confused. Huh? What's that? Jiang Tu explained grimly. The source of all the zombies in this world is in the north. 12 powerful zombie kings, known as the Overlords, are guarding that place. It's a forbidden zone where humans cannot set foot. I remember the squad was supposed to train for another 2.5 years before taking on that legendary mission. But this time, it's happening way sooner. Meanwhile, Agu was busy dealing with this vicious monster. Someone grabbed it and hurled it down with a mighty yell. Die! And just like that, it was sent smashing through layers of rock below. The monster stood there, screaming curses at her. Then it seemed to realize something was very, very wrong. A whole mountain was being thrown at it, and it could only watch in terror. She set a mountain neatly right on top of it, sealing the creature completely. Akam watches from the side, totally impressed. Agu's fighting style is still just as vicious as ever, but then he feels that tingle of something being wrong. Oh, another powerful enemy decided to join the party? A voice then echoes from below, speaking to Agu. By challenging the Lord alone and winning, you are now the new master of this territory. Agu hears this, turns with a snort, and then bam, a gigantic, absolutely terrifying eye materializes in the sky above. So, quick recap. Jiang Si and Ziling joined the hero squad, and then the Ability Association promptly shipped them off to a fortress on the northern border. The scene shifts to the border fortress of the Deadlands. Any further north from here is pure zombie territory. A zombie appears. This is a wasteland where humans have never, ever been able to set foot and survive. The Ability Association launched countless attacks on this area. Each one ended with insane casualties and a full retreat. Suddenly, a purple glow erupts around this zombie, startling it. Before it can figure things out, Greta is seen watching everything from the sky. She simply holds her hand out towards the incoming zombies. The zombies are instantly under her control, glaring up at her with pure rage. She just clenches her fist, staring right back down. Immediately, entire mountain ranges crash down on them, crushing them in agony. Then she drops a single, colossal mountain to wipe them all out. She just coolly draws her sword. The others are losing their minds. She's insane. No wonder she's a top agent for the association. Xianqi remains silent as the crowd around him continues to cheer like crazy. Long live the Ability Association, he thinks to himself. An attack that powerful, and it still couldn't completely sterilize this area. He looks over at a zombie pinned down by the rock slide. Even the most common corpses in the Deadlands are way stronger than outsiders. And we haven't even met the zombie kings yet. Everyone, get ready. The other three immediately start hugging and sobbing. That's it. We're totally going to die. Our farewell letters are already prepared, one of them wails. He snaps back angrily. That's not the kind of preparation I meant. She steps before them and speaks. While you explore the Deadlands, I'll be stationed at the border fortress. My ability has a 30-kilometer range. Within that range, she says, looking at them, I will provide my full support. Hearing this, Wang Zikai's group just breaks down crying. Thank you so much, you're a truly good person, they cry. She just brushes it off. Oh, it's nothing. It's simply my duty. Just then, a bandaged Roth hobbles over. My father ordered you to cooperate with me in seeing them off. Ah, I mean escorting them into the Deadlands. So what's the point of doing all this extra stuff? He continues with a nasty smirk. They're going to be eaten by zombies soon anyway. There won't even be scraps left. He then laughs mockingly at Wang Zikai, who immediately sees red. On the side, Cam Nin and Ilea look ready to kill the guy. And yup, there it is. The whole group immediately loses it and starts beating the absolute stuffing out of him. You knew we were walking into a death trap and you still provoked us? You've got some serious guts. With that, she turns to leave. I'll be taking my leave now. Please try to leave him breathing, or the paperwork with the association will be a nightmare. This time, he's beaten so bad he's on a stretcher, still screaming, You damn bastards, you just wait, you're all dead meat. Alia watches his sorry state get carried away, and the whole group falls into a grim silence. Wang Zikai says dejectedly, I'm so sorry. My decision to bring Jiang Si to the association has doomed all of you. Xianqi steps forward to console him. Don't think like that. It's not about Jiang Si. The association would have found another excuse to send us here eventually. Ilea agrees, he's right. As long as we kept successfully taking down zombie kings and proving how strong the hero squad was, we were always destined to be thrown into the Deadlands. She explains the rumor. The association's top leaders don't want heroes with too much power and influence to emerge. It would threaten their control over humanity. Cam Nin looks at the ground, stunned. How can that be? Wang Zikai slams his fist back in fury, shouting, "Why are we even wasting time thinking about this? We just need to get into the Deadlands and destroy the source of the zombie tide. That solves everything, doesn't it?" He grits his teeth. "As long as we're strong enough, we can do it." The scene then shifts back inside the Deadlands border fortress. Jiang Si speaks up, "Boss, we're renting this room for the season." He then hands a bag of money to the utterly baffled owner. "Here's your money," the masked guy says, trying to be helpful. "Don't be afraid, it's just a mask." The old man just sort of nods. All right, I guess zombies aren't usually this polite." He immediately bends down to start counting the cash. 1, 2, 3, yep, it's all here. The room's yours, you can get ready to move in. A second later, he looks up at the house and just about jumps out of his skin. Wait, the house is just gone? He's left standing there totally bewildered. Did someone just straight up steal the property he just sold? Ziling thinks to himself, damn it, now I have to waste energy chasing him down again. Meanwhile, the city at night is absolutely buzzing with life. A massive thud echoes as he speaks up. Just set it down right here. I mean, there's a shop downstairs, a natural hot spring, and a whole food street nearby. You can't get more convenient than this. Standing on his newly placed house, he continues cheerfully, "We've still got plenty of cash for the Deadlands expedition, so we can finally chill out for a bit." His partner peeks out and asks, why do you look like you're trying to settle down here for good?" He just grins and walks inside. A mission this huge requires intel gathering and stocking up on supplies. Plus, setting up a proper base takes a ton of time, you know. Jiang Si keeps going. "First, we gotta run side quests at this border fortress for about 3 months before we can officially head out." Hearing this, she asks in complete shock, "So what in the world are we supposed to do until then?" He just answers softly, "Every day will be packed." His mind flashes to Jing Li Ya angrily shouting, "What are you looking at? You're not allowed in here." Back in the present, he pulls out a chair and grins. This really is a perfect blend of suffering and happiness. On top of all that, there are the skill training manuals they received from the association. He looks at the books piled on the table. She's definitely going to need a more comfortable environment to study this hard. Book number 2 is the top secret Esper training manual for becoming a member of the Hero Squad. Book number 3 is also the top secret Esper training manual for the Hero Squad. She picks up one of the books, totally surprised. That's right, I've been stuck in this world for so long I almost forgot why I even came here in the first place. He just laughs and says, "Don't worry, I've been chugging Fa Red Bull coffee every day, so I should wake up soon." Then he just hops down. "You focus on studying, I'm going out to buy food. Tonight, we're having egg fried rice." She yells furiously, "Wait a minute, we've had eggs for a week straight. Can't we have something else?" He just laughs. "Hey, whoever cooks gets to decide." Then he strolls down the street, happy as can be. Suddenly, he senses something's wrong behind him and whips his head around. It's Wang Zikai, launching a kick from behind, but Jiang Si dodges it in the nick of time. He looks at the kid, unimpressed. "You're a real pain." Then he asks calmly, "Is this really all because you don't want to eat egg fried rice?" He watches the kid land and immediately prepare to attack again. The boy shifts his form, powering up his battle strength, and glares right at him. And just like that, he vanishes right before his eyes. A second later, he reappears right in front of him with a kick, but Jiang Si blocks it calmly like it was nothing. The kid lands, completely shocked by the easy defense. He glares back at Jiang Si and shouts, "This isn't over yet." Immediately, both his hands begin to glow, like he's finally decided to get serious. He launches himself forward, attacking again. Jiang Si just leaps up lightly, looking down. "You're that unhappy? Fine. We'll switch to scrambled eggs with rice then. Also, this is a residential area, so try not to go all out." The kid just shouts back, "Like I need you to tell me that, let's go!" He unleashes a non-stop barrage of attacks. The kid relentlessly chases and swings, but Jiang Si hasn't thrown a single punch back, just dodging every move. Seeing this, the kid finally stops and asks, "I used my fastest possible sneak attack, and I didn't even scratch you." He pants, "Jiang Si, you really are terrifyingly strong." He looks up at him and stammers, "That's why. I have a request." At that, Jiang Si has a moment of realization. Ah, so it's that kind of drama. Jiang Si suddenly remembers the past. Years ago, he and Wang Zikai had a brutal battle, and only after that did they truly acknowledge each other's strength. He immediately cracks a mysterious smile, transforming his own form. "I get it," he says excitedly. "In that case, I'll use a more passionate form, too." He gently pinches the kid's cheek and adds, "Now, let's go find somewhere we won't be disturbed." Seeing him like this, the kid is completely baffled, with absolutely no clue what is happening. A second later, he feels a bizarre shift. In an instant, Jiang Si has teleported them to the forest of the Deadlands. Jiang Si looks around the desolate place and says cheerfully, Yeah, this spot will work. He then turns to the kid and raises a fist. Come on, Wang Zikai, attack me with your full power. He throws a powerful punch. No more holding back. Let's do this. The kid immediately panics and shouts, wait a minute. I already acknowledge how strong you are. Right before his fist connects with the kid's face, the guy screams out, I just want to ask how I can get as crazy strong as you. And just like that, the punch misses, flying right past him. The kid, meanwhile, looks like his soul has left his body. Almost became a puddle, huh? Hearing this, Jiang Tu casually pops his cap back on, switching back to his normal form. He's thinking, this dude wants ME to teach him to be stronger? He thinks back to Wang Zikai even before his big power-up. That guy was already the strongest Esper on the block. This dude's got power that could rival a top-tier zombie king like ACU, so why is this arrogant guy suddenly asking him for lessons? He just stares, completely confused. Is it because they're in some memory world, skipping all the character development the kid was supposed to get? That must be it. He's still a total newbie. The kid then bows low and begs him, please, teach me. I seriously need to get stronger. I'm begging you. He puts a hand on the kid's shoulder, making him jump, then laughs. All right, this should be easy enough. Since you've got nothing better to do, I'll help you train a little. The kid looks shocked. Like, for real? Jiang Tu just points at a zombie up ahead and says, see that walking corpse over there? Go kill it. You'll get stronger. Simple as that. Staring back at him is the Moon Corpse King, the local Dead Zone boss, and its face is all kinds of ugly. The kid freaks out. A Dead Zone lord? What's one doing this close to the fortress anyway? Meanwhile, below Jiang Tu's house is some old dump, with signs for Border Chicken Rice, Border Snacks, and Border Hot Springs. A girl is posing for a picture, asking how the angle looks. The guy taking it just laughs, calling it perfect. Inside a room, Tu Lang is happily reading a book. She's sipping milk tea, trying to wrap her head around what it says. Different waves of spiritual energy create different psychic powers. Training and observation can be done just by watching water ripples. She yawns, totally bored. I don't get any of this. Powers are such a pain, it's way easier to just slash things with a sword. She pulls something out of her bag. Anyway, guess I should at least give this a try. She gets undressed, steps into the room, and dips her foot into the warm water. While bathing, she sighs in total bliss. Man, this is nice. I haven't been this relaxed since I came to this world. Jiang Tu really found me a pretty decent training spot. She closes her eyes, focusing. According to the textbook, first, use spiritual power and concentrate on vibrating the water. She keeps thinking, focus, spirit, vibrate. She looks down at her hand in the water, and suddenly, the water around it starts to change. Seeing this, she cheers, it worked! I knew I was a psychic genius. Then Ngai Lie holds out her fist and cuts in, nope, that wasn't you. She gives a playful smile. Those were my spiritual waves. Tu Lang whips around, totally shocked, then sees Cam Lin next to her and yells, how long have you guys been here? Cam Nin walks over with the book, asking, isn't this the beginner's manual for new recruits? Why are you reading this stuff? Tu Lang freezes, stammering, well... Ngai Lie smiles. So that explains why she was so good on the road she wasn't using spiritual power at all. She then touches Tu Lang's face. All that talk about physical superpowers was a total lie and super suspicious. Are you plotting something against us? Tell us the truth, now. Tu Lang blushes, admitting, it's just. I don't have any psychic talent at all. Cam Nin runs over, shocked. No way! We've been together for so long, we can all feel that your spiritual power is insanely strong. Tu Lang! Then, all of a sudden, Cam Lin stares, having noticed something. She looks at Tu Lang. Your leg. Tu Lang just smiles. Oh, you mean this? It's a modified prosthetic leg. I just took the outer shell off because I was taking a bath. Ngai Lie is stunned. Why would you hide that? Tu Lang starts to explain, shocking them both. Her original legs were bitten by her parents after they turned into zombies, so she cut them off herself. Cam Nin is just frozen on the spot. How could that be? She forces a smile. You guys don't have to look like that. Fighting zombies means you're gonna get hurt. Besides, it's been so long, I'm used to it. Hearing this, Ngai Lia leans back and smiles with a long sigh. She looks at the water and continues, if you want to learn powers, you need two things. First, spiritual energy. She demonstrates, then adds, and second, imagination and self-awareness. The whole point of superpowers is to imagine a stronger version of yourself to affect the outside world. She moves closer, her voice low. So, Tu Lang, can I ask you a question? Why does your heart refuse to let you become stronger? Tu Lang goes silent, thinking about it. She looks down at the water. So, I'm the one who's been rejecting the idea of getting stronger? Suddenly sensing something, her friend's eyes dart to the side. She glares at the door and yells, "Who's there?" A moment later, the dust clears as a massive chunk of ice smashes through the wall, crashing down and wrecking everything in its path. Then, a massive fire erupts in the room, and her friend sounds seriously ticked off. This Jiang Si's using elemental power, and the pressure is even more intense than a corpse king's. A voice echoes from the ice. Not a bad reaction time, but that'll just make your deaths all the more painful. This is the Lord of the Deadlands, the Ice Demon Corpse King. She stares maniacally at the group, and Tu Lang just draws his sword, yelling, "Enough talk, just die." She just smirks, a truly wicked grin. Oh, what an amusing struggle. Hopefully you all can keep me entertained for a little while. Then, a massive sharp icicle erupts from the ground. Elsewhere, another monster senses the disturbance and starts cursing. Damn it, that ice demon is making way too much noise. A comrade who won't listen to commands. So annoying, so damn annoying. I hate it. This thing just keeps attacking innocent people. This is so irritating. It closes in on the helpless civilians, muttering, "So, I'll just sneak in and wipe out all the enemy's psychic scouts first. Isn't that totally pointless? And I hate doing pointless things." Meanwhile, Tianqi is also having trouble with this absolute lunatic. He watches the monster, thinking, "This power is terrifying. I didn't sense a thing before it attacked me. Is this really one of the legendary lords of the Deadlands? How could so many zombies this strong appear here at once?" He scans the area and sees a massive corpse tide heading straight for them. Back with the other monster, it's still ranting, "Whatever. It's an order from the source. Even if I hate it, I have to do it." It screams madly, "Let Fein Guiet unleash the corpse tide. Let's utterly demolish this disgusting fortress." A massive explosion rocks the area, stunning all the civilians nearby. An incredibly ferocious figure appears. But just then, Jiang Tu shows up to stop it, snapping, "What's with all the yelling?" The monster leader sees him and immediately flinches, completely terrified. Jiang Tu grabs its throat and shouts, "I told you not to move. If I accidentally touch you, you'll die. Do you understand me?" The creature just stares back in total shock. Jiang Tu holds it tight and tells Vuong Tu Kai, "All right, I've got it under control. It's your turn now." The kid just deadpans, "I don't really think this counts as training." Jiang Tu replies, "Surprised, beating a strong enemy makes you stronger way faster than just fighting grunts every day. You can't be lazy about this." He then immediately suggests an idea. "How about this, if you think it's too dangerous? I'll just break one of its arms and a leg. Then you can fight it. By the time you've gotten stronger, its limbs will have grown back. We can just gradually increase the difficulty like that. If it doesn't work, we'll just do it over and over again." Suddenly, the monster, having heard all this, roars with fury and sends him flying. It raises a giant foot, aiming right for him. It gets ready to strike, screaming, "You wretched humans, how dare you treat a lord like this?" If that's how it is, then I'll just, seeing this, the kid grits his teeth. Crap, it's going all out. The monster clenches its jaw. I have no choice but to, and a second later, it's on its back, begging them. "Please, stop hitting me. I surrender. Just give me a quick death, please." The kid is speechless. What is he even doing? Exposing his belly like that, he looks like a dog. Jiang Tu replies, "But on the outside, he clearly looks like a middle-aged dude." The kid cuts him off. "Stop talking. That's disgusting." Right then, the monster sits up and starts spilling everything. "The source ordered all of us lords to gather and attack you." The kid hears this and asks in shock, "What?" He's completely baffled by the news. All the lords, and a supermassive beast tide, bigger than anything in history. Jiang Tu just scratches his face, thinking, "An attack on the city? I think I remember something like this, but I thought that wasn't supposed to happen for another few years." The kid starts interrogating the monster. "Why? Aren't you lords supposed to be guarding the Deadlands?" The monster shakes its head. "The source believes a consciousness that shouldn't exist has descended here. It told us to attack at all costs and find a creature named Jiang Tu." Hearing this, the kid immediately looks over at Jiang Tu, who is just as confused, wondering, "Wait, this is my fault?" The people in the city see the commotion and rush out in a panic to see what's going on. What's happening? It's the middle of the night. Oh crap, why is the city wall cracked? Where's the army? Where are the guards? Wait, did they run away? Run away now? A man screams, running for his life. Yes, now's the time. Behind him, countless zombies leap forward, trying to tear him apart. He screams in terror. The zombies have breached the wall. Everyone, run! The crowd sees this and panics. Whoa, you can't be serious. The city descends into chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. Help! Where are the guards? My child. Has anyone seen my child? Get out of the way. Run for your lives. But of course, a little girl immediately trips, catching the eye of a nearby zombie. It shambles closer to the terrified kid. A second later, it lunges, and she lets out a scream of pure, unfiltered panic. She's crying, totally helpless, when suddenly she senses something weird and slowly peeks her eyes open to check things out. And what do you know? The entire zombie horde is frozen stiff, like someone just hit the world's pause button. High above them, Greta floats, controlling every single zombie. She casually weaves her hands together, leaving the undead utterly bewildered. She applies a bit more pressure with her hands. Instantly, giant boulders she's controlling slam down, crushing the zombies as they let out gurgling screams. Annoyed, she puts some real force into it and flattens every last one of them. There she stands, effortlessly making huge rocks fly with her ability. Her Stardial fissure technique? Yeah, it's seriously nasty stuff. Thinking the situation is finally stable, she starts to relax. Then, her eyes snap open, something is definitely not right. Right in front of her, the giant rocks she was controlling have been sliced clean in two. A monster steps forward, absolutely raging. Hateful humans, with your hateful resistance. The mission was almost over, so why did you have to show up? Hateful, so hateful, it screeches, going completely ballistic and charging right for her. Hateful. She calmly points her sword at the beast, and just like that, it stops dead in its tracks, right in front of her. It stares at her, confused, trying to move a muscle, can't budge an inch. Realizing it's in deep trouble, it tries a bluff. This isn't over yet, look around you. And to be fair, the view of the city is, well, it's a complete and total disaster. Seeing the chaos, she's furious. You broke the containment wall, you miserable bastard. She clenches her fist, and the monster gets skewered by invisible blades. She says calmly, atone for all those deaths with your own. The monster uses what little strength it has left to roar, ability user, so hateful. But of course, it instantly regenerates right behind her, chanting its new favorite line, hateful ability user, hateful ability user. Then it morphs into a way more terrifying form. Now I'll cut you into tiny pieces. It transforms into a horrifying pinwheel of death and starts carving up the city. Entire skyscrapers get demolished in a flash. Its gigantic blades tear through one block after another. Seeing the situation going south fast, she leaps down to the ground. She lands with a jolt and realizes she's been hit, her arm is bleeding. She watches the wound start to spread and feels a pang of worry. Zombie poison. Ah, a zombie king, she thinks. The association confirmed years ago that these guys are an absolute nightmare to deal with. Meanwhile, the beast is still having the time of its life wrecking the city. So much for being dead. It scans the area with its terrifying eyes. Hateful, that hateful little pest. She looks at the utter chaos. A zombie tide with a zombie king leading the charge. This is going to be a massive problem. Below, people are screaming and running for their lives. Just run. It's a huge zombie tide and a zombie king. How are we supposed to fight that? But she stands up and shouts to calm everyone down. Don't panic. I'm still here. I will hold back the zombie king. Other ability users from the association are coming to reinforce our defenses and hold the line. It's fine. Just then, a frantic voice crackles over her comms, making her flinch. The main stronghold is lost. Then another voice pipes up, dripping with arrogance. Gather all personnel and protect me while I leave. If I get hurt, I swear I won't let any of you off. A guard stammers. Master Zos, what should we? Zos cuts him off. What do you mean? We're retreating. The whole army is pulling out. He climbs into a car and yells, get in the car, now. His subordinate looks terrified. Yes, sir. Hearing this betrayal over the radio, she is absolutely livid. Master Zos ordered a retreat. Let's go. Let's go. Orders from the top. Yes, sir. Move out. Move out. Her blood is boiling. That damn cowardly piece of trash. Suddenly, the zombie king's sharp arms lash out, snapping her back to the present. She draws her sword, her resolve like steel. Damn it. Even if I'm the only one left, I will never retreat. She unleashes her full power and attacks. The beast seems genuinely shocked by her ferocity, thinking to itself, I can't move again? Are you kidding me? How does this human have so much energy left? But just then, the zombie poison in her arm flares up, and a wave of weakness hits her. The monster sees its chance and flashes a wicked, triumphant grin. She drops her sword, loses control, and collapses to the ground. Her body begins to change as the poison spreads with horrifying speed. The monster just smiles. You could have run with them, you know. She grits her teeth, thinking, damn it, I don't even have the strength left to hold him in place. The beast looks incredibly satisfied. My poison is now merging with your flesh and nerves. Very soon, you won't be able to move at all, and using your ability just makes the poison spread faster. It stands over her, laughing with pure malice. Look, if you can get away, just go. I won't chase you. It's too much of a hassle. Apparently, his whole plan is to just kill enough people, and eventually, he'll find whatever ancient trinket he's looking for. So my only mission is to wipe out every last human in this fortress. I'm too lazy to waste time on you. You get it? Meanwhile, the city is absolute chaos, with countless innocent people getting mauled by zombies. Help me! Where are the superpowered people? The security staff? Somebody save us! The spider monster opens its jaws, about to swallow Greta whole. Bye-bye now, you annoying little human. It sneers at her. You can either die a slow death here, or you can risk it all and try to escape. At this point, her consciousness starts to fade, and everything around her turns completely black. Pain. So much pain. Her body has zero strength left. She just wants to sleep. Is this it? Is she dying? Is it okay to just give up? Did she fail to protect everyone in this city? No. No way. It feels like someone is calling out to her. Yeah, someone is definitely telling her to keep on fighting, and then her eyes snap open, glowing blood red. She lets out a desperate scream, a vow to protect them. The monster just gets annoyed, so stubborn, damn it. And right on cue, she feels a surge of something powerful welling up inside her body. And immediately after, she coughs up a ton of blood. She looks down at her own arm as it begins to transform. Is her body just melting away? And so what if it is? She grabs her own throat with her bare hands. Fine. I'll just use my spirit to control this body then. Problem solved. A wave of pain like nothing she's ever felt washes over her as something sprouts from her back. She picks up her sword. I'm gonna deal with all you damn zombies. She grits her teeth, forces herself to her feet, and screams, I'll handle all of it. The monster is actually surprised to see her get back up. What a pain. This is so annoying. It opens its massive mouth. Why are you even standing? Why do you absolutely have to stop me? It continues its insane rant. Why do you insist on creating more work for me? It lunges forward in a rage. Don't you get it? The thing I hate most is doing extra work. If you want to die that badly, then I'll gladly grant your wish. It glares down at her. Why must you force me to actually fight seriously? She just screams right back at it. You talk way too much. Just die already. A massive battle erupts in the middle of the city, creating an insane shockwave. She gracefully leaps right toward its gaping mouth. The monster looks at her with total contempt. Is that pathetic little slash all you've got that's completely useless against me? Hearing that, she just grips her sword, grits her teeth, and vanishes right before its eyes, leaving the monster a little confused. It sees her hacking away at its limbs and just scoffs. This trick again? How boring. It opens its mouth wide, aimed right at her. An attack on this level is just embarrassing, so just die already. And then, she cracks a very mysterious smile. The monster is a little taken aback by this. Is she laughing? And in the next second, something absolutely enormous flies straight into its mouth. And just like that, it gets a 1,000-ton building shoved down its throat. She just stands there, watching, gripping her sword tight. A second later, she unleashes a flurry of slashes against the building itself, determined to completely obliterate it. Seeing how durable it is, she grits her teeth. The monster bursts out in a rage. You're completely insane. But this is actually fun. Let's have a real fight. She swings her blade right back at it. The two of them charge at each other, and it seems like the final, epic battle is about to begin. But then, the monster senses something isn't right. What the heck was that thing that flew past? Is this another one of her tricks? She seems to sense it too and says angrily, another problem. And over here, we have Jiang Si carrying the Demon King and Wang Zikai, announcing, all right, prepare for landing. Immediately after, the three of them crash right into the monster, sending it flying backward. Whoops, I think we hit something. Don't tell me it's more trouble. She sees the three of them and is completely shocked, but then her expression shifts as she recognizes them. Jiang Si, Wang Zikai. Hearing his name, Jiang Si immediately dumps the other two and rushes over to her. Also, what are you doing with your hand up like that? He then notices she's transformed into a zombie and starts walking around her to inspect her. So it's a goo. Even if the zombie horde came early, you still ended up infected. He asks again. So now you're going to fight the Corpse King Mok Nin to the death to protect the fortress and your master? She holds up a hand to stop him. I remember you being an incredible fighter, but to interrupt, I have no idea what you're talking about. Then she points over at the Corpse King. But Mok Nin, the Corpse King? Yeah, you already squashed him flat. This leaves our hero a little confused. What? She just points at the wreckage, and there's no fortress left to protect either. Seeing this, he's totally bewildered and just says, whoops, my bad. A long time passes, the area is being cleaned up, and sounds of activity fill the air. Hurry up, before the zombie tide notices this breach in our defenses. Get all the injured people moved out of here. That area is way too dangerous. Stay back, save whoever you can. Now everybody move. A soldier immediately shouts a warning. Hey, Wang Zikai, that whole section is going to collapse any second. It's dangerous, get back here. Wang Zikai just waves off the dust and replies, it's fine, I'm almost done here. He digs around, pulls something out, and then flashes a smile at Tianqi. Thank goodness I knew you'd be okay. Tianqi signals with a smile. The rescued guy then asks him, I managed to dodge the worst of it, so I guess I'm not gonna die, right? Are the rest of you guys all right? Hearing that, our hero suddenly has absolutely no idea how to respond. So, of course, he plays dumb, scratching his head. Us? We're totally fine, it's just, you know, the other guy asks impatiently. Just spit it out, don't play dumb. The kid gets nervous and spills the beans. Okay, so during the fight, Jiang Tu accidentally obliterated a really important outpost. The bill's gonna go straight to the Association, and it's all going on our captain's tab. Assuming you don't die. Hearing that, the captain just looks completely dead inside. He's probably wishing he'd never woken up. Well, you better think of a way to help. The captain throws his hand up and yells, Hey, rescue team, we need some help over here. A guy calls back, All right, what can I help you with? He screams back in pure terror, Hurry up and bury me again, go on. The rescuer just gets mad. Is this really the time to be joking around with us? But our four-eyed friend is not giving up. Reporting, sir. I am not joking, the guy replies. Wang Zikai, he's on your team, right? You handle him. The kid just replies, My apologies. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is still staring blankly at the disaster he created. Rada grabs her sash dramatically. My life is over. The most important human outpost on the border is gone. I fought for my life, and in the end, I couldn't protect anything. Just end me now. He scratches his head and adds, Hey, it's only half destroyed, isn't it? Maybe we can fix it up and still use it? He's clearly just trying to comfort himself. Perhaps. But then a commotion from the side startles him. He turns his head. Wait, the fighting over there isn't over yet? That seems to be coming from Zilang's direction. Jiang Tu realizes something, and besides, that fighting style looks a little familiar. Then it hits him a memory from his past life. Oh yeah, he remembers now. It's the bone-chilling ice effect of that annoying Frost King. He adds with a shock, We were stuck fighting her for ages back then. Zilang's in big trouble. He turns to give orders. We need to find reinforcements. Fast. He looks over at one of his teammates. Speechless. She just blew all her power and is now totally useless, moping. I'm just gonna die here. He glances over at Tianqi, who's got a fatal wound and looks like he could stop breathing at any moment. Not exactly a surprise. And as for Wang Zikai, he's exhausted after fighting the devouring moon zombie king all night. He mutters, You got it wrong. I'm the one who's about to lose you guys. The kid immediately snaps back. Brother Tianqi, you need to pull yourself together. We can't lose you. Jiang Tu makes his decision. Everyone else is hurt. I'll go check it out by myself, that's all. Besides, that's the one enemy Ziling is worst at dealing with. Seeing him leave, the other three immediately try to stop him in a panic. Wait! You don't have to go. I'm sending reinforcements to the Frost King's location now. Alia and Ganning are there. I'm sure they can handle it. He turns back, surprised. Are you sure about that? The three of them immediately reply, No problem. The scene cuts over to the Frost King's area. Ziling chases after Alia and Ganning, yelling, Wait up! She sounds completely panicked. We're going to die. We're totally going to die. Hearing this, the other girl gets furious. Are you guys supposed to be professional zombie kingslayers or not? Why are you so good at running away? Alia yells, glancing back at the Frost King with pure fear in her eyes. I was in the middle of a hot spring. I'm completely soaked. Fighting like this is a huge disadvantage, Gan Ning adds. And this cape has zero insulation. I'm about to freeze to death. Right then, the Frost King closes in on the three of them from behind. Alia shouts a warning. Watch out, the enemy's caught up. Just then, their foe appears from right beneath their feet. A massive ice mountain shoots up from below, heading straight for Ziling, making the others scream out her name in worry. Big sister Ziling. But she lands on the ground safely and says, Don't worry. Then she bites down on her sword and charges the Frost King head on. I'm perfectly fine. The Frost King smiles at her, not looking the least bit scared. Then, she instantly appears right behind Zilang's back. She leans in and says, You're clearly human, but your body has a scent that feels so very familiar. She gives a mysterious smile. Could it be that you have some connection to the special being the Origin has been searching for? She appears again behind her back, flashing a wicked smile. I guess I'll just take your head back with me and ask it a few questions. She angrily challenges her. Try it if you think you can. She swings her blade hard, but her opponent easily dodges. Model. She immediately uses ice to slide back and make some distance. But Cam Lin launches an attack of her own, charging forward with her sword in a rage. Don't you dare touch Sister too long. But her opponent just casually dodges the attack before switching her target to Cam Lin. How brave. Hey kid, guess I'll take care of you for a little bit first. And with that, Lia charges forward, fist raised. You should be paying attention to me. Leah throws a decisive punch. You damn bastard. Suddenly, flames just erupt from her. Lie unleashes her fire powers, blasting away at the enemy's creepy bone ice. But the villain just stands there, as Cam Nin watches, totally freaked out. Lie lets out a seriously angry grunt. She glares at the ice statue she just punched, absolutely fuming. Seriously? A sucker punch and it didn't even land? Man, these Lord-level types are a real pain. Ziling drops down, calling out, as Lie quickly shouts, "Be careful, Ziling! That freak is still up there!" Camlin scans the area and adds, "This ice is harder than steel, and she can just phase right through it." She just nods. "Yeah," she says, "the charge up for that explosion takes way too long. We can't possibly hit her." Lie taps the ice wall. "Exactly, and even if we somehow manage to melt all this junk, she'll just snap her fingers and freeze it all over again." And Lie is thinking to herself, if this keeps going, we're gonna freeze to death first. The three of them just stare at the ice, completely stumped, until Ziling finally breaks the silence. "Even with all this freezing fog, I can still hear stuff. Plus, it sounds like other people are fighting somewhere out there." She glances to the side. "I'm sure Jiang Si and his crew will show up with backup any minute now." But Cam Lin just slams her staff on the ground with a huff. And what good is Jiang Si going to be against this? Our enemy is the freaking Lord of the Deadlands. She explains how they're powered by source fragments, basically. Top-tier monsters that control all the other zombies around. Cam Lin's expression is just pure despair. It doesn't matter how strong Jiang Si is, you can't just fight a lord. It's a total shutdown based on power levels alone. But Ziling remembers what a wrecking ball he is and just smirks. I don't know about any total shutdown, but I'm pretty sure that rule doesn't apply to Jiang Si. This kind of enemy just runs and hides. Honestly, even one of Jiang Si's guys could, and right then, all three of them hear something. Lie whips around, panicked. "She's here! Cam Lin, look out below you!" Instantly, ice shoots up and traps Cam Lai's foot. A cage of bone ice grabs her, and the villain just laughs. "This useless little thing is mine now. You guys can clean up her corpse." Enraged, Ziling lunges forward with her sword, wounding the creature. Seeing her fury, the ice witch just cackles. "Ooh, not bad. By all means, come and save your useless friend." Ziling just screams, "You monster!" as Cam Lin cries out her name, completely hopeless. But then, Lie appears right behind the villain, startling her. "Shut up," Lie says coldly, blasting her face with fire. She is not a useless kid. She unleashes a swirling vortex of flames, screaming, "She is my most important partner. Get your filthy hands off of her." The bone ice vanishes. Ziling lands on her feet, immediately looking up. "Are you two okay?" But then she just freezes as the two of them walk over. "Huh?" Lie just says, "It's all good, we're fine." Cam Lin adds cheerfully, "I'm not hurt either." But Aya, the other girl stops short. "What is it?" She immediately jumps down and rushes over, totally panicked. "Lie, what's wrong with you? Can you even still fight?" "Backup's almost here, and we just caught her, right?" Lie starts to explain, "I think when you slashed her," and suddenly Cam Lin just bursts into tears. I'm so sorry. I'm completely useless. If I'd just been more careful." "Lie, I'm so sorry." Lie gently wipes the tears from her face. "You dummy, how could any of this possibly be your fault?" She offers a comforting smile. The way she just popped up out of nowhere? None of us could have seen that coming. Besides, if she'd grabbed me, wouldn't you risk everything to save me? I just did what you would have done, so stop blaming yourself. Totally moved, Cam Lin just whispers Lie's name. But then, Ziling senses something is way off, and she looks up. Massive ice chunks rain down from above as the villain laughs. "What a shame. You're still not dead. I guess one-shot kills really aren't my specialty." She laughs with delight. "Good thing I went to the trouble of freezing all the groundwater in the city. Not a bad gift for you guys, right?" Seeing this, our girl freaks out. "Oh, this is bad. The entire area is now just a massive field of ice." The villain cackles. "I want you to slowly savor the pain inside this beautiful cage. Just thinking about it gives me chills." And then she dives straight at them. She lets out a twisted laugh. Now, it's time to despair, as gigantic ice shards rocket toward the three girls. But Ziling gets to her feet, sword ready, and screams, "You bastard, bring it on!" She charges, yelling back, "Cam Lin, Lie is counting on you." Cam Lin gives a small nod. "Right." And Ziling dashes forward, smashing the massive ice blocks into 100 pieces. Seeing this display, the enemy just smirks. Now that's some interesting power. "So you really do have what the master is looking for." She immediately blasts her with an ice attack. "I'm definitely taking your brain." The attack lands, and she gets pummeled by the woman's ice shards. A second later, she's slammed hard against a massive wall of ice. She thinks to herself, damn it, I can't even get close to her. Cam Nin calls out, worried. Sister Tu Lung, are you okay? She replies, I'm fine, you two, just be careful. But her panicked eyes are locked on the enemy. What are we supposed to do now? Do I have to force open my second zombie state and bet everything on one all-out attack just to break through? But if I do that, I'll be completely unable to move after that one strike. Damn it, she makes a call. You two, find a place to hide. All we have to do right now is hold on until Jiang Tu gets here to save us. Hearing this, Nai Lia is completely shocked. Do you really trust Jiang Tu that much? Is a guy like him really worth entrusting your life to? Then, she pulls a shard of ice out of her own body. Struggling, she continues, actually, I also believe Wang Zikai and the Prophets Guild will come save us. Cam Nin calls her name, worried. Lia, she continues. But that's the exact reason why I won't just hide and wait for them to rescue me. She says, with total resolve, I will fight with everything I have and find a chance to win. A massive burst of fire erupts from her as she shouts, this is how I prove that I am worthy of their trust. Lia stands in front of Tu Lung and asks, because trust is never a one-way street, is it? Hearing that, Tu Lung is stunned by a single thought. Dependency. She flashes back through all her moments with Jiang Tu. When did I start depending on him this much? Is this even who I am anymore? After some time, the cleanup of the area has begun, and the place is buzzing with activity. Hurry, before the zombie tide notices this breach. Get the injured out of here now. It's too dangerous over there, don't get so close. Just save who you can and let's move. One soldier warns, hey, Wang Zikai, that whole thing could collapse any second. It's dangerous, get back here. Wang Zikai just keeps digging through the rubble, saying, it's fine. I'm almost there. He finally finds what he was looking for and smiles at Tianqi. Thank God, I knew you were okay. Tianqi just gives a weak smile. He asks, I dodged the fatal blow at the last second. Pretty sure I'm not gonna die. Are you guys okay? Hearing that, the kid has no idea what to say, so he plays dumb, scratching his head. We're fine, it's just, you know. Tianqi asks impatiently, whatever it is, spit it out. Stop playing dumb. The kid nervously continues, well, during the fight, Jiang Tu kinda accidentally destroyed a critical point. The damages will be billed to us by the association. Our captain, if you hadn't died. At this point, Tianqi looks like he'd rather have stayed buried. So you better figure a way out of this. Then he waves his hand frantically. Hey, rescue team, we need help over here. One of them calls back. All right, what do you need? He screams back in pure terror. Just bury me again, hurry up. The guy gets pissed. You think this is a time for jokes? But our four-eyed friend here isn't giving up. Report. I am not joking. The rescuer replies. Wang Zikai, he's your teammate, right? You handle him. Zikai just answers, sorry. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is still staring at the mess he made. Rita holds her own belt. I'm so dead. The most important human outpost on the entire border. I'm so dead. I fought with my life on the line, and in the end, I couldn't protect a thing. Just kill me now. He scratches his head, adding, didn't he only destroy like half of it? Maybe if we fix it, we can still use it? He scratches his head, trying to reassure himself. Maybe. Just then, a noise from the side startles him. The fight's not over yet? It sounds like it's coming from Tu Lung's direction. Suddenly, Jiang Tu realizes something. Plus, that technique looks a little familiar. From my past life. I remember now. It's the bone ice effect from that annoying cold-hearted zombie king. He says, shocked. We were stuck fighting her for so long back then. This means Tu Lung is in big trouble. He turns. We have to find reinforcements now. Then he glances at Rita, completely speechless. After that huge power burst, she's completely drained and depressed. Just let me die. He looks over at Tianqi, so badly injured he could suffocate at any second. And Wang Zikai is totally exhausted after fighting the moon-devouring zombie king all night. He speaks up. You're mistaken. It's me who wants to lose you guys. Zikai immediately scolds him. Brother Tianqi, snap out of it. We can't lose you. Jiang Tu makes a decision. Everyone here is injured. I'll go check it out by myself. Turns out, this was the one type of enemy Ziling was absolutely terrible at handling. Seeing him about to leave, the three of them panicked and stopped him, shouting, wait, don't go. You don't have to fight. I need to send reinforcements to the ice mist zone right now. Alia and Cam Lin are over there, and I trust them to handle it. Hearing this, he turned back, surprised. Are you sure? The three immediately replied, no problem. And the scene snaps over to the ice mist zone. Tu Lang chases after her two friends, yelling, wait up! But they're just screaming, we're gonna die! We are so gonna die! A just whips around, totally annoyed. Aren't you guys supposed to be professional zombie-slaying heroes? So why are you so good at running away? Alia snaps, glancing back in fear. We were in a hot spring. I'm completely soaked. Fighting like this is a huge disadvantage, Cam Lin whines. And this cloak is doing nothing to keep me warm. I'm freezing to death. And right on cue, the ice corpse closes in from behind. Alia sounds the alarm. Watch out, the enemy's here, below us. And bam, she bursts out from right under their feet. A giant ice mountain shoots up towards Tu Lang, making the others scream her name. But she just lands coolly, saying, "Don't worry." She bites down on her sword and charges the ice monster. "I'm fine." The villain just smirks, not a shred of fear on her face. Then she teleports right behind Tu Lang, ready for a monologue. "You're obviously human, but you have a scent. It feels so strangely familiar to me." She smiles mysteriously. "Could you be connected to the special being the Origin is searching for?" And she appears behind her again with a wicked grin. "Maybe I'll just take your head back for questioning." Tu Lang fires back. "Try it if you think you can." Tu Lang swings her sword, but the villain dodges and uses ice to slide backward with ease. But now, Cam Lin jumps in, charging forward with her weapon. "Don't you dare touch Sister Tu Lang." The villain sidesteps her effortlessly and turns to Cam Lin. "How brave." "Well, little one, I suppose I'll deal with you first." "Not so fast." Alia steps forward, raising her fist. "Hey, pay attention to me." She throws a decisive punch. "You damn monster." And in a flash, the entire area erupts in flames. Alia blasts the ice corpse with her fire magic, but the villain doesn't move. Cam Lin watches on, looking worried. A moment later, Alia clicks her tongue in frustration. She's staring at the ice decoy she just punched, absolutely fuming. A surprise attack and I still missed? Lord-level enemies are a total pain. Just then, Tu Lang lands nearby. "Alia!" Tu Lang calls, and she warns back. "Be careful, Tu Lang. That thing is still up there." Cam Lin looks around. This ice is harder than steel, and she can phase right through it. Tu Lang nods. "Right, and our charge-up attacks are too slow to hit her." Alia walks over, examining one of the massive ice walls. "Exactly. Plus, even if we manage to melt all this junk, she'll just freeze it all over again in an instant." Alia's inner monologue is bleak. "We're going to freeze to death first." The three of them just stare at the ice, defeated. Seeing the mood drop, Tu Lang tries to rally them, even with this cold fog all around. "I can still hear it. There are other people fighting not too far from here." She glances in that direction. "I'm sure Jiang Tu and the others will get here soon to help," but Cam Lin just scoffs, slamming her staff down. She replies sadly, "What good is Jiang Tu going to do? We're fighting a Lord of the Deadland." She explains slowly, "Their bodies are infused with the fragmented energy of the Origin itself. They're a top-tier being that can command other zombies. No matter how strong Jiang Tu is, he can't possibly fight a Lord. It's a complete and total difference in class." Hearing that, Tu Lang thinks about his insane power and smirks. I'm not so sure about this total difference you're talking about, because that definitely does not apply to Jang too." She says, "Deadpan, an enemy that just runs and hides like this? I bet even one of Jang Tu's." Suddenly, all three of them sense movement. Alia whirls around in alarm. "She's here! Cam Lin, watch your feet!" Too late. Ice snares Cam Lin's leg, and the ice corpse appears, grabbing her. "This useless little thing is mine. Come back for the body later." Furious, Tu Lang immediately lunges, her sword striking true and making the villain actually cry out in pain. The villain just laughs at her rage. "Not bad, not bad. Come on, try and save this worthless girl." Tu Lang screams, "Damn it," as Cam Lin calls her name. But this time, Alia appears right behind the villain, startling her. Her voice is ice cold. "Shut your mouth." Alia blasts her face with fire. She is not a worthless girl. She then unleashes a blazing spiral attack, roaring at the top of her lungs. "She is my most important partner. Get your filthy hands off of her." The ice creature begins to dissolve as Tu Lang lands safely. She looks up quickly. "Are you two okay?" And then her jaw drops as she sees the two of them approach. "Huh? That was awesome. We're fine," Alia says. Cam Lin adds happily, "I'm fine too, but, Alia model?" She heard the news and her jaw dropped. "What?" She then leaped down, running over to Alia in a panic, asking how things got so bad. She frantically asked, "Can we still hold on? Reinforcements are coming, and didn't we just capture her a second ago?" Alia replied, "Probably right when I cut her, she." And just like that, Cam Lin burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I'm so useless. If I had just been more careful then." "Alia, I'm sorry." But Alia just gently wiped the tears from her face. "You dummy, how could this possibly be your fault?" Alia said with a comforting smile. "The way she appeared, none of us could have seen that coming. Besides, if she had captured me instead, wouldn't you have risked everything to save me? I was just doing what you would have done, so don't blame yourself." Hearing this, Cam Lin was so touched she could only say her name. But suddenly, Ziling realized something was very, very wrong. She looked up just in time to see the ice mist dropping massive chunks of ice from above, laughing with absolute glee. What a shame, she sneered. Still not dead. Guess I really don't have the talent for this. Killing you all in one clean hit, she cackled. Good thing I went to the trouble of turning all the groundwater in this city to ice. Not a bad little gift for you, right? Seeing this, our hero's mind went blank. Oh, this is bad. Real bad. The whole area was now flooded with ice. The villain laughed. I want you to slowly enjoy the agony inside this beautiful cage. Just thinking about it gets me excited. She swooped down towards them, her smile twisting grotesquely. Now, time to suffer in despair. Giant blocks of ice rained down on the three of them. Ziling shot to her feet, sword in hand, and roared out a challenge. Damn it! Bring it on! She charged forward, shouting over her shoulder. Cam Lin, Alia is in your hands. Cam Lin gave a small nod. Got it. Ziling dashed ahead, smashing the enormous ice chunks into 100 pieces. The villainess watched this, laughing smugly. What interesting power. You really do have the thing that Lord Origin is looking for. She immediately attacked with a torrent of ice. And I'm taking that brain of yours. Ziling was hit, getting slammed down by the relentless ice shards. In the next moment, she was thrown hard against a block of ice. Damn it, she thought. I can't even get close to her. Cam Lin cried out in worry. Ziling, are you okay? She called back, I'm fine. Just you two be careful. She stared desperately at her opponent. What am I supposed to do now? Do I have to force open my second zombie state and bet everything on one all-out attack? But if I do that, I'll be completely immobile after that one strike. Damn it. She made her choice. You two, find a place to hide. All we have to do now is hold out until Jiang Si gets here to save us. But Alia looked shocked. You really trust Jiang Si that much? Is someone like that really worth entrusting your life to? And with that, she pulled a shard of ice out of her own body. Seriously, she said, forcing the words out. I also believe Wang Zikai and the Prophet Society will come for us. Cam Lin called out worriedly. Alia, she continued. But that's exactly why I'm not going to hide and wait for them to rescue me. Alia's voice boomed with determination. We fight with everything we've got and find our own chance to win. A burst of fiery power erupted from her as she yelled. This is how I'll prove I'm worthy of their trust. Standing in front of Ziling, Alia asked, because trust is never a one-way street, right? The words hit Ziling like a truck, dependent. She remembered everything that had happened between her and Jiang Si. When did I start depending on Jiang Si so much? Is this really even me anymore? A flashback. A much younger Ziling sat on a hospital bed, heavily bandaged. Her eyes were completely vacant, like an empty doll's. Suddenly, a phone started ringing loudly outside, followed by hushed voices. Did you hear? About the kid in there. Apparently she used a kitchen knife to chop off her own leg, bit by bit, after a zombie bit it. Doctor Jie Ming, only 18 at the time, quietly listened to all the gossip. Then he walked straight to the Academy's aid station. He also heard that the ones who bit her were her own parents, turned into zombies. After hearing everything they were saying about her, Zilang's expression didn't change at all. How truly pitiful. Jie Ming quietly approached. Hey kid, you're the one who wants the new mechanical prosthetic leg I've been working on? He warned her, I'm telling you now, it requires separating each nerve, then sending electricity through. But before he could finish, she cut him off. I accept. Tears streamed down Zilang's face as she ground out the words through clenched teeth. I accept. I need power. She screams into the void, demanding the power to erase every last zombie. And just like that, present-day Ziling is witnessing her own past. Then it clicks. Oh right, I remember. This is who I was at the start. She frowns, watching it all unfold. Ziling remembers every single moment. She lost everything to zombies, swallowed the pain, and risked it all to get stronger, just so no one would ever have to suffer the same tragedy. Sadness fills her eyes. So is this why she can't use Jiang Si's power or even awaken her own abilities? And just then, some girl pops up and tells her, yeah, that's because your heart is absolutely overflowing with zombie hate. Ziling flinches. That voice is way too familiar. See, this gloomy girl is Ziling's dark inner self, so there's no hiding from her. Anyway, back to the fight, where the other lady is completely stunned by Li Ya's hit. Li Ya furiously throws a punch, but it connects with thin air, another stupid decoy. Damn it! She lands and rushes over, asking, Cam Lin, are you okay? Looking like an absolute wreck, Cam Lin just mumbles, I'm fine. The kid looks up and complains, that creep is popping up everywhere. If only Xianji were here. Li Ya turns to Ziling. I'll find a way to force her out. Ziling, you protect Cam Lin. But Ziling doesn't say a word. She just stares blankly into space, leaving Li Ya completely baffled. No matter how much she yells, Ziling is like a soulless doll, totally motionless. Just then, A weird sound rumbles from the ground. Cam Lin immediately screams, "Sister Ziling, underneath you!" Li Ya yells at the same time, "Ziling, move! Something is bursting up from the ground." A massive ice spike skewers her clean through as everyone screams Ziling. The shard keeps growing, lifting her high into the air. And just like that, her heart is ripped right out. The villain clutches it, a look of pure joy on her face. "Wow, I didn't think beating you would be this easy. Looks like the cold and your own fear froze you solid. Now I just need to take your corpse back. The other two losers will be frozen here for all eternity." Hearing this, Li Ya furiously smashes a punch right into her face. But the villain just dissolves, which only makes her madder. "Freaking clones! Cam Lin, get Ziling down and give me some backup. I'm going to kill her." She immediately replies, "Right," as the villain sneaks away with a swollen face. "Damn it. I dodged most of the damage, but she still tagged me. I really need to control my emotions during a fight." Ziling is completely limp. Cam Lin cries out, "Sister Ziling, I'm getting you down," she thinks to herself. It's just a fatal wound. She can just become a Jiangxi. Her inner self appears behind her, its face dripping with malice. That's useless. You see the hatred in your own heart. There's no way you can use Jiang Si's power anymore. She grins wickedly. "Right now, only we can save you." Her inner self begins to distort. "We are filled with hatred and rage, just like you." Then it starts to warp, twisting her mind and trying to merge with her. "Come on, give us your body. Together, we can get revenge on this entire world and make everyone suffer like we have." Ziling frowns as it all clicks. "So that's it. You're the hundreds of millions Varro killed, all condensed inside that thousand-faced moon. Before, you willingly became puppets for Varro, your own mortal enemy. And now you won't stop messing with my head, distracting me while I'm trying to fight. The grotesque monster just keeps up its mind games. We had no choice. Lord Varro was too strong. Our entire civilization couldn't fight him. What's wrong with surrendering to the powerful? Aren't you doing the same thing, relying on your enemy Jiang Si for power?" And with that, it continues to merge into her. It's absolutely thrilled. Without Jiang Si's help, any old zombie king could easily deal with you. Or, you could accept our spiritual power and be our sweet little puppet of vengeance. As it finishes speaking, Ziling's body fully merges with it, and a massive pillar of fire erupts from below. Cam Lin stares, stunned by the intense flame as all the ice around them begins to melt. "Go on," the villain laughs confidently. "What, are you starting to burn your own flesh now? Too bad, you'll be nothing but ash long before the ice melts." Li Ya roars back, "This has nothing to do with you." The ice beneath their feet cracks and crumbles. Cam Lin panics, sensing the fluctuation in spiritual power. "This is." She looks up at Ziling and cries out her name. The villain feels it too, an aura coming from the very ice that ran her through. And in a flash, the icy form of Ziling shatters. On her forehead, a third eye opens wide. Tiny ice shards hurtling downward suddenly freeze in midair. Her new power has stopped everything in its tracks. She places a foot on one tiny shard, then another, stepping across the frozen air in the blink of an eye. She observes her surroundings. This is the unique ability created from the spiritual power of hundreds of millions of people. Ziling's red eyes glint coldly. "It might not be as destructive as Varro's sun-level power, but it definitely suits my style." The grotesque creature, now being crushed in Ziling's hand, screams, "Impossible!" It cannot believe its eyes. "You accepted all of our spiritual power. Why aren't we controlling your body?" Ziling's grip tightens even more. "For that," she thinks to herself, "I actually have you to thank. Your souls helped me remember my original reason for fighting." Shards of her memory came flooding back to her. "The reason I kill zombies isn't for revenge. It's so no one else has to go through a tragedy like mine. Me and Jiang Si are comrades with the same dream, and my trust in him was never about his strength, but his kindness." Just then, Ziling's third eye activated, unleashing its power. "A Jiang Si like this, no matter what he is, I'll gladly accept his power." The gene from Jiang Si awakens inside her, immediately unlocking its second form. The wound on Ziling's stomach began to close. "Her powerful, zombified body can completely crush your spiritual powers, you pathetic phantoms." Furious, she unleashes her ultimate mental attack, Purple Moon's Gentle Time Chariot. Then she crushes it into a bloody pulp, fit only to submit to his power. The sky suddenly turns black as a badass. Ziling stands on floating chunks of ice. Below, the zombie queen just stares up, completely dumbfounded. She's shocked to see this isn't the simple girl from before this. Ziling has a brand new eye right on her forehead. 3 cold crimson eyes. Her whole body radiates a fierce white shockwave, making the queen blurt out, "What is going on?" It's like she's a completely different person. The queen starts sweating buckets, her pupils shrinking as she mumbles, "This isn't good. Should I run?" But before she can decide, something flashes past her body in a blur, making her eyes pop in pure horror. One of the queen's arms is sliced clean off and sent flying. She just stands there, totally stunned. It finally clicks as she glances at her own limbs floating in the air, thinking, huh? I've been attacked. That last move was just too fast, too dirty, leaving her to wonder, when did that even happen? Gan Ning is losing her mind over this, unable to hide her excitement as she yells, so fast! Did Sister Ziling awaken a speed ability like Wang Zikai? But Alia standing beside her isn't so sure, her face dead serious as she says, that's not it. I don't sense the air being torn by speed. This is a power far beyond that. Gan Ning is floored. What? Is she really that strong? The queen over there grinds her teeth, quickly freezing her wound shut before screaming with rage and contempt. You're just a little faster. In my domain, that's completely useless, she yells. She unleashes her domain's full power, launching another Arctic windstorm. With that, thousands of sharp ice weapons shoot towards Ziling. She doesn't seem worried at all, her face as cold as a winter morning as she scoffs. A meaningless attack. A desperate scream rings out to stop it. From above, countless ice shards rain down at dizzying speeds, but Ziling just slowly drags her sword forward. Her long hair flows dramatically in the wind. Her ice-cold expression makes it seem like the sharp ice chunks can't even touch her. She phases in and out, appearing right before the queen. When she sees her, the queen's jaw hits the floor in shock. The sharp tip of a sword is aimed right at the zombie queen's throat. She's too terrified to speak as a single slash dices her body into sweet, neat pieces. Her severed parts fall onto the cold ice she created. Still barely conscious, her empty eyes wonder how this could even be possible. I was hit? But when? How? Ziling, looking like a total boss, presses the sword to the queen's head. The queen lets out a terrified scream. Ziling's voice commands her. Kneel before me, you weakling. Then, with a few flashy swings, she shatters the barrier overhead, leaving the queen completely stunned. What? Witnessing this, Gan Ning once again cheers with joy. The barrier's been shattered. Was that Sister Ziling? Alia's eyes sparkle with admiration. Whoa, she actually managed to pull that off. Dust and debris fly everywhere as ice shards continue to whip past Ziling's face. Her eyes are full of hope as she wonders, Jiang Si, are you watching this? I finally managed to master my spirit. And sure enough, a pair of eyes is watching her from afar. In front of this person is a pile of icy rubble, and it's none other than our boy Jiang Si. He rests his chin on his hand, pouting, oh well, looks like she doesn't need my help anymore. But then you notice he's casually holding up an entire building on his arm. He asks innocently, don't you all agree? At this, countless people scream, clinging to his leg, desperately trying to talk him down. Yes, you're right. Now please put it down. A white-haired young man is crying his eyes out, pleading, I'm begging you, you really can't smash it. That's when he remembers and asks, where's Yi Xianji? Someone replies, you kicked him into the stratosphere at the very beginning. The city is shrouded in death, surrounded by a purple aura. Only after defeating the queen does a moment of peace arrive. A young man runs over frantically to announce, everyone, rest for a bit. The rescue team will be here soon. Hearing that, everyone lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, they can rest. Gan Ning looks worriedly at Alia, but before she can finish her sentence, Alia cuts in with a smile. Don't worry, Gan Ning, I'm fine. Ziling stands beside Jiang Si, looking towards us. She's being corrupted, enveloped in a purple zombie-like glow. With those freaky blood-red eyes, Ziling turns down the volume and whispers, so, did Rada just go full-on zombie on us? Except her zombie form wasn't some monster. It was actually kinda cute, like a puppy or something. Rata, on the other hand, was having a small panic attack over her new look, while Jiang Si calmly flipped through his martial arts manual for answers. Turns out she's still alive, just infected with the zombie gene, basically her own Zomus form, which made Ziling nod like she totally got it. So, she asked for a bit more explanation. But in the eyes of everyone else, yeah, she's a zombie now. Which of course led to a mountain of problems back at the association. Getting humans and zombies to play nice is harder than it looks. Retta snaps back to reality and turns to the civilians, asking, is everyone okay? A woman with a soot-covered face, holding a child, coughs and replies, we're fine, thank, and then she looks up, and her eyes go wide with absolute terror. Because Rita's sporting a busted eye with blood streaming down her otherwise beautiful face, Liangshan jumps in, glad you're both okay. Do you need anything? Any supplies at all? Before she can finish, the woman grabs her kid and bolts. No, we're good, she yells back. Ha, bye then, no need to follow us. And the whole time, Rada is just radiating this intense cold purple magic, not helping the situation. She watches them run off when the little boy asks, Mommy, that lady saved us. Why didn't we say thank you? The mom just shushes him harshly. Don't talk. Then she says something unbelievably cruel. She might have saved us now, but who knows what'll happen when that zombie poison really kicks in. And it's not like they haven't heard stories about that kind of thing happening before, the woman's voice continues. Let's go, better to keep our distance. Hearing those words, Rada just deflates, her head hanging in defeat. Meanwhile, Ziling scowls and declares, I don't care what they think. I'll always trust you and your teammates. Jiang Si just looks confused. Okay, why are you suddenly talking about this? She flashes back to defeating the queen, remembering how her personality took a seriously dark turn during her stage 2 zombification. Her face went dark and she was barking orders, bow down to me, all while relentlessly insulting her opponent. A weakling like you is only worthy of looking at my toes. The other girl was seething with rage but completely helpless. What a jerk. Ziling blushes just thinking about it, admitting it's a little embarrassing. I said a lot of really childish things back then. With bright red cheeks, she puts a hand on her chest and tries to explain. But no matter how I acted on the outside, my heart and my will were never affected. I'm still me, she says, pointing at him for encouragement. And I believe you're the same way. No matter what you look like, you'll always be the Jiang Si that I know. He just stares, completely dumbfounded by this cheesy speech. Ziling frowns. What is it? Why are you staring at me? Did I say something wrong? He shakes his head. Ah, no, it's just. I suddenly remembered something. Then he switches into serious mode to explain. Because you couldn't zombify any further, we came to this memory world to learn new abilities. Her face suddenly goes pale and she starts sweating, flat out refusing. Haha, I'd rather learn from a dog, which only makes him more curious. But didn't you still master the mental power she left behind through zombification? Didn't you get to this memory world by yourself? He pumps his fist, all hyped up. Anyway, you did it. So how about a little training battle with me? It's not like we can break anything in here. Ziling looks horrified, waving her hands frantically in protest. No thanks. Nope, no need. The problem's solved, so we're good. But Jiang Si won't let it go. Are you sure you don't want to try? Aren't you curious about my limits? He asks, but she remains firm in her protest. Nope, definitely not. The still conscious head of the queen just looks on, totally done with these two. Suddenly, a guy in a dog hat walks up asking, Hey, are you still alive? The queen roars in frustration. Stop messing with me. To think you'd surrender to humans. You're a disgrace to all zombies. The Great Origin will not forgive you. He just scoffs coldly and explains, What do you know? Then breaks into a sweat. If I had dared to resist, I'd have been crushed just like Mo Ren under that master's power. Far in the distance, a robot, having completed its task, gives a little finger wave goodbye. Hearing this, the queen is absolutely stunned. What did you just say? Casually crushing all zombies. That kind of power. Wait, could it be? The guy just glances toward Jiang Si and his group. Well, have you figured it out yet? Even though they're in some new form none of them have ever seen, those two over there are still just arguing non-stop. Come on, let's go. No way, he states with certainty. But that guy, Jiang Si, the one living with humans, he's definitely the origin of all zombies. At that exact moment, Jiang Si is just laughing hysterically while chasing Ziling around. And she's just screaming at the top of her lungs, Get away from me, our supreme overlord! So the queen bee here finally has a brain blast and realizes, wait, did the big boss order us here just to get our butts kicked? Is that it? He whispers, finger to his lips like it's a huge secret. Shh, don't ask questions. The boss always has some galaxy brain reason. Over on the other side, Ziling suddenly whips his head around to look. Huh? What? What's up? Jiang Si stretches his arms out, bored out of his mind. Oh, since there's nothing else to do, can we head back? I'm pretty sure I can sleep for a week straight this time, he says, basically begging. What? You mean Moki and Alia's group? What's going to happen if they stay behind? His voice echoes through the entire forest. After that huge battle to protect the border base, we all launched a counterattack, punching our way straight through the city of the dead. We successfully crushed the source of the zombie tide, but the part after that, yeah, he'd rather not remember. And now, all eyes are suddenly on him. Suddenly he's grabbing his head, grinding his teeth, trying to force the memory out. Wait, why? Why do I not want to remember what happened next? It's like that whole chunk of time is just gone. The more he thinks, the worse his head hurts, his face darkening as he mutters, We defeated the source. But it seems like the source can't actually be destroyed. After that, what did I do after that? His head is so itchy, he thinks he's finally growing a brain. He groans in absolute agony, barely getting the words out. I remember now. I completely absorbed the source, then used amnesia to seal it away inside my own memory. Seeing him like this, Ziling's face twists in horror. Jiang Si, keep thinking. As long as I don't remember it, it can never be reborn, he shouts through clenched teeth. But as he yells, he looks down at his own hands. A freaky green aura is pouring out of his entire body. He screams at the top of his lungs. The seal is about to break, and all this drama is happening in the center of a deadland where no human can survive. Not only are there terrifying zombie tides that can swallow all life, but there's also the crazy, powerful lord of this deadland. It's a bizarre flying monster with a single glaring red eye in the middle of its head and two massive brown wings, just silently staring down. Any living thing that trespasses on its turf gets absolutely annihilated. And right now, it's watching a swarm of tiny people buzzing around its territory like ants. Leading them is a massive, green-skinned creature, followed by more green-skinned creatures. The one in the lead is rocking a bright red hat with some short text on it. The beefy green guy in the red hat raises a small flag, turns to the green mob behind him, and shouts like a hyped-up tour guide. What you are looking at is the forbidden land of death, thousands of years old. Now stick close to me, and don't get lost. The green crowd roars back. Roger, they shout, already gossiping loudly. Whoa, the birds and zombies over there are huge. Yeah, for real. They look pissed. A red-haired girl, Xiao Xiao, is just standing there in the crowd with a completely blank expression. She remembers the faces of the green zombies, then looks at her friend in front of her and just explodes. Disguising ourselves as a horde of zombies was a good idea, I guess. But your style is way too different from the other zombies. She points to a girl with bright green hair next to her. Not to mention all the other random people mixed in. That girl is even live streaming the whole thing. To all my dear viewers, the situation right now is extremely complicated. Her companion just gives a thumbs up, oozing with way too much confidence. Don't worry about it. In this zombie apocalypse, strength is the only thing that matters, he says, making her grind her teeth in frustration. That huge muscular zombie in the red hat? Yeah, that's none other than Xiao Xiao's travel buddy. The big guy just laughs it off. Besides, battles between Overlord-class zombie kings have to be one-on-one. You can't just gang up on them. With Agu's power level, he can do whatever the heck he wants. Trust me, he insists. The other overlords wouldn't dare question him. At that very moment, Agu is literally standing on the head of a giant, three-eyed monster, giving it some friendly advice. All right, now, stop being so stubborn. From now on, we're colleagues, and what I'm about to say, you better listen up. He clears his throat and makes his announcement like some evil CEO. From this moment on, your underlings are my underlings, and your territory is my territory. Understood? After his big speech, Agu looks down at the monster beneath his foot, but he doesn't hear a single peep out of it. Annoyed, he stomps on its head, crushing it flat, and growls. Understand or not, don't make me say it a second time. The monster cries out in pain, then whimpers pathetically. Understood. Ah, Gu nods, satisfied. Good that you understand. Next time, answer a little faster. Got it? The poor monster screams. Yes, sir! The big guy, meanwhile, is casually taking pictures of this whole violent negotiation with his phone while explaining it all to Xiao Xiao. This is the survival of the fittest law established by the zombie tide's source. No zombie would ever violate it, he says. Xiao Xiao just stammers. Oh, okay, got it. Just then, Captain Tiajia walks over and casually joins the chat about setting universal rules for zombies. And here she was, thinking only the big guy could pull something like this off. This source you mentioned, it must be incredibly powerful, right? The big guy immediately answers, well, obviously. He frowns, recalling the memory with deadly seriousness. During a battle with the source, that was the time our great king was assassinated. The big guy starts telling a story, his mind drifting back to some seriously desolate scenery. The great king and his buddies apparently marched into the land of the dead, beat every boss, and finally challenged the source of all the trouble. A hooded zombie lunges forward to attack, but the final boss just laughs like a maniac. And just like that, the big guy's story comes to life. In the middle of the fight, the great king was getting totally overwhelmed. His friends had to risk it all just to buy him a few seconds to regenerate and heal. They basically burned through all their power. They unleashed a massive blood pillar wrapped in vicious lightning that sent the Lord flying. The big bad slammed into the ground, completely stunned for a moment. Seeing his chance, the great king jumped back into the fight, stronger than ever. He sent the Lord sailing with a single punch, then just kept healing and kept on fighting. During this whole process, he was evolving bit by bit, transforming into a way more powerful form. They fought non-stop for 7 days, completely wiping the battlefield clean off the map. By the time it was over, the Great King was so beat up he couldn't even regenerate. Yeah, it was a super close call. The Iron Armor Captain, hearing all this, couldn't help but say that sounded way scarier than some ancient mech the old ones built. Xiao Xiao, pale as a sheet, nervously asks, so the big guy smashed the source to dust, right? But the big guy immediately shuts her down. Nope, not even close. He gets serious, adding, "The source can't be destroyed. The king said so himself and brought it here." The captain holds his breath. "Where is it?" Xiao Xiao was also on the edge of her seat, waiting. Finally, after a few seconds that felt like forever, the big guy points to the sky, perfectly mimicking Jiang Qi's goofy pose. He chirps, "I forgot, of course. It was just some silly little story anyway." And with that, Xiao Xiao absolutely loses it. "Hey, how can you just forget something like that?" Just then, a strange foot slams down, and the whole ground starts shaking violently. The captain and Xiao Xiao are freaking out. What is going on? A triumphant laugh rings out from above them. "Ha ha, of course the big guy doesn't remember." The voice arrogantly continues, "How could he possibly dare to remember me?" Which sends the group below into a total panic. Where is that sound coming from? Whoa, what's happening? The arrogant voice just echoes everywhere. I am his most terrifying memory. At the same time, the ground cracks open and crimson streaks of blood shoot out with a savage laugh. The ground beneath Xiao Xiao's group cracks apart too. Xiao Xiao screams in terror. What in the world is happening? Her eyes go wide, watching sticky red blood fuse massive rocks into a giant shape in the sky. She's completely stunned, whispering, "What is that thing?" The blood and stone slowly form the solid body of a massive monster. The monster gleefully explains, "Jiang Qi couldn't actually destroy me, so he used his own brain as a cage and sealed me in this world of memories." It continues smugly, "And the moment he remembers me is the moment I come back to life." Hearing this, Jiang Qi just starts laughing. Then he grits his teeth. "Ha ha, to think it could force this body to transform. No wonder it's that guy." He looks at the giant monster in the distance with a headache. This is going to be a problem. Ziling looks up, worried. "Jiang Si, are you okay? Do you know what that thing is?" Jiang Si stares at the blood swirling in front of the stone monster. He answers grimly, "This giant is just that guy's twisted hobby. The really hard part is about to show up." Sweat drips down Jiang Xi's face as he suddenly calls out, "Ziling." Ziling frowns, tense. "I'm here. What's wrong? What do you need me to do?" But Jiang Qi just tells her, "Nothing much. It's simple, really. Just run. Run as fast as you can. As far away as possible." As dark red streaks of blood form a shadow in the sky, a confused Ziling asks, "Jiang Qi, what do you mean?" More blood pours from the monster's head. Jiang Qi, seeing how bad this is, urges her on. "There's no time to explain. Tell everyone here to run as far as they can." Ziling immediately agrees. "Okay, I'll do what you say." Those blood streaks have now formed a black phantom with glowing red eyes and a mouth, grinning like a maniac. The shadow shoots out from the monster's mouth, rocketing forward with a wild, insane laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm not playing around with that big body this time. Let's get straight to the point." Jiang Si throws his arm out, screaming in a panic, "It's here! Go now! Don't worry about." Before he can finish, a huge wave of power slams into him, stunning Ziling. Her eyes widen in horror as she watches Jiang Qi get blown away, screaming his name, "Jiang Qi!" And it doesn't stop there. He gets blasted straight into the sky. The shadow pursues him relentlessly while he just taunts it to come at him. This high-speed chase blasts them right out of the atmosphere, moving so fast you can't even see them. They're nothing but after images. Ziling looks up, and Bing Huang thinks, this isn't a memory. Did Jiang Si actually let that thing live inside his head? Wang Zikai's eyes bulge with sheer horror as he blurts out, "This kind of power is the origin itself." Even the pink-haired girl is shocked, letting out a gasp. Jiang Si launches himself even higher, rocketing out of Earth's atmosphere. The Origin's shadow is still stuck to him. He looks down, his eyes wide as he curses, "Damn it, still not far enough." This distance is still way too dangerous for them. In that split second of distraction, the Origin shadow catches up, grabbing his wrist with a smug taunt. "You really have time to be worrying about them?" It sneers at Jiang Si. Its deep red tendrils force their way into his mouth and eyes. The Origin shadow speaks, its voice dripping with hatred. "How dare you lock me inside your brain and your memories?" Jiang Si struggles to even breathe. Crap, this is bad. Countless crimson threads flood into his mouth, digging deep into his veins and limbs as he groans in pure agony. The Origin shadow just announces with glee that once it breaks free, Jiang Si's brain will be under its complete control. It lets out a maniacal laugh. Jiang Si thrashes in agony, desperately trying to tear away the black threads and blood tendrils trapping him. One agonizing scream echoes after another. But in the end, the Origin shadow overpowers him. The blood tendrils grow thicker, stronger, stabbing right into his chest as the shadow gleefully mocks him. "Oh, Jiang Si, this little battle of ours has been going on for 1,000 years." Those blood tendrils worm their way deeper into his body, gradually forming a strange, ancient pattern across his skin. A tight collar materializes around his neck, followed by a triumphant laugh that comes from Jiang Si's own throat. Well, talk about a makeover. Jiang Si's form completely changes, his black hair turns purple, his eyes a bloodthirsty crimson, and weird patterns now cover his body. Jiang Si, or should we say the Origin, smooths back his hair and arrogantly declares, "In the end, I was the one who won." The Origin, now wearing Jiang Si's body, floats in the sky, his long hair completely hiding his expression. From a distance, his face is totally obscured, surrounded by crackling lightning and waves of leftover power. The Origin hovers above, coldly scanning the tiny people below. Alia looks up, confused, asking, "The fight's over. The Origin is gone. So Jiang Si won, right?" Wang Zikai stares, his eyes wide with suspicion and doubt. He's changed into a form we've never seen before. It feels terrifying. Is this some kind of stronger combat state? Ziling's eyes are wide with terror as she panics, confirming, "I've never seen this state before either." Stunned, her mind races as she concludes that this dangerous aura is nothing like his fifth destruction state. It's wild, savage. A horrifying thought hits her. This feels less like Jiang Si and more like the Origin itself is smirking. Ziling is just stunned. Pure death. The Origin casually shoves its hands in its pockets, bows slightly, and greets them. "Well now, good evening everyone." "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of familiar faces, huh?" The Origin's hand moves slightly, chatting like an old friend who just dropped by. "Really, it's so rare for everyone to reunite, and I didn't even prepare anything." He says this with a crazy, gleeful grin. "So I hope you all won't mind this little party favor." Then he snaps his fingers. Down below, the kid with the glasses immediately unleashes his power. Green energy shooting from his lenses. Instantly, his eyes start bleeding heavily, giving the kid a very bad feeling. Something's wrong. He immediately screams in a panic. "It's not right. That's not Jiang Si, get back." His warning sends a jolt of fear through everyone. But of course, it's too late. The Origin has already raised its hand, and with a loud snap unleashes an insane amount of power. A single, casual finger snap completely obliterates a massive area as the ground shatters and just explodes. The wave of destruction doesn't stop, stretching on for miles. Wang Zikai's face turns white. "Are you kidding me? All of that from just one snap of his fingers?" Alia and Wang Zikai fly up, looking down at the incredible destruction. That one snap created a huge fissure, tearing the earth apart, even demolishing the reinforced fortress wall. The kid with glasses stares, stunned, and says, "The most important, fortified human base on the frontier is about to be completely wiped out. Model." The blue-haired girl, pale as a ghost, muttered, "Oh my god." Just then, the source decided to speak up. "Well, hello there." He glanced down at his arm, where some seriously gnarly veins were boiling right under the skin. Oozing some strange black liquid, he casually complimented her. "And I still haven't completely taken over. Impressive for a human." And with that, the source clenched his hand into a tight fist. The arm just slurps up all that black goop, turning back to normal in a flash. And he's already talking smack. "Hey now, don't fight so hard. I promise I won't do anything too evil." Primal just laughs like a total psycho, bragging about his plan to destroy this memory world, then pop over to the real one. But just then, bam! Ziling teleports right behind him, third eye opens, and she roars, "Give me back Jiang Si's body." You'd think he'd be startled, right? Nope. Primal just grins wider, all like, "Hey, chill out. I'll totally give him back," he says, casually dodging her epic attacks. "Just got a few things to do first, hang tight." This dude is just loving this. He breaks out laughing. "Oh, it won't be that long of a wait. Just 1,000,000,000,000 years or so." But while he's cracking lame jokes, he completely misses Alia sneaking up behind him, dual-wielding massive lightning bolts. Wang Zikai blitzes in too, maxing out his speed and power for one heck of a kick. "A boss Jiang Si couldn't beat, and you want US to fight him?" Alia screams as she charges forward. "This guy is terrifying. They have to stop him." Primal just slowly glances back, totally unbothered. "Oh, Jiang Si's old crew, huh?" And with a tiny sidestep, he effortlessly dodges Wang Zikai's absolute speed attack. Primal looks absolutely delighted. "Oh no, he's winding up for the finger snap. You'll be the perfect opening act for my grand rebirth." Alia starts panicking. What is Wang Zikai even doing? Why can't he land a single hit? She frantically hurls her two massive lightning bolts, screaming, "Go!" The power from that simple snap collides with her lightning. She can only watch, stunned, as her attack struggles to hold on. Alia grinds her teeth. Damn it. This is even faster than Jiang Xiang. There's no way to dodge it. And just like that, her own lightning gets overpowered, hurtling right back at her. A shadow zips in, grabbing her and yelling, "Don't just stand there, move." A second later, the entire cliffside where she stood just vaporizes. The black-haired girl catches Alia, both of them coughing hard from all the dust and debris. And of course, Primal finds this hilarious. He claps slowly. "Wow, you two are actually pretty good. You survived. Guess I'll just have to give you another one." But using that opening, Wang Zikai appears right behind him again. Primal just rolls his eyes. "Wow, this little punk sure loves his sneak attacks, doesn't he?" Wang Zikai's full power kick gets dodged so easily. Primal has time for a little commentary, always with the sneak attacks. Too scared to fight me head on? You've got no shame. But Wang Zikai doesn't quit, unleashing his absolute speed again. He lands a kick that just grazes Primal's face, roaring, as long as it kills you. Who cares about shame? For the first time, Primal actually looks surprised. Whoa, he almost got me. Did his speed just level up? But then he squints, realizing. Wait a sec, that's not it. His eyes lock onto a new target, the kid with the glasses hiding below. Yep, it's him. The kid grinds his teeth, nervously feeding intel to Wang Zikai. Upper left, 35 degrees. A spinning back kick will land. But instead of being annoyed, this just makes Primal even more hyped, and he starts praising them. Not bad at all. You can actually predict my moves. You guys are really trying your best, huh? And then he does this insane flip, crudely hooking the super speedy guy's collar with his toes. Primal looks down on Wang Zikai, declaring, but in the end, it's all just pathetic little tricks from a bunch of weaklings. Time to end this. Wang Zikai barely has time to say, what? Before Primal punts him straight into the ground. The kick is so powerful it literally craters the ground, smashing him deep into the rock. His eyes roll back, he's out cold. And to add insult to injury, Primal plants his foot right on Wang Zikai's face, speaking with total contempt. Too bad you're all just illusions made of memory. Killing you isn't even fun. But a second later, that creepy smile returns. His tone changes, however, and just like that, Primal whips his hand back and catches Ziling by the throat as she rushes in. A blue crystal shatters on his head as Primal grins. Oh, it seems you're the real one. Ziling's right eye flashes back to normal. She grits her teeth in shock, realizing, my ZUA, it's been torn away. Primal grabs her sword, practically giddy. This has Jiang Si's aura all over it. One of his little custom toys, huh? Then he tightens his grip, squeezing Ziling so hard she coughs up blood. Alia is out cold. The other girl is too injured to even move. Wang Zikai's status is unknown. The kid with glasses bleeds from his eyes, muttering in despair. So this is what happens when you fight Jiang Si head-on. There is absolutely zero chance of winning this fight. Suddenly, a scream tears through the hopeless atmosphere. Let go of Ziling, you absolute piece of trash. The source just tossed Ziling aside, looking thrilled. Well now, I remember you. He stared at Cam Lin, who was grinding her teeth. Tears streamed down her face as she poured all of her strength into a magic orb, and he asked her slowly, if you had enough time to prepare, you'd probably be the most destructive of the bunch, wouldn't you? Back then, your little friends bet everything just to give you a single chance to attack. The source looked to the sky, acting like he was granting a divine favor. So I'll give you that chance right now. Wanna try? You might actually kill me, who knows? Cam Lin slammed her staff into the ground, pouring magic into it and naively taking the deal. You said it yourself. No cheating, Cam Lin screamed like a maniac. That base-destroying attack of his? Yeah, I can do that too. In a flash, her staff unleashed a colossal power that shook the very heavens. And the source? Not scared, just impressed. Cam Lin's staff created a gigantic blue magic orb in the sky, making the source let out an excited little gasp. Great, just great. You're not disappointing me, kiddo. Cam Lin raised her hands, funneling all her power into the orb and roaring this attack had to work. In the next moment, Cam Lin tightened her grip on the staff. She swung it, sending the massive orb of magic flying forward. I'll save everyone, she screamed, looking at the approaching sphere of doom. The source casually stuck his hands in his pockets, not moving a single step. Not bad, he praised with a smirk. Got some kick to it. But as the energy ball rocketed forward, just inches from his face, the source finally lifted a hand. He broke into a wild, insane grin, mocking her arrogantly. Is that all? Couldn't you have put a little more effort into it? In an old house, cruel voices echoed. Where is she? You damn monster, if you can't control your own power, why don't you just die already? What are you doing here wasting food? Exactly. Not just wasting food, but breaking everything in sight too. That's right. Last time you blew up the wall in my room? What are you trying to kill me now, you freak? I have put up with you for so long, you have no idea. A group of boys cornered a small girl, spitting insults. This is all your stupid mom's fault, getting bit by a zombie but insisting on having you. And the result? A monster who can't control her spiritual power. Yep, all because of your stupid mother. Yeah, that's right, all your dumb mom's fault. The kids pointed fingers, criticizing her harshly. You're always breaking something, aren't you? How do you even have the nerve to be here? Seriously, you're shameless. The brown-haired brat's face was dark as he hissed a warning. If you cause any more trouble, you'll be waiting for the association to execute you, just like your mom. Then he screamed. Got it? This made the little girl burst into tears. She was filthy, her clothes torn and tattered. She hugged her little bear tightly, trembling as she pleaded. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, just forgive me this time. And Could you please stop insulting my mom? But at this, the blonde kid's jaw just about hit the floor. Whoa, are you serious? You're making demands now? Do you even know what you are? The little girl immediately shrank back, frantically explaining. No, no, it's not a demand, it's my plea. My mother just couldn't bear it. She didn't know I would have this kind of power. But the black-haired kid suddenly shouted, Enough! The girl froze in fear, her face pale. The boy narrowed his eyes and gave a cold command. Still talking back? Seems like we haven't taught you enough. You two, teach her a proper lesson for me. The fat kid and the blonde one immediately responded with a cheer. Yes, sir. Heh. This girl really needs to be taught a lesson. He then grabbed the trash can next to him. The blonde kid dumped all the garbage right on the girl's head, screaming wildly, Remember this. You're the one who's violent, so stop pretending to be pitiful. They kicked her body, cursing her coldly. Die, you monster. Go on, die, you beast. We're gonna beat you to death. The little girl could only curl up into a ball, weakly begging. No. She clutched her teddy bear, her arms covered in scars, desperately pleading, Please don't do this. The little girl tried her best to reason with them. This is really dangerous. Because at that moment, a blue magic orb was slowly gathering in her palm. The magic moved on its own, shooting straight at the bigger, brown-haired kid, making him jump back in shock. The blast of magic directly cracked a whole corner of the wall. All three of them were choked with fear, staring at the cracked corner. The blonde kid's face turned pale, and then he gritted his teeth and hissed. Shh. And here we go. Blondie charges a little girl, fist raised, screaming, Ha! You dare fight back? I'll beat you to death. The girl screams in terror. Oh, sorry. But the beatdown on her tiny, weak body just doesn't stop. Cruel insults keep flying, mixed with the girl's faint cries. Sorry, she totally deserved to be put down. Sorry, just let the association execute her. This triggers a flashback for Cam Lin, a painful childhood all thanks to his uncontrollable power. Since I was a kid, I was just a monster who only knew how to destroy. I've thought about it countless times. How great it would be if I didn't have this power. Her face begins to crack, but Cam Nin doesn't stop, letting out a roar as she pushes her attack. Even as her arms were about to shatter, they still grip the scepter tightly. Cam Nin thinks, it would have been better if a monster like me was never born. But just for now, for the first time, I hope my power was just a little stronger. Cam Nin grips her staff, screaming with a hoarse voice, Full spiritual power release. She doesn't care that her body is crumbling, doesn't care that tears are streaming down her face. With all her strength, she screams a firm command, to the power inside me, use my life as fuel, and unleash the strongest possible attack. The boy with glasses screams in shock. Cam Lin, but she stubbornly replies, It's fine, only one thing matters right now. The magic orb grows larger and larger, hurtling toward the Origin's smug, smiling face. Cam Nin shouts, emphasizing her goal, to defeat him and completely end this world's suffering. Staring at the Origin's disgusting face, she furiously swings her scepter, roaring, You jerk, I'm about to wipe that smile off your face. The massive, terrifying orb of magic flies forward. A weak voice calls out, Cam Lin. Aya, lying on the ground, asks in a daze, Did Cam Lin manage to overpower him? The black-haired girl stares intently, asking with a sliver of hope, Can she win? Cam Lin grits her teeth, trying to support her disintegrating body, her staff still held high. And yet, faced with this magic orb, the Origin doesn't even bother to move. He raises one finger and slowly says, Oh, this feels a lot stronger, a little interesting. He grins, raising another finger, and arrogantly declares, I guess I should get a little more serious. The orb of magic closes in on the Origin at lightning speed. However, Cam Nin's magic orb is suddenly turned to stone, and he's still got that same savage, arrogant smile. The Origin blocked the life-sacrificing attack with just 2 fingers. Cam Lin's eyes go wide as she screams in horror. What? The Origin smirks, asking nonchalantly, Is it that strange? He then mocks her coldly. You used your own flesh and bone to fuel your spiritual power, risking your life just to create an attack like this. Surrounded by Cam Lin's immense magic, the Origin calmly laughs and scoffs at her. But you didn't really think the gap in our power is something your tiny little life could make up for, did you? Her body is about to shatter into pieces. Cam Nin grinds her teeth, clenching her jaw and continuing to drain her power with a single thought. I can't lose. If I lose, Sister Alia and everyone else will die, she recalls a memory. Need me to help you teach those scumbags a lesson? That was Zikai. Trust my prediction. Perhaps you are the hero who can defeat the Origin. That was the great prophet, and Sister Alia saying, Welcome to the group. From now on, we're all family. Cam Nin trembles as she speaks. The little girl bursts into tears, her expression full of despair as she cries out, A useless person like me really wants to protect everyone, just this once. The magic orb on her staff begins to weaken. The Origin frowns, annoyed. Out of power already? Well, that was a short bit of fun. Just then, he suddenly frowns. A large hand unexpectedly lands on Cam Lin's shoulder as a tall man with blue skin appears. He reaches out his hand, pouring in his own power, causing the magic orb to glow brightly again, becoming even stronger than before. He whispers encouragement, "Don't give up." In an instant, the magic orb erupts with terrifying force, flying towards the origin once more. He exclaims in surprise, "What?" As he turns his head, another massive wave of magic comes crashing down on him. This orb of magic was even larger than Cam Lin's. Dust and smoke fill the air. Cam Lin's staff, completely drained of magic, falls to the ground. The blue-skinned man holds her up, standing as steady as a mountain. Cam Nin looks up in a daze, her voice trembling. "That attack, it was just like mine. Who are you?" She looks up at the patched scars on the man's face. A memory from her childhood suddenly flashes back. A tiny Cam Nin diligently sews her teddy bear, scratching up her hands, then holds it up high, cheering, "Ha, it's done. My skills aren't so bad after all." Looking at the bear's face, Cam Nin joyfully exclaims, "From now on, I'll call you A-Cam. You're my very first friend here. From now on, let's learn to control our powers together, and then become great heroes who can protect everyone, so that everyone will like us." "Okay, let's go, Cam Lin. Come on, Cam Lin." The image of the teddy bear seems to merge with the kind face of the blue-skinned man as he smiles and says, "I am you, who burned everything and successfully protected everyone." At the same time, Xiao Xiao and the armored captain finally arrive. Xiao Xiao exclaims in surprise, "Wow, A-Cam was so cute. Why did he turn out like this?" Agu steps forward to explain. Back then, during the final battle, she completely burned away her body. It was only with the Great King's help that she could barely use her spiritual power to form a new body. This form she's in right now, yeah, she modeled it after her very own doll. Maybe it just suits her state of mind a little better, you know? Agu watches, a Cam gently holding the now still Cam Lin, getting all emotional. Now that's real confidence, being able to protect others, and protect your own people. Cam Nin's wounded arm falls limp. Meanwhile, Kenyuan grins, roaring with excitement that the real players have finally arrived. The blonde news anchor pipes up, "Good evening, viewers. It's been a full week since Hat City mysteriously vanished. That bizarre rift in the sky is still wide open. Where did it come from? What's its purpose? The Special Law Bureau is on the case." Helicopters fly right up to the massive crack in the sky. Inside, it's total chaos. "Have you found the cause yet?" "Still looking into it." Just then, a giant sinkhole rips open in the ground. The newscaster's voice echoes from the TV. "Stay tuned to our channel. We'll be providing non-stop updates on this developing story," which makes one viewer gasp in absolute shock. Whoa, is it really that serious? At the same time, some purple-haired dude is on the scene, staring up at that weird rift. He flexes his hand, and black energy starts swirling around his wrist. The purple-haired guy points forward, giving a single short command, "Go." The dark energy instantly forms into a giant hand and flies toward the crack, closing in on the glowing blue area of the rift. But a second later, bam! The shadowy hand is thrown back by some kind of strange force. That same power attacks the black hand, blasting it apart into scattered energy. It even vaporizes the purple-haired guy's entire right arm. He narrows his crimson eyes, thinking to himself, "So it's still impossible to get close?" Then the guy just regenerates his missing arm and pulls out his phone. "Hello? Special Law Bureau? That rift is definitely from the Great King's power." He hesitates before reporting, but something about him feels strange. Just then, an emergency broadcast kicks in. "Attention all citizens. The red zone is continuing to expand. We urge everyone to prepare for immediate evacuation." A blonde kid looks up, wondering out loud, "What is the Great King doing? If this keeps spreading, all the surrounding cities will get sucked in." And right on cue, some weird creature in a cage just starts laughing its head off. "Ha ha ha, isn't it obvious?" The gray shadow thing grins wide, absolutely thrilled. The Great King definitely wants to wipe out all of humanity. The thing starts slamming against its cage, shaking it violently while screaming its lungs out. "You guys gotta let me out. Let me be his vanguard. Come on, Alang, hurry up." But this just makes Alang sigh internally. So annoying. The shadow in the cage keeps yelling, "Open the cage, Alang. I want to kill, kill, kill." Ha! This just makes Alang furious, who kicks the cage and yells, "Ami, don't you dare come over here." Meanwhile, someone sitting next to her covers their mouth in horror, thinking, "The apocalypse. It's the apocalypse." A girl with teal eyes covers her face. She trembles, thinking, "Lord Shenzuo's prophecy is coming true. We couldn't eliminate Jiangqi in time. The apocalypse will be born from his body, and the entire universe will turn to dust." Flashback to several thousand years ago as the armor captain jumps down, telling everyone to get ready. Heel, it's all up to us now." Heel jumps down too, replying, "Here I come." Agu whispers, "He's here." Akam just grunts. Kanyuan flashes a huge grin, sitting casually across from the group. Kanyuan strolls forward with a freakish smile, asking cheerfully, "You all must be from the real world, right? I've been waiting for you all to finally arrive." Haha, Agu says grimly. "So it's the source of evil defeated by the great king. If this memory world is destroyed, he'll appear in reality." Akam gently places Cam Nin on the ground, touching the crack on her face and vowing, "I won't let him get out." Then Akam turns to the kid with glasses and asks politely, "Hello there, could you please look after this child?" The bespectacled teen just furrows his brow. "Cam Don, even if you didn't ask, I'd take good care of Cam Lin. I'll take the other injured members too." "Well then, thank you, Mr. Prophet." The kid with glasses runs toward Cam Lin, wondering to himself as he goes, "Does he know me? Is he from the association? Whatever. Saving lives comes first." Once everything's settled, Akam shouts out loud, "Let's all charge in together. Minister Agu, heal heal." The two of them answer back in unison. Heal Heo activates her powers, exclaiming excitedly, "Hee, I've been waiting for this." Kenyuan holds a hand out, his voice full of arrogance. "I hope you all can give me a better time than those illusions from the memories." The very next second, Agu is already right up in Kenyuan's face, a massive fist ready to connect, yelling back, "What was that nonsense?" Facing Agu's punch, Kenyuan just grins excitedly. Heh, now this is more like it. Their fists collide, unleashing an insane amount of power. Agu coughs, struggling to hold his ground, while Kanyuan just laughs, absolutely thrilled. Their clash literally shakes the dimension, blowing rocks to smithereens. Agu throws a punch, but his opponent just leans back and dodges. He immediately answers with a fist of his own, right to the center of Agu's head. Then he just stares, wide-eyed and completely baffled. Something's not right, isn't his head the weak spot? Agu slugs him back with a look of pure contempt. Who puts their weak point in the most obvious place? The enemy leaps into the air, laughing like a maniac. "Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. No wonder Jiang Si trained you. If it's not the head, I'll just smash your whole body to pieces and see what happens." But before he can finish his villain monologue, a massive gun barrel is shoved right in his face. Xiao Xiao leaps into the air, unloading a Gatling gun and roaring. "Before that, I'm gonna blow you to bits." Jen leans back to dodge as Tramcho gasps in shock. "Whoa, a Gatling laser cannon? I like this." Jen suddenly grabs a hold of Xiao Xiao's gun. Xiao Xiao freezes for a second, then a powerful gust of wind kicks up. Jen grips her weapon and spins both her and the gun around multiple times. His sadistic laughter echoes. "Ha ha ha, can you do me a little favor? How about you give this to me? Ha ha ha." Jen keeps the gun and just flings Xiao Xiao away. The armored captain appears just in time to catch her. Jen whips his head around, totally excited. "Whoa, what's that thing?" The armored captain holds Xiao Xiao with one arm and aims his weapon with the other. "Here's a present, you can have this one." A blinding yellow magic blast shoots straight for him. The sheer force of the attack forces Jen to leap back and dodge. The blast hits his afterimage, but Jen just rips the powerful magic apart with his bare hands. He's clearly having fun. Awesome. Just awesome. About as strong as that little girl's attack, too bad it's useless against me. Just then, Akam appears before him, raising his clasped hands as immense magic surges. He launches into the air, roaring that it's not over yet. He smashes his hands down, shattering the earth itself. But when Akam looks up, he stares in shock. The attack did absolutely nothing to General. The guy suddenly appears, drives a fist into Akam's gut and laughs wildly. "Nice try, haha." He's totally losing it, screaming, "Bring it on!" Now this is getting exciting. With that, he lands another punch that sends Akam flying. Xiao Xiao's eyes go wide as she screams in horror. "Oh my god, did that last attack not hurt him at all? Guess that's just the power Jiang Si gave him." Agu charges in, seething with rage. "You bastard," Jen just taunts him. "Ha ha ha, not so fast." He lifts his leg and brings it crashing down on top of Agu. "You'll end up just like him," he sneers. But Agu uses every last bit of strength to grab his leg. Jen's kick shatters Agu's body, leaving a gigantic hole in his torso. Agu struggles to speak. "Got you." Jen just laughs arrogantly. "Ha, you caught me? So what? What can you possibly do in your current state?" All of a sudden, small bits of rubble glowing with blue magic begin to rise, making Jen pause. A single, sharp red eye opens up from within the pile of blue magic and broken bones. It's an ability. Agu's arm tightens on Jen's leg as blue magic covers his shattered body parts and instantly regenerates them. Watching Agu's body reform, Jen grits his teeth, realizing he's been tricked. A massive stone hand suddenly forms, trapping him as a voice rings out. "I told you." A teen with long blue hair and a back full of spikes glances over, saying coldly, "I've got you now." Akam raises his fist in joy. "Awesome job, Agu." He immediately gives the command, "Unleash all of your power." Akam's skin starts to glow, and he roars in pure rage. "You damn bastard." His whole body transforms as he rockets forward, screaming, "Try this!" A cam turns into a glowing blue missile of pure magic, blasting forward and piercing straight through Agu's massive stone hands. The rock hands explode into dust. Jen falls to the ground, half his body burned raw as if his skin's been peeled off. He asks himself in a daze, "Am I injured?" Jen clenches his jaw, angrily thinking that this body from Jiang Si isn't as amazing as he imagined. Akam shouts in victory, "It worked! Just a few more attacks like that and we can completely destroy it. Give me a hand." Agu's face peeks out from his shattered armor and replies, "No problem. I can hold him down." But just then, Jen lets out a sudden, chilling laugh. "Hold me down?" He roars with pure rage, "I am the origin of all zombies. You are just scum that Jiang Si gave power to." He is absolutely furious, his eyes turning deep crimson as chaotic red and black magic pours out of him in waves. "You really think you can stand against me? Your arrogance has officially managed to piss me off." Akam and Agu stand their ground, facing his immense power like unshakable trees in a storm. Even as the crazed origin inside him screamed, "Kneel," and feel the apocalyptic flood. He transformed into a massive phantom, a manic grin splitting his face as he obliterated the earth. A stunned Hugh cried out, "Just how strong is this guy?" Cam calmly noted they'd have to try a little harder. Gu just arrogantly said, "It's nothing." Red magic swept through, shaking the very heavens, while two morons sat cross-legged not far from the battlefield as a one-eyed girl spoke up. That dog spirit thing next to her just blankly stared back. The one-eyed girl asked, looking totally lost. "Our boss is up there fighting, and we're just hiding here. Is this really okay?" The dog spirit sighed, saying, "You just don't get it." Hearing that, the girl gritted her teeth and snapped, "Oh, and I suppose you do? Then tell me what we're supposed to do." The dog spirit took a drag from his cigarette, smiling like he knew all the secrets of the universe. "Let me share some life experience with you," he continued. "Things you don't understand. If you can avoid them, avoid them. Life's a whole lot easier that way, trust me." Besides, with that bald guy's image before and this scene in the sky now, the dim-witted great king Jiang Si blurted out, "That's a human. Can we be friends?" And the dim-witted origin screamed, "That's a human? I invite you all to go die." After running through that little thought experiment, the dog spirit concluded that both entities were definitely the great origin, but their attitudes toward humans were polar opposites. He blew out a puff of smoke, wisely advising, "Until we can fully grasp the master's profound intentions, little grunts like us shouldn't get involved. Otherwise, you'll die without even knowing how." The one-eyed girl held up a hand being eaten by black energy, screaming in panic. "But I can feel my power being drained by the master. What am I supposed to do when I can't avoid it?" "Look at my hand." The dog spirit just pursed his lips, trying to look cool. "It's a small thing, happening to everyone." Turns out his head was also getting devoured by the mist. The dog spirit yelped, "Hey, it's starting on you too." He calmly put the cigarette back in his mouth, saying, "Oh well, the master's destroying the world. Nothing we can do is gonna help. Might as well just lie down and wait for death. Plus, we've got plenty of company, so what's there to be sad about?" The girl, now also a wisp of black smoke, sobbed in protest. "Is this another one of your life experiences?" Her miserable shriek echoed just before the black mist swallowed them completely. "No." Meanwhile, nearby, a newly awakened Wang Zikai was carrying Alia on the run. He set Alia and the dark-haired girl down, yelling for the kid with glasses. "I found A and the others. I'm leaving the treatment to you." The battle wasn't over yet, which made the teen currently healing Cam Nin let out a yelp. "Huh? That's the restructuring prophecy ability." The glasses-wearing teen yelled back in desperation. "I'm not a professional doctor. Keeping them alive is already my absolute limit. How are we supposed to keep fighting?" Wang Zikai gave a forced smile and said, "Then just figure something else out. For now, please just..." But he stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening. Wang Zikai stared, stunned. "Prophet, what do you see over there?" He stared at the mountain range ahead, absolutely baffled. That mountain in the distance, it's moving. But the kid with the glasses wasn't paying much attention, just saying, "Nonsense. Isn't the whole world shaking right now? What's the big deal? Stop talking nonsense and come save people." Wang Zikai panicked, grabbing the kid and cracking his neck. "No, it's not that. Just look and you'll see." The teen glared at him, sighing in frustration. "Maybe I should treat you first. You got hit in the head so hard you're hallucinating. Seriously." But when he glanced forward, he froze, looking just as shocked as Wang Zikai. The teen screamed, "Wait, that's not a mountain!" Wang Zikai yelled back, totally vindicated. "See, I told you so." The teen started stuttering in fear. That is," he finally screamed. "A corpse tide! And it's the kind that could swallow the entire world." Hugh's eyes widened at the terrifying tide rolling towards them. "Are you kidding me?" she shrieked in horror. "Even during the most dangerous times in our world, we never faced a zombie apocalypse on this scale. Even if every single human on the planet turned into a zombie, there wouldn't be this many. The armored captain, however, was a bit calmer. He reasoned that this was just Jiang Si's memory. If a tide this massive appeared in reality, the whole world would be flattened in a heartbeat. An angry voice boomed out, "It makes no difference!" It was Agu, using his magic to lift hundreds of boulders, yelling that they absolutely had to stop this corpse tide. He said with grim certainty, "If we can't stop them, then the human civilization here will be annihilated. This memory world will completely collapse and then become our reality. And if a horde this size appears for real, the casualties will be unimaginable." A cam steps forward, his voice heavy with tension. "The problem is, if we don't handle the source, this horde will just get stronger until it devours everything." Hugh freezes, whispering that this must be the same despair the ancient divine civilization faced. Then the zombies swarm in, a suffocating, writhing sea of undead. The iron armor captain and Hugh can only watch in silence. Just when despair fills the air, the captain laughs. He slams a fist to his chest, yelling, "I get what you're all saying now. You all handle Jang too." As for this zombie tide, the captain's arm transforms into a golden alloy. He lowers the massive weapon, declaring, "We'll be the ones to deal with them." Hugh sees it and screams, "The ancient mechanical gauntlet. Isn't that thing supposed to be controlling your body? You actually kept something that dangerous?" The captain just gets into his stance, completely unfazed. "It's fine, don't worry. At least for now. When it's time to wipe out zombies." His entire body transforms, encased in brilliant golden armor. He adds, "We're all on the same page." The captain looks over at Hugh. "So, you gonna charge in with me?" She just grinds her teeth. What kind of question is that? Her powers flare to life as she shouts, "Of course I'm going with you." Hugh looks up to Agu. "Hey, Agu, can you find me a gun? That last guy stole mine and I have no idea where it is now." Agu uses his powers to float a cannon over, shouting back, "Way ahead of you, I already got one ready." Hugh catches the huge weapon, totally hyped. "Hey, thanks a lot," Agu replies. "Then this zombie horde is all yours." A cam jumps in with a roar. "And now we can finally focus on dealing with him." "Don't you worry, leave it to us," Hugh says with confidence. The captain adds, "Forget about us. You two are the ones who need to be careful." A cam just grins. He and Agu turn their backs to them, shouting in perfect sync as they leave. "Then we're counting on you." Once they're gone, Hugh hesitates for a moment, and the captain asks, "What's wrong?" Her face is filled with worry, her brow furrowed deep. She asks anxiously, "Can those two really defeat Jiang too? I honestly can't even imagine him losing to anyone." She remembers that face, adding, "Especially not a version of Jiang Tu who holds a grudge against us." Just then, a new voice cuts in, full of confidence. "Of course they can." She grits her teeth, snarling. "They can win because he isn't Jiang Tu. He's just a monster wearing Jiang Tu's body. And that means he is not unbeatable," Ziling declares, full of rage. The other two call out her name, overjoyed. Meanwhile, on another side of the city, the defensive walls are cracking, crumbling chunk by chunk. A bald guy screams into his comms, totally panicked. "Hey, what's the situation over there? Can you still hold them? The breach on our side is almost fixed. You can start falling back now so we can all regroup and hide. Do you copy?" "Acknowledge." After a tense pause, a voice finally crackles on the other end, much to the bald guy's relief. "We copy. A minute ago, we couldn't stop them at all. We lost a lot of comrades." He grimaces. "What? Then get back here, now. We'll find another way." But something has changed on the front line. The soldier quickly replies, "No, wait, it's different now." The bald guy is totally confused. "Huh? What's going on?" The soldier starts reporting what he sees, his voice filled with awe. It's like a squad of absolute legends just showed up. The captain, in his full metal armor and the ancient magic gauntlet, descending like a god from the heavens. The second they appeared, the entire tide of the battle was reversed. Before this, we couldn't stop anything. With a single hand and a massive roar, he rips a huge pillar straight out of the ground. Golden energy erupts from the gauntlet, wrapping around the pillar and completely crushing it. Now, it feels like we finally have a fighting chance. The captain continues to channel the gauntlet's power. He swings his arm and screams, "Let's go!" All the remaining pillars are ripped from the ground at once, sending debris flying everywhere. Then, he raises two fingers, forming a powerful hand sign. Electric fire arcs from his fingers, wrapping around his body. Seeing him hold the pillars in midair, the soldiers below erupt. Is this even possible? Someone with this much power is actually here to help us? We might actually win this thing. The lightning spreads out like a net, covering the horde and making them screech. The captain stands firm in the air, his whole body glowing. The scene is absolutely epic, like a god of light has descended. He roars, "You will not take another step forward. I've protected this world." Seeing everything under control, a sliver of hope sparks in his mind. This side is almost stable now. Tu Lang, you guys better hang in there. Then he powers up, his whole body turning bright blue. The floating swords around him also change color, a deathly aura wrapping around them like spiderwebs. Over on Tu Lang's side, she's swinging at the source with everything she's got. Hiya! Her blade slices through the air like a tornado, looking like it'll cut him clean in half. He just smirks. He raises a fist and roars. You really think that little trick is gonna work? Just die already. A thunderous punch sends Tu Lang flying. She slams into the ground so hard it cracks open like the world is ending. When the dust finally settles, Tu Lang is just lying there motionless in her brand new crater. The source grinds his teeth, hissing through them. What a bunch of annoying flies, good to swat one. Seething with uncontrollable rage, he spots a cow rushing towards him, and there's still a whole swarm. He launches a barrage of rocks at a cow like they're grenades, complaining the whole damn time. So annoying. A cow is forced to stop, blocking the energized debris as he powers up both of his hands. He thinks to himself, no wonder this is the Great King's body. It's not going to be easy to take down. He goes for a pincer move, hoping to crush the source in one go, but it looks like he seriously underestimated his opponent. In a split second, it all goes wrong. Big yikes. Damn it. The source grabs a cow by the arms and with a sharp tug, rips them clean off, leaving behind a bloody, spurting torso. Suddenly, the source's empty eyes snap to one side. He can feel a deadly presence approaching. A massive cannonball comes hurtling towards him. He just casually leans back to dodge the attack. And here's Hugh with her big-ass gun, unloading clip after clip. You bastard, fighting us with that pathetic look on your face? Can't you even regenerate your own body? She taunts him, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Could what Tu Lang said actually be true? You really can't control Jiang Tu's body at all? Then what's the point of even having his body? You're completely useless. And yep, that one definitely struck a nerve. The source's face twists into a mask of pure rage. He instantly lunges forward, throwing a lightning punch right at her. A cow watches in horror as Hugh is knocked down like a broken doll. Hugh, why did you come here? The source still has Hugh clutched in his hand, spitting grimly. You bunch of annoying flies. With all his might, he hurls her into the sky and roars. Do you all want to die that badly? He's gone completely berserk, his eyes glowing red. If you all want to die so much, then I'll grant your wish. But just in time, a cam swoops in from out of nowhere to catch Hugh. He stares down the source, challenging him. Kill all of us? That's not going to be so easy. With that, a cam unleashes his power, moving at wind-shattering speed. To the naked eye, all you can see are the green afterimages he leaves behind. And hey, this technique seems to be working. A cam lands a solid hit, sending the source staggering back. Pressing his advantage, he gathers energy between his hands, forming a glowing green orb. He launches it straight at the villain, yelling, Here, have another one, but the source roars back. All right, then you'll be the first one to die. He throws a palm strike right into a cam's chest. Die! And just like that, one-shot kills are definitely a thing. Seeing his comrade get hit, a cow rushes in to help. A cam, I'm here. A cam looks pretty damn relieved. He immediately starts barking orders. A cow! Hold him off for a bit! I'll charge up a big one for him. The source is clearly not a fan of these team-up tactics, clenching his jaw in absolute fury. Enough with your monologue. If you two are gonna gang up, then make it a real party. And look who's back on her feet, it's Tu Lang. Now's our chance. She swings her blade at his neck again. This time she connects, but Jiang Tu's body is like titanium steel, her sharp blade can't even scratch it. Veins start popping on Tu Lang's arms as she growls, putting her all into it. Damn it. Still not enough power. Just break already. The source, clearly annoyed, warns her in a low voice. You have missed your chance. The little insect finally unleashes his true inner power. It's over now. Waves of dark energy flood the entire area, forming a giant whirlpool that's ready to swallow everything whole. The ground shakes and shatters, debris flying everywhere. A cam, buried in rubble, winces through the calculations. The Great King's power is too terrifying. We can't hold out much longer. Agu, looking just as busted, chimes in. Yeah, this is seriously tough. And from behind them, Ziling agrees, saying it can't be solved at once, but it's a success which makes them both jump. They're staring at what's in her hand, completely horrified. It's the zombie's arm. Ziling just holds it up like a trophy. Yeah, that's right, I was aiming for your head, but that was a bit tricky. Taking an arm isn't a bad consolation prize. Hugh, back on her feet, stood beside Tu Lang with her smack talk mode fully activated. How'd you like that? My taunting game is pretty strong, right? This guy's about to freak out, you just watch. Man, I'd love to see the look on his face right about now. He's definitely not having a good time. Haha! Can Win, now one arm short and looking wrecked, appeared in silence, cursing himself internally. What? I actually got hurt by the little toy I created myself? Looks like Jiang Tu's body isn't as tough as I thought. Hugh, still riding her high, raised her cannon. All right, everyone, let's rush him all at once. Watch me blast him to bits. But before she could do anything, she covered her mouth, coughing up a spray of blood. Tu Lang grabbed her arm, pleading, "Don't push it. Even with Jiang Tu's genes, your body has its limits. He's using the same level of power as Jiang Tu. One tiny mistake and he'll vaporize you instantly." But Agu was a bit more optimistic. He's down an arm now, so his combat ability has got to be weaker, right? Akam cracked his knuckles, agreeing with him. Exactly. We just hit him a few more times like that, and he'll be totally useless. Ken Nguyen just held his head and laughed hysterically at their innocence. You ignorant little bugs. Did you really think I cared about this pathetic body? I was just messing around with Jiang Tu's power for fun, and it looks like this is all he's got. Guess I'll have to handle this myself. He grabbed his hair with one hand, and from the stump of his other arm, a black smoke with a twisted face shot out. If that's how it is, then you can face my true form. Ken Nguyen's hideous true self began to pour out of Jiang Tu's body, causing him to double over. He declared with pure arrogance, "I am the origin of all zombies. I am formless, shapeless, immortal, and indestructible." Akam watched this in a panic. Be careful. His original form is just as terrifying as the Great King. Suddenly, Jiang Tu's consciousness returned, complaining aloud. Hey, you come and go as you please. Where are your manners?" Ken Nguyen whipped his head around in shock. That voice, it's Jiang Tu. Two new arms instantly grew from the wound, grabbing Kan Yen and yanking him back. He looked seriously annoyed with the parasite. Was it just about a broken arm? Is that all? Fine, I'll give you both of them. How about that? Ken Nguyen was like a helpless child against Jiang Tu, who eagerly started grabbing and squeezing his form. It's not every day you get to come out and play, so let's make it a good one, shall we? Now be a good boy and wait inside my body. A moment later, Jiang Tu's body was completely healed, as if nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, Ken Nguyen was praying to Buddha, realizing he couldn't escape this body. Now, let's rewind time a bit. Back when the machine civilization was destroyed, just as Jiang Tu had awakened his sixth form, the scene was still one of utter ruin, choked with smoke and dust. Akam took a direct hit to the chest, his massive body curling in agony. He shot backward like a cannonball, blasting straight through several buildings. In the end, he and his brother Agu were stuck together on a wall, right under a banner that read, "A warm welcome back to Akam and Agu." Akam and Agu quickly regained their senses, cracking and pulling themselves off this honorary wall. He staggered and groaned. "While I'm glad to be alive," Agu quickly finished his thought. "Honestly, isn't this welcome a little too extreme?" Jiang Tu, with his usual deadpan expression, ran over scratching his bald head. Huh? Why are you two weaker than I remember? Did something go wrong during the resurrection? Akam wiped his mouth, offering a theory. Is it possible that in the thousands of years we were dead, you, Jiang Tu, just got ridiculously powerful? He glanced over at A Mao and A Lang who were chilling, then at ACU, who was dismembered and hung up in pieces, and commented, "That guy's supposed to be a top-tier zombie king, right? And you just casually chopped him up and hung him on a wall." Even while utterly humiliated, ACU wouldn't let anyone disrespect Jiang Tu. He roared with his blood-red mouth. "Hey, you newcomers know the rules? You think you can just call him Jiang Tu? You address him as Great King." He glared daggers at the newly revived pair. "Are you two trying to die or something? Come on, let me teach you the proper etiquette around here." Agu completely ignored him and turned to Jiang Tu. "Can the current you handle Ken Nguyen instantly?" Jiang Tu just looked blank. Huh? Ken Nguyen? He thought of that ugly, wriggling true form that always taunted him, then explained, "No way. The most annoying thing about that guy is that he has no physical body. He's just a concept. You can't kill him. Fighting him feels like punching a slug that's been boiled in hot water. It's absolutely disgusting." But then Jiang Tu gave them a thumbs up with a mysterious look. He leaned on his hand and grinned confidently. "However, I have come up with a way to completely resolve the Can Win problem." He held out a notebook in front of Akam and Agu, leaving them stunned. The cover read, "Jiang Tu's plan to eliminate Can Nguyen." In the notebook are two crude drawings, the origin looking like a pumpkin, and him with a mouth like Pac-Man. Step 1. The moment the time is right, I'll use my body to trap the origin. He flips to page 2, showing two stick figures beating up a purple-headed guy. Step 2. Let the disciples handle the origin's physical form. Akam and Agu break into a cold sweat. Are those supposed to be us? Wait, we're the ones who defeat the origin? But the drawings don't stop there. The next page shows a crowd of strange creatures raising their hands in celebration. Step 3. Throw a victory party. He shoves the book forward, declaring this is his entire plan. So, what do you think? Jiang Si beams, chin up, radiating total confidence. Are you not amazed by my genius? His two followers just stare, completely dumbfounded. Jiang Si, Great King, do you think there might be a tiny problem with your plan? Hearing this protest, Jiang Si's jaw drops. What? How can there be a problem with such a perfect plan? You guys are just nitpicking. A cam gets right in his face, shouting just as loud. Step 1 is already a problem. After you give your body to the origin, are we supposed to fight with our lives? We can't win. There's no way we can possibly win. This sudden aggression makes Jiang Si shrink back a little. He forces a nervous laugh. Haha, is that so? No problem, no problem. I don't remember where I sealed the origin anyway. Couldn't find it anywhere. Then he casually tosses the notebook aside. I was just planning for fun, so that gives us plenty of time to train you guys up. Back in the present battle, a Gu speaks up hesitantly. Wait a minute, the right time the Great King mentioned. Isn't now, is it? Jiang Si just stands there, arms crossed, unusually silent. Then that familiar smirk appears as he cheerfully confirms it. That's right, that's right. Isn't it obvious? Everything is going according to the plan we made back then. Akam absolutely loses it over his boss's carelessness, screaming his head off. You could have given us a heads up. It's been over 1,000 years. Who the heck remembers that? Jiang Si looks shocked. What's the big deal? You two are so forgetful. The second he says that, his own arm shoots up and clamps over his mouth. A red glow starts to appear in Jiang Si's eyes, a sign that the origin has returned. It smiles a dangerous smile, cursing under its breath. So you let me control your body on purpose. Was this the grand plan you cooked up for 1,000 years? Jiang Si just purses his lips, unbothered. It hasn't really been that long. After I sealed you away, a lot of stuff happened in the divine civilization. Jiang Si flashes back to a scene at the divine altar. I was a pretty busy guy, a totally different Jiang Si, with long white hair flowing in the wind. It wasn't until way later when I revived a Cam and a Gu that they reminded me to deal with you too. The scene of him reviving his two followers plays out, as vivid as if it were yesterday. The origin is speechless, realizing it was just something he remembered to do on the side. Jiang Si continues his blabbering, but I forgot where I threw you and was too lazy to look, so I put it off. The origin grinds out its words. What did you say? Jiang Si looks startled as the two souls inside his body start tearing each other apart, twisting his face into a pained grimace. Jiang Si yells, I only just discovered you were rattling around in my head while training Ziling. What an unexpected surprise. I'm so lucky. The origin is so mad it could chew nails. It lets out a dry laugh, then starts zipping around inside him. Are you provoking me, Jiang Si? Looks like I need to remind you what real terror feels like. Jiang Si, completely oblivious to the danger he's in, is still running his mouth. Hey, we were just talking. Why are you so angry? At that moment, the spirit rips itself from Jiang Si's body, and they both swing. Jiang Si feels the punch land on his face, then glances over with a bored expression. Is that it? Enraged by the disrespect, its eyes glow red as it screams, Don't push me. They trade blows, sending shockwaves through the air and raining debris down on the crowd below, who scatter like bugs. The blue-haired girl runs for her life, crying hysterically. Gah, why does this stuff always keep happening to me? The origin's power is no joke. It grabs Jiang Si and slams him into a cliff like a blue cannonball. The cliff face instantly cracks apart, and through the thick dust, you can see two figures locked in a brutal fight. You die, I live! But on closer look, it seems Jiang Si is on the losing end. The origin's arm punches straight through his chest, lifting his body high into the air. But even with the direct hit, it's still grinding its teeth in fury. Damn it, not this kind of fight again. The origin looks down at Jiang Si, who's now grabbing onto it tightly. His brain was short-circuiting. No matter how many times he smashed this guy, he couldn't deal any real damage, let alone finish him off. Jiang Si's hair stood straight up, his whole body glowing with a freaky blue light. He poured all his strength into one arm, gearing up for a thunderous counterattack that proved the entity's point. Every time it appeared, it was stronger. The primordial god took a punch to the head that made it see stars, and it roared in agony. Thousands of years have passed, Jiang Si. Is your fighting style still this disgusting? Have you really not changed at all? Ignoring its screeching, he slammed it into the ground with a massive thud, setting off a world-shaking explosion. Jiang Si was panting hard. He stood still, regenerating the gaping hole in his chest as streams of life force flowed into his arm. He stared down grimly at the god, now a pancake in the crater, who was losing its mind at the sight of this regeneration. Regenerating again? You think that scares me? Do this 100 million more times and I will still kill you. Jiang Si pouted back. Don't say that. I've actually made some progress. He immediately showed off his hair coloring skills right in the god's face, totally trolling it. For instance, this form right here, you've never seen this one before, have you? Jiang Si saw its dumbfounded expression and just burst out laughing. Haha. He zipped down from the sky in front of it. The god shrieked in terror. What? What else could it be? Time for another beatdown. This time, it took a lightning kick from Jiang Si. This white-haired version of him was completely unstoppable. The god shot into the sky like a rocket from the force of the kick. It slammed right into the protective barrier, sending out ripples like water, and the shield even started to crack. The god grunted in pain, grinding its teeth in absolute fury. It stared at the crack beneath it and quickly guessed that this whole damn cage was the boundary of Jiang Si's memories. It was stopping him from getting to the real world. Outside the barrier, a news helicopter hovered right over the scene, reporting live. Ladies and gentlemen, the cracks are continuing to spread. Jiang Si pursed his lips to remind him, hey, we're still in a fight here. Could you be a little more serious? The primordial god roared in fury. A fight? Don't make me laugh. Its anger was like a broken dam as it hurled curses at him. Do you really think I can't feel it anymore? I thought I had taken over your body, but your body is actually devouring my power. Soon, even my consciousness will be completely digested. Jiang Si listened to its dramatic, heartfelt confession with a completely blank face. The god covered its face, laughing like a madman. Ha ha, I actually tried to possess this monster? I must be insane. Jiang Si flew in front of it to offer some comfort. Don't be like that. You're really strong, so digestion will probably take a long time. The primordial god gulped in terror. Jiang Si just laughed and encouraged it to keep fighting. That might just help him use his fifth form for an all-out attack, but yeah, that'd be tough. With an all-or-nothing attitude, the god let out a horrifying guttural laugh. Jiang Si, don't think you've won. Even if I can't beat you, I'm not letting you off easy. Just watch this. It exploded with power and screamed, I'll take the entire world down with me. The primordial god seized control of the brain, moving right up to the crack. Then it wounded a spot on the brain, letting a single drop of blood slip through the crack and into reality. A soldier's eyes widened as the drop hit the ground. He gaped in confusion. What is that? A crowd gathered to watch the drop of blood dance on the street, murmuring amongst themselves. Is that blood? Is someone hurt nearby? No way, that blood is moving. Something's not right. Report this to command now. The drop of blood suddenly erupted in a flash of crimson power, expanding rapidly. A soldier screamed in terror. Ah! It grew at an insane speed, blanketing the entire city before rising up and turning back to devour the protective barrier. It swirled like a fiery vortex, absorbing everything in its path. The barrier quickly shattered around it, cracks spreading at a terrifying rate as the crowd below fell into chaos. Everyone craned their necks to look up at the man, shouting, What is that thing? Did that red light come from this? A bizarre energy quickly poured out. A soldier saw the man standing his ground and yelled, There's someone over there! The shouts grew louder. What are you doing? Is that you, Private? Why did you abandon your post? And that red light just now, it came from your direction, didn't it? Do you have any information on it? But the private was still frozen, his mouth hanging open. The officer kept nagging. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? The crowd quickly gathered to stare at the horrifying sight. The officer gasped in disbelief. How did it turn out like this? Fire. Fire now. A mutated creature has appeared inside the red circle. Everyone be careful. As soldiers unload clip after clip into some bizarre creature, the commander turns and screams into his radio. Get the special division. We've got weird cracks opening up, monsters pouring out. Call the special division. Repeat. Call the special division. He gets a reply. A chillingly quick one. Exterminate. The commander just stares blankly, letting out a dry, huh? Around them, the zombies suddenly go wild, feeding off their great king's energy. Meanwhile, at the special division's headquarters, a massive explosion casually blows a giant hole through the skyscraper. Two zombies leap into the air, screaming bloody murder. The king has spoken. It's time to wreck the whole planet. But hold on, a human voice cuts in. What is wrong with you two? The girl just stares, completely baffled by her own friends. What's with the faces? Did something crazy just happen? The two zombies struggle to warn her, holding themselves back. Big sis, you gotta run. We seriously want to attack humans right now. She's in total shock. What? The white-haired girl glances up at the massive fireball hanging over them, totally lost. What the hell is that? Veins are popping on her face, eyes wide, wondering why this sudden, intense bloodlust is taking her over. Her friends are also losing their minds, screaming, Blood? I need blood. I'll work 10 more jobs just to buy some. Me too. And watching all this chaos, the source, laughing its head off like a complete maniac. Heh, go on, devour each other. Our powers are merging, so I don't need to run anymore. Its will spreads across the globe, a suffocating chain wrapped around the planet. Just a tiny leak of this energy is all it takes to unleash a literal zombie tidal wave. It would destroy everything. Even if you swallow me whole, you'll just inherit a barren wasteland where humans and zombies kill each other forever. It lets out a huge laugh, totally satisfied with its evil little plan. Haha, Jiang Si, you're finally, and wham, mid-speech, it gets decked, letting out a grunt as it's sent flying once again. Jiang Si is radiating pure killing intent, his voice ice cold. You have officially pissed me off. Fighter jets tear across the sky, blasting away at the two zombies below as an announcement blares over the speakers. Zombie Kings Ah Mao and Ah Lang have entered a hostile state. I repeat, Zombie Kings Ah Mao and Ah Lang are now hostile. Ah, Lang gets hit, roars in pain, and just swats a fighter jet out of the sky. The pilot inside grips the controls, repeating the command. All units, unleash everything. All units, open fire. Do not hold back. Do not hold back. Somehow, Ah Mao is now airborne, smashing through jets like they're nothing. Flaming wreckage just rains down from the sky. He stares blankly at his targets, just screaming one thing on repeat. Destroy all humans. But then, out of nowhere, chains. They fly through the air as if alive, wrapping around his limbs, then his entire body as he struggles wildly. Down on the ground, Ah Lang is caught in the exact same trap, completely bound. And the guy behind the chains? It's Ah Ju. He's gritting his teeth, straining to hold on while trying to snap his friends out of it. That's enough. The Great King ordered us to destroy all humans? How is that possibly a good thing? Both of you, calm down. If you screw this up, the Great King's gonna slice us into pieces and hang us up again. Meanwhile, the giant monster, riddled with bullets, finally collapses. The soldiers breathe a collective sigh of relief. Oh man, we finally took it down. The red-haired guy points at the grotesque creature and asks the girl beside him. So that's the monster that caused the mutation. But instead of answering, she just complains. Jiang Si has a few drinks, and this is the chaos that follows? Just then, Xiaohei drops down from above, ready to explain the situation. This monster fused the Great King with another powerful force. He clutches his head, red eyes glowing as he struggles to finish. It makes all zombies go berserk. The girl quickly flips through the data in her hands, confirming he's right. The Special Ordnance Bureau has gone completely dark. Zombies all over the world are showing different levels of aggression. If their power continues to spread, the war between humans and zombies is going to ignite all over again. The curly-haired guy pats a struggling Xiaohei's shoulder. Xiaohei, you should probably get away from it. He points to himself, full of confidence. The humans will take it from here. But Xiaohei tries to stop them. That monster's rank is too high. You guys are no match for it. But after its little nap, the monster starts to get back up, and the soldiers immediately start shouting. Whoa, that thing's still alive? Continue the attack. Chang just looks at the whole mess and lets out a heavy sigh. I guess there's no choice. Human combat power has never matched a zombie's. But don't forget, he tears his uniform to shreds, growling, for 1,000 years, we're the ones who've been beaten down by the Academy. And with that, Chang launches himself high into the air, shouting one last thing. If we can't actually beat it, bam. He unleashes a lightning punch, slamming it right into the monster and making the thing twist in agony. He keeps screaming, then we'll die, holding it back. He starts wailing on it with everything he has, the screams of man and monster becoming one. Down below, the soldiers grab their weapons and rush to support him. Wait, is that thing getting even bigger? Forget about that. Just go help the minister. In his head, Chang knows it for sure. He can't do this alone. The Academy students watch the monster roar and thrash about, and in that moment, they all share the exact same burning hatred. So, what if there's 1,000 of us? 10,000? 100,000? 2 trainees powered up, ready to throw down, but this was still looking pretty hopeless. Enough talk. That's the minister's position over there. Go, now, we need to back him up. The monster was getting more vicious, stretching its body into long tentacles that wrapped around everything, people, rocks, you name it. And our boy Trang? Oh, he was still lost in thought, during the time we were literally trading our lives to buy. All around them, chaos and screaming. Seriously, these things just keep multiplying. Is there no way to wipe them out for good? The lab's still trying to figure out how to just contain it. He rocketed forward, kicked away a tentacle, and grabbed a terrified soldier, yelling, "Captain!" But in Trang's mind, there was only one goal. While others studied and researched, he was searching for a whole new way to fight. And when the danger was finally gone, he let out a huge roar, "Don't you dare look down on humanity." Meanwhile, Teal Huck was clutching his head in agony, veins popping all over his face. Man, this is so annoying, he complained inwardly. Black energy exploded from his body, signaling a full-blown meltdown was imminent. Do this many people really have to die to solve this? He growled. The Great King leaving me here. It doesn't even mean anything anymore. A wave of pure killing intent shot out from Teal Huck, so dense it seemed to slice the very air apart as his purple hair whipped around. He had completely snapped. Well, it has been a while. He flew straight over the monster's head and offered some gentle advice. Why don't you get a little more serious? Then, he pointed 2 fingers straight at it. Fall. Just like that, the poor thing was riddled with bloody holes. It thrashed wildly, screaming in agony. Trang just stared, completely dumbfounded, giving him props in his head. So incredibly strong. No wonder he's the one Jiang Tu trusts. The 2 trainees finally rushed over, peppering Han with questions. Is it over? Guess you two didn't need us after all. But Tealhawk just stood there silently, looming over the massive crater he'd just punched through the monster. He suddenly looked up at the clear blue sky, wondering, what is this weird feeling? Like something's watching us. An illusion? The view suddenly zooms past the sky, past the galaxy, past the stars, and lands on Jiang Si, who's spinning his hands like he's controlling some grand cosmic yo-yo. Turns out, he was kneading the very source of all things, just floating there, standing tall in the middle of space. He coiled streams of the source into a swirling black vortex. The source itself, trapped in the middle, screamed in terror. Cough, no, impossible. What kind of power is this? Nobody answered its question. It just sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. It stared up at Jiang Si, trying to struggle one last time. Wait a second, Jiang Si, don't you need your body anymore? Jiang Si just waved a hand, totally unbothered. It's fine, I'll just collect all the pieces later. The source went berserk, gearing up for one final attack. You monster, I'll take you down with me. Jiang Si casually watched it charge to its doom, giving it a look of pure contempt, right on time. He flicked his wrist, rolling it up again as it let out a blood-curdling scream. Jiang Si squished the source into a neat little ball, offering a sincere promise. Don't you worry. I won't let a single piece of your body go to waste. He looked at the perfectly round, shiny black orb in his hand with a warning. I'm taking it all back. And then he popped it in his mouth and started chewing, completely ignoring its terrified protests. Wait. We are the La Crunch. The last word of the source was cut off. He gave a satisfied whistle, snapping his fingers before letting himself fall back down towards his friends. He landed with absolute style, then threw up a peace sign with a huge grin, praising his recent meal. Perfect! Heh. The source is seriously nutritious. I can already feel myself getting stronger. Heel's crew just stood there, jaws on the floor, eyes wide with disbelief, stammering. He ate it? And just like that, everything was apparently back on track. Far out in the universe, a mysterious figure held up a blue orb, muttering to himself. The zombie tide on Earth. A side effect from the fusion. It seems Jiang Si swallowed the source whole. He's only one step away from total self-destruction. He stared intently at the device in front of him and sighed. I just hope we're not too late. Back on the ground, Jiang Si plopped down, holding a shimmering black and red orb, muttering as he worked like some kind of bizarre craftsman. Like this, and then like this. Add a little more source energy. He smirked, looking exactly like a kid playing with clay. Hey. A moment later, he held up a small doll that looked exactly like him, his voice dripping with pride. It's finished. Pop, a sound echoed, and 6 clones identical to Jiang Si appeared, immediately starting to dance around him. Hey, all done. It's all done. Look, everyone. Jiang Si shouted like a performer who just finished his big act on stage. This is my new ability. Right after he said that, he waved his hand, and one of the clones jumped behind him and started giving him a shoulder massage. Hey, the pressure's not bad. Jiang Si nodded, satisfied. Another clone immediately knelt down to massage his feet, even meticulously giving him a pedicure. He burst out laughing, totally pleased with himself. You're a smart one, aren't you? You know what to do without your daddy even having to control you. This power is seriously convenient, he thinks. Once I boost it with some nano machines, I'll be absolutely unstoppable. Jiang Si starts jumping up and down like a kid showing off a new toy. Hey everyone, come check out my new ability. Pretty cool, right? The entire crew is just frozen like statues, faces twisted, not sure if they should be crying or laughing. Tu Lang is the first to speak, his voice dripping with suspicion. Jiang Si, did you just eat the thing that was possessing you? Hu also asks quietly, her face full of worry. Are you sure you're okay? If you get in another fight now, you're toast. Jiang Si just crosses his arms, grinning ear to ear without a single regret. I don't know why, but it just looked especially delicious at the time. So I didn't even think about it, I just ate it. Haha. He claps his hands together, adding that the results were great. Not only did he get a super useful new power, but he also recovered a ton of memories. Hu eyes, the little puppet things moving on their own. Aren't these guys' movements a little extra? And where did they even get all this food? The minister standing behind them just nods sagely, speaking slowly like he's about to tell a bedtime story. It is as the ancients said. In the previous era, 6 entire civilizations were completely destroyed by Jiang Si. He steps closer, his voice dropping. Everything we know today is just a leftover fragment of an ancient technological civilization mixed with the divine civilization of superpowered gods. Jiang Si, what exactly are your past memories? Jiang Si pauses for a moment, then shrugs, answering like it's no big deal. The old days? I kinda remember fighting some super powerful guy before the age of gods, and then I died, like shattered into a million pieces. He shrugs again. Then Wang Zikai and his friends picked up my pieces and brought me back with their restoration tech. And just like that, I was alive again. The scene immediately shifts into a memory. We see Jiang Tu lying inside a glass recovery pod. Wang Zikai stands outside, speaking gravely. Brother Tianqi, this is the museum you spoke of. Tianqi strokes his chin, his eyes filled with doubt. The location is correct, but why is he just an ordinary zombie? Jiang Tu's voiceover cuts in. Back then, I was still basically a blank slate. My memory and my strength hadn't returned yet. Back in the present, he suddenly leaps to his feet, putting his hands on his head like he's about to start a projector. Come on, I'll take you guys to see something cool. The dimension where we used to fight totally collapsed. But just then, a cam and a goo pop into his hands, cutting him off. Great King, you really don't have to. That kind of thing should only ever happen once. A goo chimes in. It's probably best if we don't go casually peeking at your memories. Surrounded by flickering, distorted space, Jiang Tu tilts his head in confusion. Huh? Why not? I thought it was really interesting, so I wanted to share it with you guys. I mean, that time we challenged Wang Zikai, wasn't that a great memory? In the distance, Tianqi stands with his arms crossed, his voice flat but full of hidden meaning. If all that world-ending chaos hadn't happened after, do you really think any of you would have had a chance to meet Jiang Tu again? Wang Zikai smiles slightly. True. I would have definitely come looking for him again. Jiang Tu just pouts and shrugs. Back then, huh? Well, if no one's interested, then fine. Let's just go back. And right then, he lets out a massive sneeze. A shockwave rips through the area, shaking space itself and blasting away all the dust. The minister screams, "What is it now?" Outside, the real world itself begins to crack apart. Elsewhere, Tu-Hack stands on a colossal monster's head as space shatters around him from an unseen force. On the edge of the solar system, no, way beyond it, something else is lurking. Tu-Hack mutters, "It's not dead?" Typical for a creature affected by the Great King's power. This is going to be a real pain. As he's thinking, a figure in a white cloak appears right behind him, making Tu-Hack almost jump out of his boots. Golden light explodes from the stranger's foot as he delivers a powerful kick, splitting the monster in half like a watermelon. Tu-Hack yells, "Who the heck are you and where did you come from?" Doing that won't kill it, you idiot. It just spreads the corruption even more. The man in the white cloak doesn't even turn around, replying coolly, "You don't need to tell me. I know exactly how troublesome Jiang Tu's power is." At that same time, a device in Wang Zikai's hand lights up. He gives a cold command. Activate the ruins of the First Era. A data screen appears. Level 99 monster, HP 900 out of 10,000, Chaos attribute, World Remnant. Jiang Tu's energy is out of control. Tu-Hack flies up, a cold sweat breaking out. You've got to be kidding me. How is anyone supposed to fight this? Some random guy shows up and messes everything up? He totally just went off script. Model? Wang Zikai dodged the monster's attack in midair. No sweat, this was almost over. He launched a kick, and a flash of light instantly took out 7,000 health, a successful critical hit, completely wiping the monster out. A system window popped up. Target successfully eliminated. The monster dissolved into dust, leaving everyone on the ground staring with their jaws wide open. What the? Xiaohei wiped away his sweat, muttering, "A monster tainted by the Great King's power, totally annihilated. But who in the world is this guy?" Wang Zikai descends, his eyes ice cold. "From the civilization of the gods, I am god number 2, Wang Zikai. Apologies, but to prevent the catastrophe Jiang Si might unleash, I must destroy both him and this entire planet." That little bombshell drops, and the minister's brains just completely short-circuit. Hold on, you just solved one disaster. Now's the time to calmly talk things over, not make planet-destroying threats. But Wang Zikai turns dead serious. That wasn't even the opening act. He then glances upward. The sky literally cracks open, and thousands of people start raining down, pulled straight from the world inside Jiang Si's brain. They're all screaming for their lives. Xiaohei snaps out of it, like, "Oh crap, with this many people falling, there's no time to waste." He throws out his hands, and 2 streams of dark energy shoot skyward, forming massive wings that gently catch every single person. "Mom, I'm out. This isn't a dream, is it? Awesome. Now the Great King won't blame me anymore. One by one, don't push. Thank you, you're saved." Elsewhere, Wang Zikai grits his teeth. The prophecy was right. Jiang Si had finally absorbed the power of the origin, putting him on the same level as the gods, and that meant a massive catastrophe was now unavoidable. At the same time, Jiang Si's group lands safely on the ground. Jiang Si shakes his head. Is this feeling coming from Xiaohei? What a show-off. But hey, I'm back. What's with my nose? I just got here and it's already itching. On a deserted island, with nothing but the waves and a lone apartment building, Ziling turns in a panic. Jiang Si, you're not going to sneeze again, are you? Wait, just a second. Jiang Si, sitting on a hospital bed, tries to hold it in, his face scrunched up like a drowning cat. Ziling is still traumatized, shaking like she just had a near-death experience. That was way too close, she breathes. He managed to suck the sneeze back in the same one that almost caused a tsunami big enough to sink 3 islands. Lucky for them, they were deserted islands. If they'd been downtown. She shudders, trying to compose herself. I brought you some porridge. The doctor said you need a light diet, so you'll have to make do with this. Jiang Si pouts like an old dumpling, whining that there isn't even an egg in it. Suddenly, bam! Xiaohei smashes through the wall like a meteor. Great King, I'm here. Ziling nearly faints from the shock. Xiaohei shoves a pile of pills that look like Legos into Jiang Si's hand. We didn't expect you to get sick, so we gathered every useful medicine we could find. Try taking 1,000 times the normal dose. Jiang Si forces a smile, his nose stuffy and his eyes watery. No, don't worry, he trembles. It's just a mild cold. I'll be fine in a few days. Before he can finish, his nose starts running. He's about to sneeze again. Ziling screams in terror. If you can't hold it in, aim for the sky. Xiaohei panics. Oh no, it's starting again. Jiang Si tilts his head back and sneezes at the heavens. The sound is like a meteor hitting the ocean, sending a shockwave across the entire planet. Boom! A massive chunk of Mars just gets vaporized. Back at the Special Law Department headquarters, the satellite feed comes in. An officer reports. Reporting. Jiang Si's sneeze caused a slight shift in Earth's orbit. Mars is projected to completely disintegrate within the next 72 hours. The command center erupts into chaos. A blonde general, pale as a ghost, mutters, "Thank God he didn't aim at the sun." Crash! Xiaohei bursts through another door, a little more gently this time. Don't worry, it's us. We barely made it back. I thought the Great King's sneeze was going to kill us for sure. Ziling stumbles in behind him, her clothes in tatters. That was horrifying. I stopped time, but I could only hold it for less than 5 seconds. The blonde minister points, "You're lucky to even be alive." He turns to a Liang and a Mao, the two in charge of Jiang Si's physical exams. Jiang Si is now wrapped up like an Egyptian mummy. A Mao whimpers, "Xiaohei, you're here?" A Jew is still a mess, his body literally in pieces, looking like a stepped-on Lego set. Xiaohei breaks out in a cold sweat, his mind blank with fear and shock. It's been a whole day, and they still haven't recovered. A Cam steps forward, her voice trembling. An allergy. It's just an allergy. How can it be this terrifying? Please don't tell me I'm next. Just then, Wang Zikai's calm voice cuts through the chaos, silencing everyone. This is only the beginning. From here on out, things will only get more difficult. All eyes lock onto him. Jiang Si has absolute control over his body at a genetic level. Things like sickness, fatigue, or drunkenness. If he doesn't want them to happen, they won't. He scans the room. But when he absorbs a being with a similar nature, his immune system can weaken. Only then can allergic reactions, like sneezing, occur. Someone whispers, "So what happens if he sneezes with his full power?" Wang Zikai replies, "A normal person's sneeze is equal to a Category 12 hurricane. But if it's Jiang Si, that power was enough to blow up a planet. The air grew heavy. If this kept up for 2 weeks, the solar system would be gone. Wham! A Cam couldn't take it anymore and slammed a fist right into Wang Zikai's mouth. Would you shut your trap with all that nonsense? In the civilization of the gods, wasn't your job to wipe out zombies so the source would vanish? A Gu joined in, raining punches and kicks on him. Zikai pummeled him while screaming, "You're the one who ticked off the Great King and started this world-ending war." A Cam added, "I heard you even got a Gu killed. Wang Zikai, you absolute idiot." Wang Zikai clutched his head, crying, "I had no choice back then. Just let me beat you up so I feel better. Ow, 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 stop hitting me. I was wrong." He just kept wailing. Standing nearby, Ziling could only sigh to herself. So this was the real Wang Zikai. He'd managed to survive for thousands of years. His stubbornness was truly terrifying. Ziling's voice turned serious. "You said before that to stop Jiang Si, we'd have to destroy the entire civilization. What do you mean?" Wang Zikai shook his head, his eyes turning ice cold. "Not destroy, erase. But before that, I want to try a more optimal solution." "An optimal solution?" Ziling frowned, but a golden light suddenly flared up, cutting her off. Wang Zikai transformed into a brilliant beam of light, shooting straight up into the sky. He was going to directly confront Jiang Si, who was waiting outside the universe. Wang Zikai dove towards Jiang Si's location. At that moment, Jiang Si was casually eating porridge in an abandoned high-rise on a deserted island when he paused. Something was approaching. Crash! The wall exploded as Wang Zikai shot in like a missile. Jiang Si looked up with a lazy smile. "Well, Wang Zikai, it's been a while." Wang Zikai didn't answer, just threw a punch. Before Jiang Si could finish his sentence, a sneeze started building up. Chew. A massive shockwave blasted Wang Zikai clean off the planet, sending him tumbling through outer space. Floating helplessly, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, how did he get so much stronger? He gripped his game controller, light enveloping his body. All right, it's not going to be that easy. He summoned the Holy Sword, activating a ton of level 9 skills at once. Swift Sword Intent, Ultimate Strength, Warrior's Fury, Heaven-Shattering Strike, Shadow Stealth, Steel Body, and Berserker's Impact. Critical Strike, Lightning Assault. A radiant golden light blazed around Wang Zikai, each skill a tiny star orbiting him, forming a living constellation. But he wasn't done. He then summoned the Crown of the Almighty, bringing with it skills like Super Energy Shield, Thunderstorm Gale, Indomitable Soul, and Sacred Guardian's Wrath. And then, a bizarre skill called Static Shock Stride that made his hair stand on end like lightning, along with the Will of Patience, Soul Guardian, Unyielding Battle Spirit, True Light Shield, Source of Life, Armor Break, Accelerated Recovery, and Perfect Adaptation. Still not finished, he put on the Savior's Cloak set, with skills like Eternal Guardian Flame, Desperate Counterattack, and Stormward Protection. Death God's Blessing, Unbreakable Fortitude, Awakening Suppression, Battlefield Protection, Phantom Soul Step, and Spiritual Power Resonance. Divine Domain Blessing, Anomaly Shift, Dragon Scale Body, Absolute Defense, and Crimson Recovery. Damage Reflection, Ricochet, Soulless Vitality, Ancestral Resistance, Heavenly Master's Protection, Evasion, and Shadow Step all level 9. Right now, Wang Zikai looked like a god of war, armed to the absolute teeth. He took a deep breath, and his roar echoed across the entire universe. Jiang Si, try this on for size. He launched a kick carrying hundreds of thousands of tons of energy, tearing through space and smashing through the atmosphere, heading straight for Earth. But bam! Before it could even hit the ground, Jiang Si appeared out of nowhere and punched it right back. A massive shockwave exploded in the stratosphere. The flash of light completely blotted out the sun, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. When the light faded, Jiang Si was just standing there, a casual smile on his face. Not bad at all. If I hadn't blocked that, you would have blown up the entire planet. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow with a grin. It's been a few thousand years, and you've gotten quite a bit stronger, but why not call out that other psycho to play? Fighting alone is getting a little boring. Wang Zikai gritted his teeth, hesitating. This was bad. If he couldn't take out Jiang Si instantly, fighting him would only make him stronger. He tightened his grip on the controller, his voice low. Sorry, Jiang Si. To erase the threat you pose, I have to use this a relic from the very first era. Jiang Si saw the familiar controller and let out a soft laugh. Oh, a game controller. That little toy looks awfully familiar. I think I used it to play Whack-A-Batty Part 6. Before he could finish, his nose started to itch. Wait a minute. Wang Zikai screamed in a panic. Don't you dare sneeze in this state. Ah, chew. A colossal wave of fire erupted from the void, sweeping through space like a solar flare, completely engulfing Wang Zikai. Space itself began to fracture. Dark, blade-like rifts tore open, threatening to shred reality to pieces. Down below, Xiaohe and Ziling stared up at the sky, their faces pale. Xiaohe trembled. Yep, this was it. They were screwed. From inside a cosmic flame, Wang Zikai screamed in despair. I didn't even get a chance to explain. He let out one final reality-shattering roar before vanishing. And just like that, Jiang Si and the others were teleported, dropping from the sky into some seriously bizarre space. He pushed himself up, clutching his head in confusion. What in the world was that? Where did Wang Zikai even send us? Jiang Si wondered aloud, looking up with a confused sound. A dizzy Xiaolu stammered nearby. I just got home. I didn't even get to my instant noodles. He frantically scanned his surroundings. It's so crowded. Jiang Si asked, Xiaohe, you're here too? Xiaohe replied, Yes, great king. But what exactly is this place? Do you have any clues? Some kind of seal? This is one bizarre attack. Jiang Si just scratched his chin, forcing a smile. Suddenly, a giant tower appeared, making him gasp. Whoa, that's huge! A mechanical voice boomed from the tower. Irregular behavior has been detected. Please restore normal attire immediately. The minister, standing there completely naked, demanded, What the hell, trying to hide my battle stance? Absolutely devious. The crowd couldn't take it, screaming as they ran, Exhibitionist! Pervert! Don't look, kids! Xiao Xiao flew over and kicked him, yelling, Why are you suddenly naked? The minister covered his face, arguing that the huge commotion earlier made him automatically activate his battle mode. Suddenly, a figure in a white head-to-toe cloak emerged from the tower. Welcome to the game world. As she descended, she announced, We used a sacred artifact to turn the entire Earth into data. Everything is now part of a virtual space built on that info. Here, Jiang Si's abnormal condition will also be digitized. This way, we can successfully avoid the world-ending disaster caused by his allergies. Jiang Si gave a tentative sniff. Then, he joyfully shouted, It's true, my nose isn't itchy. Xiaohe was instantly moved to tears. Oh, that's wonderful, great king. After celebrating, Jiang Si shot a suspicious glance over. That voice was incredibly familiar. Yunfeng also wondered aloud. Digitizing an entire planet? Is that even possible for the Age of God civilization? Xiao Xiao just gave a helpless smile. We've literally been inside Jiang Si's brain. At this point, I feel like I could accept anything. Yunfeng had to agree. Good point. Ailia continued her speech. I apologize for how suddenly this all happened. Wang Zikai couldn't explain, so I will now fill you all in. Taking this chance, Jiang Si moved right behind her. He grabbed Ailia's hood with a mischievous grin, and as he pulled it off, he said, "Let's see who you really are." Ailia's face was revealed in the light. Her whole cloak came off, revealing none other than Ailia, and underneath, a very prominent chest and a perfect figure. Jiang Si recoiled, covering his eyes. "Sorry, I only meant to pull down your hood," he desperately tried to explain. "Besides, I had no idea your style was like this now. I assumed you dressed like Wang Zikai." Ailia startled. "It's not like that." Seeing her face, Ah Zhu and Ah Hei ran over, shouting happily, "Lady Lia, long time no see." Ah Hei then added, "But wow, your fashion sense has really changed, huh?" A flustered Ailia tried to explain. Wait, everyone, just listen to me first. To help Wang Zikai control the sacred artifact, I gave up my physical body and bound myself to this promotional server girl data avatar. This is a default outfit. I can't change it," she finally screamed. "It's not like I actually like dressing this way." Seeing this, Xiao Xiao smirked and hesitantly asked, "So tell me, is your game, respectable?" More people suddenly appeared in the open area, the Great Elder remarked. "The crowd just keeps getting bigger." After landing, Xiao Hong immediately demanded, "Where are we? What did Jiang Si do this time?" Xiao Lan gasped, seeing familiar faces. Xiao, the great minister." Aguai also cheered. "We found the great king." Seeing the crowd, Alia cleared her throat to explain. "The players in this game aren't individuals, they're entire civilizations. She said they've digitized the whole planet, so all intelligent life will arrive here. Right on cue, a Mao crash landed on top of Aguai. The minister silently did the math. Humans plus zombies. That's over 8 billion people. He glanced at the available space and concluded, "This field is definitely not going to hold all of them." The minister crossed his arms, demanding, "You owe all of humanity an explanation." Beside him, Xiao Xiao complained while pinching him and covering her eyes. "Hey, maybe try putting on some clothes before striking a pose?" Xiao Hei turns to Ilea, asking for a way out. "How are we supposed to leave this place? Do we have to wait for the king to recover?" She waves her hand, trying to calm everyone down. "About that. I'll explain everything now." Alia starts her debriefing, and with a flick of her wrist, a system info panel pops up. This place is a game world, and everything here runs on video game logic. From this login lobby, you can all enter various game dungeons and win points for your civilization. Ilea lays out the benefits these points can be exchanged for absolutely anything you need. The words, Earth Civilization, and Current Score. 0 float in the air as everyone stares, mouths agape, while she lists specific examples. We're talking survival time, food, equipment. You can even buy back the entire Earth. Alia explains that if you fully clear this game, you can be just like Wang Zikai. A huge landscape appears on screen with a message, "Main challenge not yet open." Then she drops the ultimate prize, bringing your powers back to the real world. The minister is internally freaking out. Powers? From a video game? He immediately rushes forward, looking all confident. "Leave the point scoring to me. I'm the best gamer there is." And of course, Minister Zhuang's hands move faster than his brain. He taps a random frame and says, "So I can just pick any old one, right? Then I'll choose this one." Before Alia can even scream, "Wait!" his entire body just vanishes. Xiao Xiao darts over, completely shocked, calling out for the minister and frantically asking what's going on. Hey, the minister disappeared. Is he going to be okay?" Alia calmly reassures him. "Don't worry, he's just entered the game." The game system announces that Minister Zhuang has joined a random match. He lands in a grassy field, a combat battlefield instance. The minister looks up, utterly confused. He checks his status bar and sees it's only 2/3 full. He wonders if it's because he was injured in that earlier fight, but the minister just shrugs it off, not seeming to care one bit. "It's fine. My incredible gaming skills will make up for it." With that, he takes off, sprinting forward. The minister scowls. Enemies. Where are the enemies? Earth civilization. Defeated. Minus 100 points. The second he asks, a terrifying giant shadow lunges at him. All he manages is a pathetic little yelp. Back outside the instance, Alia sees the signal and announces, "He's back." A pale Xiao Xiao rushes over. "Minister Zhuang, are you all right?" He's completely broken, hands on the ground, his voice choked with guilt. "I'm sorry. I was too weak. I couldn't do anything." Xiao Xiao flinches, covers his eyes, and screams, "Even if you're naked, at least wear underwear, you jerk." The system displays, Earth civilization has been defeated. Minus 100 points. Alea looks up, a feeling of deep unease washing over her. This is bad. A moment later, The system coldly announces, insufficient points, deducting a portion of the civilization's survival space. Just as the announcement finishes, a huge chunk of the platform they're on crumbles away. Everyone scrambles as someone yells, "The floor is shrinking! Get back!" The system updates, current number of players for Earth civilization. 6. Total game world population, 143.2 billion. Alea breaks into a cold sweat, her face grim. Everyone, gather around and listen to me. She quickly explains their situation. Besides them, this game world is full of veteran players from civilizations that joined long ago. Compared to them, we're basically total noobs without any in-game buffs. Because of that, we have to be extremely careful when choosing our first few matches. The president thinks to himself, even a minister-level fighter got one-shotted. This is a huge problem. He looks over at the minister whining. I'm useless. Xiao Xiao nervously asks, if we lose this whole platform, what will happen to us? Alia's face darkens, and she falls silent. She bows deeply, her voice heavy with sorrow. I'm sorry. We don't have any other choice. No other choice? Xiao Xiao repeats, confused. The president cuts in. She means we absolutely cannot lose, right? He curses under his breath. Damn, the pressure is on. But Jiang Si is a whole different story. He actually looks excited. With his arms crossed, he looks at the system with interest and asks, Alia, do you think I can play this game? These games look like a lot of fun. Alia replies, I suppose you can. After all, you're here. You've clearly been registered as a member of Earth civilization. For Xiao Xiao, this is a ray of hope. His face totally lights up. That's right. As long as Jiang Si makes a move, everything will be okay. Jiang Si pumps his fist, totally hyped. Hurry, hurry. This Kingdom of Glory game needs 5 people. Go find some others to play with me. The moment they heard that, everyone scrambled away from Jiang Si. Then you have Ah Chu, the shameless punk, who sold out his buddy by shoving Xiao He forward to play with the big boss. It's all on you, pal. Xiao He was outraged. Wait a second, why is it me? Alang chimed in. Great king, Xiao He says he wants to go, and Jiang Si just dragged him off without a care in the world. Here. Xiao Hong jumps in, ready for action. He has no clue what's happening, but if there's a fight, you can count him in. So one of them decides, all right, I'm siding with Zhang too. Sticking with him is a guaranteed win. Once the team is full, their leader roars to boost morale and launches the dungeon raid. Time to move out. Jiang Tu seems to be enjoying this a little too much as his body starts to teleport away, leaving Alia to call after him. She gives him a firm, encouraging look. Do your best. Jiang Tu just flashes a cheesy grin and a thumbs up. You can count on me. Alia is left standing there with an unreadable expression, watching the system announce. Jiang Tu, Zhu Xiaohong, Xiao Xiao, and guild leader Xiao He have joined the game. Stepping into a new reality, the dungeon name appears. Game Dungeon, Kingdom of Glory. The whole team lands in a totally unfamiliar place. Xiao Hong scans the area, totally confused. Wait, this is the battlefield? Where are all the enemies? Xiao Xiao is just as lost. Why are there only 4 of us? Where's Jiang Tu? The guild leader sighs. No choice. Guess we gotta find our king. Zhu Xiaohong shakes his head. Honestly, that Jiang Tu guy. Elsewhere, Jiang Tu finally lands on solid ground, with the words Level 1 Wild Monster Zombie floating right above his head. As he searches around wondering where everyone went, the rest of his team faces down an entire army in iron plate, and one girl calmly steps forward to greet them. Xiao Hong raises her hand, and a brilliant red orb of energy materializes instantly. She scoffs at the soldiers. A bunch of amateurs dare to point their swords at their queen? Xiao Hong swings her arm, unleashing an energy slash at the soldiers while screaming, Now get on your knees! The energy blade slices through the armored soldiers with 0 effort, and the shockwave even takes out a row of massive trees. Xiao Hong looks down proudly at the empty armor. She puts a hand on her hip and reports, Ground floor is clear. The guy on the mountain is all yours. Her teammate in the air gets the message. The guild leader raises his weapon, energy now fully concentrated. He takes aim at the crystal star. The mission objective is locked. He shouts, Fire! A massive beam of energy shoots out, completely obliterating the target star on impact. As the white smoke fades, the guild leader scans the area, lowers his gun, and announces, Elimination complete. Back on the ground, Xiao Hong grinds her foot on top of an armored helmet. She sneers in contempt. The enemies in this game are this pathetic, they put up less of a fight than manual laborers. The guild leader lands on the ground, shedding his armor, as Xiao He stares thoughtfully at a crystal screen. According to the rules, Kingdom of Glory is a battle game. Xiao He points to the map, explaining, Our kingdom and the enemies are positioned at opposite ends of the map. Both sides will constantly send troops to attack. We need to lead our soldiers forward and destroy the defensive towers along the way. Destroy the other kingdom's main fortress, and we win the game and rack up points. Xiao He then points to the screen with a serious warning. Be careful. This game designed by Wang Zikai is notoriously bizarre. There are other civilizations that exist in here. He glances at the fallen soldiers and continues. The people we just killed were probably just soldiers in the game. The real enemy hasn't even shown up yet. And besides, the biggest problem right now is Xiao He angrily slams the screen, yelling, "Where in the hell did this stupid game send our leader? Damn it." But Xiao Hong just crosses her arms. What's there to be afraid of? We don't need to wait for Jiang Tu to deal with this trash. I can handle all of this by myself. She continues, besides, I have the guild leader providing air support. His skills aren't too shabby. The guild leader immediately replies, correct. Xiao Hong gives another order. Xiao, you stay in the back and guard against any ambushes. This queen is rock solid. Meanwhile, Xiao lets out a huge yawn. So boring. I want to fight on the front lines too. Xiao Hong smirks. As for this game, whatever tricks it has, the soldiers suddenly stand back up. She taps her screen and shouts, we'll crush them first and figure it out later. Servants, charge for me. Xiao He immediately snaps back. Who are you calling a servant? You just watch yourself. The guild leader leaps forward, saying, she really is an impulsive one. Xiao Hong just keeps yelling, charge, let's take the next objective. In a completely different location, a girl calls out, M3, look over there. A bunch of newbies really did show up, and that girl is none other than Xiao Ai. She cautiously scans her surroundings and speaks. This game world has new players. 13 immediately replies, that's right, and not only are they newbies, they're complete idiots. He looks at them on a monitor. Players can't respawn in this dungeon. Liaoling points out, splitting their forces like that was stupid. They've already lost. But 30 walks over to object. I'm not so sure. He analyzes the situation. That attack from earlier, without any power-ups, was already at the level of a level 20 player. They must be absolute pros in their original world. Then, a sound cuts in. All right, stop guessing. Whether they're pros or newbies. A dark-haired girl raises her hand as thorny vines erupt from the ground. 99 states. We'll find out their skill level once we test them. A skill loading screen appears. She snaps her fingers and announces, I'm going. Waves of electricity surge across the ground, with one bolt racing directly toward Xiao Hong. She and Xiao He both felt it as Xiao Hong slammed 99's thorny vines to the ground, screaming about an enemy ambush. Up above, the rest of the vines were perfectly fine. 99, perched on her vines, looked down with pure contempt. It doesn't matter how strong you were in your old world. Here, the game's rules are absolute. She said coolly, let me teach you all a lesson. Suddenly, a storm of thorny vines erupted from the ground. Xiao Hong stared in shock as the vines went absolutely berserk on his group. Xiao Ai watched the monitor and sighed. With Sister 99 just charging in like that, what was even the point of our strategy? 13 replied. Whatever, they're just a bunch of newbies. We can just steamroll them and get it over with. She glanced at the screen and said, all right, if you guys think it's not a problem, then fine by me. Xiao Ai spoke up. Date, stop farming mobs and meet up with us once you get the enhancement corn. He hesitated. Xiao Ai, I've got a bit of a situation over here. Hiding in the grass, 255 reported in. Yeah, our wilderness zone over here got hijacked by someone else. Xiao Ai shot back. So what if it's hijacked? They're just level 1. Losing a few resources from the wilderness isn't a big deal. The guy stammered. No. What I mean is, as a giant crater appeared on the screen, with a huge chunk of land just floating above it. 255 explained, our entire wilderness zone has been stolen, and there's Jiang Si, lifting the massive chunk of earth and jumping around with it. This is perfect. Any living creature inside this forest, it will immediately respawn after it dies, and there's no limit. He spotted a chicken and instantly snatched it. Jiang Si muttered happily, the wilderness monsters refresh, and killing them gives you resources. That beast I just fought showed up again. He chomped on a meat skewer and yelled, if I bring this automatic meat-spawning forest back, humanity will never have to worry about food again. This game world is the best. Already hit the jackpot on day 1. Jiang Si burst out laughing. After being sick and eating nothing but porridge, he could finally have a decent meal. A shadow lunged at him, and a giant axe swinging past his face made him drop his skewer in shock. Jiang Si twisted his body and leaped to the ground. He glared at the dirt with a dark expression, ignoring the giant landmass falling from the sky. My meat skewer. The one thing I hate is wasting food. He mumbled. Pick it up, blow the dirt off. It should still be edible. Just then, a man holding a huge axe appeared, and Jiang Si froze while dusting off his snack. 225, clad in armor and holding an axe, spoke up. Not sure when this new species appeared. He eyed Jiang Si and sized him up. But the system says this guy is just a weak little wilderness monster. 255 declared, if it's a wild monster, it's no match for me. A system window appeared, showing his wild monster-slaying battle axe, designed to inflict massive damage on all mobs. He yelled to his team, "You guys go on ahead, I'll grind this monster and then come find you." 255 flashed back to his time at the Universal Corporation, where he was 255 from the Commerce Civilization, using his employee ID as a name. He remembered standing motionless with his ID tag on. Ages ago, to avoid total disaster, the Supreme Board of Directors moved their entire civilization into this game world, and he was one of the top risk control specialists among them. 255 stood proudly before the other employees. On the battlefield, axe in hand, he thought. From that moment on, my duty was to hunt useful creatures in dungeons, or as it's more commonly known, mob grinding. 255 was decked out in full armor, he recalled. For that reason, I invested every piece of equipment and all my skills into fighting wild monsters. The people around him, seeing him just standing there, screamed, "Are you still playing around with that mob? Get over here and help!" 255 thought, no matter how desperate this battle gets, it will not affect my monster grinding efficiency. He roared, declaring for all to hear. In other words, I am the king of the wild zone. Returning to the present, he gripped his axe tight, thinking, therefore, before charging Jiang Si, I absolutely will not allow anyone to steal my wild zone. Accept the judgment of your king. 255 scowled, staring daggers at him. The surrounding animals were sent flying by the shockwave, and the chicken Jiang Si caught clucked in absolute terror. The attack from 255 crashed down, sending dirt and rocks flying. The system started pinging. Killed wild monster, blood fang bat. Received 5 points. Killed wild monster, mad ape. Received 5 points. Killed wild monster. Fierce bull. Received 5 points. 255 listened to each notification, then paused. Killed wild monster. Wild boar. Received 2 points. Killed wild monster. Giant wolf. Received 3 points. Killed wild monster. Violent bear. Received 5 points. He thought to himself, wait, why wasn't the zombie monster's death recorded? Jang 2 dodges the attack, leaps high into the air, and screams, "What the heck are you doing?" He roars in frustration, "I run into another player in the wild, and you just attack without a word?" And then, realization hits. Oh, I get it now. He clenches his fist as he dives at player 255. This is clearly a survival game, so I guess I won't hold back either. Player 255 stares in shock as Jang 2 comes hurtling down like a madman, crying out, "What the?" The dude is absolutely terrified. Defense mode engaged, equipping the Forest Guardian set. Defense in the wild gets a 30% boost, and the natural defense skill reduces damage from wild monsters by 80%. The guy just stands there, waiting for Jang 2 to charge in, who happily sends number 255 flying with one punch. Jang 2 grins, saying this dude feels tougher than ancient iron plates. But suddenly, massive chains erupt from the ground all around them. One chain wraps around Jang 2's wrist, another snags his ankle. 255 grabs the chains and yanks, pulling Jang 2 right toward him. Classic. 255 leaps into the air, chains wrapped around his foe. He cocks back a fist, diving straight for our hero. And Jang 2 is just loving it, yelling, "Bring it on!" 255 crashes down on him, shaking the whole area. He swings and roars. Die, but Jang 2 is too quick, dodging and landing a clean kick to the chin. Round 2. 255 grabs the chain, absolutely furious. Damn it! Jang 2 pops up right behind him. He pushes down on 255's head and yells, "Time to spin!" The guy's hands clench in rage. 255 spins around, aiming a punch at Jang 2 and screaming, "You dare play games with me?" Jang 2 meets his fist head-on. The two powers collide, sending 255 tumbling across the ground. The guy is in total disbelief, muttering, "What kind of mini-boss is this? Why is he so hard to fight?" Meanwhile, Jang 2 just wipes some dust off his face, impressed. The players here are pretty strong. This game Wang Zikai found is actually fun. He cracks a smile. Well, if that's how it is, Jiang 2's body begins to transform. I guess I should get a little serious too. 255 just about has a panic attack, yelling, "There's a second phase?" Jiang 2 just laughs. "You better get ready." With that, he rockets towards 255. Jiang 2 is moving like a blur when suddenly his whole body seizes up. A system alert pops up, abnormal status triggered. Character movement is now sluggish and intermittent. 255 is just confused. What's happening? Jiang 2 tries to move, frantically thinking to himself, "No, I can't move." But 255 gets a brilliant idea. "I get it, this must be a special monster mechanic." He figures the bald form is the strongest, but his attacks triggered a change. He observed him growing hair, and concludes that's obviously why he got weaker and can't move. Flawless logic, right? So, 255 grabs his battle axe, declaring he'll kill the special monster. He charges forward, screaming, "You're mine!" He swings the axe and roars, "Die!" Jiang 2 grinds his teeth, trying to move as 255 slams the axe into the ground. Jiang 2 just screams in pure frustration. A wave of energy blasts outward, sending Jiang Tu flying as the smoke clears. Jiang Tu stumbles to his feet, muttering that he couldn't move a muscle before, but when he suddenly could again, he totally overdid it. He grits his teeth, complaining that this is worse than constantly sneezing. He spots 255 and says, "Whatever, I'll deal with you first and figure it out later." Come on! Transform and play with me!" Jiang Tu pauses, then cries out in shock. Wait, why is he dead? Player 255 from the Merchant Guild civilization has been eliminated. Elsewhere, thorny vines are sprouting everywhere as the president frantically dodges them. He aims at the vines and shouts, "High energy cannon, continuous fire." A barrage of energy blasts hits the vines, but they're completely unharmed and keep chasing him down. One vine lunges forward for a surprise attack. The president curses under his breath, but Xiao Hong swoops in, kicking the vine away and shielding him. Watch out! The president is stunned, thinking, incredible. It took several cannon blasts for me to push that back, but she did it with a single kick. He just stares and says, thanks. Xiao Hong clicks her tongue, annoyed. Hey, I don't like saving humans, you know. Try to be more careful next time, got it? The president just nods like a bobblehead. Yes. As another vine attacks, she drops him and says, then stop getting in my way. Xiao Hong leaps into the air, dodging the vine's attack and muttering, this thing thinks it can beat me? She shouts, stop looking down on me, and kicks the vine into pieces, yelling, get lost. Vine fragments rain down. 99 appears, casually blocking a vine. She smiles and claps her hands. With a snap, the electrical field around them wavers. 99 activates her force field separation skill. She looks at the vines and just keeps smiling. She raises a hand, declaring, amateurs who only rely on their own strength to fight should just obediently surrender. All at once, more vines erupt from the ground. 99 continues, after this is over, I'll even let you friend me. Xiao Hong is absolutely furious. You jerk, how dare you underestimate me? She narrows her eyes. Xiao Hong swiftly dodges a series of attacks from 99 as a black energy portal slowly opens. Xiao He appears, asking, you want us to surrender? He raises an eyebrow. Looking at the current situation, I don't think you're the one in control here. He snaps his fingers and adds, which means you guys are the real amateurs. Xiao He smirks. Xiao Hong and the president just stare in shock as the vines suddenly tie themselves into knots. Xiao He announces, in the world of games, we are all woven from data. Fighting doesn't make us tired, we have no flaws or pain to hinder us, and we don't even have weak spots for critical hits. 99 gets to her feet, walking forward to argue, victory is decided by stats like attack and defense, and by magic and HP, the life points that sustain our very existence. Xiao Hong's crew is just fuming as 99 taunts them. All those flashy, complex fighting moves you guys were showing off earlier? Turns out the game system just registers them as basic attacks, basically like a bunch of toddlers flailing their arms and legs around. She points to the thorns and explains, basic attacks get hit with a massive nerf by the game's defensive mechanics. Even if you land a hit, it barely scratches my HP. A pop-up shows S99, level 52, health, 1,198 out of 1250. My skills, on the other hand, she continues, deal full damage to your HP. The guild leader checks his health bar and completely freaks out. What? I was barely even grazed by that, he yells, but 99 just smirks back smugly. Since there's no pain when you get hurt, she explains. You all probably think you're in perfectly good shape right now, but in reality, a few more hits and the system will declare you dead from HP loss. As she speaks, a massive barrier springs up. Besides, as the team controller, my goal was never to defeat you, it was to trap you all right here. Xiao He is stunned. What? Just then, more players appear. 30 grabs his greatsword, announcing, encirclement complete. Preparing for the harvest. Let's go. But 13, watching a monitor, yells, hold on, there's a problem with our big guy. His HP is plummeting, and he's not answering any messages. The other guy asks in shock, you're kidding, right? Xiao Ai shouts, I get it now. Get what? Through gritted teeth, she explains. They split their 5-person team into groups of 3 and 2. Date got ambushed in the residential zone by their 2-man team. That idiot got himself killed while farming monsters. She immediately gives orders, 13, you open a gate, take Uncle with you, and go save him. Me and 99 can hold them off here. 13 just mutters, guess we have no choice. He tilts his head, sticks his hand right through the screen and says, let's go, Uncle. His hand taps 30, who replies, time to reinforce Date. 13 adjusts his glasses, prepare, and 2 brilliant beams of light flash. 13 shouts, deploy. The system announces the skill, divine intervention. And in an instant, they both appear right where Jiang Si is standing. We're a step too late, 13 mutters, shocked. Date is already dead. 30 suggests they might as well take out the 2 low-health enemies. But where are the enemies? Not too far off, Jiang Si is just happily taking a stroll. 30 mumbles. Yeah, there are only a few wild monsters here. Jiang Si wanders over and asks innocently, "Are you two looking for that big dude from earlier?" 13 and 30 both freeze. 13 whispers, "Phew, lucky us. It looks like this wild monster saw Date." "Good idea," 30 says, glancing over. "We'll just ask the monster." Then he suddenly charges Jiang Si, yelling, "Like hell, you know anything. Are you serious? How can a wild monster talk?" 13 draws his gun, aiming and shouting, "He's using a disguise skill. He's not a newbie." Jiang Si easily dodges the attack, leaving 30 wondering. A wild monster just dodged my slash? All right, now Jiang Si is getting annoyed. Yet another person attacking him on sight. He realizes, of course, this is a survival game. You have to defeat all the other players. He lets out a small smirk. This is his specialty. Even with no rules explained, this is no problem. 30 charges, yelling, "He's alone, let's get him now." Right. 13 immediately agrees. But Jiang Si considers his options. If they fight head-on, that weird allergic reaction will mess with his mood way too much. But luckily for him, what he really loves are strategy games. In other words, he's a master of command and operations. He smiles, steps forward, and dozens of tiny Jiang Si clones erupt from the ground. All forces, attack. "What the hell are those?" 13 yells. 30 just roars back. "Who cares? Fight now, figure it out later." And with that, the two sides clash. Elsewhere, Xiao Ai gets a system notification and stops dead in her tracks. She sees the request for backup and is totally confused. What's going on? Why is 13's group calling for help? A hoverboard materializes beneath her. Xiao Ai hops on. The enemy's main force must be over there. I'm going to go help them fight. "Sister, 99, keep these guys busy," she yells. "See you later." 99 is left speechless, muttering to herself. What are you kids even doing? The plan was to surround them. In the distance, Xiao Hong's crew starts laughing maniacally. Xiao Ai zips through the air on her hoverboard, landing with a frown. Seriously, what in the world happened to those guys? Why didn't they send any messages if the fight was so intense? The board just revs up and takes off again on its own. The system announces that the hoverboard has been refueled, enabling flight mode. Equipment. Air hoverboard. Energy charged. Xiao Ai blasts off like a lightning bolt. It's just up ahead. I'll scope out the situation first, then find an opening to join the battle. Just then, a system alert grabs her attention, warning that flight mode consumes energy at a high rate for short bursts of flight. Xiao Ai's eyes immediately go wide with utter shock. The scene below is so bizarre that she's compelled to fly closer for a better look. Since when did this empty forest turn into this bizarre construction site? Tiny little zombies are happily sawing logs together. They haul massive stones, one by one, toward a gloomy gray castle. All of them are heading toward a powerful golden throne. Two wary figures stand guard over a majestic shadow on the throne. But honestly, the vibe between these three is seriously tense and gloomy. And surprise, the guy on the throne is none other than Jiang Si, in full-on zombie mode. His buddy next to him is pouting with a seriously swollen cheek. The dude across from them looks even worse, face all banged up, glasses totally smashed. But the weird part? They're all completely stone-faced, which is seriously confusing Xiao Ai. What kind of messed up game are these two even playing? Jiang Si, sitting there like a statue, suddenly gets this bizarrely radiant look on his face. Turns out, this whole original power thing works like a charm. Nothing beats a good city building and management game, am I right? Jiang Si gets giddy just thinking about his zombies attacking T-13 and K-30, then winning them over with pure passion and turning them into friends. I mean, hey, when you're out adventuring, the more friends you have, the better. His voice booms across the land, and just like that, everyone's on board to build this collective dreamland. With that settled, Jiang Si marches to the stairs. Decision made. This guy has zero shame, throwing his arms open and yelling, "I will use my carefully managed territory to crush every single opponent." But his epic speech gets cut short when a dark shadow zips right past him. He glances at his two minions. Do we have anyone who can fly?" They both answer in unison that they have absolutely no idea. Jiang Si is not impressed by this answer. Utterly useless. Meanwhile, the girl in the air is flying herself dizzy, with no clue what in the world is even going on. But her gut instinct is telling her that those two guys are just beyond saving. So, Xiao Ai just decides to peace out, flying straight out of the forest. This game is definitely bug time for a strategic retreat. The plan from here on out? Stay as far from that forest as possible. Too bad she doesn't know that creepy stone castle is tailing her. Maybe there's still time to help Sister 99 fight? Xiao Ai finally grinds to a halt when a massive shadow completely blocks her view. Curious, she glances behind her. Weird. Why'd the sky get so dark? Up above, T-13 is still wailing his eyes out. "Mommy!" K-30 screams right back. "Quick, get out of the way." But Xiaoai is too stunned to react to the massive thing above her. You can't be serious. Who is even chasing her in this wasteland? With a single flick of a hand, the entire castle comes crashing down and crumbles. That's when Jiang Si finally lets out a sigh of relief. He quietly informs his tiny zombie army below. Direct hit. Scene change to the Civilized Commerce Guild, the capital of the kingdom. Streams of raw power continuously appear, weaving through the air. Xiao Hong lets out a wild roar, claws out, and lunges forward. Right behind her, creepy green tentacles give chase. They link together, forming a shield to block an attack aimed at Xiao Hong. She glances back with a smirk of approval. Not bad for a human. The great guild leader just brushes off the praise and gives Xiao Hong a little reminder. Just leave your six to me and keep pushing forward. She has no problem landing right on top of that giant hand. Then Xiao Hong casually starts poking fun at Xiao He. Hey little bro, use that move again. Hearing this, he just snaps, roaring back. Who are you calling little bro? Xiao He grinds his teeth, clenching his fists in pure, unfiltered rage. You disrespectful little punk. He swings his arm back, gearing up for a god-tier punch. You better take her down in one hit, or else. And Xiao He just keeps running his mouth. I can't be bothered to play with you. But before he can even get close, she's already zipped away. Go. A red aura weaves and slips through every single opening in the tentacles. But on the other side, S99 has been lying in wait. She's not letting her get away. With her power, mechanical tentacles instantly bind the red energy, forcing a scream out of Xiao Hong. Stop it. But S99 doesn't even flinch, just keeps up the attack. A second later, that same power strikes right back at her. Damn it, I can't even block this thing head on. The up tentacle quickly morphs into a massive rope shooting toward the sky, just as she breaks free from the binding tentacles. Over here, S99's hand is starting to transform. This is dangerous, the castle almost. Finally, she pings the system for help. Can you guys please hurry up? I can control them in a 1 versus 3, but there's no way I can actually finish them off. The system instantly flashes S99's messages. S99 mid needs backup. The other 3 are about to destroy the main tower. S99, where is everyone? Can just one person come back? S99, say something. Do you not want your base anymore? S99, your nexus is blowing up. She gets no response. Her rage meter just shot up by a few points. Crap. These guys are covering each other perfectly. There's no opening for a finishing blow, and my teammates are completely missing in action. A pro move while S99 is distracted, her opponent sees an opening. They finally knock her health down to half. Perfect, let's rush her. All she can do now is grit her teeth in frustration. It's come to this. And in that moment, S99's eyes blaze with determination. There's only one way left. Right in front of her, shadowy figures are locked in a chaotic brawl. But S99 doesn't care about that. She's aiming for a higher spot on the tentacles. Move! The great guild leader hears the voice and freezes for a split second. And just like that, Xiao Hong appears, looking all high and mighty. Weren't you acting so tough just a minute ago? Now you know how to run, huh? But only one of them stops dead, realizing something is very wrong. The guildmaster screams his head off when he sees the iron tentacle's flight path. It's headed straight for their kingdom's castle. But Xiao He cuts him off with a completely different idea. Forget her, he says. All we have to do is wreck the enemy's castle, and we win. Easy. With that, his hand zooms toward the castle, but just as he's about to touch it, bam, Xiao He gets blocked by a massive shield. He's completely frozen in shock. Wait a minute. Why does this castle have so much health? And in the background, a smirk spreads across S99's face as she casually floats over a pile of scrap metal, clearly enjoying herself. Turns out, a kingdom's castle is just like a player. It has its own life bar that determines the game. Sure, those other guys are good, but at the end of the day, they're just newbies without any system buffs. Destroying the castle will take them a while, and in that time, a wicked little plan quickly forms inside S99's head. She'll attack the enemy's defense team, then just brute force their castle into oblivion. Simple. At this point, Xiao He finally starts to panic, yelling, "Xiao Xiao, stop her. Whatever you do, don't let her get near the castle." Just then, a familiar black crag appears in the distance. It's Xiao Xiao, armed with a cannon, relentlessly firing off giant shells. No problem, watch me blow her to bits. And true to her word, S99 takes a hit, losing some steam but forcing herself back to her feet. My health points can still take it. I'll just force my way through. Her eyes burned with determination. I can win this. But S99 is so confident, she has no idea that Jiang Si's castle is hovering right above her. Victory is mine. A second later, her instincts scream, and her jaw drops. As the castle crash lands, the game system makes an announcement to everyone. Civilization Guild 13 eliminated. Civilization Guild K30 eliminated. Civilization Guild S99 eliminated. Dust and debris explode through the forest. The guildmaster sees the absolute chaos and realizes immediately a move this big has to be Jiang Si's handiwork. Xiao He is totally shaken by what just happened. Yeah, I can't believe we still had to rely on the big boss in the end. Through the smoke, he spots something. Down on the ground, a protective barrier is starting to crack. It shatters completely, revealing Lu Xiaoai, who's still dizzy and complaining. Oh my god, what the heck even was that little zombie thing? My force field shield equipment is busted. The thought hits her and she shoots right up. No way I can fight this round. I surrender. I surrender. Xiao Ai quickly summons the system and with zero hesitation, slams the surrender button. In the end, all she can do is sit and read the words on the screen. The AI of the Civilization Guild has surrendered. All enemy players have been eliminated. Earth's civilization is victorious. Xiao Ai quickly says her goodbyes to this crazy place. Peace out. She's so happy, she just keeps repeating one thing, totally unaware of the hand sneaking up behind her. Time to go home. Time to go home. Jiang Si suddenly appears, grabbing her shoulder and making Xiao Ai scream. Gotcha. So, you want to be my subordinate? The second he says it, the entire world around them changes, leaving him stunned. Before Jiang Si is an advanced digital world, the Civilization Guild login hall. From somewhere in the building, a trembling voice calls out, You. He keeps looking around, full of curiosity. What is this place? Only Xiao Ai is still looking back at him, terrified. Why is this guy here? Meanwhile, back at the Earth Civilization login hall, it's absolute chaos. Stop pushing. You think I want to be pushing? All of humanity is packed into one spot like ants, constantly blaming each other. Help me, I think my leg's about to fall off. Some whiny old guy starts moaning every time he gets bumped, driving everyone nuts. Hey, don't touch the hair. Not far off, a pair of teeth are clenched in frustration. A Chu is forced to watch this whole pathetic display of humanity shoving each other. They're pushed right up against the protective barrier. There's no more room. Damn it. But there's nothing he can do. Relying on the barrier for support is not a long-term plan, especially when the area is this huge. Right in front of a Chu, someone gets knocked clear off the protective layer. Watch out. But luckily, Yunfeng appears just in time to save him. Careful. The guy is still terrified, but manages to be polite. Thank you. Yunfeng can only offer a few words to calm him down. You're okay. That's what matters. Now, go. And with that, Yunfeng just lets him go. Get to the other side. He literally throws the guy toward Ah He. But the man panics when he sees thousands of humans just floating in the air. What? Where is this? There are more of them. We can't hold this many. By now, the minister's voice is hoarse, but he still tries to yell commands. It's the same over here. Standing on a different continent, he's also about to be digitized, holding tight to his people and shouting. Now people from Country B are flooding in. A Lang, floating in the sky, can't help but complain at the insane crowd. Is this really it? Are we out of options? My body's about to give out. A Mao helps people while desperately scanning the area for any sign of hope. This is bad. Why isn't the Great King back yet? Hearing this, Akwai just grips his rope and starts muttering absolute nonsense. I told them there were too many humans, we should have thinned the herd. But someone instantly tells him to shut it. Elsewhere inside the system, La'a jolts at a new notification. Congratulations, human civilization. On your first game victory, her eyes light up as she takes in the message. We're saved! Lie taps the screen a few times, completely floored. So many points. With this, we can exchange for a ton of land. The text on the system screen arranges itself into a very happy message. Super challenge, success, team competition, victory, base points, 1,400. First win bonus, 1,000. Dungeon benefits, 57. The grand total is 2,457 points, and she's so thrilled she just starts rambling. Let me just calculate how much we can get. But Van Fong appears just in time to yell, Stop calculating. Exchange it all for survival space, as much as you can. Stunned by his shouting, she really doesn't have much of a choice but to obey. All right, I'm doing it. After a flurry of panic taps, Lie reaches the confirmation for 245,700 square kilometers. She agrees without a second thought. Exchange it all. The moment she confirms, the land immediately expands around them, and humanity breathes a collective sigh of relief. There's ground, it's real. Let's go. Move forward. Stop pushing and charge. They sprint ahead, absolutely marveling at the new scenery around them. Awesome, a river. It's still getting bigger. Who cares how big it is? We finally have room to breathe. With the main crisis handled, a Lang starts giving orders. There's ground below. All of you get down there. A Chu and a Hack hesitate, then put their feet down. Are they actually saved? Go on, get down. Just then, Lie materializes out of the system space, and Hyo Hu's crew is just overcome with joy. We made it in time. This stupid game really did gamble the fate of all humanity on one match. You're back already? I wasn't even done fighting. Seeing all the familiar faces again makes her eyes well up with tears. This is great. Congratulations on your victory and welcome back. A Chew and a hack see this and run over, completely ecstatic. Winning just one match gets us this much land? The prices in this game are surprisingly decent. A few more wins and we might just buy back the whole Earth. Seeing them so happy, Lei hates to do this, but she has to drop the bomb, because it's a temporary rental, and everyone needed a lot of space. I rented this land for everyone at the lowest possible price. 1,000 square kilometers cost just 1 point, but there's a catch. The rental period is only for 1 day. At those words, everyone's face turns pale. What? Hot-headed Tu Hong completely loses it and lunges forward. Don't you lie to me, she screams, climbing on top of Lié and frantically pulling her hair. I fought my heart out, and it only lasts for 1 day. Did you take a cut? Spit out our points right now. The poor girl can only cry and beg for mercy. The platform took everything. There was nothing I could do. A minister hears the commotion and decides to pour some gasoline on the fire. In other words, we have to win a match every single day. And that just sets Tu Hong off even more. I don't care. Spit him out. Lié grabs her hair back, but she's definitely losing this fight. Stop trying to bite my head. Seeing the total chaos, a Kwai steps in to try and calm everyone down. It's fine. The great king is here, so this is nothing. Hearing that, the man's mood instantly flips. That's right, if Jiang Tu is here. But the second the words leave his mouth, his expression changes. Wait, where is the great king? A Kwai's eyes dart to Tu Hak's strange look. And besides, didn't you guys win? Then why the long face? Backed into a corner, he has no choice but to stammer out the truth. Everyone, just calm down and listen. The great king. The great king. His panicked voice echoes across the new land, sending everyone into a fresh wave of despair. What do you mean the great king was lured away by another civilization? At that exact moment, the system makes an announcement. While Earth's civilization has 0 points and can't return to the market, back in the login hall, Jiang Tu is lost in a food paradise. So good, so good. All around him, he can hear the chatter of daily life. Want to try the new stew? Handsome? Next time for sure, boss. Jiang Tu just keeps walking, happily slurping a delicious bowl of noodles. Man, nothing beats eating out here after a game. This is absolutely perfect. But he doesn't forget his manners, looking over at Tu Ying-ai. Thanks for treating me. She just mumbles a reply, her eyes glued to a screen. It's a forum post. Help! What do you do if a wild dungeon monster gets sent to the login hall? This is urgent. Right below is a curious reply from user C150. The guys in the back are starting to get way too hyped. Seriously, someone should tell them to go to the infirmary. Do the healers there have a cure for KPI-induced insanity? The pressure from your department is wild. But of course, while he's slacking, a system notification pops up. Investment Information Department, Team 3. Xiaongai is so ticked off she's grinding her teeth. That annoying guy is back again. Every single time that workgroup notification dings, his entire body just cringes in disgust. Reading the message from management just made her want to scream. Of course, it's her again. The next few lines just made Xiaoai even more bitter. Unbelievable. As if the suits sitting in their office have any clue how fast things actually change out here on the field. Oh, shut your mouth, isn't this all your fault? You dragged everyone into this mess with your corporate brown-nosing reply. In the end, she just threw her hands up and bowed her head in defeat. Whatever, let them talk. Then Xiaoai's eyes drifted over to Jiang Si. Has no one seriously ever run into this before? What in the world is up with that wild monster? He, on the other hand, was just happily eating, completely oblivious to the stares. Ooh, is that tenderloin? A wonderfully devious idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Could this really be a super rare encounter to tame a beast? At the thought, a smirk crept onto Xiao Ai's face. Oh yeah, I'm about to wreck everyone and climb to the top of the world. She got even giddier imagining herself pointing arrogantly at Jiang Si. I choose you. You're the one. If little zombie Jiang Si is my ticket, that means a promotion, a raise, maybe even paying off my mortgage a few years early. He, of course, was clueless about her scheming, just keeping up his friendly vibe, not forgetting to ask, "Can I get another bowl?" She just chuckled and started buttering him up. 100 more bowls wouldn't be a problem. What's a little food between us, right? Hearing this, he practically screamed with joy. Awesome. The boss is so generous. Jiang Si didn't hesitate for a second, shouting his order, "Hey, chef! One more order of egg-fried noodles!" Xiao Ai let him do whatever he wanted, just letting him eat. But in another corner, the captain of the Special Enforcement Squad from security had arrived. Target acquired, commencing lockdown. He was using his scope to watch Jiang Si's every single move, trying to pinpoint the data source of the alien intruder. The captain's robotic voice then came through, laced with a chilling coldness. Commencing the cleanup operation now. On the captain's order, the Special Enforcement Squad spread out to scan every individual. Everyone, stay right where you are. Nobody is to leave this area. Security department investigating a data anomaly. Please cooperate. Do not move. The captain, meanwhile, was focused on finding his target. Found you. On your feet. Now. The satisfying sound of slurping noodles was cut short. A bewildered face snapped around, showing a hint of fear. Is there a problem? The captain didn't bother with courtesies, starting to frisk the guy. Cut the crap. Get up. Hands on your head. Security department. Investigating a data anomaly. Everyone will be checked. But for some reason, he couldn't find anything. How strange. He was sure he'd locked onto the target, so why was nothing showing up? Next person. As they talked, Xiao Ai managed to slip away. Not this one. No abnormalities. Next person. Next person. Hands on your head. And then her mouth fell open in pure shock. Damn it. The rabid dogs from security are relentless. Jiang Si, trailing right behind Xiao Ai, was equally curious. What do they mean by checking for abnormal data? She looked a little startled but explained quietly. You seriously don't know? Everything in this game world is made of data, which means a data anomaly is a huge problem. He just nodded along, asking, and so? They were talking about the special squad now, as Xiao Ai began to explain. The Safety Protection Department is basically the strongest army the Merchant Guild has to protect its data security. Think spies from other civilizations that sneak in, or refugees left over from civilizations that were wiped out. Rebels trying to return to reality, all of them are considered abnormal data. Jiang Si listened, awestruck, while clutching his noodle bowl for dear life. Seeing his face, she kept explaining. Once they find an anomaly, they use their system-level authority to perform a complete data wipe. A complete wipe of the anomaly. Hearing this new information, his voice started to tremble. A complete wipe? The blue light on Xiaowei's hand faded with her words. That's right, a complete wipe, not a single trace left behind. Jiang Si immediately broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. A wipe, a complete wipe, not a single trace left. She kept an eye on the situation while chattering away. For, certain reasons I absolutely cannot let them notice me, so you need to keep your mouth shut. But he just stood there frozen, repeating 2 lines. A complete wipe, not a trace left. 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 Hearing the mutterings beside her, Xiao Ai whispered a reminder. Hey, be quiet. She then shot out a few red radar beams. They zipped quickly through the gaps between people. I'll use this to interfere with their scanning equipment, create some chaos, and then we'll make a run for it. The system also announced the skill. Distraction skill. The captain on the other side was totally confused. Why isn't this thing working? Xiao Ai, however, was thrilled her plan worked. Success! Okay, little zombie, here's what we're going to do. And then this. But the guy next to her was still completely stuck, stammering, calm complete wipe, no armor left, a total wipeout, no armor left, completely erased, no armor left, a total wipeout, no armor left. Xiaongai can't help but turn and snap. What are you doing? Still muttering? Be quiet and follow me. But before she finishes, her eyes go wide. Snatched up into Jiang Si's arms, Xiaongai is in a total panic. What are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. But he just ignores her, striding quickly to a restaurant next door. Jiang Si's voice suddenly drops a few degrees. Hey, owner. Yunhu immediately calls back. I'm here. All while she's struggling and screaming, what do you want? Hey, why'd you put me on the table? Don't you dare sell me out. The owner, seeing this whole drama, cuts them off first. Sell you for what? My place doesn't take dishwashers to pay off debts. But Jiang Si just cracks a tiny smirk. No, I want. Without hesitation, he presents Xiaongai like an item. We want this to go. Yunhu is just stunned for a moment before screaming his head off. Robbery! He dashes over to report it. Sir, there's a robbery. At the same time, the captain's own subordinate reports in. Captain, the device is detecting an anomalous data signature, bearing 0 to 7 at a distance of, but the captain just slaps him across the face. Distance my foot! Over here, Jiang Si still hasn't let go of Xiaongai and is urging her on. Everybody saw that, now get after them for me. This whole ridiculous scene has Xiaonai's jaw on the floor. Hey, you're not in any trouble, so why are we running? Only now does he finally decide to admit it. Oh, there's trouble. I'm a player from the Earth civilization. This new info sends her head spinning. What the hell? Jiang Si gets straight to the point, laying out the consequences. Once they're caught, she'll definitely be considered a spy and executed. Over with the captain, he's still tracking their every move. And yup, there's that abnormal data signature. For the sake of my record, begin elimination. The captain fires right at Jiang Si, making him scream in agony. My midnight snack, my breakfast. She's being spun around and can only tell him to focus. All right, forget about that stuff. Just focus on running. But he's already caught up to them. Don't even think about running. Just be a good little achievement for my record. However, the captain is forced to a dead stop by a shadow that zips right past him. Jiang Si pulls a few moves and suddenly they're far away. Don't you come over here! Just as he says it, a beam of light shoots right through the squad's ship. Captain, are you okay? Warning, the security department is encountering violent resistance in the login lobby. After all that chaos, he actually managed to escape. Jiang Si is still a bit on edge, glancing back. We handled that many of them, they can't possibly catch up now, right? Xiao Ngai is totally exhausted and can only stammer, yay. Probably. Just then, the system quickly generates a new foggy space, mobilizing system authority, initiating data repair. It finishes in a flash with a final prompt, repair complete. The captain is back on his feet and immediately starts running. Don't run, my achievement. The two of them can only scream in pure terror. It's over, we can't shake him. His teeth are literally chattering with fear. Jiang Si clenches his fists and begs the heavens. What do I do? What do I do? Should I destroy the entire login lobby? He's seriously considering just dropping to his knees and begging. Or maybe ripping open space itself to escape? I don't want to die. There's still so much food I've never tried. Help me! But he's forced to shut his trap for a second when she grabs his hand. All right, stop screaming. Xiao Ngai starts to move, trying to calm Jiang Si's nerves. Let's go. He can only watch the scene in absolute astonishment, his jaw wide open. She's drawing a hole right in the middle of the air. The system chimes in at the perfect time. Emergency hack skill. Just like that, she yanks Jiang into the giant hole. The guy behind them is still screaming like a lunatic. My achievement. Witnessing this, the entire Special Forces team just looks on, completely dejected and horrified. It's over. Those guys went inside the shopping mall. Damn it, it's crowded, so we can't use explosive weapons. We'll have to search for them slowly. Damn it, my achievement. And so, they start sprinting down the street. Move, get out of the way. As they moved, the squad questioned passers-by. Security department investigating anomalous data. Everyone cooperate with the inspection. Have you seen two people fall from the sky? A woman looks a little annoyed but still raises her hands to cooperate. I don't know. The group just keeps moving and shouting. Anyone with information better speak up, or you'll be charged with harboring fugitives. Meanwhile, two hands are still clutched together, hidden in the bustling crowd. What are these guys freaking out about now? Who knows, they're probably short-circuiting again. Just then, a familiar aura appears, in the women's restroom. A mysterious wisp of energy weaves through the hallways, searching for an empty room. And bingo, it finds one, slamming the door shut behind it. After turning back into a person, Jiang Tu finally gets to complain. Bro, this is the women's restroom. But Tu Ngai just shuts him down, telling him to quit whining. She's already a blur of motion on her screen, but still makes time to give him orders. You just wait here a sec. With that, Tu Ngai goes full super hacker, digging deep into the system's code. Safety shields are up, decoy addresses are out, and a simulated network is online, all while Jiang Tu stands there looking completely and utterly lost. Before he can even ask, Tu Ngai shoves the screen in his face. It's done. Jiang Tu just stares at his new profile, mind completely blown. This was all to stop him from freaking out again. She puts her gear away, explaining that his basic disguise is now complete. But now comes the most important step. You have to play one game using this Merchant Guild identity to get the world to officially recognize your account. You get it? Jiang Tu needs a second to process all that info before speaking. You seem to do this a lot, huh? Hearing that, Tu Ngai just gives a quiet, knowing smile, her voice feeling a little colder in the dark room. She shyly scratches her head, admitting, I'm also one of those abnormal data glitches they talk about. The system immediately throws them into a random team game. Tu Ngai's face is a total blank, but her words are as quick and sharp as ever. Let's get going, little stiff corpse. As they both teleport away, strange lights shoot out, leaving onlookers totally confused. In a flash, the two appear in the game instance. Nearby, a dude named Vero is quietly sipping his drink, listening to other players complain. How come it hasn't started yet? It's hot enough to die in here. He lets out a heavy sigh. Varo crosses his legs, wondering why on earth he agreed to play this childish game. Damn it. Just then, Tu Long appears to warn him. Vero, you better be on your best behavior. She glances around the room before continuing her little speech. Don't forget, the system considers us a lone civilization only because your soul is carrying 10 billion spirits you slaughtered. That means every single person in our civilization has a blood debt with you. Varo instantly thinks of a Kwang and a Dao. That's right. Tu Lang threatens. The debt for killing my brothers still hasn't been paid. If you can't help us win this, don't expect the rest of your life to be peaceful. Vero, looking a little ticked off, argues back. Hey, I'm just a spiritual force living in a soul. Don't blame me for what the original body did. But fine, relax, I'll behave. After all, even this game system knows. In our civilization, you're the only real boss. Just as he says, the system officially announces her. The Tu Lang civilization has entered the game, and the rules are broadcast as usual. Players will be split into groups to face multiple stages, getting points based on how they rank. The player with the highest score advances to the grand finale. And here's the catch, no skills or items allowed. Round 1, the insane playground. The players barely have time to collectively say, "You've got to be kidding me." Spiky obstacles immediately start closing in. What the hell is this? In seconds, everyone is sent flying. Stay away from me. Jang too is already exhausted, gritting his teeth and trying to catch his breath. But when he sees a giant puzzle piece barreling toward him, he starts to panic. What is that thing doing? Jiang Tu screams while scrambling to dodge it. What the hell is this? It's impossible to play a reflex game with this much lag. His complaints echo non-stop, and this floor is like a damn treadmill. It just keeps sliding forward. Standing still was hard enough, but now he has to constantly run just to stay in place. I think I was set up. Jiang Tu can only scream as an obstacle closes in, leaving him frozen on the spot, just wailing. I'm dead meat. Tiun Guy, who's way ahead, hears his screaming and looks totally over it. This guy. Still, her pace slows down just a bit. Tiun Guy even thoughtfully shouts a few reminders back at Jiang Tu. Our goal is just to finish your disguise. We only need a few points to pass quietly. The second she finishes, his foot stomps hard on the floor. Jiang Tu grits his teeth, forcing out every single word. What kind of nonsense is that? If you're going to play a game, you give it your all. Don't you dare look down on the pride of a gamer. The very next second, his panic takes over and he freezes again. As a blue pillar comes crashing down, Tunai just closes her eyes. So loud. Why did I end up picking up this weirdo? But before she can move, the ground beneath her feet begins to tremble. Tuan-Gai is completely stunned by the scene unfolding behind her. The floor? The other players start screaming as the platform tilts. Why is it going up? Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is somehow still holding up that heavy pillar. The game's only just started. And there are people back on Earth waiting for me. His hands quickly dig into the stone, getting a solid grip. How can I lose here? How can I? With a massive roar, Jiang Tu lifts the entire pillar, while Tiong-Ai and everyone else are sent flying off the edge. Whoa, hang on a second. What are you even doing? He finally used all his strength to push it off him. How could they get eliminated so easily? And with that, the entire instance just completely shattered. Why did it suddenly explode? The system shot out a notification. All other players had been knocked out of the arena. Hearing that, they all plunged down, totally defeated. This is terrible. What kind of loss even is this? I don't accept it. Amidst the thick smoke, Jiang Tu heard the system's announcement. Highest score in the group. Our boy looks around, completely bewildered for a moment. Wait, did I win? Then it clicks. Jiang Si claps his hands together with a massive grin, totally enlightened. Oh, I get it now. So that's allowed. A moment later, the system warps everyone to stage 2, the labyrinth. The second they arrive, the arguing kicks off. Hey, where are you going? Don't you dare get lost. You're the one who's lost, you idiot. This is impossible. Even with the overhead map, I'm completely stuck. One player just collapses from pure exhaustion. I am so done with this. He can't find the exit anywhere. All right, time for a break. But a strange noise suddenly makes him freeze up completely. What was that sound? A crack spiders across the wall next to him. This wall. How? And then Jiang Si just smashes right through it, ignoring the entire point of a maze. Move. Everybody out of the way. Open your eyes and see how a real genius plays this game. Even the top-ranked players dive for cover. Get out of the way. Jiang Si is a man on a mission. Don't stop me from clearing this in one go. A bald guy nearby can only stare in disbelief. What in the world was that? But just like that, he's at the finish line with the blue "You win" screen. The system reports the good news to Jiang Si, yet again. You have passed the maze and successfully reached the destination. Again, Jiang Si, hidden in the dust, lets out a goofy laugh, proclaiming himself the best without a care for Xiao-Ngai. Look at all these people, and not a single one figured this out. I knew it. I'm a total gaming god. On to the next stage. As if on cue, the world shifts to level 3. Welcome to the Treasure Hunt Alliance, where everyone is gleefully scrambling for loot. This is mine. This treasure chest belongs to me. But a running player bumps right into him and immediately gets defensive. What do you think you're doing? Huh? Are you trying to steal my treasure chest? Jiang Si just calmly explains, Dude, I'm not after your chest. But then his smile gets a little predatory. No, all the treasure here is mine. Who agrees, who objects? There's a long, awkward silence. Then, after the crowd processes what this psycho just said, they all burst out laughing. Who is this guy? What an arrogant freak. Yeah, I object. Is that okay with you? They're all laughing their heads off, completely missing the look on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Si kicks one of the players sky high. You object, you say? Then he sweeps his leg, slamming the guy back to the ground. Of course, that's no problem, and the entire floor begins to crack apart. In the end, everyone falls in line before Jiang Si. We agree. We totally agree. The system, as always, announces that his team has earned the highest score. Everyone is then whisked away to stage 4, fly through the obstacles. He shoves his hands in his pockets, looking up casually. Then Jiang Si squats down and punches the ground, shattering it. A ruthless glint flashes in his eyes. I'm too lazy for that. I'll just pull the finish line over here. And with that, Jiang Si clenches his fist. The massive crack shoots across the stage, racing towards a player aiming for the cup under the "You Win" sign. First place is mine. But before he can celebrate, a very bad feeling washes over him. What's happening to the ground? As he speaks those last words, his whole body gets pulled and distorted as the stage is ripped from its foundation. The coveted trophy and the "You Win" sign land right at Jiang Si's feet. The system, bless its heart, quickly tries to catch up. Your team is the first to reach the finish line. You have won this match. He just glances at it, clicking his tongue with boredom. Okay, job's done. At the same time, his info updates to Rank 1, J4 Civilized Commerce. Naturally, he can't help but roar in celebration of his own achievement. That was so much fun. What a nail-biter of a match. We have to keep going. But Xiaongai's words pour ice water on his victory lap. Keep going? Are you kidding? We're about to be erased. He stares at her screen, completely lost. What? A system notification is displayed. You have been reported by other players. Now, Xiaongai can only sigh and begin the inevitable lecture. I told you to keep a low profile. Now, it's not just the Trade Guild's security, but the purge squads from other civilizations are eyeing us too. This news hits him like a ton of bricks. But I was just playing the game normally. His sheer, unadulterated cluelessness nearly makes Xiaongai's head explode. Normal, my foot. What normal player can literally destroy the game's scenery? Still, she tries to find a way out while reminding him of the facts. Seriously, there's something I forgot to tell you. Because we can violate some of the system's rules, we're classified as abnormal data. And abnormal data, well, it gradually loses its humanity. It turns into terrifying monsters called corpse data, and it can even infect the players around us with the same abnormality. That's why we're basically public enemy number 1 for every civilization in this game. They all want to purge us. Xiaongai lays out the grim reality, hoping something will finally get through to him. It took me so much work to fake my identity and get a spot in the Civilization Guild, and now I have to run for it again. He played along, thinking about her words. Losing humanity, becoming a monster, and it's contagious? Sounds a little cliché, if you ask him. Right then, something was off at the Civilization Guild headquarters. S168 walked in, dressed sharply, reporting to the High Council. The abnormal data detected today has been identified and contained. The abnormal data has officially been sealed. Even as a level 3 head of security, he couldn't help but frown at the system report. We've confirmed the subject used employee code J4 to infiltrate game instance D142, a gun-selling Q-type side mission. The target is erratic, making no effort to hide his abnormal presence. We suspect he has lost his sanity and recommend immediate arrest upon his return. A pair of ruby-red lips curved into a smile after hearing S168's report. She was a big shot at the guild. The High Council member swirled her wine. Instance D142. You call that a coincidence? The number 2 in command chuckled, then gave her order. Don't bother sending a team, he's not coming back. S168 was floored. What? But the woman just calmly swirled the golden liquid in her glass. The number 2 smirked, revealing her secret. Recently, we teamed up with 3 other civilizations, used a rare item, and dumped a massive load of dangerous, abnormal data into a special instance, activating it all at once. And the chosen location? None other than the recreational instance D142, a place that can hold tons of players. Soon, that instance will turn into a hunting ground where zombie data slaughter each other. Back in the game, everyone was transported to a new space as another system announcement echoed. The next round is about to begin. All players, get to your positions. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. It's starting again, group up fast. Let's go, let's go. Come on, this time we're definitely going to win. However, Xiao Ai was being extra careful, reminding Jang too. You need to keep a low profile this time, you hear me? But he just fell silent before quietly asking a question. Hey, does something feel a little weird to you? She didn't get it and seemed a bit annoyed. Weird? What's weird about this place? He just gave a flat, expressionless response. It's actually hard to say. Just a feeling that something very familiar is lurking in this crowd. In another group, a player just like Jang 2 noticed something off with the people around him. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Then the system screen lit up. The final showdown. A massive multi-activity racecourse packed with players. Total, earth-shattering chaos. Players have to overcome the obstacles on their own. Previously scattered groups were now all gathered together for this one gigantic final battle. Feng Ye was screaming and complaining as he ran. What even is this stage? He had a look of pure panic as he called them out. The platforms shatter the second you touch them. And there are all kinds of other obstacles too. Some of the platforms break so fast, it's unbelievable. He also made sure to mention the stage designer, adding that he couldn't even see the finish line. Does the person who designed this game even play it themselves? The rules were way simpler than the actual game. On a giant, constantly collapsing map, the longer you stay alive, the higher your score. Over here, Xiao Ai was sprinting for her life but still had to listen to Jiang Tu's excuses. You see? This time I'm not the one destroying the map. She screamed back, completely drained. I know, now just run. Ziling watched everything from above, so Jiang Tu is in this instance too. He must have been placed in a different group before. Ah, Tao looked at her curiously. Should we go meet him? Ah, Chang added. Yeah, we can ask about the situation back on Earth. Ziling shook her head firmly. No, not until we uncover the truth about this game world. She remembered what Vero told her. According to Vero, Wang Zikai was the one who created this game world. The Varro from her memories appeared, shattering a stone sphere. His goal was definitely not as simple as just protecting Earth. He spoke with a calm, flat voice. Are you talking about me? As a divine envoy, I'm the highest rank just below the divine throne. Elsewhere, Zikai was lost in a strange space, deep in thought. Turns out he knows quite a bit himself. Thousands of years ago, the second divine throne found an artifact deep in the universe that looked like a game controller, and from it, he gained immense power. His hand rested on a cracked stone as he remembered, but his reflection in a mirror was fractured, covered in a web of cracks. He never told anyone the secret of that divine artifact. I don't believe he prepared for thousands of years just to come back and save Earth. Back in the real world, Varro flashes a seriously twisted smile. He then proudly declares that his civilization's entire purpose is to destroy Jiang Si. Akung just stands there, completely speechless, trying to process this madness. Seriously, no one can imagine how this guy plans to beat Jiang Si with a video game. Nearby, Adao and Zhang are thinking the exact same thing. They honestly wouldn't be surprised if Jiang Si just straight up demolished the entire game. After a long silence, Ziling finally speaks up. Okay, bottom line, we start by investigating the dungeon with the abnormal player numbers. A third eye appears on her forehead, glowing with immense power. Her second ability. Inside the dungeon, players are losing their minds. Based on her psychic senses, their very consciousness is just fading away. And before long, players start attacking each other. In this place, nearly 30% of all player souls are shattering fast. One starts to transform, his body twisting with strange, glitchy mutations. He completely loses his human form, becoming a data corpse, a Jiangxi. Players nearby scream in terror, how can one of those be here? And then another player starts changing over there, and another one here. Jiangxi are popping up everywhere, swarming the unlucky players left and right. We're dead! This place is out of control! The infection is spreading. Some guy yells while running for his life. Oh, and to make matters worse, this is a dungeon where skills are totally disabled. The horde of Jiangxi is getting bigger and stronger, and all you can hear are players screaming, "Run for it!" Just then, Varro drops in from above, landing on a Jiangxi. Settle down. He smashes its head into the dirt, but its muffled gurgles just annoy him. So noisy. The Jiangxi's other arm suddenly mutates, and he watches with a mix of curiosity and surprise. The creature's form shifts again, and it bears a terrifying row of shark-like teeth. Vero just grins, absolutely delighted. Not bad. You can still lift your head, but as he smiles, his eyes turn to ice. But I still need you in one piece for now. He stomps his foot, and the ground cracks and shatters from the force. Be quiet. The monster goes completely still, utterly overpowered. Standing by the corpse, Varro calls out excitedly, "Hey, Boss Ziling, come check out what's so special about these Game World Jiangxi." Too bad for him, she's a little busy fighting, so his words are completely ignored. Hey, what gives? Varro scoffs with pure contempt. Are you guys really having a hard time against an enemy of this level? A Qiang, mid-battle, yells right back at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop underestimating everyone else for once. Just take a good look at the monster under your foot. The defeated Jiangxi dissolves into data and immediately starts to reform. Right before they die, they clone themselves at an insane speed. Vero, on the other hand, breaks into a wicked, thrilled grin as a monster with several new heads appears behind him. What fascinating creatures. Let's play for a bit. Meanwhile, Ziling is facing an equally massive horde of Jiangxi, her expression thoughtful. Self-replicating from nothing and powering up at high speed, her sword flashes, cutting down monsters as she voices her annoyance. This is even more annoying than the real-life zombie outbreaks. Down below, Vero unleashes a storm of attacks. What fun little toys. The more he fights, the more excited he gets, a huge grin plastered on his face like he's just playing a game. There are so many already. Killing a few more won't mess up the investigation, right? With a single move, he completely suppresses the monsters, shattering the area around them, but his hands freeze mid-air as he senses something. A man appears through the thick smoke, casually blocking his attack. What is that? The newcomer finally opens his mouth, speaking in a deceptively friendly tone. My apologies, my apologies. It's top 5, hands in his pockets, grinning mischievously as he shields the monsters. I can't let you kill these corpses just yet, you see. He calmly explains the plan. After all, we have to wait until everyone, including you, is infected. This sweep won't miss a single piece of prey. His laid-back voice echoes through the area. Do forgive me, won't you? Vero's response is blunt. I refuse. Without another word, he launches a savage attack on top 5. But when the smoke clears, the guy is completely unscathed, his taunting voice shocking Varo. That really is some terrifying power you've got there. A sword appears from nowhere, blocking the attack and launching a swift counter. You must be the top powerhouse from your original civilization. Every word from top 5 is a detailed analysis of Vero, even though your level in this game world isn't that high. Every enhancement you've chosen is aimed directly at maximizing your innate strength. The man adjusts his glasses as a shimmering aura surrounds him the power of a level 91 player. But luckily for me, the space gate is activated. I'm a pay-to-win player. I can crush you with the absolute advantage that money provides. His eyes open, a challenging glint in them. Do you still wish to fight me? Varo looks at the situation and suddenly bursts out laughing, lunging forward like he's found the perfect prey. Boss Ziling, you guys continue the investigation. I'm going to go play with this guy for a little while. Model. Inside the Civilization Merchant Guild headquarters, reports were flooding in non-stop. This was the Joint Operations Command Center for the Anomalous Data Purge Plan, and a high-level fighter had just been detected. The 5th-ranked player was sent to personally handle the situation. Just then, a woman in high heels strode into the room. S-168 quickly rushed over to report. Number 5 is engaged with the target, but his opponent is unbelievably strong. Top 2 gave a cold reply. So what, if he dies, it's just his bad luck. S-168 stood behind her, saying nervously, Never mind all the money we've poured into this purge, our civilization sent their absolute best for this operation. On screen, a profile appeared. Night Civilization's top disciple, Meng Xiaohua, level 94. A second screen showed the Auspicious Civilization's Huntress Captain, Mi, level 91. And from the Empire Civilization, Warlord Meng Ke, level 96. Top 2 was pleased. No matter how strong they were, they'd all die in that instance. Elsewhere, Jiang Si was gasping for breath, completely exhausted. Carrying Xiao Ai on his back, he fled the zombie horde while cheering himself on. Come on, faster! Everyone else is almost wiped out. First place is definitely ours. The system dashboard kept flashing with notifications about the mutated zombie horde. The battlefield echoed with the desperate cries of other players. Somebody save me. I quit this round. I give up. Hiding behind an obstacle, Xiao Yu frantically tapped at his system panel. He had to get out of this game. His finger hit the surrender button again and again, but there was no response. Damn it, work! Why can't I surrender and log out? Suddenly, the presence of another creature in the air made him freeze. Right above the player, a monster was baring its fangs, drooling over its new prey. A horrifying scream ripped through the instance as bodies were torn apart, dissolving into streams of data. The dungeon was eating its players, feeding on their lives. The remains of what were once human players immediately began to transform after being digitized. Monsters were now spawning at an exponential rate. What started as an obstacle course had turned into a slaughterhouse. Help me! Why is this happening? Why can't we escape? Is it a legendary item? A dimension lock? In another location, statistics continued to flash on a screen. 38% of all players had been killed by the undead. The death toll was climbing at a terrifying rate. Mai looked at the update, completely satisfied with the results. Not bad. The plan is proceeding smoothly. He calmly observed the chaos from above. Now that the instance has been sealed by our item, no one can get out. Next, we just wait for every player inside to turn into a zombie. Then we exterminate them all. Mission complete. Xiao Hua adjusted his hat with a faint smirk. This was the only way to ensure the anomalous data couldn't escape. He calmly witnessed the horrific scene below. All of this sacrifice was for the greater good. Save me! In another corner of the instance, Mimi sat casually on a pile of monster corpses. Well, nothing to be done about it, she mumbled. Besides, my entire civilization was wiped out by zombies once. Seeing them again in this game, it's almost nostalgic. This is getting worrisome. I'd better clean this up fast. But as she spoke, she sensed something approaching. Mimi looked up in surprise. Are they still fighting over there? And he's actually keeping up with that pay-to-win whale? High in the sky, Varo was still locked in a fierce, spectacular battle with top 5. That guy is seriously impressive, Meng Ke commented from the side, not even trying to hide his admiration. He's pretty good. He watched the deadlocked fight, thinking. This had to be the powerhouse from the newly joined Ziling civilization. According to the intel, Every single member of that civilization was now nothing more than a soul. He mulled it over for a moment. My guess is they ran into a zombie apocalypse too. Me, still lounging, couldn't help but say with fake pity, how tragic. But unfortunately for them, besides us, no one is getting out of here. At that moment, Xiaohua began to channel his power. If things are this messy, then we probably shouldn't be sitting around chatting. He spoke with the dramatic flair of a hero. Everyone, let's move. We have to suppress him, no matter what. If a fighter of this level turns into a zombie, he'll be 100 times harder to deal with. Xiaohua yelled, already charging forward. Mimi's excitement was obvious as she yelled back, Roger that. Mengqi, a cigarette in his mouth, sounded amused. So soon? Do I have to get my own hands dirty? High above, Top 5 was already wounded from the long fight. He looked up at his opponent, filled with grudging respect. Not bad at all. He recalled the battle so far. In such a short time, he had already burned through 27 high-grade defensive items and 63 recovery items. Vero still got gas in the tank, rushing in for another attack. But hold up. Top 5 isn't worried he's got this absolutely punchable smirk on his face. He admits Varo's power is legit, unparalleled even. But then he just casually pulls another fancy gadget out of his inventory. Too bad, he says, and just like that, he crushes the shiny little rock in his fist. The second that stone breaks, Top 5 gets another power boost. Items like this? I've got 80,000 more. And boom, rebirth crystal, life points plus 100. See, in the Merchant Guild civilization, there are over 3,000 employees hired to work day and night. No shifts, no clocking out. Striving to create the future, struggling to prove themselves, their entire beings dedicated solely to hitting their performance targets. To them, the company is everything. The project is everything. And for their mortgages, they drive themselves absolutely mad. Now fall down. Even when they're completely exhausted from all the work, they refuse to give up. Baby formula money. Tuition fees. I can't afford to collapse yet. I still have 32 years on my loan. And in the end, they're completely corrupted. Desperate for the salary I pay, they fight non-stop, grinding dungeons for my items. Top 5 suddenly erupts with terrifying power. You can't possibly fight against the power of capitalism. He sneers at Vero. Understand? You pathetic poor man. But Varo just answers with a mocking laugh. He looks like he's going insane, getting more and more into this fight. Very good. Looks like you might actually give me a decent fight. A wave of power from Varo slams into Top 5, threatening to crush him into a million pieces. Die! He scoffs with contempt. Seriously? Running again? Top 5 just hovers in the air with his space wings and calmly shoots back. This isn't running. It's waiting for the right moment. Space wings, agility plus 85. Destructive energy, attack plus 90. Yeah, Varo's getting real tired of this guy's philosophical garbage. Damn it, can we just get a clear winner already? This is not over yet. And as soon as he says that, a giant sword appears out of nowhere above Varo, making him curse. Giant's iron sword, hit rate plus 70. Damn it, where did that come from? Varo scrambles to block the sword tip aimed right at him, but he's clearly struggling. Top 5 sees his chance and breaks into a devious smile. Varo is now completely on the defensive. Goblin shell, destructive power plus 85. Then, a massive explosion erupts, powerful enough to vaporize everything, which for some reason doesn't seem to please Top 5 at all. He's still not dead? What a nuisance. Varo escapes the huge blast, his mind already racing and calculating his next move. In a game like this, with so many random skills and items, relying only on his moon beast is a real disadvantage. He quickly starts running calculations on the current battlefield. On top of that, he just sensed 3 other heavy hitters rushing toward him. The only option left is to borrow Ziling's Moon of 1,000 Faces and go all in. Next thing you know, the ground completely erupts, sending players and monsters flying. What was that sound? What is happening now? It seems to be coming from the finish line. And there, amidst the rubble, a sparkling golden trophy suddenly appears. An annoyed Jiang Si stomps on the trophy aggressively. Hey, I reached the finish line. Why am I not getting any points? He turns to ask Xiao Ai, who is currently non-stop vomiting. Xiao Ai, what do you think? Is this thing broken or what? She just looks up at him with a completely vacant expression. Next time, just don't carry me while you run. Let the monsters kill me. I'd be fine with that. Thanks. Jiang Si sees the monsters charging at lightning speed and screams in panic. Watch out! He snatches a monster by the head and flings it far away. Damn it, just let me pass the stage already. The other monsters look on in terror as he handles their friend so easily. Jiang Si shoves the monster's head deep into the ground as he thinks out loud. Does this mean I have to kill all of these new monsters to pass? Without any signal, the monsters all decide to play dead. Jiang Si gets lost in thought again, and then says something no sane person would ever think of. You know what? These guys are actually pretty cute. And a ridiculously peaceful scene starts playing out inside his head. Go and fetch them. Yes, my great king. Jiang Si's cheeks flush red as his mind just wanders off into La La Land. It reminds me of a Mao and a Lang. I just can't bring myself to harm them. He casually tosses the monster back, much to the slight surprise of the other monsters. I'll just go over there, teach them some manners, and then I can just recruit them as my underlings. Then he confidently walks up to the monsters, trying to sweet-talk them. Hey little guys, don't be scared. I'm not here to wipe you out. I'm here so we can all live together in peace. He points a finger at a nearby monster, thinking, let me see. From now on, you'll be called a Huang. He points to another one. You'll be a Kai. And this one over here won't be forgotten either. And as for you, you'll be called. But while he's still thinking, a blade slices right through the monsters' heads. Now what was a good name? By the time he comes to his senses, he realizes something is very wrong. Xiao Hua had appeared from nowhere and cleanly lopped off all the monsters' heads with one swift slash. His sharp eyes assess the area. All the corpses on site have been cleanly dispatched. No particularly strong individuals detected. Mike looks at the updating system panel and can't help but wonder, how strange. All the interference should have been eliminated. So what was that immense power I just felt? Tears still in her eyes, Jiang Si grinds her teeth. Could it be this idiotic piece of abnormal data right in front of her? The hand holding Xiao Hua's sword flicks out. No need to overthink it if it's a potential threat. Just get rid of it. More swords appear above his head, looking incredibly hostile. Just one slash and it's over. But right then, another huge explosion erupts in front of Xiao Hua, startling him. His eyes are completely blinded by the brilliant flash of the explosion. Even his swords couldn't defend against it, sent flying by the sheer pressure. This was a force that blasted through every single barrier. Through the smoke, a muscular arm appears, fist clenched tight. Jiang Si has emerged in a new form, radiating pure, overwhelming power. Ziling dodges and weaves, nimbly leaping over colorful logos to escape the light beam that can shatter even her own powers. She's absolutely frozen, witnessing the raw, destructive force of that blue light, a beam with devastating, unbelievable power. Everywhere it touched, it completely disintegrated whatever was there. Is my purple moon space about to shatter? Is it because of this thing? The only one who could be here and directly break my power is… Ziling panics, thinking to herself, it's over. Why did Jiang Si suddenly get so serious? While her powers are still under control, she has to run. She speeds up in a panic. Not enough, not enough. I have to get even farther away. Just then, the beam of light seemed to grow even fiercer, its destructive force becoming completely uncontrollable. Unbelievably, the blue light's power was so immense that just grazing the ground sent shockwaves across the entire planet's surface. Everything around them was thrown into chaos, tumbling and spinning amidst terrified screams. Someone within the purple moon space cries out in alarm. What's happening now? In just a few seconds, the beam's impact sent everyone flying. The others are all stunned, screaming their heads off in total chaos. The purple-haired guy hiding behind a rock yells in frustration. Are you out of your mind? Who has the time to go and provoke Jiang Si? Just then, Vero is floating in the sky, watching the whole thing unfold. He's smiling like he just won the lottery. Varro glances over at the High Commissioner of the Commerce Guild. Hey, that guy over there is one of your buddies, right? Then arrogantly declares, they're dead meat. Varro reasons, those three went after Jiang Si? Well then, I guess I can relax a little. The quiet man ponders that last attack didn't rely on any items at all. He seems to realize something he hadn't even activated a skill. Elsewhere, Jiang Si's eyes are grim. He clenches his fist, calculating. That was just a normal punch using basic stats. What? How is this even possible? At that moment, the surface of the rock begins to warp under some kind of force. In the center, Xiao Hua is on his knees, coughing hard. Xiao Hua furiously clutches the talismans in his hand, seething. Are you kidding me? A single blow broke through my immortal mansion's protection. Jiang Si lands and offers some praise. Not bad. You took that better than I thought. Looks like this might be a decent fight after all. Xiao Hua explodes with absolute rage, shouting, don't get so arrogant. He's furious now. This is no longer just some abnormal data he has to strike with real force. Everyone charges forward at once. Xiao Hua directs his blade straight at Jiang Si. You only destroyed a clone of my sword. What's there to be proud of? Wait until you've blocked a real strike from my sex treasure sword, he says. Jiang Si just calmly moves his arm and speaks. A real strike? With just a few fluid movements, he catches his opponent's blade. You mean this? Xiao Hua can't believe his eyes. What? Jiang Si pivots on the ground and in an instant lunges at his foe, leaving Xiao Hua completely bewildered. Jiang Si slashes forward decisively, causing the other man to scream in a panic. He's pretty surprised. Huh? It broke after just one swing? Jiang Si shows a look of contempt. Such poor quality. Xiao Hua twists and turns to dodge Jiang Si's attack, absolutely boiling with rage. You bastard, that was my sex treasure sword. Jiang Si tosses the broken blade aside and calls out, "Hey, don't run. We haven't even started fighting yet." Suddenly, someone else's voice cuts in. "Let me give it a try, kitty." The Civilization Hunter's captain quickly grabs Jiang Si's hand. "Gotcha." In a flash, Mimi swiftly wraps her tail tightly around Jiang Si's leg. He's so stunned he can't even speak. She gives him a sinister smile. Mimi leaps high, slams Jiang Si down, and whips her tail, continuing the assault with her sharp claws. And now for the ripping claw combo. Mimi inhales deeply and declares her next move, then opens her mouth wide and yells, "Hiya!" Mimi's moves are so destructive that the very ground shatters. She lands on her toes with a smug look. Beat him so bad he can't even fight back. Meow. Mimi meow. Just then, a hand appears behind her. Someone responds, let me think about that. And that hand belongs to none other than Jang Tu, who casually hoists Mimi into the air. He seems to recall a fun fact. If a cat misbehaves, you just grab it by the scruff of its neck. It'll go completely still, right? Jang Tu stares as if he's just discovered the secrets of the universe, but Mimi is furious. "Put me down, you hear me?" Just then, an anonymous voice chimes in. "So, you've been found out? Not that it matters. The anonymous guy is Mai, a warlord from the Imperial civilization." He yells, "Take this, feel the blazing fires of the Empire, a fire so intense it literally shakes the heavens and the earth." March calmly notes, "This guy is unbelievably strong." Meanwhile, Mimi is just knocked out on the side. What kind of freakish power is that? Can a normal player at max level even get this strong? Cat Xiaohua appears to explain it away. It's gotta be abnormal data, he's definitely using some kind of cheat. He must have edited his own stats. Xiaohua's eyes blaze as he confidently prepares his own magic. But this is where it ends. Jiang Tu stares down as the ground beneath him begins to crack. They've stepped right into his trap. Xiaohua continues casting, summoning millions of blades. Immortal art, infinite sword formation. He's already dead. Mike points his gun to the sky, announcing that in this entertainment instance, a few rules apply. Apparently, only their team can use skills thanks to a special item granting them administrator privileges. Talk about pay to win. Beams of light shoot from his gun, signaling the sky as a different dimension appears above. Turns out, he's summoning a fleet from space. The fleet commanders are confused. Who's calling them? The ultimate skill is activated fleet bombardment. Seeing this, Mimi gets competitive. Everyone's showing off their ultimate moves? Well, I can't be left behind. She transforms into her immortal soul cat form and starts bragging. Total show-off. No matter how high your base stats are, you can't possibly fight us now that all of your skills have been disabled. In this moment, all of Jiang Tu's enemies want a piece of him, with Xiaohua screaming, "Get him!" as everyone charges forward. And yet, Jiang Tu is completely unfazed. Too many flashy, pointless tricks. This game is finally getting interesting. But then a notification pops up that leaves Jiang Tu stunned. Allergic reaction detected. He leaps into action. He unleashes his own ultimate skill with a dead serious expression. Ultimate technique. Soul Flame Lockdown. Followed by the Infinite Sword Formation. 10,000 swords. March lets out a sigh of relief, looking up at the incoming fleet and making a quick call. It's over. The fleet fires, aiming a massive barrage of lasers straight at Jiang Tu. He thinks to himself, yeah, there's no way to counter this. If that's the case, then I'll just have to play a little more directly. It's been a while since I've used this stance. A satisfied smile spreads across Jiang Tu's face. His power effortlessly blocks the fleet's ferocious attack. Xiaohua's jaw hits the floor. What? Mimi is sent flying by the sheer force, completely unable to stand her ground. Even Mai can't resist Jiang Tu's power, his face a mess of confusion and disbelief. Impossible. This has to be a joke, right? Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Xiaongai is screaming her head off. Help! Why can't I get out? Has she been trapped by the evil forces of capitalism? For now, she's climbed to a safe spot, but she's still in shock over what's happening. What is going on? I just wanted to chill in a casual instance, so how did it turn into a galactic war? Xiaongjai's eyes are wide, sweating bullets but trying to calm herself down. Well, at least I survived. After this is over, I'm definitely taking my annual leave for a long vacation. Just then, she witnesses something absolutely terrifying. Above her head, the entire space fleet is now engulfed in flames. She keeps climbing, muttering to herself, "What kind of crazy stunt is this now?" Through the thick smoke, Jiang Tu's laugh echoes with a challenge. "Let's keep going." In a flash, he appears with stunning white hair. "Let's see what other surprises you have for me." At that moment, Top 5 arrives on the scene. The guy is absolutely stunned. Top 5 grinds his teeth, his face pure chaos. The Empire's main warship couldn't even take one hit? Doesn't that mean my legendary item would be destroyed in an instant too? Top 5 is panicking, because if you die in this instance, you can't revive. Just then, Xiaohua desperately starts casting another spell. Damn it, it's come to this. There's only one option left. His two allies are equally terrified. What else could they possibly do? Just when you think the arrogant Xiaohua is about to pull a final trump card, he runs. The only option is to retreat for now. Quick, activate the space lock so we can escape this instance. He uses his divine light sword escape. His allies, Mimi and Mike, are just disgusted. This coward. At this point, Xiaohua ditches all his pride and makes a mad dash for his legendary teleportation item to escape with his crew. Dimensional lock. Activate now. A legendary item, the dimensional lock. The lock accepts Xiaohua's request and confirms approval. The dimensional space is open, allowing players Xiaohua, Mimi, Mike, and Top 5 to exit the instance. Xiaohua is instantly overjoyed and shouts, "Awesome, let's get out of here." He flies off at top speed, but not without throwing some insults. "Goodbye, you damn monsters. Just wait till I get back to my sect and prepare properly." As Xiaohua's hand is about to touch the portal, he mutters, "Next time for sure. Next time for sure." Then he just screams his head off, "I'll tear you to pieces." In a flash, Jiang Si is already there, gripping Xiaohua by the neck. "Why wait for next time?" he whispers. He radiates a terrifying aura that makes Xiaohua freeze. "Isn't it better to have our fun today?" Jiang Si slams Xiaohua's head down, forcefully smashing him straight into the ground. Like a true demon king, Jiang Si has no intention of letting Xiaohua off the hook that easily. "Not yet, not yet. A guy like you is too fun to break. I bet you can play with me for a long, long time, right?" Jiang Si laughs with glee, tossing Xiaohua from one side to the other. Xiaohua can't even process what's happening, as Jiang Si keeps chanting, "Not yet, not yet." In just a few moments, Xiaohua has been beaten to a pulp. Jiang Si looks thrilled. "You can still take more? Not bad." He continues to ragdoll Xiaohua because a toy that doesn't break easily is much more fun. At the same time, Xiaohua's so-called teammates are making a run for the dimensional lock. The request is approved, the space lock opens. Players me, Mike, and Top 5 prepare to leave the instance. Jiang Si scoffs in disgust. "Leaving your teammate behind just like that? These people have absolutely no shame. I'll have to drag those 3 back here." The 3 escapees make it through the portal. Mike can't hide his joy, shouting, "Yes, we've been teleported!" But as for Top 5, he's extremely worried and immediately barks an order. "Open the space gate. Hurry up. Faster." Top 5 gives the task to me. "Kitty, we'll open the space gate. You watch the main portal carefully." She hears this and panics. "Wait, me?" He continues to rush her. "Faster, faster, faster." "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have set such a complicated password." Mike just grumbles. This is the worst luck ever. Just then, a streak of light in the sky rapidly approaches. Jiang Si appears in an instant, shouting, "Don't run!" Immediately, Mimi's jaw drops in shock. "You two, hurry up, get out of here now," she signals to her buddies. "He's almost here." Top 5 tries to stay as calm as possible. "I know, it's almost done." Just as he hits the confirm button to retreat, her face twists in horrified surprise. "Close it, Kitty." As Jiang Si's hand is about to reach them, the gate begins to close. Mimi screams in pure terror. "Don't you come here!" The sound of the dimensional lock chimes as the door slams shut. Operation complete. Special item activated. Space lock engaged. Logout mode ending. Exiting instance. A team wipe. Top 5 pants heavily, his face dripping with cold sweat. He lets out a huge sigh of relief and says, "We finally made it out alive." Mimi chimes in, "I really thought we were dead." Mike, on the other hand, keeps complaining, "What terrible luck." A screen displays the info. Game over. The space gate is about to open. Players are requested to return to their respective civilization's login hall. Tianti, Emperor of the Imperial Civilization, calls out Mike's name. The guy meekly replies, "Yes?" His superior reminds him, "You failed the mission assigned by the Empire and retreated on your own. This is strictly forbidden." The Emperor of the Imperial Civilization continues his reprimand. "You know what consequences you're facing, don't you? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't execute you as a deserter. You have 3 minutes. Answer me." Mike frantically tries to explain, "Your Imperial Majesty." This operation was directed and supervised by the Merchant Guild civilization, and all 4 of them chose to run away. Doesn't that seem a little strange? Wang Kai suddenly cuts in. "Perhaps the esteemed Supreme Counselor can offer us an explanation." The great leader Wang Kai of the Fu Rui civilization is asking the tough questions now. "Members of the Merchant Guild, have you calculated your losses from this? I've already shared the operation video with everyone. Go watch it yourselves." Top 2 growls in frustration. An abnormal data entity with extremely high combat power appeared in the instance. This kind of unexpected situation was completely unpredictable. Damn it. Hearing this, Top 5 rushes to confess. "That's right. That monster was absolutely terrifying. Its strength was far beyond our understanding of an abnormal data entity." Mimi was still reeling, convinced she was going to have nightmares for weeks. Looking back, she realized just how lucky they'd been. Thank goodness they activated the spatial lock at the very last second, trapping that monster inside the instance dungeon for good. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. "Pardon the intrusion," it began. And who else would it be but the sect master, Bak Mao Tien Su of the Van Min Heap Kok? The old man looked around, confused. "Why isn't my top disciple, Mantu Hoa, inside the spatial lock with you all? Can anyone hear me?" Bai Mao asked, but got nothing but silence. "Seriously, is this thing on?" He kept asking, but nobody was answering. "Hello, people. Still online? Where in the world is my disciple?" Of course, the top 5 players didn't dare say a single word. The guy was sweating buckets. "Well," he stammered, "for the good of civilization, he volunteered to stay behind and cover our retreat." Mike jumped in, not looking very calm himself. He was a brave warrior, a true hero for the Empire. Mimi added with a shiver, "He's probably been eaten by now, meow." And just then, a very familiar voice echoed right beside them. "Are you guys looking for him?" Mai whipped her head around, completely stunned. "What?" Jiang Si tore open a massive rift in space and chucked Xiaohua right through it. "I brought him to you. You're welcome." Meanwhile, in another dimension, Bai Mao was watching the whole thing unfold, calling out for his student. Jiang Si just grinned, adding, "Oh, and the zombies here too." Mimi's jaw practically unhinged. "He followed us all the way here?" Mao Mai was just in utter shock. With a twisted grin plastered on his face, Jiang Si zipped straight toward them. He landed gently, explaining with a bit too much cheer, "Man, those chaotic numbers outside kept trying to pull me apart. It's way nicer in here." Their only response? Screaming for help. TNT was freaking out. He tore through the instance's space. He broke through a chaotic data stream with his physical body. That's impossible. Wang Kai shrieked in a total panic. "Quick, lock down the dimension. We can't let him get into our landing zone." Bai Mao totally agreed. "Exactly, he's trapped now. Use the system to delete him." Top 2 flew into an absolute rage, her fingers flying across the console. "You think I don't know that? I'm already on it." A system warning flashed. "Temporary space deconstruction initiated. All internal data will be erased." Everyone froze, especially Mimi, who shrieked, "Wait a minute, we're still in here." Now it was Jiang Si's turn to get angry. "Hey now, I just thought we'd be gaming together a lot, so I dropped by to be friendly. And this is the attitude I get in return? Oh yeah, that was definitely a threat. Fine then, don't blame me." Jiang Si raised a fist, crackling with destructive power. Time to return the favor. He thrust his arm forward, unleashing a wave of blue energy that sent everyone into a complete and total panic. The beams reached Top 2's location in seconds. She was in total shock. What? The space. Too late. The attack slammed right into her building. As flames engulfed the building, the system announced, "A special instance has been opened." We find our top players gathered in a chat group around a campfire. Top 2 announced they were there to discuss the catastrophic wipeout during their last joint mission. Bai Mao, of course, was sitting with his back to everyone for dramatic effect. He claimed it was unexpected. Thousands of players were infected and turned into zombies. They've taken over the mutated instance, and they're almost impossible to clear out. He glanced over his shoulder, adding, "This could blow up into a major disaster at any moment." Hearing this, Top 2 agreed. "That's right, and we lost 4 top-ranked players, even if we managed to revive them." A single tear rolled down her cheek. Their strength can never be fully restored. Suddenly, Wang Kai cut in, baring some very sharp teeth. "The most important thing right now is that mysterious bit of anomalous data that just appeared." He hammered the point home. His power can crush even top-tier players. A single full-power attack even shattered the data void itself, damaging the login hall for entire civilizations. That kind of power is absolutely no joke. Top 2 was crying, but her voice was full of rage. "Exactly, it's all his fault." Bai Mao sighed. "If you need to cry, just cry. After all, my disciple." Wang Kai just stared, completely stunned by this. "I never knew you valued your subordinates so much." TNT nodded sympathetically. "I completely understand how you feel." All while Top 2 just sobbed uncontrollably. She couldn't even speak. She stammered, then finally exploded. "My company's headquarters building was smashed to bits. That was the most important asset registered under my name. I demand revenge. Also, can we change this chat room theme to something a little brighter? I'm already depressed. Are you trying to tick me off on purpose?" And in perfect sync, everyone else had the same thought. "So that's why she's crying? You really can't expect these capitalists to have a conscience." The NT, trying to be helpful, chimed in, "Miss Top 2, if it's just an economic loss, doesn't your civilization have insurance companies?" Scene change successful. "Please wait one moment." The shock was too much, and Top 2 collapsed to her knees. As the NT kept trying to comfort her, she had a complete and total public meltdown. "It would have been fine if you hadn't mentioned that," she wailed. "The insurance company you're talking about," and then she just lost it, screaming at the top of her lungs. "I'm the one who opened that insurance company. I have to pay everyone else's claims. I don't want to live anymore. All those giant payouts, no. I refuse to give them even a single cent. Hearing this from the number 2 ranked player left everyone speechless, their minds filled with a collective, "Are you kidding me?" The girl, Bok Mao, just cut him off. "Let's talk compensation later," she said. "All business." The old man figured the most urgent thing now was to destroy that evil creature. Its very existence was a threat to the entire world. It had to be wiped out completely. The Emperor of the TNT Empire, level 99, agreed. TNT calmly stated the obvious problem. "Okay, but how do we actually kill it? Even if I pushed myself to level 120, I'm not confident I could face that monster's white-haired form. Can any of you?" Then, another voice spoke up. The level 160, number 2 rank, gasped. "Who was that?" The man calmly stepped forward. Within this game, World's Rules, Jiang 2's 5th form has stats around level 160. The air suddenly got very, very tense. Vuong Tai was furious. This guy dares to show his face again? Bok Mao flared his power as a warning. "Don't move. You've got some serious nerve appearing right in front of me." The number 2 player just cursed him out. "Damn it, he's really looking down on us," TNT said, already casting a skill. "You thief who stole the holy relic, where did you get the audacity to show your face to us?" But Tukai just calmly explained himself. "I told you a long time ago, I need this power to fight the terrifying disaster that threatens the world." The number 2 player scoffed. "What does your world have to do with us? After entering this game, we left the outside world behind." Tukai pressed on. "What if I told you that disaster is already inside this game?" Vuong Tai suddenly put it all together. "Wait a minute, you don't mean that monster, do you?" Tukai confirmed his terrible suspicion. "That's right, he is Jang 2, a supreme being beyond all power, a natural disaster guaranteed to destroy every civilization he finds." Tukai then made them an offer. "I will help you, because this game world is our only chance to destroy him." The NT sighed and shot back. "Destroy him how?" Vuong Tai had the same question. "Exactly. How do we kill him? He's way stronger than us." Bok Mao revealed. "Even if you joined forces with the rest of us." Before he could finish, the number 2 player jumped in. "I hate to admit it, but the power gap is just too huge." Tukai just smiled, completely unworried, and casually dropped some gamer logic on them. "Why sell yourselves so short? Don't you know that a team of 5 skilled players can defeat a demon with 10 times their stats?" Hearing that, the number 2 player's focus sharpened. A team of 10 experienced players could challenge a giant with 100 times their health. And if it's 25 well-prepared players, well, there's more than 1 or 2 precedents of them hunting down world-destroying dragons. If 40 players who've rehearsed countless times can assemble, even the gods themselves would be trampled under their feet. Everyone else scowled, but TNT couldn't help but crack a smile. Tukai clenched his fist, driving the point home. The chosen ones. Haven't players always been the ones who beat impossible odds? The number 2 player was speechless. She noted that even with the lock broken, the dungeon hadn't ended. That abnormal data, Jiang 2, is probably still trapped inside. Vuong Tai suddenly grinned, a wicked glint in his eye. "Well then, let's get ready for the hunt." Bok Mao immediately agreed. "That's right, no matter how strong he is in this game, he only has 1 life," TNT added, "and we have endless chances. With those odds, it seems worth the risk." Tukai's eyes went wide as they all agreed. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Tukai cheered, totally pumped. "Thank you, everyone. Then let's team up and take down that blowhard, Jiang 2. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, someone was wailing pathetically. "No!" the voice cried from inside a building. "I don't want to go to work." Turns out it was Quang Thi the zombie, being dragged to his job while begging for mercy. "I don't want to go to work. Working every day is just like being dead." Tung Ai was grinding her teeth in frustration. "Aren't you already a zombie to begin with?" The zombie shot back. "So you people don't even spare the undead?" She rattled off the rules. The first article of the Merchant Guild's civilized constitution is that everyone must contribute their surplus value. You have to work, buy a house, buy a car, pay taxes, and pay off debts. The zombie just moaned. "You might as well just kill me now." Tung Ai glared, lecturing him. "This is a fake identity I worked hard to create for you. You don't want to get exposed over something like this, do you?" She listed her sacrifices. "Besides, I risked getting my account deleted to follow you here. Look, I had to hack the core system just to drag you out of that mutated dungeon," the zombie grumbled. "Problem is, all these jobs are the 996 grind. I don't even have time for the gym or video games anymore." Xiao Ai just rolled her eyes, totally unimpressed by his whining. "You should be grateful for a 9-to-9 schedule. Most people out there are working 24/7. Suddenly, B250 appeared, cutting their conversation short. Xiao Ai immediately switched into full-on suck-up mode. "Supervisor, what brings you all the way here? I'll get him right over there, sir." "So sorry to trouble you. I hope it wasn't too much of a hassle." Ugh, the zombie could practically see the shameless flattery dripping off her. She shot him a look and hissed, "Shut it." B-250, meanwhile, just coolly asked, "I was just passing through. Are you the new interviewee?" The zombie nervously stuttered, "Yes, that's me." Meanwhile, Long was thinking he should just make a run for it. Elsewhere, Ziling had made it to the top of a cliff. She looked up, noticing something was gone from the sky. Did Jiang Si do that? She wondered. A Kung popped up out of nowhere, asking Ziling, "Hey, did Jiang Si just leave with those other people on that machine?" "Looks like it," Ziling replied casually. And right on cue, a severed monster head went sailing past them. In a flash, a Dao was on the scene, absolutely wrecking a horde of vicious beasts. He figured Jiang Si had already broken this dungeon. If we don't leave with him now, getting out later is going to be a nightmare. A Dao knew they had to be completely destroyed before they could replicate, so annoying. Let's move. But Ziling touched a crack in space, explaining her plan. It's fine. We never planned on leaving this dungeon in the first place anyway. Our goal is to go deeper. Her prediction was spot on. This crack would work. Immediately, Ziling gave the order, "Do it." Following her command, Walla unleashed a full-power attack right on the fissure. Varro heard the call. Got it. He conjured a massive, blazing fireball, his iron fire flask skill. "Let's go! No stopping now!" he yelled. Using his two strongest arms, Varro began channeling all of his fire magic. Suddenly, the flames focused into a single point on the sphere as he roared, "Pseudo-Sunfall!" In an instant, new fractures appeared. Ziling watched closely. This should do it. The cracks widened just a little, but for Varro, that wasn't nearly enough. "Damn it! Full power! Open for me!" Slowly, the crack began to give way, inch by inch, until finally, with one last push, it tore wide open. Ziling cheered. "Awesome! It actually opened!" Without a second's hesitation, she and her crew sprinted toward the gaping rift. She could tell it was only a few dozen centimeters wide, but that was all they needed. A happy thought crossed Ziling's mind, so this game world really was a login space, hidden beneath countless other dungeons. And there were even more hidden spaces beyond those. Varro, meanwhile, was feeling pretty smug. Done. Not too shabby, huh? But Akung wasn't impressed. Seriously? All that effort for a tiny little crack? Who's supposed to fit through that? A Dao immediately agreed. "Yeah, remember when Jiang Si just punched a hole through reality? And then there's you." Varro shifted back to human form. "That's because Jiang Si is a total monster. I've already given up. I'm not even trying to compare myself to that freak anymore." But while the others were busy arguing, Ziling's mind was somewhere else entirely. No, the truly terrifying thing is this game. Jiang Si's power is immense, yet even his attack didn't completely shatter this space. And this is just one tiny dungeon in the entire game world. Wang Zikai understood Jiang Si perfectly, from destroying Walla's sixth form to Jiang Si's ability to constantly evolve. He knew it all. He was the one who brought Jiang Si into this game, which means there must be something in here powerful enough to actually be a threat to him. Elsewhere, a big boss was scheming. Just kidding. It's our zombie friend, forced by Xiao Ai to take the Information Investment Department entrance exam. And right now, his mind was a complete mess. He was totally screwed, and the poor guy was sweating buckets. He didn't know a single answer. Outside, Xiao A was freaking out just as much. "Oh, we are so dead." How was he supposed to know anything about their civilization? Xiao Ai put on a sheepish grin. Supervisor B-250, sir? About this entrance exam? Maybe we could just skip it?" Seeing her squirm seemed to jog B-250's memory. "Ah, I almost forgot," B-250 mused. "The candidate you recommended really is special." And with that, he pulled out his phone to call a subordinate. "Hello, is this Human Resources?" Before the boss could even finish his sentence, she was already bowing. "Oh, thank you, sir. You're such a kind and generous person. I promise I'll work extra hard to repay you." But he just continued into his phone, crank the entrance exam difficulty to the highest level, and make him write everything backwards in 10 minutes. In her mind, she was dumping an entire pot of coffee over his head. "You miserable boss. Picking on me again, huh? Just go die," he'd scream. "My eyes, how dare you touch me? You can forget about your bonus this year." And pushed to the edge, Xiao Ai would snap back. "Fine, I don't even want it." Of course, this was all just happening in her head. Xiao Ai keeps laying on the flattery, asking why the manager has to be so serious. The Info Investment Department's real job is grinding dungeons, after all. And this written exam, did the boss really need to personally supervise it? Isn't that a complete waste of his valuable time? She suggests just throwing the new guy into a combat trial instead. The boss can just wait in his office for the results. Easy peasy. The boss, not having heard this logic in 2 years, actually agrees. He tells her, "You've got a point. Tell that bald guy to meet me later." Xiao Ai is ecstatic. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, the number 2 exec sips her wine, looking perfectly calm, her mood finally stable again. That Wang Zikai was wrong. So what if that monster Jiang Si is powerful? He's stuck inside a dungeon right now. All we have to do is form a good team and just keep grinding the instance. One of these days, we're bound to take him down. Suddenly, she lets out a chillingly triumphant laugh. As for all the property damage Jiang Si caused, how about a company-wide voluntary 20% pay cut? Actually, scratch that, make it a 50% pay cut to compensate me. They're all trapped by their loans. They won't quit no matter what I do. Just then, an announcement comes through. Ma'am, the head of the info investment department is here to see you. She scoffs with total disdain. A lowly department head wants to see her. Whatever. She's in a good mood, so she'll allow it. Come in. The automatic door slides open. B250 enters, skipping the usual bootlicking. Greetings, Commissioner. He explains that, according to company rules, exceptionally special talents get a direct combat evaluation from the highest-ranking officers. So, would she be willing to do it? Jiang Si, meanwhile, is just confused. Man, why does everyone here look so grim? His boss hisses under his breath, "Shut up." The number 2 suddenly recalls, "Oh yeah, that actually is a rule. I'm in a great mood, so fine, I'll do it. Let's see what kind of special talent this is." She turns around, practically buzzing with excitement. Someone actually worthy of her personal attention? You better not disappoint me, she thinks. B250 quickly makes the introduction. Ma'am, this is the new applicant. Please, go all out so he understands our company's true power. Jiang Si just mumbles. Hello. The number 2's face just freezes. Are you kidding me? She tries to convince herself she's just hallucinating from stress. How embarrassing. But she can't stop herself from secretly stealing glances at him. Jiang Si, for his part, totally mimics the fawning attitude he saw from Xiao Ai and B250 and gets right to it. Commissioner, please go easy on me. I'm just looking for a small position, just enough to make a living. B50 silently praised the kid's quick learning. Jiang Si keeps the act going. I hope you'll be generous and not hold this against a little guy like me. The number 2 is in full-blown panic. It's really him. Why is he here? At the same time, Jiang Si's jaw hits the floor. Before him is a company office so vast and luxurious it's insane. So this is what a big corporation looks like? Jiang Si eagerly points at all the equipment. Can we use all these props later? Xiao Ai gives him a look of pure exasperation. If you need to, then I suppose. Before she could even finish, Jiang Si was already zipping around the place like a happy toddler. This big company is amazing. Xiao Ai can only sigh. This guy has absolutely zero sense of danger. Just then, a voice calls out, Xiao Ai, I heard the newcomer you recommended is here for his test. She turns, her face lighting up. Juju, everyone, you're all here. But her expression sours when she sees B250. You're here too? She grumbles. 13 gives a friendly hello, while S99 offers a winking smile. Anyone you recommend might be a future colleague. Of course we came to check him out. 255 squints. This guy. Why does he seem so familiar? She quickly looks away, stammering, Really? 13 just gives an awkward laugh. They actually got a commissioner for a combat trial. You idiot, one says. I'm just saying the boss is being way too harsh. The man himself scoffs from behind them. B250 looks smug. My management has been too relaxed, and our department's performance has hit a wall. Understand? Just then, a sharp, piercing voice cuts through everything. Enough with the laughing and joking. The number 2 appears on a massive screen, her tone completely unhinged. Listen up, you people down there. Today, I'll show you all that our department is no place for useless, lazy bums. Jiang Si, totally lost, points to himself. Is she talking about me? She smirks. A wicked plan forming. But don't be too tense. It's just an entrance exam, after all. The number 2's words make Xiao Ai and S99's expressions turn deadly serious. It may be a combat trial, she continues, but as one of the company's top fighters, I know my limits. She keeps on monologuing, promising there will be absolutely no risk to his life. And our guy? He's overjoyed, clasping his hands in prayer. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll do my absolute best. He won't stop shouting, Long live the Commissioner. The number 2's face is a mask of pure terror as she internally screams, Don't panic, it's fine. Xiao Ai just worriedly wonders, Is the Commissioner okay? Meanwhile, T255 is racking her brain, totally sure she's seen this guy before. Who is he? She struts out on those long legs of hers, taking a gamble. Hey, this whole situation is both a massive risk and a golden opportunity. The top 2, with faces like stone, dive down like lightning. A monster at a job interview? Seriously, how absolutely absurd is this storyline gonna get? Jiang Si, looking completely annoyed, holds out a stack of papers. I'm here for the interview. Oh yeah, the beast has officially arrived. She started running the numbers, but if she could just seize this opportunity, maybe she could pull off a safe, controlled fight without really ticking him off. So, you're all tied up with ropes like this, right? Top 2 flashed a wicked grin. That's right, it's just the normal entrance test. Everyone goes through this. She slammed into the ground, shattering the pavement around her. This was probably her best chance to take out this monster. Xiao Ai watched, totally impressed. As expected of top 2. What an aura. A single slender finger pointed forward. Our company's evaluations are extremely strict. As top 2, her voice was a clear challenge. I hope you're mentally prepared. Jiang Si started stretching. Understood. I'll definitely give it my all. Top 2 just smirked with delight. And with the words, let the test begin, an elite team suddenly leaped up from below. The leader raised his gun, locked on his target, and began the extermination protocol. His jaw dropped at the chaos. Top 2 had a smug look plastered on her face. Then boom! A massive explosion engulfed everything in flames. Xiao Ai just froze on the spot. The elite squad? What are they doing here? Is that guy okay? Just then, several figures shot out of the blast. It's Jiang Si, landing in a super cool pose, with the elite squad still chasing him. Isn't this test a little crowded? She grinned ear to ear, shouting, "These are all my summons. It's just a normal part of the fight, so you can relax." Jiang Si shot back while fighting them off. Oh, so that's how it is. He mowed them down one after another, like a true top-tier player. The elite squad was no match for him, getting dropped with ease. In that case, I'll have to get serious. Top 2's smile was full of satisfaction. Perfect. The bait was taken. Next, I just need to watch the entire security force surround him, and then I'll beat him to death myself, Jiang Si said calmly. So, to deal with this kind of enemy, his face twisted into a maniacal grin. You obviously have to take out the summoner first. She stared back, her eyes shrinking in shock. She looked up, in total disbelief, as Jiang Si dove down like a rocket, blasting through the elite squad. Eat this! Even Xiao Ai, watching from the side, was blown away by the impact. But then something else caught her attention. An excited smile spread across her face. Now that's what you expect from someone at the top. But somehow, top 2 blocked his attack. She smirked. Not bad at all. You really have the destructive power of a monster. She added, good thing this is a game world, and my skills aren't covered by some third-rate insurance company. I can provide unlimited, full-coverage insurance for my own life. And with that, she pulled out a card. Simply put, top 2 held up a black card, which was covered in a faint golden aura. Top 2, level 94. My assets are my health bar. Passive skill, black card of eternal life insurance. Then she started laughing. Looks like you're out of options, huh? A smug Yang ordered her elite squad to charge. Even a monster like you should prepare to be killed again and again against my soul-crushing HP bar. B250 screamed excitedly, that's our commissioner, take him down! Meanwhile, Xiao Ai had a look of pure horror. Wait a second, isn't this supposed to be an entrance exam? Just then, Jiang Si grabbed her arm. I get it. Top 2 looked at him, totally confused. You want me to? His face twisted, his eyes filled with a crazy light. Be a little more ruthless, right? With one powerful motion, Jiang Si sent her and her goons flying. Why didn't you just say so sooner? The whole group went sailing, smashing into a wall and leaving a massive crater. Jiang Si let out a tired sigh, looking completely drained. Finding a job is seriously not easy. Top 2, sitting in the rubble, was still in shock. Are you kidding? That's strength. Before she could recover, he raised his fist again. But since this is a request from the boss, I guess I'll have to try a little harder. Top 2 panicked, screaming at him to stop. Wait, I have something to say. Cut to a top 2 insurance press conference. On stage, K197 announced, our top 2 insurance company did face some difficulties before, but we've successfully completed a new round of funding. Financially speaking, there are no problems whatsoever. He proudly puffed out his chest, promising, to show our sincerity, we're willing to display the company's total asset value on the system for everyone to see. Please, take a close look at our steadily growing market value. V205 and the crowd below erupted in cheers. Incredible. At the same time, Top 2's face got caved in by a punch. The executives immediately started sweating bullets. Oh my god, what's happening? And then the market value shot back up. Huh? It's rising again? What is going on? Is the system bugged? Right then, a massive explosion went off, sending up a thick plume of smoke. The market value instantly crashed. Holy crap, it's falling again. Stop staring and find the cause, now. Back at the fight, he grimly raised his fist once more. We're not done yet. K197 dropped to his knees, praying for his life. If this is some kind of nightmare, just end it already. Please, for the love of God, stop dropping. Right then, inside the Civilization Guild's Platinum members-only room, an enraged voice roared out, you absolute scumbag top 2. How dare you sell me out? That's top 5, by the way, screaming his head off from a hospital bed. You're gonna pay me back double for everything I lost. My gear, my assets, you will compensate me for all of it. Yup, top 5 is a snot-nosed, blubbering mess, clutching his head in pure agony. If Jiang Si hadn't shattered that space lock, I'd have been deleted along with all the data. Oh, he is fuming. Damn you, top 2. You ruined me. You completely and utterly ruined me. I swear, karma is coming for you, you witch. But before top 5 could finish his very dramatic pity party, panicked shouts suddenly filled the air. Manager, you have to hang in there. A terrified crowd was rushing top 2 inside, prepping her for the operating room. No one is allowed to follow us in. Manager, what about my job? Hey manager, use all your power and just kill that guy for me. Oh, stop faking it. The injured player's breathing is getting weaker. Get the operating room ready for sweep, now. Gia watches Jiang Si's back as he runs after her gurney. Manager? Top 5 is just completely bewildered. Top 2 and Jiang Si? Did my brain get scrambled in that fight or something? Top 2 lies there, her heart absolutely shattered. It's over, I'm bankrupt. This time for real. Somebody save me. But the guy wouldn't let her off, still wailing at her. Manager, you still haven't told me if I qualify or not. I don't want to get eliminated. I wasn't even at my full power just now. Sun Tung pleaded, please, sir, just let me fight one more time. Hearing this, the woman on the gurney just about bit her tongue off. Top 2 shot straight up and ordered, no need. You qualify. Stop fighting. Seriously, just stop. The guy leaped up, ecstatic. This is awesome. B250 looked annoyed. Guess it's your lucky day, kid. Manager, can you please take this seriously? How could a single finger possibly crush you? She demanded, her face turning dark and menacing. Right. You're the one who recommended him for the combat test, aren't you? He puts on his best suck-up face. Yes, ma'am. I'll be sure to train him properly from now on. The next second, Top 2 grabs the robot standing beside her. Ma'am, what are you? She furiously slams it into B250's head with all her might. Just die. From now on, he's the new manager of your information investment division. And you can get demoted to an intern for all I care. Tomko Xiaonai's jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? Did I hear that right? Jiang Si, standing next to him, asked in shock. What's the big deal? Is being a manager that cool? She quickly explained. The info investment department is a huge branch of the guild. The manager is second in importance only to the 5 great chairmen. This basically means you're about to become a major big shot. He heard that and nearly jumped out of his skin. Say what now? He just couldn't believe it. Even at the non-human academy, it took ages for them to make him a department head. This lady he literally just met is already handing him this much power. His heart swelled with an intense, overwhelming joy. Wait, is this what being trusted feels like? In a determined voice, he says, thank you for your trust, manager. You've given me such an important position on our very first meeting, but that's not what I meant. He bows down low. I will absolutely do my best to live up to it. But he puts way too much force into it, sending Top 2 flying off the gurney. She sails through the air in a perfect arc, before crashing hard into the ground, leaving a crater. Top 2 lay there in misery, muttering, SOS. Send an SOS to the strategy team. Call Top 1. Elsewhere, some girl was casually munching on a watermelon. No need to ping me, I've been back for a while. Top 1 looked completely unfazed. Regarding Jiang Si, the other civilizations already called off their attack. So, of course, I come back only to find you getting your butt handed to you on the floor by Jiang Si. She leaped down. How utterly pathetic. Special instance. Absolute deathmatch. A massive roar erupted from within. Yeah, just like that. Beat him to death. Ha Fong was on the stands, looking absolutely thrilled. This is so intense. The little mascot cheered wildly, screaming, hit him harder! I want to see a river of blood! Down in the arena, a giant was raising its fist, ready to bring it down on its opponent, Top 3, whose face was a mask of pure shock. A second later, the giant iron fist slammed down, cracking the ground and shaking the entire arena violently. Seeing this, the crowd went even wilder. The mascot covered its face, screaming with glee, so exciting! Now this is a fight worth the ticket price. Meanwhile, Top 3 was already down for the count on the arena floor, his body looking pretty seriously wrecked. A voice suddenly echoed from the arena entrance. Is it over already? What a shame. I was hoping to watch this one closely. A single foot stepped into view. Bai Mao, walking behind, spoke up. Using this prison instance as our battleground wasn't part of our original plan. Top 1, leading the way, just crossed his arms and answered calmly. We have no choice. Jiang Si escaped. Only inside this no-respawn deathmatch can we finally eliminate him for good. Another voice chimes in from behind them, laying down the law. The rule of this dungeon is a one-on-one ring fight. But according to our intel, we have zero chance of winning against Jiang Si. He's the Grand Marshal of the Suji Empire. His voice was dead serious. Was it really necessary to get on stage for a guaranteed beatdown like this? The hunter from the booting civilization chimed in. Exactly. With a power gap this massive, what's even the point? Hearing this, Top 1 just held up 3 fingers. 3 points. She shot the 2 a playful wink. Yep, she had 3 reasons for picking this suicide mission. The rules of the deathmatch are simple. Team members go up to fight one by one. When one gets eliminated, the next one's up. And right now on stage, a giant iron robot is turning top 3 into a pancake. And the audience? Oh, they were absolutely eating this up. Awesome! Beat that guy into a pulp for us. Top 1 paused for a moment, then continued. Our guild found a way to register each of Jiang Si's different forms as separate players. Each form gets its own health bar, and once it's gone, it can't come back. Booting took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. And just like that, he finally understood her genius plan. Every time the boss transforms, it counts as a player switch. The previous form is instantly disqualified, allowing them to fight each new phase fresh. But Bai Mao cracked open an eye, looking ready to object. If it's just his first 3 forms, he admitted, we might actually have a fighting chance. The 4th form might be possible with a rotation strategy, but after that, top 1 was already way ahead of him, and that's my second reason for choosing this place. Just as she finished, debris from the arena floor flew right at her, harmlessly bouncing off an automatic shield. Top 1 smirked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Looks like you're having a great time. An old friend shows up, and not even a hello? The giant Iron Man was stunned to see Top 3's body regenerating at an incredible speed. He heard her question and let out a cold laugh. Old friend? He growled, clenching his fist, preparing to strike back. Top 3 shot up, sending the Iron Giant flying with a single punch, his voice thick with pure, raw hatred. After you all reported me, getting me exiled to this dungeon, he turned to face Top 1, his gaze as cold as ice. And you dare call yourself an old friend? The former High Commissioner. A flicker of recognition sparked in Booting's eyes. He almost choked on his cigarette, letting out a loud cough. Bloodlock! Out of thin air, a pair of slender hands with razor-sharp nails appeared, targeting Bai Mao. But the old man was sharp. He instantly leaped out of the way, then spun around to launch his own powerful counterattack. Blasts of energy shot like arrows towards the sneak attacker, the light almost blinding. Seriously? They let this one out too? A seductive, chilling laugh echoed through the air. Long time no see. Lian Yi appeared with a charming smile, teasing him. I didn't expect my senior brother to be so cold. Won't even let me play with your heart a little? Lian Yi, head of the demon sect of the Xianxia civilization, her eyes narrowed into sharp slits. Still holding a grudge? So old and still so petty, how laughable. Oh, that did it. Bai Mao was furious, his hands glowing as he prepared a formation. You venomous woman, you dare show your face? High formation. His eyes were glued to Lian Yi, knowing he had to be wary of her tricky Hechuanxiang technique. This was going to be a problem. Seeing things getting tense, Top 1 raised her hands to play peacemaker. Could you all maybe listen to me for a second? Let's not be so quick to fight. Top 3 rose from the ground, his voice like solid ice. What do you mean not quick to fight? Now that you're here, his face darkened. Don't think I'll just let you stroll around as you please. Top 1 could only manage an awkward smile, her voice a little strained. Why can't everyone just get along? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, surprising Top 3. Whoa, Top 1 felt it too. Her eyes widened as she cried out, It's waking up too? The arena floor was cracking apart, forcing Lian Yi and Bai Mao to stop their bickering. Booting just smirked, so they woke that one up as well. Ah, now this is going to be a good show, he said, staring at the ground below him with pure excitement. Being locked down there for so long, you must be dying to get out and stretch a little, right? A deafening roar erupted from below as a massive beastly paw punched through the floor, clawing for purchase. A colossal beast appeared before them, bound by enormous chains that were clearly struggling to hold it. The beast's name was Rocky. Beside it stood a transparent cube, and inside, a shadowy figure was casually stacking dominoes, their hands moving with incredible skill. A small tower was carefully constructed, but the face of its creator remained hidden in the shadows. He's trying to look all deep and thoughtful, chin in his hand, but you can totally see that smug grin he's hiding, up above. But Din flicks his cigarette to the ground, crosses his arms, and asks the top-ranked guy with a smirk, So, what's the final reason? Didn't you say there were 3 of them? She asks, covering her mouth with a mysterious little laugh. The final reason, and this is the most important one, the top ranker points to another arena entrance, shouting with excitement. Jiang Tu walked into that dungeon willingly. And speak of the devil, Jiang Tu slowly materializes, his feet barely touching the ground. He's holding a book, completely ignoring the world around him. So this is the dungeon that guy was talking about? What kind of place is this? He opens the book, and his face just lights up with pure, unadulterated excitement. He laughs out loud to himself. A fighting genre, huh? Awesome. It's a fighting game, my absolute favorite. At the same time, the crowd goes wild over the announcer's booming voice. Special Instance Dungeon. Absolute Deathmatch. Dude, did you hear? The next match features the white-haired Heavenly Master. Oh my god, are you for real? Okay, this ticket was worth every single penny. Who's his opponent? God knows which unlucky soul that is. Whatever, we're in for a hell of a show. Nearby, Hugh is just watching calmly. Yep, coming here today was absolutely the right call. Then she just casually chimes in. So this is that money-making spot you mentioned? The minister puffs up his chest and fires back. Of course it is, he declares, oozing with confidence. This is a secret I pried from my comrades in the other civilizations. It's a guaranteed profit. Then he gestures to the massive crowd and continues his speech. You can enter the dungeon in spectator mode and use your points to bet on the fighters. If you bet right, you'll be rolling in it. Better yet, this next one is a surefire win. As he says this, you can see a mob of people just swarming the ticket counter. Move it, let me place my bet. Yeah, the ticket booth is pure, unadulterated chaos right now. 300 points on the Heavenly Master. I'm betting on the Sect Master, now gimme my ticket. Poor Clover is getting totally overwhelmed. Okay, please wait, no shoving. Meanwhile, Tu-Hawk is over here just casually munching on some popcorn, thinking to himself, the white-haired Heavenly Master, eh? His curiosity piqued. He looks down into the arena. Is that the old white-haired dude down there? The thought barely finishes before a seasoned fighter steps into view. The first to enter is the Sect Master from the Jiang Si civilization. The old man emerges, his voice booming, the white-haired Heavenly Master. Tu-Hawk watches this and cracks a little smirk. He's got the flare down. Now, let's see if this guy is all bark and no bite. He quickly channels a bit of magic into a piece of popcorn and flicks it. The thing shoots off like a tiny missile, aimed right at Whitehair. But the old master senses it instantly. With just a single glare, he slices it clean in half, growling, "Insolent brat!" That energy slash even hits the stadium wall, freaking everybody out. What the heck just happened? Tu-Hawk, on the other hand, just gives a cheerful review. Not bad, he's actually strong. Worth sticking around to watch his fight. But elsewhere, a hand slams down hard in front of Clover. Everyone get out of my way, sell a ticket to me first. She scrambles to respond, completely flustered. Yes, sir, how much would you like to bet? The minister doesn't hesitate for a second, slapping down their scorecard. All of it, I'm betting all of Earth's points. After we win this round, we'll be able to afford our space for a few more days. Hugh watches this, a little curious. Is he really that confident? Well, I guess that white hair guy doesn't look like he's gonna lose. But the minister is getting impatient. Open the betting! Come on, open the betting! Right on cue, the announcer's voice rings out again. Next up, the challenger from the Merchant Guild civilization will enter the arena. And with that intro, a very happy Jiang Tu strolls out. Dai Bi, what's up? The second Hugh sees his face, she does a massive spit take with her drink, while others cheer enthusiastically. All right, just scan the code here to pay. The minister nods eagerly. Okay, but before he can scan, Hugh lunges forward. Stop right there. This completely fries the minister's brain. Huh? Huh? Then she starts yanking him back. You get back here right now. In his confusion, the minister just manages to yell out, What's wrong? Tu-Hawk, standing nearby, is just as confused. What is going on? Why is the great king here? As for Jiang Tu, he's just warming up with a few practice punches, looking completely thrilled to be there. Jiang Tu is even pumping himself up, an arena match, a fighting game. This whole scene, this atmosphere, this alliance to subjugate Jiang Tu plan that the Merchant Guild cooked up. This is awesome. Up in the stands, his crew is going wild. Director, you got this. Let's go, Director. The cheers just boost Jiang Tu's confidence even more. Don't you worry, just leave it all to me. He even declares aggressively, Bring it on, let's fight, I can't wait any longer. But Din watches this and finds it pretty curious, so relaxed. Does this guy really have no clue what level his opponent is on? He then turns to question the schemer. What in the world did your plan actually say? Why are the people from your civilization cheering for Jiang Tu? The top ranker just casually replies, the plan is to have him challenge every single civilization all at once. He's fighting under the Merchant Guild's name, so if it looks like he's going to lose, we can just surrender immediately. Suddenly, the third-ranked player cuts into their chat. If you guys are dangling amnesty as a prize to get me to fight, then that dude is already dead meat. Lian Yi, however, looked totally unimpressed. Right now, the only thing people are worried about is him not lasting until it's our turn to get in the ring. After all, even that old geezer, senior brother Bai Mao, had to cheat to beat him. The moment she finished speaking, a magic circle appeared under Bai Mao's feet. He was already cheating. The old man's eyes narrowed, trying his best to look intimidating. Just like that, while Jiang Si was distracted, the pattern spread out to say hello to everyone. As the announcement slowly began, the deathmatch formation seized its chance and activated. Having not noticed it, Jiang Si could only blurt out, What is this? And in a flash, Bai Mao sent him flying. Countless chains shot out, while a storm of swords rained down on their target. This immediately startled Suji. Her analysis kicked in Bai Mao's combat power far exceeded all his historical data. He surpassed the level of a normal player. What kind of move is this? On the contrary, Lian Yi was having a great time, saying, Because senior brother is playing dirty. Her face twisted into a devious smirk. He must have secretly placed the formation on the field beforehand, connecting it to the sect's own dimension. He's currently controlling the entire cultivation civilization. Meanwhile, countless people jumped out of nowhere to join the fight, their sword intent from years of hard training assisting the Heaven Master. As for Bai Mao, the old man just gave a dramatic wave of his hand. In his mind, he was confident Jiang Si's first form could never block this attack. Each strand of sword intent launched at Bai Mao's command. Next, he would use the recovery time to deploy his sword formation and wipe out his opponent's second form in one shot. Begin. However, that confidence was shattered the instant he saw what happened next. From high above, Jiang Si landed by simply stomping the entire sword formation to bits, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire space. Bai Mao's people were all slack-jawed. No way. Our sword formation was completely smashed? What is the Heaven Master even fighting against? And just then, another one of Jiang Si's forms began to emerge, which took even Bai Mao by surprise. This guy. The old man's eyes grew wary. He's starting with his third form right off the bat? Meanwhile, he just casually stated that the rules never said you had to appear in order, so why not just get it all over with at once? In response, Bai Mao shot back. No problem. I have gathered the sword intent of an entire civilization. Then the old man stomped, shattering the arena floor, his power becoming terrifyingly immense. His eyes transformed. It's been a long time since I used this move, but you're worth it. Next, I will destroy all 4 of your first forms. Thanks to his ultimate skill, the Immortal's bearing, Bai Mao's aura was overwhelming. Everything was about to be utterly destroyed. The crowd started cheering even louder than before. Heaven Master! Heaven Master! Heaven Master! Despite all that, Jiang Si remained completely unfazed. Hey, what did you just say? Destroy me? Before he could say more, the old man lunged, screaming, With you? The action was so sudden that Jiang Si quickly glanced over, then immediately leaped up to dodge the attack. In his heart, Jiang Si was impressed. Looks like he really has gotten stronger. On the other side, Bai Mao's figure flashed through the smoke, and a second later, he redirected the flow of sword intent. Jiang Si now looked up. What is this? The same old tricks? Then he easily smashed them apart. You got stronger, sure, but not by much. But Bai Mao didn't flinch and just roared, Swords to me! After that, he charged forward again, yelling that it wasn't over yet. Doubt flashed in Jiang Si's eyes. What the hell? You summon a whole army to transform, and in the end, it's just a fistfight? Just like that, the two of them traded blows every time they met, as some guy in the crowd started to scream, How is this nobody so strong? We didn't bet on the wrong guy, did we? Go, Heaven Master! The human side was just as loud, shouting, Don't lose, Heaven Master! Suddenly, Bai Mao grabbed his shoulder. Got you now. But even in this situation, Jiang Si just calmly asked, You got me, and then what? The old man growled back. Then with all his might, he roared, And then I kill you. Hearing this, he just offered some gentle advice. Seriously, I'm not trying to put you down, but your type of attack just doesn't work on me. As for the crowd, they were celebrating an explosion. The Heaven Master hit him. We won. But as for Jiang Si, he was in total shock. You. What is this? Countless swords had pierced through the old man's own body. What's happening to you? Even Xiao Xiao was surprised. Did Bai Mao miss? The minister just burst out laughing. This is just too pathetic. However, the sword intent was slowly merging with Bai Mao's flesh, a transformation that Jiang Si noticed immediately. Something's not right. Over with Bai Mao, his grip tightened. It's a little too late to realize something's wrong now. Then he poured his energy into a secret art aimed at Jiang Si's back, and a giant sword came crashing down. 10,000 swords become one. The sight made the crowd go wild. Amazing. Heavenly Master, we love you. Anyway, back to the fight. Jiang Si is now struggling just to hold himself up. At the same time, he lets out a sigh. Great, I'm injured. Up above, the top player realizes he's merging other people's sword energy into his own body. Turns out this white-haired dude still had this trick up his sleeve. But Pudding is confused. Doesn't that mean he's stuffing the data of an entire civilization into one person? That's gotta be a guaranteed win, right? Only Lian Yi looks on with contempt. That's just sword energy, simulated by game data. It only has damage values. Does Senior Brother really want to use it like real spiritual energy? How completely ridiculous. She quickly adds that forcing it through his meridians to circulate will only tear him apart from the inside out. Just then, Whitehair was about to attack again. Die. But suddenly, a smirk spreads across Lian Yi's face. Before that, though, Whitehair is relentlessly chasing his target down below. You can't escape. She adds her own commentary. He really can fight like a true immortal for a short time. In the middle of this crisis, Jiang Si actually cracks a delighted smile. Then he says cheerfully, Interesting. Finally, something fun is happening. Whitehair gets impatient and closes the distance, gripping his sword and swinging hard. I've bet everything I have on this current state. That deadly slash aims right for Jiang Si's neck. Definitely faster than you, stronger than you, but contrary to what he expected, it just hits empty air. Jiang Si calmly raises his fist. Faster and stronger, huh? Let's just see about that. Those words just trigger Whitehair all over again. He glares, eyes filled with murderous intent. Don't you dare look down on me. That attack was so unexpected it managed to clip part of him, and just like that, Jiang Si's health bar plummets. This forces him to reconsider. Oh crap, health bar's almost empty. Time to get serious about healing. Now Little Hay is panicking. This is bad. A small wound like this is nothing to the Great King, but if his HP hits 0 in the game, it's all over. Damn it, can I go down and help? The person next to him immediately stops him. What are you thinking? That's against the rules. You'll be disqualified instantly. As for Whitehair, he's full of confidence. Jiang Si, your health is like a candle in the wind. This battle is my win. You are beneath my sword's will. At the same time, he slowly raises his arm, and the next second, unleashes a powerful blast towards him. Die! Countless sword slashes instantly fly out to pin Jiang Si down. In what looks like a moment of crisis, he just smiles, completely amused. And so Jiang Si just lets them form a massive vortex, while the audience stares, jaws on the floor. This sword intent. If the stands didn't have a protective barrier, we would have been shredded by now. But who cares? We get to see a fight between monsters like this. It's worth dying for. As for Whitehair, he's struggling to maintain the formation when his eyes suddenly fly open in pure shock. Before him, Jiang Si's body is being torn apart over and over, but at the same time, it's healing at a ridiculously fast rate. In no time, he's back to his original form without a single scratch. This leaves the old man absolutely stunned. Are you kidding me? The recovery speed is faster than the cutting speed. How is that possible? And so Whitehair pours even more power into his sword formation. Then I'll just increase the cutting speed. Faster, faster, even faster. The vortex has now grown larger than the entire arena. Come on. Whitehair's two hands stretch out amid the swirling spiritual energy, but everything starts to weaken, until the golden light fades and his body slowly lowers in despair. Impossible. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is casually walking towards him. He then speaks calmly, "That was pretty powerful, but my healing is a bit too fast. You'll have to try a little harder. In the game, when your health is full, your clothes get restored too. So convenient." The scene forces Pudding to cry out. What just happened? Even the top-ranked player is shocked. After taking a hit like that, not only is he not dead, but his health is full again? Lian Yi has completely lost her smug look, while the number 3 player watches with interest. Sweat is just pouring down Whitehair's face. He's in a complete panic now. Impossible. A monster like this. How in the world am I supposed to win? Whitehair begins to flash back. Heavenly Master Bai Mao is the representative of the Xianxia civilization and also its strongest fighter. At just 5 years old, he showed a talent that far surpassed his peers, stunning the elders of his sect. By 16, I had defeated every rival in the world. In the cultivation world, everyone knew my name. By 28, I took over as the Heavenly Master, becoming the youngest in history. The Chosen One, a once-in-a-generation talent. Yup, this guy used to have all the cool titles. So how did he end up totally washed up? What went wrong? Seriously, what happened here? In front of old Whitehair stood a monster radiating some serious killer vibes, and right then the system pipes up. You win this round. Jiang Tu barely even blinked. Guess I won. And just like that, the entire stadium erupted. The white-haired Heavenly Master lost? No way. Little Bobo is absolutely flipping out, screaming that the whole thing was fixed. Everyone else, though, they're just chanting pay up, pay up. As for our number 1, she's just calmly analyzing the situation. He talked a big game about taking on 4 at once, yet he couldn't even handle one. Whitehair couldn't even manage to figure out a single one of Jiang Si's forms. Su Ji suddenly chimes in, his eyes practically glowing, saying Jiang Si's combat power just wildly exceeded their expectations. However, to take down Whitehair like that, he must have burned through a serious amount of stamina. And just like that, he slowly flexes a bicep, declaring, my turn next. Suji, radiating confidence, vows to at least force out his second slaying form. But Lian Yi just scoffs at them. Don't waste your time, she sneers, practically bored with the whole idea. If you guys go up there now, you're just lining up to be executed one by one, which catches Suji completely off guard. What are you talking about? In return, Lian Yi just calmly states that the monster on that stage isn't something rule-abiding good guys can ever beat. That's when they all suddenly flash these wicked, sinister smiles. Only cheaters and scoundrels like us are qualified to fight him. And it doesn't stop there. She takes a few graceful steps forward, which unconsciously activates her glowing bracelet. Lian Yi continues her tempting offer, why don't we just get rid of the limiters? Let us criminals take the stage. Faced with that demand, Suji actually falls into a moment of deep thought. He then turns to number 1, asking for her take. She nods instantly. No problem, this is exactly why I brought them here. With that approval, he gets right on it. All right, hold out your hands. First, I'll restore your player permissions so you can access the basic system interface. Hearing this, Lian Yi breaks into a huge smile. Thanks a bunch. But while unlocking her, Suji lays down a strict warning. Only after you defeat Jiang Si will you be allowed to leave this instance and return to the login space. Also, the permissions you're getting can only be used on the stage, not from the audience seats. So you all better be on your best behavior. For the final step, he quickly taps the screen. And if you even think about using hacks to cause corpse pollution, the 4 great empires will use rare items to personally wipe you out. In a flash, the system announces account functions restored. The cuffs shatter, setting her free. This is fantastic. Lian Yi cheers, absolutely ecstatic. Finally, I can fully spread my arms and move around without a single restriction. Wearing those cuffs only allowed for small movements. It was driving me insane. But Suji's voice cuts in. Don't celebrate just yet. First, win the match, by the grace of the Empire. But right then, Lian Yu's tone becomes strange. Grace? Oh, thank you. And then she stabs him. But I don't need it. This favor is a little too big for me to handle. It all happened so fast that number 1 could only yell, "How could you?" Suji, meanwhile, is absolutely seeing red. You ungrateful brat, daring to waste the Empire's grace. Activating destruction mode. But Lian Yi was one step ahead, finally pulling out that giant chunk of iron. Man, this thing is heavy. Because of that single action, Suji's body goes completely rigid, the light in his eyes flickers out, and then he just collapses right in front of Lian Yi. Oh, by the way, my hack has a hidden feature I haven't mentioned yet. As long as I have the system interface, I can solve any other restrictions myself. Then she smirks, all smug, while channeling more of her power. You guys might want to update your intelligence reports. At this, number 1 grabs Suji's shirt, cursing under her breath. At the same time, countless sharp spikes materialize from thin air, all aimed right at Lian Yi. She's dragging Suji back while activating her attack pattern creation skill. So these villains really did have another trick up their sleeves. Meanwhile, Lian Yi is yelling over to her crew, "I can access the system now. I can get your cuffs off for you. You're not dead yet, are you? If you're still kicking, hold out your hands." Number 3 immediately roars back. "Too much talk. Of course I'm not dead." He glares at her, his entire body glowing a bloody red. "But next time you pull a stunt like that, could you give me a heads up first? Getting hit out of nowhere really sucks." Lian Yi nods quickly. Okay, I'll be more careful next time." And in that instant, the crystal spikes get completely shattered. The two of them emerge from the cloud of smoke, and Lian Yi is leading the way, her voice dripping with confidence. We're so close to being free. Suddenly, a flash of lightning zips right past her face. Looking over, she sees Pudding has already grabbed number 3. "I'm not letting you get your way." With his other hand, he sends Lian Yi flying. In his electric mouse form, he makes a vow. "As long as I'm here, not a single one of you is getting out." That explosion catches the audience's attention. What was that bang? The match hasn't even started yet. What is going on over there? Meanwhile, Xiaohei is completely focused. The next match is the Marshal of the Wenming Empire, and he's betting everything he has on the Great King to win. Jiang too was just chilling in the arena when a massive commotion made him look up, and his brain started ticking. Seems like there's a pretty tough cookie over there. Meanwhile, back at the action, sparks are flying and setting off constant explosions. Finally, Putin slams the number 3 ranked player's head into the ground. Just to be extra sure, he hits him with a paralyzing electric jolt. "Finally gotcha." But Lian Yi just gives the scene a quick glance and a pout. "Yeah, you handle this. I've got real business to attend to." The guy just shrugs. Fine. But then the number 3 ranker chimes in, "Hey, she's leaving. Aren't you going to do something about that? You really got to be like this? You're not actually going to kill me." Putin, on the other hand, was clearly starting to lose his temper. "Shut your mouth. I'll deal with her later. Right now I'm finishing you." Then he yells, "Number 1, seal his account." Over on her end, number 1 shouts back, "Consider it done. With his account locked, I'm using my authority to toss him back in prison." Hearing that, the number 3 ranker just scoffs. "Telling you to chase her? Buddy, I was doing you a favor." Because right behind them, Rocky was charging in, completely unleashed. And I'm not the only one. Sharp claws lunge straight for number 1, sending her scrambling. Then, boom. It barrels right onto the field, setting off yet another massive explosion. Wait, look, somebody else broke out. You're right, who is this powerhouse? That last blast accidentally dragged number 1 out too, and now she was getting seriously ticked off. For crying out loud, this is so annoying. Why can't any of you just stick to the dang plan? The number 1's expression hardened. All right, it looks like I'm gonna have to teach you all a lesson. Facing her down, Rocky just growled, all aggression and fury. It even let out a massive roar, trying to be intimidating. But a second later, bam, Jiang randomly decks the thing. Then he just stands there looking baffled. Wait, this is my next opponent? This wasn't part of the plan. So Jiang too just yells out, "Hey, hey, does anybody know whose giant dog this is? Could you come put a leash on it?" He turns, and a giant hand is already on him, sending him flying with blinding speed. While dodging, he thinks to himself, "Okay, guess I've got to shut this thing up first. Then I can ask my questions like a civilized person. Man, what a hassle." And with that, he clenches his fist. "Now lie down for me." The crowd sees this and just gets even more hyped. Is the second match starting already? Come on, fight already. I need to win my bets back on this one. Nearby, Lian Yi just smirks. Good doggy. Go wild and keep everyone distracted for me. Time for me to go. She raises her hand. First order of business, taking care of this annoying barrier. Her sharp nails slowly drag across the air, a cheat skill that bypasses game models. The barrier was silent, but now it starts to tremble violently. What's happening to the barrier? It's actually cracking. But using that power clearly took a toll on Lian Yi too. A system warning pops up right over her head. Alert. Prisoner escaped. Dungeon barrier under attack. And just as quickly, the crack seals itself shut. Firewall activated. Repair system initiating. Seeing this, she just purses her lips. It healed itself in a split second? Just as I thought, these black market cheats can't go head-to-head with the official system. A direct breakout is impossible, so she'll have to bend the rules instead. Lian Yi glances aside. Looks like she still has to beat her opponent to clear this stage. And speaking of which, back to Jiang too, who had just planted a solid kick on Rocky's head. He uses the opening to ask, "Why is everyone rushing the stage? Can someone please tell me who I'm supposed to fight?" Rocky, however, shook it off like it was nothing. A sudden impact sends a shockwave through Jiang Tu's body. The tables have turned as Rocky slams its head right into him. After the attack, Rocky deftly flips back to its feet, its bloodthirsty gaze snapping right back to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu slowly raises his head, looking impressed. Heh, stupid dog's got some real power. But then, his eyes widen and he flinches. Because right in front of him, Rocky was winding up a massive hit. The blow shatters a huge chunk of the arena, and the shockwave sends the entire crowd staggering. "What's happening?" Pep asks, in a total panic. "Is the whole dungeon going to explode?" Jiang Tu lands safely after dodging the blow, calming himself down. Phew, dodged it. If that punch had connected, my health bar would have taken a serious hit. The sheer power of this dog. Behind him, a massive, smoldering crater. Yeah, that was a little over the top. A dungeon notification pops up. Arena and barrier damaged. Repairs underway. Rocky's panting like a beast, while number one just watches quietly from the sidelines. And in her head, she's judging the creature, so arrogant, using cheats to buff its own stats. With its mind finally broken, it became a raging monster. But in exchange for its sanity, all of its stats shot up to a level so high the system couldn't even display them. In other words, they were insane. The beast immediately locked onto its target, but Jiang Tu's attitude had changed. What a pain. This thing's a real handful. Guess I gotta get serious. As Rocky lunged, he nimbly dodged the attack. But that wasn't all. Jiang Tu had a fist ready for this kind of wild brawl. He threw 3 quick punches in a row, but none of them found their mark. Still, something felt off, so he glanced down at his cracking arm. On the other side, Rocky just stood there, breathing heavily. Then, it slowly reared back its head. An earth-shattering roar erupted, aimed squarely at Jiang Tu. But this just got him more excited. "All right, stray dog, let's have a real fight. I'm gonna teach you a lesson." The words barely left his mouth when Jiang Tu suddenly stumbled. Utterly confused, he looked down. "My leg, how is this possible?" Yet the ground was perfectly fine. Wait, there's something underneath. Jiang Tu swung his arm down. "You sneaky little pest." Then, a massive slam struck the earth. "Get out here." The arena floor shook violently before cracking apart. The shockwave forced Lian Y out from her hiding spot, her little trick exposed. She hissed in annoyance. Damn it. But before Lian Y could react, a shadow zipped past. Jiang Tu had closed the gap in a heartbeat. With pure irritation on his face, he shot her a look. Sneak attacks are a bad habit. Knowing she was caught, Lian Y gave a bitter laugh. "I'm screwed." And then another section of the arena just exploded. Jiang Tu's health bar dropped to 0, his face a mask of pure shock and confusion. Meanwhile, the number 3 ranked player had blocked the hit. What a punch. Jiang Tu was baffled. Who's this now? From above, Hugh yelled in a panic. Why are so many people jumping in? The guildmaster roared back. This is obviously cheating. They've got no shame. So dirty. What a bunch of scumbags. But Lian Y just floated backwards. Cheating is my specialty. And while I can't break the instance's shield, all I have to do is tweak the match type a little. She giggled, saying it was no problem at all. The number 3 ranked player immediately backed her up. That's right, it's a team battle. You can summon all your teammates. He even made sure to emphasize how perfectly fair it was if you have any teammates, that is. Jiang Tu had to think fast. These guys are tough. My base power won't cut it against these chumps. I need a new plan. But Rocky wasn't waiting around. It leaped forward, its huge, sharp teeth aiming right for Jiang Tu's throat. All right then. His body suddenly split into a new copy. Looks like this is the only way. His counterattack sent the beast flying back. When Rocky opened its eyes, it recoiled in shock. The number 3 player was just as stunned. What the? Even Lian Y stammered out. This is... As the second Jiang Tu fully materialized. That's right, he said. It's a team battle, so I can call my teammates too. Then another copy appeared with a grin. Perfectly fair. Soon a third figure stood by Jiang Tu. If you want a 3-on-3, the god-level clone declared excitedly. Then let's do this. Jiang Tu let out a loud laugh. Scared already? He pointed right at them. You wanted a 3-on-3? Well, you got it. Get ready. Their number 3 guy looked absolutely shell-shocked. Oh my god. This twist even got Hugh. 3 Jiang Tus? The guildmaster's eyes bulged. Jiang Tu can actually split himself into multiple people? Only Tu Hack was putting it together. That's the primordial energy the Great King got from his memory world. He continued explaining. Ever since he got that power, the Great King has been researching all of its hidden abilities. Back then, Jiang Tu had molded a tiny version of himself. Since he's the origin of all zombies, he could make tons of little Jiang Tus. Once he finished, he put the copy down, using the absolute power of his own body. The little Jiang Tus all cried out, freely distributing his different forms' powers among each other. Which brings us back to now, with all 3 charging at Rocky. With 3 kings in the fight, the third Jiang Tu swung his fist. Come on, big dog. It shot back with the exact same punch, but he suddenly switched his angle. Sorry, I'm not here to trade punches, Jiang Tu announced, swatting its arm away. I'm here to kick you. Rocky's body slammed into the ground, cracking the floor. Before it could recover, it jolted in pain again. The god-level clone descended from the sky, laughing like a maniac. Big dog, you were acting pretty tough a second ago, weren't you? A moment later, the tower was rocked by another massive impact. Oh, the crowd is absolutely eating this up. One hit and it's over? Yes, please, keep it coming. And when the dust settles, the roar gets even louder. The dog's head is literally planted in the ground. Is it dead? Wait a minute, I don't think anyone even placed bets on this one. After that little stunt, magic surges into Rocky's arm. He then just rips a boulder from the ground to block him, but Jiang Tu just laughs. Now that's some serious strength. Plus it looks like you dodged me instantly too. His form started shifting, and the system itself freaked out data overload, infinite attack power. The other 2 Jiang Tus seized the chance to attack, looking way stronger now. Well, might as well join the party. The main body saw this and yelled, "Nice one, you too!" Then immediately planted another kick square in Rocky's face. Big dog, eat this. Mid-beatdown, Jiang Tu 3 had a thought. You think this big mutt can even handle this? His other self immediately shot back. Don't worry, his hide is plenty thick. Hearing that, Jiang Tu just smirked. Fair point. And with renewed vigor, they all charged in again. Let's keep it going. Rocky, meanwhile, was just dazedly holding his jaw before letting out a horrifying scream that made Pep cover his eyes. So brutal, I love it. But wait, is this... too cruel? So what, this is exactly what we came here to see, isn't it? As for Jiang Tu, he was busy rearranging his target's face. Jiang Tu 4 went for the gut, aiming for a critical hit. But out of the 3, only Jiang Tu 5 was having the time of his life. What a lively dog. If trained right, he might be even cuter than a Lang. With that brilliant idea in mind, he launched himself into the air. Too bad, I'm just here to have some fun today. Keep him still for me. This hit was so massive it cracked the entire protective shield. The beatdown complete, Jiang Tu backed off with a smug grin still on his face. Finally got to let loose. On the other side, the heavily injured top 3 spoke up. Sorry, we still need this dog, so we can't let you kill it. Man, that hurts like hell. That last hit was no joke. Hearing that only made Jiang Tu's smile grow even wider and more terrifying. Having fun? Great. Then how about you and I have a proper satisfying fight? But the guy was secretly messaging his team. I'll hold off the strongest one. You go help Berserker. Just then, Lian Y flashed by. Don't worry, that mad dog won't die so easily. Before he could react, she stabbed Jiang Tu through the heart. Best if I just take this one out first. Lian Y herself was grinning ear to ear. Gotcha. Her arm reached for Jiang Tu's heart, but before she could finish the job, his own blood vessels snaked around her arm. While Lian Y was still frozen in shock, the tendrils spread at lightning speed. A second later, she frantically ripped her arm out of his chest. Lian Y stared, completely baffled. Even his heart can fight on its own? What kind of monster is this guy? As for Rocky, he got slammed into a wall, and the crowd roared, Yes, this is the good stuff. Keep fighting. But suddenly, Xiao He made a request. You all need to leave. Xiao Xiao blinked, utterly confused. Huh? Why? The minister looked shocked. Leave? What for? I was just about to bet everything I own on Jiang Tu. Even she had to agree a 3-on-1 Jiang Tu beatdown was a rare sight. But Xiao Hei quickly explained the problem. Attack power, health pools, massive impacts, even their so-called cheating still had to follow the system's basic rules. And while all this was happening, Jiang Tu 5 was still just wiping the floor with the top 3. The Great King was having a blast over here, and the fight with Rocky was just as intense. At this rate, it was hard to say if the game's system could even take it. Xiao Hei theorized while glancing up at the sky. But this little dungeon of yours? It definitely can't. The moment he finished, cracks spiderwebbed across the very fabric of space. The area grew more and more chaotic. The audience finally caught on. This isn't right! The instance is collapsing! Run! Why am I losing health? The minister cried out. Xiao, wait for me! Xiao, already in a rush, just yelled back, where are you going? He turned around, beaming with pride. Done! I just cashed in all my winnings, made a killing. She just stared back and screamed, then let's get out of here while we still can. Xiao then turned to Xiao Hei, worried. Are we sure it's okay to just leave Jiang Tu here like this? Xiao Hei nodded instantly. Let's go. He knew better than anyone. The Great King is having fun right now. No one can stop him. We just have to wait until he's had his fill, he said. But suddenly Xiao Hei froze. Amid the chaos, a shock of white hair had caught his eye. He recognized him instantly, Wang Zikai. Just then, Pep asked curiously, Hey kid, you can't bring yourself to leave either? He just smiled back. I've still got some business here. Pep scoffed. What business could possibly be more important than your life? But his expression suddenly turned dead serious. This business actually is more important than my life. Elsewhere, Jiang Tu was still pummeling the top 3, with Jiang Tu 4 waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That punch sent the top 3 flying, slamming him straight into a wall with absolutely no way to defend himself. Lying in the rubble, the top 3 let out a few weak coughs as his vision blurred. I have no strength left. Do I keep fighting? Just then, Lian Wei emerged from the wall. Yo, don't be lazy, Di. Your life is locked, so get in there and absorb some damage. But our top 3 player just shook his head. No way. If he keeps taking hits, he's actually gonna die. Look, he holds out an arm that's slowly cracking apart. Even if you lock my health, it's useless. My body is literally disintegrating. Then top 3 looks ahead. And there's that psycho dog, with basically infinite attack power. Unlike them, it's still getting wrecked by Jiang Tu. In the last fight, Jiang Tu's health was completely drained by that thing. Logically, the system should have declared him dead. Top 3 muttered his confusion, but he's still fighting like nothing happened, and he's only getting more vicious. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu number 5 is showing his complete madness, cooing, good doggy, such a good boy. At this point, the guy gets dead serious. This means that Jiang Tu's power has completely shattered the system's limitations. Rocky, meanwhile, is still getting absolutely pummeled. Why would a monster like this even exist in a game world? Even its third eye is wide with pure terror. Now it's facing 2 other Jiang Tus with an insane aura. The instance is simultaneously blaring warnings. System barrier breached. All personnel please evacuate immediately. Because of this, the tower's structures begin exploding into pieces. At this moment, Tu Kai is strolling towards a certain door. Highest level containment. Danger level this. Danger level that. Holding a bag of snacks, he just casually remarks, Jiang Tu's all-out fighting style is as scary as ever. It seems this instance won't be holding up for much longer. Just as he takes a few more steps, a bolt of lightning suddenly strikes right in front of him. A level 100 system prison guard immediately issues a warning. Highest security area, entry forbidden. At the same time, it starts charging up another ball of lightning. Player must leave this place immediately. Player must leave this place immediately. But Tu Kai just coldly says, you're in the way. Right after that, he blows the entire entrance apart, sending rubble flying everywhere. His card deck goes into total chaos. The person inside the cell slowly looks over, only to be met with the sight of a still warm bag of snacks. The robot in Tu Kai's hand keeps shouting, forbidden! Ent, forbidden. But he just cheerfully says, long time no see. I came to visit. Mr. Prophet. In contrast, Prophet just grumpily scolds him. Why do you always cause such a huge commotion every time you show up? Despite that, he casually walks over to his side. What does it matter? Jiang Tu has already created 3 forms. This instance is about to get smashed to bits by him anyway. Tu Kai then gestures towards the bag of snacks. The Prophet takes it while questioning him. So you still brought Jiang Tu to this world? In response to that question, he suddenly lists a few things. Monsters, players, and cheaters. Tu Kai calmly confesses, I've allowed everything in this game world to constantly fight against Jiang Tu. He also seriously explains that in this process, the system can learn and collect relevant data to complete the core's enhancement. Then his tone becomes somewhat mysterious. So, Mr. Prophet, you can still prophesize. Tu Kai asks while summoning his transcendent self, what are my chances of winning against Jiang Tu now? However, the Prophet coldly replies, Only about 10%. Hearing that, he just blurts out, "What?" The disappointment on Tukai's face is obvious. I thought it would be at least 30%. Suddenly, without warning, the prophet continues, but he's using his special eyes to look at Jiang too. The chances of forcing Jiang Tu to his full power in his third form, the prophet calmly states his judgment, allowing the system to complete learning and copying, is 70%. Hearing that, Tukai is absolutely ecstatic. Is that so? Well then, that's more than enough. Two Jiang Tus give chase, led by an enthusiastic Jiang Tu number 5. After all this intense fighting, he's still shouting taunts. Keep it coming, keep it coming. But top 3 and Lian Y quickly drop to their knees. He immediately declares, I surrender. That's right, we're done. She bitterly admits, with a gap this huge, what's even the point of fighting anymore? That reaction was completely unexpected, so all he could do was stand there slack-jawed. In that critical moment, Jiang Tu couldn't stop his attack in time. And so, the side of a tower gets a new hole punched in it. Winner, Jiang Tu. That blow barely missed them, leaving them frozen stiff. A moment later, top 3 shudders. Oh my god, the power of that punch. What the hell were we even trying to fight? The girl chimes in, terrified. Exactly. Suddenly, top 1's voice yells at them from a distance. Wait, you couldn't even win while using hacks? Do you people even know how to play? I wasted all my effort getting you out here. Hearing that, the guy grits his teeth in pure rage. Lian Y immediately retorts. What are you talking about? Are you not paying attention to the situation here? They then continue. Even that psycho dog was beaten into submission. We're not idiots. Over on the side, Jiang Tu is still comforting it. There, now. Top 3 starts to shift the blame. Besides, you were about to escape this instance yourself. What right do you have to lecture us? Oof, he hit a nerve, and she's clearly flustered. Nonsense, I'm not a prisoner. It's perfectly normal for me to leave whenever I want. Meanwhile, Jiang Si's 5th form is getting real antsy. Are these guys just gonna talk all day? Who's next up to bat? Zikai watches, whispering his prediction, yep, just as he thought. Forcing out Jiang Si's 5th form is the absolute limit of this entire game world. As for Jiang Si, our boy just keeps on screaming, I'm not done playing. Is there anyone here who can actually fight? And boom, Zikai flashes back to a past life, seeing that same ridiculously smug grin on Jiang Si's face. Yep, that's the dude who wiped out their entire civilization, the literal final boss of the apocalypse. When the end times came, their god-tier civilization devolved into pure chaos. This place is overrun with zombies. Save me. Is there anywhere left to hide? Raging flames begin to swallow a magnificent towering spire. And there, sitting alone on a throne-like chair, is Zikai, head bowed deep in thought. Suddenly, his brow tightens. Before his very eyes, the inferno has breached the walls. A furious Liya storms in, shouting, Damn it, Jiang Si completely annihilated our final army. Our abilities can't even scratch Jiang Si now that he's in his destruction form. She then reports that trying to negotiate, or even flat-out begging, was completely ignored. Wang Zikai, we lost. It's time to launch the exile plan. He heard every word, but his silence was strangely calm. After a moment, Zikai asks, Miss Liya, do you remember? The unexpected question makes her pause. What? Before Liya can even get it, he continues muttering to himself. The whole basis of our power is just imagining a stronger version of ourselves. At that time, Zikai was slowly walking along the rows of seats, but no matter what, I can't imagine a version of myself that could possibly beat Jiang Si. Nobody can. His hand stops just before a chair with Jiang Si's name on it. All our powers combined can't defeat him. Liya finishes his thought for him, her voice heavy with defeat. We decided to wage war on Jiang Si, to kill every last zombie in this world, even Greta. At those words, his eyes fill with a profound sadness. Isn't it a bit too late to be figuring out why we couldn't win? The entire vibe around Zikai begins to change. So, to finally beat Jiang Si, I need to imagine an existence as powerful as a god itself. His hand rises with a massive surge of spiritual power, creating it from his very will. I call it. And as Zikai names it, the being appears. Snapping back to the present, he dives down to confront Jiang Si. This marked the birth of the mind, turning psychics into god-wielders. Jiang Si 4 instantly recognizes Wang Zikai, while Jiang Si 3 just lets out a massive, bored yawn. Are there seriously no tougher opponents in this game? Did I already win or something? Before either of them could even react, Zikai unleashes a single punch, and the sheer force completely atomizes Jiang Si 3. The only thing left behind is a stiff hand hanging in the empty air. Witnessing this, Jiang Si 4 makes a silent calculation. That instantaneous blast of power totally shredded the third form's entire genetic code. Not even regeneration can fix that. Not bad. Not bad at all. But then Jiang Si 5 chimes in, the copy you summoned got a power-up too. Does that mean, in this last week of the game, Jiang Si asks, getting all excited. You actually want to fight me all out? Zikai, on the other hand, is dead serious. Jiang Si, you are the strongest person I have ever known, which is why the mind I created with every last scrap of my imagination, he gets into a fighting stance, and the figure mimics him, is just a copy of you. Zikai then takes a moment to vent. But even with all of that, in the end, I still couldn't win against you. Your power completely shattered the limits of my imagination, he recalls with a heavy heart. After that, I led our entire civilization on a 1,000-year journey through the stars, absorbing the universe's greatest wonders into my mind. But even then, the result was the same. The spirit-forged Vero was also effortlessly crushed by you. The Jiang Si from that era was a cold-blooded monster. His strength had gone far beyond the limits of the universe. Snapping out of his monologue, Zikai pulls out a device, which is why I'm betting everything I have on this game. And with a flick, he activates it. This game holds the data for Earth civilization, plus a few others who saw how strong you were. Just like that, fragments of memories start pouring out. All their memories of him. And the number just keeps growing and growing. Imagination, plus every emotion he could find. Belief. And finally, the horrifying images of ruined planets and pure, unadulterated fear. All of it is being channeled to make the figure stronger, flowing into my mind through the game's system. Zikai waits for the perfect moment and then roars, "Become my strength!" All that blue energy swirls into a massive vortex of power. Seeing this whole light show, Jiang Si just says, "Oh, nice." Now this is interesting. Zikai, however, makes a grim declaration, and now, Jiang Si. And right behind him, a sixth simulated version of Jiang Si materializes. "I have come to challenge you." Meanwhile, somewhere else, an entire army is on the march. Right in front of them is the instance's core, and it's glitching out. Purge program activated. Chuang immediately reports the situation. "It's happening again," Ziling yells, pushing them to rush forward. The core of this whole game has to be just up ahead. But suddenly, a massive chunk of data appears beside her, materializing into a figure extracted from player data, a guardian for the system. Ziling, completely unfazed, just tightens her grip on her sword. The second it attacks, she swiftly lops off its entire arm. Then Ziling follows up with a finishing blow to end it. But after it's done, she just frowns with a look of annoyance. These fakes created by the system are getting stronger. Luckily, they're still dumber than a bag of hammers. Nearby, Aqiang is clutching his weapon for dear life, as a ferocious golden lion charges straight for him with savage intent. Their forces are all split up, fighting a seemingly endless battle. Ever since entering this bottom floor, the waves of guards just haven't stopped. In the middle of all this chaos, Varro suddenly screams out, "You've got to be kidding me!" Over here, he's just knocking down one monster after another, complaining, "It's just one after another, when is this going to end?" To make things worse, sparks of electricity are flying everywhere. Seeing this, Varro grinds his teeth and curses. This is so damn annoying. In his sights, a mage is creating an orb of electricity. Great, 2 more troublesome pests. Just then, his hand tightens around a steel pipe. That's it. He's had enough. Varro sends the whole mob of monsters flying. They're all just a bunch of small fry anyway. They slam right into the other pipes with enough force that their bodies just start to disintegrate into nothing. Seeing that, Varro just smirks. Sure, it's annoying, but come on people, try to be a little more optimistic. The game may be copying these fakes, and he dodges another attack, but at least it didn't copy Jiang Si for us to fight. Thinking about it that way makes you feel a lot better, doesn't it? But the moment the words leave his mouth, Varro's eyes practically jump out of his head. The thing that just surprised him was a brand new copy of Xiaohei and Aguai. Okay, now he's actually getting nervous. Hey, all right, one at a time, please. Chang, on the other hand, is feeling pretty good. He's thinking Varro actually has a pretty good point, and the Golden Lion agrees. If the system copied Jiang Si, they'd all be dead for sure. Then it just lets out a casual laugh. As long as it's not Jiang Si, it's all good. Chang gets caught up in the happy mood. That's right, there's no way it would copy Jiang Si. The two of them continue their friendly chat. Yeah, definitely not. But slowly, their smiles vanish, replaced by a subconscious dread. The next thing you know, they're both booking it out of there. No matter what, they have to shut this stupid game down. They charge ahead, and the space finally reverts back to the main instance. The tower is now shaking so hard it feels like it's about to fall over. Meanwhile, Zikai and the figure are in a tense face-off with Jiang Si. Over here, his voice rings out, absolutely thrilled. "Not bad, Wang Zikai. Did the punching bag you modeled after me learn a new form?" And he says it with a massive expectant grin on his face. Looks like he's finally getting a good fight. A second later, Jiang Si throws a punch, but Zikai doesn't even flinch, just raising a hand. In Varro's memory, the clone's arm mimics the exact same move from the 6th form that was used to pin him down. As for the real Jiang Si, he looks genuinely surprised. "Oh, so that's how it is, huh?" Zikai begins to manipulate the gravity around him, twisting it and pulling Jiang Si with it. The pressure is so immense it starts to crack his arm. This is. Just then, Zikai speaks softly. His clone unleashes the attack for him. Go on, and feel the full extent of this power. A gigantic palm strike descends from the heavens, smashing into his opponent and dragging him away faster than the speed of light. It shatters the barrier and just keeps going. At the same time, at the Merchant Guild's login hall, Top 1 appears, looking exhausted. I'm back. I finally made it out. Her entire body is trembling. Watching that fight almost killed her. But Top 5 just rushes over asking, "Are you all right? Did the plan succeed?" Top 2 immediately chimes in. Yeah, isn't taking care of Jiang Si the only thing that matters? Faced with their rush of questions, Top 1 just pouts. Hey, could you two have a little bit of a heart? Then she reports the situation. There was a slight complication. We couldn't kill Jiang Si directly. Hearing this, they are stunned. What? So we failed? We're doomed! But she quickly cuts them off. Let me finish. In a serious tone, Top 1 carefully reminds them, the intense battle caused the entire instance to completely collapse. Jiang Si is probably lost in the chaotic data stream now. If I hadn't bailed when I did, I might not have made it back myself. This news makes Top 2 ecstatic. Excellent. My stocks are going to soar. While Top 5 cheers, everything is finally back on track. She gets caught up in the joy and boldly declares her victory. That's right, the problem is completely solved. But the celebration doesn't last long before the building is pierced by something. What was that noise? Meanwhile, back in the cultivation world, it's absolute chaos. Master, could you maybe tell us the plan before you pass out? The girl holding the white-haired master just keeps grilling him. Weren't you supposed to be out slaying demons or something? So why did you bring back a world-ending catastrophe? The guy next to her just screams, oh my god, did they just punch a hole in the sky? Over at the Furui civilization's login hall, Mimi is staring at a strange streak of light. Yeah, that's the Empire's login hall getting totally annihilated from the other side. Report. The fleet is under attack by an unidentified object. Jang Tu only managed to escape by diving into a chaotic space. By then, his body was pretty seriously wrecked. Still, he pulls himself together, sticks the landing, and after a moment asks, Tukai, this little puppet you made seems to have gotten a lot stronger, huh? Tukai's voice echoes back. My psyche is born from thousands of years of civilization. All the memories of you, fantasies about you, and yearnings for you, they all recreate your strongest form, and then completely surpass it. Then, his voice gets a little louder, a little more pointed. Is that so? Tukai gets right in Jiang Tu's face, provoking him. Come on, show me your full power. And with those words, that sinister grin returns to Jiang Tu's face. His spirit completely reignited. Jiang Tu instantly agrees. All right then, let's go. The moment the invitation's accepted, Jiang Tu uses the floating rocks as springboards. He throws an eager punch, shouting, that's more like it. In contrast, Tukai and his puppet counter with cold precision. The terrifying sight just so happens to scare the top 3. Lian Y and Rocky are sweating bullets. Should we maybe run while we still have the chance? She whines helplessly. Oh, good grief. Suddenly, a stray blast hits their hiding spot, shaking the rock they're on. Lian Y finally snaps. We pull a few stunts. The system calls us cheaters and throws us into this prison dungeon. Apparently unable to take it anymore, Lian just lets out a massive scream. So what about those two? Jiang Tu and Tukai are tearing the place apart. System, are you gonna step in or what? Before he even unleashes the attack, he grins at his opponent. Brace yourself. Then, a million punches rain down on Tukai. The battlefield vanishes in a cloud of smoke and debris. But in the middle of it all, the puppet's arm suddenly shoots out. It lands a clean slap right across Jiang Tu's face, stunning him and sending him flying through a nearby crack in space. Through that tear in reality, Jiang Tu's body plummets straight down to the ground. The Scientia World's login hall. Tukai and his psychic clone immediately jump through to give chase. After a quick analysis, he comes to a conclusion. Just as I thought. In a pure power showdown, my creation has already surpassed Jiang Tu's 5th form. But all the racket they're making has attracted a new audience of cultivators. What's going on? The sky is cracked. One of them raises an eyebrow. That white-haired guy, he looks familiar, but someone else is panicking way harder. Holy crap, forget the guy in the sky. Look at the ground, and right where he's pointing, a few coughs echo from the rubble. Jiang Tu wipes some blood from his lip while complimenting the copy. Nice hit, you fake. His appearance sends the crowd into a frenzy. The Heavenly Demon! It's the Heavenly Demon! Get him! Without a second's hesitation, they all charge in. Let's go! Avenge Master by D. From thousands of cultivators, a dense wave of sword energy erupts, all aimed at the sky. Destroy the Heavenly Demon. Jiang Tu, however, just calmly waves his hands, and the entire river of sword energy reverses course, bending completely to his will. He then coils it all into one giant, swirling mass. All that free energy just seems to make him more excited. Try this move. With that, Jiang Tu makes a crushing gesture, and the entire sword formation is squeezed smaller and smaller. Gradually, his hands clap together, and following the motion, all that's left before him is a single, brightly glowing orb. The sight leaves the cultivators completely dumbfounded. He squeezed our sword attacks into a marble? Are you freaking kidding me? My sword! I spent my entire life savings on that thing. Meanwhile, Tukai just frowns, his guard raised. Jiang Tu, for his part, casually catches the orb. The instant he grabs it, his arm is encased in shimmering golden armor. Next, Jiang Tu happily admires his creation. Now this is a neat little trick I've been polishing. Fought that many-armed moon monster for this. Finally, I get to use it. And of course, Tukai notices every single detail. Stellar-grade high temperature. Is that Varro's ability? To forge something that hot in your hand and use it as a weapon. What an unbelievable way to fight. But while he's busy analyzing, something else is streaking towards them at incredible speed. Tukai's summoned spirit knew something was off, and just like that, it dodged a mean right hook from Jiang Tu. Except that one punch sent shockwaves all the way into outer space, blasting away every cultivator in sight. Did their master really just lose to this guy? Meanwhile, Jiang Tu's looking smug as hell, basically sneering that a fake will always be a fake. That crazed look in his eyes shifts to Tukai. An attack of that level and you didn't dare block it? Yeah, our boy in armor is definitely starting to sweat. Whoa. Normal stars don't just come packed with this kind of energy. And with that, Shukai unleashes this energy phantom, one that's even stronger than the fifth form of Jiang Si he remembers. Varro only borrowed star power, but Jiang Si is over here literally making nuclear fusion with his bare hands. So he faces down this thing with pure swagger, asking, "Still not convinced? Then come on, let's go again." Before the phantom can even blink, he throws a punch. No running away this time. A second later, the planet's entire surface just explodes. And Zikai? He just stands there, quietly watching this overwhelming display of power. His eyes turn ice cold. Yeah, putting down Jiang Si's fifth form for good is going to be a real pain. But then, where did Jiang Si's fourth form suddenly come from? What are you thinking about? Still planning on running? He gives Zikai a look of pure contempt. No matter how strong your little ghost is, if I take out your real body, the fight ends, right? Zikai, meanwhile, seems genuinely surprised. Using the fourth form clone he made? I really thought you'd attack me directly. Hearing that, our guy just shrugs. That would be boring. I remember you being pretty fast. Go on, I'll give you 10 seconds. And those words actually make him smile. I can't believe you still remember. Zikai gets a little nostalgic, thinking of when they fought the zombie tides together. Back then, Jiang Si fought head-on, while he used his speed to scramble around and provide support from the side. Even while taking down monsters, he would always find himself looking over at Jiang Si. But back then, no matter how fast he went, Jiang Si would just vanish. How fast could he get? The question became an obsession. Just how fast? His arm reaches out, totally helpless. He could never catch up to that silhouette, not even for a second. Snapping out of the memory, Shukai's voice drops to a growl. But Jiang Si, his entire body begins to transform inside a blinding aura. The me of today is different. Jiang Si just stands back, watching the show. And pretty soon, Zikai's new form slowly appears. I found this in the game world. Maybe it was meant for today. His hands, now encased in iron armor, hold a promise unfulfilled since the age of the divine civilization. Finally, the level 30 superdimensional instant kill armor is complete, and I'll start by slicing your fourth form to pieces. Zikai suddenly swings his arm, unleashing a move that makes even Jiang Si's eyes widen in absolute shock. With that one move, he literally sliced the sky in two. Now, let our battle begin. The scene changes completely. We're in the divine civilization, the era of the three immortal kings. The source of evil was gone, and Jiang Si, Wang Zikai, and Alia ruled together. It was a golden age, a time when humans and zombies actually lived together in harmony. People are all around, chatting happily. Come to my house for dinner. Okay. A girl walking by gets curious. Hey, where are you all headed? They ask. The group happily replies, with this rare piece, we're planning to travel the world. See you around. Hearing that, the girl's face lights up. Oh, wait a minute. I'll run home and grab you guys some food for the trip. The group immediately starts cheering. What a great day, right? But back in the castle, a furious shout echoes. What? Then comes an angry slam on the table. I refuse. Alia is furious. Start another war and wipe out all the zombies? The prophet nods along. But we just got peace not that long ago. But she isn't finished. Wang Zikai, you're insane. I will never let you do this, no matter what. Then she tries to explain it to him. The source is gone. The remaining zombie kings are all loyal to Jiang Si. They haven't been attacking people. The prophet at her side gently tries to persuade him, adding, besides, Greta is a zombie now too. Not to mention Jiang Si himself. Hearing all of this, Zikai just quietly says, I don't want this either, but he starts digging in his pocket. Everyone just look at this, and you'll understand. This, understandably, makes Alia a little confused. What? You have some amazing reason to show us? When she sees the crystal orb, she just scoffs. What is this thing? A weird little crystal ball. The prophet pouts. You want to use this to convince us? On top of that, Alia just declares, you're officially crazy. Despite all this, Zikai calmly activates it. Hold on. What I really want to show you is just now appearing. The second he finishes talking, both of their jaws hit the floor, because in an instant their surroundings have morphed into a desolate wasteland. What is this? Every single building is a crumbling, brutalized ruin, and even the spaceships are completely wrecked. The sight turns the prophet pale. This isn't a teleportation ability. Wait a minute. Are we in a parallel world? That's when Zikai chimes in. To be more precise, it's a world of ruins. Then he pulls out a bag of stones. And it seems this world has no shortage of them. But the scariest part? Inside each stone is a fragment of a memory he's been secretly collecting. Each one of these represents a civilization Jang wiped out. Back in reality, he's facing a literal tear in space, which he casually grabs with one hand. Hey, you there. Then he crushes the rift shut, telling it not to mess around in other people's worlds. Of course, that just makes more fragments break off. Tukai is completely stunned by this display of power. He just pinched a hole in space closed, with his bare hands no less. But hey, it's Jang. He quickly launches a claw attack. Nothing this guy does is ever normal. Take this. But then another rift opens right behind Jang, and now he is getting seriously mad. He already gave his warning, and lands a brutal kick straight on Tukai. Don't just jump into someone else's world and start wrecking the place. That one kick sends him flying right off a cliff. Jang, standing above, just mocks him. Hey, can't even handle that? But suddenly, Tukai rockets back up from below to counter, yelling, it is not over yet. What are you even talking about, messing up other people's worlds? As he flies up, the cracks in the sky grow even wider. You have no right to say that. But then, Tukai quickly realizes something is very wrong. That kick from before? Yeah, I blocked it. How long did it take you to build this armor? Is this seriously all it can do? And Jang keeps piling it on. This isn't even enough for me to smash. You should start begging me to stop. But then, a sharp pain shoots through his body. Jang eyes tremble for a second. This thing. It's still here. Something's off. A system window pops up, negative status, allergic reaction. His movements suddenly become sluggish, and Tukai seizes this exact moment. This is his chance! He instantly slices Jiang body in two with his time-space shield cleave. After that, Tukai quickly retreats. Jiang is still totally dazed, his body not healing. That's when Tukai reveals his big plan. I had no choice. You're too strong, Jiang. Even after luring you into this game world, I can only stall and slowly corrupt you completely. This news hits Jiang like a truck. Corrupt him? But Tukai just boasts. That's right. Turns out, his armor's ability can't actually cut through space that easily on its own. Furthermore, the scars on your body are what allowed the system's authority to completely invade you. According to Tukai, Jiang very data is now slowly being erased. And then, I'll take over your body. Jiang just grinds his teeth in helpless rage. What? System authority, data lock, blocking all player actions. Seizing the opportunity, he yells out, Psychic, do it! The call travels instantly to the spirit. That spirit was in the middle of fighting the fifth Jiang, but its body freezes the second it receives the command. It then turns back toward Tukai and unleashes gravity control. He immediately backs off to let the spirit do its thing. Under that immense pressure, Jiang form begins to warp. In the end, both halves of his body are crushed together into nothing. Just like that, the fourth clone vanishes into the void, a result that makes our armored friend very, very happy. Completely wiped from existence, without a single trace left behind in space. And with that, the 4 clones of Jiang, each with a different power, are gone. Next up is the 5th. Meanwhile, the other Jiang looks pretty annoyed. Hey, you've got a lot of nerve. And then he just straight up incinerates the spirit. How dare you get distracted helping someone else while fighting me? Next, Jiang throws a single, furious punch, and that one hit is enough to completely obliterate Tukai's spirit. You're not even worthy of being my punching bag. Now he turns his attention to the 5th clone, and Tukai immediately uses his system authority, data lock, to stop all player actions. Then let me be your true opponent. But Jiang just bursts out laughing. In such a rush to run straight to me? That comeback completely catches Tukai off guard, and in that brief moment of shock, he eats a solid kick to the chest. My 5th form. This piece of junk game system doesn't have complete control over it. The armor instantly shatters, and Tukai groans in agony, but he bought himself 1 second. He summons more spiritual power, realizing that's all he needed. Now's the time. Tukai uses that tiny opening to unleash his hidden skill, fusion. The spirit fragments around Jiang Tu converge, fusing with the psychic that just got blasted away moments ago. Seeing this new trick, he actually takes a step back. Interesting. He decides to watch from a safe distance to see what happens next. And from that halo of light, he slowly reaches out a hand. Jiang Si, bring out your sixth form. This request was so absurd, Jiang Si had to laugh. My sixth form? You really think you're worthy of fighting me? But the guy's tone remained dead serious. That's right, and just like that, Zi Kai was back as Wang Zi Kai. Jiang Si, your fifth form, has no right to fight my fused state. He then gently squeezes his fingers, and with just that, Jiang Si's body seems to shatter. Despite that, he just grins, clearly enjoying it. Hey, the power level's not half bad. In response, Zi Kai just scoffs at the arrogance. He's done playing games, and with a real clench of his fist, Jiang Si's entire body explodes. Now that's what you call power. Outside, even Earth itself starts to tremble. But then, Zi Kai suddenly stops. Something's wrong. He's gone. Huh. Looking at the leftover scraps, he realizes this must have just been a clone of Jiang Si. Zi Kai's hand opens in total confusion. No, that's not right. Why does this feel just like his fourth form? Looking closer, he sees there's nothing but dust left, not a single trace of life. I was fighting little Jiang Si's clone this whole time. Zi Kai starts putting the pieces together. Hold on, from the very start of this game, has the real Jiang Si even shown up? And with that single thought, a deeply annoyed grunt escapes his lips. Next, Zi Kai glances around, needing to find Jiang Si immediately. His fused mental state won't last forever, especially if he keeps hiding. Meanwhile, the cracked sky falls silent, and then a laugh suddenly echoes out from that empty space. And just like that, Jiang Si appears with a thrilled look on his face. Great fight, Wang Zi Kai. That was seriously refreshing. His next words were practically aimed to provoke him. This state of yours is pretty interesting. You'll have to teach me how to do it sometime. So, you want to keep fighting? If you want, I can create a few more clones to play with you. But despite the compliments, Zi Kai looks absolutely furious, using an allergic reaction to give me a buff. Not a bad idea, right? We'll count this as your win. Better luck next time. Jiang Si, on the other hand, is completely relaxed. That was genuinely stimulating. Which form do you want to see Wang Zi Kai fight next, or maybe a group battle? The person beside him stammers in reply. As you command, I will ensure the program runs effectively. Hearing that, Jiang Si just looks confused. Why are you talking like that? Why so formal with me? Then he continues the friendly act. It's been a while. Have we grown distant? Come on, brother Xianqi, just say what you're thinking. Xianqi, beside him, just forces a weak smile. Right, as long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. We're brothers, no need to be formal. Meanwhile, he can't hide his stress. Gonna die, gonna die, gonna die, gonna die. That monster Jiang Si, he's gotten even stronger. The memories from before come flooding back. Right after Wang Zi Kai left, he appeared and just grabbed him. Back then, Jiang Si had called out loudly, "Long time no see, big brother Xianqi." Next, Xianqi quickly adds, "After that, you and Wang Zi Kai were blown off the fighting stage by a psychic attack that sent us here." Jiang Si holds him with one hand while putting on a show. Wow, is Wang Zi Kai really that strong now? In contrast, Xianqi was just panicking. My glasses, my glasses. And now, in the present, all the color has drained from his face. Worse, when he did all that, no one else even noticed his position. The power gap is just that huge. If I'd known, I would have just stayed in prison. Suddenly, Jiang Si asks with a naive innocence, "Oh, right, Xianqi, where did you guys find this game world? This place is truly magnificent." In the middle of this vast space, he praises it endlessly. It's not just the fragments, but the login halls of other civilizations. From this angle, it's actually quite beautiful. Besides the Lu Shang Guild, I have to take a stroll through the other houses too. At the same time, Jiang Si says happily, "This is great. If you want to see someone else's world, you just have to plan a trip. This is the life." At that moment, Zi Kai is right above him. This guy is still messing with me. That furious gaze is locked right onto Jiang Si. And another thing, is this really how you view the civilizations you yourself have destroyed? This line just leaves Jiang Si utterly confused. Bad? And because of that, Zi Kai gets even more furious. "You bastard, you listen to me, and you listen good." And then he begins the tale. The Xianjia civilization fought the zombie tide for thousands of years. In that era, most were turned into zombies, and countless great masters fell. In the end, the scene was just ruins, but they couldn't beat the zombie tide and were finally wiped out. Then, Zi Kai continues in a low growl. The Furui civilization, where humans hoped that the animals not infected by the zombie virus would inherit their civilization. These animals were injected with evolution genes, and everything developed quickly. Although the animals had human-like intelligence after evolving, here, Zi Kai shouts, his voice cracking with bitterness. But yeah, that was completely useless. The moment Thitu rolled up, they were all toast. Oh, and by the way, this story also involves cosmic empires. Even from the depths of space, that stone-cold glare locked onto them. Too bad. They still couldn't escape getting absolutely wiped from existence. Just then, he whips out this mysterious device. See, he's here to collect the last fragments of their civilization, the final lingering will of countless ghosts. And with that little toy, Kai straight up declares war on our boy. He then completely merges into the game itself, becoming a living weapon to fight him. As for Jiang Si, he quickly waved his hands and tried to explain. Wait a sec. I've never even met the civilizations you're talking about. Okay, maybe we fought the god civilization, but you guys started it. He then quickly brought up old history, adding that he even revived a Cam and a Goo. Besides, the magic in his chest was long gone, and his dragon's grudge had been completely broken recently. Based on all that, Jiang Si gives a cheerful thumbs up. He reassures them, "You don't have to worry. I'm not here for revenge. Let's all just live in peace." But yeah, those words didn't move Zikai one bit, and his expression just got darker. Of course I know you don't remember. Jiang Si noticed the vibe shift and reminded him, "Xianji is still here. If you want to fight, let's move." Hearing this, Xianji weakly replied, "Thanks for thinking of me. Our boy over here was looking pretty smug." Naturally. Suddenly, Zikai grabs Jiang Si and yanks him away. A little fight? Nah. Then he just hurls him into the distance. Let's go a bit further. Jiang Si's body goes flying on a one-way trip down. While he's still completely confused, Zikai appears beside him again. He calmly places a hand on Jiang Si's head, then slowly curls his fingers to capture the instance. And just like that, Jiang Si's mind begins to warp. You really don't remember, do you? Just like you don't remember asking us for help in the first place. With that confirmed, Zikai crushed him without mercy. Even so, I have to kill you. The attack instantly turned Jiang Si's form into a golden stream of spirit. From the heart of the vortex, a mature voice suddenly rings out. You'd kill me, even like this? Seems we need to clear things up, don't we? Then, a hand calmly reaches out. The moment he saw it, Zikai jolted back in shock. What? In contrast, Jiang Si casually redirects the force around him. Zikai's arm is instantly twisted into knots. The pain and helplessness has him frowning in total disbelief. Such incredible power, but his attention immediately snaps back to Jiang Si. So you finally appeared. His body had already reformed. You seem to know quite a lot about me, huh? Jiang Si 6 stares him down coldly and says, "Come on, tell me everything you know." In response to that demand, Zikai quickly breaks free from the twisting force. A second later, he charges straight at Jiang Si with his fist raised. As they face off, he roars, "Beat me first, then you can ask." The shockwave they create immediately shakes the entire space, making a terrified Xianji cling to a rock for dear life. The people below are in a full-blown panic. What is that? Are we about to be destroyed? Is this another new instance dungeon? In stark contrast, Li Ya calmly watches the situation unfold. It has finally appeared. The 6th form of Jiang Si, yeah,